You hit the jackpot and obtained a numerical modification system. You can freely modify the numerical values of anything. Whether it's looks, figure, or wealth, everything can be freely modified. You instantly realized this system was absolutely overpowered. Thinking about modifying his combat power to trillions. The system is currently at level 1 and unable to modify combat power. The current modifiable contents are as follows. You look at the system interface. You can modify your own name, age, height, weight, and other attributes. Even attributes like appearance and charm can be modified. Host should note that modifications can only be made twice a day. Then let's modify the wealth first. You pull up your attribute panel. The wealth column was directly changed to infinite. At this moment, classmates passing by watched you grinning foolishly. They all thought you'd been knocked silly. They cast sympathetic glances one after another. You instantly transformed into the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Since I have money now, why bother moving the luggage myself? Luggage moving service available, $500. The surrounding classmates were all drawn by your shout. A tall and sturdy-looking boy approached you. He asked, "Are you telling the truth?" You took out 500 yuan in cash from your pocket. He eyed the brawny boy before him and said, "Fair and square. As long as you carry my luggage to the dorm, this $500 is yours." The guy looked like an athlete, boasting immense strength. Carrying luggage was as easy as playing for him. On the way, you and Yuan were walking together. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful girl appeared ahead, attracting the gaze of many male students. You were also stunned, staring blankly at her. The girl possessed stunning beauty, yet her demeanor exuded an icy and aloof elegance. "Who is this woman?" you asked the jock beside you. "She's the heavenly campus belle of our school, Xi Mutong." The boy responded, "Who in the whole school doesn't know her? She is the dream girl of all the boys. Unfortunately, Xi Mutong is cold and indifferent to everyone. She was notoriously aloof and indifferent." You quietly pulled up Xi Mutong's personal attributes panel. Name: Xi Mutong, modifiable. Age: 20 years old, modifiable. Height: 168 centimeters, modifiable. Weight: 88 pounds, modifiable. Appearance: 99, can be modified. Wealth: 1,520,000, modifiable. Wow, she's actually loaded. You murmured to yourself, should I try adjusting the intimacy level to 100? Forget it, it's better to keep a low profile on the first day of school. The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the dormitory entrance. You handed the 500 yuan to the sports student, who accepted it with a smile. Say, "Thanks, remember to call me next time there's such a good deal." You push open the door to dorm 7306 and shout, "Here comes this handsome guy." The two boys who were tidying up the bedding turned their heads at the sound. One of the boys teased, "Are you handsome? Could you possibly be as handsome as me?" You examine him briefly and offer an objective assessment. Looks rated 80 points. Not bad, but I'm still more handsome. Another young man, who looked like a rich second-generation heir, boasted, "Take a good look at what I'm wearing. Dubbed the Rolls-Royce you can wear, it's worth 300,000. 300,000? That's barely enough to buy a Rolls-Royce wheel." You replied indifferently. Your roommate beside you wanted to laugh, but forced himself to hold it back out of politeness. The rich second-generation heir flushed with anger. "What's the use of that? You'll never be able to afford it in your lifetime. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't mock the poor young man." You say. The rich second-generation heir sneered disdainfully. "You think this is some kind of novel? Still stuck in the cycle of decades-old rhetoric? I want to say that I've already arrived at Hushi, and I am still a boy." You calmly explain. "It means he could casually afford a Rolls-Royce at any time. Talk is cheap, it's not like we're paying taxes for it." The wealthy second-generation heir continued to mock. "How about we make a bet? Let's bet on whether I can afford a Rolls-Royce. If I can buy one, you call me daddy, and get the hell out of the dorm. If I can't afford it, I'll call you dad, and get out of the dorm." The rich heir hesitated for a moment. Why do both options disadvantage me? Then it suddenly hit me. Damn, playing word games with me. It seems you don't have any real skills. If you can't afford it, you'll have to call me daddy. Alright, it's a bet. You readily agreed. It was just a Rolls-Royce, after all. You could even buy the entire 4S dealership. "Let's go to the 4S store then. I'll kindly take you there," the rich second generation said, assuming a condescending tone, making the roommate nearby feel embarrassed. "No need, we'll just take a taxi with him." You pointed at another roommate. "I was afraid you'd run away." "You can run, but you can't hide," the spoiled rich kid said anxiously. "Besides, it's just a Rolls-Royce. Not even enough to be considered pocket money." You didn't take it seriously. You wouldn't buy a toy car, would you? That doesn't count. It has to cost at least 1,000,000 yuan minimum. The rich second-generation heir hastily added restrictions. You muttered under your breath, "Who do you think you're looking down on?" while maintaining a poker face, which in the eyes of the wealthy heir, it became a sign of cowardice instead. Sure enough, he's up to his tricks. The rich second-generation heir felt he had seen through everything. said proudly. You don't dare to bet. Call me daddy, and I'll forgive you. Are you out of your mind? Yu glanced at him disdainfully and walked out of the dormitory first. The rich second generation hurriedly chased after. Another roommate also followed out with a mentality of watching the spectacle. My car is parked outside the school, the entitled rich second generation said with arrogance. You didn't bother to respond, thinking to yourself, just a few stinking coins. Let him see what it means to spend money like water in a moment. Arrived at the off-campus underground parking lot, the rich second generation led the crowd to an Audi Q7. Patting the hood proudly, he said, "This is my car." Wow, a Q7, impressive. A woman's voice rang out, and everyone turned to look. There stood a glamorous woman with big wavy hair, wearing a leopard print leather skirt, red high heels, and heavy makeup. So, beautiful, do you like it? The rich second generation heir asked with a smile. I like it, can I go up and take a seat? The beauty said bluntly. Of course. The wealthy second generation's vanity is exploding with pride. Quickly opened the car door to show off. You muttered, to such a beauty with no self-respect. I'd rather admire from afar than get close. You turned and asked your roommate, what's your name? I'm Tian Bogwan, from the computer science department. Tian Bogwan? Good name. You praised. Yet his mind wandered to that lecture from the smiling, proud wanderer. This Bo refers to the uncle character, not the erudite one. Tian Bogwan quickly explained, when my parents named me. The TV series The Smiling, Proud Wanderer hasn't aired yet, it's purely a coincidence. I see. It dawns on you. The rich kid and the beauty in the front row heard the name. He also cast a glance at Tian Bogwan. It made him somewhat embarrassed, this name had caused him quite a bit of trouble. I'll call you Glasses. What's your name? You asked the rich second generation heir. My name is Galbo. My name is Aya. The voluptuous beauty took the initiative to introduce herself. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Gobwa, clearly hoping to latch onto this wealthy catch. Tian Bogwan was filled with envy at this. You paid no attention, while Galbo grew even more smug. The group soon arrived at the largest Rolls-Royce dealership in Ansheng. The cheapest car in the store costs over 5 million. Including taxes, the total price exceeds 5 million yuan. Welcome, are you here to buy a car? The receptionist greeted warmly. His gaze fell on Galbo and Aya, the handsome man and beautiful woman, with an outstanding temperament, looking like someone who buys cars. He came to buy a car. Galbo pointed at you. You're gazing at the luxurious decor inside the shop. Hearing this, they denied it. I'm not here to buy a car. So you admit defeat? Call me daddy. Galbo was overjoyed, firmly convinced you were just putting on an act. The receptionist and the arriving sales staff were both somewhat frustrated. Don't let bets interfere with doing business. Son, don't rush, I haven't finished speaking yet. You calmly patted Galbo's shoulder. Get your paws off. Do you know how much this outfit costs? What else do you want to say? Galbo angrily said, thinking you were trying to back out. I'm not buying a car, but I am buying the entire 4S dealership. You said slowly. What? Everyone was stunned by the entire 4S dealership? Are you crazy? The dozen or so cars in the shop are worth several hundred million yuan combined. It's just buying a store, why make such a fuss? Haven't seen much of the world. You didn't forget to criticize Galbo. You really dare to say such things, why not just buy the whole street while you're at it? Galbo sneered. Great idea. Not only were you not angry, but you also found it amusing. Everyone thinks you're bluffing. Aya even shot you a contemptuous glance. If you're broke, just admit it. But if you go around bragging, you'll make a fool of yourself and inevitably lose people's respect. Sir, if you have no business here, please return. We need to attend to our customers, the Rolls-Royce salesperson told Yuan. Get your boss over here. I want to talk to him. Sir, please stop causing trouble. Disturbing the boss's rest like this will cost me my pay. Go ahead and call him. Or give me his number, I'll speak to him myself. The boss's number is in that business card holder. You can look for it yourself. Yuan walked over, pulled a card from the holder, and dialed the number. Hello, who is this? A slightly magnetic voice of a middle-aged man came through the phone. Hello, boss. I'm interested in purchasing your Rolls-Royce dealership in Ansheng. Would it be convenient for us to discuss this in person? I'm currently at your store. That store isn't for sale. I can pay a premium price. Name your price. 2 billion. The price was pure extortion. Deal. Yuan agreed without hesitation. After all, money was blowing in like the wind, easier than that. At least picking up money in a strong wind required some effort. You're not messing with me, are you? The boss asked seriously. Cash transaction on the spot. Alright, wait for me. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Yuan saw several mouths wide enough to fit eggs. So anyone can swallow a fist as long as they're scared enough, Yuan muttered. Like the school beauty? Chapter 4. This isn't the script I imagined. You're really spending 2 billion on this 4S dealership? Tian Bogwang asked, propping up his jaw that felt like it was about to dislocate. Yeah. Yuan nodded. At that moment, Aya deliberately loosened her grip on Gao Bo's arm and leaned closer to Li Yuan. Compared to Gao Bo, the golden groom, Li Yuan was practically a gold mine. Watching Aya drift further away, Gao Bo felt a pang of defeat. But then he thought, maybe Li Yuan was just showing off. He probably didn't have the money. When the boss arrived and Li Yuan made some unreasonable demands the boss couldn't accept, they'd just walk away. Then he'd get to play the tough guy without spending a dime. That must be it. What a sly fox, Gao Bo muttered to himself. Soon the boss arrived. From the business card earlier, Li Yuan already knew his name, Xu Xiongfei. Who wants to buy my shop? Xu Xiongfei asked, then turned his gaze toward Gao Bo. Among the group, Gao Bo was the only one who looked like he had money. Expensive clothes, lotus glasses, an air of sophistication, clearly someone with deep pockets. Are you the one buying my shop? Xu Xiongfei inquired. Gao Bo pointed at Li Yuan. He's the one buying it. I've got nothing to do with it. I'm just here to watch him make a fool of himself. Ha! At Gao Bo's words, Xu Xiongfei sneered inwardly. Were these people trying to play him for a fool? Didn't they know where they were? He was a man who operated in both the legitimate and underworld spheres. Mr. Chu, I am the one interested in purchasing your establishment. Let's discuss it. Li Yuan stepped forward. The price I mentioned earlier, 2 billion yuan. Not a penny less. Originally, the 2 billion was just a figure he threw out casually, but since he felt these people were playing him for a fool, he decided to play them back. Starting with you, Li Yuan. 20 billion is no problem for me. Are all the documents in order? If everything's complete, let's sign the contract. I'll transfer the money to you. Li Yuan wasn't concerned about the money at all. This isn't how I envisioned the script unfolding. Gao Bo felt puzzled. Is he really going to buy it? Xu Xiongfei felt a twinge of hesitation. If Li Yuan could actually pull this off, the sheer power of someone who could cough up 2 billion in cash was beyond his imagination. He knew all too well the terrifying implications of such a figure. If you're serious about buying, I'll let it go for 1.5 billion. Xu Xiongfei voluntarily dropped the price by 500 million. It wasn't that he didn't want the extra 500 million, but rather that he wanted to befriend Li Yuan. The benefits that might follow could far exceed 500 million. Very well. I accept your sincerity. Let's sign the contract then, Li Yuan said after verifying the credentials. Truthfully, he wasn't the least bit worried about Xu Xiongfei pulling a fast one on him. With the system's modification capabilities at his disposal, changing a property owner was child's play. He could alter gender, even life or death, if needed. The contract signing went smoothly, leaving Gao Bo beside himself. This can't be happening. The script wasn't supposed to unfold like this. Could they actually know each other and be putting on an act? Gao Bo simply refused to accept that Li Yuan was wealthier than him. Aya had already moved closer to Li Yuan, practically draping her arm around his. Li Yuan neither refused nor hinted at refusal, leaving Aya unable to discern his true intentions. Through the system, Li Yuan transferred 1.5 billion yuan to Xu Xiongfei. This was the system's true power: instant transfers. If a bank had handled this, it might have taken ages to process. Mr. Li, it's been a pleasure doing business with you, Xu Xiongfei beamed inwardly upon seeing the bank notification. Not only had he made money, but he'd also befriended a hidden tycoon, possibly the scion of some mysterious clan sent out to gain experience. He couldn't afford to offend him. Regarding the Rolls-Royce dealership transfer, I'll need you to follow up on that. Also, I don't have a driver's license yet. You should have connections for that, right? Since Xu Xiongfei wanted to befriend him, Li Yuan felt no qualms about putting him to work. Rest assured about the paperwork, I'll handle it perfectly. The license is no problem, I can get it sorted within 2 days, Xu Xiongfei assured him, pounding his chest. Alright, I'll be heading out now. Call a driver to take me home. After all, without a license, I need to follow the law, Li Yuan said. The truth was he couldn't drive, but he was too embarrassed to admit it. But with the system's modifications, he wasn't worried about driving. He'd even be able to pilot flying cars in the future. No problem. Xu Xiongfei summoned an experienced driver. Li Yuan selected a Rolls-Royce Phantom, intending to ride back in it. Boguan, come on, join me, Li Yuan called out. Ah, okay. Tian Boguan finally snapped out of it, having been in a daze the whole time. Who would have thought that in this tiny dorm room, there were 2 guys this loaded? Li Yuan wasn't just rich, he was a god-tier tycoon, splashing out 1.5 billion yuan in one go. Tian Boguan couldn't even dream of such wealth. And he dressed plainly, without any airs, far more down-to-earth than that Gao Bo. Hey, you go back with Gao Bo. Seeing Aya eyeing Li Yuan's Rolls-Royce, Li Yuan stopped her. Young Master Li, I just want to ride in your car. I've never been in a Rolls-Royce before, Aya pouted. Most guys would have caved to that. Aya was undeniably charming. My car isn't worthy of you. You deserve something better, Li Yuan declined politely. He then signaled the driver to start the car. The Rolls-Royce Phantom rolled out of the dealership and sped away. Aya stomped her foot in frustration. By the time she tried to find Gao Bo, he had already driven off, leaving her behind. A bunch of stinking men, Aya muttered under her breath, forced to hail a cab back herself. Her car was still parked in the underground garage. Li Yuan, you're really something. What does your family do? Tian Buguang asked curiously. The Buddha said, it cannot be spoken of, Li Yuan replied mysteriously. Got it. Tian Buguang began spinning his own theories. He imagined all sorts of scenarios, rich heir, secretive clan, anything he'd read in novels came to mind. Even scenarios like a divine healer descending from the mountains or a war god returning to the world flashed through his mind. The Rolls-Royce was smooth as silk. Sitting in the back, Li Yuan felt no jolts whatsoever, and the seats were incredibly comfortable. No wonder it was a luxury car worth tens of millions. He'd heard that the interior of a Phantom required 18 cowhides, truly brutal. He took a bite of beef to steady his nerves. The car glided smoothly all the way to the off-campus underground parking garage. A luxury car worth tens of millions would be too conspicuous on campus, better to leave it outside. They could always drive it onto campus later to show off if needed. Li Yuan and Tian Buguang walked back to campus. Don't mention my business to anyone yet, Li Yuan cautioned Tian Buguang. If everyone knew he was rich, the people who associated with him wouldn't be genuine, most would just be after his money. That's why many rich kids pretend to be poor when making friends, it's the only way to find genuine companions. Got it, Tian Buguang nodded. What about Gao Bo? Won't he say anything? Tian Buguang asked. Him? He won't be back anytime soon. Do you really think he'd call me dad? He wouldn't go around bragging about something that embarrassing, Li Yuan replied. Yeah, you're right. Tian Buguang realized it made sense. Request updates, leave comments, send small gifts. Chapter 5, Campus Beauty. She visits the boys' dorm. When Li Yuan and Tian Buguang returned to their dorm, several guys were gathered around their room, peering inside. What's going on in our dorm? What's so interesting about a guy's dorm? Li Yuan wondered. No idea, Tian Buguang replied, equally baffled. They quickened their pace and hurried back. Upon reaching the door, they saw a man and a woman inside. The man was likely their new roommate. As for the woman, judging by her age, she didn't seem to be his mother. She was probably his sister or girlfriend. She was quite attractive, a real beauty, and was even helping make the bed, drawing envious glances from the guys. Excuse us, we're from room 306? Li Yuan and Tian Buguang pushed through the crowd to enter. You guys are from this dorm, right? I'm your new roommate, Du Ming. This is my girlfriend, Zhao Zijuan. Du Ming deliberately pulled his girlfriend forward for introductions, just to make everyone jealous. You guys are still single dogs, but I already have a girlfriend and she even helps out with chores. That was Du Ming's inner monologue. Man, I'm jealous. You got a girlfriend so fast, and she's pretty too. All the guys gathered around looked at Du Ming with envy. Did you two come to register on your own? No girlfriends tagging along? Du Ming asked in a distinctly cocky tone. What a jerk. Tian Buguang felt annoyed but couldn't help it, he was just a single guy. But Li Yuan couldn't stand Du Ming's smugness. My girlfriend couldn't make it, Li Yuan lied. What? Your girlfriend didn't come for such an important moment as your enrollment? Isn't that a bit unkind? Unlike my girlfriend Ziju, she's so gentle and considerate. Du Ming patted Zhao Zijuan's slender waist with an incredibly smug look. He looked like he was asking for a punch. Could it be your girlfriend's too ugly to show in public? Du Ming said with exaggerated expression. Will you ever shut up? Tian Buguang snapped, fully aware of Li Yuan's capabilities. With Li Yuan's wealth, he could have any woman he wanted. Zhao Zijuan might be pretty, but she was only on par with Aya from earlier and she was nowhere near as charming. So what if my boyfriend just said something? Du Ming, stop it. Isn't it normal for her not to be as pretty as me? If you keep this up, they'll just feel inferior. This Zhao Zijuan wasn't exactly a saint either. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Fine. Since you want to see, I'll bring my girlfriend over so you can get a good look. We'll see who feels inferior then. Li Yuan snapped, his anger boiling over. The consequences were severe. He pulled up Su Mitua's attribute panel in the system and directly set her intimacy level to 100. Well done, host. I love these forced seduction scenarios. Cut the crap. Getting Xi Mutong's number shouldn't be too hard for you, right? Li Yuan asked. No problem at all. Already sent to your phone. Wishing you two a healthy baby soon. Get lost. Li Yuan felt like kicking the system. Then hurry up and call her over to see. Zhao Zijuan said disdainfully. Li Yuan pulled out his phone. He hadn't upgraded it yet, it was a model from years ago. Though brand new, its design was a bit outdated, prompting snickers from Du Ming and Zhao Zijuan. Tian Buguang watched from the sidelines, silently shaking his head. A bunch of ants trying to shake a tree asking for embarrassment. In the art studio, Xi Mutong felt her phone vibrate. Comments, requests for updates, gifts, thank you. She pulled her phone from her lower pocket and saw Li Yuan's name on the caller ID. System intervention. Li Yuan's calling me. Great. Xi Mutong answered the phone with delight, not wanting to waste a single second. Hello, Li Yuan. Xi Mutong's voice was as gentle as flowing water, startling everyone else in the studio. When had campus beauty Xi ever spoken so softly? Who was she talking to? And who was this Li Yuan? Judging by the surname, it couldn't be her father. Could it be a boyfriend? Impossible. No one had heard that campus beauty Xi had a boyfriend. Going to the boys' dorm? Okay, I'll be right there. Xi Mutong hurried out of the studio after saying that. No way, campus queen Xi is going to the boys' dorm? Oh, no. Many skeptics followed behind, some even calling others to share this unfortunate news. So on Xi Mutong's way to the boys' dorm, a crowd trailed behind her from a distance. Xi Mutong's mind was completely occupied with Li Yuan. She had no time to consider the feelings of those watching her. Xi Mutong is so beautiful. Where is she going? Isn't that the boys' dorm building over there? I heard Miss Xi is going to the boys' dorm. Who told you that? It must be a rumor. Yeah, it must be a rumor. Whether they heard it directly or indirectly, everyone hoped it was just a rumor. Xi Mutong was every guy's dream girl. Even many girls secretly wished they could hook up with her. She truly captivated both genders. As Xi Mutong drew closer to the boys' dormitory building, everyone's mood plummeted. For guys to sneak into the girls' dorm, it was like climbing Mount Everest requiring makeup and disguises. For girls to enter the guys' dorm? Piece of cake. Holy crap, she's a goddess. She's too beautiful. Many boys in the dormitory felt like they were falling in love. Unfortunately, Xi Mutong didn't even glance their way, bounding up the stairs to the third floor. Excuse me. A cool, clear voice rang out. Though the voice carried a hint of chill, it was melodious like a lark's song. The group of boys gathered outside room 306 turned to look. Wow, what a stunning fairy. The crowd was so stunned by her breathtaking beauty that they froze in place. Make way, Xi Mutong said again. The group of boys finally reacted, scattering to make way. Xi Mutong quickened her pace and entered room 306. The moment Du Ming saw Xi Mutong enter, his eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined such a beautiful girl existed, far more stunning than any big star he'd seen on TV. Zhao Zijuan felt a pang of inferiority upon seeing Xi Mutong. It was like a firefly trying to outshine the moon. They weren't even in the same league. Li Yuan, I'm here. The instant she spotted Li Yuan, Xi Mutong's cool expression melted instantly, blossoming into a radiant smile. She transformed from an ice queen into a fiery goddess. This beauty is here to see Li Yuan, everyone gasped in unison. Lucky guy, Li Yuan. Is this the girlfriend Li Yuan mentioned? Impossible. A freshman and the sophomore campus beauty, how could they possibly have crossed paths? The boys who had followed Xi Mutong felt their hearts break. Their dream girl was actually smiling at someone else. Even some of the girls who had followed her showed signs of resentment. What gave this Li Yuan the right to be Xi Mutong's boyfriend? Several bold girls even ventured into the boys' dormitory. Is this your girlfriend? Du Ming stammered. Sort of? Li Yuan's reply reignited hope among the crowd. Could they be related? Chapter 6, The Campus Beauty Makes Your Bed, You're Blocking My Car. Like this outfit? Yes, I am your girlfriend. Li Yuan remained calm, but Xi Mutong was furious. Her face was filled with resentment as she glared at Li Yuan, leaving him at a loss for words. No wonder King Zhou of Shan was so obsessed with beauty he met Daji. And Xi Mutong was every bit as captivating as Daji. With one sentence, Xi Mutong extinguished the flickering hope that had just begun to rise in everyone's hearts. Oh no. If the school beauty Xi is pursuing a guy, what could he possibly have going for him? Am I not more handsome than him? Am I not wealthier than him? Why isn't Miss Xi mine? The crowd glanced at this flower-like handsome guy who could utter such down-to-earth words, feeling a wave of nausea. Fine, fine. You can be my girlfriend. Is that okay? Li Yuan surrendered. Xi Mutong nodded like a chick pecking at grain, as if afraid Li Yuan might change his mind. This 100 intimacy level was terrifying. Your bed isn't made yet, is it? Let me make it for you. Which bunk do you want? Xi Mutong asked dutifully. This one. Li Yuan pointed to a bed. Alright. Xi Mutong walked over, opened Li Yuan's backpack, and began making his bed. Everyone was stunned. Was this really the same aloof school beauty? How could she possibly do something so mundane as making a bed? You're supposed to be a celestial maiden. You shouldn't be making beds and folding blankets. Meanwhile, Du Ming and Zhao Zijuan felt like clowns, pushed to the sidelines as everyone's attention vanished from them. All eyes and thoughts were fixed on Xi Mutong as she made the bed. Even Du Ming couldn't take his eyes off her, thinking to himself, if only she were my girlfriend, how impressive she'd be to bring out in public. Someone once said, in truth, a woman is a man's face in public. Li Yuan watched Xi Mutong diligently making the bed and felt a surge of pride. Alright, everyone, clear out. We've got serious business to attend to. Seeing the crowd gathered outside the dorm room, all envious of Li Yuan, he felt his vanity greatly satisfied, but it was indeed unsightly. So Li Yuan quickly shut the door. Serious business? What serious business? It was broad daylight, for heaven's sake. Li Yuan couldn't just stand by and watch Xi Mutong make the bed alone, so he joined in, earning a sweet smile from her. The one who got hit the hardest here was actually Tian Buguang. Du Ming may have lost face, but at least he had a girlfriend. Tian Buguang, the single guy, was the one who took a 10,000-point critical hit. Heaven and earth, what kind of twisted roommates are these? One's a loaded playboy with a stunning girlfriend, another's a rich second-generation heir, and the third whatever his deal has got a girlfriend right at the start of semester, so he can't be too shabby either. Only he, a penniless loser, had absolutely nothing. Well, since we've met by fate and will be sharing this roof, I'll treat everyone to a meal, Du Ming proposed. He thought of a way to elevate himself, flaunting his wealth. Since he couldn't compete with them in girlfriends, he'd try competing with wealth. Maybe Xi Mutong would see him in a new light and become his girlfriend. Ming, where should we eat? Zhao Zijuan quickly chimed in, giving her boyfriend face. Let's go for a seafood feast. I heard a seafood restaurant has a great reputation, we should try it out. Du Ming declared. Li Yuan ignored him, and Xi Mutong certainly wasn't going to engage with another guy. Tian Buguang, unsure what to say, remained silent too. It won't cost much, just a few thousand yuan for a meal. I'll treat everyone, Du Ming boasted. Let's go to a street food stall instead, Li Yuan suggested to Xi Mutong. Sure, Xi Mutong readily agreed. As long as she was with Li Yuan, she was up for anything. Buguang, come with us, Li Yuan invited. Is that really okay? Tian Buguang shot a glance at Xi Mutong, a sly grin playing on his face. Li Yuan broke into a sweat. Although Xi Mutong was so clingy with him, that was largely due to the system's forced modifications, there wasn't much genuine emotion involved. It's fine. Just dinner, Li Yuan insisted. If Li Yuan didn't bring Tian Buguang, Du Ming certainly wouldn't invite him either. Leaving him alone would be too pitiful. Fine. Tian Buguang agreed. Eating at a street stall is so unsanitary. Zhao Zijuan complained. You gotta treat yourself right, Du Ming chimed in. You idiots, Li Yuan scolded them both before leading Xi Mutong and Tian Buguang out the door. Damn it, who are you calling a fool? You're just a broke asshole. So what if you have a pretty girlfriend? Can you even afford to keep her? Du Ming yelled after them. Xi Mutong's reappearance drew a crowd of students once more, and even Li Yuan became the center of attention. After all, he'd managed to snag the school's most beautiful girl. Mu Feng called the veteran driver, asking him to come back for another ride. Learning the veteran driver hadn't left at all but had been waiting nearby for Li Yuan's instructions, Li Yuan felt genuinely touched. Drive to the south gate of Anqing University, Li Yuan instructed. Hey guys, waiting for a ride? A BMW 5 Series pulled up in front of them, and Du Ming leaned out to ask. Need a ride? Du Ming asked smugly. A BMW 5 Series? What are you bragging about? You've clearly never seen the world, Li Yuan retorted. Some folks can't even afford a car yet look down on a BMW 5 Series. What's wrong with this world? Du Ming declared in an exaggerated tone. Zhao Zijuan joined in with a laugh. Get lost, you're blocking my car, Li Yuan snapped. Blocking your car? Du Ming glanced in his rearview mirror and saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked behind him. Ha ha ha, are you out of your mind? A Rolls-Royce is yours? You're killing me, Du Ming exclaimed, dramatically slapping the steering wheel. As if he'd encountered the funniest thing ever. The Rolls-Royce behind him honked several times, urging Du Ming to move out of the way. Faced with the Rolls-Royce's insistence, Du Ming dared not refuse. He obediently moved forward a bit to let the Rolls-Royce pass first. But the Rolls-Royce had no intention of passing at all. Instead, it came to a stop right in front of Li Yuan. A man stepped out and respectfully opened the door for Li Yuan. Buguang, take the front seat. Li Yuan and Xi Mutong took the back seats. The driver pressed the automatic door lock button, then jogged back to the driver's seat and drove away. As they passed Du Ming, Li Yuan caught sight of his gaping mouth and utterly stunned expression, a sight that was utterly hilarious. He actually owns a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Du Ming finally managed to utter after a long moment. He thought he was the chosen one on campus, but it turned out he was just a nobody. A freshman driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom? What kind of world is this? Du Ming began lamenting society's unfairness. Now was definitely not the time for him to show off or flaunt his wealth. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Chapter 7, Computer Genius, Hacker. So you're this wealthy? Xi Mutong whispered softly into Li Yuan's ear. Her warm breath tickled the hollow of his ear, sending a tingle through him. Nothing special, just ranked third nationally, Li Yuan replied with feigned modesty. What did you do before, Master Zhao? The driver's name was Zhao Changyang. I was in the military before. Didn't have any special skills, but I'm decent at driving, so I ended up as a driver, Zhao Changyang explained. Li Yuan pulled up Zhao Changyang's attribute panel. Name, Zhao Changyang editable. Age, 32 editable. Occupation, driver editable. Original occupation, Special Forces soldier editable. Combat rating, 75 editable. Who knew Zhao Changyang was a Special Forces soldier? Impressive. Driver Zhao, you'll be working for me from now on, Li Yuan said. All right. Zhao Changyang had been waiting for those exact words. It was an honor to drive for such a formidable figure. Just then, a McLaren zoomed past Li Yuan's car. McLaren, damn it! Li Yuan exclaimed. Then a GTR sped past. Wow, a GTR, holy crap. Wow, a BMW. What are you so excited about? Xi Mutong asked in confusion. Driver Zhao, please drive more steadily. I'm afraid they might scrape us, they can't afford the damages, Li Yuan said earnestly. Got it, boss. Zhao Changyang replied. Xi Mutong. Tian Boguang. Su Mutong, looking like a goddess, arriving at the street food stall stunned the crowd of diners. Especially when they saw she'd arrived in a Rolls-Royce, they couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap. Rolls-Royce to a street food stall? Is this how the rich play these days? Don't you know how to play the game? I'm eating the same food as the big shots. Rounding up, doesn't that make me one too? You sure know how to round things up. Your money looks just like mine rounded up, and suddenly your money becomes mine? What a twisted logic. The meal went by quickly. Though Xi Mutong was a girl, she wasn't the type to chew slowly and savor her food, she ate fast. From ordering to finishing the meal, the entire process took just half an hour. Then they headed back. Not encountering any thugs left Li Yuan somewhat disappointed. Sleeping on the bedsheets Xi Mutong had laid out, Li Yuan drifted off into dreamland. The next day? Upon waking, Li Yuan immediately upgraded his driving skills. From a complete novice, he instantly became a race car driver level expert, even capable of performing some extremely dangerous stunts. Having a system is so convenient it saves tons of learning time. Li Yuan thought happily. Today was the first day of school, and there was a class meeting scheduled. Why do I even need to go to school now that I'm this rich? Li Yuan sat up in bed, pondering the deeper questions of life. Li Yuan, hurry up. You're going to be late. Tian Boguang had already finished washing up. Only Tian Boguang and Li Yuan were in the dorm room now. Duming and Gao Bo hadn't returned last night. Oh. Li Yuan responded lazily, pulling back the covers and getting out of bed. After washing up, the two headed to the computer science department. Li Yuan and Tian Boguang were in the same department but different classes. Li Yuan was in class 1, while Tian Boguang was in class 2. You really are something else. Li Yuan said to Tian Boguang in a mysterious tone. Why do you say that? Tian Boguang wondered. Did he have some special talent he hadn't noticed? Because you're in class 2, not class 1, which sounds like ordinary in Mandarin. Li Yuan chuckled. Oh, come on, you're playing word games with me? See ya. Tian Boguang turned toward class 2. Let's see if there are any beauties in class 1. Li Yuan headed toward the class 1 classroom. He scanned the classroom entrance and felt disappointed. The computer science department really didn't have many women, let alone beauties. Though there were no beauties, everyone was gathered around one person, staring intently at their laptop and letting out waves of exclamations. What's going on? Li Yuan approached curiously and asked. This genius is participating in the Darknet hacking challenge. He's amazing, a student next to Li Yuan answered his question. The Darknet challenge. That was the shortened name for the Darknet hacking challenge. As a computer science major, Li Yuan knew all about it. This wasn't an officially sanctioned competition, and participants remained anonymous, battling online. Imposters were bound to be involved, but it didn't matter, there was no prize money anyway. It was all about the reputation. Through the crack, Li Yuan watched as the figure's fingers danced across the keyboard at lightning speed, typing out strings of code and launching an offensive against the opponent. After a prolonged battle, this final assault crushed the opponent swiftly, securing victory in the duel. South God is amazing. You're the coolest guy at Anqing University, shouted one of his devoted fans. That's a bit of an exaggeration. While his skills are solid, he's still a bit green compared to Dong Zhihui, the legend of Anqing University, someone countered, clearly unimpressed. The Dong Zhihui he mentioned was a legendary figure in Anqing University's computer science department. Many students had chosen to study computer science at Anqing University specifically because of their admiration for him. Not only had Dong Zhihui earned numerous computer science honors, but he also led Anqing University's department to defeat the computer science departments of Peking and Tsinghua universities, securing first place in the National University Computer Competition. He was even a key member of the Red Hacker Alliance, having targeted the United States. Li Yuan had chosen Anqing University's computer science department precisely because of Dong Zhihui. Dong Zhihui is undeniably formidable, but I will surpass him, just give me 1 year, declared the individual known as Nanshen. His real name was Chen Yuannan, an 18-year-old prodigy who had been exposed to computers since childhood. He had participated in numerous competitions, winning first place in most of them. He had once lost to Dong Zhihui, but believed the gap between them was negligible. Given a little time, he was certain he could surpass Dong Zhihui. How arrogant! You think 1 year is enough to challenge Dong Zhihui? Those who had just been praising Chen Yuannan turned on him the moment they saw him disrespect their idol. I believe it won't take me a year to surpass him. Facing everyone's skepticism, Chen Yuan not only refused to back down but grew even more arrogant. If you don't believe me, challenge me to a one-on-one. If you want to defend your idol, show some real skill. Otherwise, I'll only look down on Dong Zhihui even more. He deserves nothing but trash fans. Chen Yuannan's words ignited a storm of anger. Had the school's strict penalties against fighting not held them back, he would have been beaten to death on the spot. I'll take you on. Someone stepped forward. Fine, I never turned down a challenge, Chen Yuannan declared arrogantly. Chen Yuannan had every reason to be cocky. The first challenger was swiftly defeated. Li Yuan shook his head. The gap between them was too vast, they weren't even on the same level. Looks like I'll have to step in myself. Li Yuan thought to himself. Please comment, request updates, and support with donations. Chapter 8, The World's Absolute Top-Tier Hacker. After the first challenger retreated, the second stepped forward. This one possessed slightly better skills than the first. But he was defeated even faster than the first, because this time Chen Yuannan had employed a few more tricks. By then, Li Yuan had already completed his modifications. He had now become a top-tier hacker, the absolute best of the best. My turn, Li Yuan declared. Not another rookie, I hope? That'd be a waste of my time, Chen Yuannan sneered. If you can last 20 minutes against me, I'll admit defeat. Li Yuan fired back with a direct challenge. This guy's got swagger, but who knows if he's got the skills. Hope he doesn't end up eating his words. Win or lose, that line alone deserves a thumbs up. He looks pretty handsome. Doesn't seem like a pro. Does being good-looking disqualify you from being a pro? Remember Xiao Nai? The school heartthrob who was also a computer genius. True. Oomph. Big talk. Let's see what you've got under your belt. Chen Yuannan sneered coldly. Li Yuan sat down at his laptop, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he typed out strings of code. Man, I can't make heads or tails of this guy's code. Me neither, but he's definitely a whiz. Under Li Yuan's relentless assault, Chen Yuannan scrambled to patch vulnerabilities, desperately fending off the attacks. But the world's absolute top-tier hacker was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Soon, Chen Yuannan's defenses crumbled completely under Li Yuan's relentless assault. Got it. Job done. Li Yuan clapped his hands and stood up. Young man, don't ever think you're the best in the world. There's always someone better out there. Always stay humble, understand? Li Yuan seized the moment to show off. Now that's what you call a true master, never arrogant in victory, always humble. Absolutely incredible. He's my idol. That skill, I'd never seen anything like it. He's mine too. Absolutely incredible. I'd call him the hand of God. Just a few lines of code and he wipes the floor with his opponents. As these words of praise reached Li Yuan's ears, all he wanted to shout back was three simple words: don't stop. Meanwhile, Chen Yuannan still felt defeated. Having always held himself in high regard, he never imagined being utterly crushed by fellow freshman Li Yuan. This defeat stung even worse than his loss to Dong Zhihui. Who's better, you or Dong Zhihui? Chen Yuannan asked, his gaze locked on Li Yuan's eyes. All I can say is that Dong Zhihui is my idol, Li Yuan replied evasively. In terms of skill, Li Yuan undoubtedly surpassed Dong Zhihui now, but saying so would undermine the humble image he'd just cultivated. Besides, Dong Zhihui truly was his idol. After a brief flurry of discussion, the counselor arrived. The counselor was a woman, right? Why say that? Because she had a rather androgynous appearance, complete with a private airport. What's everyone discussing? Such a lively group, the counselor asked curiously. Our class has two computer geniuses, they're amazing, someone exclaimed excitedly, as if he were one of them. Oh? Tell me more, who are these two? The counselor perked up. She herself was deeply fascinated by computer technology and held great admiration and aspiration for these geniuses. Everyone pointed toward Li Yuan and Chen Yuannan. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Li Yuan quickly stood up and bowed his hands in a fist salute, his goofy side showing through. Chen Yuannan, however, remained aloof, merely nodding his head. After paying homage to the two tech whizzes, the counselor had the students introduce themselves to each other. The first day of school was just a class meeting to get everyone acquainted. School ended quickly. With nothing planned for the afternoon, Li Yuan decided to go buy a computer and a phone. His phone and computer had to be reliable because he needed them for gaming. His gaming skills could be a bit rusty, but he couldn't let his equipment be the reason, otherwise his mindset would crumble. He called Zhao Changyang to pick him up. Zhao Changyang arrived quickly. He'd been hanging around nearby the whole time, truly dedicated. Seemed like it was time to find him a place to stay nearby. Even if he wasn't picking up Li Yuan, it could be handy for other rides. Head to the mall, Li Yuan instructed. Got it, boss. Zhao Changyang then pulled out a driver's license and handed it to Li Yuan. Mr. Chu had someone deliver this. It's your license. That was quick. Li Yuan took it and glanced at it. Not bad, not bad. He was now a licensed driver too. A large shopping mall was located near the university town, and the two arrived quickly. Security guards hurriedly moved the barriers aside when they saw a Rolls-Royce pull in. Such luxury cars were rare here, as the mall primarily catered to college students. When the guard saw Li Yuan, a student, step out of the Rolls-Royce, he was stunned into disbelief. No need to be so shocked, the car's fake. Seeing the guard's stunned expression, Li Yuan teased him deliberately. Fake? The guard snapped back to reality and began circling the car to inspect it. Li Yuan shook his head with a smile and headed into the mall. Alright, stop staring. Our boss was just messing with you. This is the real deal, Zhao Changyang said, rolling down his window to address the guard. Such a young boss? Impressive. The security guard felt like he'd been born under a dog's sign. Why was the gap between people so vast? Li Yuan had already decided on the model before coming. He visited the physical store just to test the feel. So he made his purchase quickly. He didn't go for the super expensive phones, just a flagship model around 6-7K. For his laptop, he splurged on a higher-end model. While it couldn't match a desktop's performance, its portability was unbeatable, perfect for snuggling under the covers with headphones on to watch movies. The laptop cost over 20,000 yuan, boasting performance far superior to many standard desktops, more than capable of running demanding PC games. When Li Yuan emerged holding his phone and laptop, he spotted Zhao Changyang looking gloomy as he took a call. What's wrong? Li Yuan asked as he approached, just as Zhao Changyang hung up. My cousin accidentally bumped into some rich kid's luxury car and got detained by their crew. He just called me for help. Boss, I'll drop you off first, I need to head over there, Zhao Changyang explained. No way, take me with you. Li Yuan said with interest. The scenario of a group of rich kids bullying an honest person was something he'd only seen in movies, never encountered in real life. Well, Zhao Changyang hesitated. What? Don't you trust your own skills? Li Yuan countered. Yes. Zhao Changyang said firmly. Alright, let's go. Li Yuan had checked Zhao Changyang's attribute panel and noted his loyalty rating was 80, already exceptionally high. That's why he wasn't worried Zhao Changyang would pull any fast ones on him. Please comment, request updates, and support with donations. Chapter 9, leaving you breathing nothing but exhaust. Zhao Changyang drove Li Yuan out of the city toward the suburbs. Had Li Yuan not checked with the system that an 80 loyalty rating was fairly reliable, he wouldn't have dared to go. Soon they arrived at Wolf Mountain Territory, a haven for underground racers where groups frequently gathered for illegal street races. After driving a bit further, Li Yuan spotted a group gathered around a cluster of sports cars. Whoa, a Rolls-Royce just rolled up, a group of dyed-haired rich kids shouted, clearly unimpressed. Boss, stay in the car for now, Zhao Changyang instructed. He opened the door, stepped out, and walked toward the opposite side. Where's my brother, Bin? Zhao Changyang demanded. He's here, a young delinquent girl with streaks of red in her hair waved toward the back. Not bad. A few people walked over with a young man in tow. It was Zhao Changyang's cousin, Bin. What are the terms? Zhao Changyang asked. I hear you're a skilled driver. If you can beat my guy in a race, your cousin Bin's debt is forgiven. Otherwise, you pay us 2 million yuan for damages, the young delinquent girl declared arrogantly. She seemed to be the leader of this group of rich kids, likely backed by some serious family connections. The young woman had sent a professional race car driver to compete. Though retired, his skills were formidable. Zhao Changyang had been a special forces soldier, so his driving skills were solid. But racing against a professional? He wasn't confident. Specialized skills are specialized skills. This was the guy's bread and butter. As the saying goes, don't challenge my livelihood with your hobby. I'll race for him, Li Yuan declared as he stepped out of the car. Boss, it's dangerous. Zhao Changyang shielded Li Yuan. You? A mere kid, can you even drive? The street girl instantly looked down on Li Yuan, seeing he was younger than her. In terms of looks, Li Yuan held his own, but this was about driving skills, not appearance. Whether I can drive or not, we'll find out in the race. If I win, you let him go. If I lose, I'll give you 5 million. Li Yuan declared loudly. Seriously? Some of the rich kids across the street were tempted. Though they owned luxury cars, it didn't mean they had unlimited funds. 5 million yuan was a huge temptation. My car is right here. If I lose, it stays as collateral. You recognize this, right? A Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth over 10 million. Li Yuan said casually. Boss, how's your driving? Zhao Changyang whispered. Just average, Li Yuan replied, his words sending a chill down Zhao Changyang's spine. But it'll be more than enough to handle him, Li Yuan added. Why did Zhao Changyang feel so uneasy about this? Fine, you race him then, the young delinquent girl decided. This greenhorn clearly had no skills, yet he wanted to race against a professional driver. He'd probably end up not even catching a whiff of the exhaust. A free 5 million yuan? Count me in. Lend me a car, and we can start the race anytime, Li Yuan said. You can borrow my car, the young delinquent girl offered. What kind of car do you have? Li Yuan asked. A Ferrari F430, the young rebel pointed to her beloved car. Li Yuan looked over. It was a bright red sports car with a highly distinctive design that instantly caught the eye. Though an entry-level Ferrari, its performance was still exceptional, priced at over 4 million yuan with a top speed of 320 km/h. Okay, Li Yuan agreed. But I have a condition: I want to ride in the passenger seat and watch, the young rebel girl stated her demand. Oh, Li Yuan was slightly taken aback. Fine. After a moment's thought, he agreed. The race driver was piloting a GTR sports car, whose performance rivaled the Ferrari F430. On rugged mountain roads like Langshan, skill mattered more than the vehicle itself. Upon closer inspection, Li Yuan noticed the young woman had striking features, though heavily concealed by dramatic smoky eyeshadow and bold lipstick, making her natural appearance nearly unrecognizable. How can someone your age afford a Rolls-Royce? And that guy even called you boss. What kind of company do you run? The young rebel girl asked Li Yuan curiously. Me? I run a car dealership, Li Yuan replied casually. A dealership that sells luxury cars, the young woman pressed. You could say that, Li Yuan replied noncommittally. Just then, the race was about to begin. Li Yuan smoothly shifted into gear. As the starting flag dropped, both cars shot forward. The initial acceleration phase determined who had the faster car. In this regard, the Ferrari F430 held the advantage and surged ahead. But the rich kids weren't worried at all. This driver was a medalist with top-notch skills. He was practically their mentor. They were confident they could catch up and overtake the Ferrari F430 within just a few turns. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. Li Yuan's top-tier driving skills surpassed even those of legendary world-class racers, let alone this domestically decorated driver. With a flurry of hands and feet, Li Yuan executed a rapid and dazzling maneuver. The car traced a perfect S-curve, drifting through two adjacent turns without slowing down. Holy crap, what kind of skill is that? He's not human. Watching Li Yuan's breathtakingly flawless drift through real-time drone footage, the rich kid's adrenaline surged, igniting a surge of excitement within them. Whoa! Whoa! So intense. The driver in the GTR, who had been confidently planning to overtake through the corner, nearly crashed into the mountainside in shock upon witnessing Li Yuan's flawless execution. Holy, is he possessed by a racing god? The driver, drenched in cold sweat, resumed acceleration. But by the time he cleared the curve, the Ferrari F430 was nowhere to be seen. This time, he couldn't even catch a whiff of the exhaust. Wah, wah, wah. After Li Yuan's god-tier drift, the little tomboy hadn't stopped screaming in excitement. Can you please stop screaming? My eardrums hurt, Li Yuan finally snapped. You're too cool. I just can't handle it. The young girl now acted like a spoiled tea ceremony master. Not the kind that eats bunnies. Stop. We're racing here, not driving. Li Yuan quickly cut her off. That voice was way too sweet. Okay. The young girl nodded like a garlic press, obediently complying. Li Yuan maintained an extremely high speed, never slowing down unless it was an especially sharp turn. His dazzling maneuvers had the young girl beside him utterly mesmerized, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Soon, Li Yuan reached the summit of Wolf Mountain. He opened the car door, stepped out, and waited for the racer to arrive. Holy crap, this guy just smashed the record. 20 minutes and 15 seconds, a full 5 minutes faster than the old record of 25 minutes and 47 seconds. That's insane. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire group of rich kids erupted in excitement. They seemed to have witnessed a god. A racing legend. Chapter 10, Conquering the Rich Kids, dubbed God Yuan. Just moments ago, some looked down on him, dismissing him as too young. Now look, this is what a genius looks like. This is what a racing god looks like. Instantly transformed into a devoted fan, someone spoke up in Li Yuan's defense. No one dared to argue. Faced with such an awe-inspiring figure, they were utterly convinced. So the boss is this incredible? Truly a mysterious man. Zhao Changyang was equally astonished. Several minutes later, the GTR finally reached the mountaintop. The moment the driver stepped out, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Li Yuan in respect. Master. The driver's sudden address nearly startled Li Yuan. Why call me master? I can't accept that you're so much older than me, Li Yuan hastily declined. The accomplished become teachers. Your driving skills surpass mine. You're more than qualified to be my mentor, the driver replied sincerely. I have no intention of taking on apprentices, Li Yuan refused again. His driving skills were directly granted by the system. He could drive with finesse, but he didn't understand the underlying principles. Besides, he had no intention of taking on a disciple. Master the racer was playing the sympathy card now, tears welling up in his eyes. Cut it out. What's your name? Li Yuan asked. My name is Zhonghui. Wang Zhonghui. You'll sit in the passenger seat later and watch me work. How much you grasp depends on your own ability, Li Yuan stated. Yes, thank you, master. Wang Zhonghui was clinging to Li Yuan now. Don't call me master. I don't take apprentices. Li Yuan had no interest in a free apprentice. What about me? The young delinquent protested. She still wanted to stay with Li Yuan. You know how to drive, don't you? Then drive yourself, Li Yuan said coldly. No way. I want to stay with you, the young delinquent girl protested. I don't like girls who don't listen, Li Yuan said sternly. Fine. The young delinquent was completely defeated by Li Yuan's words. Li Yuan climbed into the GTR and sat in the driver's seat. Just as he was about to start the engine, he heard the young delinquent girl call out, "My name is Chu Zixuan. Remember to wait for me at the foot of the mountain, okay?" Li Yuan waved at her and floored the accelerator, speeding off. Oomph. How dare he leave me behind when I'm this adorable? Chu Zixuan muttered indignantly. But when she caught sight of her own heavy smoky eye makeup in the rearview mirror, she couldn't help but chuckle at herself. Looks like it's time for a change. Another stolen image, phantom thief kid. Wang Zhonghui watched Li Yuan's dazzlingly fast movements without blinking, afraid to miss a single detail. He wished his eyes could become cameras, recording every single movement. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Wang Zhonghui exclaimed inwardly. Soon, they arrived at the foot of Wolf Mountain. The moment Li Yuan stepped out of the car, he was met with enthusiastic cheers from this group of rich kids. They were all speed freaks at heart, not really bad guys. They'd brought Aben here because they'd heard his cousin was a skilled driver and wanted to test their skills against him. And make some money on the side. Can we release him now? Li Yuan asked the rich kids. Release him. Abing walked over and stood beside Zhao Chengyang. Had a blast today. If you guys ever need a ride, hit me up. I'm Li Yuan at Ansheng University. Or you can call him, Li Yuan said, gesturing toward Zhao Chengyang. That rush of speed and excitement was truly addictive. No wonder so many people loved street racing. Li Yuan was hooked too. Got it, God Yuan, a rich kid shouted. It sounded like a video game. Let's go. Li Yuan waved and climbed into the Rolls-Royce. Take care, Yuan God. This time, a chorus of rich kids shouted in unison, their voices booming. They're actually quite adorable, Li Yuan murmured to himself, watching the group of wealthy second-generation youths outside who treated him with utmost respect. Only after Li Yuan and his group had driven far away did Chu Zixuan descend from Wolf Mountain. Where is he? Chu Zixuan demanded loudly upon seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom vanish. He's gone, one of the rich kids replied. Who let him go? I don't even know his name. Chu Zixuan stomped her foot in frustration. His name is Li Yuan. He attends Ansheng University, someone replied. So he's from Ansheng University. Oomph, you won't escape my grasp, Chu Zixuan clenched her fists and chuckled evilly. Chengyang, what does your cousin do? Li Yuan asked on the way back. Oh, him? He's a private detective, handling trivial matters, Zhao Chengyang replied. Young Master Li, I've got some skills myself. Maybe you could use an extra pair of hands? Aben volunteered. A private detective. Sounds good. Find more people and set up a big team to handle intelligence gathering. I'll cover the funding. Li Yuan wanted to establish an intelligence organization and perhaps even a paramilitary force to handle matters unsuitable for overt action. Young Master Li, rest assured. I won't let you down, Aben assured him. I'll give you 1 million yuan in funding to get the team up and running, Li Yuan said. Thank you, young Master Li, Aben replied gratefully. After dangling the million yuan carrot before Aben, Li Yuan observed his loyalty rating climb from 60 to 70. Not bad. Li Yuan silently nodded to himself. As the car pulled up to the school, Li Yuan transferred the 1 million yuan to Aben before stepping out, boosting his loyalty by another 2 points. Chengyang, rent an apartment near the school. It'll make work more convenient, Li Yuan instructed. Got it, boss. When they returned to the dorm, only Tian Buguan was present. Cao Bo and Du Ming, likely embarrassed in front of Li Yuan, hadn't come back. They had money too. Renting or buying a place outside was no problem for them, so whether they returned to the dorm or not didn't matter. Back already? Didn't go on a date with campus beauty Xi? Tian Buguang teased. Get lost. We're just regular friends, Li Yuan replied nervously. Boyfriends and girlfriends are friends too, you know. Just getting to know each other, Tian Buguang said with clear understanding. Enough about that. Women only mess with my win rate. I'm starting a game. Li Yuan dodged the topic. On the way, he'd already downloaded the game using mobile data, a game called Honor of Kings. Li Yuan's gaming talent was average, but he leveraged the quick reflexes typical of young people and played reasonably well. He was around diamond or star rank. This time, however, the system had it in for him. He lost several matches in a row, what players called a losing streak. Winning streaks and losing streaks were common occurrences in the matchmaking system. Winning streaks were tolerable, but losing streaks made him want to uninstall the game. He felt like smashing his phone. Instead of smashing his phone, Li Yuan decided he wanted to acquire Timmy Studios. Truly the mark of a deep-pocketed tycoon. As for whether Timmy would sell, Li Yuan wasn't the least bit worried. He simply changed the name of the major shareholder. Mr. Ma, we'll be meeting soon. Li Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. Chapter 11, Strolling the Exhibition Center with Campus Beauty Xi, Encountering Unscrupulous Vendors. Li Yuan tossed his phone aside and went to sleep. The next day, Li Yuan assigned a task to Aben, have the team acquire shares of Penguin Group, especially those scattered overseas. Boss, Penguin Group is a golden goose. Those shareholders won't sell. Aben said with some hesitation. It might be easier if it were a heavily indebted company, but Penguin Group was known for its exceptionally high profit margins. Then offer a high price. 1 trillion, 2 trillion buying a little of their stock isn't unreasonable, is it? Li Yuan said casually. 1 trillion. 2 trillion. Aben gasped, nearly biting his tongue in shock. Boss, you're so rich. Aben exclaimed. It's just pocket change. Go negotiate. If they absolutely refuse to sell, I have my own ways, Li Yuan replied. He preferred to resolve matters with money rather than use his modification attempts. After all, he only had 2 per day. Besides, the shareholding structure at Penguin Group was messy, with numerous major, minor, and third-tier shareholders. Modifying the situation would require several modification attempts, and Li Yuan was reluctant to use them up. Money was infinite anyway, spending it freely posed no problem. As for inflation? That wasn't an issue, the system would balance it out. Some wealthy individuals might be in for a rough ride, their fortunes could vanish in an instant. After assigning the task to Aben, Li Yuan received a WeChat message from Xi Mutong. She mentioned her upcoming art exhibition and asked him to accompany her to view the venue. What a talented woman. She could easily rely on her looks, but she insists on showcasing her skills, Li Yuan marveled. To hold her own exhibition as a sophomore, how impressive. After arranging to meet at the Oncheng Art Exhibition Center, Li Yuan hurried over. Li Yuan was dressed in his usual plain attire, while Xi Mutong wore a sharp, professional outfit. Her gray blazer with gold trim, paired with a gray-blue pleated skirt and beige heels, made her look like a professional woman. You look stunning today, Li Yuan complimented. I'm glad you like it, Xi Mutong replied happily at his compliment. Seeing Xi Mutong's stunning beauty, perfect figure, and gentle demeanor toward him, Li Yuan felt deeply pleased. The only slight drawback was that with her 12-centimeter heels, Xi Mutong stood at 184 centimeters tall, towering over Li Yuan. This made Li Yuan feel a bit diminished. For someone as image-conscious as Li Yuan, this was unbearable. He immediately adjusted his height in the system. He changed his original 176 centimeters to 185 centimeters. He didn't go too high, though, as that would make daily life inconvenient and look awkward when they stood together. After Li Yuan adjusted his height, the system automatically resized his clothes and shoes and altered others' memories accordingly. For instance, in Xi Mutong's memory, Li Yuan had always been 185 centimeters tall. Now standing side by side, they were nearly the same height, perfectly harmonious. This handsome man and beautiful woman pairing drew countless eyes. Men stared intently at Xi Mutong, and women stared intently at Xi Mutong. It was breathtaking. Then she noticed many men having their ears tugged by women, who demanded to know why they'd been ogling other women. I swear I wasn't staring, one man protested. Your eyes are practically glued to her. How could you not be staring, the woman retorted. I wasn't peeking. I was looking right at her, he declared before scrambling away. This is infuriating, the woman chased after him, creating a rather harmonious scene. Li Yuan and Xi Mutong walked for a while before arriving at the stall Xi Mutong had booked online. This isn't right. Xi Mutong checked the stall number and said angrily. What's wrong? Li Yuan asked. I booked an 80 square meter space online, but this doesn't look anywhere near 80 square meters, Xi Mutong stated. Li Yuan surveyed the entire space. It was only about 50 square meters, nowhere near 80. Let's ask the staff if they mislabeled the stall number, Li Yuan suggested, unwilling to lose his temper before getting to the bottom of things. Okay. Xi Mutong nodded and began searching for the person in charge of this section. After asking around, they finally located the person in charge, a 30-year-old man named Yi Tianming. The moment Yi Tianming saw Xi Mutong, his gaze turned unsettling, almost as if he wanted to devour her. It was reminiscent of a psychopathic killer, the kind seen in movies and TV shows who abuses women. Yi Tianming's terrifying gaze flashed only briefly, but the system captured it. Warning, this individual is an extremely dangerous subject exhibiting severe mental illness. Severe mental illness? Then why isn't he locked up? Li Yuan asked the system in confusion. This individual derives pleasure from sadistic killings, a pervert. He appears normal under ordinary circumstances, making his condition undetectable. So he's targeting Xi Mutong? Li Yuan's eyes turned icy. Daring to set his sights on his woman? This guy really doesn't know when to quit. Manager Yi, why does my store list as 80 square meters online for reservations, but now it's only about 50 square meters? Xi Mutong inquired. Miss Xi, the actual usable area excludes common space. The online listing refers to gross floor area, which is different, Yi Tianming explained calmly. What shared space could possibly account for 30 square meters? This is outright fraud. Xi Mutong exclaimed angrily. The original 80 square meters was just right. Now, with 30 square meters less, many paintings wouldn't fit and the cramped space would make it inconvenient for guests to view the art. What would be the point of holding this exhibition then? Miss Xi, you can't say that. Common areas like hallways, elevators, and fire exits all need to be apportioned to the storefronts. If you want 80 square meters of actual usable space, you could choose our 120 square meter storefront. Yi Tianming maintained his harmless smile, speaking calmly and deliberately. But his words were utterly infuriating. Including hallways, elevators, and fire exits in the shared space calculation? That was truly something only humans would do. Xi Mutong and Li Yuan weren't short on money, but this whole situation was downright infuriating. Who made this rule? Li Yuan stepped forward, towering over Yi Tianming. At 175 centimeters tall, Yi Tianming was a full head shorter than Li Yuan. Sir, you wouldn't be thinking of hitting me, would you? Assault is against the law. Yi Tianming said calmly. But a bloodthirsty gleam flashed in his eyes. Killing both of them would be incredibly satisfying. Yi Tianming thought to himself. I won't hit you. I just want to know who came up with this shameless common area rule. Li Yuan asked, equally calm. Our boss made it. Yi Tianming replied. Your boss? Ha! I don't recall ever setting such a rule. Li Yuan challenged. Just moments ago, he had transferred all ownership rights to his name. The boss had already changed hands. You? Who the hell are you? Yi Tianming sneered. You'll find out soon enough, Li Yuan replied with a cold smile. Li Yuan pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and said, Come over. I'm at shop C5. Please comment, request updates, and show your support. Chapter 12, Going for Hot Pot, Encountering a Rogue Playboy. The general manager of Anqing Art Exhibition Center was sorting through information in his mind. The owner had changed, now it was a young student. As he pondered why the previous owner had sold the Anqing Art Exhibition Center, a call came in. The caller ID displayed the new owner, Li Yuan. Before he could speak, the new boss instructed him to go to shop C5. Oh no, the new boss must be having a conflict with one of the employees. Damn it, I hope this doesn't drag me into trouble, General Manager Qiaoyi cursed under his breath. He hurried out of the general manager's office and rushed to shop C5. Sir, no matter who you're looking for, rules are rules. If you want a larger space, you can choose a bigger storefront. Yi Tianming remained calm and collected, showing no signs of anger or impatience. In everyday life, Yi Tianming was perfectly ordinary, even appearing mild-mannered and never easily flustered. But who would have guessed he was a cold-blooded psychopath? Li Yuan learned from the system that Yi Tianming was the perpetrator of 2 murders. His crimes were executed with such precision that the police had yet to trace them back to him. I don't want to talk to you. Wait for the person to arrive, then you can speak with them, Li Yuan said indifferently. Qiaoyi soon arrived, breaking into a jog upon seeing Li Yuan. Good day, boss. I'm Qiaoyi, the general manager here, Qiaoyi said, bowing deeply in respect. New boss, new rules. Qiaoyi feared the new boss might replace him, making it difficult to find another job. Low-level employees didn't matter, they could find work anywhere. But not every company needed a general manager. The word boss startled everyone nearby. So young, and he's the boss here? How impressive. What kind of background does his family have? I hear the hallways, elevators, and fire exits are all counted as part of the shared space for storefronts here. Li Yuan said coldly. Well, boss, I'll change that rule immediately. What it should be is what it will be. We absolutely cannot deceive consumers, Qiaoyi hastily assured him. At this critical juncture, making excuses was useless. Swift action was the only way forward. Exactly. We must run this place with integrity. Get rid of all those messy, outdated rules. If I catch you doing this again, you and Manager Yi can both pack your bags and leave, Li Yuan declared. Manager Yi, our temple is too small to hold a deity like you. It's best you seek opportunities elsewhere. Who'd have thought you'd become the new boss here? Impressive. The company is yours now, I have no say. But we'll cross paths again someday, perhaps we'll meet once more. Yi Tianming still wore his harmless smile, showing no sign of anger on his face. But the coldness in his eyes was something only he understood. We'll definitely cross paths again. We're in the same city, you can't walk down the street without bumping into each other. Li Yuan had no intention of letting Yi Tianming off the hook. A psychopathic killer, how could he possibly let him off the hook? Manager Qiao, call the tenants renting our shops. Tell them we'll refund them based on the actual square footage they've occupied, Li Yuan instructed. Sure thing, boss. Qiaoyi naturally had no objections, after all, it wasn't his money. I won't hold this incident against you this time, Li Yuan threatened, but if I catch you pulling any more underhanded tricks, you won't get off easy. Carrot and stick, the tried and true method for winning people over. Thanks, boss, Qiaoyi hurriedly replied. Alright, you can go now. Li Yuan waved his hand, dismissing Qiaoyi. I never imagined you were the owner here. Tell me, how much else have you been hiding from me? Xi Mutong's clear eyes studied Li Yuan with curiosity. I just bought this place recently. I hadn't gotten around to telling you yet, Li Yuan replied casually. Xi Mutong didn't press further, merely uttering an "oh" before letting it go. Let me find you a good spot. How about near the escalator exit? Lots of foot traffic. Li Yuan gestured ahead. But that's way too big. Xi Mutong followed his gesture and saw the space was easily 200 square meters. If you're going to use it, use the best spot. My people shouldn't be stingy, Li Yuan declared decisively. All right. Blushing at Li Yuan's domineering attitude, Xi Mutong nodded in agreement. Looks like I'll need to prepare more paintings. Xi Mutong thought to herself. It's noon. Let's grab lunch. What do you feel like eating? Li Yuan asked. I heard the spicy hot pot is pretty good. Why don't we try that? Xi Mutong suggested longingly. Do all girls love spicy hot pot? Li Yuan muttered under his breath. What did you say? Xi Mutong genuinely hadn't caught it. Never mind. Hot pot it is then, Li Yuan said. Don't you want hot pot? We can get something else instead, Xi Mutong suggested, sensing from Li Yuan's tone that he wasn't keen on the idea. Not really. Let's just go for the spicy hot pot then, Li Yuan said. Okay, Xi Mutong replied cheerfully. Stepping out of the convention center, Li Yuan followed the map's directions to a hot pot restaurant. From the pictures, the place looked pretty big. To reach it, they had to cross the street. Just as Li Yuan and Xi Mutong stepped onto the crosswalk to head across, a Lamborghini suddenly honked its horn. The sudden noise startled Li Yuan, as the car was too close. Then the window rolled down. A dandy with slicked back hair whistled lewdly at Xi Mutong. He added, Hey, beautiful, wanna come hang out with me? Uncle could tolerate it, but Auntie couldn't. Li Yuan lunged forward to confront him, but the playboy sneered with contempt as he approached, mockingly saying, Try touching me. You'd work your whole life and still couldn't pay for it. Before the words had even faded, a resounding slap landed squarely on the playboy's cheek. You hit me. You actually hit me. The playboy was stunned. He was used to bullying people and no one ever dared defy him. He never expected to run into a tough nut like Li Yuan today. I'll run you both over. Rage clouded the young master's mind, and he tried to steer the car toward Xi Mutong. Li Yuan swiftly grabbed the rich kid's hair, yanking his head toward the car window. It hurts. It hurts, the rich kid screamed in agony. He dared not drive anymore, the immense force could easily rip his scalp off. Get out, Li Yuan ordered, one hand still yanking the playboy's hair as he pulled open the door with the other. After dragging the young master out, Li Yuan delivered a swift kick. In full view of everyone, Li Yuan didn't go all out, he just gave him a simple lesson, leaving him with nothing more than a few scrapes. Seeing that Li Yuan was unharmed, Zhao Changyang didn't come over. This spoiled rich kid truly had no fighting prowess. After taking a few blows from Li Yuan, he dared not brag anymore, only managing to groan. Let's go. Spotting someone taking photos, Li Yuan signaled their retreat. The young master glared hatefully at Li Yuan and Xi Mutong's retreating figures before scrambling into his car and speeding off. As he drove away, he habitually spat out a threat, you just wait. Li Yuan turned and flipped him off. New book, Seeking Support. Chapter 13, Making the Rich Kid Eat His Words. There was nothing unusual about eating hot pot. It was just that the diners in the restaurant had never seen anyone as beautiful as Xi Mutong, and their eyes kept drifting over this way. This spicy hot pot is pretty tasty, Xi Mutong remarked, chewing on a meatball. Yeah, it even boosts your fighting power. Li Yuan quipped. What kind of stamina? Xi Mutong clearly hadn't caught on to the internet meme about the 6 yuan hot pot. Nothing. Li Yuan dropped the subject. Those who get it, get it. No need to spell it out. While Li Yuan and the others ate their spicy hot pot, the beaten playboy didn't choose to call the police. Instead, he dialed a number belonging to someone called Third Brother. Young Master Lu, what brings you to call me? San Gu answered. Third Brother, I need your help. Get me some men. I need to cripple someone. Once it's done, I'll reward you handsomely, young Master Lu said through gritted teeth. Oh, so someone had the misfortune to cross young Master Lu? Rest assured, with me, Third Brother, on the case, I'll make sure it gets done. Third Brother assured him. Where are they now? What's their background? San Gu asked. At a hot pot place across from the Anqing Art Exhibition Center. Looks like a student, Lu Xiao replied. Alright, I'll send a few brothers over immediately. Hearing the words hot pot and students, Third Brother instantly relaxed. What kind of background could students eating spicy hot pot possibly have? Little did he know, this was precisely the case of heaven offers a path, but you refuse to take it, hell has no gate, yet you force your way in. Li Yuan and Xi Mutong finished their hot pot and stepped out of the shop just as a group of men approached, looking menacing. They're here for us, Li Yuan stated with certainty. I'll handle it, Xi Mutong said, eager for a fight. You? Li Yuan asked doubtfully. Don't underestimate me, I've trained, Xi Mutong declared smugly. Martial arts? Are you sure it's arts and not dance? Li Yuan inquired. My mom is a Wing Chun master. I've been training since I was a kid, Xi Mutong declared proudly. Alright then. Li Yuan had no further objections. Last time, Li Yuan hadn't examined Xi Mutong's stats closely. Now he saw her martial arts stat was a whopping 65, far stronger than his own 40 as an ordinary person. Fortunately, he could modify her martial arts stat. Once he bumped it up to 100, handling Xi Mutong would be a breeze. You won't escape my grasp, little girl. No need for you to intervene. I've already made arrangements. Li Yuan stopped Xi Mutong. Although Xi Mutong's combat strength was higher than the opponent's, they outnumbered her. Plus, they might be hiding daggers. Xi Mutong was wearing a pleated skirt and high heels, making it hard for her to fight effectively. The odds were stacked against her, and she could easily get hurt. To be safe, Li Yuan texted Abin to bring reinforcements. Abin and Zhao Changyang had already recruited several men, all ex-soldiers whose quality was beyond reproach. That's him. The playboy Lu Xiao returned, accompanied by 3 of his men. Bro, if you know what's good for you, come with us. Otherwise, no one can guarantee you won't be missing an arm or a leg. A punk with dyed yellow hair, a toothpick clenched between his teeth, threatened Li Yuan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just 5 guys? And you think you can threaten me? Li Yuan sneered. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 burly men closed in from all sides, surrounding the 5 blonde-haired thugs. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Seeing the imposing men, the blonde-haired guy started to back down. Now you know it's a misunderstanding? Not when you wanted my arms and legs earlier? Get him. At Li Yuan's command, 7 or 8 ex-soldiers charged forward. Seeing there was no escape, the blonde-haired guy fought back desperately, but he was no match for them and was quickly beaten to the ground. Sing Conquest. Li Yuan slapped Lu Xiao on the head and roared. Big brother, I don't know the song. Lu Xiao felt like crying. He never imagined he'd come here only to get beaten up. Who knows it? Teach him now. Every minute wasted means more beatings, Li Yuan ordered. Seeing this, Yellow Hair quickly moved closer to Lu Xiao and whispered in his ear, "This is how you conquer me." Huang Mao sang a line, and Lu Xiao repeated it. Finally, after Lu Xiao finished singing, Li Yuan let him go. After all, it was just a minor spat, not a life or death grudge. If you're not satisfied, come find me. My name is Yi Tianming. I live in Holiday Community, Li Yuan said, patting Lu Xiao's cheek. Holiday Community was indeed where Yi Tianming lived. No way, no way. Young Master Lu wasn't about to talk tough now. Let's go. Li Yuan waved his hand, and the group strode off behind him, radiating sheer dominance. So handsome, murmured an unsuspecting girl by the roadside, captivated by Li Yuan's heroic bearing. Li Yuan and Xi Mutong returned to campus, walking side by side, a sight that broke countless hearts among the lovesick students. Su should be mine. How dare Li Yuan win her heart? I refuse to accept this. Why should she be yours? Xi Mutong is mine. What are you two arguing about? Can you win Miss Xi over with just words? What's your brilliant idea, buddy? Show her how outstanding you are, of course. Make her look at you with newfound respect. Pfft, that's old news. Got any constructive suggestions? Nope. How about some drugs? Holy crap, are you out of your mind? Of course I'm not crazy. I'd have you take it so I could play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Damn it, let's beat him up. After dropping Xi Mutong off at the girls' dormitory building, Li Yuan headed back. Mutong, you two are moving way too fast. You're practically inseparable now, teased her roommate Li Na. We just went to see an exhibition and had dinner. It's not as fast as you think, Mutong said wistfully. Sounds like you're hoping for more, huh? Li Na asked curiously. When had the campus beauty Xi Mutong ever looked so pensive over a guy? Li Yuan was the first. Did he give you anything? Li Na asked. No, Xi Mutong replied casually, not taking it seriously at all. How can that be? Look at those seniors and juniors, they're giving you cars, giving you apartments. Li Yuan gives you nothing. If a man won't spend money on his woman, he just doesn't love you, Li Na declared indignantly. How can you judge feelings between two people like that? Does giving you something really mean they love you? Xi Mutong disagreed with this view. A man giving you things doesn't necessarily mean he loves you, but if he doesn't give you anything, he definitely doesn't love you. Li Na held this belief firmly. That's your opinion, but I disagree. Let's take a break. I need to head to the studio soon. Xi Mutong didn't want to discuss this further with Li Na. It was pointless. Their differing views didn't need to be reconciled, everyone lived their own way. Li Yuan returned to the dorm and used his hacking skills to set up a virtual phone call to the city's criminal investigation division. He claimed to have identified the real culprit behind the recent dismemberment case that had shocked the entire city and said he had photos of him. The city police squad was immediately agitated upon hearing this. Please comment, request updates, and support with tips. Chapter 14, Cousins Livestream, Cousins Full Support. Anqing City was abuzz with 2 recent dismemberment cases, drawing intense public and media scrutiny that put immense pressure on the police department. Learning of a lead on the real culprit, they were pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. How can I be sure you're telling the truth? Asked Xingfeng, captain of the city's criminal investigation division. You can investigate. I'm confident you'll find clues. The photos have been sent to your email, Captain Xingfeng, along with the current coordinates of the real culprit. Li Yuan had hacked into Yi Tianming's phone, enabling real-time tracking of his location. How did you know my email? Xing Feng asked in surprise. For a hacker, this is no big deal. Goodbye, Captain Xing. Li Yuan ended the conversation. Have you located this person yet? Xing Feng asked the technical staff beside him. The entire technical team shook their heads. The target's capabilities are too advanced. We can't track him at all. Let's check the photo first. Xing Feng opened the email. Sure enough, there was a photo inside, along with a real-time location display. This guy's too skilled. He must have hacked the target's phone to make it constantly send location data, the technician understood at a glance. But pulling that off? Not so simple. No matter how skilled he is, his actions are already illegal, Xing Feng stated. The team then began analyzing Yi Tianming's movements over recent days using the photo. Sure enough, the detectives uncovered a crucial flaw. On the day of the incident, Yi Tianming had been out of the house. The criminal investigation team then conducted a series of inquiries and evidence collection, uncovering some clues. As the investigation deepened, Yi Tianming's suspicion grew stronger. He was eventually arrested by the police. Faced with the evidence, he confessed to the murder without hesitation. Yi Tianming was apprehended before he could harm Li Yuan. But that's all water under the bridge now. Back to the present, after calling the police station, Li Yuan sat down at his computer to watch a livestream. Unlike most wealthy viewers, he didn't watch the female streamers because he knew few were genuine. All that beauty filters and editing when he used his hacking skills to see the streamers' true appearances, he nearly threw up. Beauty filters are truly harmful, Li Yuan sighed. So now he only watched technical streamers for honor of kings. Of course, he also enjoyed streamers who could cook or crack jokes while gaming, like Xian. He had transitioned from watching skill-focused streamers to entertainment-focused ones. As he scrolled through streams, Li Yuan suddenly froze, staring blankly at the live feed. Isn't that my cousin? How did she become a gaming streamer? This cousin was his aunt's child, the same age as him, just 2 months younger, and they'd grown up playing together. When they played house as kids, his cousin even said she wanted to marry him when they grew up, and he had wholeheartedly agreed. But as they grew older, they learned that marriage between close relatives was forbidden. Still, their relationship remained as close as ever. Her name was Du Ningxuang, and she had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Watching her on the livestream, Li Yuan was certain she wasn't using any beauty filters. All borrowed from readers. Thanks to the readers. Poor guy, Li Yuan muttered after watching for a while. Only 200 people in his stream, and his gameplay is absolutely terrible. I was about to counter-kill him just now, but his teammates were right behind him. This isn't my fault. Du Ningxuang stuck out her cute little tongue playfully as she shifted the blame. Streamers who suck just suck, yet they refuse to admit it. Talk about a duck's mouth, a comment teased. With your skills as a streamer, you'll never make ends meet. If you switch to dancing, singing, showing off your shoulders, or rocking a deep V-neck, you'd be a huge hit. Someone offered advice. But I can't dance or sing, Du Ningxuang replied. What's so hard about that? Those female streamers don't know how either. All you do is wiggle your hips, shake your butt, and wave your hands around a bit, that's it. The key is to show some skin, got it? No way. I'll stick to gaming. Du Ningxuang refused outright. What a waste of such beauty. We're all broke, can't afford to shower you with gifts. At least let us send you some free ones. Thanks, Du Ningxuang replied gratefully. This is too pitiful. No way, I gotta cheer my cousin on. Li Yuan couldn't stand watching anymore. How could his own cousin be in such a miserable state? First, he topped up 100 million. With the system in place, it went through instantly, no need for individual transactions, saving both time and effort. Cousin, get ready for your cousin's barrage of gifts, Li Yuan said with a smirk. Gifts, let's go. Star, you're the best. Sent 1 golden dragon. Star Master, you're the best, sent 1 golden dragon 2. Star, you're the best. Sending 1 golden dragon 3. Each golden dragon is worth 10,000 yuan. The gift effects reverberated across the entire streaming platform. Viewers from other live streams, seeing gold dragons being gifted, rushed in to grab the money. The number of viewers in Du Ningxuang's livestream rapidly surged, quickly surpassing 20,000. As Li Yuan continued to make generous gifts, the audience kept growing. Star, you're the best. Sending 1 golden dragon 100. Holy crap, who is this guy? Such a big spender, dropping 100 golden dragons straight away? Just like that, 1,000,000 yuan gone. So generous. Does Star even need more accessories? I could give him some. This streamer is pretty too, though her outfit's a bit tacky. No wonder the big spender's so generous. Seeing so many gold dragons being gifted, many streamers rushed in to check out the room. Their arrival drew even more viewers, pushing the live stream's audience past 100,000. One more round, cousin, catch this. Li Yuan started gifting again. Star, you're the best. Sent 101 gold dragons. Star Lord, you're the best, sent 1 golden dragon 102. Star Master, you're the best, sent 300 golden dragons. Another 2 million worth of gifts sent out. Duning Shuang was at a loss for words, having already expressed her gratitude countless times. Other streamers were green with envy. This was clearly a personal gift, not from a guild, meaning the streamer actually got to keep the money. Unlike guild gifts, all show no real payout. 3 million yuan split evenly with the platform meant the streamer pocketed 1.5 million. Even after taxes, that's still over $1 million. Earning millions overnight, impressive, crass. Star, you're the best. Thank you for your generous gift. Is there anything you'd like in return? Duning Shuang asked, both thrilled and nervous. She was terrified he might say he wanted her. She certainly didn't want to get involved with a stranger online. No requests. You seemed kind of pitiful, so I wanted to support you. You deserve better, Li Yuan typed back. Holy crap, this guy is so generous. He casually tips 3 million yuan without asking for anything in return. Big bro, I'm pitiful too, support me. Bro, I can serve tea and water, do laundry and fold blankets, cross-dress, and even get gender reassignment surgery. This guy doesn't have to be so ruthless, does he? He's really blown my mind. Chapter 15, Taekwondo Club President challenges Li Yuan. Duning Shuang refused to sell herself, but plenty of female streamers were more than willing to offer themselves up. Several streamers sent Li Yuan private messages, offering to strike any pose, let him choose their outfits, adjust their voices, and set the pace however he liked. They even left their WeChat IDs for him to add them. Li Yuan had no interest in these eager suitors who knew how many hands they'd been through. Duning Shuang also sent Li Yuan a private message, expressing her gratitude. Silly girl, Li Yuan chuckled, keeping his true identity hidden. With us being what we are, what's there to thank me for? Just focus on your live streaming and stick to your boundaries, Li Yuan advised. Okay. Duning Shuang felt this guy was too considerate. If she didn't already have someone special in her heart, meeting him might have made her lose her guard. I'm off. Good luck. Li Yuan signed off. The live stream went quiet, no more gifts were being sent, and those scrambling for red envelopes had left. Still, quite a few viewers remained. Duning Shuang's follower count skyrocketed from 20,000 to 150,000. And it was still slowly climbing. The live stream audience hovered around 2,000 viewers, a significant improvement from the previous 200. To retain viewers steadily, she needed both traffic and a unique selling point. Aben, how's the acquisition talks with Penguin Group going? Li Yuan asked. South African media is aggressively reducing its stake in Penguin Group right now, perfect timing for us. But Ma Zone holds the right of first refusal, and they're repurchasing shares too, Aben explained. Since we don't have priority rights, we'll crush them on price. They offer $1, we offer $2. I refuse to believe South African media would pass up guaranteed profits, Li Yuan declared boldly. That's the perk of having unlimited funds. Understood. South African newspapers is currently considering it. If feasible, they'll sell at least 10% of Penguin Group's shares, Aben replied. Good. Keep following up. Oh, and here's another task for you, acquire the Shanglong live streaming platform. The Shanglong live streaming platform Li Yuan referred to was the very platform where Duning Shuang worked. To shield his cousin from corporate interference, he was becoming the corporation himself, protecting her from within. Got it, boss. As a child, I always believed money could solve anything. Growing up, I realized I was absolutely right. After playing 2 rounds of games, Tian Buguang returned. Li Yuan, someone's challenging you, Tian Buguang called out the moment he walked in. Challenge? Li Yuan was baffled. What was going on? Check the school intranet, the challenge letters posted there, Tian Buguang explained. Li Yuan opened the campus network and found the pinned post, indeed, a challenge letter. Li Yuan, dare you face a duel like a man? Whoever loses must stay away from the campus beauty. The bold, red highlighted title made it clear the poster was still bitter about Li Yuan winning Xi Mutong's affection. Clicking the link, Li Yuan began reading. The challenger was Kim Min-un, president of the Taekwondo Club, a tall, imposing figure whose speech always carried a distinct Kimchi accent. Rumor had it he'd spent time in Korea as a kid, hence the pickle accent and the pickle-inspired name. Scanning the comments below, Li Yuan noticed they weren't overwhelmingly supportive of Kim Min-un. People generally disliked kimchi and didn't eat it often. The most common comment was for them to fight it out until both were beaten to a pulp. Sigh, I never thought my popularity would be this low just a few days into the semester, Li Yuan sighed. Women, truly the harbingers of disaster. But Li Yuan didn't care in the slightest. He posted a reply directly, I accept your challenge. But if you lose, you have to run 30 laps around the school track while shouting, I'm a dog. And you have to make sure your voice is loud enough. Li Yuan actually accepted the challenge that takes guts. While I don't care for Kim Min-un's arrogant attitude, his skills are undeniably strong. Men care about their pride. Even if he can't win, he'll at least make a good impression on campus beauty Xi. If he backed down right away, wouldn't that make him look like a coward? Makes sense. So that's what Li Yuan was planning. Li Yuan's reply instantly ignited the thread, sparking a flurry of discussions. Most people didn't think Li Yuan stood a chance since they didn't know his true strength, but Kim Min-eun's name carried serious weight at Anqing University. Xi Mutong also sent him a voice message, her voice filled with anxiety as she pleaded with him not to act impulsively. Relax. You think you're the only one who practices martial arts? I'm no slouch either, Li Yuan declared confidently. What? You know martial arts too? Xi Mutong exclaimed in surprise. She'd never seen any signs of it before. Could he have achieved a state of returning to simplicity? Impossible. How old could Li Yuan be? Only the older generation could reach that level of mastery. Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson. How dare he covet my campus beauty? Li Yuan teased. Yeah, beat him up. Then I'm all yours. No one else gets to covet me. To her surprise, Xi Mutong was unexpectedly bold, declaring her feelings to Li Yuan. All right. Li Yuan nodded with a smile. Jin Minen, with your half-baked martial arts, you dare challenge me? Tomorrow, I'll show you what the pinnacle of combat prowess truly means. Half an hour later, Jin Minen replied, accepting Li Yuan's wager. Li Yuan immediately replied, meet at the Taekwondo club tomorrow. After a night of buzz, word spread like wildfire across half the school. Crowds gathered early at the Taekwondo club to secure seats. The first thing Li Yuan did upon waking was modify his combat power from 40 to 100, instantly reaching the human master level. Are you really confident? Tian Boguang asked anxiously, despite Li Yuan having assured him multiple times. That little Kim Min-eun? Ridiculous. Just wait till I beat the crap out of him today, Li Yuan declared with brimming confidence. If he couldn't handle a mere Jin Min-en with 100 combat power, he might as well find some tofu and make mapo tofu instead. Still dressed casually in comfortable clothes, Li Yuan strode boldly and confidently toward the Taekwondo club. The area was already packed with people, at least a few hundred. Upon seeing Li Yuan arrive, they began murmuring among themselves. Xi Mutong had arrived too. Everyone parted to make way for her, giving her full goddess treatment. Go for it. Xi Mutong pumped her tiny fist at Li Yuan, utterly adorable. Li Yuan affectionately patted her head. This wave of sweet interaction dealt a massive critical hit to those around them, drowning everyone in a flood of love. Damn it, this is too cruel for us single folks. Jin Min-eun watched the scene, his eyes bloodshot with fury, vowing to beat Li Yuan into the hospital. Noticing Kim Min-eun's bloodthirsty glare, Li Yuan glanced over and gave him a crooked smile. When Black Brother smiles, life hangs in the balance. When Li Yuan smiles, limbs are at risk. The contest hadn't even begun, yet the tension was already thick in the air. Please comment, request updates, and show your support. Chapter 16, The little gangster followed him to school. Li Yuan, agreeing to duel me is the biggest mistake you'll ever make in your life, Kim Min-eun threatened. Those words are just as much for you, Li Yuan retorted. Since you don't know when to quit, don't blame me for being ruthless, Jin Min-en roared angrily. You talk way too much. Don't you know villains die from talking too much? Li Yuan snapped impatiently. Ah! Jin Min-eun bellowed, planting her feet and launching a flying knee strike straight at him. Facing Li Yuan's combat prowess of 100, Kim Min-eun's measly 60 combat strength made him look utterly useless, moving as if in slow motion. Smack! Li Yuan twisted his body effortlessly, dodging Kim Min-eun's knee strike. A resounding slap landed squarely on Kim Min-eun's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Kim Min-eun scrambled to his feet, utterly embarrassed, his face burning with pain. Come on! Li Yuan beckoned with a taunting flick of his finger. Ah! Kim Min-eun yelped again. Do all Taekwondo guys like to yell? He swung a roundhouse kick toward Li Yuan's waist. Li Yuan caught Kim Min-eun's leg with one hand, yanking him forward. Kim Min-eun lost his balance and stumbled forward. Li Yuan delivered another resounding slap to Kim Min-eun's face, this time to the right cheek, after the previous one to the left. Now it's symmetrical, Li Yuan remarked, leaving Kim Min-eun mortified. So Li Yuan is this formidable? Handling Kim Min-eun with such ease, he's incredible. Did you notice? Li Yuan didn't even move his feet. He wasn't using his full strength at all. He was just toying with Kim Min-eun. I thought Kim Min-eun was unbeatable at Anqing University, but it turns out someone's even more formidable than him. Li Yuan, I love you, a bold senior girl shouted out loud. Everyone turned to see who dared to compete with campus beauty Xi for a man. The sight shattered their hearts once more. It turned out to be none other than the former campus beauty queen, senior Wu Meishue. Wu Meishue was hardly inferior to Xi Mutong. Her beauty scored a solid 97, just 2 points below Xi Mutong's, and she surpassed her in allure. Today, she wore a black lace gown with Balenciaga thigh-high stockings. A pair of high heels would have completed the look perfectly. Li Yuan, I love you. Seeing senior female students shouting at Wu Meishue, the others weren't about to be outdone. It's like drought kills the dry, and flood kills the wet. That was the collective thought of the male students. On stage, Li Yuan flamboyantly waved at the senior female students, eliciting waves of screams. This is too much. Kim Min-eun was furious beyond belief. Li Yuan clearly didn't take him seriously at all. This time, he planned a sneak attack. Without warning, he launched a flying kick at Li Yuan, who had his back turned. But Li Yuan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He deftly sidestepped the kick, grabbed Kim Min-eun's waist in midair, spun him around, and slammed him hard onto the ground. Cough cough. The brutal impact left Kim Min-eun reeling, disoriented, and unable to tell east from west. You're as weak as a reed, Li Yuan added, rubbing salt in the wound. Li Yuan, you're the strongest. Li Yuan, you're the best. A crowd of senior female students cheered, their excitement bordering on ecstasy. Don't forget to run 30 laps around the field while shouting I'm a dog, Li Yuan reminded him, kicking Kim Min-eun on the ground. What a pathetic little shrimp heart. Li Yuan then leaped down from the combat platform and approached Xi Mutong. Xi Mutong pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed at sweat that wasn't even there. This public display of affection nearly sent the crowd into a frenzy again. Hello, Li Yuan, I'm Wu Meishue. The senior campus beauty was indeed bold, daring to greet Li Yuan right in front of Xi Mutong. Xi Mutong shot Wu Meishue a murderous glare. This was the classic rivalry between women. Hello, Sister Shui. Though Li Yuan sensed Xi Mutong's hostility, he couldn't ignore someone who was greeting him. Nothing serious, just suddenly interested in you and wanted to get to know you. Wu Meishue shot Xi Mutong a peculiar glance before turning and walking away. This senior is quite interesting. Li Yuan thought to himself. With just that one sentence, she had firmly seized the upper hand. Was she trying to compete with Xi Mutong for Li Yuan? Who could say? A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. After having dinner with Xi Mutong, Li Yuan headed to the classroom. As soon as we entered the classroom, the counselor walked in, leading a stunningly beautiful young woman. Who's that? She's gorgeous, the boys in the class exclaimed excitedly. Let me introduce everyone to our new classmate, Zhu Zixuan. She arrived a few days late due to family matters. Please give her a warm welcome, the counselor announced. Hearing she was a new student, many boys grew even more excited, clapping wildly until their hands turned red. Only Li Yuan felt puzzled. That name sounded so familiar. Wasn't she the little delinquent girl from the street racing incident the other day? Li Yuan looked closely and sure enough, she still had traces of that rebellious girl about her. Who knew that without all that wild makeup, she was actually quite pretty, a solid 98 out of 100 in looks. Zhu Zixuan scanned the room and spotted Li Yuan. She flashed him a gentle smile. Truly a smile that could captivate a city. She smiled at me, the guy behind Li Yuan said, feeling pretty pleased with himself. Get real, she was smiling at me, countered the guy next to him. Oomph, I'd say you're the one with no shame. Hearing their exchange, Li Yuan's lips curled slightly. A girl who casually drives a Ferrari? Would she ever notice you guys? She was smiling at me, damn it. Li Yuan thought smugly. Alright, find a seat, the counselor said after Zhu Zixuan's brief introduction. Zhu Zixuan started walking toward Li Yuan's direction. Hey, she's coming this way. Could she be sitting in the same row as me? The two clueless guys behind Li Yuan grew even more excited, convinced they were the chosen ones. But in the end, dreams remain just dreams. Under everyone's hopeful gaze, Zhu Zixuan walked over to Li Yuan and sat down. Now, those hopeful gazes turned into glances of resentment. It was Li Yuan again. A man who inspired both love and hate, envy and jealousy. What brings you here? Li Yuan asked. With connections, getting into a university is a piece of cake, Zhu Zixuan replied casually. Li Yuan realized she was right. If he donated a few $100 million to the school, they'd hand him a diploma without a second thought. I've got some news about a limited edition supercar. Want to hear it? Zhu Zixuan said mysteriously. Oh, tell me about it. Li Yuan perked up. While Rolls-Royces were luxury cars, they weren't suited for speed. With his top-tier driving skills, Li Yuan naturally craved a high-performance sports car. To celebrate their 110th anniversary, Bugatti created a one-of-a-kind supercar called the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, which translates to the black car. The only one in the world. Li Yuan was intrigued. Please comment, request updates, and support with tips. Chapter 17, the world's only Bugatti supercar belongs to Li Yuan. Exactly, the only one in the world. Here are photos of the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Take a look. Zhu Zixuan pulled out her phone and opened a set of photos in her gallery. Li Yuan took the phone and examined it. The entire car was black, crafted entirely from carbon fiber. Its streamlined silhouette was stunning, featuring massive air intakes that radiated pure aggression. Bugatti. A truly formidable machine. Power-wise, it boasts 1,500 horsepower, peak torque of 1,600 Nm, and 6 exhaust pipes. Though not the most powerful in the Bugatti lineup, its status as the world's sole model of its kind outshone all other Bugatti series. I'm buying this car. Li Yuan declared confidently. This car is priced at 1,100 euros. Are you sure you want to buy it? Zhu Zixuan deliberately tested Li Yuan. How could I possibly pay 1,100 euros? We don't have any international reputation, so let's not be stingy on the price. He quoted 1,100 euros, I'll offer 2,000 euros. Li Yuan declared in his typical big spender style. This wasn't Li Yuan being a sucker. Think about why Bugatti launched this one-of-a-kind car. First, to commemorate their 110th anniversary. Second, to boost their reputation. Selling it to an unknown versus a global superstar, which would create more impact? The answer is obvious. Rumor has it Cristiano Ronaldo bought it. Li Yuan was trying to get Bugatti's attention by offering a premium price. But what if they still refused to sell even with a higher offer? Xu Zixuan hadn't expected Li Yuan to be such a big spender and was teasing him a bit. Then I'll just buy Bugatti outright. Haven't they been saying Volkswagen wants to offload their biggest money pit lately? Li Yuan said casually. Acquire Bugatti? Li Yuan seemed indifferent, but Xu Zixuan was stunned. Just how deep were Li Yuan's pockets? He talked about acquisitions as casually as buying a cabbage. It's not that much money. Bugatti's market value is only a few billion, right? Seriously, is that even human speech? Xu Zixuan gave Li Yuan a thumbs up, acknowledging his impressive strength. They knew each other? Does that mean we still have a chance? The other students saw Xu Zixuan and Li Yuan whispering together. Clearly they knew each other and suddenly felt there was still hope. Can't all the good stuff go to Li Yuan? Even if you bought Bugatti, this car might not be yours. Xu Zixuan's words snapped Li Yuan back to reality. Right, acquiring a foreign company wasn't something that could be done in a few days, especially with how slow foreign bureaucracy was. By then, this dark wine-colored beauty might already be sold. Sigh, looks like I'll have to use my editing ability again. Li Yuan thought to himself. He'd been planning to max out his looks to 100. With all his female friends boasting scores above 97, his own 85-point appearance felt downright embarrassing. But for the sake of his beloved sports car, women would just have to take a back seat. System, can you pull up the specs for this Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse? Li Yuan asked the system. It's a bit too far away. Is that impossible? Should I go abroad? Li Yuan felt a bit disappointed. No need to go abroad. Just find me a few more websites to study, and I'll pull up the specs for you. Damn it, didn't I already give you several? Li Yuan hadn't expected the system to be so stingy. I've already reviewed them all. Any new ones? I'll use my hacking skills to find some. Hurry up and pull up the attribute panel for the black wine. Li Yuan sighed helplessly. What can you do when you're stuck with such a stubborn system? Got it. The system displayed the attribute panel for the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Model, Bugatti La Voiture Noire modifiable. Maximum horsepower, 1,500 horsepower modifiable. Peak torque, 1,600 Newton meters modifiable. Engine, 16-cylinder quad turbocharged engine modifiable. Owner, Bugatti modifiable. Honestly, you could just grab any old vehicle and tweak it to fighter jet speeds. It's just that the number of modifications needed is too high, making it uneconomical. Li Yuan mused. For now, he'd focus on crucial upgrades. Once there was nothing left to modify, he could try out this silly idea. Create a car with fighter jet speed. After transferring all ownership rights to himself, the car would belong to him. In a few days, it would be shipped from abroad to China. Bugatti would just have to swallow the loss of a hefty sum plus the shipping costs. But it didn't matter. Li Yuan would repay them. He'll acquire Bugatti. Li Yuan secured advanced automotive technology for China, while Bugatti gained substantial R&D funding. A win-win situation. After finishing a class, Li Yuan left the classroom. The teacher's lessons were too simplistic and utterly humorless. He'd nearly dozed off listening. Seeing Li Yuan stand up and walk away, Xu Zixuan hurried after him. I'm a pig too, so why don't I get any cabbage to root around in? Some male classmates grumbled. Because you're a lazy pig. Li Yuan, on the other hand, is a rich, handsome, and successful pig. Why are you following me? Li Yuan asked Xu Zixuan. Teach me how to drive fast. Xu Zixuan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan realized her eyes were truly beautiful. Even though she'd been wearing heavy makeup that day, those eyes had left an impression on him. Sure, when I have time. Faced with such a cute, pretty, and slightly spoiled beauty, Li Yuan found it hard to refuse. If she'd been dressed like that delinquent girl the other day, it would have been a different story. Okay, it's a deal. Xu Zixuan didn't press him further, showing good sense of boundaries. Hey, Ah Bin, what's up? On his way back, Li Yuan received a call from Ah Bin. Boss, the South African newspaper group has accepted our offer. We can proceed with the signing. They're willing to transfer 15% of their shares, Ah Bin said excitedly. Great. What price did we settle on? Li Yuan asked curiously, though he wasn't genuinely worried about the cost. Acquiring 15% at a 6 trillion yuan valuation, 900 billion yuan, Ah Bin stated. That's the highest market cap price for Penguin Group. They didn't ask for much. You did a great job this time, Li Yuan praised. Only 900 billion? Li Yuan had expected it to cost 1-2 trillion. Li Yuan's praise made Ah Bin feel a bit embarrassed. His boss was the one willing to spend the money. He hadn't really done much himself. The negotiations didn't feel like acquisition talks at all, more like a show of strength, letting South African media name their price. South African media didn't hold back, doubling the offer outright given Penguin Group's current market cap was more than half its peak value. To his surprise, the other party agreed without hesitation. Upon learning of Li Yuan's generosity, Old Ma also relinquished his right of first refusal. Have the South African newspaper group sign the contract discreetly, Li Yuan instructed. Don't make it public knowledge. Understood, boss, Abing replied before heading off to communicate with the other side. With a 15% stake, Li Yuan became Penguin Group's second largest shareholder, while South African newspapers remained the largest. Old Ma only held 8.63% of Penguin's shares. Though not chairman, Old Ma still held operational control. Barring major missteps, his position remained secure. Chapter 18, Chance Encounter with Wu Meishuet at the mall. The next day, Li Yuan finally had the chance to max out his appearance stats. He went all in, pushing them straight to 100. And thus, a handsome man emerged. Li Yuan, you look even more handsome than yesterday, exclaimed Tian Buguang. He didn't sense anything amiss, for the system had already altered their memories. Being handsome is just normal for me. Li Yuan wasn't the least bit modest. With a 100% look score, there's no need for modesty. After washing his face and finishing his meal, Li Yuan received another piece of good news. Shanglong live streaming platform, where his cousin Du Ningxuan worked, had agreed to the sale. All that was left was for Li Yuan to sign the papers. Cousin, your old man bought a whole company for you. How are you gonna repay your old man? Li Yuan muttered to himself. The CEO of Shanglong Live would personally come to finalize the contract, so Li Yuan wouldn't have time to attend. The CEO flew in that morning and finalized the deal that afternoon, a clear sign of Shanglong's urgency. This urgency stemmed from the tough landscape for streaming platforms. The top-ranked platforms all had major capital backing them. Shanglong Live was only a mid-tier platform, stuck in a somewhat awkward middle ground. Things were manageable when live streaming first took off, but now it's tough to make a name for yourself. Li Yuan didn't mind either way. He wasn't relying on this for income anyway, he was just here to protect his cousin. The signing is this afternoon. Maybe I should get a watch to look the part? Li Yuan mused. They say the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Sure, it's probably just a marketing ploy cooked up by watch-selling capitalists, but since it's already ingrained in people's minds, why not embrace it? The rich care about appearances, after all. Zhao Chengyang led him to Ansheng's largest luxury mall, where Li Yuan headed straight for the watch section on the third floor. But on the escalator, he spotted a familiar figure, none other than yesterday's flamboyant senior, Wu Meishuet. She seemed to be arguing with another woman. The woman across from her looked furious, and there was a man trailing behind her. Worried that Wu Meishuet might be at a disadvantage with a man involved, Li Yuan sprinted down the escalator. Wow, so handsome. The phrase described not only Li Yuan's good looks but also his agile movements. What agile moves? As Li Yuan approached, he heard the woman across from him hurling insults. You fox spirit. Flirting with men all day long, and now you're trying to steal my bag? Have you no shame? Wu Meishuet wasn't one to back down either. She fired back, I think it's you who's always hitting on men. Is this your boyfriend? Your new sugar daddy? At her words, the man's expression flickered slightly before quickly steadying. Now, young lady, that's not the right way to talk. Isn't it only natural for a guy to spend money on a girl? Wouldn't you agree? The man interjected. Dressed impeccably in designer clothes and possessing decent looks, he could easily charm any gold digger. His words were meant to leave Wu Meishuet with the impression that he was generous and willing to spend money on women. Hey, Sister Shuet, what a coincidence. Li Yuan walked into the store and patted Meishuet's shoulder. Wu Meishuet turned and saw it was Li Yuan. She smiled happily and asked, what brings you here? Just browsing, seeing what's out there, Li Yuan replied. What happened? Li Yuan asked. Then Wu Meishuet briefly explained the situation. This couple who might or might not be together first looked at bags at the Donkey brand store. The woman fell for a limited edition bag priced at 78,000 yuan. Though the man was wealthy, he hesitated, thinking it wasn't worth spending 78,000 yuan on a bag for a woman he was only casually seeing for a few days. Just then, Wu Meishuet walked in, instantly fell for the same bag, and demanded to buy it on the spot. The woman naturally protested, claiming she had spotted it first and demanding the man pay for hers immediately. But the man, seeing the stunningly beautiful Wu Meishuet, suddenly had second thoughts. Seeing the man captivated by Wu Meishuet, the woman grew even angrier, and a heated argument erupted between her and Wu Meishuet. The man didn't intervene, waiting to see how things would unfold. It's just a crappy bag, Li Yuan remarked casually, not understanding women's preferences. Wu Meishuet shot him a withering glance. Seeing a stunningly handsome man appear beside Wu Meishuet, the man felt a pang of jealousy. He had always believed his own good looks were unmatched, yet here was someone even more handsome. The woman grew even more jealous. Why did such a handsome guy have to be Wu Meishuet's friend? Waiter, I'll take this bag. It's 78,000 yuan, right? Charge it to my card. Seeing he couldn't compete in looks, the man decided to outdo her with wealth. Yes, sir, the saleswoman said cheerfully. She didn't care who bought it, as long as it was purchased from her. Hey, beautiful, why not take a look at some other bags? Whatever you want, I can get it for you, the man said to Wu Meishue. He shot Li Yuan a glance that screamed, you little punk, get lost and stop messing with my chances. Li Yuan had only come to ensure Wu Meishue's safety. He had no interest in this petty rivalry. The bag's been sold. Is there anything else, Sister Shui? If not, I'll be going, Li Yuan said. Nothing else. What would you like to buy? I'll accompany you shopping. Wu Meishue should have been furious, but encountering Li Yuan made her think, it's just a bag. If I didn't get it, I didn't get it. I was thinking of buying a watch. To be honest, I don't know much about them. Do you, Sister Shui? Li Yuan was being completely truthful. Me? Just average. I've only seen the watches my dad and uncle wear. Wu Meishue really didn't know much about the watches men like to play with. She had a general idea about price ranges, but terms like tourbillon or perpetual calendar were beyond her. Oh. Li Yuan gave a simple acknowledgement. Want to buy a watch? You can ask me. I'm a long-time customer of theirs, the man interjected. Of course, his intentions weren't kind. He wanted to lead Li Yuan to the luxury watch section, where the prices would intimidate him, humiliate him, and diminish his standing in Wu Meishue's eyes. Sure, what's your name, sir? Li Yuan didn't care about his motives, it didn't matter to him anyway. My name is Huang Hao. I'll help you pick out a fine watch. A man needs a quality timepiece to project his aura. That's true. Li Yuan agreed on this point. Follow me, Huang Hao said. Why bring them along? Wu Meishue asked, hoping for some alone time with Li Yuan. They want to see me fail? Let them watch. Li Yuan grinned mischievously. What kind of rotten idea did you come up with? Wu Meishue's mischievous spirit stirred, as if two devil horns had sprouted from her head. What do you mean scheme? I'm just buying a watch like normal, Li Yuan protested. What's the fun in that? Wu Meishue sighed in disappointment. A young white tiger. Chapter 19, Patek Philippe Super Complicated Watch. So what do you want to do? Li Yuan asked. We could trick them into spending more, Wu Meishue said, her little devil horns beginning to twitch. Oh, how exactly? Li Yuan wanted to hear Wu Meishue's clever plan. I'll just say that whoever can afford to buy a certain priceless watch, I'll consider being his girlfriend. That Huang Hao will definitely fall for it. Then I'll tell him I thought about it seriously but decided we're not a good fit. Excitement flashed across Wu Meishue's petite face. Sis Shui, you do this often, don't you? Li Yuan said, speechless. Not often, just occasionally, Wu Meishue admitted candidly. For money? Li Yuan inquired. Do I look like someone that's shallow? It's just for fun. I'm not exactly short on 100,000 or so, Wu Meishue said. Fun for you, maybe, but you're breaking people's hearts. Li Yuan retorted. Give me a break. I only mess with scumbags. They're not the type to fall for me anyway. Wu Meishue was painfully realistic. All right. Li Yuan had nothing more to say. Besides, he'd only mentioned it in passing. It didn't mean he was particularly righteous. But what if he doesn't fall for the scam and buys the watch? Li Yuan pressed. Then what right would he have to mock you? He can't afford it either, right? Wu Meishue declared with authority. Li Yuan felt a little touched. This senior really had his best interests at heart. Still, money wasn't something he needed to worry about. Upon reaching the luxury watch section on the third floor, Huang Hao headed straight for the Patek Philippe counter. Patek Philippe was a world-renowned luxury watch brand, exorbitantly priced and beloved by many wealthy individuals. Mr. Huang, you're here, the female sales associate greeted him warmly upon seeing Huang Hao. Huang Hao was a Patek Philippe member. She had processed his membership, so the saleswoman naturally recognized him. MHM. Huang Hao acknowledged proudly, feeling quite pleased with himself. My friend here is looking to buy a watch. Could you show him around? Huang pointed to Li Yuan as he addressed the saleswoman. Good afternoon, sir. What kind of watch are you looking for? The saleswoman inquired politely. Though Li Yuan was dressed plainly, his handsome features gave him an air of distinction. The saleswoman found him quite charming. Combined with Huang Hao's introduction as his friend, she dared not be dismissive. What's the price of your most expensive watch? I want to buy the most expensive one, Li Yuan inquired. Ha? The saleswoman was taken aback. Asking for the most expensive one right off the bat? Do you think Patek Philippe is a street vendor? Their most expensive watches cost over 100 million. Can you even afford that? Huang Hao seized the opportunity to mock him. Hundreds of millions? Li Yuan knew little about watches, but hundreds of millions didn't seem that expensive. Shocked, huh? Patek Philippe is a world-renowned brand. Even their standard models start at hundreds of thousands. And you want the most expensive one? Huang Hao added. Why not get one like mine? Just over $1 million. Huang Hao raised his left wrist to show off. Ugly. Total junk, Li Yuan declared. If you can't afford it, just say so. Calling my watch trash? What kind of manners are those? Huang Hao accused. He acted as if Li Yuan had no manners whatsoever. He just wanted to show Wu Meishua how cheap and tacky Li Yuan was. The saleswoman now realized Li Yuan wasn't Huang Hao's real friend, he seemed more like a romantic rival. She didn't care about the details, but since Li Yuan had called the watch trash right in front of her, she had to respond. Sir, you may have countless reasons not to purchase our Patek Philippe watch, but please refrain from insulting it. Had it not been for Li Yuan's good looks, the saleswoman would have lost her temper long ago. I don't like that one. I want to buy a better one, Li Yuan said. Wu Meishua saw this and perked up, finally getting down to business. Sir, these are our $1 million series watches. Do any catch your eye? The saleswoman, being a professional, diligently presented the options. The designs are nice, but they lack distinctiveness. They don't give off that looks expensive vibe, Li Yuan dismissed them. Too cheap. Then please take a look at these watches valued at over 2 million yuan. The saleswoman led Li Yuan to another display counter. Is Li Yuan going a bit overboard? Over 2 million yuan, Huang Hao might not even buy it. But whatever. Wu Meishua thought to herself. Still no good. Do you have anything more expensive? Li Yuan shook his head again. Huang Hao chuckled. If you can't afford it, just say so. Why pretend to be something you're not? Looks like you really don't understand Patek Philippe. The super complicated watch series requires VIP membership to purchase. Yes, sir, only members are eligible to reserve watches from the ultra-complex collection, and there's a waiting period involved, the saleswoman explained. As a broke college student, Li Yuan really didn't know any better. He hadn't expected that trying to buy a watch to show off would be such a hassle. This system has detected a super watch in the store. Do you want it? That's a no-brainer. Hurry up and bring out the attribute panel, I need to make adjustments, Li Yuan urged. Call me handsome. Handsome, hurry up. A man of principle knows when to bend. Calling him handsome was no big deal. The system promptly displayed the super watch's attributes. Model, Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime Ref 5175 modifiable. Size, 47mm diameter modifiable. Technological features, 7 patents, 2 pioneering technologies modifiable. Number of components, 1580 modifiable. Edition size, 7 pieces modifiable. Owner, Zheng Tianhai Patek Philippe enthusiast and collector modifiable. Price, 220 million subject to change. Patek Philippe Master String. Wow, 220 million for a watch? That's pricier than that Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse, Li Yuan exclaimed. So this is what it means to be rich and play with watches? Who knew watches could fetch such astronomical prices? Li Yuan changed the owner to himself. Now that Zheng Tianhai was going to curse himself out. He'd waited years for nothing. I placed an order for a watch here. Has it arrived yet? Li Yuan asked the saleswoman after receiving the system notification. Sir, you have a reservation? May I ask your name? The saleswoman's attitude immediately changed upon hearing about the reservation. Customers who could place reservations at Patek Philippe weren't ordinary people. My name is Li Yuan. Ah. You're Mr. Li Yuan. I apologize for my earlier attitude. The saleswoman quickly apologized to Li Yuan. After all, Li Yuan was a Patek Philippe VVIP client, the very watch worth 220 million yuan belonged to him. It's fine, you didn't do anything wrong. Li Yuan didn't think it was a big deal. As a brand salesperson, protecting the reputation of the brand she represented was perfectly natural. I'll notify the manager immediately. Please wait a moment, the saleswoman said. All right. What's going on? Wu Meishua was now thoroughly confused. Nothing much. I just reserved a watch here, so I came to pick it up, Li Yuan said casually. Huang Hao and his girlfriend were equally bewildered. How did this fit with the earlier situation? Wasn't Li Yuan a complete novice in watches? Had he been playing dumb earlier? Chapter 20, Wu Meishua's high school classmate. Manager, Mr. Li Yuan is here to pick up his watch, the saleswoman immediately called the manager. Mr. Li Yuan is here? Did you verify his identity? Manager Wu Na asked. No, the saleswoman replied, feeling a bit uneasy. When she heard the name Li Yuan earlier, she'd called the manager without a second thought. Anyone who could afford that watch must be someone important. She'd been too excited in the moment. I'll send you Mr. Li Yuan's photo and ID number for verification. Mind your attitude, I'll be there shortly, said Manager Wu Na. Understood, manager, the female clerk replied. Hello, Mr. Li Yuan. May I kindly ask you to present your ID card? Would that be acceptable? The saleswoman inquired politely. Certainly, no problem. Li Yuan produced his ID and handed it to the saleswoman. The three people nearby watched curiously, though each harbored different thoughts. Huang Hao was absolutely hoping Li Yuan wasn't a member here. If he was, wouldn't that put them on equal footing? Then he couldn't keep up his act. Seeing that the clerk didn't recognize Li Yuan and needed to verify his identity, Huang Hao glimpsed a sliver of hope. Perhaps this Li Yuan wasn't the same Li Yuan he knew. Wu Meishue, however, was definitely hoping Li Yuan would make a fool of himself. As for Huang Hao's girlfriend, one moment she hoped Li Yuan wouldn't embarrass himself too badly because he was too handsome, and the next she hoped he'd embarrass himself thoroughly because he was talking to Wu Meishue. Jealousy makes people unable to tell a tiger from a mouse. Only after confirming the ID matched and the photo resembled the man did the clerk relax. "Mr. Li, your ID card." The clerk handed it back to Li Yuan with both hands. "Our manager will be here shortly. Please wait a moment," the clerk said. "All right." A few moments later, several security guards and manager Wu Na arrived. "It's just a watch worth 100,000 or so, what's with all the fuss?" Huang Hao felt a bit put out. When he bought his watch, he hadn't received this kind of treatment. The saleswoman had simply handed him the watch. "Mr. Li, hello. I'm Wu Na, the manager here. We warmly welcome your visit." Wu Na hurriedly greeted Li Yuan politely. "Hello, Manager Wu. This seems a bit excessive, don't you think?" Li Yuan gestured toward the security guards gathered at the perimeter. "We have no choice. Your watch is too valuable. If anything were to happen to it, we couldn't afford the consequences." Wu Na's tone seemed like a complaint, but it was actually a subtle compliment to Li Yuan. This only made Huang Hao more jealous. What kind of watch was this, worth so much? Could it be worth over 5 million? "What about my watch?" Li Yuan asked. "Please wait a moment. Swipe your ID card and I'll retrieve it from the safe for you," Wu Na said. She pulled out an ID verification machine. With a swipe, the information was recognized, confirming it was the owner retrieving the item. Li Yuan swiped his ID card. Wu Na clicked to confirm, completing the verification. "What a charade," Huang Hao muttered, still unconvinced despite sensing something different from his expectations. After a moment, Wu Na emerged holding an exquisitely crafted box. "Mr. Li, this is the watch you reserved. Please take a look," Wu Na said, carefully handing the box to Li Yuan. Li Yuan accepted it, unwrapped the packaging, and opened the box to reveal a stunning wristwatch. The 18K rose gold case featured exquisitely detailed gold engraving, entirely handcrafted, radiating unparalleled luxury and sophistication with a distinctive identity. "It's so beautiful." Wu Meishue didn't recognize the model, but she found it quite stunning. This is Ref 5175? Huang Hao exclaimed beside them. "Oh, you actually recognize it?" Li Yuan remarked casually. Huang Hao was furious. As a watch enthusiast, he certainly recognized this king of timepieces. It was his ultimate dream. But with a price tag of 220 million yuan, it remained a distant dream. And it wasn't something you could buy just by having the money. Otherwise, there'd be plenty of wealthy people in the world who could afford it. Yet here was Li Yuan, the man he considered his romantic rival, actually owning one. Only 7 of these watches existed globally. One was displayed in a museum for public viewing, leaving just 6 circulating on the market. Li Yuan glanced at the watch on his wrist. "Not bad. Alright, I'll take the watch. Goodbye." Having purchased the watch, Li Yuan prepared to leave. "Mr. Li, would you like us to send someone to escort you back?" Wu Na inquired. "No need," Li Yuan declined. These security guards combined weren't even worth a single finger to him. If real danger came, who would be protecting whom then? "Alright, then please be careful on your way," Wu Na reminded him. The Tangchen pin on his wrist. Who wouldn't covet it? "It's fine," Li Yuan shrugged indifferently. Li Yuan left, with Wu Meishue following him. Huang Hao now had neither the face nor the courage to follow. "How much is that watch? Everyone's making such a big deal about it," Huang Hao's girlfriend asked curiously. 220 million yuan, Huang Hao replied gloomily. "What?" Huang Hao's girlfriend exclaimed in disbelief, suddenly finding Huang Hao less appealing. Li Yuan and Wu Meishue arrived at the 9th floor food court for lunch together. "Hey, Li Yuan, you really know how to play it cool, huh? I just looked up the Patek Philippe Ref 5175. Turns out you're the hidden big shot here," Wu Meishue said playfully, looking at Li Yuan. "Hidden? I'm genuinely clueless about watches. I just happen to have a little money," Li Yuan shrugged. "If you weren't a die-hard Patek Philippe fan, they wouldn't have sold you that watch. Don't try to fool me," Wu Meishue wasn't buying it. "Alright, let's drop this topic. Talk about something else." Li Yuan knew no one would believe him if he told the truth, so he decided to change the subject. "What should we talk about? Something private?" Wu Meishue gave Li Yuan a flirtatious wink. "If you're willing to die, I'm willing to bury you." Li Yuan took the bait. "Get lost. What kind of metaphor is that? I'm not that kind of person." Despite her outwardly flirtatious demeanor, Wu Meishue was actually quite pure at heart. Li Yuan had checked her attribute panel, genuine domestic product, even still holding on to her first kiss. They ordered spicy hot pot. This stuff was delicious. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a sarcastic voice drifted over. "Well, if it isn't Wu Meishue. You're the one who called men trash and swore you'd never rely on one for the rest of your life. What's going on here?" Wu Meishue looked up to see her high school classmate, Li Wenwen, a woman who constantly opposed her at every turn. Li Wenwen was intensely jealous. Having been the center of male attention since childhood, she resented how Wu Meishue had stolen the spotlight in high school. This deep-seated resentment fueled her constant antagonism toward Wu Meishue. The two constantly compared themselves, but whether it was looks, figure, academics, or social skills, Li Wenwen fell short in every way. There was only one area where Li Wenwen surpassed Wu Meishue: the number of boyfriends she had. Li Wenwen dated 3 boyfriends during high school, while Wu Meishue was the complete opposite. She had never had a boyfriend. Li Wenwen often used this to disparage Wu Meishue, implying she was undesirable to men. Yet Wu Meishue, who never backed down in other matters, chose not to engage in this dispute. She even declared she'd never rely on a man for the rest of her life. As for calling men trash, that was something Li Wenwen deliberately said for Li Yuan's ears only. Please comment, request updates, and support with tips. Chapter 21, Right in the Crosshairs. When Li Wenwen saw Wu Meishue laughing and chatting over dinner with an incredibly handsome guy, the flames of jealousy raged fiercely within her. That's why she rushed over, intent on disrupting Li Yuan and Wu Meishue. But Li Yuan and Wu Meishue weren't even dating yet. Isn't this Li Wenwen, who's always inferior to me in every way? Wu Meishue's words nearly sent Li Wenwen into a rage. All you've got is a sharp tongue, Li Wenwen retorted coldly. Li Yuan glanced at Li Wenwen, a stunning beauty with a 90 out of 100 looks score. Under normal circumstances, she'd have guys lining up to chase after her. But standing next to Wu Meishue, she just didn't measure up. Why didn't you bring your mistresses today? Aren't you usually surrounded by 3 or 5 of them? Wu Meishue sneered. What nonsense are you spouting? I only have one boyfriend, okay? He's a big-time internet celebrity streamer, raking in hundreds of thousands a month. Pretty impressive, huh? Li Wenwen declared proudly. Wu Meishue almost laughed. Earning hundreds of thousands a month gave her an air of superiority in front of them? Not to mention Li Yuan's watch alone cost 220 million yuan, and Wu Meishue's family background wasn't shabby either. Otherwise, she wouldn't be shopping for luxury goods here. Wenwen, what are you doing here? A tall, handsome young man approached, wrapping his arm around Li Wenwen's waist. Ran into an old classmate, just saying hi. This is my boyfriend, Zhou Mingkai, a top streamer making hundreds of thousands a month, Li Wenwen introduced. So you're an old classmate, Zhou Mingkai murmured, a flicker of intensity in his eyes. This Wu Meishue was so alluring. So alluring. It's just pocket change, nothing to brag about, Zhou Mingkai said with feigned modesty, though his face was beaming with pride. It really is small change, Li Yuan remarked casually. Ha! Zhou Mingkai's beaming expression instantly soured. I was just being modest, and you actually call me out on it? Then how much does this gentleman earn monthly? Surely a lot, right? Otherwise, how could he look down on a mere few hundred thousand? Zhou Mingkai shot back with a barbed remark. Me? I don't earn money monthly. I'm still a student, Li Yuan replied truthfully. He hadn't earned much money, nor did he need to. Being a student isn't an excuse. I'm a student too, but I already make hundreds of thousands a month. Zhou Mingkai strutted like a rooster that had just won a fight. Xiao Shui, no offense, but you can't just pick a boyfriend based on looks. You need to consider his abilities too. I know guys like my Mingkai are rare, but someone just a notch below him would be fine too. Li Wenwen felt she'd finally scored a point, her spirits soaring. You claim to be a top streamer, what's your username? Let's search and see if it's real. No bragging. Li Yuan said. My screen name is Crazy Xiaoming. I stream on Shanglong Live. Check it out anytime, Zhou Mingkai replied. Shanglong Live? What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Li Yuan grinned mischievously at Zhou Mingkai. Zhou Mingkai was confused. What fate? With whom? Li Yuan checked Zhou Mingkai's follower count, 10 million followers. He really was a big streamer. But it didn't matter. In the face of capital, even 50 million followers wouldn't make a difference. You're about to be shelved, Li Yuan told Zhou Mingkai. Kicking out a famous person isn't the smartest move, since they can leverage their popularity to jump to another platform. But being shelved is different. Reduced exposure gradually erodes accumulated popularity, and leaving for another platform requires paying a penalty fee. That's why entertainment companies love shelving their uncooperative artists. Who do you think you are, just putting me on ice like that? Zhou Mingkai sneered. He was now Shanglong Live's cash cow. Even many executives treated him with utmost courtesy. You'll find out who I am soon enough. You'll get the notice this afternoon, Li Yuan replied. Sister Shui, this place just doesn't suit you. So many annoying flies in such a short time. Better stay away in the future, Li Yuan complained. Sigh, I never expected this either, Wu Meishue shook her head and laughed wryly. Who do you think you're calling a bothersome fly? You're the one acting like one, yet you dare criticize others, Li Wenwen retorted as she watched Wu Meishue prepare to leave, naturally taking the chance to give her a piece of her mind. It was rare to see Meishue get the upper hand over her. Whoever starts it is the one talking. Wu Meishue retorted. You? Li Yuan and Wu Meishui ignored Li Wenwen and Zhou Mingkai, walking away with a flourish.
So you really meant it when you said you'd shelved Zhou Mingkai? Wu Meishui asked curiously.
Of course.
Coincidentally, I'm acquiring Shanglong Live this afternoon, Li Yuan replied.
Wow, that's quite the coincidence. It's like walking right into the line of fire.
Wu Meishui hadn't expected things to take such a dramatic turn. Her curiosity about Li Yuan deepened.
This man was incredibly mysterious. She'd initially thought he was just a formidable fighter, but now she discovered he was also incredibly wealthy and acquiring companies.
What other astonishing things might unfold in the future?
Suddenly, she felt a surge of anticipation.
Sister Shui, how did you get here? Do you need a ride back? Li Yuan asked.
He assumed she'd driven herself and wouldn't need a ride, but he asked out of courtesy.
Oh, I took a taxi.
You can give me a ride back, Wu Meishui replied, defying his expectations.
Oh, sure.
Since she'd asked, Li Yuan agreed to give her a ride. It was on his way anyway. He brought Wu Meishui to the underground parking garage, where Zhao Changyang was waiting. Seeing Li Yuan arrive with a stunningly beautiful woman, he paused in surprise. The boss is impressive, another new one, and just as stunning. Zhao Changyang thought to himself. Spotting the Rolls-Royce Phantom in Zhao Changyang, Wu Meishui whispered to Li Yuan, impressive. Not only do you have a luxury car, but you even have a driver.
Well, what do you think? That's got some clout, huh?
Li Yuan boasted a little. Wu Meishui shot Li Yuan a sidelong glance, her allure radiating effortlessly. After dropping Wu Meishui back at school, Li Yuan and Zhao Changyang headed to the signing location. Meishui Wu, meanwhile, returned to the mall and drove her Porsche Cayenne back.
The signing went smoothly.
Li Yuan acquired 80% of the shares from Jiang, the major shareholder of Shanglong Live, becoming the chairman. His first order as chairman was to shelve Zhou Mingkai, revoke his account, and hand it over to someone else to manage.
His second move was signing his cousin Duning Xuan. The contract terms were extremely lenient, yet she was granted abundant resources.
Such treatment wouldn't be offered even to an established big-name streamer like Zhou Mingkai if he were to sign now, let alone a newcomer. The executives at Shanglong Live couldn't fathom why Li Yuan would sideline such a cash cow as Zhou Mingkai, but they dared not disobey the chairman's orders. Thus, the official notice was promptly issued. Please comment, request updates, and support with tips.
Chapter 22, Duning Xuan's bizarre newcomer contract. Hey! Ming, what's going on between you and the company?
Zhou Mingkai's assistant called him, sounding extremely anxious.
Me and the company? What do you mean? Everything's fine, right?
Zhou Mingkai was completely baffled by the question. He was shopping with Li Wenwen when his assistant suddenly blurted this out, leaving him utterly bewildered.
Check the WeChat I sent you.
The company issued a notice suspending all your activities and canceling every commercial performance.
Isn't that putting you on ice? The assistant pressed urgently. What? Zhou Mingkai was terrified. Was he really being shelved? He quickly opened WeChat.
His assistant had sent a photo of the notice he mentioned earlier. The assistant had snapped a picture and forwarded it.
Why is this happening? Zhou Mingkai couldn't comprehend it.
He recalled Li Yuan mentioning at lunchtime that he'd soon be shelved. It hadn't been a scare tactic after all.
But how could a student wield such influence? I'll ask Sister Zhang what's going on.
Zhou Mingkai quickly dialed his agent's number. Hello, Sister Zhang, Zhou Mingkai said politely. Sister Zhang was a veteran at Shanglong Live and had some connections. He hoped she could pull some strings for him.
Being sidelined meant no income. He'd have to dip into his savings. Xiao Zhou, no need to say anything. I know what you're asking. All I can tell you is 2 words, no chance, Sister Zhang replied.
Why, Sister Zhang?
Can you tell me why? Even if I die, let me die knowing why.
Zhou Mingkai's heart grew heavier.
Shanglong Live changed owners. The new boss is very young, and it was his order, Sister Zhang explained. That was all she knew.
Zhou Mingkai felt as if struck by lightning. His mind immediately jumped to Li Yuan. It had to be him. He had become the new owner of Shanglong Live. No wonder they could shelve him whenever they pleased.
Honey, hurry up and come in. I found a bag I love. It's only 20,000 yuan. Pay for it now.
Li Wenwen had been browsing handbags the whole time, completely unaware that Zhou Mingkai's world had just come crashing down.
Buy my ass. You think my money grows on trees?
Seeing Li Wenwen urging him to pay, Zhou Mingkai completely lost it. If not for Li Wenwen, he wouldn't have provoked Li Yuan, wouldn't have been sidelined, and would still be that big-name influencer raking in hundreds of thousands a month. But now he was losing everything. Moving to another platform would be a breach of contract, requiring him to pay a penalty. Would any other platform be willing to pay that penalty for him? Hard to say. But if he remained sidelined indefinitely, his popularity would plummet. Making a comeback would be harder than climbing to the moon. Zhou Mingkai blamed all the fault on Li Wenwen, which is why he erupted into a tirade.
Zhou Mingkai, you dare curse me? I'm not messing around with you today.
Li Wenwen was stunned. The Zhou Mingkai who usually doted on her like a child had suddenly become a different person. Regardless of the reason, Zhou Mingkai had publicly humiliated her, and she had to fight back. With that, Li Yuan lunged at him, clawing and snarling. Soon they were wrestling on the floor, only separated when store staff and security intervened. Zhou Mingkai drove off immediately, while Li Yuan had to hail a cab home.
The more she thought about it, the angrier she became.
In the end, they broke up completely and became enemies. Her face flushed. While Du Ningxuang was strolling around campus, she received a call from Shanglong Live, offering her a contract to become a major internet celebrity. Du Ningxuang was thrilled.
Could she really become an internet celebrity?
Still, she inquired about the contract terms.
If they were too demanding, she'd pass. The terms are very lenient. You can review them first. The contract has been sent to the email address you provided on the platform. Alright, I'll take a look and get back to you shortly.
After hanging up, Du Ningxuang hurriedly opened her email to review the contract.
Is this a contract for new streamers? It's way too lenient, no restrictions at all? Could this be a scam?
Du Ningxuang read it over several times and found nothing amiss, but she still felt uneasy.
She printed a copy and took it to a law firm, asking them to review it for any hidden traps.
After reviewing the contract, the lawyer gave Du Ningxuang an incredulous look, making her heart skip a beat.
Could there really be hidden traps? Attorney Sure, is there a problem with the contract? Du Ningxuang asked. The contract is perfectly fine, Attorney Sure replied, puzzled. But there's one thing I just can't wrap my head around. What is it? Du Ningxuang inquired. This Shanglong live streaming platform, it's not run by your family, is it? This isn't a rookie contract at all. Even top-tier streamers don't get terms this generous, Attorney Sure quipped. I'm baffled too. Why don't I let you take a look for any hidden loopholes? Du Ningxuang was equally perplexed. It's baffling. But the contract is sound, you can sign it, Lawyer Sure concluded. Alright, thank you, Attorney Sure.
With the lawyer's assurance, Du Ningxuang finally felt at ease. She promptly replied to Shanglong Live, agreeing to sign the contract.
In a few days, I'll be a shareholder of Penguin Group, right?
Li Yuan muttered to himself. With that thought, he opened his computer to check who the shareholders of Penguin Group were. What he saw shocked him. The majority of controlling shares were held by foreign companies.
China's fine companies are all dominated by foreign capital. But what can you do?
Back then, no one domestically was willing to invest.
Li Yuan sighed.
When he saw that the largest controlling shareholder was MIH, not South African newspapers, he froze in surprise. He looked up the relationship between the two companies.
MIH is a wholly owned subsidiary of Media International Holdings, which holds over 31% of Penguin Group's shares. Seems I overthought it. If that's the case, then we can just make the changes directly. He had initially assumed the largest shareholder was Media International Holdings MIH.
Given MIH's complex equity structure with numerous shareholders, making changes would require multiple approvals, hence his plan to buy out the shares.
But if it was MIH, it was like dealing with a minor shareholder. Just change the name of the minor shareholder. Only one amendment opportunity would be needed. Of course I'll make the change. Why let those foreigners pocket the cash for nothing? I'm going to be a tightwad. Li Yuan chuckled.
Now, not only would he not spend a single penny, but his stake would jump from the original 15% to 31.1%. What a sweet deal. But today's modification quota was already used up, so he'd have to wait until tomorrow.
Early the next morning.
Still snuggled in bed, Li Yuan changed the primary shareholder of Penguin Group from MIH Corporation to Li Yuan.
The largest shareholder of Penguin Group was born in bed.
Mr. Ma, MIH has transferred all its shares to Li Yuan.
Here's his profile photo. The assistant placed a document on Mr. Ma's desk. Hold off on this for now.
Keep it quiet, too much buzz could impact the stock price.
President Ma instructed. Understood, Mr. Ma. Chapter 23, Holding the privilege number is awesome. Block anyone you want. Modification complete.
Quickly set up a video conference with Penguin Group.
Li Yuan climbed out of bed and splashed water on his face.
Mr. Ma, the new chairman requests a remote video conference at 10 a.m., the assistant announced upon entering the office.
Arrange it then.
Mr. Ma was also curious to hear what this new chairman had to say.
Yes, Mr. Ma.
At 10 a.m., the video conference officially commenced.
Li Yuan's image appeared before everyone. He's so young, still a college student, right?
The numerous executives of Penguin Group were astonished.
He must be a student that looks like a college dorm room. A college student buying up so many shares?
That's no small feat. He must be from some super elite hidden family.
Hello, everyone. My name is Li Yuan. I'm a freshman, 19 years old.
I called this video conference today, but it's nothing major, just a small request, Li Yuan said confidently. Mr. Li, please share your request, Chairman Ma prompted. The reason I acquired so many shares in Penguin Group and became its largest shareholder is because I'm dissatisfied with the matchmaking system and the game pesticide.
People keep trolling me. Li Yuan's statement left everyone utterly dumbfounded. You spent all that money acquiring Penguin shares just to tweak the ELO system? This left the group of seasoned veterans utterly speechless. So how exactly does Chairman Li propose to change the system? Chairman Ma inquired. If this was all Li Yuan was after, it would be a blessing for Ma. Otherwise, with Li Yuan holding so many shares, causing trouble would be a headache. It was just a game, let Li Yuan tinker with it however he pleased. No need to change the system, Li Yuan said. Just give me a VIP account. I want to match with stronger players. No problem, Ma Zong agreed immediately. Alright, I won't get involved in company matters. Leave it to you guys. I'm outta here. Li Yuan promptly slipped away. He's still just a kid, the other side. Li Yuan already possessed the system and unlimited wealth. Owning a massive corporation like Penguin Group didn't excite him for long, and he had no interest in management anyway. Being a rich slacker sounded much better. After the video conference, President Ma personally called the head of Timmy Studios and instructed him to set up a privileged account for Li Yuan. The manager immediately complied. Having the new chairman enjoy their games was an honor for them. The head personally supervised the tech department to set up a VIP account, full skins, full heroes, full inscriptions, and no reputation penalty for AFK feeding. Once the account was ready, the manager even assigned a personal assistant to act as customer service for Li Yuan, ensuring any of Chairman Li's needs were met immediately. Hello, Mr. Li. I'm your dedicated customer service representative, Yo-Yo. I'll be handling all your needs from now on. Your account has been successfully applied for and sent to your email. Please check your inbox. For any requests, feel free to add me on WeChat. I'm here to assist you anytime. The assistant, Yu, called Li Yuan. To avoid revealing her knowledge of his true identity, she addressed him as Mr. Li. Alright, Li Yuan replied. Opening his email, he found an attached file. After downloading and opening it, he saw the account credentials, server region, and Yu's WeChat ID. Li Yuan logged into the account, which displayed his status as a V10 player currently ranked at the King tier. Let's start a ranked match. Li Yuan's skills were no slouch now. Ever since his combat power hit 100, his gaming reflexes and agility had improved significantly, bringing him to the level of a true honor king. In this match, Li Yuan played the jungler role, selecting Lan. The enemy jungler was a Tiger. Tiger was strong in the early game. When the enemy support Dong Huang joined Tiger in invading Li Yuan's jungle, Li Yuan had no choice but to retreat. His teammates tried to defend, but the enemy team was closing in. Ultimately, Li Yuan failed to secure the blue buff. Money Tiger taunted, Lan, I'll make sure you don't get a single buff this game. The enemy Tiger was cocky, directly taunting him in chat. Li Yuan typed back, big talk for a game that's barely started. Money losing Tiger, don't worry, I'll definitely crush you this game, my dear boy. Li Yuan, watch your mouth, you looking for a fight? Money losing Tiger, then come get me. I'm itching for it. Li Yuan, then you wait. After some time farming, Li Yuan's Lan had built up a solid gold lead, and his teammates were pulling their weight. The game quickly turned in their favor. Li Yuan began invading Tiger's jungle. Money Tiger, Lan, you idiot. Daddy just got bad teammates this time. Next time I'll crush you. Li Yuan, with your trash skill, you should just quit playing this game. Money losing Tiger, pretty cocky, huh? You think I won't get people to snipe you? Li Yuan, get people to target me? You must not even want your account anymore. Money losing Tiger, I'm a V10 member. Who dare touch my account? Li Yuan, ha! Money losing Tiger, ha my ass. Seeing the Tiger's insults getting worse, Li Yuan couldn't be bothered with him anymore and blocked his messages. He sneered coldly and said, just wait until I finish this game. The teammates matched with his VIP account were incredibly strong. Within about 15 minutes, they pushed down the enemy high ground, wiped out the opposing team in one team fight, and secured the victory. After the game, Li Yuan added Yu on WeChat and asked her to ban an account. Mr. Li, how long should it be suspended? Yo-Yo didn't ask why, only how long. Until 2030, Li Yuan casually replied, intending to suspend it for several years. Got it, I'll take care of it right away, Yu replied. Thousands of miles away, a young player cursed at his teammate's performance, useless teammate. He started another game, but while still in the queue, a message popped up. Your account has been suspended by the platform for violating rules. The suspension will be lifted on February 31st, 2030. What? My account's banned? Until February 31st? Is there even a damn February 31st? The young man was furious. He immediately called customer service, demanding an explanation. My account's banned. What the hell is the reason? If you don't give me a proper explanation, I'm done with this game. No more money coming your way, the young man yelled. Sir, we've investigated the cause. Your account is suspected of hiring actors, acting as an actor, power leveling accounts, using cheats, and using uncivilized language. It has been reported by multiple players, hence the extended ban period. Damn it, there are only so many reasons to get banned, and I've practically covered them all, but I haven't done any of these things. The young man felt like he'd become Do-E in the June snow, utterly wronged. Sir, this is what the system detected. I'm merely informing you of the reasons. I can't confirm whether they actually occurred, the customer service representative replied. Forget whether I did these things or not. What kind of date is February 31st, 2030? The young man pressed, seizing on this detail. It might be a typo by the reviewer, maybe they missed a 1, the customer service rep said, stifling a laugh. You definitely banned my account by mistake. I'm a V10 user. I demand immediate reinstatement and compensation, the young man declared, his tone turning arrogant after his barrage of questions. Sir, I will escalate your concerns to our higher-ups, the customer service representative replied, unable to make a decision on their own. Fine, I'll wait for your response, the young man declared arrogantly. He expected a swift response, having already envisioned his demands compensation of tens of thousands of points, nothing less. But the response never came. After waiting impatiently, the young man couldn't hold out any longer. He called customer service again and began to interrogate the representative. Sir, after verification by our superiors, your violation has been confirmed beyond doubt. We appreciate your feedback. The account unfreeze date has been adjusted to December 31st, 2035. Congratulations on securing 5 years. Wishing you a pleasant life. Goodbye. With that, the customer service representative hung up. The customer service representative dared to be so rude because higher-ups had issued a directive, show no courtesy to this customer. Ugh, this is infuriating. What a piece of junk game. Staring at the disconnected call, the young man gritted his teeth in frustration. Please comment, request updates, and support with donations. Chapter 24, Xi Mutong invites Li Yuan over to teach the Mercedes guy a lesson. Ding dong. A crisp phone notification sounded. Someone had sent Li Yuan a message. He opened it to find a message from Xi Mutong. No one around you, right? No, I didn't, Li Yuan replied. Then a picture was sent over. It showed a pair of long legs clad in black stockings, adorned with burgundy high heels. It looked like Xi Mutong lying on a bed, her legs raised at a 45-degree angle for the shot. Li Yuan swallowed hard and replied, Why send me this out of nowhere? Do I look like that kind of person to you? I saw you staring at my stocking legs the other day. I thought you liked them. If you're not that kind of person, I won't wear them anymore, Xi Mutong replied. It's okay to appreciate them occasionally. Discovering different kinds of beauty in the world, Li Yuan quickly tried to salvage the situation. Xi Mutong let out a mischievous chuckle on the other end. Li Yuan, you're getting too confident. That day when I saw Wu Meishuo wearing Balenciaga, you stared at her legs for ages. Think I'm blind? If she can wear it, so can I. Where are you? Doesn't look like the dorm, Li Yuan asked, studying the photo closely. It wasn't to see those black stockinged legs, just that the background looked different. I'm at home. Xi Mutong replied. But aren't you from out of town? Li Yuan was confused. My parents bought me an apartment off campus. Want to come visit? I'll cook for you, Xi Mutong invited. Send me your location. With nothing better to do, Li Yuan decided to swing by. Maybe he could even interact with the campus beauty. Maybe even touch those stocking-clad legs or something. The location came through quickly. The neighborhood was called Tianyu Garden. Li Yuan set off for it. This time, he didn't call Zhao Chongyang. He hailed a cab and headed over by himself. The security measures at the complex were pretty tight. Taxis weren't allowed in, only cars belonging to residents could enter. What a hassle. Should have just driven my Rolls-Royce, Li Yuan grumbled. Haha, young man, you sure can brag. That kind of luxury car is something we can only dream about for a lifetime, the driver chuckled. Li Yuan knew the driver meant no harm, so he let it go. But dreams are still worth having, right? Who knows, maybe one day they'll come true, Li Yuan replied with a smile. You young folks still have dreams. At our age, it's all about the daily grind, the driver chuckled self-deprecatingly. There are plenty of late bloomers out there. As long as your heart stays young, it's never too late. Here's your fare, driver. Goodbye. Li Yuan paid and stepped out of the cab. I'm at the entrance to your complex. Come down and meet me, Li Yuan texted Xi Mutong. Be right there. Moments later, Xi Mutong appeared in Li Yuan's line of sight, wearing the black stockings and red high heels he'd mentioned earlier. The sway of her long legs drew everyone's gaze. Combined with her stunning figure and flawless beauty, any man who saw her would be tempted to commit a crime. If Xi Mutong dressed like this every day, even a somewhat aloof guy like Li Yuan wouldn't be able to handle it. While she couldn't control others' gazes, Xi Mutong cared deeply about Li Yuan's eyes. Seeing the heat in Li Yuan's eyes, Xi Mutong smiled knowingly. At least her effort in dressing up hadn't been wasted. Why didn't you drive your Rolls-Royce? Xi Mutong asked. The security guard beside them was startled. This young guy has a Rolls-Royce? Impossible, how old could he be? A rich kid? Didn't bother Chang Yang. Besides, it's just the two of us tonight, so I didn't call him, Li Yuan replied. The guard thought to himself, oh, so it's someone else's car after all. But something still felt off. With Xi Mutong's claim, Li Yuan smoothly entered the residential compound as others watched them with envious glances. What a perfect golden couple they made. They arrived at Xi Mutong's home. Would you like to change your shoes? Li Yuan asked. No need, Xi Mutong replied. Li Yuan wrapped his arm around her waist, his eyes locked on hers. Why are you dressed so beautifully today? What are you up to? Can't I dress up a little? I wasn't up to anything. Xi Mutong's eyes darted around. Is that so? Li Yuan's hand brushed against her waist a few times. A woman's waist, a deadly weapon. This made Xi Mutong blush with embarrassment. She pushed Li Yuan away and said, let's go buy groceries. We don't have any food prepared at home. All right. They barely stepped inside for a moment of intimacy before heading out again. At the underground garage, Xi Mutong located her BMW 7 Series and asked Li Yuan, can you drive? Every time they went out, Zhao Chengyang drove Li Yuan. Xi Mutong had never seen Li Yuan drive himself and didn't know if he could. Of course, Li Yuan replied proudly. His driving skills were nothing short of exceptional. All right, you drive then. Saves me having to change shoes. Xi Mutong opened the passenger door and settled into the front seat. Li Yuan got into the driver's seat and had barely pulled away when a Mercedes C-Class squeezed into the parking spot they'd just vacated. Was that your spot? Li Yuan asked Xi Mutong first, not wanting to be at fault. Yes, I bought it when I purchased the apartment, Xi Mutong replied. All right then. Li Yuan said before pushing open the door and getting out. The Mercedes driver also got out. Seeing Li Yuan approach, he didn't give him a second glance. That's our spot. You're parked in my space, Li Yuan called out to the Mercedes driver. It's got your name on it? Does it respond when you call it? The Mercedes driver sneered. Are you looking for trouble? There are plenty of other spots over there. Why park in ours? Li Yuan retorted coldly. I park wherever I damn well please. What business is it of yours? That spot's too far. I don't want to park there, the Mercedes driver declared arrogantly. Watch your mouth. Looking for a beating? Li Yuan roared. Come on. Hit me. If you've got the guts, kill me, the Mercedes driver taunted, growing even more arrogant. He was confident Li Yuan wouldn't dare to fight back, knowing that paying compensation would be the least of his problems. Smack! Li Yuan delivered a hard slap across his face, sending the Mercedes driver staggering and crashing to the ground. You hit me. You're finished. I won't get up today without 500,000 yuan, the Mercedes man howled, clutching his face. Li Yuan grabbed the Mercedes man by the collar, yanked him up, and hoisted him into the air, suspending him with his feet dangling. The lack of oxygen made the Mercedes man's face turn crimson. Seeing this, Xi Mutong in the car realized Li Yuan was about to kill him. She hurriedly got out to stop him. Only then did Li Yuan release his grip. The Mercedes man crashed to the ground, gasping for breath, his face frozen in terror as he stared at Li Yuan. How could this guy be even more aggressive than him? On the count of 3, move your car. Don't blame me if I get rough. Li Yuan glared at the Mercedes driver, his eyes so fierce they sent a chill down the man's spine. I'll move it. The Mercedes driver scrambled back into his car and drove away. Li Yuan snapped a photo of the license plate with his phone and sent it to Zhao Chengyang. Chengyang, send me a few Rolls-Royces to block this guy's car every day. If he dares touch it, make him pay immediately. I'll send you the address. Li Yuan sent the message to Zhao Chengyang. He had no intention of letting this Mercedes driver off easily. Thought he could just take up space? Got it, boss. Let me know when you're heading out so I can ensure your safety, Zhao Chengyang replied with concern. No need. I've got some skills myself. Most people can't get close enough to harm me. Maybe we can spar sometime, Li Yuan replied. Boss, that's not appropriate. You're so delicate you'd get hurt easily, Zhao Chengyang worried. Who knows who'll be crying then? Please support me, please send me energy. Chapter 25, Teaching the Scammer a Lesson, Stealing a Kiss from Xi Mutong. Driving all the way to the market, Li Yuan had barely parked when an unfamiliar number rang. Hello? Li Yuan answered the call. Mr. Li Yuan? This is Chen from the bank. Did you make a 500,000 yuan transaction at location yesterday? Li Yuan immediately recognized this as a scam call. If you answered no, they declaimed your card had been fraudulently used, your funds frozen, and that following their instructions would unfreeze the account. Li Yuan was about to hang up immediately, but then he thought, even if I don't fall for it, someone else might. So he decided to save a scammer. What's the password? Li Yuan asked mysteriously. What code word? Mr. Li, I'm not joking with you, the scammer retorted. Password correct. Hello, old A. Your call is timely. I've just obtained classified intelligence you must relay to the organization. Xi Mutong watched Li Yuan's performance with keen interest, finding it quite amusing. Old A? I'm not old A. The con artist panicked. What the hell was going on? Had he stumbled upon a fellow con artist? Old A, remember this, tonight, drug traffickers will be moving a shipment of arms and narcotics into the city. You must notify your superiors. Also, Zhu Ming is a traitor. Drug dealers, weapons, traitor. The con artist was completely flustered. Who the hell was he even talking to? He quickly hung up the phone. Phew, that scared the hell out of me. The con artist patted his chest. Li Yuan waited a moment, then adjusted the voice synthesizer's settings to mimic any sound like a human voice impersonator. Then he called the con artist back. The con artist recognized the number but didn't think much of it and answered anyway. Hello. Hello, old A. We've captured Li Yuan. You're next. Don't think we don't know where you are. Listen to Li Yuan's final screams. Li Yuan mimicked a deep, middle-aged voice as he spoke to the scammer. The sound of a wooden stick striking flesh, the sizzle of a branding iron searing skin, and Li Yuan's own anguished cries all were perfectly mimicked. It was uncannily lifelike. The scammer on the other end trembled just hearing it. I'm not some old A. I'm just a scammer, the con man hurriedly explained. You think I'd believe that? I already know your address, Taohua City, right? We'll be meeting soon. Li Yuan mimicked the middle-aged man's voice with a sinister laugh. I really am not old A. The con man panicked, for he was indeed in Taohua City. Li Yuan's location was correct. Li Yuan had modified his phone, just like in those movies and TV shows, enabling him to pinpoint the exact location of incoming calls. Even virtual numbers could be tracked. You don't decide that. We'll determine it after interrogation. If you can endure RA tortures and still say that, then I'll believe you. Ha ha ha, Li Yuan chuckled eerily. Xi Mutong, standing nearby, frowned. It was too sinister and creepy, sending shivers down her spine. The scammer on the other end panicked and hung up immediately. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it felt. He quickly bought a train ticket and fled. Is this prank fun? Xi Mutong asked Li Yuan with a playful glint in her eyes. Fun? I corrected someone's mistake, otherwise he might have ended up in jail. Believe it or not, he's already fled. Li Yuan chuckled wickedly. Just trust me, okay? Hurry up and go buy the groceries, Xi Mutong urged. But your mouth skills are seriously impressive. You imitated him perfectly, Xi Mutong praised. Pretty impressive, huh? Li Yuan boasted. Impressive, impressive. Here's your reward. Xi Mutong leaned in and planted a kiss on Li Yuan's cheek. He. Li Yuan smiled, returning the kiss and casually running his hand up her stocking-clad legs. After getting off the bus, the two put on masks and entered the vegetable market. After buying groceries, Li Yuan and Xi Mutong headed back to Tianyu residential complex. Entering the underground garage, they saw the Mercedes surrounded by 3 Rolls-Royces, completely trapped. Li Yuan smiled faintly. Let's see how cocky you are now. Other passing drivers shook their heads silently. Why did the Mercedes owner have to provoke the Rolls-Royce owners? Look at them, they just brought 3 Rolls-Royces to block him in. Money talks. Xi Mutong carried the groceries into the kitchen. Li Yuan had intended to help, but she shooed him out. What a truly capable woman, Li Yuan remarked. Forget someone as beautiful as Xi Mutong. How many women with any looks actually know how to cook these days? Nowadays, it's trendy for men to cook, while fewer and fewer women know how. A goddess as perfect as Xi Mutong? You'd be lucky to find one even with a lantern. Soon, the sizzling sound of vegetables hitting the pan drifted out. Xi Mutong had started stir-frying. Li Yuan approached the kitchen doorway. Seeing her busy figure inside, he suddenly felt a sense of coming home. Xi Mutong seemed to sense his presence. Turning to see Li Yuan watching her, she flashed him a gentle smile. Li Yuan returned the smile, creating a warm and cozy scene. The two enjoyed a pleasant lunch together. Li Yuan ate his fill, patting his little belly. You're such a great cook, Li Yuan complimented. I'm glad you like it, Xi Mutong replied with a sweet smile. Just as Li Yuan and Xi Mutong were chatting, Xu Zixuan sent a message. Tonight there's an unofficial top-tier street race. All the best drivers will be there. Interested? Oh, street racing? I'm in. Li Yuan loved the thrill of speed and adrenaline. But China's highways had speed limits everywhere. These reported street races were either pre-approved or had connections. Either way, they usually went unchecked, letting participants race freely. That was what made it appealing to Li Yuan. Sure, time and place? Li Yuan replied. Meet at Lulin Road at 6 p.m. tonight, Xu Zixuan replied. My Bugatti should be arriving soon, right? Li Yuan thought to himself. Since it was being shipped by air, it should arrive quickly. As if reading his mind, just as he was about to play a game, someone called him. Mr. Li Yuan? This is the delivery driver. Your car has arrived. Where are you now? I'm near your school. Are you there now? I'm not there right now, but I'm not far away. I'll be there shortly. Alright, I'll wait for you. My car's here. I'll swing by campus, Li Yuan told Xi Mutong. What kind of car? Xi Mutong asked curiously. A Bugatti sports car. Wow, that's impressive. Knowing Li Yuan's wealth, owning a Bugatti made perfect sense. Though the Bugatti sports car cost over 10 million, his Rolls-Royce was also worth over 10 million. Want to go check it out? It's the only one in the world, priced at over 85 million, and that doesn't even include all the taxes, Li Yuan asked. What? Over 85 million? How can it be so expensive? Xi Mutong exclaimed in surprise. Her little mouth gaped slightly, a look that was uniquely charming. Li Yuan launched a lightning-fast sneak attack, nibbling her lip. Eek.
Xi Mutong covered her mouth shyly, her pretty face flushing slightly.
Please support, comment, and tip. Chapter 26, The Bugatti Black Wine arrives. Driving Xi Mutong's BMW 7 Series near the school, a large container truck was parked by the side of the road. Li Yuan approached the driver and said, "Sir, are you here to deliver the car?" "I'm Li Yuan." "Hello, Mr. Li.
We need to verify your identity," the driver hurriedly replied, stepping out of the cab.
Li Yuan handed over his ID card.
The driver scanned it with a device, and after the screen displayed success, he granted access. The driver then opened the container door.
This container featured a side-opening design with gull-wing doors. The wings lifted, revealing a sleek, glossy black Batmobile inside. No, a Bugatti Veyron. "Wow! It's gorgeous," everyone exclaimed in admiration. "Is this car the young man's?"
To be driving a sports car at such a young age, how enviable. Many people pulled out their phones to snap pictures of the sports car, posting them to their social feeds or sharing short videos. While black sedans are common, black sports cars are rare. Some wealthy buyers dislike black, and sports cars primarily target this affluent demographic. Another factor is that black cars depreciate faster, and no one wants their car to lose value quickly. Another study suggests black cars are more likely to be involved in accidents than other colors. Yet black exudes an undeniable aura of mystery and dominance, especially the deep, rich black of a Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse. "Come on, let's take a spin," Li Yuan invited Xi Mutong.
"Sure," Xi Mutong readily agreed. As Li Yuan pressed the key fob and the headlights flashed, onlookers all around couldn't help but gaze with envy.
The sleek car and the beautiful woman complemented each other perfectly.
Li Yuan had both.
The roar of the engine echoed down the street. The burnout had begun. A black lightning bolt streaked past, causing many to stop and stare. "Damn it, driving that fast, I hope you crash and burn, you little bastard," many muttered with resentment toward the wealthy. Regardless of their thoughts, with Li Yuan's superb driving skills, the odds of that happening were slim. After circling the block, he returned to the vicinity of the school. That day, news of a black Bugatti tearing through the streets flooded every short video platform. Everyone speculated about who could possibly own such a powerful car. Could it be that guy? Could be young Master Huang. But didn't young Master Huang get caught up in a crackdown on prostitution? It wasn't just ordinary folks speculating, even many rich kids were wondering. While most people didn't know this was the world's only black Bugatti, they certainly did. Many of them wanted to buy it but couldn't, first, because it was too expensive, and second, because the owner wouldn't sell it to them. Xi Mutong had returned to school.
Li Yuan sent Zhao Changyang a message, instructing him to meet at Willow Shade Road. Luyin Road. Numerous sports cars were parked here now.
Chu Zixuan and race car driver Wang Zhonghui had arrived, along with Chu Zixuan's entourage of rich second-generation underlings.
Chu Zixuan had disguised herself as a street punk, again a protective measure. Let's rock together.
Sometimes when men race cars, the intensity of speed and passion can push them to do things they'd never dare in ordinary life, like rape or assault.
That's why Chu Zixuan deliberately made herself look ugly and fierce. "I see everyone else's sports cars are pretty nice. Is your Ferrari F430 underperforming? Won't Yuan Shin be at a disadvantage?" Wang Zhonghui worried. "This is the best sports car we have. There's nothing we can do about it," Chu Zixuan replied helplessly.
This bunch of rich kids were the lower-tier variety, not the top-tier ones. They were lucky to have a sports car worth over 5 million.
"You bunch of defeated losers are back again," a voice dripping with scorn echoed through the air.
The speaker was a wealthy young man with dyed white hair named Zheng Xiwan, who belonged to the mid-tier class of rich second generation. He took great pleasure in bullying the weak.
"This time we've got Yuan Shin. We won't lose to you," Wang Zhonghui declared confidently. "Source God? Are you playing games here? More like a racing game." Zheng Xiwan sneered.
"No need to explain to him. Let the source God teach him a lesson soon," Chu Zixuan interjected.
"You think your junk cars can beat mine? Sell them for scrap already, you're an embarrassment. Look at my supercar, Lamborghini SVJ63. Only 63 made worldwide. 0-100 km h in 2.8 seconds flat. Top speed over 350 km h.
Zheng Xiwan rambled on, relentlessly flaunting his beloved supercar.
"It really is a Lamborghini SVJ63. Look at the 63-foot decal on the car. I'm so jealous. I'd love one too, but my dad would never buy me one." Zheng Xiwan's upgraded his car again. "We'll never beat him now, will we?"
"I trust Yuan Shin's skills.
Technique always comes first." Wang Zhonghui never wavered in his belief in Li Yuan.
He had witnessed Li Yuan's extraordinary skills firsthand. "This so-called god of speed you're talking about, let me see if he's grown 3 heads and 6 arms.
Zheng Xiwan called out. "Yuan Shin isn't here yet," Wang Zhonghui replied. "You didn't just make him up, did you?" Zheng Xiwan asked suspiciously. "We've all witnessed it. The new record on Wolf Mountain was set by the source god," Wang Zhonghui asserted.
"But that new record at Wolf Mountain was filmed by your team.
Who's to say it wasn't edited by you? Zheng Xiwan sneered. You can't do it yourself, so you accuse others of editing? How amusing, Xu Zixuan snapped angrily. Unless he can beat me, I won't believe it, Zheng Xiwan declared. Beating you would be like slaughtering a chicken, Wang Zhonghui declared. Kid, watch your mouth or I'll make sure you can't open it again, Zheng Xiwan's henchman roared. Tensions escalated between the two sides. Just then, a Rolls-Royce pulled up. Hey, our boss is here. Zheng Xiwan looked over. It was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Sure, the Rolls-Royce Phantom was expensive, but it wasn't a sports car. Did he really think he could race his Lamborghini with this thing? What kind of joke is this? Zhao Changyang stepped out of the car and approached Xu Zixuan. Where's Li Yuan? Xu Zixuan asked. He went to refuel. He'll be here soon, Zhao Changyang replied. A moment later, a black Bugatti supercar entered the drag racing circle. The moment it appeared, it captured everyone's attention. As always, black sports cars were rare, especially Bugattis. Everyone immediately thought of the world's only Bugatti black wine. Holy crap, the Bugatti Vin Noir is actually in China? Did someone from our country buy it? Probably. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here. So cool. Who's the top-tier big shot who got their hands on this car? You can't even buy it with money. The crowd buzzed with excitement, all eyes fixed on the Bugatti with envy. Mr. Matsui, I never expected such a formidable car to appear. Are you confident you can take first place? A wealthy young man with dyed red hair and an earring respectfully asked the small-time racer. No problem. While Bugatti's cars have powerful engines, ours aren't far behind. And when it comes to cornering, technique and experience are what matter most, replied Jiro Matsui, the young racer. Excellent. The redhead relaxed. Chapter 27, Driving Skills That Astonish the Crowd. Redhead Zhu Mingyu and a wealthy young man had set up a wager, whoever won would take home 100 million yuan. So he hired a highly skilled racer from Xiaorizi. The wealthy young man, meanwhile, had recruited a formidable racer from Korea. What started as a small street race in Ancheng now had the feel of an international competition. Under everyone's gaze, Li Yuan stepped out of the car. Who's that? So young, so handsome. Besides the men, there were also quite a few women present. Many men also admired Li Yuan's style. The rich sure know how to play. Which wealthy family's heir is this, owning a Bugatti Black Reaper? This car has several translations for its name. Black Reaper sounds more imposing during races. Yuan Shen actually drove such a badass car here? That's insane. Xu Zixuan and her crew were thrilled. Is this the god Yuan you've been talking about? Zheng Xiwan dared not boast anymore. A man driving a factory original Bugatti Black Cutter worth over 85 million yuan, a car that could fetch hundreds of millions or even billions on the market if sold. How immense must his capabilities be? He dared not cross him. With no face left to stay, he slunk away in a hurry. Where did you get this car? Xu Zixuan asked. Bought it, Li Yuan declared without a hint of modesty. Why would they sell it to you? Xu Zixuan was skeptical. After all, Li Yuan was just a student. Even if he had money, they probably wouldn't sell it to him, right? I used a little persuasion. They had no choice but to sell it to me, Li Yuan said with a mysterious smile. No one pressed him for details that would have invaded his privacy, and everyone understood the unspoken rules. With Little Days and Kimchi's racing experts joining this time, be careful, Yuan Shen, Wang Zhonghui warned. He had faith in Li Yuan, but those two were also top-tier racers with formidable skills. Oh? Little G and Little Kimchi? Perfect. I'll teach them a lesson and settle the score for our predecessors. Li Yuan grew even more excited. The race was about to begin. Li Yuan drove his Bugatti to the designated starting position. With many cars competing, he was placed toward the back of the grid. Though Li Yuan drove exceptionally well, no one gave him a chance. He was too young. Many assumed he'd just gotten his license and was here for the thrill of street racing. Little did they know, Li Yuan was a man who came equipped with his own cheat code. The waiting period dragged on tediously. Li Yuan rolled down his window and mimicked the starting signal with a loud shout, beep. The driver in the sports car ahead actually mistook it for the starting signal and floored the accelerator, shooting forward. Seeing the front car take off, the cars behind quickly followed suit. The drivers around Li Yuan, even if they knew it was his prank, couldn't wait any longer and sped off too. Only the real starter looked utterly bewildered. I didn't give the signal. But with the cars already on the road, there was nothing to be done. Several drones swiftly followed, projecting the scene onto the giant screen. Li Yuan followed leisurely behind, taking time to assess the situation. Though he hadn't joined the front pack, a dedicated drone was filming him. His car was simply too eye-catching. Everyone wanted a look. Typical rookie, no clue how to overtake. What a waste of such a great sports car. If I had that car, I'd definitely crack the top 8. With him behind the wheel, he'll barely make the top 80. He's just here to have fun. Why do you insist he has to win first place? Seeing such a fine car unable to unleash its full potential, it's infuriating, a waste of such a marvel. Seeing so many people disparaging Li Yuan, Xu Zixuan sneered inwardly. Bunch of narrow-minded fools. Just wait. Li Yuan will make you eat your words. We'll see if you change your tune then. 10 minutes later, the gap between cars widened significantly. Those who could keep up surged to the front, while the rest were left trailing in the dust. Time to start accelerating, Li Yuan murmured with a smile, his voice brimming with excitement. Let's go. Li Yuan shifted gears and slammed the accelerator, sending the car hurtling forward. That black Bugatti Veyron is accelerating, someone exclaimed in front of the big screen. Thanks to the car's superior performance, Li Yuan quickly overtook several vehicles. It's all thanks to the car's power. Nothing to get excited about. The real battle is among the front runners. Yeah, Matsui Jiro and Park In-woong are locked in a dead heat, truly top-tier racers. But what's with having two foreigners in our own street race? If they end up winning the championship, don't you think it'll be embarrassing for us? The moment the young master spoke, some people instantly lost their enthusiasm for those two. He's right. If Little Day and Kimchi take the championship, where would China's face be? Let's hope they don't win the championship. But those two are just too strong. They're the top contenders for the championship. Beating them is going to be tough. Look! Black Cutter just passed on the curve. That drift was insane. Drift? He can drift, someone who missed the earlier action questioned. You'll see for yourself next time. It's true, I saw it just now. With that, more people started paying attention to Li Yuan, their eyes glued to his screen. After Li Yuan executed another spectacular drift, the crowd erupted in cheers. So cool. What a brilliant turn. He didn't even slow down, just went straight through the turn. He's incredible. Li Yuan quickly caught up to the second pack. 5 cars were tangled in the second group, with the front vehicles constantly jostling for position. At such high speeds, a collision would be extremely dangerous. Given the reckless nature of these rich kids, they'd probably just plow right through. Instead of competing with those two foreigners up front, they're blocking their own people here. What a great look for them, Li Yuan muttered angrily. But blocking Li Yuan was impossible. He used an inside curve to overtake them, passing without slowing down at all. Nice move! Xu Zixuan exclaimed, slapping her thigh excitedly. Ouch, that hurt. All because of Li Yuan. He'd have to rub it for him when they got back. The crowd watching the big screen clutched their heads in disbelief. Unbelievable. Having overtaken the second pack, Li Yuan now charged toward the front runners. After another bend, Li Yuan caught sight of the vehicles in the first tier. The first group comprised 4 cars. Besides the 2 foreign drivers, there were 2 local racers. Matsui Jiro currently held the lead, with Park In-woong in third place. Time to end this boring game, Park In-woong declared confidently. He executed a spectacular drift, using both hands and feet to brush past the second-place car and charge straight at Matsui Jiro. Seeing Park In-woong's move, Matsui Jiro unleashed his own full power. The two engaged in an intense back-and-forth battle. The third and fourth place racers found it increasingly difficult to close the gap. Just as they seethed with frustration, a black lightning bolt shot past them, chasing after the car ahead. It's that Black Cutter. Black Cutter. Chapter 28, Street Racing Victory, Bar Brawl. Little G and Little Pickle, here comes your little flying stick. At that moment, Matsui Jiro and Park In-woong had eyes only for each other, completely oblivious to Li Yuan closing in on them. As a series of sharp turns appeared ahead, Matsui Jiro and Park In-woong began slowing down to navigate the curves. But then a car suddenly appeared in their field of vision, startling them. Why isn't he slowing down? There are sharp consecutive turns ahead. Park In-woong and Matsui Jiro shook their heads, convinced Li Yuan must be a madman. But Li Yuan taught them a lesson. What seemed impossible to others, he accomplished with ease. After navigating the consecutive bends, Li Yuan felt exhilarated. He craved a cigarette, feeling as happy as a god. Awesome! Li Yuan exclaimed, then floored the accelerator again, tearing away at full speed. Matsui Jiro and Park In-woong, trailing behind, watched in stunned silence. By the time they cleared the series of bends, the Bugatti's taillights were already long gone. A god descended from heaven. Li Yuan ultimately crossed the finish line at a record-breaking speed, clinching victory in the race. The crowd erupted in cheers except for the 2 wealthy young men who had invited Xiao Laozi and Xiao Paokai. Let's go celebrate with drinks, Li Yuan said to Xu Zixuan. After such a victory, how could they not celebrate with drinks? He'd never been to a bar before. Xu Zixuan tossed her car keys to one of her henchmen, instructing him to drive the car back, then climbed into Li Yuan's vehicle. Let's go! Xu Zixuan shouted excitedly. Li Yuan chuckled and floored the gas pedal, speeding away. The rich kids who'd hoped to get acquainted with Li Yuan could only watch them drive off, then turned to Xu Zixuan's henchmen for information. This Night Rose bar looks pretty big. Let's go there, Li Yuan suggested. Xu Zixuan nodded. She had just removed her makeup, revealing her natural appearance. Even without cosmetics, her 98-point looks held up remarkably well, radiating an added touch of youthful charm. Stepping inside the bar, dazzling lights and pulsing music hit them head-on. They'd chosen a pretty wild spot. Now that's more like it. Zhao Chengyang, acting as their bodyguard, followed not far behind. "One cocktail, please." "What would you like?" Li Yuan asked the bartender before turning to Chu Zixuan. "A martini," Chu Zixuan replied. The drinks arrived quickly. Li Yuan took a sip and packed a punch. On the central stage, men and women were packed together, wildly swaying to the beat. It was impossible to tell who was taking advantage of whom. No wonder so many young people loved hanging out in bars. "Hey, boss, doesn't that guy look familiar?" A thug keeping watch pointed at Li Yuan and asked. "Yeah, he looks familiar. Isn't that the guy who beat us up a few days ago?" The boss recalled. "So it's him. He actually dares to show up on our turf? That's like walking into a trap." "Wait, what? A fishnet?" "Fishing net my ass. More like fishnet stockings. That's called walking into a trap. Tells you what happens when you don't read more books. Big brother sure is cultured. Go call the boys. We're gonna teach him a lesson." "Got it, boss." These were the same men who had been third brother's men last time. They had helped young Master Lu deal with Li Yuan, only to be beaten back by him. Last time they were outnumbered, but now that Li Yuan had come onto their turf, they weren't about to let him off the hook. Soon, over 100 men gathered at the Night Rose bar. To avoid disrupting the bar's business, they all lay in wait outside. They sent someone to lure Li Yuan outside. "Hey kid, remember me?" The fishnet-clad thug, forced into this role against his will, dragged himself out to lure Li Yuan, his words dripping with resentment. "Who are you?" Li Yuan certainly remembered him. His memory wasn't that bad. He simply didn't want to give the other guy a way out. "The other day, across from the Anqing Art Exhibition Center, remember that?" the thug said. "Oh, I don't know. What's on your mind?" Li Yuan asked. "You beat us up the other day. Today we want to settle the score. If you've got the guts, come outside with me. Let's settle this one-on-one," the thug declared. "I've beaten up plenty of people. Who do you think you are? If everyone wanted to take me on one-on-one, I wouldn't have time for anything else." Li Yuan waved his hand, signaling for the guy to get lost. "Hey, I've got a hot temper," the thug retorted, feeling insulted. He grabbed an empty bottle nearby and swung it at Li Yuan's head. But Zhao Chengyang grabbed it mid-air, twisted the punk's arm, and made him drop the bottle in pain. Zhao Chengyang caught the falling bottle with his other hand and smacked it hard against the thug's skull. The commotion instantly drew a crowd. Those nearby scrambled backward, terrified of getting hit by a flying bottle. Seeing their buddy get hit, several of the thug's buddies charged over. Zhao Chengyang swiftly took them down one after another. "Nice!" Spectators nearby began cheering, some even recording the scene. Li Yuan didn't want this incident to make the news, so he motioned for Zhao Chengyang to leave immediately. "Boss, they definitely have backup outside. It's dangerous to go out." Zhao Chengyang disagreed with Li Yuan's suggestion. "Today I'll show you what I'm capable of. Don't worry, I don't need your protection." Li Yuan patted Zhao Chengyang on the shoulder and strode straight outside. Zhao Chengyang reluctantly followed. Chu Zixuan naturally wouldn't stay behind alone either. The others tried to follow, but the thugs blocked their way for their own good. Outside, Li Yuan bellowed, "Come out, all of you." Nearly 100 thugs emerged, each wielding a baton. These telescoping batons were easy to conceal and surprisingly powerful, more so than regular short batons. They were cheap too, costing only a few dozen yuan each. Most importantly, they rarely caused fatal injuries, making them ideal for modern street gangs. "Quite a crowd," Li Yuan remarked. "Zixuan, take care of yourself," Li Yuan said before charging straight into the crowd. Zhao Chengyang followed close behind. Li Yuan pushed his 100 strength stat to its absolute limit. He took down 2 opponents first, snatching their batons, then moved swiftly left and right, striking so relentlessly that no one could get close. Seeing Li Yuan's fierce prowess, Zhao Chengyang felt reassured, realizing Li Yuan hadn't been bragging. He was genuinely formidable. Like a tiger among sheep, Li Yuan sent the thugs scattering in panic. However, as the fight progressed, Li Yuan noticed a flaw: his stamina was depleting rapidly. After taking down 40 men, exhaustion set in. Surrender? To avoid revealing his weakness, Li Yuan halted his assault and demanded of the thugs. "We surrender. We admit defeat." The thugs seized the chance to back down and quickly threw in the towel. Li Yuan had taken down 40 men, while Zhao Chengyang had knocked out 16. In just a short while, the thugs' numbers had been cut in half. No wonder they were scared. "Bring your boss over. We need to discuss compensation," Li Yuan said. He had an idea: recruit these thugs to work for him. That way, he could offload the dirty and tedious tasks onto them. Blushing cheeks, seeking support. Chapter 29, Overnight at the Hotel. Only when the henchman cowered in a corner did Chu Zixuan rush over, her emotions running high, and throw her arms around Li Yuan. Holding her soft, fragrant body close, Li Yuan finally felt that tenderness. "What's wrong?" Li Yuan asked gently, holding Chu Zixuan close. "I'm just so overwhelmed. I had no idea you were such a fighter." Chu Zixuan lifted her petite face, her lovely cheeks flushed with color. Her body still trembled slightly, her excitement palpable.
Not only was Li Yuan a skilled racecar driver, but his physical prowess was equally impressive. It was all too much for Chu Zixuan to handle. Basic skills, no 6. Li Yuan said, trying to show off. Mwah. Chu Zixuan planted a kiss on Li Yuan's cheek before shyly letting go. Just as Chu Zixuan finished kissing him, an SUV pulled up. A man in his 30s stepped out, sporting a sharp buzz cut and a determined gaze that commanded respect. He was the leader of this gang of thugs' third brother, Lin San. Impressive skills, young man. I, Lin San, am impressed, Lin San said, clasping his fists in a fist salute. You sent over 100 men to attack me, causing me immense emotional distress. How do you propose to compensate me for that? Li Yuan asked, staring at Lin San. That's not right, brother. You beat up so many of us, and I didn't even ask you for medical expenses. Where did this mental distress fee come from? Lin San said, suppressing his anger. Your men came looking for a fight first. Getting hurt when you can't hold your own is only natural. Demanding compensation is perfectly justified. Li Yuan declared with unyielding confidence. How much do you want? Lin San knew he couldn't win a fight and wanted to hear Li Yuan's demand first. 5 million. Li Yuan held up 5 fingers. Why don't you just go rob someone? Lin San exploded. 5 million isn't even pocket change to me. Why would I need to rob anyone? How about this? If you swear allegiance to me, not only will I waive the 5 million compensation, but I'll give you 5 million to develop your gang. How does that sound? Li Yuan finally revealed his true intentions. You're that wealthy? Lin San didn't reject him outright. He too was seeking a powerful patron. Their little knife society had hit a growth bottleneck. To expand, mere bravado wasn't enough. They needed territory and connections in legitimate circles. Building connections with legitimate authorities required money for maintenance and exploiting their vulnerabilities. That's why Lin San desperately needed money now. Money? You can have as much as you want as long as you pledge allegiance to me, Li Yuan declared with unwavering certainty. Fine. If you can pay the price, I'll pledge my allegiance to you. Lin San was a man who thought big. Better to be a rich man's guard dog than a pimp. Anyone could bully a pimp, but not everyone dared to mess with a rich man's lapdog. Excellent. From now on, you'll report directly to him, Li Yuan said, gesturing toward Zhao Changyang. Changyang, you won't need to be my personal bodyguard and driver anymore. Focus on managing this gang for me. We may be a black society, but we don't do things that defy heaven and harm humanity. Got it? Don't worry, boss. I got it. Originally a soldier, Zhao Changyang had feared Li Yuan might go off the rails. But since Li Yuan had explicitly ruled out immoral acts, he felt reassured. After subduing the knife gang, Li Yuan addressed Lin San. The brothers with more serious injuries should go to the hospital. All medical expenses will be covered, plus 50,000 yuan consolation money for each of them. The rest of you, 10,000 each. Head to the bar, drink freely. Xingyang's picking up the tab for the whole place. I'll transfer the money to him shortly. Thanks, boss. You're generous, the street thugs shouted in unison. Li Yuan transferred funds to Zhao Changyang, instructing him to expand the gang and prioritize unifying the Anqing underworld. How much did the boss transfer? Lin San asked Zhao Changyang with concern. 100 million. Zhao Changyang exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected Li Yuan to transfer such a huge sum. Lin San was equally stunned. Li Yuan was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Following such a boss, their future growth was guaranteed. Night had fallen, and Li Yuan didn't return to campus. Instead, he checked into a hotel. Of course, Chu Zixuan didn't return to campus either. There were hotels nearby, and the two planned to stay the night. Naturally, they booked 2 rooms, 2 adjacent rooms. Good night, Li Yuan said to Chu Zixuan. He opened the door and stepped inside just as Chu Zixuan slipped in. What's this? Li Yuan asked with a mischievous grin. I'm scared to sleep alone, Chu Zixuan whispered softly. But aren't you scared sleeping with 2 people? Li Yuan grinned wickedly. Not at all. Chu Zixuan boldly wrapped her arms around Li Yuan. Have you thought this through? Li Yuan cupped her chin, his expression serious. Chu Zixuan was flustered by the question. She wasn't sure if she was ready either, but today she felt an overwhelming urge. You haven't really thought it through yourself, have you? Then think it over carefully. After all, this is your first time. Don't regret it later, Li Yuan said gently. Oh. Chu Zixuan leaned into Li Yuan's embrace, nodding slightly. Then could you kiss me? Chu Zixuan lifted her head, looking at Li Yuan. Sure. How could Li Yuan refuse such a request? Lowering his head, Li Yuan pressed his lips to Chu Zixuan's. Chu Zixuan responded passionately, even parting her lips and extending her delicate tongue. Their kiss grew increasingly intense until Chu Zixuan finally broke it, gasping for air. 2 novices had somehow managed a full-on French kiss. Chu Zixuan collapsed limply in Li Yuan's arms, too spent to move. Li Yuan wrapped one arm around her waist, lifted her up, carried her to the bedside, and tossed her onto the mattress. As Chu Zixuan lay there, a sense of vulnerability flooded Li Yuan's mind, nearly making him pounce on her. Li Yuan had rarely paid much attention to Chu Zixuan before, so he hadn't realized she possessed an E-cup figure. Today, he finally got a proper look. Unable to bear Li Yuan's burning gaze, Chu Zixuan rolled over and scrambled to her feet. She darted toward the door, leaving behind a quick, "See you tomorrow," before vanishing. Li Yuan gave a wry smile. He sure knew how to start fires, but not how to put them out. After a shower, Li Yuan climbed into bed. Meanwhile, Chu Zixuan was nearly sleepless. Her mind kept drifting back to their passionate kiss, then to the way Li Yuan had held her. Covering her flushed, starry-eyed face, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. If exhaustion hadn't finally overtaken her, she might have lain awake all night. Chapter 30, Daring to Flaunt an 8 million yuan car? The next day, Li Yuan and Chu Zixuan returned to campus after having breakfast at the hotel. A welcome party was scheduled for that evening, featuring a celebrity performer. This person was actually an alumnus of Anqing University, Li Yuan's senior classmate, Ning Xinjia. "Senior Xinjia is coming. I'm so excited," gushed one of his female fans, her eyes sparkling with adoration. "Senior Xinjia sings so beautifully. I'm his biggest fan, I'd marry him in a heartbeat." "I want to marry Li Yuan," declared one of Li Yuan's starstruck fans. "What's so great about Li Yuan?" "Senior brother Xinjia is way better." "But Li Yuan is handsome." "Senior brother Xinjia sings better." "But Li Yuan is handsome." "Senior brother Xinjia is so refined and gentle." "But Li Yuan is handsome." "Senior brother Xinjia is passionate about charity." "But Li Yuan is so handsome." "Ah. Don't you have any other words?" "I admit Li Yuan is handsome, but you can't judge a person by their looks alone. Li Yuan can fight and he's got money. Is Li Yuan rich? Just look at this photo and you'll see." The starstruck girl showed Ning Xinjia's female fans a photo from yesterday of Li Yuan standing next to a Bugatti with its door open. "He's got a sports car, how could he not be loaded? Holy crap, Li Yuan's been hiding his wealth all along. And isn't that Xi Mutong next to him? No wonder Xi Mutong went out of her way to make things easy for Li Yuan, now I finally get why. Xi Mutong is already loaded, okay? You're thinking way too shallowly about people. I don't care, that's what I think." Li Yuan parked the car outside the campus and walked into the university grounds with Chu Zixuan. They drew a lot of attention along the way. Aren't Li Yuan and campus beauty Xi a couple? Why the change? Did they break up? Who's this girl? She's no less stunning than campus queen Xi. I know her. She's Li Yuan's classmate, Chu Zixuan. Those gossipmongers are already trying to get her on the campus beauty rankings. So that's where all the inside info comes from, Mr. Know-It-All himself. Pleased to meet you. I'm just a bit clued in, that's all. May I ask, Mr. Know-It-All, have Li Yuan and campus queen Xi broken up? From what I've heard so far, no. Ah, so Li Yuan is trying to have his cake and eat it too? I'm so jealous of Li Yuan's luck with women. Oomph, what a jerk. He doesn't need just one girlfriend, he might as well take me too. Put. As Li Yuan and Chu Zixuan walked along, they bumped into Xi Mutong head-on. This should be interesting. Let's see how this scumbag Li Yuan handles it. Might he end up losing everything, getting nothing in the end? Well, that'd be perfect, it'd give us our chance. Are you kidding me? You? Seriously? When girls are heartbroken, they might do irrational things. Maybe that's our chance as losers. Xi Mutong walked over. Will she slap Li Yuan? Did you eat breakfast? Xi Mutong asked gently. Yeah, with Zixuan. Li Yuan replied. Holy crap, what's going on? Li Yuan so bold? He actually came clean? Hello, Sister Xi, I'm Chu Zixuan. Compared to Xi Mutong's calm composure, Chu Zixuan seemed nervous and apprehensive. After all, she'd heard the news about Li Yuan and Xi Mutong dating, that was precisely what had kept her up last night. Hello, Zixuan. You're truly beautiful, Xi Mutong said with a warm smile. Sister Xi is the one who's beautiful, Chu Zixuan replied, feeling somewhat inadequate. In terms of looks, they were actually quite similar, but Xi Mutong's elegant and dignified aura, like that of a mature woman, made Chu Zixuan feel inferior. The two girls chatted and laughed together. Good heavens, what kind of magic did Li Yuan cast on them? I need to ask Li Yuan to be my mentor. Kneel before Li Yuan. Mom asked why I was kneeling. I told her I saw a god. Ning Xinjia arrived at Anqing University under the protection of a large convoy. As he passed by Li Yuan and his group, he spotted the two stunningly beautiful girls beside Li Yuan and felt his composure slip. He slammed on the brakes, nearly causing the rear bodyguard vehicle to rear-end him. The bodyguard cursed under his breath, damn it. Ning Xinjia pushed open the door and stepped out, waving to the crowd. After eliciting a wave of screams, he walked toward Xi Mutong and Chu Zixuan. Hello, ladies. I'm Ning Xinjia. I'm here to perform a song for the university's freshmen today and would like to invite you both to be my guest vocalists. Would you consider it an honor? Ning Xinjia adopted a gentle, refined demeanor. In his mind, the two women couldn't possibly refuse, after all, he was a superstar.
They're not interested. Before the two girls could speak, Li Yuan flatly refused. Hey, don't you recognize me? I'm Ning Xinjia, a singer and your senior classmate. I'm not a bad guy, you know, Ning Xinjia emphasized. Li Yuan, senior brother Xinjia, is a big star. He's super rich, shouted one of Ning Xinjia's fans nearby. Big star? Rich? How rich could he be? Li Yuan sneered. When it came to wealth, who could match him? See this car I'm driving? A Ferrari sports car worth 8 million yuan. Seeing Li Yuan's disdain, Ning Xinjia quickly flaunted his wealth to dampen his enthusiasm. Some college students always think they're the cream of the crop, convinced they'll be full of vigor and ambition once they hit the real world. Little did they know how cruel society could be. They might never earn 8 million yuan in their entire lives. Senior Xinjia is truly impressive. He's only been out of school a few years and already earned enough to drive an 8 million yuan Ferrari, many classmates remarked enviously. I must learn from senior brother Xinjia in the future. Li Yuan must feel overshadowed now. Li Yuan is far wealthier than brother Xinjia, remarked a classmate privy to the truth. Unfortunately, truth often resides with the minority. Their words went unheard and unheeded. You dare brag about an 8 million yuan car? What about my 80 million yuan car? Li Yuan challenged. An 80 million yuan car? You have an 80 million yuan car? You sure can brag. Ning Xinjia couldn't possibly believe it, convinced Li Yuan was just bragging. What if I really did? Li Yuan pressed. Ning Xinjia didn't buy it for a second. It sounded ridiculous. What car could possibly cost 80 million? Especially one owned by a student. He figured Li Yuan was just trying to bait him. If he backed down, Li Yuan would have a field day mocking him. If you really do, I'll bow and apologize, Ning Xinjia said. Fine. I'll go get the car. It's just outside campus. Or you can come with me to see it, Li Yuan said. Then let's go take a look together, Ning Xinjia said, afraid Li Yuan might run off. Let's go then. Li Yuan led the way, with the others following closely behind. Seeing so many people gather, Ning Xinjia, Li Yuan, and the two campus beauties, the celebrity effect was in full swing. Soon, the crowd swelled. Let's see how you save face now. Ning Xinjia smirked inwardly. Outside the campus, Li Yuan pointed at the black Bugatti sports car and declared, "That's my ride." No way, Li Yuan owns a sports car too? Is it his? I could say it's mine too. I looked it up. It's called the Bugatti Black Cutter or Bugatti Black Wine. Priced at 85.85 million, and there's only one in the world. No way it's Li Yuan's. A one-of-a-kind car like that in his hands? Li Yuan pulled out the keys, pressed a button, and the headlights illuminated. This move left countless people speechless. Please comment, request updates, and support with tips. Chapter 31, The License Plate with 5/8. Someone must have checked this car's history, right? I'm not lying. The official price is over 80 million. If I wanted to sell it, I'm sure someone would pay $1 billion. Li Yuan's words sent shockwaves through the crowd once more, with some believing him and others skeptical. While cars depreciate over time, those with collectible value like this one are highly sought after. Ning Xinjia was speechless. It was too extravagant financially, he couldn't compete. But losing face in front of so many people left him feeling awkward. After all, he was a major celebrity. Noticing Li Yuan's car lacked license plates, Ning Xinjia seized the opportunity. Why doesn't your car have plates? He asked. The plates for the new car haven't been mailed yet. They should arrive today, Li Yuan replied. With a car this good, you should pick a better license plate. My Ferrari might not be as nice as yours, but my plate is great. 3 6s, a leopard plate. Getting a leopard plate is already quite a feat, let alone 3 6s. Senior brother Xinjia, you're really something. Just then, Li Yuan's phone rang. He answered to find it was the delivery driver bringing his license plate. I'm at the south gate outside campus. There's a crowd gathered around it. Li Yuan instructed the courier to deliver it there. My license plate's here, Li Yuan announced. The delivery guy arrived and saw the crowd gathered around, feeling quite curious himself. When he spotted the sleek Bugatti sports car inside, he felt the same envy as everyone else. It was sleek, something every man admired. After confirming Li Yuan's identity, the delivery person handed him the package. Li Yuan had only applied for a regular license plate with random numbers, but that didn't matter, he could change it. Change it to an A88888. Everyone waited for Li Yuan to open the package, and the delivery person stayed behind to watch the spectacle. Li Yuan deftly unwrapped the packaging and pulled out the license plate inside. Alright, I'll show you all. Li Yuan first held it close to his body to conceal it. Then he flipped it over abruptly. Holy crap, 5/8. How did he get this plate? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Damn, he actually got this plate? I'm impressed. The delivery guy never imagined he was delivering this license plate. If he'd known, would he have stolen it to sell? Ning Xinjia was dumbfounded. He'd been bragging about his 3 6s, only to be completely outclassed by 5/8. He was completely outclassed. He couldn't bear to stay any longer. After bowing to Li Yuan, he slunk away. Li Yuan attached the license plate to his beloved car and admired it. It looked truly sleek. The luxury car and the license plate complemented each other perfectly. News of Li Yuan owning a luxury car with an impressive license plate quickly shot to the top of the campus forum's trending topics. The subsequent posts were all about Li Yuan too. The love-hate rivalry between the two campus beauties and Li Yuan. The rivalry between Li Yuan and Ning Xinjia over the two campus beauties. Already a hot topic, Li Yuan instantly became the campus celebrity. Suddenly, many girls wanted to marry Li Yuan, including numerous gold diggers. Tall, handsome, wealthy, and skilled in combat, he perfectly matched the gold diggers' criteria for a partner. Hashtag Li Yuan, spare us a chance to survive, hashtag. Many men spontaneously started a trending topic, which shot high on the charts thanks to male users. Tonight's orientation gala featured the usual scripted speeches by administrators and new student representatives. Despite being the most famous freshman, Li Yuan wasn't chosen as the student representative, and he certainly couldn't be. The representative earned their spot through academic excellence, while Li Yuan made headlines for gossip. Freshman assemblies are notoriously dull and tedious, leaving many students nodding off. Finally, after 2 hours, the officials finished their speeches and the new student representative concluded their remarks. Now everyone was waiting for the evening welcome party. That evening, Wu Meishuet also came to join the festivities. Xi Mutong stopped painting and headed to the welcome party. As a freshman, Xu Zixuan was naturally a must-attend. With all three campus beauties gathered at the welcome party, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Many upperclassmen rushed over. While some senior female students came to see Ning Xinjia, most were there for Li Yuan, turning the welcome party into a sea of people with drums and gongs blaring. Who knew I was this popular? Ning Xinjia thought happily as he made his way backstage, seeing the crowd. But his joy was short-lived. Soon, he heard a chorus of voices chanting Li Yuan, which grated on his nerves. No taste, Ning Xinjia muttered resentfully under his breath before heading backstage. Li Yuan, I may not match your wealth, but I have talent. This voice of mine is my greatest asset. Tonight, he would perform his signature song and make a grand entrance. At 7 p.m. sharp, the welcome gala commenced. The hosts were a man and a woman, a perfect pairing. Both were broadcasting majors, with crystal-clear diction and resonant voices. Coupled with the man's good looks and the woman's beauty, they hosted the event flawlessly. After several performances, it was Ning Xinjia's turn to take the stage. I'm thrilled to meet all of you tonight. As an alumnus of this university, I'm deeply honored to be invited back for the welcome gala. Today, I met a very interesting student with a truly unique voice. I'd like to invite him to join me in performing one of my songs. Would you grant me that honor? After Ning Xinjia finished speaking, the host asked, may we ask, who is the person Brother Xinjia is referring to? He's freshman Li Yuan. Ning Xinjia called out loudly. Li Yuan hadn't expected Ning Xinjia to keep going on and on. This was getting really annoying. Li Yuan, would you be willing to grant senior Ning Xinjia this favor? The host inquired. With the host putting it that way, refusing would make Li Yuan seem petty. But Li Yuan wasn't afraid. His vocal cords had been modified, allowing him to produce any kind of sound. Singing was no big deal. Male or female voices? Dolphin-like high notes? High or low pitches? Magnetic tones? Smoky vocals? No problem at all. Sure, Li Yuan stood up and said. Oh, the crowd erupted in cheers, eager to witness Li Yuan's performance. Especially the girls. As he stepped onto the stage, Ning Xinjia whispered to Li Yuan, don't embarrass yourself. Damn it, if you don't appreciate the chance, then you'll just stay like this forever. Li Yuan steeled himself. After pulling up Ning Xinjia's attribute panel, Li Yuan located the voice section. Originally, this section read, resonant and powerful, magnetic tone, rich voice. He's a genius, no wonder he rose to fame in just a few years. But not anymore, Li Yuan said to the system. Turning a genius into a failure is quite entertaining. Watching a genius fall is incredibly satisfying, especially one who loves to show off like this, Li Yuan remarked. He altered the description to tone deaf with a raspy voice. Modification successful. Chapter 32, Vocal Imitation. Military training begins, campus beauty delivers water. The accompaniment began, signaling the start of the performance. Ning Xinjia went first. The moment he opened his mouth, not only was the crowd stunned, but he was stunned too. It was an absolute train wreck. Even with a sound card in his microphone, it couldn't mask his horrendous voice. Ning Xinjia stopped singing and stared suspiciously at the microphone in his hand. He assumed the sound card inside had malfunctioned, distorting the audio. The mix broken. I'll switch to another one, Ning Xinjia declared. But when he switched to a new microphone and sang again, it sounded even worse than before. At least the sound card had masked and muffled it before, but now it was a direct hit. How is this possible? Ning Xinjia panicked. Refund, a guy shouted jokingly. Did you even buy a ticket? The host quickly interjected, trying to divert attention from the awkward scene on stage. Ning Xinjia had no heart to keep singing. He needed to go to the hospital to check if something was wrong with his voice. Speaking is fine, but why does singing sound so awful? Just like that singer surnamed Wang speaks with a thick accent normally, but turns into a sweet idol when he sings. Ning Xinjia bolted, leaving the host awkwardly standing there. Li Yuan, you take over, the girls below shouted. The host realized they were right. Li Yuan was so popular, he'd be perfect. Alright, I'll do a ventriloquism bit for everyone. You've all heard that piece before, right? I'll give it a go. Li Yuan said. Li Yuan can do ventriloquism too? Let's hear it. If he really can, that'd be amazing. From afar came the sound of dogs barking in a deep alley. A woman stirred, startled, and yawned. Her husband mumbled in his sleep. Soon after, the child awoke and began to wail loudly. The husband also woke. The woman nursed the baby, who cried while suckling. She patted him and hummed soothingly. Then the older child awoke, chattering incessantly. At that moment, the sound of the woman patting the baby, the humming from her mouth, the baby's cry while suckling, the older child's first stir, and the husband's scolding of the older child all erupted simultaneously, a perfect harmony of sounds. Li Yuan imitated every sound: the dog barking, the woman's voice, the husband's muttering, the infant's wailing, the suckling, the older child's awakening, and the husband's scolding. He also perfectly imitated the sounds hidden within the ellipsis: the whistling wind, crackling fire, cries for help, creaking bed, scrambling voices, and splashing water. Both on stage and off, everyone was stunned into silence. It was utterly magical. Except for Xi Mutong, Wu Meishue and Chu Zixuan were discovering Li Yuan's extraordinary talent for the first time. Their eyes brimmed with admiration. The other girls were equally captivated, and even some female teachers nearly lost control, shouting in awe. This freshman class is truly full of hidden talents, the vice principal marveled. With Li Yuan's dazzling performance, everyone had forgotten Ning Xinjia's disastrous act. Having made a grand entrance and stolen the spotlight, Li Yuan returned to his seat as those around him gave him thumbs up. Li Yuan humbly thanked them. As time passed, the welcome party drew to a close. After the leaders' speeches, it officially ended. Tomorrow, military training would officially begin. Many looked forward to it, while others groaned in dread. Li Yuan couldn't care less. He was definitely going to participate, might as well experience what it's like to be a soldier. Early the next morning, the freshmen donned their camouflage uniforms and began gathering on the sports field. A sea of green formed a striking landscape. This time, the instructors weren't those pretty boys who only knew how to chase girls. Instead, they were real soldiers straight from the military, tough and cold-hearted at first glance. The school intended to thoroughly toughen these freshmen, teaching them endurance and resilience, a harsh lesson for this group of privileged darlings. Li Yuan was exhausted after standing at attention all morning. His physical strength, evident from his previous fight with the street thugs, was decent but not top tier, far below Zhao Chengyang's level. While Zhao Chengyang couldn't beat Li Yuan in a fight, when it came to raw stamina and endurance, Li Yuan fell short. Host, a man shouldn't admit defeat. The system's teasing remark nearly drove Li Yuan mad. I demand to modify my stamina and endurance. I want to be able to work an elephant to death. Li Yuan declared his ambition to the system. That might be a bit tricky. Are you planning to do it yourself? Damn, system, you're so dirty, Li Yuan retorted. Anyone got water? I'm dying of thirst, a guy called out. I didn't bring any. I figured the class would provide water, but these beasts drank it all so fast. This officer training is brutal. I'm drenched in sweat and dying for water. Bring your own water this afternoon. Li Yuan, did you bring water? Nope, but someone's bringing me some. Who? Look, isn't she coming now? Li Yuan pointed south. The boys looked over to see Xi Mutong strolling over, carrying a bottle of purified water and an energy drink. Damn, that's a double whammy, mental and physical. Wah, I'm so jealous. When will I ever get a girlfriend to bring me water? Even if she's not that pretty, it'd be nice. Military training must be tough, Xi Mutong said softly. Not bad. It's been a decent experience, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Here, drink plenty of water. Don't get heatstroke, Xi Mutong urged. I'm suffering from heatstroke, give me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Li Yuan teased. Ooh, the surrounding boys jeered. Flirting like that in front of them? That was just too cruel to a bunch of single guys like them. Xi Mutong blushed and ran off, embarrassed. Li Yuan, huh? How far have you gotten? Did you hit a home run yet? Someone asked curiously. Nope. Like I'm the type to rush things? You gotta build the relationship first, you know? Otherwise, you'll end up pregnant before you know it. Li Yuan was actually telling the truth. Put. The others clearly didn't buy it. Just as Xi Mutong left, Wu Meishue appeared on the playground, also holding 2 bottles of water. Senior Wu was walking over to Li Yuan too. Oh no, why? Looks like someone beat me to it, Wu Meishue speculated upon seeing the water bottles in Li Yuan's hands. Mutong just left, Li Yuan admitted openly. This earned him another round of thumbs up from the guys. Impressive, no beating around the bush. Then, my water? Wu Meishue waved the bottles in her hands. I took it. Li Yuan held out his hand. Fine. Wu Meishue handed the water to Li Yuan. Did you put on sunscreen? Li Yuan pinched Wu Meishue's cheek.
This gesture not only made the guy's eyes practically shoot flames, but even Wu Meishue felt a bit flustered.
Why was he suddenly touching her? Didn't he usually keep his distance? I did.
Wu Meishue murmured softly, her face flushing red.
Good.
Don't get sunburned, Li Yuan said.
Just then, the whistle blew, signaling assembly time.
Over there, Xu Zixuan, who had seen Xi Mutong and Wu Meishue both bringing water to Li Yuan, squeezed the water bottle in her hand and angrily tossed it aside. The assembly call couldn't have come at a worse time. She hadn't even delivered the water.
You should go back.
Military training is about to start, Li Yuan said.
Take care of yourself, Wu Meishue said. Then she left. Li Yuan, did you hear that?
Take care of yourself, the boys teased.
Get lost. Li Yuan knew exactly what they meant. Chapter 33, Effortlessly Defeating the Drill Instructor.
Li Yuan used both of his daily modification opportunities on stamina and endurance, maxing them out to 100. From then on, he was a force capable of exhausting oxen. No, he was a workhorse that could plow the earth to pieces. Everyone, learn from this student. His military posture is exceptionally straight, his form hasn't broken, and he stood for an hour without a single wobble. The instructor pointed at Li Yuan and addressed the boys. Instructor, you can't compare us to livestock.
He's superhuman, someone grumbled.
We all have 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head on our shoulders. What makes him so different? The officer retorted sternly.
Instructor, that's not fair. Your army has elite soldiers, right? They've got 2 arms, 2 legs. Why are they elite? Oh? You dare talk back?
Run 2 laps around the field. The drill sergeant resorted to his authority when he couldn't win the argument.
I'm being framed. The top soldier title comes from relentless training.
If you practice harder, you can become the top student too, the instructor lectured.
But no matter how much I train, I'll never beat Li Yuan.
You might not even stand a chance against him, sir. To divert the instructor's attention, the boy promptly sold Li Yuan out.
Li Yuan shot him a glare. What a blunt truth to spout. I can't beat him? You've got to be kidding me.
The drill sergeant was clearly provoked.
The instructor wasn't much older, just 22, with 5 years in the military, but he still had a youthful spirit. His nickname in the unit, Human Mini Cannon. Li Yuan easily defeated our school's taekwondo club president. He's formidable. Oh, now the instructor was intrigued.
He was a martial arts fanatic in the army, always seeking sparring partners. His combat prowess wasn't low, he had a rating of 70. Come on, let's spar a bit, the instructor challenged Li Yuan.
Instructor, don't listen to his nonsense.
It wouldn't be right for a student to fight an instructor.
Li Yuan feared the instructor might lose face if defeated, so he made excuses to decline. What's the big deal? It's just a friendly spar. Come on, let's exchange a few moves. The instructor insisted. Fine then, Li Yuan relented. Don't cry if you lose later.
The commotion quickly drew the attention of other instructors, who ordered the group to disperse and rushed over to investigate. Upon learning it was just a sparring match, they lingered nearby, eager for the spectacle. They were all young instructors, tough during training, but playful by nature. Seeing the instructors gather, the new recruits rushed over too, instantly swelling the crowd.
Li Yuan glanced at the crowd, wondering if he should go easy.
After all, it wouldn't look good if the instructor lost. Come on, give it your all, the instructor said, striking a stance and waving at Li Yuan.
I'm afraid going all out might kill you, instructor. Don't you have any self-awareness?
This batch of recruits is really tough to handle. Li Yuan mentally complained. Li Yuan lunged forward with a lightning-fast punch. Before the instructor could react, the fist was already inches from his nose.
Whoa! That was fast.
If a guy had said it, Li Yuan would have accepted it, but it came from a girl. The boys all turned to look at the girl, who flushed instantly. I was talking about how fast Li Yuan's punch was, she quickly explained.
We didn't say anything else, why are you explaining? Someone teased. Instructor, are you convinced? Li Yuan asked. Let's do it again. I wasn't ready just now. This time, I'll attack first.
The instructor wasn't convinced and wanted to test Li Yuan's skills again.
All right.
This time, the instructor struck first, landing a straight punch toward Li Yuan.
Li Yuan sidestepped, grabbed, and pulled. With 2 simple moves, he threw the instructor off balance and locked his fingers around the instructor's throat. Instructor, do you admit defeat now? Li Yuan asked. I admit it. You're really good. If Li Yuan had won the first time with explosive power, this time it was pure technique. Either way, Li Yuan could easily defeat the instructor. I told you Li Yuan wasn't human. Believe me now, the boy from earlier said. Watch the superhuman take you down.
Li Yuan lunged straight at him.
Help!
College students these days are full of hidden talents. Even you couldn't beat him, sighed an instructor from another class.
His strength is too overwhelming.
I doubt even our company's elite soldier could beat him, said Li Yuan's instructor.
No way. Not even that martial arts fanatic could beat him, the other instructors scoffed. How much of his true strength do you think Li Yuan showed?
My own power is too shallow, I barely drew anything out of him, Li Yuan's instructor replied.
No wonder they call him inhuman.
He really does seem like an alien. After a day of grueling military training, everyone collapsed onto their dorm beds, exhausted as dogs.
Li Yuan, however, was wide awake. Boss, just got word some rich kid wants to sell his Ferrari LaFerrari. You wanna jump in? Abing called.
Li Yuan had instructed him to notify him whenever someone wanted to sell a top-tier supercar. Whether new or used, as long as the car was in pristine condition, he could acquire it. He simply wanted to collect a variety of top-tier supercars as collectibles.
Know the condition? If it's new enough, buy it, Li Yuan said.
Word is this rich kid just got the car, but after paying off the final installment for this LaFerrari, his dad's company hit a cash crunch. That's why he's selling it now to raise funds, Aben explained.
So it's practically a new car then? Let's get it, Li Yuan said. Got it, boss.
One more thing, a minority shareholder in MiHoYo has agreed to sell their stake, Aben added. Recently, Li Yuan had instructed Aben to establish an investment company dedicated to acquiring and investing in various domestic and international companies. MiHoYo was among them. They'd already acquired 5% of its floating shares and were now buying out other minor shareholders.
Genshin Impact is the company's most famous game. Excellent. Keep up the good work, Li Yuan said.
Having become engrossed in Genshin Impact over the past couple of days, he'd decided to seize the opportunity to acquire the company outright, hence Aben's task of purchasing MiHoYo shares. While other wealthy individuals typically just spend money on games, Li Yuan goes straight for acquiring the game companies themselves. After all, he had money, too much of it, in fact. Not spending it felt uncomfortable. No sooner had Aben hung up than Zhao Chengyang called again.
Boss, that Lu guy Lu Chengnan was snooping around for your info again.
Lin San sent him packing, Zhao Chengyang reported. Seems this young master Lu really has too much time on his hands.
Probably spoiled by his family's wealth.
Send me his father's background info on my phone, Li Yuan said.
An insignificant little pawn. If he keeps haunting me, I'll send him straight to hell. Moments later, the files on Lu Chengnan and his father, Lu Jiancheng, appeared on Li Yuan's phone. Lu Jiancheng, Li Yuan muttered, staring at the photo.
You have only yourself to blame for failing to raise your son properly.
Don't blame others when you've squandered your entire fortune. Chapter 34, The Troubles of Chu Zixuan's Father. System, does this Lu Jiancheng have any major projects currently underway? Li Yuan called out. No response. System, what's going on? Li Yuan asked.
I'm busy watching their little show here. Why are you bothering me again with such boring questions? Just tell me already, and I won't bother you. Otherwise, we'll just be stuck here forever, Li Yuan insisted stubbornly. Fine. If you've got the guts, never share a room again. Otherwise, I'll keep bothering you. I can just block you, Li Yuan said with a sly grin.
Ah, shameless. Li Yuan could block the system, making it sense nothing, but the system couldn't block Li Yuan, that's why it was going crazy. 3. Li Yuan cut a cute figure. Lu Jiancheng is preparing to bid on a plot of land soon. This is their future flagship project. Securing this land will allow them to apply for bank loans, otherwise, their cash flow will face serious issues. Alright, won't bother you anymore. Go watch your duet show. Li Yuan dismissed the system. Auctions? Well, the highest bidder wins, of course. Li Yuan chuckled. When it comes to financial strength, he's never backed down. Now that we've got the land, shouldn't we set up a real estate company? Starting a new one would be too much hassle. Anyway, Lu Jiancheng's company is going bankrupt, why not just take it over? Then we could build a manor and turn it into a private club, way better than buying a villa. Keep some lions, tigers, bears, and such. Throw in a golf course, soccer field, basketball court. Inviting friends over to hang out at home, how impressive would that be? Let's do it. Li Yuan grew more excited the more he thought about it. As for whether the project would get approved, that was a minor detail. Money paved the way, nothing stood in the way. Money solves 99% of the world's problems. Without money, you face 99% of the world's troubles. Take Chu Zixuan's father, Chu Shipang. He was suffering right now. The bank had suddenly announced the cancellation of their loan, citing policy adjustments and tighter lending standards. Money wasn't coming as easily anymore. This hit Chu Shipang right where it hurt. The project was in its most critical funding phase. Without guaranteed capital, the entire venture risked collapse. All the initial investments would go down the drain, leaving the company severely crippled. Many wealthy individuals appear glamorous on the surface, but in reality, they are all debt-ridden tycoons. Scratch beneath the surface, and every one of them owes the banks tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Guess I'll have to borrow from old friends to tide us over, Chu Shipang sighed helplessly. But a 500 million funding gap? That's tough to fill. Who has that kind of cash lying around? Never mind that for now. Haven't seen my precious daughter in days. Doesn't she even video call her old man? Girls really do grow up fast. Xu Shipeng smiled tenderly, thinking of his daughter Xu Zixuan. A video call connected to Xu Zixuan. Hello, Dad. Xu Zixuan's playful, beautiful face appeared on the screen. What's up, sweetheart? Xu Shipeng asked warmly. Military training today. Sweated buckets. Just got back from showering, Xu Zixuan replied. Are you tired? Xu Shipeng asked with concern. Yeah, this drill instructor is super strict. We start with at least an hour of standing at attention. Xu Zixuan began recounting the hardships of boot camp.
Seeing his daughter's appearance, Xu Shipeng felt both heartache and amusement. Looking at Xu Zixuan's beautiful face and carefree demeanor, he vowed to protect her at all costs. Even if he had to take out a loan, he would get her through this. My poor darling daughter, you're really suffering. If you truly can't take it anymore, you can ask the instructor for a break. I can get you a doctor's note, Xu Shipeng offered. No need, Dad. I can handle this much hardship. I can't let someone underestimate me, Xu Zixuan declined his offer. Who dares underestimate you? Could it be, you're in love? Xu Shipeng sensed trouble. No, Dad, what are you imagining? Xu Zixuan quickly denied. But her cheeks flushed slightly, betraying her lie. Well, it wasn't exactly a lie. She wasn't dating anyone, but they were definitely in that ambiguous phase. You insisted on transferring to Wanqing University a while back, something's definitely up. Now you're blushing. Don't try to fool your dad. I'd been there before, Xu Shipeng called her out. Deep down, he felt a pang of unease. His beloved little cotton jacket was about to become someone else's garment. I'm not lying. I just have a little crush. We're not dating yet, Xu Zixuan admitted truthfully. What's the guy's name? Xu Shipeng asked, determined to find out. His name is Li Yuan. Alright, I got it. You're still young, and I don't oppose you dating, but you must choose the right person. Otherwise, you'll be the one who gets hurt, understand? Xu Shipeng advised. Got it, Dad, Xu Zixuan replied obediently. Alright, get some rest. Good night, Dad. After ending the video call, Xu Shipeng dialed his old friends one by one. It's only when people face hardship that you see the true colors of human relationships. The friends who'd once called each other brothers now made every excuse to avoid helping. Some claimed their funds were tied up, others said they had no cash on hand. Those who could lend offered only 5 million yuan. 5 million is no small sum for the average person, but it's a drop in the bucket when it comes to the project's funding gap. This is what you call a friend who'd stick his neck out for you, Xu Shipeng sighed. While scrambling to raise funds, he also instructed his secretary to look into Li Yuan's background. On the second day of military training, the freshman, already hardened by the previous day's ordeal, found today even more exhausting. The fatigue from the previous day had accumulated, and the cries of distress were noticeably louder than the day before. But the drill instructors were cold-blooded creatures. They showed no sympathy, only secretly extending the rest periods. During breaks, the instructors shared stories of their military life, sparking envy in many students. Instructor, can you shoot a sniper rifle? Li Yuan asked. No, only snipers are issued sniper rifles, the instructor replied. Then what role do you fill, instructor? Someone asked. Me? I'm an assault soldier, responsible for fire support during advances, the instructor explained. That's pretty brave, instructor. That role carries high risks, someone remarked. Every soldier faces risks whenever we're on a mission, the instructor replied. So, have you been on any missions, instructor? You dare ask that? Classified, the instructor replied. We get it, instructor. You've definitely been on missions. The instructor remained silent, which counted as an admission. Alright, rest time's over. Fall in. Oh, no, please don't, the group wailed in unison. Chapter 35, Eliminating Traitors, Acquiring Lamborghini. No matter how hard others worked, Li Yuan once again became the envy of everyone. Today, Xu Zixuan brought him a bottle of water first, followed by Xi Mutong and Wu Meishui, who came to offer him water one after another. Even a line of beautiful senior female students came to visit him. As the other guys gazed at those endless legs, tiny waists, and ample curves, they were filled with envy and jealousy but also thoroughly satisfied. They treat me like I can't take care of myself. I can carry my own water, Li Yuan grumbled. Listen to this, is that even human speech? You're complaining about treatment every other guy would kill for. The next day of military training slipped by unnoticed, and everyone dragged their weary bodies to the cafeteria for dinner. Just then, the cafeteria TV broadcasted a news report. China's top traitor had defected to the Eagle Nation, potentially leaking massive classified information. It turned out a man named Tao Shiyang had defected to the Eagle Nation, or rather, he had betrayed his country long ago and only recently fled. He had been recruited by the Eagle State back when he went abroad for studies. After returning to China, he participated in numerous top-secret projects. Now that he's defected to the Eagle State, these projects are likely to be leaked. The damage to China was incalculable. That Tao Shiyang is a real piece of work, Tian Buguang cursed. China nurtured him for all these years, and he turns out to be a traitor? He's worse than a pig or a dog. He left the country today, right? Then he should have just arrived in Eagle Country and wouldn't have had time to spill the secrets yet, Li Yuan said. Even if he hasn't today, he will eventually. With Eagle's protection, we can't touch him, Tian Buguang sighed helplessly. What if something happens to him in the next few days? That would minimize our losses. Li Yuan remarked meaningfully. An accident? He's under Eagle's top-tier protection now. With all the security and doctors around him, how could anything happen? Tian Buguang dismissed the idea. Just saying. An accident would be ideal, but if not, oh well, Li Yuan shrugged. Truth be told, I'm rooting for that traitor to meet an accident too. He's infuriating, Tian Buguang fumed, looking rather adorable in his anger. Maybe our wishes will move the heavens and truly send this traitor to his grave, Li Yuan remarked. Let's hope so. System, you heard that. It's time to take down the traitor. I'm going to finish him off, Li Yuan addressed the system. Host, you're really worked up. Calm down, just like me. Calm, my foot. Who was ignoring me last time we watched that video? Li Yuan teased. Oof. Li Yuan examined Tao Shiyang's attribute panel and noticed he'd been involved in quite a few top-secret projects. Seems he's been networking quite a bit over the years, probably all funded by the eagle-eyed folks. No wonder his escape drew such intense national attention, even prompting official condemnation. Tao Shiyang, say goodbye to this world. Li Yuan smiled cruelly. He changed the status from alive to dead in the life status column. Tens of thousands of miles away in Eagle Country, Tao Shiyang was fast asleep in his home. It was around 6 a.m. his time. His once steady breathing abruptly ceased. By 9 a.m., he still hadn't come out for breakfast. His servants began calling for him, but there was no response from within the room. Sensing something was amiss, the servant opened the door to investigate and discovered Tao Shiyang was dead. This terrified her. Tao Shiyang was the very person the higher-ups had repeatedly instructed her to protect at all costs. How could he have died so suddenly? The servant quickly summoned others to investigate and discovered Tao Shiyang's body had already grown cold. Such a major incident was promptly reported to the higher-ups. The authorities dispatched personnel to investigate, perform an autopsy, and conduct tests. The results revealed no abnormalities whatsoever, yet the man was dead. The cause of death remained a mystery. Upon learning of this, the Huaxia leadership breathed a sigh of relief. Though they didn't know which righteous hero had intervened, this had resolved a major crisis for Huaxia. Moreover, this incident served as a formidable deterrent to those traitors who had been itching to act. Under the eagle's layers of protection, even Tao Shiyang could die without a trace. It was terrifying. They certainly didn't want to meet the same fate. But that was all later. Back to the present. After making the changes, Li Yuan returned to the dorm with Tian Buguang. After playing games for a while, Li Yuan, feeling he had nothing else to do today, intended to use his second modification opportunity to boost speed. But a message from Aben interrupted his plans. Boss, the LaFerrari is secured. The young master is asking for 30 million. Lamborghini Shanghai Center is selling a Lamborghini Aventador supercar soon. I'm sure you'll be interested. But they have strict rules. You must already own 2 top-tier Lamborghini supercars to qualify for this purchase. Aben's words plunged Li Yuan into deep thought. Why do wealthy Chinese chase these brands? Is it their prestige? A status symbol? The answer is yes. Performance is only part of it. These tycoons don't even need such high-end specs. What they truly covet is the exterior design and its scarcity. The rarer the item, the greater the prestige it brings. Since China lacks such brands, they have no choice but to buy foreign ones. Li Yuan originally only intended to buy a few supercars, but when these brands insisted on playing their limited purchase games, he didn't hesitate to act decisively. He went straight for acquiring Lamborghini. Lamborghini is a wholly owned subsidiary of Audi, meaning Lamborghini has only one shareholder. That simplified matters. The shareholder was simply transferred to a company under Li Yuan's name, Highway Investment. Now the entire Lamborghini empire was his. The rest of the poison could be sold however they pleased, but 2 cars had to be reserved for Li Yuan. 1 convertible, 1 hardtop. Have Abing secure a plot of land from the government to build a Lamborghini superfactory and relocate the production to China, Li Yuan pondered. Not just one, we need to bring Bugatti over too, Li Yuan added. Later on, maybe Ferrari, Aston Martin, Pagani, Koenigsegg, and others too, but we'll worry about that later. Li Yuan intended to sweep up every foreign supercar brand under one roof. Though they'd bear foreign names, their essence would be Chinese at heart. After transferring Lamborghini to his company's ownership, Aben's memories were also altered to reflect that Lamborghini now belonged to Li Yuan. Aben, go to Shanghai and retrieve that Lamborghini Aventador Spider. Have them ship a hardtop version too. Li Yuan sent the message to Aben. Got it, boss. With these 2 Lamborghinis, I now have 4 top-tier supercars. Should I get a Koenigsegg 1:1 too? I really like that car, Li Yuan mused to himself. But this car sold out ages ago. If you want one, you'll have to buy used and then you can't guarantee the vehicle's condition. Why not just buy out Koenigsegg outright and have them build me a custom one? Yeah, let's do it.
Lost in thought, Li Yuan drifted off to sleep. Chapter 36, Land Auction. Did they actually doubt Li Yuan had money? On the third day of military training, everyone still hadn't adjusted, arms aching, legs sore, but they completed every assigned task without hesitation. Today was the auction for Lu Jianqing's plot. The bidding was scheduled for the evening. Interesting. Did they want Li Yuan to observe the proceedings? After finishing the day's training, Li Yuan headed straight to the auction site. He usually drove his Rolls-Royce when going out. After all, sports cars were great for showing off, but not very practical for daily use. The Rolls-Royce dealership where Li Yuan bought his car didn't have the Cullinan in stock, but since he wanted one, he placed an order for several. He chose a blue one as his daily driver, while the Phantom went to Zhao Changyang. For racing or parties, Li Yuan would drive his Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse. Upon arriving at the auction site, Zhao Changyang was already waiting, accompanied by Lin San. "Boss, Lu Jianqing and Lu Changnan have already gone inside," Zhao Changyang said. "Then let's go in too," Li Yuan said, stepping forward first. Zhao Changyang and Lin San followed closely behind. Today's land auction featured 3 plots up for bid. The one Lu Jianqing had his eye on was the largest, spanning 152 mu. The other 2 plots were smaller, measuring 85 mu and 78 mu respectively. These plots were prime locations suitable for constructing high-rise buildings or factories, depending on one's needs. Though not a top-tier city, Anqing still counted as a first-tier city, and land prices weren't cheap. Securing such a large plot required deep pockets. It wasn't something someone without substantial funds could pull off. Lu Jianqing was actually hoping to pull off a scam, bid on the land, pay a deposit, then use the land contract to secure a bank loan to cover the full purchase price. But Li Yuan wouldn't let him get away with it, nor would he let anyone else. He wanted all 3 plots. "Lu Jianqing and Lu Changnan are over there," Lin San pointed to the figures in the distance. Li Yuan spotted them too. Lu Changnan stood beside his father, Lu Jianqing, chatting with another man. His father, Lu Jianqing, seemed to be introducing his son to others, letting them get acquainted. He was deliberately grooming Lu Changnan to take over the company someday. Lu Changnan felt a surge of impatience, though he dared not show it. He couldn't care less about the company's messy affairs. When he spotted Li Yuan, anger flared within him. After muttering, "I've got business to attend to. We'll talk later," he strode toward Li Yuan. "Lin San, so you've teamed up with Li Yuan? No wonder you told me not to bother him. Looks like you've been his lackey all along," Lu Changnan sneered. "Lu Changnan, I was only looking out for you. Since you refuse to recognize a favor, you'll have to face the consequences yourself." Lin San had warned Lu Changnan out of respect for their past collaborations, never expecting him to hold a grudge. "My consequences? Ha! You think I'm bluffing? One word from me, and my dad will have you all taken care of." Lu Changnan still threatened his opponents by invoking his father's name. "I don't believe you. Go ahead and have your dad come deal with me." Li Yuan slapped Lu Chengnan's cheek. "Remember how the song Conquer goes?" Li Yuan's words turned Lu Chengnan's face the color of liver. "Just you wait," Lu Changnan muttered angrily as he stormed off, unable to gain the upper hand verbally. "Acting tough without the skills? That's just stupid," Li Yuan muttered under his breath. As the time drew near, everyone took their seats at the auction, ready for the bidding to begin. "Good evening, everyone. I'm Yi Yang, your host for tonight. It's my pleasure to preside over this auction. We will now proceed to the bidding for the first plot. This land spans 152 mu, located in the eastern urban district, bordering the east." Yi Yang outlined the details. "Alright, I trust everyone is now familiar with the basic details of this plot. Next, I will announce its starting bid." "Starting bid, 500 million yuan," Yi Yang announced loudly. Li Yuan did the math, 500 million for 152 mu, roughly 4,934 yuan per square meter. 600 million, someone bid. 700 million. 1 billion. Lu Jianqing made his move, jumping the bid by 300 million yuan outright, looking determined to win at all costs. This move effectively silenced some of the bidders. "Everyone, do me a favor," Lu Jianqing said with a smile, waving his hand. Those without the means would naturally grant him this courtesy, but those with the resources? Who would bow to him? They were all competitors. Competitors are enemies. 1.1 billion. Another bidder stepped forward. 1.3 billion. Lu Jianqing raised the stakes again. 1.5 billion. 1.8 billion. Lu Jianqing quoted a figure few dared to match. "Any more bids?" Yi Yang asked as a matter of routine. Just as Lu Jianqing and Lu Changnan thought the deal was nearly sealed, Li Yuan made his move. 2 billion. Li Yuan added 200 million outright. The moment he spoke, all eyes turned to him. Who is this guy? He looks unfamiliar. So young, and he has that much money? Could he be here to cause trouble? This is a government auction. If he's here to cause trouble, he's just asking for trouble. "Hey, handsome, are you sure about 2 billion? Yi Yang didn't recognize Li Yuan and felt compelled to warn him. "Don't worry, I can afford it," Li Yuan said confidently. "All right." Yi Yang had given his warning. Since Li Yuan seemed to understand, that was sufficient. 2.05 billion. Lu Jianqing hadn't expected this unexpected competitor. 2 billion was his absolute bottom line, anything more would be painful. Look at you being so stingy. I'll go to 2.5 billion. Li Yuan immediately raised the stakes. Whoa! The crowd of bigwigs sucked in their breath. This was astonishing. No one had ever seen someone raise their own bid by such a staggering amount. Lu Jianqing shot Li Yuan a look of equal parts shock and anger, while Lu Chengnan glared at him with pure venom. Neither had anticipated Li Yuan possessed such formidable resources. Just as Yi Yang was about to bring down the gavel, a staff member walked in and whispered something in Yi Yang's ear. Yi Yang nodded, his expression souring. After the staff member left, Yi Yang approached Li Yuan with a slightly embarrassed expression and said, "Young man, what might I call you?" Li Yuan. "Well, to ensure the auction proceeds smoothly, we need to verify your financial standing. Would you be willing to cooperate?" Yi Yang asked awkwardly. Conducting a financial verification on a bidder mid-auction was a first in his professional career. Capital verification? The entire room erupted in an uproar. Could this guy be here to cause trouble? I knew it. Someone this young couldn't possibly have that much money. He must be here to cause trouble. Lu Jianqing saw a glimmer of hope, while Lu Chengnan watched Li Yuan with schadenfreude. No problem. I'll show you my account balance right now. Li Yuan pulled out his phone. System, add 20 billion to my account. Now. Li Yuan commanded the system. Usually, the system handled transfers directly, so Li Yuan's card held no funds. No problem, done. Li Yuan opened his ICBC app and tapped on the balance in front of Yi Yang. A long string of numbers appeared. Chapter 37, snapping up 3 plots of land in a row, shocking the real estate circle. Yi Yang stood beside him, utterly stunned. He silently counted the digits in his head, then double-checked by using his pinky fingernail to count each digit one by one, worried he might have miscounted. "Mr. Li Yuan, I'm truly sorry to have inconvenienced you." Yi Yang bowed sincerely. What does it mean to possess 20 billion in cash? It could only be described as mind-blowing. Those billionaire tycoons? Their fortunes are just paper wealth stock valuations. Ask them to actually produce 20 billion yuan? They couldn't do it. Net worth does not equal cash on hand. Mr. Li Yuan's bid is valid and binding. The first plot, 152 mu, belongs to Mr. Li Yuan, Yi Yang announced loudly from the podium. He actually passed the capital verification? How much is really in his account? I thought he was here to cause trouble, but turns out he's a hidden tycoon. This man is not someone to cross. The crowd buzzed with speculation about Li Yuan's wealth. Lu Jianqing and Lu Chengnan both looked disappointed. Next up is the auction for the second plot of land, covering 85 mu. Yi Yang proceeded to introduce the second parcel. Starting bid, 230 million yuan. This plot's unit price was slightly cheaper than the first one, as its location was somewhat remote and not as desirable. Having missed out on the first plot, Lu Jianqing placed a bid on this one. After fierce bidding, the price reached 1.2 billion yuan. The investment value of this plot was significantly lower than the first one, causing the enthusiasm to wane somewhat. 1.5 billion. Seeing the bidding slow, Li Yuan placed another bid. Once Li Yuan made his move, the others hesitated to bid. Is Li Yuan trying to snap up every single plot? That'd piss off everyone. How dare he? Is this what having real power looks like? Damn, I'm so jealous throwing around billions like that. Looks like he's no pushover after all. Wonder if he's got the balls to pull it off. Li Yuan secured the second plot as well. Next came the third plot. Though the smallest in size, its prime location commanded the highest price per square meter. Starting bid, 300 million. The bidding war for this lot was even fiercer than the second one. The price climbed steadily until it finally reached 1.5 billion yuan before no further bids were placed. 1.51 billion. Lu Jianqing added 10 million yuan to test the waters. 1.6 billion. Li Yuan made another bid. It's you again, Lu Jianqing spat bitterly. I never intended to come here. If you must blame someone, blame your son. He provoked me, so I had to demonstrate my capabilities. Li Yuan shifted the blame. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lu Jianqing turned and glared fiercely at Lu Chengnan. The other real estate tycoons also began to harbor resentment toward him. So it was you who brought this dragon upon us, ruining everyone's chances to profit. Lu Chengnan felt uneasy under Lu Jianqing's glare but dared not utter a word. He hadn't expected Li Yuan to be so formidable. Unwittingly, he'd set himself up for failure. I'll have my son apologize to you. Will you withdraw from this auction? Lu Jianqing inquired. Mr. Lu, do you think this is child's play? Do you really believe a simple apology would make me withdraw from the competition? That's naive. How did you become such a big boss with that mindset? Li Yuan's scornful retort made Lu Jianqing clench his fists in anger. Damn it. 1.7 billion. Lu Jianqing raised his bid again.
He had to secure this plot to obtain bank financing, otherwise, his company's cash flow would dry up.
2 billion. Li Yuan casually raised the bid. How much money does he have? Why can he raise the stakes so calmly after winning 2 plots already? This question lingered in many minds. Yi Yang met the curious gazes of the crowd and thought to himself, he's got 20 billion. This is nothing to him. Lu Jianqing considered raising again, but even at 2 billion, this plot offered little profit. Any higher bid risked losses. Moreover, once the bank learned he'd bought the land at such a high price, they might not extend him a loan. With no profit margin in sight, the bank knew he wouldn't be able to repay the debt. After some thought, Lu Jianqing decided to withdraw. Li Yuan's air of absolute certainty left him feeling utterly defeated. In the end, Li Yuan secured 3 plots for 6 billion yuan.
The government made a killing, but Li Yuan didn't care. He was acquiring these plots for his own use anyway. The largest plot, 152 mu, would be developed into a private estate, while the remaining 2 plots were still undecided. This time, the real estate developers in Ancheng had truly witnessed Li Yuan's power. He was ridiculously wealthy. Young Master Li, would you be interested in a joint development for these plots? A developer approached him to discuss. I have no use for that 78 mu plot in the city center. We could explore a partnership. Discuss the details with my company. Cheng Yang, hand out my business cards to these executives so everyone can get acquainted. Zhao Chengyang distributed Highway Investments business cards to all the real estate bosses except Lu Jianqing and Lu Chengnan. With that, Highway Investment gained some recognition within Ancheng's real estate circles. After the land auction concluded, Li Yuan headed back. As he passed a restaurant entrance, he saw a young woman being harassed by a group of thugs. She was waving her purse while backing away. She soon backed up to Li Yuan's car, anxiously tapping on the Cullinan's window and pleading pitifully, "Help me." Li Yuan rolled down the window and asked calmly, "What's going on?" "They're forcing me to drink with their boss. I refused, and now they're trying to grab me. Please save me," she pleaded pitifully. Li Yuan took a quick look at her. She was quite pretty, and her helpless expression stirred his protective instincts. "Kid, mind your own business." The thugs arrived just then, pointing at Li Yuan and barking. "Sure thing," Li Yuan replied, flooring the gas pedal and speeding away. "Damn it, that guy's such a coward. We could have made a killing off him," one thug cursed. "What a waste of that handsome face. I was actually hoping for a real fight with him." The girl stopped playing the victim now, acting like she knew the punks well. She took the cigarette offered by one of the thugs, placed it between her lips, and the thug respectfully lit it for her. Turns out this girl was their real boss. Just as they were cursing under their breath, Li Yuan returned. "Hey guys, just chatting here," Li Yuan teased. "Damn it, you didn't leave," one of the thugs cursed. "I knew you were putting on a show." "Guess I was right." "Which gang are you with?" Li Yuan asked. "So, from the way you talk, you're in the game too," the girl spoke up. "I'm with the knife gang." "What about you?" Li Yuan replied honestly. "Black Rose. So you're the thorny rose. I'd love to meet her. Could you introduce me?" Li Yuan was intrigued by Black Rose. She was a legendary figure in Ancheng's underworld, nicknamed Black Rose. The gang she founded bore the same name. Renowned for her formidable skills and fearless fighting spirit. By 18, she had carved out a niche for herself in Ancheng. After several years of development, her gang had become one of the more prominent underworld forces in the city. She was far more formidable than the old Knife Society. However, with Li Yuan's financial backing, the Knife Society had grown rapidly and was slowly catching up. You want to meet Black Rose? Hurry up and give a good review, or else. Chapter 38, Teasing the Black Rose. You think you can meet the Black Rose boss? Sneered a low-level thug. In their eyes, the Black Rose boss was a goddess. Li Yuan, this pretty boy, might be handsome, but how could he possibly be worthy of meeting their boss? Even peripheral members like them rarely got the chance to see her. Why wouldn't I be worthy? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. He had looks, wealth, and height. What made him unworthy? Look at you, weak as a reed. Not manly at all, the thug sneered. Seeing nothing else to criticize about Li Yuan's appearance, he could only attack this aspect. Li Yuan might not look like a burly guy, but he had muscles. Let's see what you've got. Li Yuan beckoned with a flick of his finger. Hey, you don't know when to quit. Before the thug could finish his sentence, Li Yuan's fist was already in front of his face. Damn fast. Though meant as praise, Li Yuan always felt it carried an insulting undertone. Take me to meet your Black Rose boss, Li Yuan said, retracting his fist. The thugs were still shaken. Thankfully, no fight had broken out earlier, otherwise, they might have gotten beaten up. We can only deliver your message. Whether she meets you is up to the Black Rose boss, the girl said. No problem, Li Yuan agreed. And so, Li Yuan drove the group to the Black Rose headquarters. The Black Rose's lair was at the Black Rose Bar, their own establishment. However, it was rarely used to entertain outsiders. Usually, only their own brothers came here to drink. Li Yuan was seated to drink while they went to inform the Black Rose. You say he's from the knife gang, the Black Rose leader asked the girl. Yes.
The girl appeared quite reserved in Black Rose's presence. That was the aura he commanded, commanding respect without needing to raise his voice. I heard the Knife Society recently received funding from a mysterious patron. Could this be him? Black Rose stared at the surveillance feed showing the handsome and elegant Li Yuan, lost in thought. Bring him up here, Black Rose ordered. Shortly after, Li Yuan was escorted to the bar's second floor, where he met the legendary queen of Anqing's underworld, Black Rose. Black Rose was 26 years old, neither too young nor too old, possessing an angelic face and a devilish figure. She wore a black leather jacket and pants, her feet clad in black stiletto heels. Her look was reminiscent of a beautiful detective's outfit. A lace-trimmed black mask perpetually covered half of Black Rose's face, and few had ever seen the half hidden beneath it. Thus, Black Rose was also known as the half-faced angel. Rumor has it that the hidden half bears a large, unsightly birthmark, which is why she conceals it. But this remains mere conjecture. No living soul has truly seen it, for all who have witnessed it are now dead. What should I call you? Black Rose spoke first. Li Yuan. What's Black Rose's name? Li Yuan was equally curious about hers. You can call me Sister Jing, Black Rose replied. All right. Black Rose didn't want to say it, but Li Yuan didn't mind, he had the system anyway. Name, Su Huijing editable. Age, 26 editable. Height, 171 centimeters editable. Weight, 95 gene adjustable. Combat proficiency, 79 editable. Seeing Black Rose's combat strength, Li Yuan was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected it to surpass even Zhao Qingyang's, a retired special forces soldier. Appearance, 98 half-face view. 54 full face. Birthmark, 13.5 centimeters modifiable. So Black Rose really did have a birthmark on her face, and it wasn't small either. Sister Jing, are you interested in working with me? Li Yuan asked directly. What kind of partnership? Black Rose inquired with interest. I'll pay to incorporate your group under my command like acquiring a company, Li Yuan explained. That's pretty straightforward and blunt. How much can you offer? Black Rose inquired. Name your price, and I'll pay it. Li Yuan declared boldly. What if I say 10 billion? Black Rose teased. No problem. Li Yuan nodded in immediate agreement. Are you messing with me? Black Rose didn't believe for a second that Li Yuan would actually shell out 10 billion to buy them out. 100 billion could do so many things. I'm not that bored. This is my phone balance. Take a look. Li Yuan reopened the ICBC app and handed his phone to Black Rose. 14 billion? Black Rose was stunned. How could this young guy have so much money? This is just the tip of the iceberg. If you want it, I can give you all 14 billion without a second thought. Li Yuan said it with utter nonchalance. If Black Rose hadn't weathered so many storms, any ordinary girl would have been trembling by now. With all this money, you could have anything you want. Why specifically my Black Rose gang? Black Rose was puzzled. Because I'm interested in you personally, Li Yuan replied honestly. The queen of Anqing's underworld. Don't joke with me like that, sis. I'm not worth that much. Black Rose absent-mindedly touched the lace mask covering her face. If not for that birthmark, how could a woman with a 98% beauty rating have ended up on the path of organized crime? It was all fate. Because of this birthmark, the queen of Anqing's underworld was born. And because of this birthmark, Black Rose had always harbored deep insecurities, though she hid them so well, no one ever noticed. What if I told you I could make your birthmark disappear? Li Yuan smiled faintly, his expression brimming with confidence. You're asking for death. The birthmark had always been Black Rose's taboo, few dared mention it in her presence. The moment Li Yuan spoke, Black Rose lunged forward, delivering a straight kick toward him. The razor-sharp heel of her stiletto boot struck like a steel fork. Had Li Yuan not dodged, it would have pierced him straight through, leaving his heart soaring. No wonder she's a fierce woman with a combat rating of 79. Those thigh muscles, that explosive power, pretty impressive. Must feel amazing to get caught between them. Even in such a critical moment, Li Yuan still found time for such idle thoughts. With that thought, Li Yuan moved. A swift circle, a twist, and a hug perfectly diffused Black Rose's attack, and he gained the upper hand. First, he circled around her kicking calf, then shifted her weight so she followed his movement, losing her balance. Finally, he swept her into his arms, pulling her close. Black Rose had never endured such humiliation. Her hands lashed out at Li Yuan, but he moved like a Tai Chi master. Using the sway of his arms, shoulders, and body, he deflected most of her force each time. Her strikes landed on him as if she were merely caressing him. Black Rose now realized Li Yuan was far more skilled than her, gaining every advantage. Her two strongholds had already fallen to the enemy. To reclaim them, she must strike at his vital points, attacking where he must defend. Closing in, Black Rose wrapped both arms around Li Yuan's neck while her free leg shot upward, aiming to drive into the space between his thighs. A solid hit would cripple Li Yuan. But Li Yuan was prepared. Protecting his brother was everyone's responsibility. Li Yuan clamped his legs around Black Rose's knees, leaving her with no support and forcing her to hang onto him. The position was somewhat suggestive. Anyone unaware of the situation would surely assume the two were up to something. Chapter 39, Taming Black Rose. First, collect some interest. You're way too hot-headed. I'm telling the truth. I can remove your birthmark. Li Yuan said earnestly. Look, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm not lying to you, Li Yuan added. You're touching my conscience, Black Rose snapped. Same thing, Li Yuan replied shamelessly. I'll bite you to death. Black Rose was so furious she resorted to threats. Li Yuan dodged the deadly bite and slapped Black Rose's butt, yelling, behave yourself. Black Rose couldn't fight back, couldn't bite, and had just been slapped on her private parts. Her spirit deflated instantly, and she calmed down. I have a miraculous potion here, specifically for treating birthmarks. It's absolutely effective. Trying it won't hurt anything. If it works, you'll become a great beauty. Li Yuan persuaded her. Does it really work? Black Rose asked, her voice tinged with hope. Absolutely, Li Yuan affirmed. If it doesn't work, I'll kill you, Black Rose threatened. And what if it does work? Li Yuan countered. Whatever you say goes, Black Rose declared flatly. Fine. The two parted ways. Black Rose reclined half lying on an executive chair as Li Yuan carefully removed her half mask. The birthmark on Black Rose's face revealed a terrifying dark brown hue, hideously ugly. No wonder she never wanted anyone to see it. Li Yuan took out a bottle of ordinary water and dripped it all over Black Rose's face. Then, within the system, he altered the birthmark's dimensions from 13 by 5 centimeters to 0x0, causing it to vanish. All done, Li Yuan announced. You're tricking me again, Black Rose snapped, furious enough to kill Li Yuan. It had only been a few seconds since the drops were applied. How could it possibly work that fast? If you don't believe me, go look in the mirror. Seeing is believing. Li Yuan's words calmed Black Rose. If you dare to trick me, I'll kill you, Black Rose huffed angrily. Black Rose looked around for a mirror but realized none was nearby. Li Yuan shook his head at the sight. Poor kid. He opened his phone, switched to selfie mode, and handed it to Black Rose. See for yourself. Black Rose took it and stared at the beautiful, alluring reflection on the screen, unable to believe her eyes. She gently traced her delicate cheek, a single tear slipping from the corner of her eye. Li Yuan pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the tear stains from Black Rose's face, saying softly, keep crying and you'll end up looking like a little kitten. So be it. I'll be a little kitten. As a woman of the underworld, Black Rose wasn't the sentimental type. Thank you. From now on, Black Rose is at your command. She lifted her face and addressed Li Yuan solemnly. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. From now on, the Black Rose gang will merge with the Small Knife Society. I'll give you 100 million as development funds for the gang. Li Yuan didn't mince words either. The Black Rose gang had its own connections. Merging directly saved them a lot of time fighting for territory and managing relationships. No problem. Black Rose meant what she said, and with Li Yuan's financial backing, the gang could expand even further. Good. I'll have someone come tomorrow to discuss the merger details with you, Li Yuan said. Business is settled. Now let's discuss personal matters, Black Rose said, rising to his feet. What personal matters? Li Yuan asked curiously. You hit me and groped me earlier. You think you can just leave without an explanation? Black Rose stared at Li Yuan. We're all part of the underworld. Why dwell on such trivialities? Li Yuan teased Black Rose deliberately. I don't care about others, but I, Black Rose, have never let anyone treat me this way. Today, you must give me an explanation, Black Rose said sternly. Then follow me. I'll take care of you, Li Yuan offered. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Remember your words, or I'll bite you to death. A faint smile finally appeared on Black Rose's face. How exactly do you plan to bite me to death? Li Yuan stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Black Rose's waist and pulling her close. With my teeth, of course. Black Rose flashed her pearly whites. No biting allowed, Li Yuan shook his head. Oomph, like that'll happen. As a top-tier gang boss, she understood exactly what Li Yuan meant. First, collect some interest. Li Yuan leaned in and kissed Black Rose's red lips. Li Yuan was fine, he had some experience. Black Rose, however, was a complete novice, left dizzy and flustered by his kiss. But fueled by her gratitude toward Li Yuan and 26 years of pent-up desire, Black Rose was incredibly passionate, so much so that Li Yuan struggled to keep up. Way too wild. Li Yuan thought to himself. But I like it. This kiss lasted a full half hour, leaving their lips numb. I have military training at school tomorrow, so I'll head back now. But when I come back, I'll collect everything with interest, Li Yuan said meaningfully. I don't have a hymen. Would you mind? But I swear I'm a virgin. That thing just got in the way during fights, so I tore it myself. Truly the queen of the underworld, she broached such an intimate topic with such directness. Don't worry, I understand. Li Yuan held Black Rose close, gently patting her back. In Li Yuan's embrace, Black Rose felt an overwhelming sense of security, a feeling she'd never known in all her years of iron-fisted combat. She was utterly captivated by this feeling, longing to hold on to it forever. Kiss me one more time, demanded the Black Rose. Faced with such an unreasonable demand, what else could Li Yuan say? Of course, he had to grant her wish. Heaven's thunder ignited Earth's fire. Had Li Yuan not exercised restraint, Black Rose would have transformed from girl to woman tonight. Having subdued the Black Rose gang, Li Yuan felt elated. Today, he had cigarettes with him. Pulling out a Huazi cigarette and lighting it, he hummed a tune as he drove toward the school. He still had one modification slot left unused, so Li Yuan adjusted his speed to 100. Now he possessed human-level peak speed. Forget about 9.58 seconds in the 100-meter dash that was child's play. If he wanted to run, 9 seconds wouldn't even be a challenge. By the time he returned to the dorm at 10 p.m., Tian Buguang was still awake, engrossed in a game. Back already? Who was the campus beauty you went on a date with? And why's your mouth all swollen? Tian Buguang teased. Damn it. Li Yuan had forgotten about that. If he'd known, he would have maxed out his recovery ability too. Now Tian Buguang had something to laugh about. But whatever. He was a single guy anyway, let him envy all he wanted. Chapter 40, Shutting Down the Traitor, an astonishing 100m time. On the 4th day of military training, the freshmen were finally starting to adjust. Though still exhausted, most were managing to persevere. During a break, the group discussed the Diamond League 100-meter race. One guy said, "It's such a shame Sushin couldn't compete in the Diamond League 100m this time. He got injured and had to pull out. Otherwise, with his form, he probably would have taken home the gold." What was the winning time this time? I admit Sushin is strong, but winning gold, someone doubted. This skeptic believed Asians simply couldn't win the 100-meter title. The winning time this time was 9.95 seconds. With Sushin's 9.83 seconds, he had a real shot at the title. 9.95 seconds? That's way too slow, someone scoffed. How fast can you run? Shame on you for mocking him, countered the usual keyboard warriors. I'm not a professional athlete. Guys, is 9.95 seconds really that slow? It is pretty weak. I know I couldn't do it, but you'd at least need to break 9.9 seconds. With 1.4 billion people in China, no one except Sushin can hit 9.95 seconds. You ignorant lot, mocking him like that, Zhang Yang, the kneeling tribe's representative, sneered. Some folks have been kneeling so long they've forgotten how to stand up, Li Yuan grumbled, growing annoyed with Zhang Yang's constant defense of foreign athletes. China might lag a bit in the 100m, but that doesn't mean we have to grovel at others' feet. I'm stating facts. If you can name anyone besides Sushin who can break 9.95 seconds, I'll do 3 headbangs on the spot, Zhang Yang declared confidently. His confidence stemmed from the fact that no one else existed. Seeing Zhang Yang's arrogant demeanor, everyone felt both angry and helpless. They simply couldn't refute him. Who says there aren't any? I know one right off the bat, Li Yuan said. Oh? Who is it? Tell us, Zhang Yang said confidently. He'd just checked the national 100-meter sprinter rankings today. There couldn't possibly be a second person. Not just Zhang Yang, but everyone else was curious too. Me. Li Yuan pointed at himself. You. Haha, you've got to be kidding. Zhang Yang burst out laughing, finding Li Yuan's humor hilarious. Everyone else chuckled too. When it comes to wealth, looks, or popularity with women, no one can match you. Not even Sushin might hold a candle to you. But you claim you can run 9.95 seconds? No one believes that. Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. We can test it right here, Li Yuan declared confidently. A real test? No joke? Zhang Yang confirmed. Of course it's for real. I'm also curious to see if your high is legit, Li Yuan sneered. Fine. You won't believe it until you see it, huh? If you can't run 9.95 seconds, how about lending me your sports car for a day? Zhang Yang had his eye on Li Yuan's sports car, already scheming to use the luxury ride to impress some girls. No problem, as long as you know how to drive, Li Yuan agreed. What's so hard about that? I can drive, Zhang Yang said nonchalantly. Li Yuan didn't say much more. Talking too much would make him sound like he was showing off. After explaining the situation to the drill instructor, who seemed intrigued, he brought in the PE teacher. Though skeptical that Li Yuan could break the 10-second barrier, the PE teacher saw no harm in testing it. And so, the impromptu 100-meter dash began. There was only one competitor, one referee, and a crowd of spectators. Li Yuan hadn't trained for this. He didn't know the professional starting stance. He just stood at the starting line, front leg bent, back leg straight, body leaning forward slightly, arms in a ready swing position. He looked like an amateur. That stance alone is hilarious. Looks like he's practicing martial arts here, ha! Zhang Yang teased. He knew Li Yuan practiced martial arts, which was why he said it. The crowd already doubted Li Yuan could pull it off, and this starting stance only made them shake their heads in disbelief. As the whistle blew, Li Yuan took off with a long stride, his speed astonishing. Holy crap, he's fast. The crowd, who had given up hope, was stunned by Li Yuan's speed. No, I'm going too fast. I need to slow down. After running a short distance, Li Yuan thought to himself. He'd started at full throttle, failing to control his speed. If he kept this up, he'd definitely break the 9-second barrier, something truly astonishing. So Li Yuan began to slow down gradually. But the 100 meters were too short. Even as he desperately tried to decelerate, he still crossed the finish line at an astonishing speed. The moment the PE teacher pressed the stopwatch, he knew a 100-meter prodigy had been born. The display read 9.59 seconds. This was a manual stopwatch, which was slower than an electronic one. If it had been electronic, he would have absolutely broken the 9.58-second record. "Teacher, what was Li Yuan's time?" many students asked anxiously. They knew he'd run incredibly fast, but had no idea what his exact time was. 9.59 seconds, the PE teacher announced, holding up the stopwatch for everyone to see. Holy SHT! The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Zhang Yang, the kneeling tribe member, shouted in disbelief. With real data like this, you think you can get away with cheating? The crowd demanded. How could Chinese people possibly achieve such results? The PE teacher cheated, they're in cahoots. Zhang Yang shouted. How embarrassing, how could there be such sycophants? Everyone saw Li Yuan's speed. If I were in cahoots with him like you claim, would I fool everyone with a 9.59? Wouldn't a 9.9 be much more impressive? Hearing Zhang Yang slander him, the PE teacher strode over to confront him. Get down on your knees and apologize. I didn't want to ruin our friendship like this, but with your traitorous attitude, not beating you up is already showing mercy, Li Yuan said coldly. Kneel. Kneel. The crowd grew furious, looking down on Zhang Yang. Facing the crowd's fury, Zhang Yang feared getting beaten and swallowed his resentment, kowtowing 3 times to Li Yuan. The teachers and drill instructors made no move to intervene. As Li Yuan had said, showing mercy to such a Western-obsessed traitor was already generous. After kowtowing, Zhang Yang couldn't bear to stay any longer. Covering his face, he ran back to the dormitory. Alright, time to assemble. Playtime and commotion were over, it was time for training. Everyone hurried back, but the PE teacher grabbed Li Yuan by the arm, his voice brimming with excitement. Li Yuan. You have to join the sprint team. Bring glory to our country. I've got too much on my plate to join the sprint team, Li Yuan declined. With his beautiful girlfriend, fancy car, and expensive watch, wasn't his life already sweet? Why would he want to endure grueling training? You can't just think about yourself. This is about bringing glory to our country, even standing up for the Asian race. Today, no matter what, I'm getting you on that sprint team. The PE teacher clung to Li Yuan, refusing to let go. Coach, this is a bit inappropriate between 2 grown men, don't you think? Li Yuan protested. I don't care, the PE teacher insisted stubbornly. I don't have time for training, but if it's just competing, I could do that. Li Yuan conceded. Really? The PE teacher planned to take things step by step, aiming for whatever he could get. Yeah. Li Yuan nodded. All right. The PE teacher nodded in agreement. Chapter 41, Meeting the Parents? Feeling a bit nervous. Li Yuan's 9.59-second 100-meter dash time quickly made waves on the campus forum again. The result was utterly astonishing. What kind of freak is this Li Yuan? Is he some kind of alien in human form? This view seemed absurd, yet many found themselves nodding in agreement. When science reaches its limits, it gives way to mysticism. Since science couldn't explain it, people turned to mystical theories. If Li Yuan gets proper training, he could totally break the 9.58-second record. Then we'd have our very own world champion sprinter, someone suggested. But he'd have to actually train. Do you think Li Yuan would ever train? Why wouldn't he? It'd boost his fame. If you were Li Yuan, would you train? If I were swapped with him, I'd definitely refuse. He's got money, women, looks, why would he train? Is he crazy? No amount of money matters more than national honor. That's just what you say because you're broke. Once you're rich, you won't think that way. Living it up is exactly what they should be doing. Enough arguing. Latest news, Li Yuan has agreed to compete in future matches, just not attend training. What good is that? Are you kidding me? Even with such amateur technique, Li Yuan managed to run 9.59 seconds. Even without specialized training, just tweaking his starting blocks could shave off 0.01 seconds. Plus, competing once will give him more experience, which will definitely boost his time. Need I say more? So you're saying breaking a record would be a piece of cake? Seems like effort really pales in comparison to talent. Zhu Xipeng, Zhu Zixuan's father, stared at the file his secretary had brought him about Li Yuan, lost in thought. These were, of course, only the most superficial details about Li Yuan. For instance, he'd spent 1.5 billion yuan acquiring a Rolls-Royce dealership, owned a supercar worth over 80 million yuan, held an elite license plate featuring 5/8, and owned the Anqing Art Exhibition Center. Not to mention yesterday's extravagant 6 billion yuan bid for 3 plots of land. Even this alone was enough to leave Zhu Xipeng utterly stunned. If he knew Li Yuan also held a 31.1% stake in Penguin Group and full ownership of Lamborghini, who knew what he would think? My dear daughter, Zhu Xipeng sighed, I must say, you really know how to pick a partner. Li Yuan could certainly resolve his financial difficulties, but if he borrowed money from Li Yuan, would Chu Zixuan ever be able to hold her head high in front of him again? That was the concern weighing on his father's mind. We'd better explore other options, Chu Shipong sighed. He simply couldn't bring himself to ask Li Yuan for a loan. Mr. Chu, it's bad news. Wang Ximing is stirring up trouble again. The factory has shut down, and the workers are threatening to strike. Chu Shipong's secretary rushed in, reporting urgently.
Damn it, Chu Shipong slammed his fist on the table in frustration. This Wang Ximing was a close confidant of Li Changpeng, the company's second in command, and held a leadership position at the factory with considerable influence. During this corporate crisis, Li Changpeng wasn't just failing to resolve the issues, he was actively plotting to seize control and become the company's top executive.
Wang Ximing, acting on his orders, kept stirring up strike threats. Of course, the company's current difficulties and delayed payroll were major contributing factors, but mutual understanding was needed. Mr. Chu, the factory can't shut down now. We still have a large backlog of orders to complete. If we fail to meet the deadlines, we'll face substantial penalty fees, the secretary reminded him. Pineapple Company is so unreasonable.
Their payment cycles are way too slow. If they settled each order individually, we wouldn't be facing this cash crunch, Chu Shipong complained.
But it was just venting, he knew it wouldn't change anything. Countless companies coveted Pineapple Corp's orders.
Just securing one was a stroke of luck for them, a small firm with little bargaining power. How about we pause our D for now and redirect those funds, the secretary suggested.
No way. We're at a critical juncture now. If we drop the ball, all that upfront investment will go to waste. Plus, Pineapple might switch suppliers next year. Without core technology, we'd be the ones replaced.
Chu Shipong possessed a degree of foresight, which is why he had consistently invested in developing proprietary technologies over the years to enhance product competitiveness.
But our D was a money pit. Then what should we do? The secretary pressed anxiously. I'll figure something out.
You can step out for now, Chu Shipong said. After the secretary left, Chu Shipong sent a message to Chu Zixuan, asking her to invite Li Yuan over for dinner.
He wanted to meet him. Chu Zixuan hadn't seen it during military training and only noticed her father's message after her break. She was suddenly at a loss. Her father wanted to invite Li Yuan over for dinner? Wasn't that a bit too soon? They weren't even officially dating yet and already meeting the parents? Would Li Yuan be scared? Would he refuse? Would her parents think Li Yuan was a player? What if they agreed? What if they refused? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled through Chu Zixuan's mind. Dad, isn't this too soon? Li Yuan and I haven't even confirmed our relationship yet. After a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, Chu Zixuan sent a message to Chu Shipong to test the waters. It's just dinner. We won't discuss feelings, Chu Shipong replied. If we're not discussing feelings, what's there to talk about? Chu Zixuan muttered inwardly. Why don't you set up a time with Li Yuan? How about tonight? Chu Shipong asked. He was anxious too. Tonight's too soon. I'll check if he's available first, Chu Zixuan replied, caught off guard and completely unprepared. Alright, check with him first. It needs to happen within the next few days, the sooner the better, Chu Shipong replied. Dad, you're not keeping something from me, are you? A woman's intuition told Chu Zixuan something wasn't right. What could it be? Chu Shipong denied immediately. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you. Tell me if something's up. I'm grown up now, I can help ease your worries. Chu Zixuan insisted. Good girl. You really are Dad's good daughter, Chu Shipong said with satisfaction. After their conversation ended, Chu Zixuan dashed toward the boys' training area. School beauty Chu's off to find Li Yuan again. How enviable, murmured both boys and girls alike. The boys envied Li Yuan, while the girls envied Chu Zixuan. Why didn't you bring water today? Li Yuan teased when he saw Chu Zixuan. You don't need these 2 bottles of water anyway, Chu Zixuan pouted. So you just came over to act cute today? Li Yuan patted Chu Zixuan's head. Not at all. My dad just texted me he wants to invite you over for dinner tonight. Are you free? Chu Zixuan asked. What? Li Yuan was taken aback. What the hell is going on? My future father-in-law wants me over for dinner already? He's not planning to chop me up into little pieces, is he? My dad said it's just dinner, no talk of marriage, Chu Zixuan relayed her father's words. This made Li Yuan even more uneasy. No talk of feelings? Did that mean he planned to poison him to death? Just as Li Yuan was about to refuse, Chu Zixuan's next words made him reconsider. Please comment, request updates, and support with tips. Chapter 42, Family Dinner, Gang Merger. I feel like my dad's got something on his mind, but he won't tell me, Chu Zixuan said. Difficulties? Li Yuan muttered. Chu Zixuan's dad must have sent someone to investigate me. If he just wanted to break us up, he wouldn't need to invite me to dinner at his house, he could have just talked to me outside. So that scheming frog keeps probing you. Chu Zixuan's dad must be facing some trouble but feels awkward bringing it up, hence inviting me to dinner. During the gathering, he might drop hints. If I'm perceptive enough to step in and help, that would be ideal. Li Yuan's inner thoughts were laid bare for everyone to see. Since the elder is facing difficulties, it's only right for a younger generation to lend a hand. I can attend the dinner tonight, and after military training ends, I'll come pick you up. Li Yuan ruffled Xu Zixuan's hair. Great, it's settled then, Xu Zixuan said happily. Xi Mutong and Wu Meishui, you're falling behind. Li Yuan and I are about to meet the parents. I'm the real deal. After military training ended, Li Yuan and Xu Zixuan took a shower in the dormitory to wash off the sweat. Then Li Yuan drove the Cullinan, taking Xu Zixuan straight to her home. As a native of Ansheng, Xu Zixuan owned a small villa in the city. They arrived at their destination quickly. Xu Zixuan's parents had been waiting for them. When her mother, Su Jing, saw Li Yuan, her eyes lit up. He was incredibly handsome. Her daughter was truly blessed. And driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth millions, his family background must be solid, perfectly matched for them. The mother-in-law couldn't stop admiring her future son-in-law. Her enthusiasm was a bit much, making Xu Shipong feel a touch jealous. To those who know, this is mother-in-law and son-in-law. To those who don't, it looks like you're her young lover. Mom, you're scaring him off with all this enthusiasm, Xu Zixuan teased, and only then did Su Jing rein it in a bit. Dinner's ready. Please take your seats, Xu Shipong invited them. Everyone took their seats according to host and guest etiquette, with Xu Zixuan acting as the intermediary to introduce everyone. Li Yuan, what kind of business does your family run? Su Jing asked. Just a small business at home, nothing major, Li Yuan replied with feigned modesty. This led Xu Zixuan's family to mistakenly believe Li Yuan's family ran a large corporation. In reality, his family sold spices at the market, a slow-moving product that didn't earn as much as produce or meat, but it was easy work. In the coming days, Li Yuan planned to send his family a sum of money, claiming he'd won the lottery. If his parents pressed further, he'd use his 2 revision chances to alter their background. Simple and brutal. Running a company these days is no easy feat. Xu Shipong seized the chance to vent about his own business struggles. Yeah. Too many headaches. Better to be a hands-off owner, Li Yuan replied. But when it's a company you built yourself, it's like your own child. How could you just walk away? Xu Shipong countered. True, Li Yuan agreed. Alright, enough about business. Li Yuan, do you have any hobbies? Su Jing interrupted their discussion, steering the conversation toward personal interests. Xu Shipong felt a pang of frustration. Just as they were getting to the heart of the matter, the scatterbrained woman had derailed the conversation. Me? I have plenty of hobbies, but my absolute favorite is sleeping, Li Yuan chuckled. Xu Zixuan rolled her eyes. You really have the nerve to say that. The meal ended on a pleasant note for both host and guest. After dinner, Li Yuan excused himself, as he still needed to head over to Black Rose's place. Today, the Black Rose gang and the Small Knife Society were meeting, and as their boss, Li Yuan needed to go preside over things. Just to make an appearance. Xu Shipong tried to persuade him to stay. They hadn't discussed business yet. If Li Yuan left now, wouldn't this meal have been for nothing? Su Jing also wanted Li Yuan to stay longer. She was completely satisfied with him, though she had no idea he had several female admirers. Uncle and auntie, I really have to go. Next time I'll definitely stay longer, Li Yuan said. Alright then, Xiao Yuan, you must come often. Treat this place like your own home, understand? Su Jing said. Sure thing, auntie. Uncle, is there something you need to talk to me about? Since Xu Shipong seemed hesitant to speak up, Li Yuan cut straight to the point. Li Yuan, come here, Xu Shipong motioned him aside. Uncle, if there's a problem, just tell me. Well, the company is facing a cash flow problem right now. We can't even pay the workers' wages. Do you happen to have any spare cash you could lend Uncle to tide us over? Xu Shipong hesitantly explained the situation. I thought it was something else. Uncle, how much are we short? Li Yuan asked directly. 500 million, Xu Shipong admitted sheepishly. Is 500 million enough? I'll give you 1 billion. Li Yuan declared generously. We don't need that much, Xu Shipong hurriedly replied. You will need it, Li Yuan insisted. Xu Shipong thought it over. With 1 billion, he could not only resolve the company's crisis but also dilute the shares of his second-in-command, Li Changpeng, reducing his influence on the board. With that realization, Xu Shipong stopped refusing and felt immense gratitude toward Li Yuan. So Xu Shipong shared some details about Xu Zixuan's interests and hobbies, as well as her weaknesses. This allowed Li Yuan to understand Xu Zixuan even better. And just like that, Xu Zixuan was sold out by her own father. After Xu Shipong provided Li Yuan with an account number, Li Yuan immediately transferred the 1 billion yuan. Staring at the account balance in his text message, Xu Shipong truly felt Li Yuan's formidable power. Transferring 1 billion yuan in cash on a whim, that wasn't something just anyone could pull off. He had made up his mind about this son-in-law. As he put it, not even the King of Heaven himself could change his mind. After bidding farewell to Xu Zixuan's family, Li Yuan drove straight to the Black Rose bar. Today, the Small Knife Society will form an alliance with Black Rose here, or rather, a merger, though the name remains unchanged. When Li Yuan arrived, Zhao Changyang, Lin San, and Su Huijing were already waiting. Good day, boss. The three had clearly coordinated beforehand, bowing to Li Yuan upon his arrival. The underlings behind them also bowed in unison, shouting, "Greetings, boss." The scene was quite impressive, though the phrase "good day, boss" itself sounded rather lackluster. Seems I need a new nickname. Prince, Wolf King, or boss would all work. Li Yuan mused silently. Alright, skip the formalities. I'm just here to witness things today, Li Yuan waved dismissively. He didn't want to get too involved, it was exhausting. As long as he paid up, it was fine. Loyalty from his men was all that mattered. To that end, he had adjusted both Zhao Changyang and Lin San's loyalty values, setting them both to 100. This way, even if they died, they wouldn't betray him. As for Black Rose Su Huijing, that could wait. He was confident that with deeper communication and time fostering affection, loyalty wouldn't be an issue. Please comment, request updates, and show your support. Chapter 43, Drunk and Dizzy, After the Liquor. Should we form a new gang? Su Huijing suggested. The Knife Society and Black Rose could become branches under this new organization. Li Yuan thought it was a decent idea and asked, what should we name the new gang? How about the Blood War Gang, suggested Zhao Changyang. Any other suggestions? Li Yuan wanted to hear more before making a final choice. Soul Devourers, Lin San suggested. Godslayer Gang, Black Rose suggested. The North Star Alliance. God of War Society. Pride Sky Gang. Sky Shattering Gang. What do you all think of the name Dragon Soul Hall? Li Yuan suggested. That's a great name, pretty badass, Zhao Changyang flattered. I think it's great too. It sounds pretty badass. Lin San joined in the flattery. Then everyone turned to look at Su Huijing. Su Huijing still wore half a mask. She decided to show Li Yuan only her best side, so her facial expression remained somewhat inscrutable. It is good. Then let's call it the Dragon Soul Hall. You are our Dragon King, Su Huijing said. Dragon King, huh? That name sounds pretty good. Li Yuan stroked his chin, quite satisfied. What about Azura Hall? Li Yuan asked again. That's a great name too. Boss, you're really something, all your names are so powerful, Zhao Changyang flattered him again. Lin San didn't want to be left behind. Li Yuan noticed that after their loyalty reached new heights, the two had mastered the art of flattery. Su Huijing naturally had no objections either, whatever Li Yuan said went. Well, assigning the naming task to these three was a complete waste. With no other choice, Li Yuan pulled out a coin. The character is Dragon Soul Hall, the emblem is Azura Hall. That's settled. With that, Li Yuan tossed the coin into the air. The coin landed on the ground, rolled a few times, and finally came to rest with the character side up. It is the will of heaven. From now on, we shall be known as the Dragon Soul Hall. Li Yuan declared finally. We humbly welcome the Dragon King, the three bowed to Li Yuan. Very well. From now on, you shall be Dragon Generals, Li Yuan declared with satisfaction. He vowed to make the Dragon Soul Hall resound throughout the entire world, surpassing organizations like the Yakuza and the Mafia. Though the Dragon Soul Hall was now established, the Knife Society and Black Rose would continue operating independently for the time being, gradually merging later. In the future, they would establish distinct divisions: combat, logistics, intelligence, administration, finance, and more. A powerful organization was never a loose collection of individuals, but a finely tuned machine where every part meshed perfectly. With the gang now established, celebration was in order. The three capable lieutenants and Li Yuan opened several bottles of fine wine and drank right there in the Black Rose bar. What started as a light drink soon turned into a bit too much. Don't stop me, I can handle more, Lin San slurred, clutching his glass. Enough, stop drinking. You're slurring your words, Li Yuan replied, himself well into his cups. But drunkards never see themselves as drunk, they always think others are the ones who've had too much. Li Yuan poured himself a glass, downed it in one gulp, and boasted loudly, I'm the one who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Dragon King is amazing, never falls. Su Huijing praised. She was drunk too, her eyes now glazed over. She didn't even know what she was saying. That's right. Li Yuan hadn't heard clearly, but he'd take any compliment. Zhao Changyang and Lin San, two grown men, stumbled out supporting each other. Outside, underlings escorted them to a room to rest. Li Yuan and Su Huijing also stumbled out of the room, supporting each other. One underling tried to help them, but was stopped by another underling who knew better. Don't go meddling. You might just ruin the boss's fun, the observant one admonished. Big bro's got experience from being in this game so long. Learned something new, thanks. Here, have a smoke. The subordinate quickly pulled out a cigarette and offered it. Life on the streets isn't that simple. You gotta learn to use your head for a lot of things, like. And so the mentoring began. Li Yuan and Su Huijing stumbled back to Su Huijing's room in a daze. Though it was merely her temporary lodging at the Black Rose Bar, the room was still quite nicely furnished. But neither of them had the energy to notice the decor now. Reaching the bedside, they both collapsed onto it. Exhaustion overtook them, and they fell asleep fully clothed. But as they slept, Li Yuan felt uncomfortable. He roughly pulled his clothes off and tossed them onto the floor. Su Huijing experienced the same thing. As she slept, she felt a wave of heat wash over her body. She shed her clothes, leaving only her underwear and gray stockings. "What's that smell?" Li Yuan murmured in his daze, catching a whiff of an incredibly pleasant fragrance. He sniffed it, but in his drunken state, he couldn't identify what the scent was. The scent was so enticing that, driven by instinct, Li Yuan moved closer and inhaled deeply. Su Huijing suddenly felt a tickling sensation on her chest, as if something were there. She swiped at it, trying to brush it away, but instead touched something furry. It turned out to be Li Yuan's head. Su Huijing startled awake, sobering up a bit. Li Yuan, having been brushed aside, sobered up a bit too. "You?" Seeing Li Yuan's head pressed against her chest, Su Huijing blushed but didn't push him away. Let me explain. No, hear me out. I just smelled." Li Yuan hadn't finished before Su Huijing grabbed his head and pushed it down. "She's trying to suffocate me." Li Yuan screamed inwardly. This time, Li Yuan recognized it clearly. That fragrance was coming from right here, a uniquely distinctive body scent. After a long moment, Li Yuan lifted his head and asked, "You have a body scent?" "I didn't mean to. I won't drink anymore. Please don't despise me." Su Huijing's eyes brimmed with tears, and at that moment, she looked nothing like the formidable gang boss. A woman with a natural scent is a rare gem. "How could I ever reject you?" Li Yuan gently patted Su Huijing's cheek. "Really?" Su Huijing had always believed her unusual trait would make people dislike her. Whenever she got drunk, she would emit a sweet scent. "Of course it's true. I can't get enough of it." Li Yuan buried his face in her again, proving his words with action. Su Huijing finally broke into a happy smile, rubbing her hands against Li Yuan's back. Drunkenness doesn't lead to reckless behavior, but once sobered up, who knows what might happen? Gazing at Su Huijing's stunning beauty and exquisite figure, how could Li Yuan remain unaffected after such close contact? Su Huijing, however, extended her sinful hand, providing the external conditions for Li Yuan's rebellion. "Sis Jing, you're playing with fire here," Li Yuan said, looking at her. "I'm a firefighter," Su Huijing replied, licking her lips. Li Yuan understood. No more words were needed. Lowering his head, Li Yuan kissed Su Huijing. Chapter 44, Lending a Car to the School Team. September, a rainy season, brought sudden showers to Wancheng. Raindrops pattered on the leaves before splashing onto the ground, forming puddles. A young man, without an umbrella, got off his bike and had to walk through the rain. His clothes were already soaked, and he was about to be completely drenched. To get home faster, he quickened his pace. Finally, at the end of an alley, he pushed open his front door. He was home. To avoid catching a cold, he quickly took a hot shower. On the second floor of Black Rose Bar, Li Yuan took a hot shower, dried himself off, and then fell into a deep sleep. Su Huijing beside him had long since fallen asleep with a sweet yet weary smile. Early the next morning, Li Yuan awoke and gazed at Su Huijing still sleeping, a tender smile touching his lips. Su Huijing might be a big shot in the underworld, possessing wealth and status beyond most people's wildest dreams, but at her core, she was still a girl with a hard life. It wasn't until last night that Su Huijing truly let her guard down and revealed the innocent smile of a young woman. Li Yuan was genuinely happy for her. As he watched, Su Huijing's eyelashes fluttered once she was waking up. Su Huijing opened her eyes and saw Li Yuan watching her. She gave him a sweet smile and kissed him on the cheek. "How are you feeling today?" "If you're not well, I'll skip military training and stay with you all day," Li Yuan asked. "Go to training. I'm fine. We're children of the world, how could we be so delicate?" "I wouldn't even flinch at another 300 rounds of battle," Su Huijing declared boldly. 300 rounds and you're fine? Then let's go. What are we waiting for?" Li Yuan teased, pretending to lunge at her. Stop. I was just saying." Su Huijing quickly backed down, looking utterly adorable. Li Yuan's insane stamina and endurance were truly beyond words. "Fine. Since you're new to this, I'll let you off easy this time," Li Yuan said as he lay back. "Thanks for cutting me some slack," Su Huijing murmured, planting a few more kisses on Li Yuan. "Alright, I'm getting up. If you keep kissing me, I might catch fire again. If the firefighters get hurt, who's going to put me out?" Li Yuan teased. He. What else could Su Huijing say? She could only smile along. But she was happy. Even if she couldn't fight anymore, she could still see Li Yuan off. At Li Yuan's request, Su Huijing donned the black leather outfit she'd worn when they first met, complete with sky-high stilettos. Uniform temptation, huh? You don't have enough clothes. Buy more, especially those sexy, pretty ones. Here's 5 million. Buy whatever you want, Li Yuan said. No need. I have money, Su Huijing retorted. She wasn't one of those gold diggers. Your money is yours. The money I give you is for my woman. Take it, Li Yuan declared like a domineering CEO. Faced with Li Yuan's domineering manner, Su Huijing accepted it willingly. Driving the Cullinan, Li Yuan returned to the vicinity of the school. He didn't drive onto campus, parking outside instead. Though everyone knew Li Yuan was wealthy, it was best not to provoke them unnecessarily. Fortunately, few among the crowd recognized luxury goods otherwise. The 220 million yuan watch on Li Yuan's wrist might have scared them senseless. As soon as he entered the campus gates, Li Yuan spotted a group of people rushing out of the school carrying keyboards. Keyboard thieves? That can't be right, Li Yuan mused to himself. That's our school's League of Legends team, representing us in competitions. A boy next to Li Yuan rolled his eyes at Li Yuan's muttering. Who would steal a keyboard from school? Impressive, Li Yuan praised. He played League of Legends too, but only the versions on QQ. He hadn't asked Yu to get him a premium account for this game. He didn't play it as much as Honor of Kings. Li Yuan noticed a girl holding a keyboard too. Could she be a player too? That would be rare. Why isn't the bus here yet? The team captain asked. Just then, a teacher ran over and announced, the bus broke down and won't be fixed anytime soon. Why don't you guys just take taxis? Taking taxis is so lame. We'd probably get mocked by the Qinghai University team. Why don't we rent some nice cars instead? One team member suggested. Anqing University and Qinghai University were bitter rivals, constantly competing in every way. What that team member described was bound to happen. Qinghai University never missed an opportunity to mock Anqing University. Of course, the reverse was true. Anqing University wouldn't pass up any chance to mock Qinghai University either. Where are we supposed to rent nice cars? And who's paying for them? Captain Fong Bo countered. If it's okay with everyone, I'll cover a few cars. Li Yuan stepped forward. Li Yuan had heard about the long-standing rivalry between Anqing University and Qinghai University. As a member of Anqing University, he was more than willing to contribute. Li Yuan, that's fantastic. Seeing Li Yuan step forward, everyone was thrilled. They trusted his financial resources. Securing a few vehicles shouldn't be a problem. If that's possible, we'd be incredibly grateful. Fong Bo expressed his thanks. We're all classmates, no need for formalities. Just take down Qinghai University, Li Yuan replied. Absolutely. Let's wipe out Qinghai University, the team members declared confidently. There are 10 of us in total, right? 3 vehicles should be enough. Coincidentally, I have 3 cars nearby. I'll call them over. Li Yuan counted, including reserves and support staff. The team totaled 10 members. Coincidentally, in the Tanya residential complex where Xi Mutong lived, 3 Rolls-Royces were blocking a Mercedes in the underground garage, perfect for the job. The complex wasn't far from the university, so they'd arrive quickly. Li Yuan made a call, and the people on the other end drove over immediately. They'll be here soon. Here's one of their numbers, you can contact him. I'm off to military training, Li Yuan said. Thank you so much, Fong Bo reiterated his gratitude. After Li Yuan left, the group began discussing. What kind of cars do you think Li Yuan will get for us? With how rich he is, they probably won't be cheap. Mercedes? BMW? Could it be sports cars? No way. Why not? Didn't you hear Li Yuan say? 10 people, 3 cars. With drivers included, each car needs to seat at least 3 or 4 people. A sports car couldn't possibly fit that many. Makes sense. Molly, what kind of car do you think it was? Someone asked the girl on the team. Girls obviously love Porsches, Molly said. You girls only seem to know about Porsches. Soon after, 3 Rolls-Royces pulled up outside the school gates. The group of people carrying keyboards looked exactly like the ones boss Li Yuan had described. Are you with the Anqing University League of Legends team? A driver asked. Ah, yes, Fong Bo replied. My boss sent me to pick you up, the driver said. A Rolls-Royce, Fong Bo's voice trembled slightly. What's the matter? Not classy enough, the driver teased. It is more than enough, Fong Bo hastily explained. Hop in, the driver gestured. So the team members carefully climbed in, afraid of scratching it. A car worth millions more expensive than a sports car. They'd never dreamed of riding in a Rolls-Royce in their lives. Li Yuan sure is generous, the others marveled. Chapter 45, Flirting on WeChat, caught red-handed by mom. After driving for a while, they arrived at the competition venue. Qinghai University's team had already arrived. They hadn't taken a bus this time either, arriving instead in 3 BMWs. After getting out, they swaggered over to greet the staff and spectators. These 3 BMWs were borrowed from wealthier students at their university. Though the models differed, they were all BMWs, which certainly made them look impressive. This time will definitely outshine Anqing University and make them jealous. After Qinghai University's team finished their entrance, Anqing University's vehicles rolled in, instantly causing an uproar. Holy crap, 3 Rolls-Royces, gasps echoed throughout the venue. I thought BMWs were already flashy enough, but I never imagined a school would show up in Rolls-Royces. That's insane. Which school is that? The doors opened, and members of the Anqing University team began stepping out one by one. It's Anqing University. Damn it, they're really pulling out all the stops. Qinghai University's earlier smug expressions vanished. They now looked as if they'd swallowed a fly. How could Anqing University possibly afford such a luxurious vehicle? Rented? The daily cost was no small sum. Just the rental for 3 vehicles would easily exceed 20,000 yuan. If they had to pay a deposit, it could easily run into hundreds of thousands. Renting was simply unrealistic. Seeing the astonished, envious stares, the Anqing University contestants finally got a taste of the rich man's vanity. It felt damn good. Seeing the sour expressions on Shanghai University's faces made it even sweeter. Where did you rent those Rolls-Royces? You guys are so generous, a Shanghai University contestant sneered sarcastically. We didn't rent it belongs to a big shot at our school who lent it to us. Jealous? Bet you've never ridden in a Rolls-Royce in your life. The Anqing University crew started gloating, infuriating Shanghai University so much it would probably affect their performance in the upcoming match. We don't buy that your school has such a big shot, Shanghai University retorted, refusing to back down. This is just his cheapest ride. His sports car alone is worth 85.85 million before taxes. How about that? Scared you silly, huh? Keep bragging. Who'd believe that? Pictures don't lie. Here, take a look. Anqing University opened their school forum, found photos of Li Yuan in the Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse, and showed them to Shanghai University. See that? The Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse. Only one in the world. Convinced now? Holy crap, it really is a Bugatti Veyron. This isn't photoshopped, is it? Go ask around at Anqing University. Almost everyone knows about it. No need to lie to you. Alright, your school's top player is impressive. We're convinced. Faced with a player of Li Yuan's caliber, Shanghai University had no choice but to concede. Anqing University's crowd finally felt vindicated, while Shanghai University's morale took a hit, leading them to lose the match. During a break in military training, Xu Zixuan came over and asked Li Yuan what her dad had wanted with him yesterday. Just stuff between guys, Li Yuan said, dodging the question with a joke. Fine, don't tell me then, Xu Zixuan said indignantly. After chatting about other things with Li Yuan, break time ended. After military training ended, Li Yuan didn't go out but stayed in the dorm flirting with Wu Meishue. Wu Meishue, do you like this outfit? A photo of her wearing a flight attendant-themed lingerie uniform. Li Yuan, it looks good. Even better without it. Smirk. Wu Meishue, would it look good off? Question. Li Yuan, absolutely gorgeous. Flirtatious. Wu Meishue, alright, I'll take it off and snap another pic for you. Li Yuan, okay. Anticipation. Wu Meishue, a photo. Li Yuan, ha! Why did you take a photo of the clothes? It turned out Wu Meishue had taken off her sexy stewardess uniform and laid it on the bed for Li Yuan to photograph. Seeing Li Yuan's message, Wu Meishue burst out laughing. It seemed like getting one over on him made her incredibly happy. Li Yuan was tempted to hack into Wu Meishue's phone just to peek through her camera and see if she was wearing anything underneath. Wu Meishue, didn't you say it looked better off? Confused. Wu Meishue pretended to be clueless while laughing as she messaged Li Yuan. Li Yuan, I want to see you. Why would I look at the clothes? Wu Meishue, a highly seductive half-naked photo. Li Yuan, licking the screen. Just then, Wu Meishue's mother suddenly pushed open the door. Seeing her daughter sitting on the bed in lingerie, phone in hand, grinning like an idiot, she froze for a moment. She quickly closed the door and approached Wu Meishue with a warm, motherly smile. Wu Meishue was startled by her mother's sudden appearance. Her current outfit was rather indecent. Xiao Shui, it's time you found a boyfriend. Playing alone is so boring, Wu Meishue's mother, Yuan, said earnestly. Mom, I'm not playing. Wu Meishue was speechless. What on earth was she talking about? Alright, I understand, Yuan replied with the tone of someone who'd been there before. Just then, Li Yuan sent a message. Got any other photos? Or maybe a video? Yuan happened to see it. Who is this Li Yuan? What are you two talking about? Yuan asked curiously. Nothing. Mom, please go back. I'm going to sleep. Wu Meishue began shooing her mother away. My child has grown up and isn't close to her mother anymore. She hides everything from me. I'm so heartbroken, Yuan put on a deeply hurt expression. Oh, Mom, can't I just show you? Wu Meishue couldn't stand her mother's act anymore. Her mother's expression was so vivid, it was hard to tell if she was genuine or not. Anyway, she hadn't said anything too outrageous to Li Yuan, so what was the harm in letting her see? Yuan felt triumphant inside. All those years as a drama actress hadn't been wasted. After reading her daughter's chat history with Li Yuan felt quite pleased. It seemed their relationship was going well. She'd been worried her daughter didn't like boys, but who knew they'd secretly progress this far? Your birthday's coming up in a few days. Invite him over, Yuan suggested. Alright, I'll ask him then, Wu Meishue replied, not committing outright. Though she and Li Yuan had exchanged private photos, their relationship remained unconfirmed. What does he do? Yuan inquired. No idea. He's just, well off. Wu Meishue hadn't really bothered to find out much about Li Yuan. How come you don't know anything? This won't do. A girl should always be cautious.
Whether he has money or not is another matter, but he absolutely can't be a con artist. That's a character issue.
Yu Manwon lectured. Got it, Mom.
After chatting for a while, Yu Manwon left.
Chapter 46, The Cousin Who Isn't a Blood Cousin. As soon as Yu Manwon returned, she sought out Wu Meishua's father, Wu Qianqi. Our daughter is in love. What? Xiao Shui has a boyfriend? Who is it?
Wu Qianqi exclaimed in surprise. Over the years, Yu Manwon had introduced many outstanding young men to Wu Meishua, but Wu Meishua had rejected them all, saying they lacked masculinity. It's a classmate of hers, Yu Manwon replied.
How did they meet? Wu Qianqi asked curiously. At first, Xiao Shui was drawn to his masculine energy. He easily defeated the president of their school's taekwondo club.
But as she got to know him, she found him more and more impressive, and she kind of fell for him. Yu Manwon had chatted with Wu Meishua for a while and gained some insight.
What's this guy's name? Wu Qianqi asked. Li Yuan. Is he a really handsome, young guy? Wu Qianqi asked excitedly.
From what Xiao Shui described, he sounds quite handsome.
Why? Do you know him? Yu Manwon asked curiously. Didn't I tell you a few days ago about someone who spent 6 billion to bid on 3 plots of land sold by the government? That person's name is Li Yuan, Wu Qianqi said. What? Yu Manwon gasped in surprise. Is it the same person? Yu Manwon asked doubtfully.
Go ask Xiao Shui for a photo of this Li Yuan.
I want to see if it's the same person, Wu Qianqi instructed. Wu Qianqi worked in real estate and construction.
Though not a local, he had moved to Wanqing with his wife and son when Wu Meishua came to study there. He was now thriving in the city. If Li Yuan and his daughter were classmates and lovers, that connection could open the door to collaborating on developing the 3 plots of land Li Yuan held.
Numerous real estate companies were now vying to partner with Li Yuan on those 3 plots.
I'll message Xiao Shui and ask her for a photo, Yu Manwon said, wanting to understand the situation better.
A moment later, Wu Meishua sent Yu Manwon a photo of Li Yuan. He's so handsome, Yu Manwon murmured softly. See? Isn't he? Yu Manwon held the photo up for Wu Qianqi to see. Yep, that's him. Wu Qianqi confirmed.
I never imagined Xiao Shui knew such a capable guy. Seeing this, our family is so far behind theirs.
What if Xiao Shui marries into that family? Wouldn't she feel pressured? Yu Manwon worried.
Pressure is inevitable, but let's just let things take their natural course.
Let the kids handle their own affairs. Wu Qianqi said with an open-minded attitude.
With their minds preoccupied, the two slipped under the covers. Li Yuan chatted with Wu Meishua for a while, but noticed her replies were getting slower.
Thinking she might be busy, he ended the conversation. He opened his computer.
It had been days since he last watched his cousin Du Ningxuang's livestream, so he decided to check it out today. Entering Du Ningxuang's stream, he saw she was in a PK battle with another streamer. The current viewership was over 2,000. Her opponent, a female streamer, had over 5,000 viewers.
Du Ningxuang was a gaming streamer.
She couldn't dance or sing, and her outfits were relatively conservative. So even though she was pretty, her top donor rarely gave her much. The rival streamer, however, was a different story. She was from Chang'an City and wore the Ace of Spades outfit, which drew many viewers from Du Ningxuang's stream over to hers. This is also why many female streamers are willing to compete against Du Ningxuang. Du Ningxuang's live stream room had high exposure and decent traffic, but it didn't retain viewers well. Not only did she dress conservatively, but she was also pretty bad at gaming. My cousins got it rough, Li Yuan chuckled with schadenfreude.
Li Yuan opened his cousin's attribute panel, intending to modify one of her stats. Name, Du Ningxuang editable. Age, 19 editable. Height, 169.5 centimeters editable. Weight, 91 gene editable. Relationship, cousin not blood related editable. Huh, why isn't she a blood cousin? Li Yuan asked in confusion upon reading this. Isn't Du Ningxuang auntie's child? Did the hospital mix up the babies? Li Yuan wondered.
Even if his aunt had an affair, Du Ningxuang should still be his blood cousin by relation.
Only if Du Ningxuang and his aunt had no blood relation would she not be his biological cousin.
Li Yuan had always assumed they were blood relatives, which is why he deliberately kept his distance from her when they were teenagers. He never imagined he'd only now discover his cousin wasn't actually blood related. This left Li Yuan both perplexed and with a hint of other thoughts. Shaking his head, Li Yuan decided to put these thoughts aside for now. He located the section detailing Du Ningxuang's gaming talent and maxed it out. From now on, Du Ningxuang would be an exceptionally skilled gaming streamer, even more skilled than the ultimate skill guy. But right now, Du Ningxuang was still lagging far behind in gifts, and the PK was about to end.
With me here, how could I let you lose? Li Yuan smirked proudly, opening his custom-made mini-program. Being a hacker, why bother manually sending gifts? Once the auto-gifting program kicked in, the gifts started pouring out on their own. Convenient and efficient, it didn't interfere with anything else. But the gifts were real money being spent, not some cheat program.
Star, you're the best, sent 1 golden dragon.
Star, you're the best. Sent 1 golden dragon 10. Star, you're the best. Sending 1 golden dragon 100. Holy crap, this big shot is back. Boss, just tell me what accessories you need, whatever you want, I'll be it. Love seeing the big shot just randomly showering gifts like that. So cool. This big shot's gifting speed is insane. Screen flooding. What kind of hand speed is that? Even someone single for 60 years couldn't match that. He's already sent 200 gold dragons in just a moment. So badass. The PK ended, but if it hadn't, this big shot would still be sending gifts. The PK ended, and the female streamer on the other side was completely dumbfounded. She hadn't shown any signs of being a big spender at first, but who knew the top donor would be this extravagant? She was green with envy, so she quickly sent Li Yuan a private message only to have it sink without a trace. Du Ningxuang also hurriedly sent a private message thanking this big brother, though she still didn't know Li Yuan's identity. Li Yuan sent her a direct message, "No need to be polite with me, bro, giving you a tip is the least I can do." Seeing Li Yuan's message, Du Ningxuang froze in the livestream, causing Li Yuan to burst into laughter. "Hey, cousin, look at you looking all flustered," Li Yuan chuckled as he watched her. Du Ningxuang paused before replying, "Bro, are you Star-Lord, you're the best?" Without further explanation, Li Yuan snapped a screenshot of his computer screen and sent it over. In the past, he wouldn't have revealed his identity to his cousin. But now that he knew they weren't biologically related, Li Yuan decided to come clean. Seeing the screenshot, Du Ningxuang finally believed him. But when did Li Yuan become so wealthy? "Sorry everyone, I have to sign off today. See you tomorrow." Du Ningxuang's mind was swirling with questions, and she couldn't wait to ask Li Yuan. She decided to end the stream. "Is the streamer running off with the top donor?" someone asked. "What are you talking about? Is the host that kind of person?" Du Ningxuang retorted. "Something came up at home. I have to sign off now." Du Ningxuang wasn't exactly lying. Her situation with Li Yuan could be considered a family matter. Chapter 47, Xi Mutong's Super Pursuer returns. After signing off, Du Ningxuang immediately video called Li Yuan. "Hey there," Li Yuan greeted her. "Bro, you've gotten so much more handsome," Du Ningxuang exclaimed in surprise. "Are you smitten with your big bro?" Li Yuan asked, a touch of vanity in his voice. I am," Du Ningxuang admitted obediently. Du Ningxuang had harbored feelings for Li Yuan since childhood, but family ties had forced her to suppress them. "You silly girl." Seeing Du Ningxuang's obedient expression, Li Yuan felt a softness stir within him. "You're the silly one," Du Ningxuang pouted, her little nose wrinkling adorably. "Spill it, how did you suddenly get so rich?" Du Ningxuang pressed. "I won a few lottery tickets, nothing huge, just a couple $100 million, then played the stock market and invested in a few companies. All turned a profit." Li Yuan made up a story. "Sounds a bit far-fetched," Du Ningxuang said skeptically. "Anyway, that's how it went. If you don't believe me, forget it." "It is kinda weird," Li Yuan shrugged. "Fine, I'll believe you for now. Is Xianglong Life somehow connected to you?" Du Ningxuang voiced her lingering doubt. She didn't believe an unknown like herself could land such a lucrative contract. This must be connected to her cousin Li Yuan. "I have shares in Xianglong Live." Li Yuan didn't mention that he was the big boss. "I knew it." Du Ningxuang felt even more touched. So much for what Li Yuan had quietly done for her. "Cousin, there's something I need to ask you." Li Yuan decided to get to the point. "What is it? Are you your aunt's biological child?" Li Yuan asked tentatively. "Of course I am. Why would you ask that?" Du Ningxuang was puzzled. "Have you ever taken a paternity test?" Li Yuan said jokingly. "Who does that? Did you and auntie ever get one?" Du Ningxuang countered. "Wait, hold up. Why are you asking this? Do you suspect I was adopted?" Du Ningxuang asked suspiciously. "I just feel like you and auntie don't look alike. You're both gorgeous, but your facial features aren't similar," Li Yuan said after a moment's thought. "Well, it could be a genetic mutation," Du Ningxuang explained, though even she began to doubt herself. The seed had been planted in her mind. If she wasn't biologically related, then she and Li Yuan. After a few more words, the video call ended. Du Ningxuang felt both hopeful and flustered, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Li Yuan received a message from Aubin. Volkswagen had agreed to sell Bugatti. But the public was unwilling, believing China unworthy of owning such a prestigious brand as Bugatti. They insisted on protesting, forcing the government to temporarily suspend the acquisition negotiations. Damn it, this is how foreign democracy manifests itself? What a sham! This is nothing but regional discrimination. They look down on China, yet their GDP is nowhere near ours, Li Yuan fumed. Wasting my revision opportunities. Since soft approaches weren't working, it was time to get tough. Li Yuan directly amended Bugatti's shareholding structure, transferring ownership to Highway Investment. As a result, the majority stake in Bugatti now belongs to Li Yuan. Originally, Volkswagen had intended to sell part of Bugatti to Rimac for a collaborative venture, but now it all belonged to Li Yuan. Aben, secure a large plot of land from the Anqing municipal government, Li Yuan instructed. We'll gradually relocate all production lines here and construct an airport. Got it, boss. How big of a plot do you need? Aben asked. The bigger the better.
At least 100 million square meters, Li Yuan replied.
Aben was startled.
He thought to himself, boss, you really have some nerve asking for that. 100 million square meters, and that's just the minimum. But since the boss had spoken, the employees would have to run themselves ragged to make it happen.
Li Yuan's vision was vast. Even 100 million square meters wouldn't be enough for his plans.
Airports, logistics parks, mega automotive factories, semiconductor chip plants, battery factories, just imagining all that required more than 100 million square meters. Waking up, it was another day of military training. Everyone had grown numb to the campus beauties bringing Li Yuan water. It was no longer news. But today, Xi Mutong didn't bring Li Yuan water, and suddenly, that was news.
Why isn't campus beauty Xi here today? Did she finally see Li Yuan's true colors? One male student exclaimed excitedly. As if Xi Mutong rejecting Li Yuan suddenly gave him a chance. Xi Mutong had already told Li Yuan yesterday that she couldn't come today because she needed to set up for an art exhibition. Li Yuan genuinely admired this multi-talented beauty. The reason he hadn't pursued her for so long was out of respect for her. If not for his system, Li Yuan couldn't even imagine what kind of man could win Xi Mutong's heart. She was both scholarly and athletic, multi-talented, and stunningly beautiful. It was as if God had opened doors and windows for her, showering her with sunlight. Li Yuan, did campus queen Xi ditch you? Some guys asked him to his face, clearly not afraid of getting punched. You guys jump to conclusions so easily. She just had something come up and couldn't make it. Look how excited you all are, Li Yuan said, speechless. What's there to be happy about? Even if Miss Xi dumps you, it's none of my business, someone pointed out sensibly.
But Xi Xiuhua's super fan, Yang Danqing, is back, someone reminded Li Yuan.
Yang Danqing? Li Yuan wasn't familiar with this guy.
Yang Danqing is in the fine arts department just like campus beauty Xi. He's got incredible artistic talent.
They're known as the unparalleled duo of the fine arts department.
Damn it, whoever came up with that peerless duo nonsense should be killed, Li Yuan snapped. Rumor has it their teacher coined it, even trying to pair them up. But who knows why Miss Xi suddenly developed feelings for you?
It's baffling. Could he possibly tell him it was because of the system? My charisma, bro. Li Yuan struck a dashing pose.
Ugh. A few days ago, Yang Danqing participated in an international painting competition and came back with a second-place award.
That's pretty impressive. Painting genius.
Li Yuan muttered under his breath. Then he opened his personal attributes panel and glanced at his pitiful painting talent 30.
It was indeed a bit lacking. But no worries, just change it to 100. What's so great about a second place?
After modifying his painting talent, Li Yuan started gloating.
Do you even know who won first place?
He's an internationally recognized painting prodigy, and he's already 30 years old this year, 10 years older than Yang Danqing. That decade of experience and training is something you'll need to catch up on.
Second place is still second place, Li Yuan retorted. He's right. Second place is second place.
But what gives you the right to look down on second place? At that moment, a voice cut through the air. Everyone turned to see the subject of their discussion, Yang Danqing. You, a good-for-nothing with the stench of money on you, have no right to judge me, Yang Danqing declared to Li Yuan with righteous indignation. Please comment, request updates, and show your support. Chapter 48, The Women Who Bestowed Blessings Upon Li Yuan.
So being wealthier than you makes me reek of filthy lucre? Being better looking than you makes me shallow? Being stronger in a fight makes me violent? Li Yuan retorted. You're just spouting empty rhetoric.
Yang Danqing, at a loss for words, could only criticize him.
I'm good with words. What are you good at? Li Yuan asked. My painting is unmatched, Yang Danqing declared proudly.
Our Li Yuan is a computer genius, shouted one of his little fans. Trivial stuff, Yang Danqing sneered, as if nothing but painting deserved his attention. I came here today to tell you that you're not worthy of Xi Mutong. She's a heavenly beauty, only a genius like me deserves her, Yang Danqing declared with an air of arrogance.
You? Li Yuan sneered, curling his lip in disdain. How much money do you have in your pocket? Li Yuan sneered contemptuously. I may not be as rich as you, but I'm well off. And I can sell a single painting for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Yang Danqing took great pride in his ability to build wealth through hard work and looked down on Li Yuan, whom he saw as a spoiled rich kid relying on his family. In his mind, Li Yuan was nothing but a spoiled rich kid. So what? One watch of mine could buy you a lifetime of painting. Li Yuan flicked the Patek Philippe on his wrist. One watch could pay for Yang Danqing's entire painting career? That's exaggerated, right? Some thought Li Yuan was overdoing it. Even the finest watch was only worth a few million yuan. Li Yuan didn't say that out of thin air.
Everyone, check out this watch, someone suggested. The results were shocking beyond belief.
Holy cow! This thing is worth 220 million? I could kill Li Yuan right now.
No, we should take the watch while Li Yuan is showering or washing his hands, then flee to another country.
Your watch? 220 million yuan?
Even Yang Dansheng, who always lived in his own world, was stunned. The world of the wealthy was truly beyond his comprehension.
You may be wealthy, but I don't envy you. I take pride in my unparalleled talent.
Besides, if you're only using money to get close to Xi Mutong, that's an insult to her.
Yang Dansheng declared with unwavering self-assurance.
In his world, talent always trumped wealth.
Fine. Since you value talent, I'll defeat you with it. Dare you compete with me? Let's test your specialty painting?
Li Yuan challenged.
Why wouldn't I? You want to show off your skills in front of me? Ridiculous.
When it came to painting, Yang Dansheng had never feared anyone, let alone a contest among peers.
Alright, don't leave after school. We'll settle this. Li Yuan declared with authority. Has Li Yuan lost his mind? Challenging Yang Dansheng to a painting contest? That's like attacking someone's strength with your own weakness. Li Yuan is being reckless this time. Why not leverage his financial advantage? Ignorance breeds boldness.
He's never seen Yang Dansheng's work, so he thinks painting is simple. But there's so much technique involved.
I've studied painting myself.
There's so much to it: composition, form, color, light and shadow.
It's incredibly intricate. It'll temper Li Yuan's arrogance. When things go too smoothly, people easily get cocky. News of Li Yuan challenging Yang Dansheng to a painting contest quickly spread across the school forum.
Students debated wildly, but no one favored Li Yuan, believing he was merely acting out of spite.
You're being too impulsive, Tian Buguang told Li Yuan. I'm confident about this. Or did you think I was stupid? Li Yuan gave a mysterious smile.
As long as you're prepared, Tian Buguang said, leaving it at that.
Xu Zixuan and Wu Meishua both sent messages to Li Yuan, asking if he was confident. Li Yuan assured them with unwavering confidence that there would be absolutely no problem. Cheering Li Yuan on.
The two women trusted him and offered their encouragement. Wu Meishua even sent him a highly seductive professional portrait, a form-fitting silver blazer, gold-rimmed glasses, black stockings showcasing her long legs, and black-red high heels. Her seduction factor was off the charts.
Someday I'll see you without it. Li Yuan thought to himself. At noon, Zhao Changyan called Li Yuan, revealing that Lu Jiansheng intended to liquidate his assets and flee.
Though Lu Jiansheng's capital chain had snapped, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse.
Even if his company couldn't survive, selling off his assets would ensure Lu lived comfortably for the rest of his life. If he wants to sell, let's buy it outright and establish our own real estate company. Li Yuan declared. He'd already had this plan in mind: that private estate would be built by his own hands. Alright, Dragon King, Zhao Changyang agreed. Lu Jiansheng initially hesitated to accept Li Yuan's offer. But Li Yuan had presented the highest bid and offered the quickest payment. After careful consideration, Lu Jiansheng decided to sell to Li Yuan. Who would turn down money? Moreover, after selling the company, Lu Jiansheng would leave Anqing to start a new life in another city. With Li Yuan's earnest offer, the contract was swiftly finalized. Li Yuan transferred the funds, and from then on, Lu Jiansheng's Anyang real estate company belonged to Li Yuan. Wanting to leave Anqing peacefully? Not a chance. Li Yuan pulled up Lu Jiansheng's personal attribute panel. He located the wealth section. Without even glancing at the amount displayed, Li Yuan directly changed it to 0. After liquidating his assets, Lu Jiansheng was en route out of Anqing when he suddenly received a bank text message: his account balance had dropped to 0. Lu Jiansheng was utterly baffled. His 9-figure fortune, how could it have vanished? He immediately called the bank. After inquiries, he learned that a fraud ring had obtained his identity information, bank card login password, transaction password, and other critical details. Using this information, the scammers had transferred all of Lu Jiansheng's money away. Lu immediately reported the crime to the police. However, the fraudsters' information was highly concealed, making it nearly impossible to trace. Moreover, there was a high probability they were operating from offshore jurisdictions beyond reach, making recovery of the funds extremely difficult. And just like that, Lu Jiansheng went from being a billionaire to penniless. After military training ended, Li Yuan and Yang Dansheng arrived at the art studio in the fine arts department, the same one Xi Mutong often frequented. The space was already packed with onlookers. Upon hearing that Li Yuan was to compete with Yang Dansheng, Xi Mutong dropped her work and hurried over. She was worried about Li Yuan. As fellow disciples, Xi Mutong knew Yang Dansheng's abilities. He was truly a painting prodigy. Are you confident? Xi Mutong approached Li Yuan, her voice tinged with concern. Li Yuan gently pressed his fingers to the space between her eyebrows, smoothing her brow with a soothing touch to ease her worry. Don't worry, I'm confident, Li Yuan murmured softly. This intimate gesture dealt a massive blow to the many single souls watching. Even those in relationships felt a wave of envy wash over them. Chapter 49, Xi Mutong becomes a woman. Let her go. Yang Dansheng arrived, glaring furiously at Li Yuan. Is it any of your business? Li Yuan's tone nearly drove Yang Dansheng mad. You have no right to touch her. Only the winner gets that privilege, Yang Danqing snapped. I agreed to this duel just to show you that there's always someone better out there. Stop thinking you're the center of the universe. Not to use Mutong's happiness as a bet. Got it, dumbass? Li Yuan snapped. Fine. Many girls found Li Yuan even more handsome after his words. In his words, Li Yuan showed respect for women enough to win the girls' applause. Enough talk. Let's fight, Yang Danqing declared. When it came to verbal sparring, he couldn't hold a candle to Li Yuan. Li Yuan and Yang Danqing were to paint on the spot, using a female model as their subject, not a runway model, but a pose model. Li Yuan first studied the model intently, committing her features to memory, then closed his eyes. Recreate every detail of the female model in your mind, until you have a clear mental image. What's Li Yuan doing, acting all mysteriously? Many people were puzzled seeing him resting his eyes. Yang Danqing had already begun painting. 5 minutes later, Li Yuan finally woke up. Not only had he memorized every feature, but he seemed to have read the model's inner thoughts. It was a profoundly mysterious state, one only the most exceptional talents could comprehend. Just as Da Vinci could capture the Mona Lisa's smile by understanding her inner world, Li Yuan began to sketch. He drew only a few simple lines, appearing chaotic and messy. What is Li Yuan doing? Is he just scribbling? Elementary school level, the crowd murmured in confusion. That's the best Li Yuan can do? He dares challenge Yang Danqing? He's really overestimating himself. They're just having a friendly contest. Where's the challenge? Though the crowd had initially doubted Li Yuan, they assumed he must have some skill to propose a contest. Little did they expect him to surpass their wildest expectations. Ignoring the skepticism, Li Yuan gradually translated the images in his mind onto paper. As his drawing grew more detailed, the crowd grew increasingly astonished. It's starting to look like something. It looks like a person. Seems Li Yuan isn't just scribbling randomly. I told you Li Yuan had some skills. Damn it, weren't you the one mocking him the most just now? You must have the wrong guy. As time passed, both Li Yuan and Yang Danqing had finished sketching the overall outlines. Next came the coloring. Li Yuan's work is incredible. The figures feel so lifelike that half-smile, half-frown expression seems to capture the character's inner turmoil. What's he struggling with? Sitting motionless for hours as a model to make ends meet, that must take some mental fortitude. That makes sense. As the paintings neared completion, Li Yuan's work radiated vitality and spirit. Not only did the portraits capture the subject's likenesses, but they also conveyed their inner worlds. It's incredible. Yang Danqing and Xi Mutong's teacher arrived at the studio to admire his student's masterpiece. Both Yang Danqing and Xi Mutong were his prized students, whom he admired greatly, hence his deliberate efforts to bring them together. Teacher. Xi Mutong greeted him politely. MHM. Teacher Chu Zhihai nodded, then turned his gaze to Yang Danqing's painting. The figure's lines were crisp and clear, with excellent color and shading. The subject appeared remarkably three-dimensional and full-bodied. He felt deeply gratified. Very good, Chu Zhihai praised. Mutong, both you and Danqing are my most accomplished students. If you two could come together, your teacher would be truly delighted. Don't let superficial concerns cloud your hearts, Chu Zhihai advised. He feared Xi Mutong might choose Li Yuan for material reasons like money, something they old artists considered rather contemptible. Scholars often cling to certain principles, always feeling a sense of superiority. Master, perhaps you should first look at his paintings, Xi Mutong said without arguing, gesturing toward Li Yuan. Could his paintings possibly surpass Danqing's? Chu Zhihai asked dismissively. But since Xi Mutong had spoken, he granted her the courtesy. He took 2 steps forward to Li Yuan's painting. At just a glance, Chu Zhihai found himself unable to look away. It's incredible, absolutely incredible, Chu Zhihai murmured to himself. He never imagined Li Yuan could create such a remarkable piece. The lifelike figures and rich emotions were practically on par with digital photography. Compared to Li Yuan's work, Yang Danqing's paintings looked utterly weak. Who was your teacher? Chu Zhihai asked Li Yuan, his tone completely different from before. Just moments ago he'd been dismissive, but now he was practically adopting the posture of a student seeking guidance. Self-taught, Li Yuan replied, putting on airs. A genius. An absolute genius. Self-taught, that's incredible. Chu Zhihai exclaimed, clapping excitedly. Over there, Yang Danqing only noticed his teacher's arrival upon hearing Chu Zhihai's voice. Hearing the teacher praise Li Yuan, he felt deeply resentful. He rose and approached Li Yuan's painting, intending to mock it. But upon seeing the artwork, he froze. This was painted by Li Yuan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Danqing felt too ashamed to stay. Covering his face, he fled. Though these scholars were proud and aloof, they knew when they were beaten. Just look at him running away. Mutong, you should learn more from Li Yuan in the future. You still have a lot of room for improvement. Xu Zhihai, who had just moments ago been trying to pair Yang Danqing with Xi Mutong, immediately changed his tune. Yes, teacher.
Xi Mutong smiled gently, as if her husband had achieved supreme honor and she shared in his glory. Amidst the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd, Li Yuan and Xi Mutong walked away together. This time, no one dared say Li Yuan wasn't worthy of Xi Mutong. With such extraordinary painting talent, unmatched in the world, it was Xi Mutong who truly couldn't match Li Yuan. Care to stop by my place? Xi Mutong asked, her tone seemingly casual, though her hands were clenched tight. Her heart pounded with nervousness. Sure, Li Yuan replied. He was no man to disappoint a lady. Initially, Xi Mutong had drawn close to Li Yuan solely for that 100 intimacy points. But now, it was different. Li Yuan's image in her heart was becoming increasingly vivid. A master of ventriloquism, a martial arts prodigy, wealthy beyond his years, a genius painter, each of these facets struck deep within her heart. She was losing control. Even the most aloof and proud woman would struggle to resist when faced with someone she truly loved. When Li Yuan and Xi Mutong arrived at Tianyu residential complex and closed the door, Xi Mutong immediately pressed herself against him, wrapping her arms around Li Yuan and demanding a kiss. Li Yuan lowered his head and kissed her back, his hands growing restless. Knowing Li Yuan adored her in stockings, Xi Mutong wore a pair of shiny silver ones that shimmered seductively under the light. Bathing was the last thing on their minds now. Kissing their way from the doorway to the bedroom, their clothes shed layer by layer. My teacher told me to study hard with you. Teach me, Xi Mutong whispered softly into Li Yuan's ear. I'll make sure you learn this crucial lesson, Li Yuan murmured, gently biting her earlobe. Here's a song for everyone, Counter-Strike. Savor it carefully. On this turbulent battlefield, the tempestuous youth makes his entrance. Overcoming the roar of fiery trials. The world resounds with clamor. Amidst the flying smoke signals. The age of Mecha is upon us. Blood boils against the tide. Battle tanks grow scorching hot. Warriors are unstoppable. Come on. Counterattack, counterattack, here we come. Ace pilots go wild. Roaming the cosmos, conquering the world. Oh. Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike, wild. Aces got to vent. Battle is our stubborn beginning. I'll wield my power. Show off my might. Watch this dragon battle in the wild. 1,000 warriors, blood boiling. Charge forward relentlessly. Defenders of the world. Fighting. One final showdown. Chapter 50. The car got scratched, dealing with the tough nut. Early the next morning, Li Yuan maxed out his cooking skill to 100 and prepared a heartfelt breakfast for Xi Mutong. You can make breakfast? Xi Mutong exclaimed in surprise at the heartfelt meal Li Yuan had prepared. She had assumed that a wealthy young master like Li Yuan would be completely untouched by household chores. Of course I do. Don't underestimate me. Try it. Is it good? Li Yuan helped Xi Mutong into a chair. It must be delicious, Xi Mutong praised first. If you want someone to do more work, you must praise them generously. Let them get carried away with their own importance and get the job done. Xi Mutong picked up a heart-shaped fried egg and took a bite. She figured it couldn't be that bad. After all, she still didn't trust Li Yuan's cooking skills. But as soon as she chewed the heart-shaped fried egg, her expression changed. The egg had been seasoned with something, giving it a sweet and sour flavor that was incredibly delicious, nothing like the plain fried egg she was used to. This is delicious, Xi Mutong praised sincerely this time. I told you I'm amazing, Li Yuan boasted. You think max-level cooking skills are a joke? They can turn a pile of crap into something that looks, smells, and tastes amazing. That single meal completely changed Xi Mutong's perception of Li Yuan's cooking skills. She never imagined he could cook better than her. It was a delightful surprise. Her affection for Li Yuan deepened another notch. A man who can cook is always a big plus in a woman's eyes. After breakfast, Xi Mutong stayed home to rest and recuperate, preparing for the next challenge, while Li Yuan headed to school. When Li Yuan came downstairs, he saw that the Cullinan parked in the spot in front of the building had been scratched all around, the paint scraped off to bare metal. Damn it, who did this? Li Yuan cursed angrily. He hadn't parked in the underground garage yesterday because he was in a hurry, opting instead for the spot in front of the building. He never imagined it would end up like this. Li Yuan immediately called the police. Upon hearing that a Rolls-Royce had been vandalized, officers responded promptly. The police station was quite close by, and 2 officers arrived shortly. Sir, did you report this? One officer asked, seeing Li Yuan standing guard beside the Rolls-Royce. Yes, it was me. May I ask your names? Li Yuan inquired politely first. My name is Li Cha. This is Officer Huang Shui, one officer introduced himself. My name is Li Yuan. We share the same surname, Li Yuan said to Li Cha. What a coincidence. Let's head to the property management office first to check the surveillance footage around here, Li Cha said. Right. Li Yuan nodded. The 3 arrived at the property management office. After the police showed their credentials, the staff agreed to retrieve the surveillance footage. The footage showed a child wielding a scrap metal piece last night, scraping it along the car's body. After finishing, the child looked extremely pleased, even clapping in delight. That little brat, Li Yuan fumed. That kid seems to be the grandson of old Wang from Building 3.
He's quite mischievous. And old Wang is notorious for being a tough customer. This isn't going to be easy. A young man from the property management pointed at the child on the screen. The brat made a mistake and whoever's responsible has to take responsibility, Li Yuan declared. He couldn't care less if old Wang was a tough customer. His grandson had scratched his car and he had to pay for it. The police got old Wang's address from the property management guy and took Li Yuan straight there. Knock, knock, knock. Old Wang lived on the first floor of building 3. After the police knocked for a while, the door opened. What is it? Old Wang grumbled impatiently. Hello, we're from the police station. Your grandson scratched this gentleman's car, and we're here to handle it, Li Cha said. How do you know it was my grandson who scratched the car? Old Wang denied it outright. We have video evidence. It's clear as day. This is your grandson, right? Li Cha showed old Wang a photo. The surveillance caught him scratching the car? Old Wang asked. Yes, crystal clear, Wang Shui confirmed. That little rascal, always up to no good, old Wang muttered under his breath. Then he turned to Li Yuan and said, fine, here's 200 yuan. Go get it repainted. Old man, 200 isn't nearly enough. My car's a Rolls-Royce, Li Yuan said. I don't care about your potato shreds or watermelon shreds, it's 200 yuan. Take it or leave it, old Wang retorted stubbornly. You think you can wriggle out of this by being unreasonable? Repainting my car will cost at least 200,000 yuan, not counting depreciation, Li Yuan said calmly. 200,000? You might as well rob me blind. Take my life instead. Old Wang erupted, looking ready to fight Li Yuan to the death. Officer, you heard him. He said he wants my life. Well, I'll take it. Can I kill him now? Li Yuan retorted defiantly. Sir, murder is illegal. You can't just go around doing that, Li Cha hurriedly tried to dissuade Li Yuan. I'd love a peaceful resolution too, but does this old man want one? Li Yuan pointed at old Wang. Old man, you can't wriggle out of this. If you refuse to compensate him, he'll sue you. The court will enforce it and your house will be seized. Li Cha urged. This house is all I have. Let's see who dares come take it. I'll die right in front of them. Old Wang proved himself a real tough nut to crack. Oh dear, you've upset me. My heart hurts. I need to go to the hospital. Old Wang began feigning illness. The old man leaned against the wall, feigning agony as if about to collapse to the ground. Seeing this, the police officers were at a loss. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s, and they really didn't dare use force. Sigh. It's not that old people turn bad, it's that bad people grow old. Alright, you two go back. I don't think you can handle him anyway. I'll figure something out myself, Li Yuan said. Mr. Li, please don't do anything rash. We can contact the child's parents, Li Cha urged anxiously. You officers can ask the boy's parents. They'll be just like old Wang, Li Yuan stated with certainty. Birds of a feather flock together. A child raised by old Wang would surely be cut from the same cloth. Sure enough, when the two officers contacted the troublemaker's parents, they heard the damages would cost over 200,000 yuan. They immediately declared they'd either take the kid away or drag the old man off. Either way, they weren't paying. I knew it. What a bunch of scoundrels, Li Yuan muttered, utterly speechless. The two officers, unable to resolve the situation immediately, left for the time being. Li Yuan called Zhao Changyang, instructing him to investigate old Wang from Building 3 and his entire family. Then he'd gather a few brothers with loudspeakers to Building 3 and take turns harassing old Wang. Once they tracked down the brat and his parents' school and work addresses, they'd harass them there too. They'd make sure these troublemakers became notorious at school and work. Shortly after, several Dragon Soul Temple brothers arrived in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Li Yuan drove the new car away, while the scratched one was returned to the dealership after they finished their task. The four men split into 4 groups to harass him in shifts. They had already tipped off the residents upstairs and nearby, especially those on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, paying each household 2,000 yuan as harassment compensation. Those wishing to rest at a hotel had their expenses reimbursed. With money paving the way, neighbors near old Wang expressed willingness to harass him freely. They'd long disliked him. A loudspeaker was pressed against old Wang's window, bellowing into the room, "Wang Xinghai, you shameless bastard!" On infinite loop. Chapter 51, Old Wang hospitalized from rage, secures 150 million yuan in land. Hearing the loudspeaker cursing him from inside his home, old Wang flew into a rage. He stormed out, intent on settling the score. The Dragon Soul Temple's minions didn't engage him directly. They advanced when he retreated when he advanced, and harassed him when he grew weary. If old Wang called the police, and the officers merely gave a verbal warning, they'd replace him with another person once the police left. If they took someone away, they'd follow to the station for a chat, only to have another henchman take their place. If old Wang fakes illness, don't bother with him. Anyway, the big boss upstairs has ordered it: if someone dies, someone else pays the compensation. Old Wang was utterly fed up. He was getting sick from the sheer frustration, even though he wasn't actually ill.
Through Zhao Chengyang's investigation, the situation at Old Wang Xinghai's household had been preliminarily ascertained. Old Wang lived with his eldest son. He also had a second son who was uneducated and idle, married to a sharp-tongued, mean-spirited wife who constantly quarreled with Old Wang. Upon learning this, Li Yuan instructed Zhao Chengyang to pay Old Wang's second son and daughter-in-law to cause trouble at Old Wang's home. If they could provoke Old Wang into falling ill, he would be paid 50,000 yuan. If Old Wang died from the provocation, the payment would be 200,000 yuan. Simultaneously, he dispatched agents to disrupt operations at the troublemaker's school and at the eldest son and daughter-in-law's company, determined to force them out of their jobs. Zhao Chengyang recruited a henchman to contact Old Wang's second son. Upon learning of the money involved, the second son readily agreed. His goal was to drive his father to death, so the house could be divided as inheritance. After preparing numerous feasts for Old Wang's family, Li Yuan had already arrived at the school. He was late for military training and punished by the drill instructor to run laps. For Li Yuan, who possessed maxed-out human stamina, this was no big deal. A breeze. Li Yuan was seen walking hand-in-hand with campus beauty Xi yesterday, and today he's late for military training. Could there be a connection? Someone lamented. What do you think? Does it even need to be that obvious? My goddess Xi, your image in my heart has completely shattered. Who cares what image she has in your mind? After working so hard all night, how can Li Yuan still run like that? Maybe we're all wrong, maybe nothing happened at all? Let's hope so. That guy Li Yuan is a freak. You can't judge him by normal standards. He's the kind of guy who can beat up drill sergeants. Who could he beat? A voice asked. The instructor. Oh no, instructor, why are you here? The boy exclaimed. Spreading rumors about the instructor behind his back? 5 laps as punishment, the instructor said coldly. No, instructor, the boy wailed loudly. Get moving. Any more fuss and it's 5 more laps, the instructor said coldly. Heavens above, earth below, I'm no Li Yuan. 5 laps will kill me. The others laughed gleefully at his misfortune. Li Yuan finished his laps quickly, leaving the boy to run his 5 laps alone. Old Wang was harassed to the point of exhaustion. Normally the one constantly reporting incidents to the police, this time he kept calling for help. Even his usual tactic of feigning illness no longer worked. Those people simply didn't care about his well-being. The police had already taken several people away, but the others kept sending more and more people. No matter how many they arrested, it seemed endless. Later, Old Wang's second son and daughter-in-law arrived, erupting into a furious argument with him, demanding a division of the family property. Old Wang was so enraged he felt a tightness in his chest and struggled to breathe. He was utterly powerless against this unfilial son. In the end, Old Wang was hospitalized from the fury. This time it wasn't feigned, but genuine rage that had truly broken him. Zhao Chengyang also had people spread stories about Old Wang's eldest son and daughter-in-law, both true and fabricated, making them the talk of the town. To prevent further damage to the company's reputation and avoid affecting others, the leadership promptly fired the couple. After the troublemaker was exposed, no classmates would play with him anymore. Everyone shunned him. After receiving benefits, the school leadership turned a blind eye to the Dragon Soul Temple's actions. Even when Old Wang was hospitalized, his second son and daughter-in-law didn't let up, continuing their harassment at the hospital. Today, Bin visited the municipal government and approached the land bureau to apply for approval of a plot of land. When the bureau heard he wanted 100 million square meters of land, they all thought he was joking. We're busy here. Don't mess around. Get out of here, said a staff member named Xiao Hu. I genuinely need 100 million square meters of land, Bin insisted. Can't be approved, Xiao Hu replied bluntly. How can we get approval? Asked Bin. Unless you have 100 billion in cash to put down right then and there, it's impossible, Xiao Hu replied deliberately, making it sound difficult. Xiao Hu was just speaking off the cuff, as he didn't believe anyone could produce 100 billion in cash. Even banks would struggle to raise that much. As it turned out, Bin called Li Yuan, explained the situation, and Li Yuan immediately transferred 500 billion yuan into the ICBC account. Please disregard the practicality of this. He then called the ICBC branch manager, instructing him to provide proof of Li Yuan's financial standing to the Anqing municipal government. The ICBC president personally called the Anqing municipal government, informing them that Mr. Li Yuan was their VVVIP client with ample cash reserves, and requested their full cooperation. After all, ICBC was the largest bank in the country. While it had no direct authority over the Anqing municipal government, the two parties had collaborated extensively over the years, and some level of mutual respect existed. With the president personally intervening, the Anqing municipal government pledged a warm reception. One call went straight to the Land Bureau Director's extension, where he was harshly reprimanded for neglecting such a high-value client. The Land Bureau chief was baffled. He knew nothing about this matter. But when his superior berated him, he could only endure it silently. After hanging up, Feng Jianya, the director of the Land Bureau, immediately called to investigate. Upon confirming the incident, he gave Xiao Hu a thorough dressing down. Only then did Xiao Hu realize the magnitude of his mistake.
This was a multi-billion-dollar deal. If he blew it, his iron rice bowl would be gone, and he might even end up with a stain on his record. Panicked, Xiaohu immediately apologized to Aben, his sincerity bordering on groveling. He was practically offering his ass. Aben, not one to hold a grudge against a low-level clerk, went straight to discuss the matter with the bureau chief. After deliberation, the bureau allocated a plot in the distant suburbs. Though remote, it offered ample space and minimal encroachment on farmland, a significant advantage. This plot covered a massive 150 million square meters, priced as low as 2,000 yuan per square meter. Still, the total cost reached 300 billion yuan, an amount beyond the reach of ordinary people, let alone even China's wealthiest tycoon. Only someone like Li Yuan, rolling in money, could snap up this land without a second thought. Chapter 52, Taking Su Huijing to the Movies. As Li Yuan's representative, Aben received a warm welcome from the Land Bureau, complete with a full suite of services including baths and massages. Typically, businesses would treat the Land Bureau to such perks, but today the tables were turned. The Bureau was treating Aben to the full experience. Money talks, after all. After military training ended today, Li Yuan planned to visit Black Rose Su Huijing. He couldn't be heartless. It was time to rekindle the passion. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, he spotted a middle-aged man approaching him, quite handsome in appearance. "Hello, Li Yuan. I'm Wu Qianqi, Wu Meishua's father." Wu Qianqi introduced himself with a broad smile. "So your uncle Wu," Li Yuan murmured, puzzled. Why was a parent approaching him directly? Could it be to persuade me to cut ties with Wu Meishue? Li Yuan wondered silently. "I'm here today for no other reason than to discuss the development of those 3 plots of land with you. I'm in real estate development and was hoping to discuss business opportunities with you," Wu Qianqi explained. Even towards a wealthy individual like Li Yuan, Wu Qianqi remained courteous. After all, even if Wu Meishue married into this family, unless she ascended to a higher position, her status wouldn't be much better than that of a servant. Such were the rules of the wealthy elite. The idea that a long-suffering wife eventually becomes the matriarch was especially pronounced in these circles. "Well, I plan to have my own construction company handle one of those plots. The other 2 haven't been finalized yet," Li Yuan said after a moment's thought. "You have a construction company?" Wu Qianqi asked in surprise. "I acquired Lu Jianqing's Anyang Real Estate." He owned 2 construction companies under his umbrella, Li Yuan explained. "Then I was presumptuous. I came without doing my homework. I'll take my leave now. If you ever need anything, just give me a shout," Wu Qianqi said, sounding somewhat dejected. He'd hoped to land a major project, but it seemed Li Yuan had already made his plans. "I wonder if your company has experience constructing factory buildings?" Li Yuan suddenly asked. "Of course. We've built quite a few factory buildings." Wu Qianqi wondered why Li Yuan was suddenly asking about this. Could it be that he planned to build factories on those 2 plots? "I just acquired a plot of land and plan to build several super factories, an airport, and a logistics park," Li Yuan explained. "We don't have the qualifications to build an airport, but the rest is no problem." "How big is this plot of land?" Wu Qianqi asked. 150 million square meters, Li Yuan stated. "What?" Wu Qianqi was so shocked he blurted out his hometown dialect. 150 million square meters of land, Li Yuan repeated. "How can it be that big?" Even after a moment to process it, Wu Qianqi couldn't hide the shock on his face. "I plan to relocate both the Bugatti and Lamborghini factories here, plus build several chip factories and super battery plants. That's why we need so much space," Li Yuan explained. "Bugatti and Lamborghini? Relocate them?" Wu Qianqi was puzzled. How could 2 internationally renowned brands just up and move at his whim? "I forgot to mention, uncle, I'm the new owner of both car companies. They belong to me now," Li Yuan said casually, showing off. "What?" Question marks formed above Wu Qianqi's head. He felt like he'd been shocked more today than in an entire year. "I know you have many questions, uncle. We'll explain everything later. Are you interested in collaborating on developing this 150 million square foot site?" Li Yuan asked. "Interested? Of course I'm interested," Wu Qianqi exclaimed excitedly. This was an absolutely massive project. "All right, then I'll count your company in. But let me be clear up front, I can give you the construction contract, but the quality absolutely must be top-notch," Li Yuan said sternly. "Rest assured, I'll personally oversee every detail to ensure quality," Wu Qianqi pledged, pounding his chest emphatically. "Agreed." With the system's oversight, any substandard construction wouldn't pass muster with Li Yuan. "Then uncle will head to Highway Investment tomorrow to meet with Aben. He'll handle the construction coordination. I'll send him a letter today," Li Yuan said. "All right, thank you," Wu Qianqi responded gratefully. "You're too kind, uncle. I need partners for the project anyway. Since we're all acquaintances, why let opportunities go to outsiders?" Li Yuan replied. "Hee, you and Xiao Shui are so close. Come over to our place sometime," Wu Qianqi suggested. "Sure, uncle," Li Yuan replied politely. He wouldn't go unless he had to. He always felt awkward at Wu Qianqi's place. After chatting with Wu Qianqi, Li Yuan called Su Huijing and invited her to the movies. Su Huijing was overjoyed Li Yuan still thought of her. She never fought or competed, nor did she ever ask Li Yuan to do anything. As long as he occasionally came to see her, she was content. On the phone, Li Yuan asked her to dress a little sexier. Those new clothes she'd bought would finally come in handy. She'd spent the past few days learning outfit styling online, all to impress Li Yuan when they went out. When Li Yuan picked Su Huijing up, her outfit took his breath away. Unlike her usual sharp, crisp style, today's look was undeniably sexy yet tastefully so, striking that perfect sophisticated balance. Nice. Pretty. Sexy. Come on, give me a kiss first, Li Yuan said with a wicked grin. Su Huijing walked over in her high heels, her stride elegant and confident. Judging by those few steps, Su Huijing certainly didn't look like a gangster queenpin. But the moment she reached Li Yuan, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips fiercely against his. The intensity of her actions revealed the roughness of a gang boss. Li Yuan, a man who could be both gentle and fierce, met Su Huijing's violent kiss with equal intensity. When they finally parted, Su Huijing's lipstick had practically faded away, while Li Yuan now sported a pair of bright red lips. Let's go. Li Yuan took Su Huijing's hand and guided her to the passenger seat. He then returned to the driver's seat and set off for the cinema. What movie do you want to see? Li Yuan asked. I don't know. You pick. Su Huijing had never seen a movie in a theater and rarely watched films on her phone. How about a romance? Li Yuan suggested tentatively. Either is fine. Su Huijing didn't seem particularly interested in romantic films. How about sci-fi? Li Yuan asked again. Sure. Su Huijing seemed slightly more receptive than she had been to the romance suggestion. How about an action flick? Fist-to-fist combat? Li Yuan inquired. Sounds good. Su Huijing seemed more interested in this option. Then let's go with the action movie. We'll buy tickets first, pick a good time slot, grab dinner, and wait for the show to start, Li Yuan planned. Sure, whatever you say, Su Huijing replied, sounding like a well-behaved child. Li Yuan led Su Huijing to the cinema on the 7th floor of the mall, intending to pick an action film. But upon checking, there were no action movies showing tonight. There was one action movie that had been quite popular a while back, but it was nearing the end of its run. Consequently, there weren't many showings left, only one at 1 a.m. tonight and 2 more during the day tomorrow. 1 a.m. is way too late, Li Yuan muttered. How about we watch something else? Su Huijing suggested. No way. You absolutely have to see this action movie tonight, Li Yuan insisted. Who do you think you are? A portly man with a prominent double chin sneered at Li Yuan. Chapter 53, Stepping into Educate. And you are? Li Yuan glanced at the man with the big ears and fat head. I'm the manager of this theater. Who else could change the screening schedule without my approval? The big-eared man declared proudly. As if he held absolute power over life and death. What if I can change it? Li Yuan countered. Same question. Who do you think you are? Kids these days are so full of themselves, the big-eared man sneered. What time do you think would be suitable? Li Yuan asked Su Huijing. Su Huijing wanted to slap the big-eared man across the face. His audacity to look down on Li Yuan had infuriated her. Fortunately, Li Yuan pulled her back just in time and asked her about the time. Otherwise, the big-eared man would have gotten a beating. In public, violence wasn't the best option. Better to wait until nightfall. How about 8:30? Su Huijing suggested. It was currently 7:30. An hour for dinner meant they'd definitely make it by 8:30. Alright, 8:30 it is. Let's go grab dinner, Li Yuan said. Meshem, Su Huijing agreed without asking how Li Yuan had managed to change the time. Li Yuan and Su Huijing didn't buy tickets, they just walked away. All show. Didn't even buy tickets. So self-important, the big-eared man snorted. If those two come to buy tickets later, don't sell them any, the big-eared man instructed the ticket seller. Got it, the ticket seller replied with a sigh. This fat-faced, big-eared manager was a very petty person who frequently clashed with customers. This time, he was undoubtedly jealous of Li Yuan again. If it weren't for his uncle being a higher-up, someone like him would have been fired long ago. Li Yuan and Su Huijing were eating crayfish. Unlike some wealthy individuals who favored Western cuisine or Japanese food, he preferred Chinese dishes. Moreover, these street-side delicacies are truly soul-satisfying choices. While hygiene standards may not be up to par, it doesn't detract from their deliciousness. When top-tier hotties like Li Yuan and Su Huijing eat at street stalls, it naturally sparks curiosity. Of course, there are also those who are bold and reckless. Even with half her face covered by a mask, Su Huijing's stunning figure and angelic features still tugged at many men's heartstrings. Some men, emboldened by a few drinks, dared to provoke trouble, and harassing decent women was nothing new. Sure enough, a few drunken guys spotted Su Huijing's beauty and got ideas. Hey, sweetheart, why hide half your face? Let this big brother see the whole picture. Maybe if I'm feeling generous, I'll let my buddies treat you to 2 hours of fun, a yellow-haired guy in a white t-shirt, holding a half-empty beer bottle, leered. His companions joined in with lewd laughter.
The commotion drew attention from passers-by, but no one dared intervene. These guys were local hoodlums. Not paying their bills was the least of their problems. When drunk, they often caused trouble. The nearby shop owners had reported them to the police before, but after being released, they retaliated even more fiercely. This left the shop owners too scared to resist, treating it as money spent to avoid trouble. Li Yuan was generally easygoing, but messing with his woman was crossing a line he wouldn't tolerate. Without a word, Li Yuan snatched the bottle from the blonde punk's hand and smashed it right into his skull. Blood immediately began streaming down his forehead. Seeing their buddy get hit, the other punks sobered up instantly. They grabbed chairs and bottles and charged over. Su Huijing tried to intervene, but Li Yuan stopped her. "You're dressed so nicely today," he said. "You shouldn't get involved. Besides, he was here. How could he let a woman take the lead? Just call a few people over," Li Yuan told Su Huijing. "Give them a proper lesson. Let them learn what the rules of the underworld are." Su Huijing nodded, pulled out her phone, and called Black Rose Hall to send reinforcements immediately. Many watched Li Yuan, outnumbered and isolated, and felt concern for him, but no one dared step forward to help. These thugs were already stronger than average fighters, and now they had weapons. The fact that those people hadn't run away was already showing some conscience. If they could call the police, that would be a huge act of conscience. But before the onlookers could dial 911, Li Yuan had already charged forward, swiftly taking down all the thugs in no time. At that moment, the crowd's cultural refinement crumbled. Only these two words could express their inner turmoil. Those who had intended to call the police silently lowered their phones. "I dare anyone to move." Li Yuan spotted one thug trying to scramble up and run, and sent him crashing back down with a kick. Seeing their opponent was too formidable, the rest of the punks dared not move. Just then, the owner's crayfish dish was ready. Peering outside at the commotion, he hesitated over whether to serve it. "Owner, hurry up with the food. We're starving." Li Yuan spotted the owner and called out urgently. The owner carried over a large platter of crayfish. Seeing the usually arrogant thugs now lying motionless on the ground, it felt surreal. After serving the food, the owner hurried back inside, not wanting to incur the thugs' resentment. Li Yuan and Su Huijing dug in heartily. "Tastes great," Li Yuan praised. Su Huijing nodded happily. Eating with Li Yuan always made her happy, no matter what they had. A short while later, two minivans pulled up, disgorging over a dozen men. "Dragon King, Big Sister," the group bowed respectfully to Li Yuan and Su Huijing. "Take these guys away," Li Yuan gestured toward the thugs sprawled on the ground. "Teach them a lesson." Only then did the punks grasp the gravity of the situation. They seemed to be dealing with some kind of underworld prince. They'd really been out of their depth. "Yes, sir." Several men walked over, kicked the punks, and shouted, "Get up!" The punks dared not hesitate and scrambled to their feet. They weren't afraid of the police at worst, the cops might detain them. But these men? They were the real deal. They wouldn't hesitate to beat them senseless or even dump their bodies in the wilderness. "Leave a few behind. I want one of them taught a lesson later," Li Yuan ordered. So a few stayed behind, while the rest dragged the punks back to the car. "Who knew this kid had such clout? Those guys are in for it now. They messed with the wrong people," murmured the onlookers. "Serves them right. Someone should have dealt with them ages ago," another restaurant owner spat bitterly. Li Yuan ordered some crayfish for the men he'd left behind, giving the owner a little business. Though Li Yuan and his crew weren't bad people, the onlookers dared not return to eat. Now, the entire crayfish restaurant was empty except for Li Yuan's group. "That covers everything. Boss, I've transferred you 1,000. The extra is our way of compensating you for the damage." Li Yuan gave the owner a little more than the amount owed. Although those punks started the trouble, Li Yuan had gotten involved too. Compensating the owner was only fair. "Thank you so much," the owner said gratefully. "What a good guy." Dark style. Chapter 54, staying until the end of the movie? The surrounding onlookers were highly impressed by Li Yuan's actions. "This young man is decent. Even though he's got clout, he doesn't abuse his power. That's truly rare these days. People like him are rare these days. Most folks with a bit of power are lucky if they don't cause trouble. But look at this guy, he's even thinking about the owner's losses. Handsome and kind-hearted, no wonder he landed such a gorgeous girlfriend. Good deeds really do pay off. I'd love to have his baby," gushed a starstruck girl. "Is it a genetic mutation? How can humans give birth to monkeys? It's just an internet slang term for having kids. What do you expect if you never go online? Oh, I get it now. Why use that weird monkey thing when you could just say have kids?" Amidst the crowd's praise, Li Yuan walked away with his crew. They were off to give the pot-bellied manager a lesson in love. Li Yuan had already transferred the cinema's ownership. It now belonged entirely to him. Li Yuan had initially considered transferring the entire mall to his name, but then reasoned that local authorities hold more sway than county officials. Settling for a free cinema was good enough. On their way to the mall cinema, Li Yuan had already notified the theater's general manager to come to the cinema. As soon as Li Yuan and Su Huijing arrived at the cinema, they spotted the pot-bellied manager. Having overheard Li Yuan's conversation, he knew Li Yuan would arrive around 8 p.m. and had been waiting there all along. The big-eared man harbored an innate jealousy toward anyone handsome and well-built. If such a person also had a beautiful girlfriend, his envy would double. So he couldn't stand the sight of someone like Li Yuan. "Hey kid, you finally showed up. I'm curious to see how you'll manage to push the time back to 8:30, the big-eared man said sarcastically. "You'll find out soon enough," Li Yuan replied calmly. "It's almost 8:30. "You're running out of time," Big Ears said, glancing at his phone with a sneer. "That manager is such a jerk. The customer is so handsome, yet he has to pick on him," one female ticket seller muttered to her colleague. "Yeah, I was hoping to chat with the hottie. I even planned to touch his hand if I got the chance, but the manager ruined it," sighed another female ticket seller. "Holy crap, you even planned to touch his hand? That's bold. The bold get ahead, the timid fall behind. Have you ever seen a guy this hot? Probably not. If you miss this chance, there might not be another." "You've got a point." "Oh no, why is the general manager here?" the ticket sellers murmured. Just as the guy with the big ears waited for Li Yuan to make a fool of himself, a middle-aged man with a square jaw approached. He was Liao Yuan, the general manager of this cinema. Just moments ago, a sudden surge of information flooded his mind, revealing that the owner had changed. The new owner had immediately called him over, and from the tone, he knew something was up. So he rushed over without delay. New brooms sweep clean, but he hoped this broom wouldn't sweep him out. "Mr. Liao, what brings you here?" the big-eared man inquired ingratiatingly. "Manager Chen, the boss asked me to come over." "I didn't expect you two were already talking," Liao Yuan said. "The boss?" Manager Chen, the man with the big ears, was confused. The only one talking to him was Li Yuan, but he couldn't possibly be the theater owner. He knows the theater owner. What the hell was going on? Before he could figure it out, Liao Yuan had already greeted Li Yuan. "Boss, this is our first meeting, right? What brings you here? Just tell me what you need." The cinema general manager was a plum position. Every film company had to curry favor with him, and over the years, he'd made a fortune. Now he feared this new boss, Li Yuan, might come in and take him down. "Move this film to an 8:30 screening. Refund all tickets sold at double the price," Li Yuan said, pointing at the action movie. "Certainly, no problem." Liao Yuan had braced for something major. Turns out it was just a minor request. It was just a little money lost. If the boss didn't care, then he certainly didn't either. "And that fat-faced manager Chen, he doesn't seem quite right for our theater. I think he needs to find another job," Li Yuan added. "Got it, boss," Liao Yuan replied. "Chen Shimmy, go settle your accounts with finance tomorrow. And your uncle? He can look for a new job too." Liao Yuan was ruthless in his actions. Not only did he fire Chen Shimmy, but he also took down his backer. "So you had an uncle after all. No wonder someone like you could become manager. You really screwed your uncle over this time," Li Yuan gloated. "Boss, I was wrong. Please spare me." Chen Shimmy knelt before Li Yuan on the spot. "Isn't it a bit late to be apologizing now? Learn from your mistakes and start behaving properly." Li Yuan waved his hand toward the back. The henchman he'd brought along immediately stepped forward, hoisted Chen Shimmy up, and carried him away. Liao Yuan stared in shock. He hadn't expected this new boss to have enforcers. Looks like he's more than just a businessman. This man was not someone to be trifled with. Liao Yuan silently warned himself. The female sales staff, however, were far less cautious. They never imagined such a handsome young man would become their new boss. What a stroke of luck. They'd get to see this stunningly handsome man all the time now. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. Li Yuan's assets were too vast. A single cinema wasn't worth his attention, so he wouldn't be visiting often. After arranging the screening schedule, Liao Yuan instructed the staff to attend to the boss meticulously. He then waited outside, awaiting further instructions from Li Yuan. Li Yuan and Su Huijing entered a screening room that had been cleared of all other patrons. Now, only the two of them remained inside. "What do you think of this place?" Li Yuan whispered in Su Huijing's ear. Su Huijing surveyed the surroundings and found it acceptable. "It's quite nice, but with just the two of us, isn't it a bit too spacious?" Su Huijing remarked. "Just the two of us is perfect. We can sit here until the movie ends," Li Yuan whispered, blowing a breath of air. "Until the end of the movie?" Su Huijing flushed slightly. "That's way too long. The movie's 2 hours. We'd be exhausted. My voice would be hoarse by then." "What's wrong?" Li Yuan asked. "Nothing. Let's just sit through the whole movie then. I'll sacrifice myself for you." Su Huijing threw caution to the wind. As long as Li Yuan was okay with it, she'd see it through to the end. "Do you really need to exaggerate like that? Risking your life for a gentleman?" "It's only a 2-hour movie," Li Yuan said with a laugh. "Isn't 2 hours long? Normally it's just a few minutes, right?" Su Huijing knew a little about this. A few minutes? Li Yuan felt this was a bit different from what he'd imagined. Something was definitely off here. Chapter 55, Overturning the Bentley.
I know you're different. You're amazing. Su Huijing knew this firsthand. She'd already experienced Li Yuan's formidable power last time. Last time she was a novice and couldn't drive yet, but this will be her second time on the road, so she'll definitely be better than the first time. Li Yuan wasn't stupid, he immediately understood Su Huijing's meaning. Who knew you were so shy? Li Yuan pulled Su Huijing onto his lap. What do you mean? Didn't you say we'd do it until the movie ended? Su Huijing retorted. I meant sit as in sitting down, not do as in doing it. Li Yuan said with a smirk. Ah. Su Huijing covered her face in embarrassment, wishing she could sink into a hole. No one's here now. Take off your mask. Li Yuan reached out to remove the mask from her face. Su Huijing released her hand and covered her face with one arm. Li Yuan removed Su Huijing's mask, admiring her stunning beauty. His left arm wrapped around her waist while his right hand glided up and down her stocking-clad thigh. Su Huijing, stirred by Li Yuan's teasing, leaned in and kissed his lips. The movie was a complete waste of time. She had no idea what the plot was about, only that the protagonists kept fighting. When the film ended, Li Yuan and Su Huijing walked out of the theater. Have someone thoroughly clean the inside, Li Yuan instructed Liao Yuan. Yes, boss, Liao Yuan replied. He had been waiting here the whole time, scrolling through his phone for 2 hours. Li Yuan knew full well that Liao Yuan had taken bribes, but who among us hasn't strayed? As long as he did his job properly, Li Yuan was willing to turn a blind eye. After Li Yuan left, Liao Yuan summoned the cleaning lady and instructed her to clean the interior. While cleaning, the cleaning lady caught a familiar scent. Then, spotting a wet spot on the floor, she instantly understood. These customers sure know how to have fun these days. Not staying home, but coming to the theater instead, and in groups too. Really? The lady misunderstood. She only thought that because the water on the floor seemed excessive. Today, Li Yuan and Su Huijing didn't go to the Black Rose bar. Instead, they went to Su Huijing's place. Her place was a small 3-bedroom bungalow. She lived alone most of the time, and it was a bit messy. Things were scattered everywhere, messy but not dirty. It's a bit messy. I'll tidy up, Su Huijing said apologetically. As a tough gangster boss, she never bothered with tidying up. But today, bringing Li Yuan home and seeing clothes strewn everywhere, she felt so embarrassed she could practically dig a hole through the entire apartment. No need to tidy up. It's fine like this. You're tired. Get some rest early, Li Yuan stopped Su Huijing. Li Yuan wasn't the type to be obsessed with cleanliness. As long as it wasn't filthy, he could tolerate it. Besides, Su Huijing was genuinely exhausted. She took a shower and retired early. I'll run the bath, Su Huijing said. Her bathroom had a large bathtub, perfect for soaking. Whenever she wasn't on her period, Su Huijing would indulge in a bath there. While the water filled, Li Yuan took a look around Su Huijing's home. Overall, it was very minimalist, with only essential furniture and appliances, and very few decorative items. There were none of the jars and bottles of makeup typical of other girls, just a few bottles of skincare oil. Her wardrobe contained quite a few clothes, all of them new and obviously recently purchased. Several new outfits were tossed aside on the bed, likely discarded after Su Huijing tried them on. Besides the new clothes, there were also some D-grade housing cover-ups and a few pairs of stockings. I'll tidy up the bed, Su Huijing said as she hurried over. Li Yuan didn't stop her, since they'd be sleeping there soon and it needed tidying. After Su Huijing tidied the clothes on the bed, she also ran the bath. Li Yuan and she took a bath together, then went to bed. The next morning? Having spared Su Huijing the night before, how could Li Yuan waste such a beautiful morning? Under her gaze, filled with both fear and anticipation, he completed his morning exercises. The day's work begins with the morning, Li Yuan stretched lazily, expressing his thoughts. Then he got up to make breakfast for Su Huijing. Su Huijing watched his retreating figure with sleepy eyes, a blissful smile spreading across her face. Upon entering the kitchen, Li Yuan discovered Su Huijing's home was completely devoid of fresh ingredients, only a box of instant noodles remained. Don't you usually cook for yourself? Li Yuan asked Su Huijing when he returned to the bedroom. I cook occasionally, but usually just get by with instant noodles, Su Huijing replied. She usually comes back after eating at the Black Rose bar. Alright, I'll go downstairs to grab some breakfast, Li Yuan said with a sigh. Thanks for your trouble, Su Huijing said with a sweet smile. Li Yuan stepped outside the residential complex, where numerous breakfast carts were already lined up. Jianbingguizi, egg pancakes, roasted flatbread with pork, rujiamo, hand-pulled pancakes, grilled cold noodles, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding. Such a variety of snacks, truly abundant. Li Yuan planned to buy 2 sets of jianbingguizi and head back. Just then, 2 fire trucks arrived with sirens blaring. Since the breakfast stalls were in the way, the vendors began packing up and moving their stalls. A fire this early in the morning? Many people were puzzled, and a crowd followed the fire trucks. Li Yuan found a stall, bought 2 sets of jianbingguizi, and started walking back. Halfway home, he saw the fire truck stopped on the side of the road. Curious, Li Yuan went over to take a look. It turned out a luxury Bentley was parked in the fire lane, blocking the fire trucks. This fire lane was often blocked by parked cars when there were no emergencies. Several vehicles had already been moved, leaving only this luxury Bentley behind. Calls to the owner went unanswered. If it had been an ordinary sedan, well-meaning bystanders might have pushed it out of the way. But a Bentley costs millions, and people were afraid of liability, so no one dared touch it. Li Yuan knew this wouldn't do. Fire and water show no mercy. If a single car delayed the rescue, it could lead to casualties. Everyone, let's push this car out of the way together. Don't delay the rescue. I'll take full responsibility for anything that happens, Li Yuan shouted loudly. Seeing the handsome young man shouting while carrying 2 sets of jianbing, some doubted his capabilities. This was a Bentley Mulsanne, the top-of-the-line model priced at over 9 million yuan. Add in miscellaneous fees and it would easily exceed 10 million. Even minor scratches could cost hundreds of thousands, and more significant damage could easily reach millions. Everyone, don't worry. I'll take full responsibility. Just move the car quickly, don't delay the rescue. Li Yuan shouted again. After shouting, Li Yuan set the pancake aside and was the first to push the car. Before pushing, he adjusted his strength to 100, reaching the peak of human capability. Under his monstrous strength, one corner of the Bentley lifted off the ground. Holy crap, this guy is crazy strong. The onlookers were stunned. After all, the Bentley Mulsanne weighed 2.7 tons. Few young men could lift even a corner of it, yet Li Yuan managed it with ease. Come on, everyone, let's flip it over, Li Yuan called out. Truthfully, with his strength, he could have flipped the car over single-handedly with a bit of effort, but that would have seemed too outlandish. With Li Yuan leading by example, other eager helpers quickly joined in. Soon the Bentley was overturned to the side, clearing the way for the fire truck. Chapter 56, The Dark-Skinned Woman. A fire had broken out on the 12th floor of Building 5, thick smoke billowing out the windows. First, confirm if anyone is inside. The firefighters began assigning tasks. Some firefighters entered Building 5 with their gear, while others raised the ladder truck and deployed water cannons to cool the surrounding walls. Li Yuan noted the ladder could only reach 30 meters, limiting rescues to around the 10th floor. This prompted him to consider donating several advanced fire trucks to Wanqing's fire department. A craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. With better equipment, they could save lives more effectively. Firefighters burst through the door of Building 5 and found an unconscious woman inside. While battling the flames, they carried the woman to safety through the inferno. Through their concerted efforts, the blaze was finally brought under control. Fortunately, no other buildings caught fire, a true stroke of luck. As the firefighters carried the woman past Li Yuan, he performed an attribute scan on her. Name, Duan Wanping, can be modified. Age, 24, editable. Gender, female, editable. Occupation, financial company trader, editable. Appearance, 97, editable. This woman, her face covered in soot, is 97% attractive? Li Yuan wondered curiously. Just then, Duan Wanping, exposed to fresh air and jolted awake by the continuous shaking, suddenly regained consciousness. The firefighters, seeing she was awake, quickly set her down. Duan Wanping looked around in a daze, noticing a large crowd gathered around her. She felt a surge of fear. She had intended to commit suicide, hoping to die from gas poisoning like she'd seen on TV. Unexpectedly, the leaking gas suddenly exploded, shattering the kitchen window. Fortunately, she had been lying on her bedroom bed, which saved her from being blown to pieces. Having come face to face with death, she realized it was no fun at all. She no longer wanted to die, but the fire had spread, blocking the doorway, trapping her inside. Soon, thick smoke knocked her unconscious. Thankfully, firefighters arrived just in time. Had they been a moment later, she likely wouldn't have made it. Who knocked over my Bentley? A furious voice bellowed. Everyone turned to see a pot-bellied, balding middle-aged man ranting beside the Bentley. I did it. Your car was blocking the fire lane. Li Yuan stepped forward to take responsibility. Who the hell do you think you are, pushing my car? My rearview mirror's shattered, and the body's definitely scratched. You're paying for the damage, the bald man yelled. Compensation is fine. Call the police to determine liability. You illegally parked in the fire lane, that's your fault. The property management failed to enforce regulations, that's their fault. Once liability is determined, I'll pay whatever compensation you're entitled to, Li Yuan stated sternly. Fine, you wait and see. The bald man pulled out his phone to call the police. Duan Wanping watched the scene unfold and finally understood Li Yuan had pushed the Bentley aside with all his strength, buying crucial time for the fire truck. Otherwise, she would have perished in the flames. Li Yuan was her lifesaver. Thank you for saving me, Duan Wanping said, bowing deeply to Li Yuan. It was nothing. No need to thank me like that. Li Yuan quickly helped Duan Wanping to her feet. Looking at Duan Wanping's soot-blackened face, Li Yuan couldn't believe this was the same face that had once been rated a 97 in beauty. It seemed a darkened complexion really did affect one's appearance. I should cover part of the vehicle damage, Duan Wanping said with a sorrowful expression, but I simply don't have the money.
Her decision to attempt suicide stemmed from being framed and saddled with overwhelming debt. Her manager and clients had set a trap for this workplace newbie, causing her to unknowingly accumulate 10 million yuan in debt. She wanted to report it to the police, but she had no evidence. Everything was signed by her, and they had made it airtight. Even if she went to court, as long as her manager and client didn't admit anything, she couldn't win. She might even be countersued for false accusations. The client proposed a solution: accompany him and the manager for a period to offset 8 million yuan of the debt, then enter the adult film industry to work off the rest. It was all because of Duan Wanping's beauty. That client had coveted her beauty and conspired with her manager to frame her, leaving her no choice but to comply. They never expected Duan Wanping to be so fiercely independent that she attempted suicide. Even if she succeeded, they'd merely lose a plaything. It wouldn't affect them. No worries, you won't have to pay. I've got enough for a Bentley, Li Yuan said with a cheerful smile. Big talk for someone so young. The bald man was already seething with anger. Seeing Li Yuan bragging and flirting nearby only fueled his rage further, prompting him to sneer sarcastically. Seeing you drive a Bentley, you must be quite the success story, huh? Li Yuan gave the bald man a dismissive glance. Of course I am, the bald man declared proudly. He had no physique, no looks, and only a minute to spare. With nothing else to boast about, only his money and the aura of success kept him invincible. Then you should recognize this watch, right? Li Yuan rolled up his sleeve, revealing the Patek Philippe timepiece on his wrist for the bald man to see. This is real? It's not a fake, is it? The bald man nearly stuttered. Go ahead and fake one for me, then. Can you fake the chime alarm? Can you fake the date chime? Can the instant jump perpetual calendar be replicated? Can the grande sonnerie be replicated? With each question Li Yuan posed, the balding man's forehead glistened with fresh beads of sweat. He understood what a Patek Philippe master string watch represented. This 220 million yuan timepiece represented not only wealth but status. The more successful one was, the deeper its meaning resonated. Sorry to bother you. Don't worry about the car, I can fix it myself. The bald man recalled words from one of his partners. His partner had told him about a mysterious young man who'd purchased 150 million square meters of land on the outskirts of Anqing City. Splurging billions on land like it was nothing. That was a lesson in true extravagance. His partner hadn't elaborated on the details, only mentioning that the buyer was remarkably young, exceptionally handsome, and wore a Patek Philippe master string super complication watch. These descriptions matched Li Yuan perfectly, sending a chill down the bald man's spine. Offending a tycoon like Li Yuan could bankrupt his company in an instant. Oh? Then go ahead. Li Yuan couldn't care less about the man's thoughts. Yes, sir. Excuse me, the bald man said, hastily driving off in his already scratched Bentley. Who on earth is that guy? The onlookers murmured curiously. He seemed so cocky at first, but now he's running like a mouse seeing a cat. Seems to have something to do with that watch. Could it be some ancient family heirloom? Someone speculated, clearly a fan of too many novels. I've calculated it with my fingers. This man is no ordinary person. No need for divination, I can see it with my own eyes. Duan Wanping gazed at Li Yuan's handsome profile as an idea took root in her mind. Chapter 57. Two women meet, scheming against Xiaori. When Li Yuan tried to retrieve his 2 sets of Jian Bingguozi, he discovered they were already gone. Upon inquiry, he learned that 2 starstruck girls, captivated by his good looks and heroic act, had taken the 2 sets of pancakes since there was nothing else to take. They declared they'd take them home to worship. Li Yuan was utterly speechless. So he had no choice but to buy breakfast again outside the residential compound. Why are you following me? Li Yuan asked, noticing Duan Wanping trailing behind him. I have nowhere to go. Could you take me in? Duan Wanping pleaded pitifully. Being handsome sure has its troubles. Beautiful women just come knocking. Li Yuan thought to himself, feeling rather smug. Have you eaten breakfast? Li Yuan asked. Duan Wanping shook her head. Before attempting suicide, she hadn't even thought to have a proper meal to die with a full stomach. Luckily, she hadn't succeeded, otherwise, she'd have missed out. Then I'll buy you a set of Jian Bingguozi too, Li Yuan said. Seeing her empty hands, he guessed she couldn't afford to eat. Thank you, Duan Wanping replied gratefully. Li Yuan bought 3 sets of Jian Bingguozi, handed one to Duan Wanping, and started walking back. Duan Wanping followed him step by step. Is there something else you need? Li Yuan stopped and asked. I know you're not an ordinary person. You're the only one who can help me now, Duan Wanping said. How can I help you? Li Yuan asked curiously. He sensed there was a story behind Duan Wanping and wanted to learn more. Duan Wanping recounted the events that had befallen her to Li Yuan. By the time she finished, they had reached Su Huijing's doorstep. Opening the door, Li Yuan stepped inside, but Duan Wanping hesitated. She noticed several pairs of women's high heels by the door, realizing the homeowner was present. She feared entering might lead to misunderstandings. Come in, Li Yuan called out. Sister Jing, there's a woman here. Come greet her, Li Yuan called out to Su Huijing.
Su Huijing was lying comfortably in bed when Li Yuan's words startled her. You went out to buy breakfast, but why did you bring back a woman? Su Huijing got dressed and came out, only to find a woman with a face covered in soot standing awkwardly to the side. Her face was filled with question marks. What kind of scene is this? Role-playing? Her name is Duan Wanping. She tried to kill herself this morning but didn't die. The firefighters saved her. This is Su Huijing, a very beautiful woman, Li Yuan introduced. Suicide? Su Huijing exclaimed in surprise. Why? She was framed by a client from Little Japan. I couldn't stand by and do nothing. How dare Little Japan bully us like this? It's outrageous, Li Yuan declared indignantly. It turned out the client who had scammed Duan Wanping was from Little Days. How dare they come to China's territory to swindle Chinese people? This was something the somewhat hot-blooded Li Yuan couldn't tolerate. So it was Little Days. Su Huijing understood Li Yuan's feelings. Go take a shower quickly. Look how dirty you are, Su Huijing said, pulling Duan Wanping toward the bathroom. I'll go get you some clothes. After ushering Duan Wanping into the bathroom, Su Huijing went to find some clothes. They were about the same height, so their clothes should fit each other. Su Huijing brought the clothes to Duan Wanping and then sat down beside Li Yuan. How do you plan to take care of her? She asked softly. Let her stay with you for now. It's safer that way. Those people will come looking for her again, Li Yuan said. All right. Su Huijing nodded. What are you planning to do about them? Su Huijing pressed. Of course, we'll eliminate them humanely. A traitor and a little whore, what else is there to say? Li Yuan said coldly. So we hire someone to kill them outright? Su Huijing, no stranger to the underworld after years of experience, immediately thought of deploying operatives. Killing them outright would be too easy. First, we'll destroy their families and make them taste the misery of life. Then we'll make them disappear forever, Li Yuan declared. Understood. Su Huijing nodded, seeing nothing wrong with Li Yuan's approach. Send people to investigate these two. First, wreck their company. Then saddle them with massive debts. We'll offer to collect for their creditors for free, give them a little workout. Li Yuan outlined the plan succinctly. You're so wicked, Su Huijing chuckled. There's worse. That guy has a film company, right? We'll get him involved in making movies to pay off his debts. But instead of giving him beautiful women, we'll give him his third brother's wife and a sow. Li Yuan chuckled. Whose third sister-in-law? Su Huijing asked, puzzled. That's giant lizard the one third brother likes. We should respectfully call her third sister-in-law, Li Yuan explained with a grin. They really aren't picky about their partners, Su Huijing remarked with disgust. What can you do? This is a magical country where things happen that'll blow your mind, Li Yuan said. Just as Li Yuan and Su Huijing were scheming about their little life, Duan Wanping emerged from her bath. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, revealing her flawless complexion, truly a beauty worthy of a 97 out of 100. Like a lotus blossoming from clear water, naturally unadorned. Though she fell a hair short of Su Huijing's looks, Duan Wanping possessed a unique, pure aura, complemented by a figure that was undeniably sensual. She was the epitome of pure sensuality. Su Huijing stole a glance at Li Yuan. Had Duan Wanping not arrived with her face covered in soot, obscuring her features, Su Huijing would have thought Li Yuan was lusting after her. You'll be staying with Sister Jing these next few days. We'll handle your situation. Just give us all the details you have on those two, we're going after them, Li Yuan stated. Thank you so much, Duan Wanping replied sincerely. She bowed deeply. But Su Huijing forgot to bring her a bra, and with that deep, excited bow, her lovely assets were exposed. Li Yuan's eyes locked on her for a moment. What was she trying to do? Seduce me? I'm not the type to be easily swayed. When I'm not picky, I'm not human. Duan Wanping bowed and immediately realized something was amiss, a sinking sensation. She hurriedly covered her neckline, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stood frozen, unsure what to do. Su Huijing smiled, stood up, and walked over to Duan Wanping. Let me show you mine. See if it fits better? You two chat. I'm off, military training's about to start, and I'll be late again today, Li Yuan called out. Alright, take it easy on the way. Being late is no big deal, Su Huijing replied. Li Yuan could have skipped military training, but shooting practice was scheduled in a few days, and he was eager to try real guns. Li Yuan planned to build a shooting range so the brothers of the Dragon Soul Temple could learn marksmanship. But getting approval for such a place wasn't easy. Only 5 shooting ranges in all of China were licensed to use real firearms. Li Yuan planned to see if money could smooth things over first. If that didn't work, he'd just modify the plans. Money could usually solve most problems, but when it came to real firearms, it was a different story. It might also be because Li Yuan's connections weren't high enough. Damn, my vision is too narrow. Why limit myself to just China? Isn't Feizhou a better option? Li Yuan silently berated himself for his limited perspective. Wouldn't it be awesome to establish a mercenary regiment right in Feizhou? Have all those elite soldiers work for him? Take out anyone from any country who crossed him. That's exactly what I'll do. Li Yuan grew more excited the more he thought about it. He resolved to fund the creation of a world-class mercenary regiment. In Feizhou, as long as you could pay, there were plenty willing to sell their lives for you. Chapter 58, Kneeling and Licking for a Gender Change. Cheng Yang, find out who the biggest mercenary leader in Feizhou is. I want to recruit him. Li Yuan called Zhao Chongyang. Rather than starting from scratch, it made more sense to absorb the largest existing force and fund its expansion. After all, loyalty could be reprogrammed, no need to worry about the leader turning against him. Dragon King, why the sudden interest in mercenaries? Zhao Chongyang asked curiously. Some international matters, we can send them to handle them. Like assassinating that little leader who's always cleaning toilets, Li Yuan explained. Got it. I'll look into it right away, Zhao Chongyang replied. Li Yuan rushed all the way to school but ended up late anyway. We can alter time. Want to give it a try? The system, exhausted from watching movies, finally made an appearance. It's just a couple laps. Think of it as stretching my legs. My legendary human endurance isn't just for show. Wasting a modification chance on this isn't worth it, Li Yuan dismissed the system's suggestion. Wasting a modification chance just for being late? That'd be a total waste of time. Though Li Yuan was indeed idle, he wasn't bored out of his mind. Only the gun was worn out. After a day of rest, Xi Mutong reappeared on campus, bringing Li Yuan 2 bottles of sparkling water. Late again? Xi Mutong teased with a playful smile, her expression tender. MHM. Li Yuan unscrewed a bottle and took a sip. The way Li Yuan tilted his head back to drink was undeniably cool. His perfectly proportioned neck, the prominent Adam's apple, and his handsome appearance under the sunlight deeply captivated a group of starstruck girls. I can't stand anymore, one girl whispered to another as she leaned on her for support. Don't lean on me, my legs are wobbly too, the other girl whispered. Then let's support each other. Don't show weakness. Xi Mutong blushed slightly under Li Yuan's direct gaze. Having transformed into a woman, she found it especially difficult to maintain her composure around him. Gone was her former rebellious spirit. Li Yuan, stop flirting and get back in formation, the female cadet's instructor bellowed. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing at the instructor's words. What the heck? When did I show off? I just took a few sips of water. Li Yuan was still puzzled. Go back now, Xi Mutong said. She needed to go take a cold shower too. Got it. Li Yuan immediately ran back to his little group. Facing the resentful stares from the other guys, Li Yuan remained completely unfazed. Being handsome always invites jealousy, he was used to it. Li Yuan scanned the group. One by one, the boys averted their eyes, afraid to meet his gaze. Where's the backbone? I'd love to turn him into a woman. I've never experienced what it's like to change someone's gender. Li Yuan thought to himself. Should I try it myself? The thought suddenly crossed his mind. Nah. What if the system glitches and I can't change back? That'd be a mess. The host actually knows my thoughts? Pretty sharp. Damn it, you actually plan to ambush me? Li Yuan exclaimed, speechless. How could that be? Look at my sincere eyes. You system, what eyes do you even have? Even if you did, they'd be eyes of excessive indulgence. Ha! As the third most powerful system in the universe, how could I possibly be overindulgent? You underestimate me. So have you made up stories about the first and second strongest systems yet? Nope. Been watching too many videos lately. No time to think. During his break, Li Yuan saw a message from Su Huijing saying she had obtained the basic information of the Little Days client. Using the information Su Huijing sent, Li Yuan listed his attributes through the system. Name, Neolic 1-wave editable. Gender, male editable. Age, 42 editable. Position, chairman of Wasiang Company editable. Wealth, 11.2 billion editable. What if we change his gender? Make him a man? That'd add some spice to the filming. Li Yuan pondered, stroking his chin. He'd originally planned to pair him with third sister-in-law, but changing his gender would be far more interesting. A man's upper body with a woman's lower body, such individuals must be rare. Most common cases are female upper body, male lower body. But scarcity makes it intriguing. Decision made, let's go with that. Gender modification. Turn him into a human. Y. Modification successful. Host, you're quite the entertainer. He made a video, remember to send me a copy. Holy crap, system, you've got some twisted tastes. Li Yuan gave the system a thumbs up. Awesome. Li Yuan sent the information about Neolic 1-wave to Aben. As a professional detective, Aben was the perfect person to track down Neolic 1-wave. Li Yuan was also curious how Neolic 1-wave would live after the gender change. Would he still be standing up? Kneeling licking 1-wave, who was harassing the female secretary in the office, suddenly felt excruciating abdominal pain, rolling on the floor in agony. Chairman, what's wrong? Should I call an ambulance? The secretary asked anxiously.
Though she despised Neil Lik One-Wave's behavior, she couldn't just ignore her boss writhing on the floor that would be asking for trouble at work. She called an ambulance first, planning to secretly pull out his oxygen tube on the way. Haha.
No need. I'm fine now.
Neil Lik One-Wave felt much better, though something felt different.
You may leave now, he instructed. He needed to check something.
The secretary shot him a puzzled glance before stepping out.
The secretary wondered in surprise, why does the chairman seem a bit off today?
After the secretary left, the sycophant slipped into the inner restroom of the office and slid his hand into his pants. When he encountered a sensation both unfamiliar and strangely familiar, his pupils dilated sharply. Unfamiliar because this sensation didn't belong to him, yet familiar because he'd often experienced it with other women. He hastily pulled down his pants. Upon seeing his own transformed state with his own eyes, a wail of despair nearly sent him collapsing to the floor.
How did I suddenly become a woman?
This world is cursed. I need to summon a shaman to perform an exorcism.
Neil Lik One-Wave seemed possessed. He grabbed his phone and dialed a master back home. Upon hearing Neil Lik One-Wave's situation, the shaman named Abe Kiyohara was utterly perplexed. Could this be a ghost possession? Wasn't that something from legends? Though Abe Kyoshu couldn't fathom the cause, adhering to the principle of fleecing someone whenever possible, he told Neil Lik One-Wave that this was the work of a ghostly force extremely difficult to resolve. Master Abe, how can I possibly fix this?
I'll pay whatever it takes, just cure me.
Kneeling Wave was utterly lost, clinging to Abe Qiangchuan as his only hope. Abe Kiyohara's eyes lit up at the words. No matter the cost?
What a delightful phrase.
Chapter 59, Suppressing Xi Company's Stock Price. Exorcising a ghostly possession is extremely troublesome.
Prepare yourself for a long battle against it, Abe Qiangchuan cautioned up front.
How long might that take? Kneeling Lik One-Wave asked anxiously.
A man with a lecherous expression, yet possessing a woman's lower body, how inconvenient for everything.
Hard to say.
I need to find help to trap the ghostly entity inside you. Otherwise, it'll keep draining your life essence, leading to an untimely death, Abe Qiangchuan bluffed.
Ah!
Neil Lik One-Wave was terrified.
Even a billionaire CEO faced with such a bizarre situation reacted no differently than an ordinary person, perhaps even more afraid of death.
Then hurry up and summon someone to perform the ritual, master. Kneeling Lik One-Wave urged.
I have no problem doing it myself, but arranging for others requires some connections. You understand what I mean? Abe Qiangchuan got to the point.
Understood. I'll have someone wire you 10 million immediately to resolve my issue as soon as possible.
Kneeling Wave gritted his teeth, offering an astronomical fee for the ritual. Abe Qiangchuan's eyes lit up greedily. This single transaction alone would be enough for him to disappear far away. Looks like I'll have to give this my all.
Rest assured, I'll definitely exorcise the ghostly force for you, Abe Qiangchuan reassured Kneeling Lik Ilong.
Then I'll await the good news from Master Abe, Ni Tianilong replied. Chairman, it's bad.
Our company's stock is under a frenzied attack from unknown funds.
The market is extremely unstable right now.
The female secretary rushed in, panicked, shouting.
What?
Neil Lik One-Wave shouted. When it rains, it pours.
Was someone targeting him? Explain in detail. What's happening?
Neil Lik Ilong forced himself to remain calm. About an hour ago, unknown funds began accumulating our shares at low prices.
No one noticed at the time.
Now that they've completed their accumulation, they're dumping massive quantities to depress the stock price.
Panicked investors are following suit and selling off their holdings.
The stock price has already dropped 15%, the secretary reported. Washan Company was listed in the United States, where unlike China's A share market, there were no daily price fluctuation limits.
What? Such a steep drop in such a short time? Xi Tianilong was stunned.
The opposing side has substantial capital. They're selling while simultaneously accumulating shares, then selling again as if they couldn't care less about profits or losses. This continuous selling has severely shaken investor confidence, causing significant price volatility.
If not stopped promptly, the stock could plummet.
The female secretary wasn't just busty, she had real skills to land the position of chairman's secretary. Li Yuan had allocated 50 billion yuan to Su Huijing, instructing her to drive down Waxiang Company's stock price at all costs. Only now did Duan Wanping grasp the sheer scale of Li Yuan's wealth. To casually throw around 50 billion like it was nothing, what kind of tycoon was this?
She'd never heard of such a thing. Yet here she was, witnessing it firsthand.
Su Huijing and Duan Wanping enlisted multiple financial firms to jointly manipulate these funds, collectively targeting the stock price of Waxiang Company. This allowed them to accumulate shares quickly and dump them in large quantities while maintaining initial secrecy. As a financial operator, Duan Wanping was responsible for one segment of the operation, effectively exacting her own revenge.
Watching Washan's stock price plummet, Duan Wanping's eyes welled up with tears. The long-awaited chance for vengeance was finally within reach. Quickly mobilize the company's funds to reverse this stock decline. Kneeling and groveling, he grew desperate.
Sitting before his computer, he watched the steep plunge in stock prices, his heart bleeding.
Most of his net worth rested on these shares. If they became worthless paper, he would plummet from a billionaire to a multi-billion-dollar debtor. A company of their size inevitably carried debt. A steep stock plunge would inevitably bring creditors and banks knocking. Understood, Chairman. The finance team and traders responded in unison, immediately initiating operations. But with Xiang's meager funds, trying to counter Li Yuan's 50 billion was nothing short of a pipe dream. Their billions of assets merely stirred a ripple before being swiftly swallowed by the surging tide. Illogical, but satisfying. Kneeling to lick the wave experienced a day that felt like a descent from heaven to hell. Watching the stock price plummet nearly 50%, he felt like crying but couldn't. He wanted to dump his shares immediately. Yet a stubborn streak held him back. What if the other side ran out of money? He gritted his teeth, clinging to the hope of a last-ditch struggle. Unfortunately, he had no clue about his opponent's financial strength. If he had known, he would have sold some shares early on and still ended up a billionaire. After dealing with Neil Lick one wave, Li Yuan turned his attention to that manager, Duan Wanping. This man, Zhou Yuesheng, was a 38-year-old middle-aged man who appeared cheerful and smiling on the surface, but was actually a ruthless, smiling tiger. He was also extremely lecherous, having taken advantage of several female employees. Holding compromising photos and videos of these women, he silenced any resistance. Using hacking skills, Li Yuan infiltrated Zhou Yuesheng's phone and computer, uncovering all his private files. Not only did he possess explicit videos and photos, but there was also evidence of him colluding with clients to frame female employees. How arrogant, Li Yuan sneered contemptuously. He thought a few simple passwords could stop a top-tier hacker like me? Utterly ignorant. Li Yuan copied all the content, sending the incriminating evidence to the police. He did not forward the compromising photos and videos. That would expose the victim's privacy. Li Yuan permanently deleted all videos and photos from Zhou Yuesheng's phone and computer irretrievably. That sly bastard Zhou Yuesheng had cunningly backed up copies across multiple email accounts, all meticulously documented in a text file. Li Yuan dug them all out and deleted them. Before I go, I'll leave you with a little virus, Li Yuan chuckled, planting malware on Zhou Yuesheng's phone and computer. His devices would now endlessly pop up explicit images, the kind you could never stop. While it could be considered a perk, his devices were rendered useless. Junk files would flood his devices until they were completely useless. After finishing all this, Li Yuan closed his laptop and prepared to head out. Today was Wu Meishua's birthday, and she hadn't told him earlier. Fortunately, Li Yuan had plenty of friends, so he had them prepare a gift. Wu Meishua's father, Wu Qianxi, sent Li Yuan a WeChat message saying many people would be coming today and that he'd better prepare himself so as not to lose face. First time I've seen a girl's dad personally message me to ask me to pursue his daughter, Li Yuan muttered narcissistically. But considering Senior Wu often sends me private photos, I guess I'll reluctantly put on a show. Another night out, huh? Tian Boguan said enviously. As a single guy, Tian Boguan was green with envy over Li Yuan's nightly revelries. Heh, thanks for your hard work. What do you want? Li Yuan asked with a smile. Constantly making Tian Boguan jealous and feeding him daily doses of relationship envy made Li Yuan feel a bit guilty. I want a 10-pull gold run in Genshin Impact. Can you make that happen? Tian Boguan joked. After all, the current highest record seemed to be 6 golds and a 10-pull, and that was on foreign servers. No big deal. I'll hook you up with a cracked version of Genshin to play in a few days, Li Yuan said, completely unfazed. Tian Boguan gave Li Yuan a thumbs up. Impressive. Chapter 60, The Ultimate Diva with Unique Physiology. Li Yuan planned to drive his Lamborghini Venom over today. Keep it low-key, man. Carrot. Driving the Cullinan, Li Yuan arrived at an underground parking garage. The security guard saluted and raised the barrier as soon as he recognized Li Yuan, letting him through. Li Yuan waved at the guard and drove in. Li Yuan had just entered when a Volkswagen Passat followed suit, only to be stopped by the security guard. No entry here, the security guard called out to the driver of the Passat. The window rolled down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. She looked to be about 28 or 29, a truly exquisite young woman. I saw someone driving just now. Why can't I? The stunning woman asked. This area is now a private parking lot. The person who entered earlier is the owner of this lot, the security guard explained. Considering she was such a stunning woman, the security guard didn't act too harshly. Otherwise, he would have told anyone else to get lost. Private parking lot? Wasn't this a public parking lot before? The stunning woman inquired. It's private now. My boss bought it, the security guard explained. This is outrageous, the stunning young woman exclaimed in shock. Buying an entire parking lot must have cost tens of millions. Just how many cars does this guy own? Just then, the roar of a sports car echoed as Li Yuan emerged from the underground parking garage. Since the entrance and exit of this underground parking lot were on the same side, Li Yuan also saw what was happening over here. He drove out of the garage, pulled over to the curb, got out, and walked over. What's going on? Li Yuan asked the security guard. Nothing much.
This lady didn't realize this has become a private parking lot and tried to enter, so I stopped her, the security guard explained.
Li Yuan glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman. How to describe her? She was truly stunning, radiating a mature, sophisticated charm. The author was at a loss for words. Li Yuan pulled up her attribute panel. Name, Song Hualian editable. Age, 28 editable. Gender, female editable. Appearance, 98 editable. Measurements, Figure it out yourself, they're pretty impressive anyway editable.
88 56 83 centimeters. Let's just go with this, a typical actress's measurements.
Height, 173 centimeters can be modified. Weight, 95 gene adjustable. Genuine or modified, genuine editable. Relationship history, 1 time. Can be modified.
Note, currently has a boyfriend who wants to drug her.
Damn, drugging?
Li Yuan's worldview nearly shattered.
What the hell is going on here? Curiosity piqued, could Song Hualian have some unspoken secret? Li Yuan kept checking the attributes and found the answer under the physical constitution section. Physical constitution, stone woman editable. So that's why penetration was impossible.
To keep her secret, Song Hualian had never let her boyfriend touch her, driving him to resort to drugging her. This condition is actually treatable, though it requires surgery. It all comes down to whether the individual is willing to accept that.
Song Hualian hadn't expected the underground parking lot owner to be so young and handsome. But he kept staring at one particular woman. Wasn't that a bit rude? Song Hualian cleared her throat, startling Li Yuan as he examined her attributes. Caught red-handed, huh?
Serves you right, you pervert, the system bloated. Li Yuan shot the system a withering look before addressing Song Hualian. My apologies, I was deep in thought. If you have nowhere else to park, you're welcome to stay here temporarily.
That's incredibly kind of you.
I actually have some errands nearby, so parking here is quite convenient, Song Hualian thanked him. Security guard, please let this lady drive in, Li Yuan instructed directly.
Sure thing, boss.
The security guard pressed the button and raised the barrier.
Song Hualian thanked Li Yuan once more before driving into the underground parking garage.
The vast parking garage held only 4 vehicles, a Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse, a Ferrari LaFerrari, a Lamborghini Aventador Spider, and the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Li Yuan had just driven in. This is just too extravagant, a parking lot this big with only 4 cars parked. The world of the wealthy really isn't something as common folk can comprehend, Song Hualian mused aloud. After getting out of the car, she spotted the 3 uniquely styled supercars.
After some hesitation, Song Hualian walked over.
She pulled out her phone and snapped several selfies with the 3 sports cars.
They may not be mine, but getting this close for photos? That's pretty impressive, Song Hualian declared excitedly, pumping her fist.
After snapping the photos, she stepped out of the underground parking garage and flashed a smile at the security guard. The security guard awkwardly saluted her.
Damn, that hourglass figure is absolutely killer.
I wonder which lucky guy gets to enjoy that, the security guard thought to himself. Li Yuan drove his Lamborghini Venom convertible to pick up the prepared birthday gift, then revved his engine all the way to Wu Meishue's villa.
At Wu Meishue's residence, Wu Meishue's friends had all arrived one after another.
Those who could befriend Wu Meishue were mostly from families of the same caliber. The least impressive cars on the lot were Mercedes-Benzes and BMWs. Such is the nature of social circles, such is the importance of appearances. Unless you were exceptionally renowned within this circle, capable of standing on your own merits without such external trappings, a luxury car was an indispensable calling card.
Meishue, Tongguan is coming over today, right? He's prepared a big surprise for you, whispered one of Wu Meishue's female friends. How did you know? Meishue asked curiously. He asked my advice.
I gave him the idea, replied her close friend, and yeah. You can guard against outsiders, but never against those closest to you.
How could you betray me like this? Wu Meishue scolded playfully. Don't take your blessings for granted. I'm only looking out for you.
Tongguan is perfect, tall, handsome, refined, well-mannered, wealthy, and so caring toward you. And you listed Tongguan's virtues.
It was as if rejecting Tongguan would be the worst mistake ever.
I know Tongguan is a great guy, but why do I just not feel anything for him?
Wu Meishue couldn't quite figure it out herself.
In their social circle, Tongguan was practically a legend. Beyond his striking looks, he was an overseas returnee from a prestigious foreign university. He was the dream guy for many girls.
But what you can't have always seems the sweetest.
Tongguan, however, was interested in Wu Meishue, the one he just didn't click with.
Such is human nature, I suppose. I don't even know what to say to you. Sigh.
If only brother Tongguan had feelings for me, Enya said enviously. Knowing Wu Meishue had no feelings for Tongguan, Enya felt free to voice her wish openly.
Then go after him.
When a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil, just break through it and you're good to go, Wu Meishue said with a cheerful smile.
It's not as easy as you make it sound, Anya sighed.
Just then, a Lamborghini Aventador roared into the parking lot, its engine's thunderous roar capturing everyone's attention.
It's Tongguan, most recognized the car's owner. Chapter 61, Turmoil at the Birthday Party. Tong Guan opened the door and stepped out with effortless grace. True to his reputation as a walking hormone factory, he drew a chorus of low-pitched squeals from the crowd of girls. Long accustomed to such attention, he flamboyantly waved a greeting before striding toward Wu Meishue. I'm so jealous of Wu Meishue. If only Tong Guan could be this devoted to me, one girl mused wistfully. Tong Guan's out of your league. Why not consider me instead, a guy suggested. Wishful thinking, the girl scoffed dismissively. You girls are so picky, too high for some, too low for others. We're the perfect match. You're always dreaming of climbing the social ladder, the boy lectured. But love-struck girls weren't listening. Tong Guan's coming over, and you said like a starstruck fan. Wu Meishue replied indifferently. This reaction made Anya roll her eyes again. She couldn't figure out why Wu Meishue just wasn't into Tong Guan. Meishue, happy birthday, Tong Guan offered his wishes. His gentlemanly smile radiated impeccable manners, instantly captivating countless fangirls who were already swooning over his charm. But to Wu Meishue, it all felt fake, unreal. It lacked that human warmth and lived-in feel. Thank you, Meishue replied politely. Her mind was still wondering when Li Yuan would arrive. What you focus on comes to you. A thunderous roar echoed as a Lamborghini Aventador roadster sped toward them. With a graceful drift, it pulled into the parking spot. Lamborghini Aventador roadster. The only Venom convertible with exposed carbon fiber. Holy crap, that's so cool, the guy said, referring to both the driving skills and the sports car. Holy crap, that's so cool. The girl was referring to the driving skills, the sports car, and the person. Li Yuan flamboyantly leaped out of the car, his movements unconventional yet clean and precise. Hey! Li Yuan greeted Wu Meishue. You're here, Wu Meishue said, darting past Tong Guan to reach Li Yuan. This instantly soured Tong Guan's expression. But as the epitome of an elegant gentleman, Tong Guan quickly composed himself, reverting to his usual refined expression. You should have told me sooner it was your birthday today. I almost didn't get a gift, Li Yuan teased, ruffling Wu Meishue's hair. Your presence is the best gift of all. Everything else is just material things, Wu Meishue said happily. The others froze in shock at the sight of their intimate display. What's going on? Meishue actually has a guy? What are you talking about? It's more like Meishue actually found a guy. Oops, slip of the tongue. Poor Tong Guan. All that devoted waiting, only to see someone else fly off together. Well, that just means you fangirls have a chance now. But this guy is so handsome too, way better looking than Tong Guan. I'm so jealous of Meishue having so many great guys chasing after her. You girls, you're so fickle. Isn't that just normal? Li Yuan was incredibly handsome, driving a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno. Being both good looking and wealthy, he drove many girls wild with infatuation. Though their families were wealthy too, they weren't this wealthy. A limited edition Lamborghini Veneno cost tens of millions, their families wouldn't dream of buying them one. Li Yuan's here. Wu Qianqi and Yu Manwen stepped out, greeting him warmly. Wu Qianqi's company had become one of the contractors for Li Yuan's super factory, currently handling the demolition of the old buildings. After all, Li Yuan was their family's golden goose. Hello, uncle and auntie, Li Yuan greeted them politely. With the parents present, the birthday banquet commenced. A massive three-tiered cake rolled out, truly enormous, enough to feed 50 people. As the cake appeared, everyone began presenting gifts, shoes, bracelets, perfume, clothes. None of these gifts drew much attention, however, until Tong Guan stepped forward holding a gift box. All eyes turned to him. As Wu Meishue's devoted admirer and idolized figure, what could he possibly give? Everyone was curious. Tong Guan opened the exquisite gift box to reveal a Vacheron Constantin watch inside. It's a $1 million Vacheron Constantin. That model must retail for around 2 million yuan. Tong Guan is so generous. But Meishue already has someone special. What a waste of such a fine watch. If only he'd given it to me. People these days have faces thick enough to withstand an atomic bomb. I can't accept it. Thank you for the gift. Wu Meishue declined Tong Guan's present. First, this gift is far too expensive. Since you have no interest in him, there's no need to accept such a costly present. Second, Wu Meishue didn't want Li Yuan to misunderstand. Why? This is merely a token of my affection. Why refuse it? To Tong Guan, Wu Meishue's actions felt like a deliberate humiliation. This infuriated the typically proud and arrogant Tong Guan. Tong Guan, I truly have no feelings for you. Please stop wasting your time on me. Wu Meishue declared boldly in front of everyone. She had only ever said this to him privately before. This was the first time she had rejected him in public. Tong Guan's eyes burned with fury, yet reason urged him to restrain himself, to stay calm. Soon, Tong Guan regained his composure, elegantly tucking away his Vacheron Constantin watch worth over 2 million yuan. This was likely why Wu Meishue thought Tong Guan was fake. He always managed to control himself, presenting the most gentlemanly facade. While many saw this as the mark of a successful man, she disliked it. Since I don't know what you like, I prepared a little of everything for you, Li Yuan interjected at just the right moment. His words drew the attention of many. He walked to the Lamborghini Aventador, opened the hood, and pulled out a large box. Seeing Li Yuan carry out a large cardboard box, everyone was a bit dumbfounded. Was this the birthday gift? Go ahead and open it, Li Yuan said, placing the box in front of Wu Meishue. Sure. No matter what Li Yuan gave her, Wu Meishue was delighted. Wu Meishue opened the cardboard box and discovered it contained numerous items. The others gathered curiously around, eager to see what kind of gift Li Yuan, who had arrived in a Lamborghini Venom, could possibly give. Wu Meishue pulled out a handbag. Crafted entirely from rare, premium crocodile leather, it featured a 10-carat diamond inlay. It's a Hermes satin finish crocodile leather platinum bag, priced at over 800,000 yuan. I've wanted this bag for ages, and now it's just casually tossed in a cardboard box? Rare crocodile, skin me, eat my flesh, you rich bastards have no conscience. Yet it's me who burps and farts. Thank you, I love it, Wu Meishue said happily. She was also a handbag enthusiast. Her last encounter with Li Yuan at the mall had been while shopping for bags, though subsequent events had propelled their relationship several steps forward. In a way, those people were her matchmakers. Next, Wu Meishue pulled a second item from the cardboard box. Chapter 62, Public Flirting, Kicking Tongguan Away. At the request of our generous readers, here's an extra chapter. For an author who's clumsy and brainless, this isn't easy. More support, please. Thank you. It was a rectangular, deep blue box, nearly square in shape. Clearly meant for jewelry. When Wu Meishue opened the box, a massive blue gemstone caught her eye. Holy cow, is this the heart of the ocean diamond necklace? Someone gasped. No way. That necklace isn't cheap. I recall the only large sapphire necklace of its kind was valued at $20 million, over 130 million yuan. That expensive? Holy cow. Could this be the real one? Can't say for sure. This is the necklace. I bought it for 200 million. Just a few days ago, the owner was short on cash, so I snapped it up, Li Yuan said. I don't find it particularly beautiful, but it's certainly large. It was quite a coincidence. Li Yuan stumbled upon the listing online while searching for a website for Tongzi. The collector needed cash but wasn't willing to sell cheap. Several bidders had made offers, but Li Yuan simply dropped 200 million yuan and swept the necklace away. To celebrate Wu Meishue's birthday, Li Yuan brought the necklace alone. This is far too precious, Wu Meishue said, clutching her chest in excitement. She never imagined Li Yuan would give her such an extravagant gift. She had no way to repay him. It seemed the only way to repay him was to offer herself. What else could the others say? Beyond envy, there was only jealousy. 200 million. That was nearly as much as their entire family's net worth combined. And he just casually handed it over as a gift. Damn, that was infuriating. They're just material things. If you like it, that's all that matters. Let's see the next item, Li Yuan said nonchalantly. To him, 200 million was as insignificant as an ordinary person spending 2 cents. All right. Wu Meishue set the necklace aside and picked up another item from the cardboard box. No one dared underestimate this unassuming cardboard box anymore. What Wu Meishue pulled out was a leather sleeve. Opening it revealed what appeared to be a calligraphy scroll. Why would they send a painting? Meishue isn't exactly a cultured person, she just dances, someone remarked curiously. Let's see it first. Wu Meishue was equally curious, so she quickly unfolded the scroll and gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. It wasn't calligraphy at all, it was a painting, and the subject was none other than Wu Meishue herself. In the painting, Wu Meishue wore a seductive cheongsam, elegant and dignified yet undeniably sexy, perfectly showcasing her stunning figure. Both alluring and seductive. Truly a masterpiece. Li Yuan had painted it based on the private photos Wu Meishue had sent him, and it was an exact likeness. I painted this myself. I hope you like it, Li Yuan said with a smile. I love it, Wu Meishue exclaimed upon receiving the painting, her delight surpassing even the earlier 200 million yuan ocean heart diamond. Money was no object to Li Yuan. 200 million might be a mere drop in the bucket for him. But this painting was the fruit of his labor, something he'd poured his heart into creating. Even if that labor only took an hour or two. So talented. It's really well done. No wonder Meishue fell for him. If it were me, I'd have stripped down long ago. Mind if I take a look? Get lost. Just kidding. Inside the cardboard box were several other items, luxury goods purchased by Li Yuan's underlings, worth around 10 million yuan. Today, the underlings got a taste of the thrill of spending like a tycoon, that intoxicating feeling of splurging lavishly and basking in admiration. Sadly, it was all just a fleeting illusion. After the excitement faded, only dullness remained along with exhaustion, mental exhaustion. Everyone had grown numb to Li Yuan's staggering wealth. Once the envy of ordinary people, they now longed to be like him. You've spent far too much today, Wu Meishue said, her voice filled with emotion. She had intended to ask Li Yuan not to bring so many gifts, yet he had still spent so much. No problem. You'll have to pay me back anyway, Li Yuan said bluntly. Wu Meishua hadn't expected Li Yuan to be so bold. Her cheeks flushed and she felt a touch of coyness. She loved it when Li Yuan teased her like this, it felt so real. The others looked utterly shocked. Flirting like that in front of us? Really? But damn, this was the kind of scene they loved watching. Wu Qianqi and Yu Manwen shared a knowing smile. Only Tongguan wore a dark, sullen expression. You two lovebirds, I won't let you off the hook. Tongguan seethed inwardly, yet outwardly remained calm and composed. His self-control was impeccable. After the gift-giving concluded, it was time to cut the cake. As the birthday girl, Wu Meishua made the first cut. The rest was left to the servants to slice. Wu Meishua deliberately cut 3 slices of cake, giving one each to her parents and Li Yuan. Though her blatant favoritism raised eyebrows, no one dared comment. After all, Li Yuan possessed the qualities to win her heart. Hello, Li Yuan. My name is Tongguan. I'd like to offer you a toast. Tongguan took 2 glasses of champagne and handed one to Li Yuan. Tongguan. Li Yuan repeated. He sensed hostility emanating from Tongguan. Though Tongguan concealed it well, Li Yuan possessed combat prowess at the pinnacle of human capability and could still detect the hostility emanating from the other man. However, he couldn't care less about a minor figure like Tongguan. Casually accepting the champagne Tongguan offered, Li Yuan was about to drink when the system spoke. It's wise to remain vigilant. You're not immune to all toxins now. What do you mean? Is this wine poisoned? Li Yuan asked in surprise. Of course. While it's not an instant poison that kills on contact, it is a slow-acting toxin similar in nature to the 7-day intestinal severing powder. Damn it, this guy is so sneaky. Bringing deadly poison to someone else's birthday party? Li Yuan was both furious and baffled. What kind of person does this? Li Yuan wasn't one to hold back. He flung the wineglass in his hand straight at Tongguan's face. Splash! The sound of liquid slapping against skin echoed through the room. Everyone turned to look, bewildered by the sudden outburst and why Li Yuan would publicly douse Tongguan. What the hell are you doing? Tongguan demanded angrily. What am I doing? Don't you have any idea? You dared to poison my drink. Did you think you could pull it off flawlessly? Li Yuan said coldly. Tongguan's eyelids fluttered in shock, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Don't make baseless accusations, Tongguan retorted, shedding his gentlemanly composure as anger flashed across his face. A man of deep cunning also needed excellent acting skills. Whether you admit it or not doesn't matter. The spilled wine on the floor can be tested. You won't be able to deny it. And you're asking for a beating. With that, Li Yuan delivered a vicious kick straight to Tongguan's midsection, sending him flying 3 meters. Tongguan collapsed onto the ground, curled up like a shrimp in agony. The crowd hadn't expected Li Yuan to act so swiftly. Seeing Tongguan get beaten, several of his buddies and female admirers immediately rushed over. Mind your own business, or don't blame me for hitting women too, Li Yuan coldly warned. Intimidated by Li Yuan's menacing aura, 2 women and 1 man hesitated to advance. But there were also the fearless, who thought Li Yuan looked skinny and tall, and should be easy to handle. Ignorance breeds recklessness, they say. Li Yuan sneered coldly, then with 2 swift blows, he knocked out 2 men. Chapter 63, On-Site Cross-Dressing Show. These are all friends from Sister Shue's circle. I don't want things to escalate. If it's none of your business, mind your own affairs. Li Yuan surveyed the crowd, his voice icy. Many were intimidated by his wealth and the lightning-fast double strike, hesitating to approach. Li Yuan strode to Tongguan's side, towering over him. He grabbed Tongguan's hair and yanked him upright. Tongguan screamed in pain, as the crowd winced in discomfort. This Li Yuan was truly ruthless, yanking someone by the hair like that. Li Yuan delivered a punch straight to Tongguan's stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fizzy drink. Tossing him back to the ground like a dead dog, Li Yuan began searching Tongguan. Searching someone without permission is an invasion of privacy. It's illegal, one of Tongguan's supporters shouted, trying to stop him. Say another word? Li Yuan shot the man a cold stare, his icy gaze silencing him instantly. Li Yuan's search was anything but gentle, brutal and thorough. Ultimately, he found a bottle of medicine in the inner pocket of Tongguan's lining. This is poison. I'll have it analyzed. You and your family, I declare your destruction is imminent, Li Yuan declared coldly to Tongguan, who lay sprawled on the ground. Dare to take his life, and he would take yours first. Seeing the bottle of medicine actually found on Tongguan, the crowd fell even more silent. Some had already begun to change their views of both Tongguan and Li Yuan. Who would have thought that Tongguan, appearing so elegant and gentlemanly, was capable of such a heinous act as poisoning? Li Yuan seemed a bit scatterbrained, but when he flew into a rage, he was both decisive and ruthless. I'm sorry this happened. Everyone, if you're okay, please head back first. Wu Meishua stepped forward to take charge of the situation. That brat Tongguan actually dared to poison Li Yuan. She wanted to kick him a couple of times herself. Seeing the hostess starting to shoo them away, the crowd dispersed one after another. Tell me about this Tongguan's background, Li Yuan asked Wu Meishue. Wu Meishue recounted every detail of Tongguan's family background to Li Yuan. So he's just some deadbeat working for Penguin Group? That makes things easy enough, Li Yuan sneered. What do you mean? Why is a Penguin Group subsidiary so easy to deal with? Wu Meishue asked, puzzled. Come here, sweetheart. Let me tell you a secret, Li Yuan said with a mischievous grin. Ugh, you're so annoying, Wu Meishue purred, swaying her slender waist as she sat down on Li Yuan's lap. Can you tell me now? Wu Meishue blew a breath of air. Sweet. Li Yuan inhaled deeply, intoxicated. I'm actually the largest shareholder of Penguin Group. Even though I don't participate in company operations, they still have to listen to what I say. Li Yuan dropped a bombshell. What? You're the largest shareholder of Penguin Group? Wu Mei's aghast, shifting her hips to face Li Yuan. The intense friction sent a jolt of pain through Li Yuan. Why so excited? You're hurting me. Rub it for me, Li Yuan complained. Sorry, I really didn't expect that, Wu Meishue smiled apologetically. After rubbing his sore spot, she asked, how much of Penguin Group do you own? 31.1%. Li Yuan declared. That much. Wu Meishue gasped, her hand trembling again. Focus, Li Yuan scolded playfully. Oh, okay. Wu Meishue chuckled sheepishly. Is 31% a lot? It's not even half. Li Yuan said nonchalantly, putting on airs. Wu Meishue shot Li Yuan a withering look. This was the trillion-dollar Penguin Group. Did he think it was some small-time operation? Did you just roll your eyes at me? How dare you? Wait till I teach you a lesson. Li Yuan's mind started wandering. What are you doing? Wu Meishue was caught off guard as Li Yuan pinned her down on the bed. I want to, Li Yuan replied. Ha? Before Wu Meishue could process it, Li Yuan's lips met hers. Her brain short-circuited, going completely blank. All she knew was that her first kiss was gone. Temporarily stripped of her wits, she instinctively and eagerly returned his kiss. Li Yuan wrapped one arm around her neck while his other hand, as if possessed, began exploring on its own. Li Yuan, hand, what are you doing? Hand, master, I know you too well. No need for instructions, I'll handle this myself. Li Yuan? Just as Li Yuan was about to take things further, the door swung open. Yuan appeared in the doorway. As a mother, she apparently didn't know how to knock. Seeing Li Yuan and Wu Meishue in such an intimate pose, Yuan looked shocked yet faintly relieved. Wu Meishue and Li Yuan turned their heads and hurriedly separated. How embarrassing. You two go ahead, Yuan said apologetically with a smile before closing the door and leaving. Shall we continue? Li Yuan asked. Keep going my ass, how embarrassing is that? Wu Meishue said, covering her flushed cheeks. Then show me your transformation. I want to see it live, Li Yuan said excitedly. Ah. That's kind of embarrassing, Wu Meishue hesitated. Come on, hurry up, Li Yuan urged. Fine. Wu Meishue finally agreed. She stood up and walked over to the wardrobe, opening one to reveal another locked wardrobe inside. After entering the password, the cabinet sprang open, revealing a variety of uniforms inside. Pretty advanced, a password-protected wardrobe. Li Yuan thought to himself. Go ahead and pick one out, Wu Meishue invited. Sure. Li Yuan walked over, his eyes darting around the array of garments inside the wardrobe, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Flight attendant uniforms, nurse outfits, bunny girl costumes, maid dresses, hanfu, Lolita fashion, JK uniforms, kipeos, simple wedding gowns, investigator leather jackets, anime costumes, and more. Below the clothing, a row of shoes lined the bottom, Valentino stilettos, high-heeled boots, and all sorts of flashy footwear. All of them were attack speed shoes. And magic-resistant shoes. Hee. This is a tough choice, Li Yuan hesitated, unsure where to look first. I bought all of these for you, Wu Meishue whispered softly in Li Yuan's ear. What a little devil. Feeling the warmth on his ear, Li Yuan thought to himself. Then this said it is the sci-fi outfit Auntie wore in the anime. If anyone has pictures, post them here. I wouldn't dare post them myself. Li Yuan pulled the outfit out and handed it to Wu Meishue. Meishue glanced at it. So this was Li Yuan's style? Turn around. No peeking, Wu Meishue instructed. Is she testing an old-timer? Li Yuan stroked his chin in thought. If I look, she'll call me a beast. If I don't look, she'll say I'm worse than a beast. So torn, heh. While Li Yuan and Wu Meishue played dress-up here, Tongguan faced a crisis. After Li Yuan sent him home, he secretly dispatched men to abduct him. As Tongguan appeared in a secluded spot, a van suddenly accelerated toward him, pulled up alongside, stunned him with an electric shock, and hauled him into the vehicle. The entire operation took less than 5 seconds, clean and efficient. One word sums it up, seasoned criminals. Chapter 64, Li Yuan gets bitten. Chapter content download failed. Chapter 65, a haunted house experience unlike Xi Mutong's. Li Yuan felt his breathing quicken slightly. Today he'd encountered two stunning beauties, Song Huilian and Wu Meishue.
Though both were exceptional in terms of looks and figure, Xi Mutong still held a slight edge. A rather attractive picture. Li Yuan got out of the car and walked over to Xi Mutong, taking a closer look at her outfit and appearance. Alas, the author's vocabulary was limited. A simple wow sufficed for all occasions. Xi Mutong wore a perfume of an unknown brand, its scent delightful and faintly alluring. Alright, you're practically drooling, Xi Mutong teased with a playful laugh. Well, that's your fault, Li Yuan retorted. My fault? Xi Mutong asked, puzzled. It's your fault for being so gorgeous, Li Yuan continued. Hee, sweet talker, Xi Mutong said happily. Haven't you tasted it? Li Yuan asked, wrapping his arms around Xi Mutong. Yes, I have. It was incredibly sweet, Xi Mutong murmured dreamily, wrapping her arms around Li Yuan's back. Li Yuan gave Xi Mutong a light peck on the lips and said, come on, let's go explore the haunted house first. Exploring a haunted house late at night, how thrilling. Either you die, or I perish. A haunted house. Xi Mutong felt a bit scared. Though in terms of fighting strength, even all the staff dressed as ghosts combined wouldn't be a match for Xi Mutong. As a girl, she still felt a bit scared about the haunted house. It's okay, I'll protect you, Li Yuan assured her. Okay, but you better not run off and leave me behind, Xi Mutong pouted. Absolutely not. How could Li Yuan possibly abandon such a beauty? Unless something even more fun came along. Xi Mutong nodded. With Li Yuan by her side, her fear dissipated. Otherwise, she would have had to force her way out. They drove the Lamborghini Venom all the way to Ancheng's largest haunted house attraction. The flashy sports car drew the attention of a crowd of men and women. So handsome, the girls swooned, covering their hearts. So beautiful, the guys exclaimed, their eyes lighting up at the sight of Xi Mutong. What did you say? Most visitors to haunted houses were couples, and hearing her boyfriend speak like that, the girl immediately grew displeased. If you're here with a same-sex partner, well, the author can only wish you luck. Amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, Li Yuan and Xi Mutong stepped off the bus. Standing together, they truly were a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. What a perfect couple, someone remarked. That sounds like an insult, someone retorted. Ah. Li Yuan and Xi Mutong bought their tickets and entered the haunted house. Li Yuan and Xi Mutong were like celebrity drawcards. With famous faces leading the way, many others began buying tickets to enter the haunted house. Their motives were simple, they just wanted to take advantage of the situation. They knew they wouldn't get any actual people, but in the haunted house, when people were scared, doing things that defied common sense was understandable, right? In the darkness, desires amplified. The ticket seller was overwhelmed for a moment, with too many people wanting to buy tickets to get in. The ticket seller earned a fixed salary. Ticket sales had little impact on her income. If the boss was in a good mood, she might get a bonus. The problem was, who knew when the boss would be in a good mood? So the crowd of ticket buyers annoyed her, and she cursed Li Yuan 1,000 times over in her mind. In my dreams, I'll ravage you mercilessly, the ticket seller thought to herself. Li Yuan and Xi Mutong entered the haunted house. Staff monitoring the surveillance feed spotted an exceptionally handsome man and a stunningly beautiful woman. Both male and female staff members were thrilled. Guys, let's get to work, the staff shouted. Numerous staff members abandoned their usual scare tactics and converged on Li Yuan and Xi Mutong. What had been a mere underworld-level haunted house now felt like the 18th layer of hell itself, with staff dressed as ghosts lurking everywhere. Li Yuan shielded Xi Mutong as they pressed forward. Ah! A female ghost with disheveled hair and blood-smeared makeup suddenly lunged forward, aiming straight for Li Yuan. Most people would have been terrified, but Li Yuan skillfully parried the ghost's lunge, using her momentum to fling her backward. The ghost's momentum carried her backward, colliding with a man behind them who was pretending to be scared while trying to sneak a touch at Xi Mutong. The ghost and the creepy guy collided, losing their balance and tumbling to the ground. Ghost! Though the haunted house was dimly lit, the female ghost's appearance was still terrifying enough to make the creepy guy nearly wet himself. A shriek startled the ghost, who instinctively lashed out at him. The pervert, stung by the slap, grew even more terrified and scrambled backward. After this brief interlude, more drama unfolded. A male staff member dressed as a demon, wielding a wolf's tooth club, burst out of a hidden passageway and charged straight toward Xi Mutong, aiming to deliver a devastating blow. Li Yuan wrapped his arms around Xi Mutong's slender waist and spun her gently. His wickedly large foot extended forward, tripping the staff member who fell flat on his face. Ugh, Li Yuan sighed. This didn't feel like exploring a haunted house, more like beating people up in one. This guy seems to know some martial arts. He's not going to be easy to deal with, the staff member monitoring the surveillance thought to himself after seeing Li Yuan's actions. Change of plans. Mobilize the entire team. Follow my commands. The surveillance observer grabbed a walkie-talkie and began issuing orders. With so many staff members in the haunted house, they couldn't handle a single visitor? They had to take him down. The staff had all retreated into hidden alcoves and dark rooms, waiting for Li Yuan to approach. For a skilled fighter like Li Yuan, danger approaching would trigger an instinctive counterattack. Their plans were doomed to fail. Meanwhile, the ticketed visitors were also trying to get closer to Li Yuan and his group. But some timid souls had lost the courage they'd possessed outside, cowering on the floor and crawling forward, terrified by the eerie atmosphere and lighting inside.
On my command, charge.
At the command from the surveillance operator, numerous haunted house staff members burst out, clad in their bizarre costumes. In an instant, a chaotic dance of ghosts erupted. Holy crap, we're surrounded by a horde of ghosts, Li Yuan muttered, speechless. Xi Mutong covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. This was way too considerate of them. While others might occasionally spot a single ghost, they were being attacked by a horde. Xi Mutong flexed her ankles, ready to let them taste the power of her high heels. One heel to the throat. Of course, the haunted house staff weren't actually looking for a fight. They just wanted to scare the two of them a little and maybe take advantage of the situation, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Li Yuan unleashed his martial arts secret technique, the lightning 10-strike whip, and unleashed a flurry of blows on the staff swarming toward them like a swarm of bees. Ah! 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 Wails of agony echoed through the haunted house. The already timid visitors broke out in cold sweat, frozen in place. This haunted house was too terrifying, the screams too real. They wanted to go home to their mothers. This haunted house became a sensation for its hyper-realistic terror, drawing crowds eager to challenge it. Sadly, they were all disappointed. Never again did such wretched screams echo through its halls. Chapter 66, Tonight's barbecue is on me. Charging through with reckless abandon, Li Yuan and Xi Mutong quickly escaped the haunted house. This haunted house experience had turned into a violent game for them. Originally, they'd intended to scare Xi Mutong, but it unexpectedly turned into an alternative game of beating up NPCs. Let's grab some barbecue, Li Yuan suggested. Late at night, barbecue was the perfect choice. Won't eating barbecue at night make me fat? Xi Mutong worried. Don't worry, Li Yuan grinned mischievously. Lots of readers say you're too skinny at 88 Gene. They want you to become 880 Gene. You? 880 pounds? What would I be then? A meatball? No way. Xi Mutong shook her head like a rattle. Putting on a little weight is fine, it feels nice to the touch. Li Yuan grabbed Xi Mutong's hand and pulled her toward the sports car. Fine, Xi Mutong relented. If Li Yuan liked a Kuvya figure, then she'd gain just a little weight. Just a little bit, okay? Don't worry too much, we'll burn off the calories soon enough, Li Yuan said with a mischievous grin. Ugh. Why did you have to say that out loud? Xi Mutong covered her face, blushing. What's there to hide? Aren't we going to burn calories hiking up the mountain? Li Yuan said with a straight face. Though his eyes twinkled mischievously. Oh, Xi Mutong felt even more embarrassed. Had she misinterpreted his words? Are you? No. Li Yuan was about to ask when Xi Mutong hastily denied it. I haven't even asked yet, and you already know what I'm going to say? Li Yuan's face broke into an amused smile. Stop it. Xi Mutong, unable to out-argue Li Yuan, resorted to pouting. The Ice Queen melted completely in Li Yuan's presence. Love truly was a magical and elusive thing. This place looks good. Lots of people, so the food should be tasty. Li Yuan stopped at a barbecue restaurant. Holy crap, driving a Lamborghini to eat barbecue? First time I've seen that. Someone's attention was drawn by the roar of the supercar's engine. It's a convertible. Hey, someone go check if he left the keys in it? What, you want to steal it? How can you call it stealing? Just borrowing it for a spin. Well then, go check it out. Fine, I'll go. The guy actually got up and went over, probably pretty drunk himself. Li Yuan saw someone approaching his sports car and fixed his gaze on him, wanting to see what he was up to. The man circled the Lamborghini once, then walked back. I checked. No keys. Li Yuan chuckled at the remark. This guy was quite amusing. Was he actually planning to steal the car right in front of him? Owner, give me 50 skewers, 3 kidney skewers, 2 leek skewers takeout, please. Li Yuan told the owner. Other customers overheard Li Yuan's order and glanced at Xi Mutong's perfect figure and sexy outfit, their eyes widening with understanding. Xi Mutong felt a bit embarrassed under their stares. Got it. The owner acknowledged the order but didn't start preparing the ingredients for Li Yuan. With so many customers in the shop, it would take a while before it was Li Yuan's turn. That was the downside of a crowded place. The flavor was exceptional, and the queue was equally exceptional. Owner, when will it be my turn? Li Yuan asked. The owner scanned the crowd and said, probably about half an hour. That long? Li Yuan muttered under his breath. Then he shouted loudly, everyone here, listen up. Everyone turned to see what this rich, handsome show-off had to say. Give me these grilled skewers first. Tonight, I'm covering the entire bill, Li Yuan declared loudly. Seriously, someone asked loudly. Could it be? It's only a few thousand yuan. Why would I lie to you? Li Yuan declared loudly. No objections, right? Li Yuan asked next. No objections. But give us a few more kidney skewers, 3 just isn't enough, a friendly guy teased Li Yuan. Everyone burst into laughter at the remark, but the guy had a point.
If they had a girlfriend as beautiful as Xi Mutong, they'd need 30 servings of kidneys, 50 oysters, and 100 skewers of leeks. Note, these foods don't actually delay ejaculation, it's just what people say. Bro, I'm as strong as an ox, I don't need that stuff. Eating kidneys? Just love that little gamey flavor. Li Yuan said with down-to-earth honesty. Everyone burst out laughing again. It was the first time they'd met such an entertaining rich kid. Li Yuan scanned 10,000 yuan to the boss, who grinned from ear to ear. If only more rich, handsome guys like Li Yuan came in every day, he could work half a year and take a whole year off. With money paving the way, the owners swiftly packed up Li Yuan's barbecue order. To avoid dirtying Li Yuan's sports car, the owner wrapped it in several layers of plastic bags and even provided a large takeout box service at its finest. See you all later. Li Yuan waved from his car and called out loudly. Take it easy, kid, the enthusiastic guy called out again. Everyone watched with laughter and envy as Li Yuan drove off with his beauty. Li Yuan sped straight for Tianfeng Mountain. Located on the outskirts of the city, it was a bit remote but offered stunning scenery. Driving like a maniac, Li Yuan reached Tianfeng Mountain in no time, though he'd probably get yelled at for speeding along the way. Racing through the streets late at night in a sports car, he'd be lucky if they didn't throw bricks at him. The Dragon Soul Hall brothers had been waiting for Li Yuan there for quite some time. Greetings, Dragon King, the younger brothers bowed respectfully. Xi Mutong looked slightly surprised but held back from asking outright. Good work. Here's 2,000 each for your trouble, Li Yuan said. He didn't give too much, nor too little, just about right. Thank you, Dragon King, the two replied cheerfully. Head back now. Bring the car back tomorrow at noon, Li Yuan instructed. Yes, Dragon King. The two had arrived in 2 vehicles. They left the RV behind and drove back in the other car. They could also find a nearby hotel and order a massage. Li Yuan opened the RV and brought out the barbecue and alcohol. Come on, let's eat and drink, Li Yuan called out. Why do they call you Dragon King? Xi Mutong sat across from Li Yuan. Wearing a miniskirt, there was no need for further explanation. And Xi Mutong made no effort to cover up. Killed some time by starting a gang called the Dragon Soul Temple. They honor me as the Dragon King, Li Yuan explained between bites. Huh, so you're back in the underworld again, Xi Mutong remarked in surprise. Not exactly criminal, Li Yuan replied. We have legitimate businesses, though sometimes we need to use some gray area methods. Society isn't just black and white. I know that, Xi Mutong understood. Here, have a drink. What'll it be? White liquor, beer, or red wine? Li Yuan asked. I'll have a glass of red wine, Xi Mutong replied. Li Yuan poured her a glass of red wine and opened a bottle of beer for himself. They began drinking. As they ate, drank, and chatted, they soon felt a little tipsy. As the saying goes, when you're full and warm, well, you don't miss home. A peculiar gleam appeared in both Li Yuan and Xi Mutong's eyes. It was the kind of light gray wolf sees when he spots the lambs of Sheep Village. Chapter 67, Watching the Sunrise Literally. The Mercedes RV performs quite well. Without the stabilizer bars, it shakes during rough driving, but with them installed, the sway is significantly reduced. This is an ad selling vehicles here. Those with dirty minds, line up on the right. Despite the vehicle's excellent performance, some swaying persisted, a clear indication of the intense activity inside. Only when the moon shifted its position did the RV finally settle into stillness. These stockings are surprisingly high quality, no wonder they cost thousands a pair. Li Yuan wrapped the slightly torn stocking around his finger several times, then unwound it, repeating the process. I only brought this one pair with me. How am I supposed to go out later? Xi Mutong murmured with a hint of lazy complaint. I'll have someone bring you a few pairs of stockings tomorrow morning, Li Yuan said softly, stroking Xi Mutong's hair. I'm sleepy. Time for bed. All that barbecue was wasted, burned off the calories. Won't gain any weight now, Xi Mutong said. Just eat more nutritious fruits and veggies regularly, like bananas, corn, eggplant, that sort of thing, Li Yuan chuckled. Xi Mutong shot Li Yuan a lazy, sultry glance. After a shower and some chatting, the two drifted off to sleep in each other's arms. While the sky was still gray and hazy, a young assistant arrived carrying several pairs of Parisian brand stockings for Li Yuan. Li Yuan certainly didn't shortchange the guy after all. Making a trip this early in the morning was no small effort. The young man from Fei Lu couldn't stop grinning. Xi Mutong slipped on the stockings as Li Yuan drove the sports car along the winding mountain road toward the summit. As they neared the summit, the road ended. Li Yuan and Xi Mutong got out and walked the rest of the way. The crisp click-clack of high heels echoed loudly along the open mountain path. Li Yuan glanced at Xi Mutong's 10-centimeter heels. While these might boost speed in the bedroom, they slowed her down on the mountain path and were hard on her feet. Come on up, Li Yuan said, crouching down a few steps ahead. Watching Li Yuan crouched on the ground, Xi Mutong covered her red lips with a blissful smile. To have such a person in one's life is enough. Come on, Li Yuan urged. Xi Mutong climbed onto Li Yuan's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. The softness against his back sent a flutter through Li Yuan's heart, but he quickly regained his composure.
His hands cupped Xi Mutong's hips, securing her position.
Carrying my wife.
Li Yuan exclaimed with a strange cry, hoisting Xi Mutong onto his back as he headed toward the mountaintop. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, but the sky was already turning a pale, fish-belly white.
Some readers felt Hui was too idle, always picking on Chang'e.
The author decided to keep him busier, so Chang'e could belong to everyone. Xi Mutong whispered into Li Yuan's ear, her lips curled in a smile that never faded.
I wish this moment could last forever.
Xi Mutong thought to herself. Li Yuan and Xi Mutong chatted as they climbed the mountain path.
After a while, they finally reached the summit.
At that moment, the sun finally stretched lazily, revealing its adorable smile. The sunrise is truly beautiful, Xi Mutong murmured, nestled in Li Yuan's embrace. Yeah, the sunrise is beautiful, but you're even more beautiful, Li Yuan said, wrapping his arms around Xi Mutong and spouting cheesy lines.
Oh, you're always teasing me, Xi Mutong said, giving Li Yuan a kiss. Li Yuan chuckled softly without reply. The two watched the sunrise in silence, the scene warm and harmonious.
Once the sun had fully risen, they decided it was time to head back. Li Yuan carried Xi Mutong down the mountain to their sports car.
Let's go grab breakfast, Li Yuan suggested.
Sure.
Xi Mutong replied.
Just as they were about to get in the car, a black dog darted out from the woods on the mountain and sprinted down the mountain path ahead.
Xiaohei, come back. Xiaohei, I won't say another word, just come back.
A young man chased after the dog. But the dog paid no heed, racing forward with all its might. Li Yuan and Xi Mutong were utterly bewildered.
What on earth was going on?
Help, stop Xiaohei, the young man shouted to Li Yuan. Li Yuan saw the dog charging straight toward the edge of the mountain path. If it wasn't stopped, it would likely plunge off the cliff and be smashed into a dog meat pancake.
Li Yuan picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Xiaohei ahead.
The stone struck the dog's leg with precision.
The pain made Xiaohei collapse instantly. Li Yuan had saved Xiaohei.
The young man hurried over. Seeing Xiaohei lying on the ground, whimpering in pain, he noticed a swollen lump on the dog's hind leg. You broke my dog's leg, the young man turned the tables. Seeing Xiaohei injured and noticing Li Yuan had arrived in a Lamborghini, a malicious thought instantly formed in his mind. I was saving him, and his leg isn't broken, Li Yuan replied, his expression turning cold, though he offered an explanation nonetheless. You broke it, my poor Xiaohei, the young man wailed.
Are you trying to extort me? Li Yuan asked, his expression unreadable. You drive a sports car, so you must be loaded.
Giving me a little won't hurt you, but I'm different, I'm so poor I'm practically homeless, the young man said shamelessly.
Why should I give my money to a scoundrel like you?
Even if Li Yuan had plenty of money, he wouldn't give it to someone seeking something for nothing.
Just then, a group of people came up the mountain for their morning run. Seeing the scene, they gathered around.
The young man immediately launched into his act of playing the victim. As if Xiao Chang had died.
Tang Bovu points at autumn fragrance. Rich people these days have no manners. Why hit someone's dog? Many people harbor resentment toward the wealthy. Subconsciously, they perceive the impoverished as the underdog.
Due to certain psychological biases, they instinctively assume the rich party is at fault.
You say this dog is yours, but how do you prove it? If you pet it, won't it bite you? Li Yuan knew arguing with these people was futile, and he didn't care about their opinions anyway.
But if they dared to extort him, they'd better be prepared for retaliation.
This dog's been with me since I was a kid.
Of course it won't bite me if I pet it, the young man retorted. If you can prove this dog is yours, I'll compensate you. But if you're a dog dealer or something, don't blame me for being harsh, Li Yuan said coldly.
Fine.
The young man's heart leapt with joy, thinking the compensation was about to be his. The young man reached out to stroke Xiaohei's head. But Xiaohei, who had always followed him, suddenly clamped down on the young man's finger with all its might. Not only did it refuse to let go, but it kept shaking violently, trying to bite the finger off.
Ah!
It hurts. It hurts, the young man screamed in agony. He couldn't understand why the black dog he'd raised would attack him. Just moments ago, Li Yuan had adjusted Xiaohei's affection level toward the young man, plummeting it to 100. Xiaohei now harbored deep hatred toward the young man. Seeing him reach out to pet it again, the dog struck instantly. This guy really is a dog trafficker, the dog won't even let go of him.
Li Yuan began stirring up trouble from the sidelines, fueling the crowd's anger. So he's a dog dealer. He beat the dog and now tries to extort money? How despicable. The onlookers erupted in angry shouts.
They had initially blamed Li Yuan unfairly, but that wasn't their fault, they'd been misled by the young man. So all the blame fell on the bitten young man. No one came to his aid, some even spat at him. In the end, the young man fled in panic, with Xiaohei chasing right behind him, biting at his heels. The farce concluded, and Li Yuan and Xi Mutong drove away. Chapter 68, 2 Legitimate Websites. During breakfast, Zhao Changyang messaged Li Yuan that Tongguan had been arranged for transport to northern Myanmar. Once in northern Myanmar, he'd be dumped at a criminal syndicate's hideout. Whether he'd end up having his kidneys harvested or sold into a brothel remained unknown. In any case, his chances of returning to China were practically zero. There, Tong Guan would endure a hellish existence. From that point on, he would grow, mature, and blossom like a flower. The police had no way of tracking Tong Guan's whereabouts, as all surveillance cameras had mysteriously malfunctioned during a specific time frame. This was the secret weapon Li Yuan had entrusted to the Dragon Soul Temple. He had long hacked into the city's road surveillance system, and when he wanted them to malfunction, the cameras would obey his commands. He had left a backdoor for a computer genius within the Dragon Soul Temple, allowing that person to control the city's road surveillance system through it. Without surveillance assistance, finding a single person in the entire city was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Although the police were aware of the conflict between Li Yuan and Tong Guan, without concrete evidence, they dared not act against Li Yuan arbitrarily. City officials were well aware of Li Yuan's capabilities. Without solid proof, getting involved would only invite trouble. Moreover, some high-ranking officials preferred to sweep the matter under the rug. After breakfast with Xi Mutong, Li Yuan walked her back to campus. Walking along the tree-lined paths of campus, the divine couple Li Yuan and Xi Mutong drew stares from everyone around them. If looks could kill, the two would have been minced meat by now. Showering everyone with love first thing in the morning and subjecting them to this mental assault, how could the other students possibly endure it? We're being resented by the other students again, and it's all because you're too beautiful, Li Yuanxian deflected the blame. Isn't it because you're too handsome? Xi Mutong retorted. The two launched into a mutual praise session. After parting ways, Li Yuan headed to the boys' dormitory. Tian Buguang spotted Li Yuan returning and asked with envy, "Which beauty did you spend the night with this time? Now I'm the only one left in the whole dorm." "Well, that's perfect. You're paying for a shared room but living in a single, you're raking it in big time," Li Yuan teased. "But thinking about all three of you flying off in pairs like birds, well, that's not exactly a pretty picture," Tian Buguang lamented bitterly. "A man needn't worry about finding a wife. Don't rush it. Your top priority right now is gaming. Once you get a girlfriend, you won't have time for it," Li Yuan countered with a consoling tone. "All right. About that Genshin Impact hack you mentioned, will it be ready?" Tian Buguang remembered Li Yuan's promise when the topic turned to gaming. "Been too busy these past few days to get it for you. Why don't you try my Honor of Kings account first?" "Trust me, it's a VIP account," Li Yuan said mysteriously. "Privilege account? When did Honor of Kings have privilege accounts?" Tian Buguang asked, his head full of question marks. "Just because others don't have one doesn't mean I don't," Li Yuan replied. "What kind of privileges does this VIP account have?" Tian Buguang wasn't sure if Li Yuan was telling the truth, so he asked first. "Matching with powerhouse teammates, AFK without reputation penalties, dedicated hotline support, banning whoever you want plus all sorts of other perks." "Pretty awesome stuff," Li Yuan boasted. "You're pulling my leg, right? How could such an account exist? Ban anyone you want? So can I ban the Great Sage's account then?" Tian Buguang didn't buy it for a second. "Does Xian?" "You could, but why bother? He's a decent guy. Why ban him?" Li Yuan countered. "You haven't had much time to play lately. Women are interfering with my gaming time." Li Yuan delivered a critical strike to Tian Buguang. You shrimp-stuffed pig heart." Tian Buguang clutched his chest and pointed at Li Yuan. "You can borrow the account, but don't go advertising it. After all, it's an internal account," Li Yuan cautioned. "If you want to ban someone, there's a ban option right in the match interface. Just report them directly, it's a feature exclusive to privilege accounts," Li Yuan explained. This was a feature specially added by Timmy Studios to Li Yuan's privileged account, designed to facilitate the boss's retaliation. "No way," Tian Buguang said, half believing it. "Damn, if I didn't show you, you'd never believe the horse god has 3 eyes." Li Yuan opened the game and started a match against AI opponents. The gameplay itself wasn't worth detailing, it wrapped up quickly. After the match, the post-game screen appeared. Among the teammates, Li Yuan selected one player to report. Below the report button, a ban option appeared. Clicking the ban option revealed privileges like account suspension, reputation point deduction, pairing with trash teammates, and 460 attack damage just like the Tuoma cheat. "Holy crap, it's real. You didn't set this up on a private server, did you?" Tian Buguang's jaw dropped so wide it could have swallowed him whole. "Wanna play?" Li Yuan shot back instantly. Yeah, I'll play." Tian Buguang scrambled to become a sycophant. "Alright, I'll send it to you on WeChat." Li Yuan forwarded the account and password to Tian Buguang. "Want it? Leave a comment here." "Thanks a ton," Tian Buguang said gratefully. "Hey, Li Yuan, I'm stuck on 2 problems. I heard you're a computer whiz, could you help me out?" Tian Buguang pulled out a piece of paper with 2 URLs scribbled on it, incomplete ones at that. "You can watch all kinds of stockings here. You can watch fights between 2 or more people." "Damn it, what are you trying to do?" Li Yuan asked, speechless. "You tell me." "Don't play dumb, I know you've got it," Tian Buguang chuckled. "Aren't you studying computer science too? Can't you find them yourself?" Li Yuan asked. "I want 2 good ones from you." "My websites aren't that great," Tian Buguang chuckled. "Fine, hand this old man a pen.
Li Yuan grabbed the pen. Here you go, Mr. Li, take a pen.
Tian Boguang quickly found one and handed it to Li Yuan respectfully.
Without hesitation, Li Yuan scribbled down 2 URLs and handed them back to Tian Boguang. Tian Boguang excitedly took them, but his face instantly fell.
These don't meet the requirements, Tian Boguang said with a mournful expression.
The URLs Li Yuan had written were 4,399. 7K 7K. How is this not what you wanted? Stockings? You're playing cross-dressing mini-games? Stockings and high heels are everywhere. And there are tons of 2-player or multiplayer fighting games. Li Yuan grinned mischievously.
You know perfectly well that's not what I want, Tian Boguang said, his face still a picture of despair.
Fine, I'll write down 2 for you. Li Yuan took the paper from Tian Boguang's hand.
This time, he wrote down 2 more legitimate URLs.
Tian Boguang took them, folded them carefully like treasures, and tucked them under his pillow. He'd wait until Li Yuan left that night to take a peek. Li Yuan changed into his uniform and walked with Tian Boguang toward the field for military training.
Just then, his phone buzzed with a new message.
Li Yuan pulled it out to see it was from Aben. The message read, MiHoYo's major shareholder doesn't want to sell their shares.
Well, if soft approaches don't work, then we'll have to get tough, Li Yuan muttered to himself.
Chapter 69, Li Yuan can't take being told he's no good.
MiHoYo hadn't gone public yet, and most of its shares remained in the hands of the founding team. Among them, Mr. Kai held the largest stake. Yuan Investment was targeting the shares held by Mr. Kai for acquisition. Unfortunately, they failed. Li Yuan directly transferred Mr. Kai's shares to himself, making him MiHoYo's largest shareholder. By now, MiHoYo's senior management had all learned that the majority shareholder had changed hands. Some who were close to Mr. Kai called him, "Old Kai, why did you sell your shares?"
"I don't know either. Somehow I ended up selling them. It's too late to back out now."
Mr. Kai himself was still confused. Having secured majority control of MiHoYo, Li Yuan planned to offer all players an extraordinary gift, one that was truly impressive. This included, but wasn't limited to, Genshin Impact and the Honkai series. Oh, and get Tian Boguang an internal account to play around with, let him experience what it's like to be a GM with unlimited spending power.
When he gets bored, he can switch accounts or try a different game.
Just moments after starting military training, the PE teacher approached him.
"I need to take Li Yuan out for a competition," the PE teacher told the drill instructor.
"A sprint race?" the drill instructor asked.
"Yes."
This time, the PE teacher pinned all his hopes on Li Yuan.
Amidst the envious stares of his peers, Li Yuan was led away by the PE teacher. They couldn't leave, forced to endure the scorching sun's relentless beating. "Where are we going for the competition?" Li Yuan asked.
"It's a city-wide sprint competition.
Every university in the city will send representatives.
You've got to bring honor to our school this time," the PE teacher said expectantly.
"Our school is so big, surely we have someone who can run?" Li Yuan asked curiously.
"We did have one who was really fast, but he got injured during training recently and can't compete. The others' times are a bit disappointing," the PE teacher sighed. Their ace had become a dead card. Now, their only hope for a good result rested on Li Yuan. Although Li Yuan hasn't participated in regular training, if he can muster 90% of the strength he showed during his last run, he'll still achieve an impressive time of 10.66 seconds. This performance meets the standards for a national first-class athlete, qualifying him for world-class competitions.
Winning the championship at the Anqing College competition would be a breeze.
This time, 3 athletes were competing, accompanied by 2 support staff and the physical education teacher, 6 people in total. Oh, and there's the driver, almost forgot about him.
"Driver, forgot about me? You guys still want to go?"
The group boarded a Buick minivan and headed for the competition venue, Anqing City Gymnasium.
After over half an hour of driving, they finally arrived at their destination. "Quite a few cars here," remarked one competitor upon exiting the vehicle.
20 universities are participating this time, public, private, and vocational colleges alike, the PE teacher explained.
"The top 3 finishers will qualify for the provincial competition," the PE teacher added. All eyes turned to Li Yuan.
They'd heard about his prowess. If he could match his previous speed, first place would be a breeze.
"You guys work so hard,
but I don't have time for that. I've got so many girlfriends," Li Yuan quickly deflected when he saw everyone staring at him.
Everyone wanted to strangle him.
He was being so damn arrogant, and it was the kind that cut deep.
"If we didn't know we couldn't beat you, we'd have taken you down already."
"Hey, look who's here, the troublemakers from Anqing University, back to play the supporting role," a balding middle-aged man sneered. He was Wu Songzi, the PE teacher from Qinghai University. He and Anqing University's PE teacher, Yu Lizi, couldn't stand each other because of their similar names. Add to that the mutual animosity between Anqing University and Qinghai University, and the two were like oil and water. Qinghai University had been competing with Anqing University for years, and they certainly had their strengths. In sports, they were evenly matched. But this year, Qinghai University had recruited a freshman rumored to be exceptionally talented. Combined with the injury to Wanqing University's top sprinter, Wu Songzi was feeling particularly cocky. "I wonder who'll be pacing us this time," Yu Lizi retorted. "Don't end up failing to crack the top 3 and get yelled at by your old hag back home. Crying about it later won't help. Mind your own business. Worry about your own team instead, don't end up failing to crack the top 10, Wu Songzi retorted coldly. Qinghai University's vice president was a menopausal old hag with a foul temper. Whenever things didn't go her way, she'd start ranting. Wu Songzi had endured her scolding more times than he could count, so Yu Lizi's mention of her instantly soured his mood. "We'll definitely secure a top 3 spot this time, we've got a master competing for us," Yu Lizi declared confidently. Li Yuan was his secret weapon. "You wouldn't be talking about him, would you? Zhou injured, so you're throwing caution to the wind and bringing in some pretty boy with a silver spear and a waxen face?" Wu Songzi pointed at Li Yuan. Wu Songzi recognized everyone else except Li Yuan, the new face. Sure, he was handsome, but this was a sprint race, not a beauty pageant. Could good looks make you fly? You're the silver spear wax head. You're just a wax head silver spear? Forget it. You're bald as a cue ball, no spearhead. You're a bachelor. Li Yuan retorted. Daring to call him a silver spear wax head? That was basically saying he was useless. How could a man be called useless? So this is the caliber of Anqing University students talking back to teachers? Truly, reputation doesn't do you justice, Wu Songzi sneered. First, you're not my teacher, so I owe you no respect. Second, are you even fit to be one? Third, you really are ugly, I'm just stating the facts, Li Yuan retorted with righteous indignation. You're nothing but a sharp-tongued smart aleck. Just you wait, Wu Songzi fumed, thoroughly enraged. He turned to the Qinghai University team members behind him and ordered, beat him to a pulp today. Show him what a true sprinter looks like. Understood, the Qinghai University team members shouted in unison. They were eager to teach this rude Li Yuan a lesson, proving to Anqing University that Qinghai University's sprinters were superior. Bunch of trash. They don't even get my blood pumping, Li Yuan sneered coldly. He couldn't muster any enthusiasm for such a pointless race. But since Qinghai University was acting up, he didn't mind showing them what high-level skill looked like. Who are you talking about? The Qinghai University student snapped, pointing angrily at Li Yuan. Whoever talks back gets called out. Li Yuan said indifferently. Damn it, I'll beat the crap out of you. Someone from Qinghai University lost his temper and lunged forward to attack him. The Anqing University students, however, remained unfazed. They all knew Li Yuan's formidable fighting prowess. If Qinghai University students came over, they'd be the ones getting beaten up. Back off. No pre-match brawls. If you've got the guts, settle it on the field, Wu Songzi barked. Fighting would get them disqualified. Surely Anqing University wasn't planning on that? If that's what you think, you're mistaken. We won't fall for such a cheap trick. Wu Songzi sneered inwardly. He believed he had seen through Anqing University's scheme. Chapter 70, The Match Can't Compare to Flirting. Anqing University and Qinghai University entered the Anqing City Gymnasium with mutual hostility. Each school had designated seating areas. Li Yuan and his group found their seats and settled in, waiting for the competition to begin. Time passed as representatives from various schools gradually arrived. Officials from the Municipal Sports Bureau arrived as well, signaling the imminent start of the competition. Some athletes had already rushed to the sidelines to warm up, eager to keep their bodies pumped up. But Li Yuan slumped in his chair, flirting with Wu Meishue. Wu Meishue, what do you think of this outfit? A provocative photo of her in a ballet tutu, white stockings, and red high heels, performing a split with one foot planted and the other raised above her head. Li Yuan, stunning. Licking screen, that pose is so hot. Wicked grin. Wu Meishue, how'd you reply so fast? Not at boot camp? Li Yuan, I'm here for the 100-meter dash. Everyone else is warming up, I'm chatting with you instead. Wu Meishue, didn't the teacher mind? Giggling. Li Yuan, how could he dare? If he so much as scolds me, I'll quit on the spot. Evil grin. Wu Meishue, with your skills, you don't even need to warm up, go for it, you're the best. Li Yuan, want to see my other kind of speed next time? Winks. Wu Meishue, fast? Like 10 seconds? Covering mouth, giggling. Li Yuan, you won't even be able to beg for mercy then. Angry. Wu Meishue, what if I call Baba? Manual funny face. Li Yuan, that'd be like Hoi getting all 6 attack speed items, explodes on the spot. Wu Meishue, scary. Trembling. Li Yuan, the match is about to start. Gotta go. I'll treat you to a feast tonight. Wu Meishue, okay, good luck in the match. Li Yuan put away his phone and headed to the competition venue. 20 schools, 3 participants per school, 60 contestants total. They're grouped in sets of 6 for the preliminary round. Only the top performer from each group advances, but the second place finisher in each group gets one chance to challenge the final 10 contestants. If successful, they would replace that contestant in the top 10. Li Yuan was the first contestant in his group. Wearing the gym uniform provided by his PE teacher, a tank top and shorts, he revealed a well-proportioned physique. A classic example of someone who looks slim in clothes but has muscle underneath. Wow, so handsome and fit. As Li Yuan stepped onto the field, many girls let out screams. What's your problem? You're my girlfriend, why are you screaming at other guys? A guy from a certain university wasn't having it. His girlfriend had secretly bought a ticket to watch him, and he was deeply touched by her gesture. But seeing her cheer for another guy made him incredibly jealous. Oh, sorry, I couldn't help myself, the girl hugged him as a consolation. This is a sprint race, not a talent show. Why do they need such a flashy competitor? He's definitely not going to perform well, the guy grumbled persistently. Alright, I'll stop cheering. You stop complaining too, the girl said, letting go of him. Are you defending him? The guy asked, sounding petty. The guy had just spoken in the heat of the moment. You're being mean to me. You're actually being mean to me. I just couldn't help but yell once, and this is how you react. I never thought you'd be such a petty person. I've really misjudged you. The girl unleashed her signature fiery temper and gave the guy a thorough dressing down. You were clearly defending him just now, the guy insisted again. Fine, I was defending him. But since you don't trust me anyway, there's no point in us being together. Let's break up, the girl snapped angrily. Oof. The boy remained silent. He didn't want to break up, but he also refused to apologize. Li Lu apologized to Ruochi. Are you two really going to break up over something this trivial? Li Li's PE teacher interjected. He knew from experience that decisions made in anger often led to regret later. Li Lu stiffened his neck, stubbornly refusing to speak. Seeing her boyfriend like this, Ruochi sat sulking on the sidelines. The race was about to begin. Li Yuan and his group of 6 stood on the track. Everyone else adopted the crouching start position, but Li Yuan stood alone on the track, looking distinctly out of place. Look at him, a total amateur. How dare Anqing University let him compete? He must have connections or some kind of background, Wu Songzi sneered contemptuously. Hearing his words was like hearing the truth. Li Lu sneered inwardly. What good was good looks? This was a sprint race. With that laughable posture, he had the nerve to compete. Ridiculous. The referee paused in surprise. After confirming Li Yuan was ready, he signaled for the race to proceed. Now, Li Yuan became the center of attention, standing alone like a crane among chickens. The whistle blew, and everyone sprinted forward except Li Yuan, who remained frozen at the starting line. Ha, ha, ha. The crowd erupted in collective laughter, though a few girls felt pity for Li Yuan. After everyone had sprinted a few steps, Li Yuan finally gave chase. Last time, lacking a reference point, he hadn't paced himself well. This time, surrounded by competitors, he only needed to outrun the front runner. The front runner gloated inwardly. This group wasn't particularly strong, he'd easily taken the lead. But his joy was short-lived. Li Yuan swiftly closed the gap, pulling alongside him. I won't concede defeat. Seeing someone challenge his lead, the front runner felt primal energy surge within him, his inner universe erupting. But it was all for naught. Li Yuan stayed right on his tail. As they neared the finish line, Li Yuan suddenly accelerated. His 1600 horsepower kicked in, instantly overtaking the front runner and crossing the line first. His time, 11.9 seconds. Just shy of the national second-class athlete standard. The national standard for a Class 2 athlete in the men's 100-meter dash is 11.5 seconds by hand timing and 11.74 seconds by electronic timing. He actually won first place? Unbelievable, many exclaimed in astonishment. Li Yuan, with the posture of a complete amateur, clinched first place in the group, leaving many red-faced. Oomph. Ruochi snorted coldly. Hearing this, Li Li's expression grew even colder. Just a bunch of amateurs squabbling among themselves. When I step onto the track, I'll crush them, Li Lu declared confidently. Sprinting was his specialty, and he took immense pride in his prowess. Li Li's confidence wasn't unfounded. His personal best of 10.98 seconds placed him at the national second-class athlete level, on the verge of qualifying for the first-class athlete standard, a mark that would allow him to compete for the provincial team. The Class 1 standard was 10.93 seconds. His goal this time was to represent the provincial team in the national collegiate 100-meter competition. Li Yuan strode back to the Anqing University rest area with his usual swagger. Yu Li Zi whispered, not in top form today? Why did you run so slow? Just warming up, Li Yuan replied casually. As long as I'm faster than the winner each time, that's all that matters. This childish competition was utterly boring. If both were competing, he might find it somewhat interesting. Which image suits him best? Chapter 71, The Universe's Most Mischievous System. Oh, you still want to play dumb and catch the tiger? Yu Li Zi said with a wicked grin. What tiger? They're just too weak to be interesting, Li Yuan replied boredly. Okay. The entire group from Anqing University collectively fell silent. Well, he had the skills to back it up. He certainly had the right to be so arrogant. As others headed off to compete, Li Yuan resumed chatting with Wu Meishui.
Li Yuan, so boring. Took care of a bunch of little fishies in a snap. Wu Meishue, I'm eating the lollipop evil grin.
Li Yuan hadn't intended to think anything of it, but seeing that mischievous grin, he couldn't help but let his mind wander.
Li Yuan, how are you eating it? Curious. Wu Meishue didn't reply, but after a moment, she sent a short video. Video? Wu Meishue, watch it by yourself. Li Yuan glanced around. The PE teacher and others were nearby, so he moved to a secluded spot and tapped the video. In the video, Wu Meishue extended her little tongue, swirling it around the lollipop. Layer after layer of sugary syrup was drawn into her mouth. Li Yuan stared at that nimble little tongue, his eyes going wide. Whoa! Li Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. Sis Shui was secretly practicing her skills. What a diligent and hard-working girl. She absolutely deserved a reward. I absolutely must reward her. Just then, Wu Meishue sent another message. Did you see it? What do you think? Li Yuan, it's amazing. I really like it. Wu Meishue, hee, glad you like it. This is just the beginner stage. Li Yuan, what's the ultimate version? Job hunting. Wu Meishue, soaring like a fairy, as if falling into the clouds. While Li Yuan and Wu Meishue were flirting at the hospital where old Yuan was staying, his second son and daughter-in-law sneaked into the ward. Seeing old Wang hooked up to an oxygen tube, they exchanged a glance and steeled their resolve. They stepped on the oxygen tube, cutting off the flow. Soon, old Wang began gasping for breath and convulsing. As old Wang slowly ceased struggling, his second son and daughter-in-law revealed twisted, sickening smiles. With old Wang dead, they could now divide up his house. They left the scene afterward, as if they had never been there at all. But justice always catches up with the guilty. How could they possibly escape its punishment? The other two contestants from Anqing University had also finished their matches. One was eliminated, while the other, luckier, remained. Shanghai University also lost one contestant, leaving only two remaining. The current best preliminary time was 11.15 seconds, suggesting no one had yet shown their full potential. Next comes the challenge round, where eliminated contestants may challenge any of the 10 remaining qualifiers. The victor advances. Shanghai University's target, needless to say, is Li Yuan. They won't let the guy who dared to insult Wu Songzi off the hook. After submitting the challenge list, the challenge matches commenced. Shanghai University's eliminated contestant was Yu Hai. Unlucky, he was drawn into the same group as Li Lu and was eliminated by him. His time was 11.6 seconds, slightly faster than Li Yuan's. Kid, you only advanced because of luck. Your streak ends here, Yu Hai sneered at Li Yuan. Is the number 2 spot making you so cocky now? Li Yuan's casual remark nearly sent Yu Hai into a rage. Still better than you. My time was 11.6 seconds. You're just a lucky bastard who burned incense at your ancestors' graves. But your luck won't last forever, Yu Hai retorted. We'll see about that, Li Yuan replied unconcernedly, determined to prove himself through action. Li Yuan stuck to his signature standing start, embracing his individuality to the fullest. With a whistle's blast, both athletes shot forward. Li Yuan stayed right beside Yu Hai, not only calm and collected but even finding time to trash talk. Is that all you've got? Useless little trash. Yu Hai lacked Li Yuan's strength. Sprinting at full speed left him unable to speak. Just as Yu Hai sprinted past the 60-meter mark, Li Yuan edged slightly closer and unleashed a soft force strike at close range. The soft force entered Yu Hai's body, instantly draining the strength from his legs. His upper body, propelled by momentum, lunged forward. Thud! Yu Hai slammed into the track like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. His lips split open, blood trickling from his mouth. Li Yuan glanced casually at the scene before leisurely jogging to the finish line. And just like that, Li Yuan easily secured another victory. Everyone assumed Li Yuan had won by luck once more. He's so lucky, Li Lu muttered angrily. He was still in a cold war with Ruochi. Rookie only stayed for Li Yuan's sake, otherwise, she would have left long ago. Yu Hai, what happened? Wu Songzi asked, feeling a bit down. He'd been looking forward to giving Li Yuan a good lesson and feeling satisfied, but then Yu Hai tripped and fell halfway through. I don't know either. My legs just went weak all of a sudden, Yu Hai said, just as baffled as anyone. Damn it, is he some kind of lucky bastard? What a stroke of luck, Wu Songzi cursed. At Anqing University. How did you manage that? Yu Li Zi asked curiously. He didn't believe for a second that Yu Hai had fallen on his own. What's it got to do with me? He's just a weakling. Probably paddled too much. Li Yuan wasn't about to spill the beans. His master-level martial prowess was a secret. I love how cunning and scheming the host is. When will he force himself on someone? The system popped up again. My ass, Li Yuan retorted, rolling his eyes. Even if I did, I wouldn't show you. Don't be so formal. We're practically family. We're not that close. Maybe if you incarnate as a mother system someday, we could build some rapport, Li Yuan joked. Easy peasy. What style do you want? Loli? Sundara? MILF? Young wife? Teen? Or granny? Whoa. Li Yuan was stunned. This system was way too inappropriate. Go ahead and ask boldly. This system won't fulfill your requests, ha. Li Yuan, sweat, buckets of sweat, waterfall sweat, Genghis Khan level sweat. This must be the universe's most mischievous system. The morning competition concluded here. The final 10 contestants would compete in the afternoon finals, with the top 3 advancing to provincial and national collegiate tournaments. The top 3 will then compete against university students nationwide in a speed contest. Only the fastest man will claim ultimate victory. I'll definitely knock you out this afternoon. The 2 advancing contestants from Tsinghai University came over specifically to issue a threat. You guys really have nothing better to do, Li Yuan muttered, speechless. Just then, Li Lu approached and coldly warned Li Yuan, you'd better just go back quietly. Save yourself the embarrassment of losing badly this afternoon. Li Yuan had no idea what this guy was doing here. He didn't recognize him. Who the hell are you? Li Yuan asked coldly. You'll remember me this afternoon, Li Lu declared arrogantly. If it weren't for my Buddhist faith right now, I'd break your legs, Li Yuan shot back, glancing at Li Lu. Oh? Big talk. Try touching me, Li Lu scoffed, convinced Li Yuan wouldn't dare. Everyone heard that. He's asking for it, don't blame me, Li Yuan declared loudly. Then he kicked out without hesitation. Chapter 72, the boss steps in to back him up. Li Yuan's strength was immense. Even using only a fraction of his power, his kick sent Li Lu flying 5 meters. Li Lu felt like he'd been rammed by a rhino, briefly experiencing the sensation of flight. But damn, the landing hurt like hell. The commotion quickly drew everyone's attention, and the leaders from the sports bureau over there also looked over. The situation seemed to have escalated dramatically. Anqing University panicked. If Li Yuan was disqualified, how could they possibly compete for a top 3 finish? Tsinghai University watched the spectacle unfold with schadenfreude. What's going on? Wang Honghai, a sports bureau official, approached and asked. He hit me, Li Lu cried out in pain while lying on the ground, pointing at Li Yuan. Is that what happened? Wang Honghai turned to ask Li Yuan. He asked for it. He came over to provoke me, hurling insults. He practically begged me to hit him. I just obliged, Li Yuan said nonchalantly. While he did provoke you verbally first, hitting someone is wrong. Both of you are disqualified from the competition, Wang Honghai declared. He carried himself with the air of a true leader. Sir, please give him another chance. His sprinting is exceptional, 10.9 seconds flat. He could easily place in the top 3 this time, pleaded Xi Mutong, Li Li's physical education teacher. 10.9 seconds. That's a decent time, Wang Honghai mused. He also wanted to select some promising talent from the city to send to the provincial level, which could boost his performance metrics. Sir, please give him a chance too. His time has broken the 10-second barrier. You Lizzie quickly interjected. The 10-second barrier? Are you kidding me? Even national first-class athletes rarely break 10 seconds. How could a student possibly do that? Yi Zhentong scoffed. Even Wu Songzi and the group from Tsinghai University wore expressions that said, look at the little cutie. The others around them were equally skeptical. This is utter nonsense. Wang Honghai roared in anger. He didn't believe a word of what Yu Lizi was saying. This was clearly trying to pull the wool over the leadership's eyes. How could this be tolerated? Disqualify this competitor, Wang Honghai declared, pointing at Li Yuan. What if I can run it in under 10 seconds? Li Yuan asked calmly. If you break 10 seconds, I'll chop off my head and give it to you as a chamber pot, Wu Songzi sneered contemptuously. I find you disgusting, Li Yuan retorted with disdain. Wu Songzi was furious again. What if I do run under 10 seconds? Li Yuan looked at Wang Honghai and asked. A college student daring to disregard his superior at the sports bureau infuriated Wang Honghai. Even if you could run it in under 10 seconds, such disrespect for your superiors disqualifies you from competing, not to mention you're just bluffing, Wang Honghai declared. At this remark, Tsinghai University, Yi Zhentong, and Li Lu all broke into smiles. Who said he's unqualified to compete, boomed a commanding voice. Everyone turned to see who had spoken. It was Tan Zhonghai, the top leader of the sports bureau. Li Yuan didn't recognize Tian Zhonghai, but he recognized the person beside him. It was Yi Yang, the auctioneer who presided over the municipal government's land auction that time. No wonder Tian Zhonghai stepped forward now, probably because Yi Yang whispered something in his ear. Director Tian, he got into a fight, Wang Honghai quickly explained. Has the cause of the fight been investigated? If someone provoked him first, young people get hot-headed, it's normal, they can't control themselves. Give him a chance, Tian Zhonghai admonished. You're absolutely right, sir, Wang Honghai replied, now as deferential as a grandson, all traces of his earlier leadership demeanor gone. I heard you can break the 10-second barrier? Li Yuan smiled amiably across from Tian Zhonghai. He had just heard from Yi Yang that Li Yuan's background and influence were terrifying. It was Li Yuan's company that had invested in purchasing the city government's multi-billion yuan contract. Even the city's top leaders treated Li Yuan with utmost courtesy, afraid to offend this money god. Li Yuan nodded. Very well. If you can break the 10-second barrier, how about I make the decision for you? Tanaka Hai proposed. This was his way of seeking to build rapport with Li Yuan, merely using a pretext. All right. Li Yuan stretched his arms and headed toward the starting line. With the head of the sports bureau, Director Tian, personally attending the event, the referees quickly took their positions. Many who hadn't left sat back down, eager to witness this unusual test. Li Yuan stood casually at the starting line, waiting for the whistle to blow. No wonder so many doubted he could break 10 seconds if this weren't fiction, even the author wouldn't believe it. As the whistle blew, Li Yuan shot forward like an arrow, his long legs pumping furiously as he surged ahead. Holy crap, he's running fast. The crowd finally gasped in astonishment, their initial skepticism fading. Drawing on his previous experience, Li Yuan paced himself perfectly this time, crossing the finish line in 9.90 seconds, just a hair slower than Su Shen. Blinding my titanium alloy eyes. That time is insane, and he even used a standing start. The crowd was no longer calm. If he'd used a crouch start, could he have beaten Su Shen's time? Probably not. Breaking into the 10-second barrier is tough enough, even 0.01 seconds is a huge gap. They're already 0.07 seconds apart. Only the Anqing University crowd smirked. They knew Li Yuan's true limit far exceeded this. Back then, he clocked 9.59 seconds. Even accounting for manual timing being slightly slower than electronic, Li Yuan had already surpassed Su Shen. Well done. Tanaka Hai clapped enthusiastically. Seeing Director Tanaka applauding, the others followed suit. Who knew our city harbored such promising talent? Truly a blessing for our municipality, Tanaka Hai praised. Wang, you nearly ruined the city's hopes. Go back and reflect on your actions. Write a self-criticism. The bureau will take note, Tanaka Hai said sternly. Ah! Wang Honghai now regretted it bitterly. Why had he gone looking for trouble? His promising future was suddenly clouded. A blemish on his record would inevitably hinder future promotions. As for contestant Li Lu, his unprovoked post-race provocation violates the spirit of sportsmanship. He is suspended for 1 year. We hope he corrects his attitude and strives to become a qualified athlete, Tanaka Hai announced. Li Lu collapsed to the ground. He was finished. With Director Tanaka speaking directly, Xi Mutong dared not utter a word. Otherwise, his position as a teacher would be in jeopardy. Seeing Director Tian so clearly siding with Li Yuan, the Qinghai University group quickly slipped away, fearing Li Yuan might report them and bring trouble upon themselves. But did they think slipping away meant they were off the hook? That was just naive. That group from Qinghai University earlier wasn't exactly well behaved, was it? Our sports bureau really should pay more attention to them, prevent them from going astray. Li Yuan was rubbing salt in Qinghai University's wounds. If that's the case, then we certainly should pay attention, Tian Zhenghai agreed. He then said a few words to his secretary, who responded with an affirmative and left. Chapter 73, Wu Meishue drives. Qinghai University remained oblivious to the impending disaster, still discussing where to have lunch. Do I still need to compete in this afternoon's match? Li Yuan asked. No need. With your score, you don't even have to compete in the finals. First place is yours for the taking, Tanaka Hai declared excitedly. As the head of the sports bureau, Tanaka Hai felt immensely proud that such a talented athlete had emerged from Anqing City. Alright, I won't be coming this afternoon, Li Yuan told Yurizi. Alright. With Director Tanaka giving the word, Yuriko had nothing more to say. Want to grab a bite together? Tanaka Hai asked. He wanted to build a connection with Li Yuan. Well, I have other commitments. Maybe next time. Teacher Yoli, why don't you get closer to Director Tian? I'll treat you both to dinner. Li Yuan tried to bridge the connection between them. Yuli Zi glanced at Tanaka. While he was thrilled for the opportunity, everything depended on the other party's willingness. Alright. Tanaka Hai agreed. Since Li Yuan had paved the way, he'd take the bait. My thanks to you this time, host Yi, Li Yuan said to Yi Yang. Mr. Li, you remember me? Yi Yang was flattered. Of course I remember you, Li Yuan replied. Yi Yang smiled happily. The Anqing University crowd didn't know why Yi Yang addressed Li Yuan as Mr. Li, but seeing him drive such an expensive sports car, it made sense he was a CEO. Li Yuan made a call to Zhao Changyang, instructing him to arrange for the sports bureau and Anqing University officials to dine at the 5-star hotel. He then departed. Instead of calling for a car, Li Yuan texted Wu Meishue to pick him up. Wu Meishue replied, I'll get ready and be right there. What are you tidying up? Li Yuan wondered, though he didn't ask. While waiting, Li Yuan called Su Huijing to inquire about the status of the sycophants at Ilong and Xiuyuasheng. Neil Lick Ilong's Waxiang company has been crushed by us. Its stock is practically worthless now. Banks and creditors are coming knocking for repayment. Neil Lick Ilong probably won't last much longer. Xiuyuasheng is under police custody. They're preparing to indict him. If convicted, he'll be locked up for over a decade, Su Huijing reported. Keep a close eye on Yilang. Don't let him kill himself. We still need him to make movies to pay off our debts. Heh, we can't let him off easy, Li Yuan sneered. Little guy, I'll make you regret ever coming to China. As for Chiu Yuesheng, once he's locked up, make sure someone sends him some shower gel. Let him experience the joy of bathing. Li Yuan harbored even less affection for this traitor who colluded with the little bastard to betray his own countrymen. Understood, Su Huijing replied. Li Yuan then inquired about Duan Wanping's situation. The police had already questioned her about the fire that day. Su Huijing had compensated her for the surrounding damages and purchased the entire building. Duan Wanping was overwhelmed with gratitude, vowing to repay Li Yuan and Su Huijing for the rest of her life. If you have good pictures, please provide more. They were her benefactors, her second parents. Duan Wanping was now assigned to manage financial investments at the Dragon Soul Hall, essentially buying funds, trading foreign exchange, crude oil, and the like. With hundreds of billions at her disposal, Duan Wanping dominated every investment arena she entered. She never deliberately manipulated the market, merely riding the waves of opportunity. The second son and daughter-in-law of the Wang family began fighting with the eldest son over the house before old Yuan was even laid to rest. Unfortunately, they were quickly taken away by the police. Now the eldest son thought the house was his for the taking. But Li Yuan's legal team sued the entire family, demanding compensation for the scratches on the Cullinan's paintwork. Li Yuan's legal team was no ordinary group, featuring renowned barristers Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Lu, and the formidable Luo San, a lawyer capable of sending judges to jail. The house was now highly unlikely to be inherited and would almost certainly be auctioned off by the court to compensate for Li Yuan's losses. After sorting through all the recent events, Wu Meishua arrived at the city stadium. She drove there in her Porsche Cayenne. Handsome, hop in, Wu Meishua said with a smile as she rolled down the window. Hey, beautiful, you're not trying to keep me as a kept man, are you? Li Yuan teased. I'm afraid I can't afford to support you, you spend like crazy, Wu Meishua said with a grin. Indeed, Li Yuan's expenditures often ran into the hundreds of millions. Wu Meishua could only accept it, but she couldn't afford it. Li Yuan got into the car. This time, he chose to ride along instead of driving. Spotting Wu Meishua wearing gradient-colored glitter stockings, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. So sexy. I love it. What do you think? Do they look good? Wu Meishua asked with a playful smile. I need to take a closer look. Li Yuan leaned in. Stop it, people outside can see us. Wu Meishua quickly pushed him away. Even if he wanted to feast on seafood, there was no need to rush it. Let me take you to the dance studio for a tour. I'll show you my moves, that's where I learned to dance, Wu Meishua suggested. Li Yuan glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky, thought for a moment, and decided it wasn't the best time for public displays of affection. He nodded in agreement. But when faced with the little lamb, Li Yuan wasn't the same obedient wolf. A large hand crossed the gap between them, landing on her stocking-clad thigh. Fortunately, Wu Meishua was prepared. Otherwise, if Li Yuan kept touching her like that, as a female driver, she wouldn't be able to handle the various vehicles on the road or even the curbs and deep ditches. After passing through several traffic lights, the car pulled into a spacious courtyard filled with dance training studios. The sheer size of the place spoke to its considerable scale. This is where I study dance. Pretty big, huh? Wu Meishua asked. It certainly is, Li Yuan nodded in agreement. I asked you to look at the school, but where are you staring? Wu Meishua teased reproachfully. It's too big, I can't wrap my arms around it, Li Yuan replied. Wu Meishua. The two entered the training center. The receptionist at the front desk spotted Wu Meishua and greeted her warmly. Xiao Shui, you're here. Noticing the handsome Li Yuan beside her, the receptionist gave Shui a teasing smile and asked, Xiao Shui, is this your boyfriend? Wu Meishua glanced at Li Yuan, sizing him up. Yep, Li Yuan replied without hesitation. Wu Meishua smiled happily and hooked her arm through Li Yuan's. Look at you two being so lovey-dovey. I'm getting a serious dose of puppy love here, the receptionist remarked, shuddering as she rubbed her arms. My dog food is top-notch. Make sure you eat your fill, Wu Meishua teased. Get lost. Why did you suddenly decide to come today? You haven't been here in ages, the receptionist asked. I brought him to check it out and practice some moves, Wu Meishua said, her ears burning at the mention. Oh, I see. Listen, I've got some news, a big celebrity is here practicing dance today, the receptionist whispered. Who? Wu Meishua asked curiously. Gao Jingjing, the receptionist replied. It's her. Both Li Yuan and Wu Meishua recognized the celebrity. Chapter 74, The Stunningly Beautiful Superstar. This star was a rising supernova whose fame had skyrocketed recently. She possessed a sweet yet sensual look with an exotic charm, resembling a blend of Dilraba, Naza, and Riaiza. Of course, she wasn't a mishmash of features, but a perfect fusion. Her beauty reached the same level as Xi Mutong's of flawless 99 points. With her stunning looks and relentless work ethic, Gao Jingjing quickly rose to prominence. But I hear she's been having some trouble lately. She's training here? How did she end up in Ancheng? Wu Meishua asked in confusion. Although Anqing is a first-tier city, it still lags behind the top-tier metropolises. Major stars tend to cluster in those elite cities. Seems she's here for an event.
Once stars get famous, don't they just travel around doing gigs to make money, the receptionist remarked.
Li Yuan and Wu Meishue thought about it and agreed it made sense. She's in section A1.
If you want to see a celebrity, you can go check her out, the receptionist said.
Alright, I'll treat you to dinner another time, Wu Meishue replied.
Meishue often treated her to meals before, which is why they were so close. After bidding farewell to the receptionist, Li Yuan and Wu Meishue headed inside.
Want to go see? Wu Meishue looked at Li Yuan mischievously. What's that look on your face? Am I that kind of person? Li Yuan protested. Am I not? Wu Meishue countered. Fine, you really know me well. Li Yuan wrapped his arm around Wu Meishue's slender waist. The two took the elevator to Zone A1. If not for Wu Meishue's familiarity with the place, Li Yuan wouldn't have known where Zone A1 was.
The entire A zone was reserved for wealthy individuals learning dance. The space was spacious and bright, the facilities luxurious, and the instructors both professional and patient.
Enjoying VIP service, this was the privileged experience money could buy. This time, Li Yuan had gotten in thanks to Wu Meishue's connections. Zone A1 represented the pinnacle of Zone A.
Currently, over 10 students were learning dance in A1 zone, needless to say, all children from wealthy families. You have to admit, these girls were all exceptionally beautiful. After all, wealthy men typically marry attractive wives, those who aren't usually get replaced. Li Yuan's arrival drew admiring glances from many girls. But some of the girls' boyfriends weren't too pleased. The moment Li Yuan showed up, they instantly felt overshadowed. This made them feel a bit jealous.
A stunning figure also caught everyone's attention, none other than the famous actress Gao Jingjing.
Hurry up and share some pics so I can steal them. In her 24 years, she had never seen such a handsome man, not even in the entertainment industry, where good-looking guys were a dime a dozen.
Li Yuan was equally intrigued by Gao Jingjing.
Even before acquiring the system, he'd harbored a strong attraction to her. This admiration stemmed primarily from her appearance. Though Gao Jingjing had only been in the industry for a little over a year, she rose to fame quickly. Her face frequently appeared on television, and naturally, Li Yuan harbored thoughts about this exceptionally beautiful woman. But back then, he was just a penniless nobody utterly out of her league. Life is unpredictable, full of twists and turns. Now they had actually met in real life, and not far apart at that. So dreams were still worth dreaming. What if one day a system appeared? Li Yuan checked Gao Jingjing's attributes. Name, Gao Jingjing editable. Gender, female editable. Age, 24 editable. Appearance, 99 editable. Cup size, D+ editable. Height, 172.5 centimeters can be modified. Weight, 94 gene adjustable. Occupation, actress plus singer can be modified. Physical strength, 55 trained in women's self-defense can be modified. Constitution, innately alluring physique becomes more seductive after development editable. This one's pretty good. An inner allure physique? That's even more potent than Wu Meishue's outer allure physique. She's got plenty of allure in that department. Li Yuan silently compared the two in his mind. Gao Jingjing's agent, seeing Li Yuan and Wu Meishue's appearances, immediately grew ambitious. She approached them, pulled out 2 business cards, and handed them to Li Yuan and Wu Meishue. Hello, she introduced herself, I'm Gao Jingjing's agent. My name is Anna. You can call me Sister Anna. You both have outstanding looks. Interested in breaking into the entertainment industry? With your looks, a little packaging could make you huge stars, Sister Anna coaxed. Not interested, Li Yuan flatly refused. Becoming a star was just about making money, and he wasn't short on cash. Why would he want to work himself to death taking orders from others? He'd rather buy an entertainment company outright. Wu Meishue also shook her head, equally uninterested. Her family was already wealthy, and being with Li Yuan, a veritable gold mine, meant she never had to worry about money. I know you both come from wealthy families, but becoming a superstar doesn't just mean huge paychecks, it means becoming a heartthrob. Don't you want to be adored? Anna persisted, unwilling to give up. I'm just not interested, Li Yuan declined again. Wu Meishue shook her head as well, following Li Yuan's lead. Alright, here's my card. If you ever change your minds, give me a call, Sister Anna said. Alright, Li Yuan replied. He glanced at the card in his hand. The company was called Tianchang Entertainment. Li Yuan had never heard of this company. Who would bother memorizing entertainment company names? After Anna left, Wu Meishue said to Li Yuan, go sit over there for a bit. I'll go change into my practice clothes. Aren't men allowed in the women's changing room? Li Yuan asked with a smile. What do you think? Wu Meishue shot him a look. But if you really want to, I can keep watch for you. Wu Meishue whispered in Li Yuan's ear. Nah, nothing to see there. I'll just watch you tonight instead. Li Yuan patted Wu Meishue's slender waist. Stop it, I'm going now. Wu Meishue flashed a seductive smile, not just flirtatious, but utterly captivating.
Wu Meishue headed to the women's changing room to change her outfit, while Li Yuan sat on a nearby sofa waiting. Several other guys were sitting there too, all boyfriends of female trainees, or rather, guys who'd snuck in claiming to be boyfriends. "Where'd you sneak in from, bro?" a curly-haired guy approached and asked. He was deeply annoyed by Li Yuan's popularity. Just because he had better looks? He wasn't willing to spend money on surgery, otherwise he'd be even uglier. "I'm from Causeway Bay." Li Yuan couldn't be bothered to check the small fry's profile. Causeway Bay? The curly-haired guy froze. Wasn't that Hong Kong's turf? Was he being played? "Kid, you know who I am? Messing with me? You must be tired of living," the curly-haired guy roared angrily. "The last guy who talked to me like that. His grave's overgrown with weeds now," Li Yuan said coolly. "You!" The curly-haired guy lunged forward. Just then, a man and a woman entered through the A1 zone entrance. Curly-haired rushed over the moment he saw them. "Brother Kai, Sister Hong, you're here," Curly greeted respectfully. The man named Brother Kai nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed as he spotted Li Yuan sitting on the sofa. He quickened his pace and hurried over. "Hey, Kai!" Curly called out from behind, catching up to them. To reward everyone for their little gifts, this clumsy author has decided to push through updating 2 chapters daily. For every 2,000 requests, I'll add 1 more chapter. Thank you all for your support. Any changes later will be announced. Once 2,000 comments are reached, readers can send screenshots or I can check the backend. Chapter 75, Slapping Myself in the Face, No One Dares to Interfere. Change image. Kai completely ignored him, sprinting straight to Li Yuan and exclaiming excitedly, "God Yuan, hello. Who are you?" Li Yuan asked in confusion, not recognizing the man. "My name is Zhao Mingkai. I'm your fan." "You were so cool when you raced that day," Zhao Mingkai declared excitedly. He looked every bit the devoted fan meeting his idol. "Oh, I see," Li Yuan said, suddenly understanding. The curly-haired guy behind them saw their respected Kai being so respectful to Li Yuan and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He stayed put, too scared to step forward. "God Yuan, let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Zhong Li Hong," Zhao Mingkai said, pulling a stunningly beautiful woman closer to him. "Hello, God Yuan," Zhong Li Hong greeted him excitedly, her face flushing slightly. She had often heard Zhao Mingkai talk about Li Yuan, praising his driving skills and good looks, but she hadn't expected him to be this handsome in person. "This is my little brother, Sun Dali," Zhao Mingkai said, pointing to the curly-haired guy. Curly-haired stood frozen behind, too scared to step forward. He hadn't expected Zhao Mingkai to look out for his little brother like this, thinking to introduce him to the big shot Li Yuan. Curly-haired Sun smiled outwardly but inwardly wept. "Brother Kai, you've set me up. Masterly, I apologize for my earlier rashness." Sun Dali bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Then he just stayed bent over, too scared to stand up. What's going on here?" Zhao Mingkai's expression darkened. His underling Sun Dali had just offended the legendary Yuan Shun? Where did he get the nerve? Was it Liang Jingru? "Brother Kai, it's my fault. I'll slap myself." Sun Dali bent over and began slapping his own face. He struck with both hands, his protective divine power active. The sharp smacks drew many glances, including Gao Jingjing's. "Looks like this handsome guy has some serious connections," Sister Anna murmured beside Gao Jingjing. Gao Jingjing nodded lightly. "I absolutely must get his contact info. That way, if anything comes up in Ansheng, I can look out for him," Sister Anna decided. All right. Gao Jingjing had no objections. More connections meant more opportunities. Besides, she was currently at odds with her company and needed to cultivate more connections among the wealthy and influential. Plus, Li Yuan was just too handsome. His charm was irresistible. "All right. Thankfully you arrived in time." He hadn't acted yet, or the German Orthopedic Association would have welcomed him, Li Yuan remarked indifferently. Sun Dali hadn't even made his move before Zhao Mingkai arrived. That kid was lucky to escape unscathed, otherwise the Dragon Soul Hall would have taught him a lesson. Only after Li Yuan spoke did Sun Dali dare to straighten his back, his face already swollen and red. He was ruthless with himself, a true werewolf. Li Yuan waved his hand, and Sun Dali slunk away in a hurry. Wu Meishue, now dressed in fresh clothes, walked over, having missed the earlier scene. The girls' dance practice outfits were form-fitting, perfectly accentuating their beautiful curves. Li Yuan reached out and ran his fingers over the fabric. It felt silky smooth and incredibly comfortable. "What are you planning to dance for me?" Li Yuan asked curiously. "I'll warm up with some stretches first, then I'll show you a modern dance routine," Wu Meishue said. "Sure." Li Yuan gave Wu Meishue a playful nudge on the butt. Wu Meishue moved to the side and began her stretching routine: splits, leg stretches, back bends, and more, her beautiful curves unfolding freely. With flexibility like that, there are so many moves she could unlock. Li Yuan had already imagined several possibilities in his mind. "Master Yuan, I'm sorry to disturb you again." Sister Anna's tone was considerably more polite than before. "What is it?" Li Yuan asked. "Well, Jingjing has an event to attend in Anqing these days. Would it be possible for us to share a dinner together?" It would be a great chance for everyone to get acquainted. Sister Anna explained. Li Yuan glanced over at Gao Jingjing, who was wearing a training uniform. Her figure was every bit as curvaceous as Wu Meishue's truly a vision. Gao Jingjing was also observing Li Yuan. When she caught his gaze, she offered a faint smile. Sure, let's say tomorrow evening, Li Yuan replied. Great. Would you mind sharing your contact info? Anna asked. Sure, I'll give you my phone number and WeChat ID, Li Yuan replied.
Jingjing, come here, Sister Anna beckoned to Gao Jingjing. Having secured Li Yuan's consent, Gao Jingjing naturally added his contact details in person as a sign of respect. Seeing Gao Jingjing approach Li Yuan, many felt envious. Yet, having witnessed Sun Dali slap himself, no one dared to make a move. Wu Meishue also witnessed this scene, pouting unhappily. While she wouldn't stop Li Yuan from flirting with other women, this was their private moment. Having another girl suddenly intrude made her feel jealous. After exchanging contact information, Li Yuan rose and walked toward Wu Meishue, sparking a flicker of defiance in Gao Jingjing's eyes. No one had ever abandoned her for another woman before Li Yuan was the first. Seeing Li Yuan approach her, Wu Meishue's heart blossomed with joy. Why come over when you could be with that gorgeous lady? Wu Meishue asked. I thought I saw someone's mouth practically dripping with envy. Had to come steal some of that attention, Li Yuan said, reaching out to wipe the corner of Wu Meishue's mouth. Humph, Wu Meishue gave a coy little snort, utterly charming. Besides, you're a beauty yourself. Don't put yourself down. Li Yuan pinched her little nose playfully. Humph, Wu Meishue gave two adorable little snorts, her smile sweet. Finished warming up? I've already thought of several positions, Li Yuan whispered. What positions? Wu Meishue didn't understand at first. Poses for sparring, of course. Li Yuan clarified. Oh my. Wu Meishue flushed bright red in an instant. Her coy expression nearly made Li Yuan sound the charge right then and there. I'll dance a modern piece for you, a rather interesting one, Wu Meishue offered. Alright, I'll enjoy your exquisite dance moves. Li Yuan leaned against the wall, waiting for Wu Meishue to begin. After a moment of preparation, Wu Meishue played a melody on her phone. Moving to the rhythm, Wu Meishue began to dance. Her technique was exceptional. Her movements were both gentle and full of tension, creating a truly beautiful spectacle. Though clad in tight, fully enveloping attire, she radiated a sensuality, a sophisticated, high-class kind of allure. Li Yuan watched from the side, silently applauding inwardly. He hadn't expected Wu Meishue to dance so well. It was beyond his expectations. Gao Jingjing watched in awe, her admiration evident. This dancer's skill far surpassed her own. She was preparing to join a dance variety show as a mentor soon, so she was cramming in dance lessons while she had the chance. In today's variety shows, you might not know how to dance, but you absolutely cannot look clueless. Plus, being someone who held herself to high standards, she wanted to learn some dance skills. As the song ended and Wu Meishue finished her dance, Li Yuan clapped enthusiastically. Chapter 76, No House for a Secret Lover? Better go buy one quickly. Violent output. You dance beautifully. Next time, let's close the door and dance together. Li Yuan offered sincere praise. Are you planning to hide your mistress in a golden chamber? Wu Meishue smiled seductively. This is Su Daji. No golden house yet, but hiding a beauty? Definitely. Li Yuan pondered. With all his money, he hadn't bought a house yet. His private estate was already in the design phase with the company, but construction even with multiple contractors would take months, perhaps over a year. So Li Yuan planned to buy a few villas or acquire an existing private estate to live in for now. That's because you didn't want to buy one, but it's time we got one. That way, we'll have a place to call our own. Wu Meishue batted her eyelashes, her meaning clear. You're absolutely right. Let's go house hunting, Li Yuan agreed. What kind are you thinking of? Wu Meishue asked. Of course, something spacious and bright, a villa or private estate, Li Yuan replied. The good villa developments are all snapped up now, and most are still unfinished shells. As for private estates, those are usually owned by the top-tier elite families and rarely put up for sale, Wu Meishue explained. So you're saying even with my money, I can't get a good house? Li Yuan asked. Of course not. Many resale properties are far superior to new ones, it just depends on what you value. Wu Meishue replied. Li Yuan knew Meishue Wu had a point. In reality, new villas still required renovation and few came fully finished. Those who could afford villas would naturally prefer to decorate them themselves, allowing them to achieve any style they desired. Not settle for cookie-cutter model homes. I also own Anyang Real Estate. I haven't paid attention to their projects lately. I'll check right now. Li Yuan dialed Aben's number. Anyang Real Estate was Lu Jianqing's former company, a top-tier developer in Anqing with several completed projects. Through Aben, he learned that among Anyang Real Estate's projects, one flagship villa remained unsold, intended as a gift for a high-ranking official. Since it was a gift, it couldn't be delivered as a bare shell. The villa was fully renovated with high-end materials, with the renovation alone costing over 5 million yuan. That Lu Jianqing sure knows how to spend.
Li Yuan muttered under his breath. Now that it belonged to Li Yuan, there was no need to present it to that high-ranking official. We'll head over shortly. Have someone prepare the keys, Li Yuan instructed Aben. Now that they had a place to stay, they naturally had to go take a look. Wu Meishue went to the dressing room to change outfits. Seeing Li Yuan about to leave, Zhao Mingkai gathered his courage and approached. Master Yuan, could I take a photo with you? Zhao Mingkai asked cautiously. A photo? Li Yuan rarely took pictures with others, especially men. Never mind then, Zhao Mingkai said, looking a bit disappointed. Alright, let's take one then. Li Yuan couldn't be too cold to this little fanboy after all, he'd just carried him in a palanquin. Alright. Ah Hong, quick! Take a picture of me and God Yuan. Zhao Mingkai called out to his girlfriend, Zhong Lihong, urging her to come over and take the photo. Zhong Lihong couldn't help but smile at Zhao Mingkai's expression. He seemed even more excited than when he first pursued her. Could it be? She dared not think it. Thankfully, neither of their names contained the character Jia. Otherwise, knowing how much Zhao Mingkai cared, Zhong Lihong pulled out all the stops with her photography skills. The result looked just like any other. Ha! No difference at all. Zhao Mingkai was over the moon, grinning from ear to ear, a smile that rivaled Li Yuan's crooked Dragon King grin. Wu Meishue emerged again in her sexy, dazzling outfit, linking arms with Li Yuan as they left Zone A1. After Li Yuan left, Zhao Mingkai posted the photos in a WeChat group. The group instantly erupted. Whoa, isn't that Yuan Shen? You're actually with Yuan Shen? Quick, give us the address, I'm heading over. My idol, so handsome. Way to go, Kai. You're the best. I want to have a baby with Yuan Shen. I want to have one. I'm having twins. Then I'll have quadruplets. I'll have 10 babies. The chat exploded with messages, and Zhao Mingkai watched the scrolling updates with great satisfaction. Of course, some didn't know Li Yuan, so others explained his prowess, even editing a clip from his drifting video into a short clip and sharing it in the group. Many rich kids were blown away by Li Yuan's masterful driving skills. He'd crushed the top players like Little Life and Little Pickle to take the championship. It was insane. Many spontaneously became Li Yuan's fans. Li Yuan and Wu Meishue drove to the Tianwan Villa district, an area filled with high-end villas. With an average price of 50,000 yuan per square meter, even the smallest villas span 600 square meters, costing over 30 million yuan each, affordable only to wealthy celebrities. Luxury cars crowded outside the sales office, making the Porsche Cayenne look rather ordinary and even a bit low-key. As the door opened, a pair of shimmering, color-changing stockings adorned long legs stepping out, instantly capturing the attention of the onlookers. These billionaire tycoons, having worked their entire lives, simply loved sipping tea and chatting with young women. For a top-tier beauty like Wu Meishue, she was precisely the kind of mistress they cherished most. But seeing her arrive in a Porsche Cayenne worth over $1 million, she was likely just a minor socialite. Approaching her directly risked a humiliating rejection. Instead, they sought to subtly flaunt their wealth to catch her attention. Finished? Get out already, Wu Meishue said to Li Yuan in the passenger seat. Li Yuan was communicating with Abi, informing him he had arrived and asking where the keys were. Abin replied that the sales manager had personally delivered them and would arrive shortly. He's here, Li Yuan announced, pushing open the door to exit. Seeing a handsome young man emerge from the passenger seat, the wealthy men felt a pang of unease. This was the classic scenario of a rich man keeping a kept man. But thinking they could buy property here just by driving a Cayenne? That was nothing short of delusional. Maybe he was just window shopping, no purchase, no expense. Hey, sweetheart. These are all villas here, each costing upwards of 30 million. This isn't the place for you. But if you ditch your pretty boy and come into my arms, I could buy you one. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline, a slightly sleazy appearance, but a tall, imposing build spoke up. This man was Zhong Yuanshan, chairman of a food conglomerate. His company's products enjoyed modest fame domestically, and recent foreign capital acquisition had given him a sudden air of nouveau riche arrogance. Where does this bald fool get his confidence? Li Yuan asked Wu Meishue. His sarcastic tone, however, was directed squarely at Zhong Yuanshan. Put. Wu Meishue snorted, doubling the insult to Zhong Yuanshan. You pretty boy, watch your mouth, or you won't even know how you vanished. Zhong Yuanshan threatened coldly. A freeloader dared to speak insolently to him, a billionaire? He must be tired of living. Chapter 77, Villa Number 1, Tianwang Manor. You're threatening me? Li Yuan chuckled. Daring to threaten him, the leader of the Dragon Soul Hall? This balding fool was truly talented. So what if I am? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. I can even have my driver send you back. Otherwise, wasting your prime years would be a real shame. Zhong Yuanshan had built his empire through shady dealings. His words held truth. But this time, he'd picked the wrong target. Li Yuan flexed his fingers. The movement drew Zhong Yuanshan's attention to the watch on his wrist, which seemed vaguely familiar. Before he could place it, however, Li Yuan yanked him off his feet. At 180 centimeters tall, Zhong Yuanshan felt like a ragdoll in Li Yuan's grasp.
This terrifying brute strength left Zhong Yuanshan stunned.
The others stared at Li Yuan like he was some kind of monster. This guy was inhuman.
Thankfully, it was Zhong Yuanshan, the boss, who'd made the first move. If they'd stepped forward first, they would have made complete fools of themselves.
Even if Zhong Yuanshan were to eliminate Li Yuan in the future, this scene would become fodder for ridicule within their circle. His rivals, in particular, would relentlessly amplify his moment of humiliation to undermine him. Let go of me. Zhong Yuanshan's face flushed crimson with both anger and embarrassment.
His driver and the security guard from the sales department rushed over to intervene. Li Yuan flung him away with a single toss, sending Zhong Yuanshan flying 3 to 5 meters before crashing to the ground, dazed and disoriented.
How dare you lay a hand on Mr. Zhong? You have some nerve. Zhong Yuanshan's driver pointed at Li Yuan, his voice trembling with fear.
Having witnessed Li Yuan's strength, he knew he was no match for him as an ordinary person.
He attacked Mr. Zhong of Ania Food Group. You all saw it. This isn't over.
Grab him now, the driver yelled at the security guard who had just arrived. Unable to fight him himself, he had to call in the security guards. Get him, barked the square-faced security chief. Having witnessed the entire incident, he was furious at Li Yuan, this pretty boy who'd won a woman's patronage yet dared to strike someone. Not only had he ruined his focus, but he'd also disrupted his work.
If he didn't arrest Li Yuan, who else would he arrest? Let me test your strength, Li Yuan sneered, striking like lightning. Ah! 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 Ah!
Several screams echoed as security guards clutched their faces, collapsing to the ground in terror, staring at Li Yuan.
Too fast, far too fast.
They hadn't even seen Li Yuan move before they were knocked to the ground.
Zhong Yuanshan and his driver stared at Li Yuan in terror, fearing he might attack them next. The others couldn't believe things had escalated like this.
This pretty boy was nothing like the weakling they'd assumed him to be. Wu Meishue gazed at Li Yuan with rapt attention, her cheeks flushed, eyes dreamy, and legs trembling slightly.
He was too handsome.
Not just his face, his posture, his aura, everything about him radiated charisma. It was precisely Li Yuan's overwhelming aura of dominance that had sparked Wu Meishue's interest in him. Just as the square-faced security chief was about to call for backup, Wang Tianyuan, the sales manager, rushed over. He hadn't expected such a major incident to unfold in the brief time he'd stepped away to use the restroom.
Stop!
Wang Tianheng shouted as he ran toward the scene. The square-faced security chief, seeing the manager arrive, lowered his walkie-talkie and waited for the manager to handle the situation. Manager, the square-faced security guard greeted him.
Wang Tianheng replied indifferently.
He then walked past him toward Li Yuan. Just as everyone expected Wang Tianheng to reprimand Li Yuan, he instead bowed respectfully and addressed him, boss.
What? Boss, the others exclaimed in shock.
Zhong Yuanshan, upon hearing this, was more astonished and fearful than the others. He knew that Tianwang Mountain Villa had been taken over by a mysterious force. This force possessed wealth, manpower, and influence. Could the handsome man before them truly be their leader? Not in a million years would Zhong Yuanshan have imagined it. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on Li Yuan.
The square-faced bodyguard now began trembling violently. How could he have ordered an attack on the boss? Did he want to lose his job, or did he want to die?
I arrived late and caused you alarm, Wang Tianheng said respectfully once more.
It's fine. Just a bunch of nobodies. Throw them out. Li Yuan said.
Yes, sir,
Wang Tianheng replied.
Since Mr. Zhong usually thinks with his lower half, let's put him in a wheelchair. We don't want the virus eating away at his brain, Li Yuan whispered to Wang Tianheng. Wang Tianheng froze at the remark, stunned by the young boss's ruthlessness. This meant Zhong Yuanshan would spend the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair. Understood, Wang Tianheng replied. He wouldn't need to get his hands dirty. All he had to do was relay Li Yuan's message to his superiors, and the Dragon Soul Hall would naturally arrange for someone to handle it. Watching Zhong Yuanshan being carried out, a flicker of pity crossed Wang Tianheng's eyes. Sir, I'll escort you to Villa number 1, Wang Tianheng offered attentively. Li Yuan nodded and boarded the villa's internal sightseeing vehicle with Wu Meishue. No wonder Villa number 1 wasn't for sale, it was reserved for their own people, the wealthy individuals began discussing. You only know part of the story. This development wasn't originally owned by that young man, it belonged to Lu Jiancheng.
So it belonged to Mr. Lu? How did it end up in this young man's hands?
I don't know the specifics, but when Anyang Real Estate sold, this young man must have taken it over.
You really can't judge a book by its cover. To acquire Anyang Real Estate at such a young age, damn impressive.
Li Yuan and Wu Meishue rode the sightseeing tram all the way to Villa number 1. The surroundings were truly picturesque. Lush greenery surrounded the area, with a babbling brook, artificial hills, and pavilions. It would be quite nice to sneak into the small woods at night. Sir, please come inside, Wang Tianheng extended his hand in invitation. Upon entering Villa number 1, the first impression was sheer-scale spacious rooms, expansive grounds, and an outdoor swimming pool.
The door used a fingerprint lock, with Wang Tianheng currently registered as the administrator.
Wang Tianheng reset the lock to factory settings, assigned Li Yuan's fingerprint as the administrator, and added a password in card access.
Henceforth, this would be Li Yuan's private residence.
Stepping inside, the spacious ground-floor living room was immediately impressive, floor-to-ceiling windows, a luxurious, dazzling chandelier, exquisite and distinctive furniture, and various high-end appliances. It rivaled some of the top luxury homes domestically and internationally, though it lacked the fame and recognition. Villa number 1 has an indoor area of 800 square meters and an outdoor area of 600 square meters, totaling 1,400 square meters.
Wang Tianheng followed Li Yuan as he walked, listening to his introduction. This is the one. Li Yuan decided that until his private estate was completed, this would be his golden retreat.
And soon, he'd be hiding his mistress here.
Is this your type?
Chapter 78, Dance of the Snow Spirit's Evolution. Arrange for a few people to deliver some daily necessities and buy some seafood.
I'm cooking, Li Yuan instructed Wang Tianheng.
Got it, boss. After Wang Tianheng left, Li Yuan scooped up Wu Meishui in his arms, lifting her so her head was level with his chest.
So, do you like it here? Li Yuan asked, his voice muffled.
I love it, Wu Meishui exclaimed excitedly, cradling Li Yuan's head.
I'll cook for you today. Let me show you my skills, Li Yuan said. You know how to cook?
Wu Meishui asked in surprise.
She couldn't cook at all, just boil noodles.
I'll show you what a top-tier chef is like. Even my noodles taste amazing, Li Yuan boasted.
We'll see about that, Wu Meishui said eagerly. A man who's handsome, a badass in a fight, and can cook? Perfect.
She was head over heels.
Wu Meishui felt utterly blessed, her eyes sparkling with delight.
After touring the entire villa, they found several delivery staff waiting at the entrance when they came downstairs. They all marveled at how young and handsome the boss was and envied his good fortune with women.
After unloading the items, they departed. Li Yuan unpacked the ingredients and began preparing what was essentially a late lunch. Li Yuan cooked swiftly, finishing several dishes in no time. Sea cucumber sashimi, braised abalone, fried milk curds. Dinner's ready, Li Yuan called out.
Wu Meishui had already taken her bowl and chopsticks, waiting obediently for the meal to begin.
This is so delicious, the flavor is amazing.
Wu Meishui mumbled with her mouth full.
If you like it, eat more. Li Yuan smiled as he patted Wu Meishui's head, his expression full of affection. Wu Meishui nodded.
The meal took quite a while, and soon all the food on the table had disappeared.
Rubbing her little belly, Wu Meishui said contentedly, that was delicious. Your cooking is amazing. Of course I am. I'm a jack of all trades, Li Yuan declared proudly.
After finishing their meal, Wu Meishui washed some fruit and arranged it on a platter. They carried it to the bedside in the bedroom, turned on the TV, and ate the fruit platter while watching.
I want a cherry, Li Yuan told Wu Meishui. Wu Meishui popped a red cherry into Li Yuan's mouth. Delicious, Li Yuan mumbled with his mouth full. Let me peel this banana for you. Li Yuan peeled the banana and handed it to Wu Meishui. This banana is pretty sweet, Wu Meishui said after taking a bite. Sweeter than your lollipop? Li Yuan asked with a smile.
Different kinds of sweetness, each with its own charm, Wu Meishui replied. After lunch, both were already quite full, so they didn't eat much fruit.
Sis Shui, they say after eating, you gotta move. Let's get active, Li Yuan said, wrapping his arms around Wu Meishui.
Wu Meishui understood exactly what Li Yuan meant. She had already prepared herself mentally, so she nodded with a blush.
Let's start with the splits, Li Yuan suggested.
Alright, Wu Meishui replied, sweeping her right leg forward to complete the split. Li Yuan gazed at her long, straight legs. The metallic shimmer stockings glowed brilliantly in the sunlight, far more alluring than plain black ones. Of course, black stockings conveyed a sensual, mysterious allure that could be incredibly seductive in certain situations. Sister Shui, your flexibility is incredible, Li Yuan said, giving her a thumbs up.
I've trained in dance for years.
My fundamentals are rock solid, Wu Meishui replied.
Li Yuan moved closer, wrapping his arms around Wu Meishui from behind. Jing should be able to do the splits too. Wonder if Xi Mutong can. I'll ask her sometime. Holding Wu Meishui's slender waist, Li Yuan's mind wandered to other women. What a scumbag.
The sky gradually darkened. In one bedroom of Villa number 1, a light switched on, flooding the room with an unusually bright glow.
The light revealed a glistening wetness.
Yes, there was a small river outside the villa worth mentioning. After flipping the switch, Li Yuan stepped into the indoor bathroom and began running hot water, preparing for a bath. Wu Meishui lay lazily by the bedside, a hint of allure playing at the corners of her lips. She was utterly captivating at that moment. Naturally possessing an alluring charm, her seductiveness had only intensified since becoming a woman. Had she not been utterly spent, Li Yuan could have gone another 800 rounds. Once the bath was ready, Li Yuan gently removed Wu Meishui's clothes, carried her into the bathroom, and placed her in the tub. Wu Meishui was utterly drained, relying entirely on Li Yuan's assistance throughout. She felt both utterly exhausted and profoundly happy. After bathing and drying off, they embraced, whispering tender words to each other.
The next day, her body ached as if it were falling apart.
She had no choice but to unleash the divine power she'd painstakingly cultivated. Though still in its rudimentary stages, it was already enough to make Li Yuan feel blissful.
Having max stamina isn't all that great. Sometimes it's just too much.
Li Yuan grumbled inwardly.
I could just max out their stamina too. That way everyone could enjoy themselves to the fullest. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Can't blame me though, 2 daily modification slots just aren't enough. It's all the system's fault.
I swear I heard someone cursing at me. The system never fails to show up on time.
2 editing chances a day is too few. I'm not asking for much, can you just add a 0 to the end? Li Yuan thought to himself, clinging to a pipe dream. Heh, nice try. You think you can edit this system? Hold on, you're supposed to be the 3rd strongest system in the universe? This is pathetic. Only 1 edit at a time, and just 2 chances? Frankly, you don't deserve that title. Li Yuan taunted. That's because this system is still in its primary form, equivalent to the toddler stage. Once I mature, I'll bring you Nuwa, Chang'e, and Athena to sleep with. Holy crap, that's bold. Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise.
He'd only meant to goad it casually, never expecting such a bombshell.
Just average. 3rd in the universe, that must be the system's catchphrase. Then I'm curious what happens when it evolves into the ultimate system? Li Yuan asked earnestly. Use your imagination to the fullest. Whatever you can conceive, you can modify. Holy crap, how did I get so awesome? Li Yuan mused, feeling a bit self-satisfied.
It's this system's power, not yours.
Wait, shouldn't Li Yuan be praising the system?
Because I'm so awesome, that's why I got such a powerful system, Li Yuan argued logically.
Ugh, excuse me. I need to watch some videos to gain experience. Once I reach the required level, I can upgrade. Oh, I see. Is the website not enough?
If it's not, I'll set up a few adult companies and work overtime every day to shoot videos for you to watch.
Li Yuan quickly inquired. Hell yeah. Go ahead and buy a few companies, the system replied excitedly.
I feel like you're pulling my leg just to get me to find you videos to watch, Li Yuan said, speechless.
Oh dear, you caught me. I'll be off then. Hurry up and acquire a few companies, don't forget. Got it.
This was a simple task for Li Yuan.
He then sent a message to Aben.
Acquire several adult film companies, both domestic and Western ones. You should know the brands Shijingri, Rokudo, Lu Tianshi, etc.
Chapter 79, Gao Jingjing invites Li Yuan to dinner. Extra chapter. Extra chapter. Support appreciated.
When Aben saw the message, his eyes lit up.
What a brilliant idea.
Highway Investment was expanding rapidly, handling more and more projects. Aben now had 3 secretaries, all mature women.
With such loyalty, Li Yuan wasn't worried about Aben turning against him.
After handling Aben's matter, Li Yuan departed, with someone picking him up to go to the school.
Wu Meishue would rest here today and drive back once she felt better.
Arriving at dorm 306, Tian Buguan was engrossed in a game. Li Yuan saw he was playing Honor of Kings.
Man, your account is awesome.
I tried the 460 feature yesterday, it's so useful. The moment the enemy got close, I'd freeze them up and then take them down. I only deactivated the 460 after building up my economic advantage, it felt so damn satisfying.
Tian Buguan exclaimed excitedly the moment he saw Li Yuan return.
That's an internal account, not something just anyone can get, Li Yuan declared with a smug grin. This was a feature specially added for Li Yuan by Timmy Studios, no one else could possibly have it. The reason Li Yuan hadn't maxed out his gaming talent was because doing so would take all the fun out of playing.
Invincibility is lonely.
Fighting fairly when you can, resorting to hacks when you're frustrated, that's the real fun of gaming. Pushing noobs day in and day out got old fast. Of course, if someone tried to show off in front of him, he'd have to tweak the talents, either his own or someone else's.
How did you get this internal account? Tian Buguan asked curiously. Listen carefully. I'm only saying this once, Li Yuan said earnestly. Tian Buguan perked up his ears, listening intently. Ha! That's a secret, Li Yuan laughed heartily. Damn it, you're messing with me. I got you an internal Genshin account, basically a cracked version. Pick whatever you want, delete whatever you want. Li Yuan said. Seriously? You're a total badass. You're like my dad. Tian Buguan exclaimed excitedly.
Damn, I don't have a son as big as you, Li Yuan retorted dismissively.
You don't happen to own shares in both Timmy Studios and MiHoYo, do you? Tian Buguan's mind raced.
You could say that, Li Yuan replied vaguely.
I don't even know what to say. You're a legend. Tian Buguan gave him a thumbs up.
Among the larger game companies, it seemed only NetEase remained out of reach. Others included Perfect World, Zishanju, and so on. Consolidate them all to compete against foreign game companies and export Chinese culture to the world. Then acquire some foreign game companies, bring their talent back to China, and cultivate innovative Chinese gaming. But that's for later.
Just as Tian Buguang and he arrived at the playground, Xu Zixuan approached and handed Li Yuan an invitation. This is an invitation from the Beijing Supercar Club's Anqing branch. They'd like you to join their supercar club, Xu Zixuan said, handing Li Yuan an exquisitely crafted card. Li Yuan took it and examined it. The card material felt unusual, definitely not ordinary paper with gold embossed edges that looked very grand. Such supercar clubs were essentially exclusive networks formed by wealthy young heirs, serving as platforms for building connections and accessing resources. The capital's supercar club. Li Yuan pondered. Beijing was the capital city, home to far more wealthy and influential individuals than Ansheng. The capital supercar club was one of the more renowned organizations in the country, wielding immense influence. Organizations like the Yanhuang Society, Shilin Academy, the Wealthy Alliance, and the Super God Alliance were all renowned wealthy groups in China, terrifying entities whose every move could send shockwaves through the global economy. Of course, the combined wealth of all their members couldn't match Li Yuan's individual fortune. Yet the true strength of these organizations lay not in capital, but in their networks and connections. This was precisely what Li Yuan lacked. Alright, I'll join and see how it goes, Li Yuan said. Li Yuan was also building his own power base. The 85-acre plot of land had been used to construct a security training base. Officially, it was for training security personnel, and that was largely accurate, though most trainees were elite members of the Dragon Soul Temple. Except for live fire exercises, trainees mastered various combat techniques, climbing, tracking and counter-tracking, disguise and infiltration, and more. With this training base, the Dragon Soul Temple's combat effectiveness would skyrocket exponentially. Before the formal military training began, Li Yuan and Xu Zixuan took a stroll through the small grove beside the training field. What exactly they did there remained unclear, but when Xu Zixuan emerged, her face was slightly flushed. Perhaps it was the dampness, or the smoke. Young Master Li, how about booking tonight's dinner at the Golden Phoenix Club? Gao Jingjing sent Li Yuan a WeChat message. The Golden Phoenix Club, located north of Anqing City, belonged to the city's other major underworld organization, the Pear Blossom Club. As a front business for the gang, its security and service were beyond reproach, otherwise, who would dare patronize it? Sounds good, Li Yuan replied. Meeting Gao Jingjing privately still gave Li Yuan a little thrill. Back when he was just a street urchin, he often fantasized about being with her. Sometimes he even dreamed of marrying Gao Jingjing and sharing a bed with her. Now his dream was finally about to come true. He'd used up both of his revision chances yesterday, otherwise, he could have boosted Gao Jingjing's affection to 100%. Today, he absolutely had to make some progress. So, did he agree? Anna asked with concern. Yeah, he agreed, Gao Jingjing replied. Great. Sister Anna clapped her hands excitedly. After Li Yuan left yesterday, Sister Anna had asked an old associate in Anqing to look into his background. The intel wasn't exhaustive, no details on the Dragon Soul sect, but judging by the information the old associate provided, Li Yuan was no ordinary figure. To possess such a powerful investment firm like Highway at such a young age, how could Sister Anna not be thrilled? Note, both Penguin shares and Nihuyu shares are held by Li Yuan, not under Highway Investment. He's brought Bugatti and Lamborghini into Highway Investment, along with Anyang Real Estate and others. The Dragon Soul Temple operates its own enterprises, bars, internet cafes, hotels, commercial districts, and recently established a financial company. The Dragon Soul Hall provides security personnel for Highway Investments projects, with some of their members stationed at construction sites or sales offices like Anyang Real Estate. Dress up nicely today. Bring out your most beautiful side and try to win over that young, handsome Li Yuan, Sister Anna encouraged. I just want to make friends with him. Why are you making it sound like a blind date? Gao Jingjing retorted with a pout. A guy this great? You'd be lucky to find one even with a lantern. If you don't seize the chance now, I'd be all over him myself if I weren't so old, Sister Anna persisted. He already has a girlfriend, Gao Jingjing sighed. She wasn't immune to Li Yuan's charm either. After all, Gao Jingjing was a total looks-obsessed person, though her standards were a bit high. Just being handsome wasn't enough, he had to be exceptionally good-looking, preferably someone whose looks could rival her own. Even in the entertainment industry, where handsome men abound, this was extremely rare. Li Yuan, however, perfectly matched her aesthetic standards. Dalong, time to pay up for the updates and gifts. Chapter 80, Gao Jingjing Forced. Dragon King, the intel on the Flying Continent mercenary group is complete and sent to your email. Zhao Changyang messaged Li Yuan. Good work, Li Yuan replied. During his lunch break, Li Yuan opened his computer to review the mercenary group files. In Feizhou, many mercenary group leaders were foreigners, and some of their smaller mercenary squads included Chinese members. Initially, Li Yuan had considered funding a Chinese national to become the leader of a Flying Continent mercenary group, but he reconsidered and decided against it. His goal in recruiting mercenaries was for assassination and sabotage. If the leader were Chinese, the targeted nation would likely associate the attacks with China. That would give shameless nations an excuse to harass us, unleashing a deluge of conspiracy theories and threats. This mercenary group called Death's Reaper isn't bad. It's considered the largest organization in Feizhou. Its founder is a retired soldier from the United States, so it definitely has American backing. Then that's the one we'll choose.
We'll make a show of strength in the open while secretly advancing our true agenda. On the surface, it'll still appear under American control, but in reality, the leader will be one of my men.
Yuan let out a wicked grin.
The founder of the Death's Head mercenary group was David, a 37-year-old Caucasian who had served in the SEALs. Staring at David's photo on the computer screen, Yuan decided to use his first modification opportunity of the day on him.
Loyalty maxed out instantly. Through the system, Yuan obtained David's phone number and email address information he could have hacked, but why bother when the system made it effortless? Yuan sent David an email proposing the purchase of an island for training assassins and hitmen, with funding provided by him. The island would be used to assassinate certain hostile politicians or financial tycoons in the future. After sending the email, Yuan used the system to wire $20 billion to David in an anonymous European bank account. This sum could cover land acquisition, arms procurement, and talent recruitment. The world was headed for greater turmoil, but what did that matter to China? As evening fell, Gao Jingjing and Sister Anna arrived at the Golden Phoenix Club.
The place was lavishly decorated, one of Anqing's top private clubs.
"You're Gao Jingjing. I adore you,"
the receptionist beamed upon seeing the superstar. However, bound by club regulations, she couldn't disturb the guest and dared not ask for a photo. "Hello," Gao Jingjing greeted politely, surprised to encounter a fan here.
"Your reserved private room is in Tianyu Xian.
I'll show you the way," the receptionist said warmly, leading the way ahead. The Golden Phoenix Club offered dining, lodging, bathing, entertainment, golf, and more, covering a vast area.
Gao Jingjing was now heading to the dining area.
On their way to Tianyu Xian, a young man with silver blonde short hair and an earring approached them. "Good afternoon, Mr. Li," the receptionist greeted respectfully.
"MHM."
The silver-haired youth responded indifferently, yet his gaze remained fixed on Gao Jingjing.
Gao Jingjing felt uncomfortable under the young man's aggressive gaze. It was far too obvious.
Gao Jingjing took a few steps forward, prompting the front desk attendant to hurry ahead and resume guiding them. The silver-haired youth watched Gao Jingjing's graceful retreating figure and let out a wicked smile.
Sister Anna watched from the side, feeling a bit uneasy. This silver-haired young man gave her a dangerous vibe.
She hoped he wouldn't do anything too out of line. Noticing Anna watching him, the silver-haired youth turned his gaze toward her.
Though approaching 40, Anna still possessed a lingering charm and sensual allure, like a perfectly ripe peach.
The silver-haired youth flashed Anna a bloodthirsty grin, as if he intended to devour her whole.
"Take it literally, don't get any funny ideas."
Sister Anna felt a wave of dread wash over her. She hurriedly stepped away from the silver-haired youth, goosebumps lingering on her skin long after she moved.
"You came here, yet you think you can escape my grasp?"
The silver-haired youth grinned wickedly, his eyes brimming with malice.
"Who was that guy earlier?" Gao Jingjing asked the front desk attendant. "That's our club's CEO, Mr. Li. He doesn't usually come here."
"I don't know when he arrived today," the receptionist replied. Upon learning the silver-haired man was the boss of Golden Phoenix Club, Gao Jingjing considered changing locations. She found him far too sinister. However, she had already made plans with Yuan, who was nearly here.
Changing venues now felt awkward. Besides, she was a celebrity, surely that silver-haired guy wouldn't make a move?
But Murphy's Law dictates, if something can go wrong, it will, no matter how improbable. Sure enough, after Gao Jingjing and Sister Anna had waited a while at Tianyu Xian, the private room door opened and the silver-haired young man stepped inside. Following him, over a dozen others filed in, surrounding the private room.
What do you want?" Anna asked, her voice trembling.
They were clearly here to force themselves on her. "Nothing much," the silver-haired young man replied casually as he pulled over a chair and sat down. "We just want to get acquainted with this lovely lady, exchange ideas, and build rapport."
"Mr. Li, perhaps another time? We already have plans today."
"We'll definitely arrange a private dinner with you soon," Sister Anna declined. As Gao Jingjing's agent and trusted confidant, Sister Anna felt compelled to shield the young girl from trouble.
"Why wait? I hate waiting. Tell whoever you're meeting to come back later, or have them call me."
The silver-haired youth flashed a devilish grin, his expression utterly brazen.
This. Sister Anna was at a loss. This silver-haired young man was too overbearing.
Mr. Li should know our Jingjing. As a celebrity, canceling without reason would damage her reputation.
"We hope you understand." Sister Anna could only try leveraging Gao Jingjing's fame to restrain the silver-haired youth. "Gao Jingjing? Of course I know her.
I've long wanted to explore the mysteries of humanity with her. And now, wouldn't you know it, you've conveniently arrived at my club today."
"What a stroke of luck."
The silver-haired youth laughed heartily.
Hearing this, Gao Jingjing and Sister Anna felt even more hopeless.
"Miss Jingjing, I have a bottle of premium wine here, something I'd normally never part with.
But since you're here today, I'm willing to open it."
"You wouldn't refuse such a gesture of goodwill, would you?" the silver-haired youth said with a smile. Yet his smile sent a chill down their spines.
Gao Jingjing remained silent, too afraid to speak. "Miss Jingjing, are you refusing to give me face?" The silver-haired youth's expression darkened, making him even more frightening. "I'll have just one glass," Gao Jingjing said, her voice trembling. "Very well. Bring me that bottle of fine liquor," the silver-haired youth ordered his bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard understood in their world, fine wine meant wine laced with drugs. The bodyguard left briefly and returned with a bottle of Romani Conti. It was indeed fine wine. "You audacious Chow rebel, come and get it." Chapter 81, The Silver-Haired Youth, "I'm the most miserable extra." "Here, pour a glass for Miss Jingjing," the silver-haired youth instructed. "Yes, sir." A henchman unscrewed the cap, poured a glass, and placed it before Gao Jingjing. Then he poured another glass for the silver-haired youth. "Miss Jingjing, here, let's drink up." The silver-haired youth raised his glass in a toast. Sister Anna felt a surge of anxiety. The only person she could think of who might save Gao Jingjing was Li Yuan, as he still held some influence in Ansheng. So she sent Li Yuan a message, warning him that Gao Jingjing was in danger. Damn it, Li Yuan cursed upon seeing the message. He slammed the accelerator to the floor, treating his Cullinan like a sports car as he sped toward the Golden Phoenix Club. Seeing Gao Jingjing hesitating to raise her glass, the silver-haired young man snorted coldly. "Miss Jingjing, are you really going to refuse me like this?" Gao Jingjing sighed in resignation and picked up the wine glass. "That's more like it," the silver-haired youth chuckled. "Here, drink up." The silver-haired young man tilted his head back and drained the cup in one gulp. Seeing this, Gao Jingjing took a small sip. "Miss Jingjing, that's not very considerate." "Just sipping it is rather impolite, you know," the silver-haired young man said, wiggling his index finger. "How's Jingjing doing?" Li Yuan had been in constant contact with Sister Anna. "That man insists Jingjing drink." "I just can't stop him," Sister Anna said anxiously. It would take Li Yuan over 10 minutes to drive there, plus the time to get into the clubhouse, at least 15 minutes total. So Li Yuan decided to boost Gao Jingjing's combat stats first. Her affinity rating could wait until tomorrow. Her original combat stat was 55, enough to handle one man, but against a group, she'd be overwhelmed. Now, Li Yuan boosted it to 100, making her capable of taking on a whole gang. Have Jingjing take direct action. "She's quite formidable," Li Yuan messaged Sister Anna. "Jingjing fight? Really good?" Sister Anna was confused. Gao Jingjing knew some basic self-defense techniques, but how could she possibly take on over a dozen burly men? Under the silver-haired man's coercion, Gao Jingjing gritted her teeth and downed the drink in her glass. Immediately after finishing it, she felt something unusual happening to her body. Of course, it wasn't the drug taking effect. That wouldn't happen so quickly. Instead, her combat power surged to 100, and a hidden force surged within her body, one that could strike enemies invisibly. "Am I really this powerful?" Gao Jingjing murmured to herself, staring at her hands. "Haha, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, Miss Jingjing. Let's cherish our time together." Seeing Gao Jingjing drink the wine, the silver-haired young man grew reckless. He reached out to touch Gao Jingjing's cheek. Gao Jingjing blocked his arm with a horizontal strike, channeling a surge of hidden force into his limb. "Ah!" The silver-haired youth let out a piercing scream, his arm throbbing as if it had been shattered. "Young Master Li!" His henchmen and bodyguards rushed over, voices filled with concern. If the silver-haired youth got hurt, they wouldn't escape punishment. "Jingjing!" Anna exclaimed in shock. She hadn't expected Gao Jingjing to be this formidable. Judging by the silver-haired youth's reaction, his arm seemed genuinely broken. This was absurd. Jingjing had only given him a light push moments ago. "Seize her," the silver-haired youth roared, enraged. Even with a broken arm, he would endure the pain and get his way with Gao Jingjing today. It had to be said, he was a true wolf. His henchmen swarmed forward at his command, driven not only by the task at hand but also by the chance to take advantage of the situation. Gao Jingjing remained unflappable in the crisis. Her 100 strength stat made her unstoppable, and she knocked every one of them to the ground. The silver-haired youth and Sister Anna were both stunned. This defied all logic. "You think you can bully this old lady, Toma?" Gao Jingjing drove her knee into the silver-haired youth's gut, venting her fury with a vicious blow. The silver-haired youth collapsed to his knees in agony, trembling violently like he was having a seizure. "Jingjing, how are you this strong? Why didn't you act earlier?" Sister Anna asked in shock. "Just now?" Gao Jingjing didn't know why she hadn't acted earlier either. With her combat prowess, why hadn't she intervened? Why hadn't she? "I don't know. I was scared earlier. Maybe I just forgot," Gao Jingjing replied evasively. Seeing Gao Jingjing unwilling to elaborate, Anna recalled scenes from TV shows about mysterious organizations that only intervened as a last resort. She chose not to press further. "You won't get away. Daring to oppose our Pear Blossom Society, you'll all pay the price." The silver-haired youth took a breath before speaking coldly. The silver-haired youth discreetly activated an emergency communication device, a high-level contact method reserved for use by senior members of the Pear Blossom Society when facing danger. The distress signal would include a location pin, prompting other members to rush to the scene upon receiving the alert. "It's a distress signal from Uncle Li's adopted son, Li Gang. The location is at the Golden Phoenix Club." Who's bold enough to cause trouble on his turf? Regardless, we must respond immediately. Call Li Gang first. This might be a misunderstanding. Is the Pear Blossom Society that powerful? Li Yuan finally arrived at Tianyu Xian.
Seeing the scene inside, he silently marveled at how timely his intervention had been. Otherwise, even if Gao Jingjing hadn't been forcibly taken, she would have certainly suffered significant harm. Li Yuan had heard of the Pear Blossom Society. Before the Dragon Soul Hall was established, it had been Ancheng's largest gray market organization. Now, the Dragon Soul Temple and the Pear Blossom Society stood as two rival powers. You dare insult the Pear Blossom Society? You're finished. The silver-haired youth pushed himself up from the chair. But before he could steady himself, Li Yuan delivered a kick straight to his lower dantian. Arg! The silver-haired youth let out a howl of pain, collapsing back to his knees. Silver-haired youth, this is just too much for me. The bodyguards and henchmen tried to advance again, but Li Yuan's strength far surpassed Gao Jingjing's, and his blows were far heavier. The henchmen who had managed to get back up earlier were now completely knocked out cold. So Li Yuan is this formidable too? Could it be that masters like them can probe each other's depths? Just like in martial arts movies? Sister Anna started imagining scenarios again. The silver-haired youth's phone rang. Li Yuan snatched it and answered casually. Li Gang, what's really going on over there? Do you genuinely need backup, or did you just hit the wrong button? He can't speak anymore. Just howling. Li Yuan planted one foot firmly on the silver-haired youth's calf and pressed down hard. Silver-haired youth, listen to me. Thank you. Who are you? Came the cold reply from the other end. None of your concern. Just send reinforcements. Golden Phoenix Club, you should know the address. Li Yuan tossed the phone aside after speaking. He pulled out his phone and called Zhao Chengyang and Su Huijing. Golden Phoenix Club. We're clashing with the Pear Blossom Gang. Receiving the news, Zhao Chengyang and Su Huijing grew tense, fearing something might happen to Li Yuan. They immediately led a vanguard force to the scene, with the main contingent following close behind. Dark clouds had already shrouded the night sky over Anqing City. A major battle seemed imminent. As Li Yuan waited, Gao Jingjing sensed something was amiss. Leave more comments to add some fun. Chapter 82, Li Yuan's decisive move. The silver-haired youth had been struck twice by critical hits, and certain functions might be malfunctioning. Perhaps the pain had delayed his reaction, for he still felt nothing. Gao Jingjing felt a wave of heat wash over her body. Her mouth grew dry, her eyes flushed red, and her breathing quickened. Jingjing? Sister Anna called out, recalling the drink she'd just consumed. Gao Jingjing was merely feeling warm all over, not yet to the point of losing control. Hearing the call, she slapped her own face hard, trying to snap herself back to clarity. Is she poisoned? Li Yuan asked. Jingjing was forced to drink a glass of wine earlier. Something must have been slipped into it, Sister Anna said. Damn it, Li Yuan growled, kicking the silver-haired youth square in the chest as he struggled to his feet. The immense force sent the silver-haired youth flying backward at high speed. He slammed hard into the wall, spitting blood instantly before collapsing to his knees once more. This time, the kick knocked him unconscious. He wouldn't be getting back up. Before losing consciousness, only one thought raced through his mind: why is it always me who gets hurt? Quickly take Jingjing to find a hotel to rest, Li Yuan instructed Sister Anna. Got it. While Gao Jingjing was still conscious, they had to leave quickly. Otherwise, if she started causing a scene here, it would turn into a live broadcast. A short while later, the vanguard of the Pear Blossom Society finally arrived. It was Zhu Gang, one of the society's 8 golden warriors. Seeing the unconscious Li Gang and his men sprawled on the ground, they were taken aback. After all, facing them was only one incredibly handsome young man. You did this all by yourself? Zhu Gang demanded. Yes, one person, Li Yuan replied. 11 people? Zhu Gang scanned the room. There was no one else. Not 11 people, but one person, Li Yuan corrected. 21? Zhu Gang was even more puzzled. Where could there be so many people? Were they hiding outside? You misheard. It's actually one person, Li Yuan explained. 71 people? How could so many possibly hide here? Zhu Gang exclaimed in disbelief. You idiot, it's just one person here, Li Yuan replied, equally exasperated. 91? Zhu Gang's face showed even greater shock. You're such a moron. It's just one person. Li Yuan couldn't believe he'd run into such a fool. 125 people? You're messing with me, aren't you? Zhu Gang shouted angrily. Yeah, I'm messing with you, you idiot. Li Yuan sighed in exasperation. Damn it, he's messing with me. Kill him. Zhu Gang roared. As one of the 8 golden warriors, Zhu Gang might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but his combat prowess was undeniably formidable. A true brute like Li Yuanba. Under Li Yuan's observation, Zhu Gang's combat prowess reached a staggering 85, making him the top enforcer of the Pear Blossom Society. It was through Zhu Gang's sheer strength that the organization had carved out such a vast territory over the years.
Most people might admire Zhu Gang's strength and seek to recruit him, but Li Yuan had no need. He could turn the Dragon Soul Hall's chiefs into human brutes, and their brains were sharper than Zhu Gang's anyway. Facing the charging group of low-level thugs, Li Yuan flashed a bloodthirsty grin. Today would be a good day to stretch his limbs and warm up. A fiercer battle awaited later. Let the atmosphere ignite. Li Yuan struck swiftly. Ah! 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 Wails of agony echoed as the Pear Blossom Society's minions were knocked to the ground one after another. Zhu Gang narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing Li Yuan's formidable skill. When it came to fighting, Zhu Gang was clever. Taking advantage of Li Yuan's vision being blocked by the henchmen, he launched a surprise attack from the side, delivering a powerful straight punch aimed squarely at Li Yuan's temple. Sneaking attacks? That's not fighting fair. Li Yuan smirked. Observe 1 second of silence for the big guy Zhu Gang. The remaining 9 seconds? We're here to watch the show. Catch, deflect, strike. Li Yuan caught Zhu Gang's punch, neutralizing its force, then unleashed a skyrocket punch that slammed into Zhu Gang's jaw. A sharp crack echoed as Zhu Gang's jaw shattered. His brain turned to mush, consciousness fading as he collapsed, gravely injured. Zhu Gang's henchmen recoiled in shock. Knocking Zhu Gang out with a single punch? That was insane. Su Huijing and Zhao Qingyang arrived at the scene just then. Seeing the situation, they sucked in a sharp breath. They recognized Zhu Gang, the top enforcer of the Pear Blossom Society, yet now he lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Dead dog, what's up, guys? What are you doing here? Su Huijing asked with concern. I had an appointment today, but unexpectedly encountered someone trying to force themselves on me. I had no choice but to fight back, Li Yuan explained. Got it, Su Huijing nodded in understanding, not even asking whether the person was male or female. Today, we'll take on the Pear Blossom Society right here, Li Yuan declared imperiously, settling into a chair. The core members of the Pear Blossom Society arrived swiftly, while the main force of the Dragon Soul Hall would take a while longer. Black Rose? What's this about? Wailing Zhong, another of the Pear Blossom Society's 8 golden warriors, demanded. Among them, only Black Rose held any real renown here, the others were unfamiliar to him. Your people disturbed our Dragon King, so they deserve to be beaten. Black Rose Su Huijing said coldly. Whenever she wasn't speaking to Li Yuan, Su Huijing displayed the domineering attitude of a gang boss. Dragon King? The crooked-mouthed Dragon King? Wailing Zhong clearly recognized the reference. Looking for death. Su Huijing's aura shifted, revealing a sharp, menacing presence. She lunged forward in a swift charge, her stomping punch hurtling toward Wailing Zhong. As one of the 8 great generals of the Pear Blossom Society, Wailing Zhong was no pushover. Yet against Black Rose, whose combat prowess far surpassed his own, he struggled. After a few swift exchanges, Wailing Zhong found himself on the defensive. Had the other generals not intervened, he would have been knocked to the ground. Black Rose, declared Su Jinhai, another of the 8 great generals, with just your handful of people, you won't be leaving this place alive today. Get your gear ready. At Su Jinhai's command, his henchmen drew weapons, some brandishing machetes, others wielding batons, and still others gripping iron rods. Su Jinhai himself drew a shotgun, aiming it at Li Yuan and the others. Damn it, they're actually using firearms, Su Huijing and Zhao Qingyang exclaimed in shock. Such weapons were generally forbidden in gang fights, as using real firepower would inevitably cause massive social repercussions, making the situation impossible to contain afterward. But Su Jinhai actually brought out shotguns? That was crossing the line. Zhao Qingyang and Su Huijing both stepped forward to shield Li Yuan. Their loyalty touched Li Yuan, but he had a plan. With a powerful kick, Li Yuan sent the tabletop flying like a cannonball straight towards Su Jinhai. Before Su Jinhai could react, the table smashed directly into his chest, instantly shattering several ribs. The shotgun slipped from his grasp and flew out of his hand. Fortunately, as one of the 8 great generals, his physical constitution was formidable, otherwise, he would have died instantly. Su Jinhai's men rushed forward to rescue him from beneath the table, but Li Yuan closed the distance in an instant, knocking them all to the ground. Wu Yihe, another commander of the Pear Blossom Society, caught the shotgun Su Jinhai had thrown. Seeing Li Yuan's ferocious attack, he immediately prepared to fire. But just as he raised his weapon, a pale red object shot through the air, piercing his wrist clean through. The shotgun flew from his grasp and landed at Su Huijing's feet. Everyone gasped in horror upon seeing the white object embedded in the wall. It was the front tooth of one of the Pear Blossom Society's henchmen. Could this thing actually be used as a weapon? And after piercing Wu Yihe's wrist, it had still managed to embed itself in the wall? Just how powerful was it? For a moment, the entire Pear Blossom gang felt a chill run down their spines. This Dragon King was truly terrifying. Kill them. Ignite the flames. Chapter 83, Gao Jingjing's medication kicks in again. Li Yuan's flying Fong technique stunned everyone. The members of the Pear Blossom Society were momentarily stunned. With the flamethrower now in Su Huijing's hands, even these seasoned warriors felt a sense of apprehension. Having finally secured their positions as warriors, none wished to be the first to act. Just then, the main force of the Dragon's Soul Hall arrived, instantly surrounding the entire first floor of the Golden Phoenix Club. The wealthy patrons grew fearful. The richer they were, the more timid they became. The slightly bolder ones stayed to watch the spectacle unfold, while the more timid ones fled immediately. So this is the combat prowess of the Pear Blossom Society? Li Yuan sneered. The Pear Blossom Society members seethed silently. The situation was stronger than they were. They dared not make a move. Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed from outside, "Step aside." The voice carried an air of authority that commanded respect. Li Yuan and the others turned to see a tall, middle-aged man with short hair and a stern expression. "That's Li Zhanggang, the leader of the Pear Blossom Society," Su Huijing explained to Li Yuan. Oh, Li Yuan studied Li Zhanggang. Li Zhanggang also looked at Li Yuan. "Young man, things have escalated to this point. The situation is already quite serious. The police are on their way. Give Uncle Li some face. How about we both back down a step?" Li Zhanggang said. "Why should I give you face?" Li Yuan retorted nonchalantly. "So you want to see our two families go to war?" Uncle Li's expression turned cold. "The Dragon Soul Hall isn't afraid of that." Li Yuan's side definitely had stronger combat power than the Pear Blossom Society. With him alone acting as a human cheat code, he could sway the outcome of any battle. Refusing Uncle Li's face will anger him. "The consequences will be severe," Li Zhanggang warned, his expression darkening. "How bad could it be? I'd love to see it." Li Yuan couldn't care less. "If I hadn't used up my edit quota today, I'd have made Uncle Li kneel right here and call me boss. The cops are on their way. I'll give their chief some face. 3 days from now, at the abandoned factory in the east part of town, our two gangs face off. Deal?" Li Zhanggang said. Li Yuan pondered for a moment. He still didn't know how Gao Jingjing was doing and needed to hurry over to check on her. Even though he couldn't increase intimacy today, she was poisoned and needed an antidote. Seemed like a fair trade. Little Pear Blossom could wait for another day. Agreed. I accept your challenge. See you in 3 days, Li Yuan replied. You've got guts, kid, Li Zhanggang praised. It had been years since anyone dared challenge him, and it stirred memories of his own fiery youth. Back then, he too had come to Wanqing alone to make his fortune working as a security guard, running a street stall, and doing sales. One stormy night, he saved an injured underworld boss, and that was how he entered this life. Through relentless struggle, the Pear Blossom Society eventually seized control of most of Wanqing's territory, becoming the city's undisputed crime syndicate. But the world was unpredictable. Now, the Dragon Soul Temple dared to challenge him. And judging by today's events, his elite fighters were simply inadequate. Outside, police sirens wailed as Wanqing's officers arrived. Both gangs had connections at the top, so they weren't worried about the police taking action. Moreover, with no casualties, it was even less likely anything would come of it. In the end, the police took 10 members from each gang back with them, which served as a satisfactory resolution. Li Yuan left the clubhouse after his brief visit. The Pear Blossom Society fared much worse. Several members suffered severe injuries, and many more sustained minor wounds. Their private hospital would be busy today. The Pear Blossom Society operated a private hospital to treat injured members. Dragon Soul Temple originally didn't have one, but later acquired a private hospital to serve as their exclusive gang facility. Of course, these hospitals also took in external patients. After all, gangs don't fight every day, so there wouldn't be that many people needing treatment otherwise. After leaving the Golden Phoenix Club, Li Yuan inquired about Sister Anna's current location. Sister Anna sent her location to Li Yuan. After leaving the Golden Phoenix Club, Gao Jingjing and Sister Anna checked into the nearest 4-star hotel. The moment they entered the room, Gao Jingjing tore off her clothes and dove into the bathroom. After a cold shower, she felt somewhat better. Additionally, the latent energy within Gao Jingjing helped suppress the drug's effects. Her face was no longer flushed, and she seemed fine. Upon receiving the location, Li Yuan told Su Huijing, I have something to attend to and won't be able to accompany you today. Okay. Just be careful. Su Huijing didn't ask what he was going to do. Come on, give me a kiss. Li Yuan leaned down and pressed his lips to Su Huijing's red mouth. They embraced and kissed for a long time before finally parting. Go back now, Li Yuan said, sounding like a total jerk. He kissed and ran. After Su Huijing left, Li Yuan drove to the hotel where Gao Jingjing was staying. The moment Li Yuan entered, the front desk girl excitedly stomped her feet. So handsome. Little did she know Li Yuan had no time to notice them, striding straight inside. Sir, what brings you here? The front desk staff hurried out to stop Li Yuan. Can't I just go in to find someone? Li Yuan asked. Then it would be best if you registered, sir, the receptionist replied politely. Oh. Not wanting to cause trouble, Li Yuan followed the receptionist to the front desk. Visiting someone at a hotel did require registration. He planned to pretend he was a guest and walk right in, but his ruse had been exposed. Don't I look like a guest? Li Yuan asked the receptionist while filling out the form. Sir, you're so handsome.
If you were a guest, our front desk group chat would have been buzzing about you already, the front desk attendant replied with a smile. So that's how it was. Li Yuan still didn't have a clear grasp of his own good looks. In northeastern Chinese slang. Excuse me, would you mind taking a photo with me? This front desk girl is pretty bold. All right. To save time, Li Yuan obliged. The front desk girl happily snapped a photo with Li Yuan and posted it in the front desk reception group chat. The group chat exploded with reactions. He's so handsome. Is he a guest at our hotel? I'm so jealous of Yuan. How did she get so lucky? I wish I were on the night shift. Speaking of which, what about Ailey? Isn't she on the same shift? Stop talking. I had to step away for a bathroom break and miss this hottie. I'm kicking myself. If I'd known, I would have waited for him even if I had to hold it in. Enough already, I can just picture it. Support requested. Arriving at Gao Jingjing's room 505, she was already in her pajamas, chatting with Sister Anna. Seeing Gao Jingjing seemed fine, Li Yuan felt a bit down. Did he have to wait until tomorrow when the revision count refreshed to get a chance with her? Everything sorted out? Gao Jingjing asked. Pretty much. We'll handle the rest in a few days, Li Yuan replied. There's more to follow? Sister Anna interjected. Of course. You two don't need to worry about the rest. I'll handle it, Li Yuan assured them. We've really put you through a lot, Gao Jingjing said apologetically. Ever since Li Yuan arrived, the masculine scent on him had reignited the suppressed effects of the drug within Gao Jingjing, and it was only growing stronger. Even more intensely than before. Li Yuan and Sister Anna noticed Gao Jingjing's unusual state, each reacting differently. Under the drug's intensified effects, Gao Jingjing was losing her rationality. She suddenly lunged toward Li Yuan. The close proximity to his masculine scent only deepened her confusion. Sister Anna, seeing the situation, tactfully left the room. Chapter 84, Taking Gao Jingjing to Tianwan Villa. I am a dividing line. Early the next morning. The sun was high in the sky. Li Yuan gently moved Gao Jingjing's slender legs aside, slowly got out of bed, and headed toward the bathroom. He needed to relieve himself. While flushing, Li Yuan lifted the systems block and checked Gao Jingjing's attribute panel. The intimacy level had jumped from 60 last night to 89 now. That was incredibly high. This is so unfair. Every time things get exciting, you block me. I protest. I refuse to accept this. Live streaming? No way I'm letting you watch that. If you're interested, I'll take you to a filming set. We can observe mostly to learn the moves, Li Yuan said. Fine. I'll just force myself on you. Seriously? Why do you like this kind of thing? Li Yuan asked, speechless. Who says? Don't slander me. I like all kinds of things. Li Yuan. What a loyal user, but sadly never paid a dime, a total freeloader. After venting, Li Yuan blocked the system again. System, holy. By then, Gao Jingjing had already woken up. She regained consciousness the moment Li Yuan moved her legs aside. Awake? How do you feel? Li Yuan sat down, cradling Gao Jingjing's head onto his lap. It hurts, Gao Jingjing murmured, her beautiful brows furrowing. You were drugged last night, so you were feeling pretty fearless. Nothing could stop you, Li Yuan said with a smile, running his fingers through Gao Jingjing's hair. Oh, stop it, that's so embarrassing, Gao Jingjing said, covering her face in embarrassment. She vaguely remembered it was her who had taken the initiative, and with remarkable boldness. Just rest well today. If you don't want to stay at the hotel, you can go to Tianwan Villa. Villa number 1 is my place. There are 3 butlers stationed there, so meals and such will be convenient, Li Yuan added. 3 butlers? How big is this place? Gao Jingjing asked in surprise. 800 square meters indoors, 600 square meters outdoors, 1,400 square meters total, Li Yuan replied. That big? Gao Jingjing had seen other celebrities' villas, but none covered such a vast area. This is big? This is just a temporary place. I'm currently building a private estate covering 152 acres, Li Yuan boasted. What? 152 acres? How much does that cost? Gao Jingjing gasped, her mouth slightly agape in shock. Li Yuan pressed his hand against her delicate tongue. Gao Jingjing felt a familiar sensation. But her memory was hazy, and she couldn't quite recall. Not much at all. Come on, I'll take you to Tianwan Manor. Li Yuan said. Okay, Gao Jingjing agreed. Though small, your support is appreciated. When Gao Jingjing picked up her phone, she found several messages from Sister Anna, all asking how she was doing. Gao Jingjing replied to Anna before starting to get dressed. But yesterday's battle had been pretty intense. Some of her clothes were now in shreds, no longer wearable. I'll have to go buy clothes. Gao Jingjing murmured shyly. Her bashful expression was undeniably alluring, truly befitting someone with an innate charm. What exactly had she and Li Yuan been doing yesterday? Had they fought? How did it get so brutal? I've already had someone send some over. They should arrive shortly. Li Yuan had just sent a message to Zhao Changyang. He'd instructed him to arrange for a few women to bring some clothes over. He already knew the sizes. Zhao Chengyang was loyal to the max, but he couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and resentment toward Li Yuan's speed with the ladies. In the mere dozen or so days since they'd met, Li Yuan had already acquired countless women, all of them rare beauties. Not only was Zhao Chengyang puzzled by this, but even Li Yuan himself began to wonder if the system was playing tricks. How else could he be surrounded by beauties scoring 97 points or higher? Soon after, 2 female members of the Dragon Soul Hall arrived bearing matching outfits. The sight of the legendary Dragon King left them utterly flustered, their cheeks flushed crimson. They'd heard the Dragon King possessed formidable combat prowess, striking good looks, and an even more captivating aura. Now that they finally saw him in person, how could they contain their excitement? "Thank you," Li Yuan said indifferently. "Serving the Dragon King is our honor," the 2 women replied excitedly. Li Yuan acknowledged, closing the door behind him. The 2 girls lingered outside the door for a long while, their hearts still racing with excitement before they could bring themselves to leave. Li Yuan selected an outfit for Gao Jingjing and helped her put it on. But it seemed like the more he helped, the more he hindered. A simple outfit took nearly half an hour to put on. Once dressed, Gao Jingjing called Sister Anna to leave together. At checkout, Sister Anna went alone to the front desk to settle the bill. Li Yuan and Gao Jingjing briskly walked out of the hotel. The receptionists at the front desk had been paying close attention to Li Yuan ever since they spotted him in the group chat yesterday. Seeing Li Yuan leave arm in arm with a beautiful woman wearing a mask and sunglasses, they felt a pang of disappointment. No chance for a photo op. "Check out," Anna repeated, raising her voice slightly. "Oh, okay." The receptionist snapped back to attention and processed Anna's checkout. Li Yuan unlocked the car door and let Gao Jingjing get in first. Though not universally recognized, Gao Jingjing still had some fame, and it wouldn't be good if people took pictures. After Sister Anna stepped out, Li Yuan motioned for her to get in. "A Rolls-Royce Cullinan," Sister Anna murmured in astonishment. Sister Anna had never ridden in a Cullinan worth over 8 million yuan. As the saying goes, wearing silk underwear while doing what you love in a Cullinan is one of life's great pleasures. After some driving, they finally arrived at Tianwang Villa. The security guards had been replaced with a new batch, all trained for this assignment. The first item on their training list was recognizing the boss's vehicles and his appearance to avoid any embarrassing mix-ups. Seeing the guards' respectful attitude toward Li Yuan, Gao Jingjing and Anna assumed the service at Tianwang Mountain Villa was top-notch. But that wasn't the case. Chapter 85, The 3 Female Housekeepers of Villa Number 1. Upon arriving at Villa Number 1 in Tianwang Mountain Villa, Li Yuan had barely reached the entrance when the gate swung open. He drove his car into the villa grounds. The moment he parked, the door swung open, and 3 beautiful maids dressed as housekeepers stepped out to greet him. "At your service." These were the housekeepers Wang Tianheng had arranged for Li Yuan to attend to his daily needs, though their primary purpose was to care for the women in his life. Like Wu Meishue last time, and Gao Jingjing this time. "Good day, master," the 3 sexy and beautiful female housekeepers bowed in unison. "This is a bit over the top, isn't it?" Gao Jingjing and Sister Anna were somewhat shocked. "All right, rise. Prepare something to eat," Li Yuan said casually. "Yes, master," the 3 housekeepers replied in unison once more. They were all rigorously trained, proficient in various skills. Cooking, tea ceremony, massage, beauty treatments, housekeeping, bookkeeping, they had systematically studied them all. All 3 were orphans from Sunshine Orphanage, their backgrounds rather pitiful. The eldest was named Song Fanlei, the second Zheng Qinxue, and the youngest Han Ruiying. "Li Yuan, what exactly does your family do? How can you afford such a huge place?" Anna finally blurted out after holding it in the whole ride. "Just a small company, making a modest living," Li Yuan replied non-committally. Seeing that Li Yuan didn't want to talk about it, Sister Anna wisely dropped the subject. Still, she couldn't help but envy Gao Jingjing. Young, handsome, and so wealthy and influential. If only she'd found someone like that when she was young, she wouldn't still be struggling now. "It's not a huge amount, but it's enough to handle things," Li Yuan declared confidently. Many of his ventures weren't profit-driven anyway, and he couldn't be bothered to care. "Let's rest for a bit," Li Yuan declared, lifting Gao Jingjing in a princess carry. Her weight was negligible in his arms as he carried her upstairs to a room and laid her gently on the bed. "I heard you had some friction with your agency. Is that true?" Now that Gao Jingjing was his, he naturally intended to look after her. "There was a minor disagreement," Gao Jingjing replied, unwilling to burden Li Yuan with trouble. Yet without his help, resolving this matter would prove difficult. "Tell me what happened." Li Yuan pulled Gao Jingjing close, enveloping her in his embrace to offer a sense of security. "It's like this. A while back, the majority of the company's shares were sold to a wealthy tycoon from Korea. So now we've basically got a new boss. This new owner has a son who currently runs the company. He has designs on me and is trying to pressure me into submission through the company. Of course I refused. To avoid escalating the conflict, Anna advised me to take a project outside the capital and distance myself from Beijing for now. That's how I ended up in Ansheng and met you." Gao Jingjing recounted the situation while nestled in Li Yuan's embrace. These rich bastards in Korea love pulling stunts like this. First they indulge themselves, then they force their artists to entertain others. It's beyond ridiculous. Damn it, I'll make him pay for laying eyes on my woman, Lee Yuan cursed furiously. I didn't really understand when I signed the contract. The penalty clause is set way too high. If I want to switch agencies now, I'd have to pay a huge penalty fee, Gao Jingjing said with a troubled expression. She'd only been in the industry for a little over a year, still considered a rookie. Though she'd risen to fame quickly, she hadn't earned much money. Newcomer contracts always favor the company, so most of the money went to them. The actual amount she was supposed to receive was only around 5 million yuan, which hadn't even reached her yet. For a newcomer, that was already a substantial amount. Not many artists manage to earn 5 million in their first year. How much is the penalty? Li Yuan asked. 500 million yuan, Gao Jingjing replied, frowning. 5 million versus 500 million, a hundredfold difference. For Gao Jingjing to break her contract on her own would be as difficult as climbing Mount Everest. That little pickle planned to force her into submission by shelving Gao Jingjing. If Gao Jingjing still refused to back down, he would resort to smear campaigns to tarnish her reputation and bury her in negative publicity. Though he'd be sacrificing a cash cow, his future gains might not be any less. The little pickle would use Gao Jingjing as a bargaining chip to strike deals with certain parties. His intentions were truly despicable. Gao Jingjing had signed contracts with several brands. If she couldn't guarantee her visibility and negative news spread, she'd have to compensate them for their losses. In the end, that 5 million yuan might not even cover the damages. It would be like working for free for a year, and she might end up drowning in debt. 500 million? That's pocket change. Don't worry, Li Yuan reassured Gao Jingjing. 500 million might be small change to him, but Li Yuan wouldn't just hand over the money to that little pickle. Anyone who dared to set their sights on his woman would learn what it meant to wish they were dead. 500 million is small change? Gao Jingjing inwardly gasped. Just stay put in Ancheng. I'll handle everything for you, Li Yuan declared confidently. Gao Jingjing nodded softly. Having a man to lean on felt genuinely comforting. You don't notice it in ordinary times, but when you face insurmountable difficulties, you realize how precious it is to have a shoulder to lean on. Gao Jingjing was fortunate that Li Yuan had appeared in her life during her darkest hour. Maybe that's just fate, you really should eat more of it. Breakfast was soon ready, and the 3 female stewards brought the dishes to the table. Watching their diligent, bustling figures, Li Yuan felt the pleasure of an ancient emperor. From then on, the sovereign neglected his morning court duties. Li Yuan had no plans to attend military training today either. He requested leave from his counselor, basic courtesy, after all. All 3 women were excellent cooks, and Li Yuan and Gao Jingjing ate with great satisfaction. You've done a wonderful job, Li Yuan praised. We're glad you like it, master, the 3 women replied happily. Trained since their teens to serve wealthy patrons, they once fantasized about young, handsome heirs, though such prospects were rare. More often than not, it was someone with a receding hairline and a beer belly. They never imagined their master would be a handsome man like Li Yuan, a peerless beauty beyond their wildest dreams. They were overjoyed to serve such a master. You know how to drive, right? Li Yuan asked the 3 female butlers. Yes, we've been trained, replied Song Fanlei, the eldest. Alright, I'll have them send over a few Rolls-Royces. That should make your daily outings more convenient, Li Yuan said. Master, Rolls-Royces are too extravagant. Ordinary cars will suffice, the 3 women hastily declined. Ordinary cars? I don't have any. How about I give you supercars to drive instead? Li Yuan shrugged. Not that he was showing off, he did own Rolls-Royces and supercars. Gao Jingjing and the 3rd daughter were both taken aback. Why not just buy one? No big deal. Just drive it. I own a Rolls-Royce dealership. If it gets wrecked, I'll just replace it with another one, Li Yuan said casually. Alright, thank you, master. With him putting it that way, the 3 girls had no choice but to accept. Master looks so handsome like this. When is a man at his most handsome? When he's spending money to buy things for you. Chapter 86, 5 limited edition supercars stun the crowd. You don't have a car in Ancheng either, do you? Can you drive? Li Yuan asked Gao Jingjing. Sister Anna can drive, and I'm still learning, Gao Jingjing replied. What kind of car do you want to drive? A supercar or a Rolls-Royce? Li Yuan inquired. Either is fine, I can't drive anyway. I'll ask Anna later, Gao Jingjing laughed. After breakfast, Li Yuan was wearing only swim trunks, revealing his perfectly sculpted, chiseled muscles. Master looks so hot, Zheng Qinxue, the 2nd sister, gushed like a lovesick girl. I love it. I want to touch it, just once, 3rd sister Han Ruiying licked the saliva from the corner of her mouth. You girls. Stop being such nerds. We'll geek out back at the house, don't swoon over master behind his back, scolded the eldest, Song Fanlei. Oh. Okay. Li Yuan stepped into the outdoor swimming pool, executing a perfect dive that sent splashes flying everywhere. Bolstered by his freakish stamina and endurance, Li Yuan swam 10 laps back and forth, feeling only slightly tired.
Damn, that barely used up any energy, Li Yuan muttered, speechless. So military training was still worth participating in, at least it burned some energy. After drying off, Li Yuan checked his phone and found several messages from Xi Mutong and Chu Zixuan. Both asked why he hadn't shown up for training today. Li Yuan replied to each one. When Xi Mutong saw his message about being busy, she sent a heart emoji before returning to her painting. The figure in her drawing was Li Yuan carrying her up the mountain to watch the sunrise. She'd been working on this painting for days, pouring her heart into it. It was her cherished memory and a beautiful moment. Upon learning she might not see Li Yuan today, Chu Zixuan huffed twice before heading back to military training. Of course, many female classmates were also heartbroken. Sis Anna wants to see what supercars you have. She's a sports car enthusiast too, but she never gets to drive them normally, Gao Jingjing said, her face flushing as she admired Li Yuan's perfectly sculpted muscles. This reminded her of yesterday's events. Then let's go to my garage. Want to come? Li Yuan asked with concern. After all, Gao Jingjing hadn't been very self-aware yesterday, failing to hold back and getting hurt pretty badly. Carry me there, Gao Jingjing pouted. All right. With the beauty in his arms, Li Yuan certainly didn't mind. Carrying Gao Jingjing downstairs once more, Li Yuan took Anna and Gao Jingjing to his underground parking garage. Driving a Rolls-Royce, as long as you didn't deliberately break traffic rules, no one dared to get too close. After all, if the other party was found primarily at fault, the repair costs would likely cost them an arm and a leg. When Li Yuan arrived at his underground parking garage, several container trucks were blocking the entrance. Abing was there with a few others, handling the handover with the truck drivers. It's blocked here. Are we going to that underground parking garage? Gao Jingjing asked, pointing ahead. Yep. These trucks are delivering my supercars. I almost forgot about that, Li Yuan replied. Delivering supercars for you? Gao Jingjing and sister Anna counted 5 large trucks. Could it be that 5 supercars were being delivered? Yes, 5 supercars. They were all scheduled for delivery today. I had my subordinate handle the reception. I almost forgot about it myself, Li Yuan said. Over there, Aben finished signing the delivery documents and looked up to see Li Yuan's car parked nearby. He hurried over. Li Yuan opened the door and stepped out. Boss, Aben greeted respectfully. Zhao Changyang and Aben each addressed him differently, though they both knew the boss had separate businesses. All right, unload the car. I'll bring someone to inspect it, Li Yuan said. Understood. The doors of all 5 large trucks swung open, revealing 5 supercars. Wow, so cool, exclaimed the surrounding passers-by in unison. Whether men or women, none could resist the allure of these sports cars. Their dazzling exteriors, coupled with their exorbitant prices, made them deeply beloved. But some simply couldn't afford such indulgences. Whose cars are these? Absolutely insane. 5 supercars all at once, what a sight. The commotion quickly drew more onlookers. Gao Jingjing stayed inside her car to avoid being recognized. Several live streaming influencers spotted the 5 supercars and hurried over. One of them, a car enthusiast blogger known as Prince of Wheels, was visibly thrilled. Guys, we hit the jackpot today. 5 limited edition supercars gathered together. This is incredibly rare, almost unheard of in China. Prince of Wheels shouted excitedly in his livestream. Wow, so cool. Whose cars are these? I'm so jealous. Owning 5 supercars must cost a fortune, tens of millions, right? It's definitely more than tens of millions. I guess these 5 supercars together are worth over 100 million. 100 million? That's a small goal. Host, give us the details. Alright, guys. The car enthusiast Prince was equally thrilled. First up, this Pagani Huayra Roadster. It's hailed as the crown jewel among supercars, with only 40 units made worldwide. Online listings say it's priced at 29 million yuan. You can look up the specs yourselves, I won't go into detail here. Car enthusiast Prince introduced. Pagani Huayra. Pagani Huayra 2. Holy crap, 29 million? That's insane. Rich people are beyond comprehension. What else could they do with that kind of money? Buying a pile of scrap metal? Just sour grapes. If you had the money, you'd buy one too. Another car rolled off the flatbed truck. This one might be less familiar to most. Its translated name is Big Lizard, said the car enthusiast Prince. Big Lizard? What a lame name. Many viewers in the livestream chat burst out laughing. Heh, don't let the name fool you. They call it the Land Flyer. The title alone tells you it's no ordinary machine, car enthusiast Prince chuckled. Rumor has it this beast can unleash a peak 2,231 horsepower, hit a top speed of 532.9 km/h, and go from 0 to 100 km/h in just 1.8 seconds. After the car enthusiast continued his introduction, the online audience was left dumbfounded. Big Lizard Sports Car. Big Lizard Sports Car 2. What? That fast? No wonder they call it a land aircraft. You really can't judge by the name alone. If you only heard the name Zhuge Steel, who would have guessed she's such a gentle and virtuous lady?
I don't know the exact price, but with only 10 units produced for the Tuatara aggressor, it's definitely not cheap, probably tens of millions, said Prince of Wheels. Just one of their cars could buy us a lifetime of hard work.
It's so unfair. The world is inherently unfair. Some people are born in Rome, literally born into privilege.
Damn, this was the fastest supercar 2 years ago, the Zunshini Venom gas turbine, with a top speed of 435.31 km/h.
Only 10 units were sold globally. Guess the price? Car enthusiast Prince pointed at a supercar and exclaimed again. Shuincher Ni Venom gas turbine. Chapter 87, the capital spoiled rich kid gets cuckolded. 20 million?
Since the host asked, it must be pricier.
Let's guess high. I say 40 million. Host, is it right? Too high or too low? Give us a word.
Too low, said the car enthusiast Prince.
40 million and you say it's low? Holy crap, that's outrageous.
Host, tell us how much this car costs, or we'll rip your guts out.
This car sells for 70 million yuan domestically, said car enthusiast Prince. Holy crap, that expensive? My jaw's about to hit the floor, catch it quick. Rich folks. Is it too late for me to change my gender now? Just then, another supercar pulled up, one many netizens recognized.
It's the Aston Martin 177, the crowd flooded the chat with comments.
Aston Martin 177. Another top-tier supercar, I'm so jealous I could die.
Forget driving it, just letting me touch it twice would make me skip washing my hands for a month.
How much does this thing cost? A netizen asked. Back then it was priced at 47 million globally. Who knows what it is now? Nothing cheap, huh? I wish I could be rich. Oh God, please grant me a system. The last sports car pulled up, looking incredibly sleek. Some recognized it, others didn't.
This is the Koenigsegg 1:1, only 6 exist worldwide. Its extreme rarity makes it highly collectible. I hear each one is now worth over 100 million yuan, explained the car enthusiast.
Koenigsegg 1:1. Holy crap, that's one small goal way too extravagant.
I'd trade 5 of my small goals just to touch it once.
Are these 5 little goals of yours legit? Absolutely legit, hot off the press.
5 cars lined up in a row, creating a visually stunning spectacle that drew onlookers to whip out their phones and snap photos. Such a rare sight was truly unheard of. The 5 vehicles then drove into the underground garage. The crowd tried to follow in their cars but were stopped by security guards.
This is a private parking lot.
No entry allowed, a security guard announced loudly. A large sign outside the parking lot clearly stated it was private property, so upon seeing they truly couldn't enter, the crowd didn't press the issue.
Anna, is there a car here you'd like to drive? If not, there are a few more in the garage, Li Yuan asked. Yes. Sister Anna finally snapped back to reality.
The sheer impact of those 5 supercars was overwhelming. She knew Li Yuan was capable, but never imagined he was this capable.
Was buying supercars as easy for him as buying groceries? Which one? Li Yuan inquired.
The Koenigsegg, Anna replied. She'd heard of this car long ago, it had been snapped up the moment it hit the market, a masterpiece of beauty and power. She had never had access to such elite, high-end luxury before, so naturally, she'd never seen one in person. Now, having the chance to drive one herself felt like a dream come true. Though Gao Jingjing wasn't deeply knowledgeable about supercars, she knew limited edition models were prohibitively expensive. This display of wealth gave her yet another glimpse into Li Yuan's financial clout. Let's go inside, Li Yuan said as he started the engine. However, a crowd of onlookers still lingered in front of the underground parking garage, eagerly anticipating the supercar's emergence.
Li Yuan honked his horn, signaling for them to make way. This is a private parking lot. No entry permitted.
Recognizing the Rolls-Royce, the attendant refrained from shouting and instead stated it matter-of-factly.
Make way, make way.
Security guards began emerging to manage the crowd. Soon the crowd parted into 2 lines, clearing a path. Li Yuan floored the accelerator and drove straight into the underground parking garage as the security guards promptly opened the barrier.
How can he get in? Someone asked indignantly. He owns this underground garage.
Of course he can enter, the security guard replied with righteous indignation.
So those 5 supercars earlier were his? Someone asked.
Of course, the guard declared proudly. He took pride in guarding this underground garage.
Damn, I caught a glimpse when he got out.
He's a young, handsome guy.
This is crazy. What kind of rich kid is he to splurge like that? Doesn't he fear his dad breaking his legs?
I hope I get a better reincarnation next life.
You will.
Here, take this book.
What? Huh? Postpartum care for sows? Damn it.
Li Yuan drove into the underground parking garage and parked haphazardly in the first available spot. After the young drivers had their fill of excitement, they voluntarily left, handing over their keys to Li Yuan.
Li Yuan handed the Koenigsegg keys to Sister Anna and climbed into the big lizard supercar himself.
Having already experienced the Bugatti Veyron, it was time to try something different.
Li Yuan lifted Gao Jingjing into the passenger seat of the Great Lizard supercar, buckling her seatbelt. Naturally, he couldn't resist a little playful assault along the way, leaving Gao Jingjing flushed with embarrassment. Today I'll take you to see the Beijing Supercar Club's Anqing branch. They invited me to join, and since I'm free today, we'll go check it out, Li Yuan said. The Beijing Supercar Club, huh? Sister Anna knew a thing or two about this club. It was a highly renowned organization for the wealthy in the capital, attracting many well-connected second-generation tycoons and even first-generation millionaires. Many others dreamt of gaining entry. At that moment, a big shot from the capital arrived at the Anqing branch of the capital Supercar Club. This man sported bright red hair, looking more like a street thug than a wealthy heir. His name was Zheng Keshuang. He held some influence in the capital. After his girlfriend cheated on him, he dyed his hair red to ward off bad luck. He, a prominent young master from the capital, had been cuckolded. How could he possibly accept that? After rescuing his girlfriend and that treacherous woman, he came to Anqing to clear his head, naturally ending up at the Anqing branch of the capital Supercar Club. This was the place he frequented most in Anqing. Familiar faces, familiar territory. What wind blew young Master Zhang this way, joked Xiong Kuai, the branch manager of the Anqing chapter. Just here to have some fun, Zheng Keshuang replied, careful not to mention the betrayal that would make him a laughingstock. Here, try this freshly ground coffee. Xiong Kuai handed Zheng Keshuang a cup. Tastes great. How's it been lately? Any nice cars come into the club? Zheng Keshuang inquired. We just invited a new member. He's in military training every day now, so he hasn't had time to come by yet. But he's got a nice car, Xiong Kuai replied. What kind of car? Zheng Keshuang inquired with interest. A Bugatti La Voix de la Nuit, Xiong Kuai replied. The only black one in the world? Zheng Keshuang exclaimed excitedly. Yep. Still in boot camp? So he's a freshman? How could a freshman get his hands on a Bugatti Veyron Nocturne? Zheng Keshuang asked skeptically. I don't know the details of how he got it. All I know is he has it, Xiong Kuai shrugged. Zheng Keshuang. Chapter 88, The Surprise from the Capital's Cuckolded Rich Kid. Does he have any other supercars? Zheng Keshuang asked. The Capital Supercar Club requires members to own at least 2 supercars, a strict rule. Though the price of a single Bugatti Veyron could buy several supercars. According to our investigation, he also owns a Lamborghini Aventador Roadster and a hardtop version, plus a Ferrari LaFerrari, Xiong Kuai said enviously. Though Xiong Kuai headed the Anqing branch, such limited edition supercars remained out of his reach, and it wasn't just about money. China is vast, and there are plenty richer than you. Holy crap, all limited editions, Zheng Keshuang exclaimed. Even as a Beijing playboy, he only owned 5 supercars, with just one being a top-tier limited edition, the McLaren P1. Once hailed as one of the world's 3 legendary supercars alongside the Ferrari LaFerrari and Porsche 918 Spyder, only 375 units of this model were ever produced. And here it was, parked right in front of him. Do we have this guy's file? Let me see. Zheng Keshuang's interest in Li Yuan was piqued. Let me find it for you. Xiong Kuai opened the filing cabinet, rummaged through it, and pulled out Li Yuan's file. Here. Zheng Keshuang took the file and began reading. The investigation by the Capital Supercar Club was far more thorough than the one commissioned by Sister Anna. He holds 31.1% of Penguin Group's shares. Holy, that makes him the largest shareholder of Penguin. Zheng Keshuang was so shocked he blurted out a curse. Yeah. Xiong Kuai watched Zheng Keshuang's expression from the side, secretly delighted. When he first got Li Yuan's files, he'd been even more shocked than Zheng Keshuang. Now, seeing someone else's shocked expression was rather amusing. He's also the major shareholder of Mihu. Damn it all to hell. Zheng Keshuang continued reading and let out another curse. He owns Bugatti and Lamborghini? No way. Those 2 supercar brands belong to him now? Zheng Keshuang looked up at Xiong Kuai when he read this part. According to the investigation, yes. As for why they were sold, it's unclear. Anyway, both supercar brands are now his. And apparently, he plans to relocate Bugatti and Lamborghini's super factories to Anqing, Xiong Kuai added. Holy crap. Zheng Keshuang was speechless, at a loss for words. He bought 150 million square meters of land on the outskirts of Anqing City. At first, Zheng Keshuang didn't quite grasp the significance and didn't think much of it. 150 million square meters? That's tens of billions. Zheng Keshuang did a quick calculation and was utterly stunned. This single move alone made them the ultimate tycoons among tycoons. According to information from the Anqing municipal government, they spent 300 billion yuan just on the land purchase. Construction has already begun, and the ongoing expenses are substantial, Xiong Kuai added. Zheng Keshuang, this time, he was truly speechless. He'd come here to show off. Why else would he trek all the way from Beijing to Anqing? He had that sense of superiority. I'm the big shot from the capital, you're just small fry from Anqing. But now, Li Yuan had left him so stunned he couldn't even speak. I came here to show off and have fun, not to be stunned and get punched in the face. Zheng Keshuang lamented inwardly. How could someone so young possess unimaginable wealth? Could he be from a hidden noble family? Zheng Keshuang inquired. Current investigations suggest otherwise, but whether deeper secrets lie beneath remains unknown.
If those reclusive families intended to raise Li Yuan in poverty from the start, then his parents might be fake too, Xiong Kuai analyzed.
Forget it. No point analyzing. Whatever his past family was, he's got it made now, right? Zheng Keshuang remarked. Exactly.
That's why you absolutely shouldn't cross him, Xiong Kuai cautioned.
Do I look like some brainless idiot? How many people know his background? Zheng Keshuang asked. Only a few top executives know right now.
The rank and file members are still in the dark.
With someone like him, shouldn't we try to befriend him first? What do you say?
Xiong Kuai had his own little schemes in mind. They naturally wanted to get acquainted with a top-tier big spender like Li Yuan, but a mere nodding acquaintance wasn't what they sought. They craved deeper connections.
That's why they hadn't disclosed Li Yuan as full details, only fragments were shared.
If Li Yuan ever clashed with a member, they could take his side and potentially build connections.
That was the little scheme they were cooking up.
By now, Li Yuan and Sister Anna had arrived at the Beijing Supercar Club's Anqing branch. Normally, security wouldn't dare stop two such flashy supercars, but these vehicles lacked license plates and looked unfamiliar. The guards were bound to ask questions.
Hello, who are you? The guard inquired. I was invited to join the club.
I had some free time today, so I came to check it out, Li Yuan replied.
Hold on a moment while I check. May I ask your name? The guard inquired politely. My name is Li Yuan.
The guard hurried to the security booth to check if there was a member named Li Yuan on file. Upon confirming his membership, the guard promptly granted him access. Li Yuan's here, Xiong Kuai informed Zheng Keshuang upon receiving the news. Let's go take a look, Zheng Keshuang said, eager to see what kind of car this big spender, Li Yuan, would arrive in today. Li Yuan drove his car onto the club's racetrack, with Sister Anna following closely behind.
Sis Anna, do you know how to race? Li Yuan asked, rolling down his window. No, Sister Anna shook her head.
She rarely even drove sports cars, let alone race them.
Nice ride. How about we race?
At that moment, a yellow Apollo Sun God supercar pulled up beside Li Yuan's car. A guy wearing rimless glasses and looking rather scholarly said. He was a top-tier car enthusiast at the Anqing branch, ranking among the top 3 drivers in the entire division. Combined with the advantage of his Apollo Sun God, he won almost every race. Today, seeing Li Yuan arrive in a massive Tuatara supercar, he was instantly hooked. This Tuatara Aggressor was a limited edition with only 10 units produced, truly a car that was incredibly hard to come by.
Sounds good.
Li Yuan hadn't raced in days and was itching for a challenge. With someone offering themselves up for him to dominate, he was naturally delighted. Every race with me has a wager, the refined man stated. I'll propose the stakes.
If you win, I'll grant you one request. What if I lose? Li Yuan asked curiously.
How about lending me your big lizard sports car for a month, the suave man suggested.
Deal. No problem. Li Yuan readily agreed. He couldn't possibly lose. Are you scared? Li Yuan asked Gao Jingjing in the passenger seat.
Not at all, Gao Jingjing shook her head. With her combat prowess now at 100, Gao Jingjing felt far braver than before.
Good. Then let's wipe them out completely, Li Yuan declared with authority. Chapter 89, Someone Wants to Buy Your Life. The refined man finally noticed Gao Jingjing in the passenger seat.
Wow, she's gorgeous. And somehow familiar, the refined man murmured to himself. Let's begin, Li Yuan said to the well-dressed man. Alright, I'll count to 3, then we move out, the refined man said.
1, 2, 3. As soon as the gentleman counted to 3, both cars sped off simultaneously. The giant lizard supercar's acceleration was incredibly swift, quickly overtaking the gentlemanly man.
Damn it, the suave guy muttered under his breath. He was used to pulling ahead with the Apollo Sun God's blazing speed, but today he was being left in the dust.
But he didn't panic.
The race had only just begun. The last one laughing was the winner. But when his confident grin saw Li Yuan execute a smooth, no-speed reduction turn, it instantly froze into a stunned expression. He slowed down, even stopping his car, to watch Li Yuan's drifting performance intently. So thrilling!
Gao Jingjing shouted excitedly. There's even more to come.
Noticing the refined gentleman had given up, Li Yuan decided to perform a stunt for Gao Jingjing. Li Yuan maneuvered his car into a spinning circle on the spot.
Who's that guy, showing off like that?
The roar of Li Yuan's sports car drew the attention of several passers-by.
No idea. It's a new car around here. Never seen it before.
What brand is that? Someone asked, unfamiliar with it.
It's a supercar made in the States. Not many people know about it, but the design is stunning. Its speed even broke the Guinness World Record faster than Bugatti in Koenigsegg. Holy crap, faster than Bugatti's record of 490 km/h?
Yep. The Great Lizard's top speed is 532.9 km/h, and that was achieved with crosswinds.
Theoretically, it could go even faster. Big Lizard supercar? That translation name is pretty lame. No wonder hardly anyone knows about it. The car's great, and the driver's skills are insane too. Check out these stunts, they're flashy, but we could never pull them off. That's incredible. I wish I had those driving skills. What? Want to try out the old man's T-turn? I want to shove you. Get lost. By now, Li Yuan had spun around several times before suddenly shooting forward, continuing to race toward the finish line at breakneck speed. This is so much fun. Gao Jingjing suddenly understood why so many people loved this kind of high-speed thrill ride. Though she and Li Yuan had experienced their own thrill ride yesterday. I'll get you a sports car. You should practice more, Li Yuan said. All right. Gao Jingjing didn't refuse. She'd just have to repay Li Yuan more in the future. Just then, the gentlemanly man drove up and gave Li Yuan a fist bump. Bro, your driving skills are seriously impressive. Not just in this little launching branch, but even in the Beijing Supercar Club, there are probably few who can match you. Nothing special, just ranked third nationally, Li Yuan replied modestly. Is that being modest or just being cocky? The gentleman looked utterly bewildered. So, what do you want? The gentleman was a man who accepted defeat gracefully. Let me take your car for a spin, Li Yuan said. He hadn't managed to get his hands on the Apollo sun god this time, but here was one right in front of him. He wanted to test its performance and see if it was worth buying. Sure. The gentleman got out immediately and handed the keys over. Let's go. Switch cars and take another spin, Li Yuan said to Gao Jingjing. Sure. Gao Jingjing nodded. Opening the door, Gao Jingjing struggled a bit to get out. Seeing this, Li Yuan picked her up in his arms. Feeling shy with people watching, Gao Jingjing buried her face in Li Yuan's chest. Is that Gao Jingjing? The well-dressed man finally got a clear look at her face and recognized her. Yep. You know her? Li Yuan was surprised. He hadn't realized Gao Jingjing was that well-known, even a rich kid recognized her. Hey, I follow the entertainment scene pretty closely, lots of beauties there, you know? I usually hook up with a few for chats. The well-dressed man chuckled suggestively, his meaning clear. With Gao Jingjing being so stunning, the suave guy was bound to take notice. But before he could make his move, Li Yuan had already swept her off her feet. Didn't expect you to move so fast, bro. The suave guy winked at Li Yuan. Heh, can't help it when you're handsome, Li Yuan chuckled. Hearing him boast about her in Li Yuan's arms, Gao Jingjing rolled her eyes inwardly. Sure, it was true, but was this level of modesty really necessary? Lifting Gao Jingjing into the passenger seat, he buckled her in. Then, adjusting his own seat, Li Yuan slammed the gas pedal and took off at breakneck speed. Though the Apollo sun god couldn't match the Great Lizard's top speed, who would drive at maximum velocity for no reason. Under normal racing conditions, this car's performance was still quite impressive. After circling the block, Li Yuan drove back and tossed the keys to the well-dressed man. What's your name, bro? Li Yuan asked. My name is Yi Chen, the refined man replied. Nice name, Li Yuan remarked, having assumed he was named Yi Chen, a common protagonist moniker. It's just average third best in the country, Yi Chen replied, putting his newfound knowledge to immediate use. Li Yuan froze for a moment. Gao Jingjing covered her mouth and giggled. What's your name, bro? Yi Chen asked Li Yuan. My name is Li Yuan. You're Li Yuan? Anqing University student? Wu Meishue's boyfriend? Yi Chen looked surprised. What, you've heard of me? Li Yuan asked curiously. Someone approached me wanting to place an order for your life. I refused, Yi Chen replied. Who? Li Yuan's expression darkened. I can't reveal that. You should know that telling you this already breaks a major rule in our line of work, Yi Chen said sternly. Understood. I'll look into this myself, Li Yuan said. Alright, I'll take my leave then. Yi Chen started the Apollo sun god and drove away. Who wants you dead? Gao Jingjing asked anxiously. I already have my suspicions. I'm not worried about myself, I just fear they might be threatened, Li Yuan replied. Although he could reverse time using his modification attempts, it would inevitably leave unpleasant memories in Li Yuan's mind. It was better to nip the danger in the bud. Is Wu Meishue the girl who went to the dance school with you that day? Gao Jingjing thought the name suited her perfectly. There was an outward charm about her. Gao Jingjing's innate allure was every bit as potent as Wu Meishue's. After last night, her inner charm had begun to awaken. Every smile and frown could stir a man's interest, truly a rare beauty in this world. Few men could resist her charm. Just then, two men approached. Young Master Li has arrived. Our apologies for not greeting you sooner, Xiong Kuahai and Zhen Keshuang said, seeing that Yi Chen and Li Yuan hadn't clashed. And you are? Li Yuan inquired. I'm the head of the Anqing branch. My name is Xiong Kuahai. This is Zheng Keshuang, a member of the Capital Supercar Club. Oh. Li Yuan nodded indifferently, neither overly warm nor cold. Chapter 90, Solving Gao Jingjing's Worries in a Few Words. Seeing that Li Yuan seemed indifferent to them, Xiong Kuahai and Zheng Keshuang decided to invite him upstairs for coffee. Young Master Li, why not come upstairs for a cup of coffee? It's freshly ground, you know. Xiong Kuai extended the invitation. Li Yuan thought for a moment before suddenly addressing Zheng Keshuang. You're the big shot from Beijing, right? Ever heard of Tiancheng Entertainment? Of course. Zheng Keshuang replied, glancing at Gao Jingjing in the passenger seat. Upon hearing the name Tiancheng Entertainment, Gao Jingjing perked up her ears. All right. Let's discuss upstairs then, Li Yuan said. Anna, go take a stroll on the runway. Jingjing and I need to discuss something, Li Yuan called out to Anna. All right. Anna assumed Li Yuan was going to help Jingjing resolve her trouble. Driving to the club's entrance, Li Yuan got out, picked up Gao Jingjing, and carried her into the spacious club office building. The entire time, Gao Jingjing buried her face in Li Yuan's chest, unable to face anyone. She could walk, it just hurt a bit, but Li Yuan's bossy behavior made Gao Jingjing's heart flutter with sweetness. They entered a spacious, well-lit office. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a distant view of the club's running track. Mr. Xiong, your office is quite impressive. Li Yuan remarked, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows. If you like it, young Master Li, feel free to come by often. Xiong Kuai offered warmly. If Li Yuan came often, wouldn't that mean more chances to interact? I'll make time when I can. Testing sports car performance here is quite convenient, Li Yuan replied. You're more than welcome. Xiong Kuai beamed. He then went to prepare hand-ground coffee, while Li Yuan and Zheng Keshuang sat facing each other on the sofa. Young Master Li, do you have a beef with Tiancheng Entertainment? Zheng Keshuang asked first. Yeah, some pickle shop owner tried to use dirty tricks to bully my woman. I couldn't just stand by and watch. Li Yuan said. Zheng Keshuang glanced at Gao Jingjing beside Li Yuan. She was indeed stunningly beautiful. No wonder Li Yuan had stepped in. A man's fury ignites for a woman's sake. I did hear they changed owners. The new one seems to be named Park Jicheng. What a fool, daring to cross young Master Li. Zheng Keshuang felt pity for that Park Jicheng. With Li Yuan's immense financial power, taking down an entertainment agency would be a piece of cake. Since I'm in the capital anyway, I'll take care of this for young Master Li. Just tell me what outcome you want. Zheng Keshuang declared with authority. In Beijing's underworld, he held some sway. While he couldn't guarantee everything, taking down Tiancheng Entertainment was well within his capabilities. Gao Jingjing watched curiously from Li Yuan's side, puzzled why a Beijing playboy would be so deferential to him. Could it be just because Li Yuan owned a few supercars? That seemed unlikely. There must be something else she didn't know. What do you think of the profession of eunuchs? Li Yuan didn't answer directly, instead posing a seemingly irrelevant question. It's quite good, young Master Li. I understand now. Zheng Keshuang's heart sank. This Li Yuan appeared handsome and sunny, but when it came to business, he was ruthless. He intended to turn that Park Jicheng into a eunuch. I want Tiancheng Entertainment. Mr. Zhang, you'll handle the negotiations. Li Yuan stated. No problem, Zheng Keshuang agreed readily. With just a few simple sentences, the fate of Tiancheng Entertainment and that Park Jicheng was sealed. That was power. Gao Jingjing had witnessed firsthand what it meant to reduce a mighty force to ashes with a casual smile. Though the matter wasn't settled yet, she wouldn't doubt the influence of a Beijing playboy. Her affection for Li Yuan deepened. He was doing all this for her sake. She longed to repay Li Yuan on the spot, but the timing and place were both wrong. If Li Yuan checked the system, he'd see Gao Jingjing's intimacy level with him had skyrocketed to 95. I'll call my father right now and have him handle the Tiancheng Entertainment matter, Zheng Keshuang declared. That would be a great help, young Master Zhang. Our families can certainly strengthen our ties going forward, Li Yuan replied, offering a sweetener or perhaps an empty promise. Wasn't that exactly what he wanted? Thank you for your generosity, young Master Li. Zheng Keshuang was extremely polite towards someone like Li Yuan, a trillionaire. He knew how terrifying the power of money could be when wielded by someone of this caliber. Hello, Dad. Xiao Shuang, what is it? Zheng's father's voice came through the phone. Dad, handle this immediately. Force the new Tiancheng Entertainment boss, Park Jicheng, to transfer the company. Then teach him a lesson, nothing too severe, just make sure he can't have any more kids. Zheng Keshuang stated this in front of Li Yuan and Gao Jingjing. Give me a reason, Zhang Yexing replied sternly. A trillionaire tycoon entrusted me with this favor. His willingness to trust us is a huge honor. Zheng Keshuang declared. Trillions? Not only was Zhang Yexing stunned on the other end of the line, but Gao Jingjing also looked at Li Yuan in disbelief. Li Yuan watched Gao Jingjing's slightly parted lips. If the occasion had permitted, he might have. No need to be shocked. It's just pocket change. Li Yuan said, trying to sound cool. Hearing this, the others were even more stunned. You call trillions pocket money? How can you be so pretentious? But Li Yuan was telling the truth. It's been verified, no issues. You need to resolve this as soon as possible. Zheng Keshuang understood Zheng Yexing's concerns and offered a reassuring reminder, the assets are in order. Got it, leave it to me. After hanging up, Zheng Yexing felt elated. His son Zheng Keshuang had befriended a truly formidable figure.
He calmed his excitement, then called his industry contacts to pressure Tancheng Entertainment.
Park Ji-ching, unaware of the impending disaster, was still shamelessly bullying newcomers within Tancheng Entertainment.
But soon enough, his phone was flooded with calls, ringing non-stop.
Damn it, who is it? Annoying.
Park Ji-sung was so irritated he had to stop what he was doing.
He picked up the phone and snapped, "What is it?"
Mr. Park, it's bad news, a lot of our content has been taken down.
What should we do now? His subordinate reported. What's going on? Why were they suddenly taken down?
Park Ji-sung lost all interest in continuing his game upon hearing this.
No idea.
They didn't give any notice, just told us to wait for further instructions, the subordinate replied. But someone sent word they want you to resign immediately, sell the company, or face even harsher measures.
Who the hell is this?
Park Ji-ching screamed in rage. He immediately contacted his father, who was in Korea. But his father had also received threats from certain figures in the capital. Sell the company, his father advised.
Otherwise, it'll just become an empty shell. Quit now and you can salvage something.
Support requested, power boost needed.
Chapter 91, Anna gets beaten.
Young Master Li will definitely settle the Tancheng Entertainment matter within the next few days, Zheng Keshuang assured him.
All right. Xiong Kuai had just finished brewing the coffee and brought it over. Li Yuan picked up a cup and took a sip. It was indeed excellent.
Mr. Xiong, you make some excellent coffee, Li Yuan praised. When I have free time, I enjoy tinkering with this stuff. I've developed a bit of a knack for it, Xiong Kuai said with a look of pride.
Very nice.
A leisurely life indeed, Li Yuan remarked. Back then, he hadn't had any grand ambitions, he just wanted to find a company where he could sip tea, watch movies, play games, and still get paid. Now that money was no longer a worry, he found this old-school, retired official lifestyle rather appealing. Sister Anna was tearing up the club's runway in her Koenigsegg, though her skills were limited. Straight-line acceleration was fine, but the moment she hit a curve, she slowed to a snail's pace.
Sister Anna was terrified that if she pressed the accelerator a bit too hard while turning, the car would just bolt out of control.
If it flipped or crashed into a wall, selling her wouldn't even cover the damages.
Damn, who is this?
Their driving is terrible, as clumsy as a shark's flipper, someone sneered. The crowd turned to see the source, none other than young Master Huang.
No wonder he was so quick to criticize.
Young Master Huang was notorious for his sharp tongue, a veritable trash-talking machine. It's a new member brought in today, someone explained briefly to young Master Huang.
Another new member?
Young Master Huang had just arrived and hadn't witnessed the earlier scene.
Yeah, a really young, handsome guy.
He brought along a pretty little starlet named Gao Jingjing.
Who's Gao Jingjing?
Since she hadn't been famous for long, not everyone recognized Gao Jingjing, young Master Huang being one of them. A stunningly beautiful rising star, she's got a look that'll knock your socks off.
Someone swallowed greedily.
After her battle with Li Yuan, Gao Jingjing's every smile and frown carried a seductive allure powerful enough to leave men with weaker resolve utterly spellbound.
Oh? How does she compare to Xiao Meng?
Young Master Huang asked with interest.
Xiao Meng can't hold a candle to Gao Jingjing.
They're worlds apart.
Gao Jingjing blows Xiao Meng out of the water. That gorgeous? Young Master Huang's interest grew even more. Here's a photo of Gao Jingjing.
She's even more captivating in person than in pictures, someone said, pulling out a portrait of Gao Jingjing to show young Master Huang.
She really is beautiful. How did I not know about her before? Young Master Huang lamented.
So the one in the car is Gao Jingjing? Asked young Master Huang.
No, it seems to be Gao Jingjing's agent.
I don't know her name, but she's a very alluring middle-aged woman.
A mature woman.
Mature women have their own charm too, as long as they're sultry enough.
Young Master Huang was no novice himself.
I'll go take a look, young Master Huang declared. Young Master Huang, that person is quite powerful, you know. Someone who drives a Koenigsegg 1:1 supercar, you'd better weigh your options carefully, someone kindly warned.
I'm not picking a fight with that rich kid. I just want to have some fun with his little starlet. I'll compensate him. Young Master Huang believed the wealthy young man wouldn't risk a conflict over some minor celebrity.
They were both club members. Even if there was a gap in status, he was surely more valuable than some minor celebrity. That's why young Master Huang was so confident.
As Anna carefully parked the Koenigsegg off the runway, a Ferrari supercar pulled up beside her. A perfectly ripe peach indeed, young Master Huang admired.
Seeing the wealthy young man leering at her, Anna felt annoyed but dared not show anger.
She didn't have Li Yuan's backing. I hear you're Gao Jingjing's agent. I'd like to take her out for dinner.
Name your price, young Master Huang stated bluntly. Celebrities typically had a price for dining out, and young Master Huang naturally assumed Gao Jingjing had one too. It was just a matter of how high or low.
Young Master, you've misunderstood.
Our Jingjing doesn't attend dinner parties, Sister Anna hastily declined.
Not participating in dinners? Then what's she doing here? This is a supercar club. Does Gao Jingjing own 2 supercars?
Young Master Huang sneered. Jingjing came with her boyfriend, Sister Anna explained.
Boyfriend? A mere actor dreaming of marrying into wealth? Utterly delusional. They're just playing games.
So while she's still young, she should leverage her assets, attend more dinners, rake in more cash, and achieve financial freedom sooner, young Master Huang declared.
Young master, it's not what you think. Jingjing genuinely doesn't attend these dinners, Sister Anna reiterated. Smack.
Young Master Huang delivered a hard slap across Sister Anna's face. Sister Anna's face flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes from the sting.
You've got some nerve, refusing me? Do you even know who I am?
After being rejected twice by Sister Anna, young Master Huang's temper flared, and he lost all restraint. Arrange a dinner with Gao Jingjing immediately, or I'll make sure neither of you leaves Anqing alive, young Master Huang roared.
I'll make a call.
Seeing she couldn't handle this alone, Sister Anna could only appeal to Li Yuan and Gao Jingjing to intervene. She feared another word might invite a punch as heavy as a sandbag.
And if he hit her, it would be pointless, she couldn't fight back. Hello, Sister Anna, Gao Jingjing answered the call. Jingjing, this young master insists you attend a dinner gathering. I can't persuade him otherwise. Could you and Li Yuan come down? Sister Anna explained. Ha? Gao Jingjing looked toward the floor-to-ceiling window from the sofa, trying to see what was happening on the runway. But the sofa was too far from the window, she couldn't see a thing. Gao Jingjing got up and walked toward the glass. What's wrong? Li Yuan asked, noticing her movement. Sister Anna said some rich kid is insisting I attend a dinner party. No matter what she says, he won't listen.
I think Sister Anna must be being bullied, otherwise she wouldn't have called me, Gao Jingjing said urgently. Li Yuan knew exactly what she meant by dinner gathering, and his expression immediately darkened.
He wrapped one arm around Gao Jingjing's waist and pulled her to the window. Sure enough, in the distance, Sister Anna stood with a young man. Sister Anna seemed to be covering her face. Had she been hit?
Let's go out there, Li Yuan said coldly. It's that bastard Huang Hama. Xiong Kuai joined them at the window. Spotting the figure in the distance, though unable to make out the face clearly, Xiong Kuai instantly recognized who it was based on his familiarity with each member. Yellow Toad was the nickname he'd given young Master Huang. Li Yuan carried Gao Jingjing back downstairs. Today, Gao Jingjing had thoroughly experienced the comfort of Li Yuan's embrace. Xiong Kuai and Zhang Kushuang exchanged a glance before following suit. After settling Gao Jingjing into the passenger seat, Li Yuan sped toward the runway. Support needed, power boost required. Chapter 92, Making Young Master Huan Lick the Tires. The roar of the supercar grew louder, drawing the attention of both Sister Anna and young Master Huang. As it drew nearer, Li Yuan showed no sign of slowing down, driving straight toward young Master Huang. Young Master Huang was startled. Did he intend to run him over? How dare he? Just as the supercar was about to collide with him, Li Yuan executed a flawless drift. The rear of the car grazed the hem of young Master Huang's robe before coming to a stop beside him. This left young Master Huang drenched in cold sweat. His initial shock gave way to impotent rage. You! How dare you try to run me over? Young Master Huang kicked the tire of the lizard-like sports car. Li Yuan stepped out of the car, his cold gaze fixed on Huang Dashi as if he were already dead. Driven by rage, young Master Huang lunged at Li Yuan, abandoning any earlier desire to befriend him. Stop! Xiong Kuai shouted from behind, rushing to the scene. He feared Li Yuan might get hurt. But young Master Huang was already blinded by rage. Having already struck out, he couldn't hold back. He had no intention of stopping either. You dare kick my car? Li Yuan struck first, landing a kick squarely on young Master Huang's knee. Young Master Huang instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground in front of Li Yuan. Li Yuan grabbed Huang Dashi by the hair, yanked him up, and forced him to his knees on the ground. You insulted my family, Li Yuan declared, delivering a hard slap across Huang Dashi's face. You hit my friend. Seeing Anna's reddened face, Li Yuan delivered another powerful punch to Huang Dashi's face. Hitting on my girlfriend. Another hard slap. Kicked my car. Another blow. Blocking my view. Another. Hitting my hand. 1. Force is mutual. Polluting the air. 1. Young Master Huan was seeing stars from the blows. If Li Yuan hadn't grabbed his hair, he would have been knocked flat on the ground. Young Master Li, show some mercy. Xiong Kuai hurriedly interjected. He hadn't expected Li Yuan to move so swiftly. One strike had sent young Master Huang crashing to his knees, where a barrage of slaps rained down like they were free. Li Yuan flung Huang Dashi to the ground, planting one foot firmly on his head and pressing down with slight force. Young Master Huang howled in agony. The other club members watched in shock. This new member was surprisingly violent. But didn't he fear retaliation for offending young Master Huang? What does his family do? How dare he act so brazenly? Li Yuan asked Xiong Kuai while keeping his foot on Huang Dashi. His family runs hospitals, private hospitals and cosmetic clinics and manufactures cosmetics. Their total market value is around 20 billion yuan, Xiong Kuai replied. Did you hear that? My company's worth 20 billion. Let go of me right now, or else. Ow. That hurts. Young Master Huang tried to threaten Li Yuan, but Li Yuan only increased the pressure under his foot, making Huang wince in pain.
A measly little company worth 20 billion yuan, and you dare challenge me? Li Yuan sneered coldly. Huang toad, keep your mouth shut.
Don't bring disaster upon your family, Xiong Kuai intervened.
Bro, grab him quick. How dare he hit me?
I'll make him pay dearly.
Young Master Huang was utterly humiliated, his face burning with embarrassment.
He just wanted to get up as quickly as possible, with no spare energy left for thinking.
Ow, ow, that hurts. Li Yuan pressed down harder with his foot. I can't do that.
Since you refuse to listen, don't come here anymore.
You're expelled.
Xiong Kuai said sternly.
Brother Xiong, what did you say? You're expelling me? Just because of him? Young Master Huang finally regained a shred of his senses.
He couldn't fathom why Xiong Kuai would expel him for Li Yuan's sake.
Huang toad, Xiong Kuai said, heaven's wrath can be defied, but self-inflicted doom is inescapable.
It would be child's play for young Master Li to wipe out your entire family.
Ah!
Only then did young Master Huang feel fear. Given Xiong Kuai's relationship with the Huang family, he wouldn't lie about this matter. Especially now that he was being trampled underfoot, yet Xiong Kuai was expelling him instead.
This alone showed how formidable Li Yuan's power was.
Young Master Li, I was wrong.
Please spare me.
Huang Xiaoxiao began begging for mercy.
Why didn't you do this sooner?
You were so arrogant just moments ago, Li Yuan sneered coldly. Those who had attacked him now thought a single plea could resolve the conflict.
Young Master Li, please be magnanimous.
Just let it go like a fart in the wind, Wang Dishiao pleaded. All his bravado was built on the Huang family's power.
If Li Yuan could easily wipe out the Huang family, he'd become a rat everyone wanted to beat.
He was known for his sharp tongue, and others refrained from confronting him only because they feared the Huang family's influence. If the Huang family fell, he could already envision his miserable future. He knew firsthand, having once dealt with a down-and-out young master who had crossed him. The methods were brutally cruel not just physically, but psychologically as well. Young Master Li, he knows he's wrong.
What do you say?
Xiong Kuai interjected at just the right moment.
Lick my sports car's tires clean, and I might consider letting him off, Li Yuan said flatly. Lick the sports car tires?
Young Master Huang seethed inwardly.
How utterly humiliating.
The others also felt a chill at this demand.
Wasn't this a bit too much to ask? Would Huang, a wealthy young master of such stature, stoop to licking tires? Support needed. Chapter 93, Gao Jingjing personally thanks Li Yuan. Chapter content download failed. Chapter 94, bar pickup. Chapter content download failed. Chapter 95, the old tricks, hero rescues the beauty.
Su Huijing followed Li Yuan's gaze and saw the scene too, her expression darkening instantly. As a woman herself, she knew the consequences of being picked up after death. Those who could let go might be fine, but for those who couldn't, the consequences ranged from depression to suicide.
You know him? Su Huijing asked. Yeah, we met once, but haven't seen each other since. I'll go handle this. Li Yuan stood up and walked over. As a stone woman, Song Huilian wouldn't lose her virginity, but she'd still be taken advantage of. At the very least, the high ground would be lost.
The two men supporting Song Huilian were secretly delighted.
Today, they'd hit the jackpot.
Such a rare find girls like this, they'd only ever seen on TV or in short videos.
Never did they expect to snag one today.
For a single night of pleasure, they'd gladly trade 10 years of their lives. But before they could step outside, a towering figure blocked their path. Excuse us, the two men said politely, wanting to avoid trouble.
What if I say no? Li Yuan countered calmly. Bro, listen, let's split it.
How about the three of us enjoy her together, whispered the guy in blue to Li Yuan.
They didn't want to make a scene. If the bouncers spotted such a prime catch, they'd be out of luck.
That's why they planned to lure Li Yuan out first, then subdue him together, making him smell the soup but never get a taste.
Screw you, I want it all to myself. Li Yuan swiftly unleashed a lightning-fast double whip strike, landing blows on both their faces.
Both men fell backward, knocking Song Huilian off balance as she crashed toward the ground.
Li Yuan stepped forward, reached out, and scooped Song Huilian into his arms.
The sudden movement jolted Song Huilian awake. She opened her sleepy eyes and saw the handsome face mere inches from hers, instantly intoxicated once more.
So handsome. He looks familiar. It must be an illusion.
After regaining her senses briefly, the alcohol surged back and she shook her head, closing her eyes once more.
His embrace feels so warm, she murmured softly. You're asking for it.
Seeing the beauty snatched away, the two men on the ground lost all restraint, immediately drawing their switchblades. The blades sprang out, their sharp edges glinting dangerously under the bar's colorful lights. Seeing knives drawn, the surrounding crowd scattered in panic.
Hand her over now, or don't blame us for being ruthless, the two men said coldly.
They wanted a quick resolution without escalating the situation.
First, they'd intimidate Li Yuan. If that worked, great. If not, they'd resort to force. Come on, you two punks. Li Yuan held Song Huilian in his left arm while beckoning the pair with a provocative flick of his right finger. Damn it. These guys weren't pushovers, they'd gone so far as to drug and rape someone. Seeing Li Yuan's provocation, they lunged at him with knives in rage. When the enemy attacks with blades, we have unlimited firepower. Li Yuan swiftly delivered 2 kicks, striking their chests. Snap. Snap. 2 crisp snaps echoed as their ribs shattered, sending both men flying several meters away under Li Yuan's force. What's going on? The bar's enforcer finally emerged. The man was a burly brute with a face full of fleshy bulges, the kind who looked like trouble and could scare children to tears. Nothing. Get lost. Su Huijing walked over and said coldly. Who the hell dares? Black Rose? Sis. I'm outta here. The burly thug had started cursing, but upon recognizing Su Huijing, he immediately backed down. He dragged his henchmen away, leaving the 2 men who had tried to pick up the fallen bodies behind. Who's that woman? Even Sang Biao, scared of her, wondered a regular at the Lan Tu bar. No idea, but she's gorgeous. That drunk woman was beautiful too. I kinda wanted to yell, let them go, I'll take over, but I'm scared of getting beaten up. Getting beaten up is the least of it. Didn't you see those 2 guys? They flew several meters. They'll probably be bedridden for months. Those 2 really are pitiful. They started out so happy, and now they're so miserable. Let's go. Li Yuan scooped up Song Huilian and said to Su Huijing. At reader's request, using his image. Outside the Lan Tu bar, Li Yuan hailed a cab and took the 2 women back to Su Huijing's place. Sorry to inconvenience you again today. After settling Song Huilian on the spare bed, Li Yuan embraced Su Huijing apologetically. What's there to feel wronged about? You didn't stand me up. It's just one more woman. Su Huijing wrapped her arms around Li Yuan's waist, unconcerned. You're such a kind-hearted big sister, Li Yuan murmured tenderly, running his fingers through Su Huijing's hair. Su Huijing, under the influence of alcohol, exuded a faint, lingering fragrance. Being so close to her, Li Yuan could naturally smell it. After taking 2 deep breaths, Li Yuan felt a rush of warmth. Jing, Li Yuan murmured softly. Just as Su Huijing lifted her head, Li Yuan captured her red lips. Go inside, Su Huijing murmured indistinctly, though those 2 words were faintly discernible. Don't take off your high heels. Keep them on, Li Yuan said. Su Huijing murmured softly. Li Yuan scooped Su Huijing up and carried her toward the bedroom. Su Huijing wrapped her arms around Li Yuan, smiling blissfully. Chapter 96, I am a divine healer. Are you tired? Li Yuan stood behind Su Huijing, supporting her with both hands. Su Huijing shook her head. Sis Jing, step onto the nightstand, Li Yuan instructed. Su Huijing lifted 1 foot onto the nightstand, but wearing 15-centimeter heels, she was unsteady and needed Li Yuan to steady her. After striking numerous poses, Su Huijing finally grew too exhausted. She collapsed onto the bed, utterly unwilling to move another muscle. Li Yuan put away his digital camera and set it aside. Some people might be thinking dirty thoughts, but Li Yuan was just taking pictures. Omega? After the photoshoot, Li Yuan and Su Huijing took a romantic bath together. What transpired during that time remains unknown, perhaps only the replay could reveal it. After bathing, Li Yuan carried Su Huijing into the bedroom. By then, Su Huijing was too weak to stand on her own. Without Li Yuan's support, she would have remained in the bathroom. The moment he laid her on the bed, she fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the next room, Song Huilian had mostly sobered up. The earlier commotion had disturbed her sleep. Where am I? Song Huilian murmured, touching her flushed cheeks. Did I really see that gorgeous guy from the other day? Or was it just my imagination? Looks like the noise has stopped. Finally, I can get some decent sleep. Song Huilian breathed a sigh of relief. Though she was a stone woman, she still experienced normal emotions. But just as she was about to drift off, Song Huilian suddenly realized she was parched. Her attention had been focused on listening earlier, and she hadn't noticed the dryness in her mouth. Trying to endure it, Song Huilian found the discomfort too much to sleep through. She got up and left the room to find a glass of water. She tiptoed out of the room, using her phone as a flashlight. Though groggy, she always kept her phone in her inner pocket. In the living room, she spotted the water dispenser but couldn't find a cup, so she decided to go to the kitchen for a bowl. Li Yuan heard the noise outside. He glanced at the sleeping Su Huijing, threw on a robe, and got up to leave the room. The living room light suddenly flashed on. Startled, Song Huilian spilled water all over the floor as she drank, nearly choking on it. It really is you. Song Huilian recognized Li Yuan and finally regained her composure. Yeah, it's me. Why did you suddenly get yourself so drunk today? Li Yuan asked curiously. What else could it be? Heartbreak. Drowning sorrows in alcohol, Song Huilian replied in a desolate tone. Heartbroken? How could your boyfriend possibly give up such a stunning beauty? He really doesn't know how to cherish you, Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Song Huilian was a rare beauty. Even he, who'd seen countless beauties, found her exceptional. For that guy to walk away from her, he was truly something else. What good is beauty? Song Huilian murmured, her voice heavy with sorrow. Because of your stone woman condition? Li Yuan blurted out. How did you know? Song Huilian stared at Li Yuan in shock. Did he see it when he took off my clothes earlier? Did he take advantage of me? Song Huilian wondered inwardly. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within her, not quite anger, not quite sorrow, not quite joy. They tangled together, causing her expression to shift constantly. Seeing your expression, I knew you'd jump to conclusions. I didn't touch you, you know. I'm a divine healer, I know a thing or two about medicine. I could tell just by looking, Li Yuan bluffed. But while Li Yuan could back up his boasts, others' bragging was just empty talk. Almost forgetting today's revision limit, Li Yuan hastily maxed out his medical skill level, effortlessly making his boast ring true. You know medicine? You can diagnose this illness? Song Huilian looked skeptical. Do you also have the habit of getting up at night to use the bathroom? Li Yuan observed Song Huilian's complexion and made his diagnosis. You know that too? Song Huilian was starting to believe him. Let me take your pulse. Li Yuan held out his hand, palm facing up. Song Huilian hesitated for a moment before placing one hand on Li Yuan's palm. Feeling the warmth and suppleness of her small hand against his palm, Li Yuan placed his other hand on her wrist. His expression then darkened. It's not the smiling face of a traditional doctor you fear, but the lowered brows. Seeing Li Yuan's sudden change in expression, Song Huilian grew alarmed and hurriedly asked, What's wrong? You seem to have some kidney deficiency, Li Yuan said solemnly. That's it? I thought I had some incurable disease. Song Huilian breathed a sigh of relief. Kidney deficiency can be treated with proper care. It's not that simple. You have a congenital absence of the vaginal opening. If this issue isn't addressed, your condition will only worsen, Li Yuan stated earnestly. Then what should I do? Song Huilian began to panic. Don't worry. Meeting me is your good fortune. Li Yuan adopted the air of a divine healer, appearing somewhat mysterious. Seriously shameless, the system, currently accumulating experience points, suddenly chimed in. Can't you just watch your show instead of trying to make yourself relevant? Li Yuan snapped, embarrassed and angry. Sigh, the host is too shameless. I'm just enjoying this way too much. Hurry up and force yourself on her. Damn, this is so inappropriate. Li Yuan was speechless. Support requested. Chapter 97, Turning Song Huilian into a Special Constitution. You have a solution? Song Huilian asked urgently, as if clutching at a lifeline while drowning. Of course. I have a little pill here. Once you take it, it'll cure your condition as a stone woman, Li Yuan said. But doesn't this condition require surgery? Can a single pill really fix it? Song Huilian couldn't help but doubt him. Not with me. This isn't just any pill, it's a rare elixir I worked hard to obtain. Money can't buy it, Li Yuan exaggerated. Oh my. That sounds incredibly valuable. I couldn't possibly afford it. If it weren't for my fear of surgery, I'd borrow money to cure this condition, Song Huilian replied. It's fine. We share a connection, and this pill specifically treats this kind of ailment. Patients like you are rare. Just take it. I'll go get it for you. Li Yuan didn't give Song Huilian time to refuse, turning directly toward the bedroom. Song Huilian reached out to call him back, but her desperate desire to resolve her problem made her hesitate. Li Yuan entered the bedroom and searched quietly, but found no small pills. Then he remembered Ji Gon's leg stretching, eye glaring pills and thought, well, this will have to do. So Li Yuan dug deep into the creases of his thighs and armpits, vigorously rubbing until he gathered a small amount of grime. Having just finished showering, there wasn't much grime, and he only managed to form a tiny ball. Li Yuan glanced at the slightly pale mud pellet and chuckled to himself, you'll have to do. Stepping out of the bedroom, Li Yuan flashed the small pill at Song Huilian, not letting her see it clearly. This is the divine pill. Eat it quickly before it gets cold, Li Yuan accidentally let slip. Cold? Is this pill supposed to be warm? Song Huilian was puzzled. Of course. It's been kept perfectly. Li Yuan didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. Eat it quickly, Li Yuan urged. It's really too precious, Song Huilian still couldn't make up her mind. Li Yuan reached out and slipped the small mud pill directly into Song Huilian's mouth. He had no intention of wasting time arguing with her. Song Huilian swallowed it instinctively, then looked at Li Yuan with a troubled expression. Alright, she's already eaten it. The medicine should start taking effect soon, Li Yuan said. After giving the small mud pill to Song Huilian, Li Yuan directly modified her attributes on the system panel. Since he was making changes anyway, he had to upgrade her to a rare physique. Su Huijing had a body fragrance when drinking, essentially a wine-scented physique. Wu Meishue possessed an outwardly alluring physique. Gao Jingjing possessed an inner allure physique. Xi Mutong possessed the snow lotus constitution. Why not change Song Huilian to one of those top-tier M-type bodies? Li Yuan pondered inwardly. Then let's make her 1,000 earthworms. I hear women like that are easy to seduce, heh. Thoughts turned to action. Li Yuan directly modified Song Hualian's physique through the system interface. Song Hualian had assumed the potion would take at least half an hour to take effect.
Little did she know that within moments, she felt a distinct change in her body. The once impassable path gradually transformed into a narrow trail, and the previously sealed-off, habitable house finally reappeared. This potion's effects are way too fast.
Song Hualian exclaimed in astonishment. I told you, this isn't ordinary medicine, it's divine elixir, Li Yuan replied. Thank you so much. I don't even know how to repay you. This must be worth a fortune, right? Song Hualian asked, her eyes brimming with tears. She was overwhelmed with emotion. Want to repay me? How about offering yourself? Li Yuan said, seemingly joking. An old woman like me with a teenager like you, wouldn't that be like an old cow grazing on tender grass? Song Hualian was 9 years older than Li Yuan. If you're willing, what does age matter? Why should it concern us? Li Yuan leaned in, wrapping his arms around Song Hualian's exquisite willow waist. Her hourglass figure was truly exquisite.
You must have girlfriends.
Won't they mind? Song Hualian worried.
She didn't want to ruin someone else's family.
Yeah, a few. Li Yuan answered honestly.
But hearing that made one want to punch him.
A few? Song Hualian hadn't expected Li Yuan to be such a scumbag.
She'd thought the woman he'd just called was his girlfriend.
Do you think I'm a jerk? Li Yuan asked himself aloud.
No, Song Hualian hesitated to admit.
I admit I'm a jerk myself, but I never abandon them.
That's what sets me apart from most jerks, Li Yuan said.
Tell me about your ex-boyfriend.
Why did he break up with you?
Li Yuan asked curiously.
She remembered that last time she checked Song Hualian's profile, the system had shown her boyfriend trying to drug her. And Song Hualian had always kept her physical condition hidden from him.
Could it be that he discovered her condition after drugging her?
Song Hualian's expression darkened as she pondered for a moment before beginning to tell Li Yuan her story.
Please support. Chapter 98, Conquering the Ultimate Diva. Chapter content download failed. Chapter 99, the plan to distribute intimate items to the entire student body. Chapter content download failed. Chapter 100, Brother Jia is here. Li Yuan, are you scared? Xu Zixuan walked over and sat down beside him.
Not scared at all, I'm actually pretty excited, Li Yuan said with a thrilled look on his face.
What guy doesn't love a real gun? Girls probably love it too, right?
Seeing Xu Zixuan and Li Yuan so close together, many boys felt a pang of heartache.
Why had the school beauty they all admired thrown herself into Li Yuan's arms?
Having to witness this was truly cruel for them.
Xu Zixuan, Li Yuan doesn't deserve you. He's got several women on the side, he can't be faithful to you.
A boy who'd bottled up his feelings for ages finally erupted, shouting at the top of his lungs.
Everyone turned to see who was speaking. It was Zhang Zhe, a freshman suffering from paranoid delusions. But Li Yuan didn't know him, and he wasn't even in their class. I'll follow whoever I want. It's none of your business.
Xu Zixuan might look cute and innocent, but she was a tough little rebel with her own gang of rich kid hangers on, albeit mostly broke ones.
She certainly wasn't polite when talking to strangers.
Zhang Zhe was momentarily speechless, and many others were equally stunned. Besides being rich, handsome, fit, skilled in combat, talented with his mouth, and able to open a supercar with one hand, what else did Li Yuan have? What else could he do?
Nothing else. Why were so many goddesses head over heels for him, even knowing he had other women?
It was beyond comprehension.
So you want to challenge me?
Li Yuan flashed Zhang Zhe a wicked grin.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. I was just stating a fact. You've monopolized all 3 campus queens. What are we supposed to do? Zhang Zhe took a deep breath to steel himself before retorting. That's because I'm capable.
You can't find a girlfriend because you lack the skills. Don't blame your incompetence on me, Li Yuan retorted.
It's because you're too dazzling. You've stolen all the girls' attention, leaving us no chance.
Zhang Zhe retorted angrily.
So being too outstanding is my fault, huh? Li Yuan sneered.
Nothing annoyed him more than people who blamed others for everything.
Hey, Brother Jia.
This guy might be a bit dark-skinned, but he's got decent looks.
Why don't you take him to the grove for a chat? I'll give you a big reward later, Li Yuan said to a tall guy ahead.
Brother Jia was the guy who had dragged the frustrated guy away during the opening scene of Chapter 1.
His name was Jia Shibang, a junior student. Li Yuan knew him because he was notorious for always helping out other guys.
In the men's dormitory, Brother Jia was a fairly well-known figure.
Brother Jia had once harbored feelings for Li Yuan. After all, Li Yuan was incredibly handsome.
But after learning that Li Yuan had beaten up Kim Min-eun, he quickly abandoned those thoughts. Though he was tall and muscular, he was no match for Kim Min-eun, let alone Li Yuan.
Hey, buddy, let's head over to the grove and have a little chat. I want to take a look.
Jia Shibang hooked his arm around Zhang Zhe's shoulder and dragged him along.
No. Kanja had heard of Brother Jia's reputation too, feeling both thrilled and terrified inside. Did he have a DM personality? You're so bad, Xu Zixuan giggled, covering her mouth. Then I can take a look at you too. Don't leave after school, Li Yuan whispered softly into Chu Zixuan's ear. Eek. Chu Zixuan's face flushed instantly at his words. Seeing her face flush like that was truly beautiful. But unlike Li Yuan, the other students couldn't muster any joy. Their hearts were shattered into pieces. Why was Chu Zixuan blushing? It must be because that old pervert Li Yuan had said something lewd to her. Li Yuan, I'm innocent. I'm not old. And they couldn't hear or speak. How utterly frustrating. My goddess, why have you fallen so low? I'm the one meant for you. You? More like the true licker, right? Well, if you can lick, that's fine too. Soon, the drill instructor arrived with several buses. After the new recruits boarded in an orderly fashion, the vehicles set off for the military base. On the way to the base, Li Yuan opened his attribute panel, found the shooting option, and maxed it out to the human level cap. Hey, system, Li Yuan asked, when are you going to upgrade? Currently, the maximum limit for most options was capped at human max level. When would he be able to break through to non-human levels? Almost there, almost there. Next time you're doing it with your girlfriend, let me watch. Might just help you pick up the pace. Get lost, Li Yuan snapped. Got it. Lately I've been really into two types of videos. My mood's maxed out. Maybe soon I'll move from infancy to toddlerhood. How long do you think that'll take? Li Yuan asked. About 500 years. Holy, and you call that not too long from now? Li Yuan said, speechless. For someone like you who can freely alter their age, what's 500 years? Is there any way to speed things up? Li Yuan shot the system a look and asked. Sure. Let me watch your live stream. Forget it. One more word and I'll lock you in the darkroom. Li Yuan threatened. Fine, fine. What a stingy host. Should have bound myself to a pervert. Sigh, my youth is gone forever. Shut up. Li Yuan silenced the system outright. Tapping for updates, checking in. Chapter 101, Park Ji-sung's journey to sterilization. Beijing, Tiancheng Entertainment. After contacting his father yesterday, Park Ji-sung ultimately decided to sell Tiancheng Entertainment. His father revealed that the forces targeting them were immensely powerful, and the current ban on their works was merely a taste of things to come. If they refused to heed the warning, the company would face inspections, all kinds of inspections. Their artists wouldn't be able to take on commercial performances or events. If they chose to resist, he himself might end up in a detention cell. Thus, Park Ji-sung had no choice but to sell. Yet he harbored regret over failing to secure Gao Jingjing's contract. What if we pull Gao Jingjing's contract out? Sell everything else as a package deal. Park Ji-sung still clung to a sliver of hope. Little did he know that his current predicament stemmed precisely from his infatuation with Gao Jingjing's beauty. Li Yuan had entrusted the acquisition and signing matters to Aben. Aben specifically led a team to Beijing for the negotiations. During the signing process, Mr. Park, where is Gao Jingjing's contract? Aben inquired with a frown. Gao Jingjing's contract has been transferred to another company and is not included in this sale, Park Ji-sung replied. It seems Mr. Park lacks sincerity. In that case, this acquisition is off. I hope you leave the capital alive, Aben sneered coldly. To dare play such games with them, this Park Ji-sung must have been blinded by beauty. The word lust carries a hidden blade. That blade can sometimes become a swift, deadly edge. What exactly do you mean by that, Mr. Aben? Park Ji-sung's heart skipped a beat at the threat. Was he really after his life? Nothing special. Just what it says on the tin. Isn't it obvious? Aben sneered indifferently. A lowly black iron trash player dared to scheme against them, the top-tier champions? They could crush him with a flick of their wrist. Why must you have Gao Jingjing's contract, Mr. Aben? She's just a rookie. Park Ji-sung made one last desperate attempt. Nothing more to discuss. Goodbye. Aben had no desire to haggle. Since this blow hadn't hurt him enough, it was time to strike again. Wait, Mr. Aben, don't go. I'll get Gao Jingjing's contract right now. Park Ji-chung hurriedly called after him. Too late. The price is now back to 80% of the original offer, Aben said expressionlessly. Mr. Aben, you can't do this. Integrity matters. We agreed on this price from the start. Park Ji-sung protested immediately. 70%, Aben said coldly. Every hour, the price drops by 10%. And I'm confident no one will dare take over your Tiancheng Entertainment, otherwise, my boss will make sure they can't survive in this business. Aben declared with absolute certainty. Knowing Li Yuan's immense influence, Aben spoke with absolute confidence. Park Ji-chung now wished he could slap himself twice. All because he'd been greedy for Gao Jingjing's contract, now he'd lost tens of millions. I'll call my father. Park Ji-sung now felt powerless to decide and had to consult his father. Starting now, the acquisition price will decrease by 10% every hour, Aben stated calmly, glancing at his Rolex wristwatch. Park Ji-sung wasted no time, rushing out of the conference room to call his father. The two talked on the phone for a long time. Park's father even personally called his friends in Beijing's investment circles to inquire about who Aben's backer really was.
Most Beijing insiders were unaware of Li Yuan, but through Bin, they could trace the formidable power of highway investment. Moreover, with Zhang Yexing, a major Beijing power player, personally calling to suppress Tiancheng Entertainment, it was sheer folly for the little pickles to think they could save the company. Unless a more powerful figure stepped in to protect them. As the hour drew to a close, Park Ji-sung and his father finally decided to sell. Though they'd lose tens of millions, holding on would mean losing far more. Mr. Bin, we're selling, Park Ji-sung said dejectedly. That's the right call. Had you done this earlier, we would have sealed the deal long ago. Why waste each other's time? Bin replied with a light chuckle. That smile felt like a sharp blade piercing Park Ji-sung's heart. The signing was completed swiftly and notarized. From that day forward, Tiancheng Entertainment became part of highway investment. The moment the notarization concluded, the ban on Tiancheng Entertainment was lifted, and all its works were restored to normal distribution. Damn it! I hadn't even left the company yet, and they lifted the ban. How dare they treat me like this? Park Ji-sung nearly jumped 3 feet in the air upon hearing the news relayed by his company insider. As he stormed out of Tiancheng Entertainment cursing under his breath, a beat-up second-hand van quietly tailed him on his way home. Boss, the kid's out of the building. Should we move? A curly-haired kid asked a burly, bearded man inside the van. The burly man scanned the surroundings from inside the van. It was quiet, perfect for the job. Get ready. We'll move in shortly, the burly man said. The curly-haired man pulled out a slingshot and a spiked steel ball. The moment Park Ji-sung reappeared, the burly man barked, fire. The curly-haired guy released the slingshot, stretched to its limit, and the hedgehog marble shot out like lightning, striking Park Ji-sung below his solar plexus. Arg! Park Ji-sung collapsed to his knees, crimson blood pooling beneath him. Let's go. The burly man with the bushy beard drove away with the curly-haired kid. The vehicle was driven to a dilapidated junkyard, crushed into a flat disk, and dismantled piece by piece to erase all traces. Happy New Year! Fireworks! Wishing you academic success. Chapter 102, Tong Yen bound, instructor issues another challenge. After Yi Chen refused his request, Tong Guan's father, Tong Yen, sought out a foreign assassination agency to purchase the lives of Li Yuan and Wu Meishui. The agency, known as the Angel Assassination Group, was a fairly well-known European organization. After negotiations concluded, Tong Yen paid 20 million yuan to secure the deaths of Li Yuan and Wu Meishui. Li Yuan, Wu Meishui, you killed my son. I will make sure you pay with your lives, Tong Yen said through gritted teeth. Master, the car is ready. Mrs. Zhang called to say she's arrived at the safe house, the Tong family butler informed Tong Yen. Very well. I won't be returning tonight. Should the lady inquire, inform her I've gone to investigate Tong Guan's whereabouts, Tong Yen instructed. Understood, sir, the butler replied respectfully. Watching Tong Yen walk away, the butler let out a wicked smile and headed toward the mistress's room. Seated in the back of the Bentley, Tong Yen closed his eyes to rest. He had a night of mahjong ahead and needed to be sharp. But just a few kilometers after leaving his villa, multiple vehicles suddenly appeared, recklessly cutting in and separating Tong Yan's car from his bodyguards. The driver slammed on the brakes to avoid a collision. Seeing the situation was dire, he attempted to reverse. But the vehicles behind were pressed tightly against the rear, leaving no room to maneuver backward. More than a dozen burly men emerged from several vehicles, all wearing black hoods with sheer fabric covering even their eyes and noses, concealing every facial feature. The driver quickly locked the doors and reached for his phone to call the police. With the performance of this armored Bentley, it should be able to hold out for a while, waiting for police and home security forces to arrive. But when the driver dialed the number and received a no signal prompt, he realized there wasn't a single bar of reception. Sir, there's no signal. They must have activated a signal jamming device, the driver said with a grim expression. Who would be so audacious as to attempt a kidnapping in broad daylight? Tong Yen was both furious and anxious. He deeply regretted agreeing to play mahjong with Mrs. Zhang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten himself into this mess. Sir, our vehicle is bulletproof. They shouldn't be able to breach it that quickly. Once the lead bodyguards escape, they'll definitely find a way to contact the home security team to rescue us, the driver said. Let's hope so. Tong Yen could only pin his hopes on the front guards now. But when they saw the bandits outside pull out handheld gas cutters, despair washed over them. The driver could only hammer the struggling engine to start the car and ram forward and backward, but the limited acceleration made the maneuver ineffective. The gas torch quickly burned a gaping hole through the Bentley's door lock. The bandits used large pliers to pry open the door. Just tell me what you want. Please don't hurt me. Tong Yen shouted. We're not bad people. We just want to invite Mr. Tong for a cup of tea. We were afraid you might refuse, so we got a little rough, a burly man said in a disguised voice. Tong Yen tried to resist, but after several slaps, he fell silent, no longer daring to fight back. With a hood pulled over his head, Tong Yen was thrown into a vehicle. The driver was hooded and tossed into another vehicle. They then doused the Bentley with gasoline and set it ablaze. Tong Yan's bodyguard attempted to pursue them, but at an intersection, he was struck and overturned by a large truck.
From that moment on, all traces of Tong Yen vanished. Tong Yen and the driver were taken to an abandoned factory to await their final fate. After a bumpy ride, Li Yuan and his group finally arrived at the live fire shooting range. Had the instructors not been present, the boys would have cheered immediately. "We're here. Dismount in an orderly fashion." The instructor turned around and shouted after the vehicle came to a stop. "Whoa!" Despite the order, the boys couldn't contain their excitement and let out a collective shout. "Silence!" The instructor bellowed, and the students finally quieted down, though the excitement on their faces remained impossible to hide. After forming ranks, the instructor picked up a rifle and began explaining its production, design, and practical applications. Only the core specifications remained unmentioned. The instructor then began the training session: how to load bullets, chamber a round, engage the safety, and fire the weapon. The students listened intently, absorbing every detail. After the instruction, it was time for hands-on practice. Each person received 5 rounds of ammunition. Once they were gone, that was it. "Li Yuan, wanna race us in shooting?" The instructor walked over and asked. Li Yuan's instructor was known as the human cannonball, not only skilled in close combat but also adept with guns and artillery. Ever since losing to Li Yuan in hand-to-hand combat last time, he'd been itching to prove his marksmanship skills against him. "Instructor, aren't you afraid you might lose to me in shooting too?" Li Yuan grinned mischievously. After all, he was a man with cheat codes. "There's no way I'd lose to you. Good marksmanship comes from feeding bullets into your hands. I've fired tens of thousands of rounds to get to this level. How could someone who's never even touched a real gun possibly match me?" The instructor chuckled. "So you're just openly bullying me, huh?" Li Yuan feigned exasperation. "You bet. Ever since I lost that hand-to-hand combat match to you last time, I've been waiting for this day." The instructor was a straight shooter, wearing his heart on his sleeve. "I've got a natural talent for shooting. Don't let me humiliate you," Li Yuan declared confidently. "I don't buy it. Come on, let's see. Happy Year of the Rabbit. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune." Chapter 103, The Flamboyant 100 Ring Shot. "You gotta let me fire a few rounds to practice. I've only ever played with toy guns." Li Yuan wasn't about to pass up the chance to get more shots in. "Fine, I'll give you 10 rounds to practice with," the instructor said generously. 10 rounds it is. Li Yuan planned to get his fill here first. Once he went abroad someday, he'd grab a Gatling gun and blast wild boars. He'd heard hunting was legal abroad now, with coyotes and wild boars running rampant. Some countries even allowed crocodile hunting. Li Yuan wanted to experience all of that. After all, shooting targets was nowhere near as fun as hunting live game. "Instructor, that's not fair. Why does Li Yuan get 10 shots while we only get 5, one student protested. "Because Li Yuan can beat me in close combat. If you can last 20 moves against me, I'll let you have 10 shots too," the instructor replied. Hearing this, the student backed down. Who would want to go up against that beast of a guy? After lying prone, Li Yuan began aiming at the target. Despite possessing maxed-out marksmanship skills, he had to deliberately make himself look like a novice. What a tragedy. First shot, Li Yuan scored 6 points, drawing the instructor's mockery. Second shot, 7 points. The instructor still laughed. Third shot, Li Yuan scored 8 points. The instructor merely curled his lip. Fourth shot, Li Yuan scored 9 points. The instructor's face remained expressionless. Fifth shot, Li Yuan scored 10 points, and the instructor showed some surprise. The sixth shot, Li Yuan still scored 10 points, and the instructor's astonishment deepened. From the 7th to the 10th shot, Li Yuan scored 10 rings each time. Everyone stared in astonishment at Li Yuan lying prone on the ground. He really is superhuman. "Instructor, what do you think?" Li Yuan stood up, ejected the magazine, and engaged the safety before addressing the instructor. "Impressive, impressive. You didn't train before, did you?" the instructor asked suspiciously. "I told you I'm unnatural with guns. Even when I was a kid playing with toy guns, I always hit the bullseye every single time," Li Yuan boasted. Anyway, no one was going to investigate his childhood, and even if they did, he wasn't afraid. "Let's try again. If you can still hit the bullseye every time, I'll be truly impressed." The instructor now held Li Yuan in considerable regard. His earlier disdain vanished, and he now regarded Li Yuan as a worthy opponent. The two took their positions, each holding 10 bullets. "Who do you think will win?" the students behind them began discussing. "Li Yuan, of course." The girls unanimously sided with him. Li Yuan just got lucky earlier. Now that he's facing the instructor, he'll feel the pressure. He won't perform as well as before. Think about all those superhuman things Li Yuan does, taking down the instructor in one move, running 100 meters in 9.59 seconds, juggling 3 relationships at once. Tell me, is that something a normal human can pull off? What the heck does dating 3 girls at once mean? The 3 school beauties. Damn it, take Li Yuan down. After Li Yuan and the instructor took cover, they began aiming and firing. Both shooters were steady, hitting perfect 10s on their first 7 shots. But on the 8th shot, a sudden gust of wind blew through, causing both targets to wobble. Li Yuan quickly realized that if he stuck to his original aiming path, he'd definitely hit the 9 ring. He made a slight adjustment. The instructor, however, lacked such exceptional shooting awareness and ultimately hit a 9 on his 8th shot. Both Li Yuan and the instructor scored perfect 10s on their final 2 shots. Who won? No idea. We'll have to wait for the results. Xu Zixuan silently cheered for Li Yuan from behind. I'd gladly sacrifice 1 cup size in my bra if it meant Li Yuan won, Xu Zixuan whispered in prayer. Though her voice was faint, the 2 girls beside her overheard. They glanced at Xu Zixuan's impressive curves, then looked down at their own, feeling a pang of sadness. Eyes to the moon, eyes to the ground. Instructor Yi, 99 rings. Wow, instructor's amazing. Instructor, you're amazing. The students began to shower him with praise. What about Li Yuan? Quick, tell us your score. Probably over 95 rings. I think maybe only 90 rings. There was a gust of wind earlier, which affects shooting. Don't underestimate Li Yuan, that guy's a freak. Yeah, Li Yuan's crazy. He insists on, a flower-like beauty said coyly. You're lying. Li Yuan wouldn't have anything to do with you. Xu Zixuan exploded. Dare to slander Li Yuan, and she'd scratch her to death. Li Yuan scored 100 rings. When Li Yuan's score appeared, everyone fell silent, staring in disbelief. 100 rings. That's incredible. The range officer brought over the target, and upon seeing it, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Not only had Li Yuan scored 100 rings, but he had shot a perfect circle around the 10-ring target. That was downright showy. His reputation as a prodigy was solidified once more. This isn't just talent, it's downright god-tier talent, the instructor exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Li Yuan's target. Nothing special, just world-class 3rd place, Li Yuan replied with modesty. Everyone was left speechless. May the year of the rabbit bring you good fortune and all your wishes come true. Chapter 104, Mocking with Bullet Holes. Sergeant Yi. After the initial shock, an instructor in military uniform approached from a distance. What's up, old ma? Instructor Yi called out loudly. Shall we have a friendly competition between our 2 teams of freshmen? Instructor Ma suggested. Instructor Ma was a freshman instructor from another university. Among the recruits he was leading this time, there was one who was exceptionally skilled with a rifle. He wanted to challenge Instructor Yi's team to save face. Having lost to Instructor Yi in every individual competition himself, he hoped his freshman could avenge him. Are you sure? Instructor Yi glanced at Li Yuan before asking Instructor Ma. Of course. You wouldn't back down, would you? Even you, Sergeant Yi, have your fears? Worried Yi might refuse, Instructor Ma resorted to goading him. Damn it, scared? Me, the human mini-cannon, scared of you, old horse? Instructor Yi's temper flared the moment he was goaded. He'd intended to spare old Ma some face, but since the man refused to take the hint and even resorted to provocation, he'd let Li Yuan, that beast of a man, teach them a lesson. Fine. I'll bring my squad of new recruits over. Let's see who's got the better team. Instructor Ma ran back, delighted. Silent prayer for Instructor Ma. Li Yuan's classmates watched the retreating figure and silently crossed themselves in their minds. Li Yuan's marksmanship was sharper than any instructor's. No matter how skilled that new recruit might be, could he possibly match Li Yuan? Still, everyone was happy to watch the show. Keep this quiet, everyone. Let's just focus on winning, Instructor Yi warned with a mischievous grin. Got it, instructor. The instructor is so sneaky, but I love it. So this is the real you, instructor. Soon, Instructor Ma arrived with the main group. Shen Xiaoming, step forward, Instructor Ma commanded. A man with delicate features yet a resolute expression stepped forward, exuding a rugged, masculine aura. Standing about 174 centimeters tall with a solid build, his stride was crisp and deliberate, evidently trained in military drill, bearing the mark of a soldier. Shen Xiaoming, you and the new recruits trained by Instructor Yi will compete. Let's see who's the better fighter, Instructor Ma declared. Yes, sir. Shen Xiaoming answered loudly. Li Yuan, step forward. Instructor Yi bellowed. Yes. Li Yuan stepped forward. Well, a pretty boy. Trying to pull some fancy tricks? Instructor Ma remarked to Instructor Yi. Flamboyant? Don't judge him by his looks and underestimate him. He's got real skills, Instructor Yi retorted. Him? I don't buy it. With that delicate complexion, can he even steady a rifle? Shooting? Instructor Ma clearly didn't believe in Li Yuan's abilities. Instructor Ma looks down on us? Li Yuan, what should we do? Instructor Yi winked at Li Yuan. How about this, Instructor Ma? Let's make a bet, Li Yuan proposed. A bet? What do you want to wager? Instructor Ma asked curiously. If I lose the shooting challenge, I'll buy every new recruit you brought a new phone. As soon as Li Yuan said this, the recruits on Instructor Ma's side immediately perked up. A cell phone. Even 1,000 yuan phone could fetch several hundred yuan if sold on certain platforms. This bet is a bit too big. I don't have that kind of money. Instructor Ma backed down a bit. Not because of his skills, but because of his finances. How about this? If you lose, Instructor Ma, you wash Instructor Ye's socks and underwear for a month. Fair enough? Li Yuan teased, eyeing Instructor Ma. Instructor Yi chuckled at the suggestion, fixing his gaze on Instructor Ma to gauge his reaction. What do you say? Bet or not? Instructor Ma turned to ask his new recruits. Bet, the recruits shouted in unison. After all, if they lost, the instructors would face punishment, but if they won, each of them would get a new phone. Either way, it didn't affect them. Why not take the bet? Moreover, they had great confidence in Chen Xiaoming. Coming from a military family, he had been exposed to firearms since childhood and possessed excellent marksmanship. Earlier, Chen Xiaoming had scored an impressive 49 points, matching the instructor's performance. Li Yuan and Chen Xiaoming took their positions at the shooting range, each with 10 rounds of ammunition. You're Li Yuan, right? Better give it your all, Chen Xiaoming said, his words sounding like encouragement but carrying a sharp edge of mockery. One word for you, bro, you're a jerk, Li Yuan retorted bluntly. Ungrateful, Chen Xiaoming snorted. After preparing, the two began their shooting. Bang, 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 bang. After 10 gunshots, they stood up straight and waited for the scores. Chen Xiaoming, 100 points. The results brought great joy to Instructor Ma and his students. Their phones were now secure. The only worry was that Li Yuan might not have the money. If it was just a joke, their joy would be short-lived. Li Yuan's classmates, however, grew anxious. Could Li Yuan perform consistently? Even if he did, a perfect 100 rings would only mean a tie between the two. Kid, you saw that? I hit 100 rings, Chen Xiaoming declared arrogantly. Those with real skill are arrogant. Same as anyone else, Li Yuan retorted coolly. Li Yuan, 100 rings. The scorekeeper announced slowly this time, having studied Li Yuan's target for a while. Finally, he brought Li Yuan's target over. Instructors, take a look at Li Yuan's target. Instructor Yi took the target sheet. At first, he didn't notice anything unusual, but when he connected the bullet holes, he saw that the 10 holes formed 2 letters. SB. Good looking. Chapter 105, got plans tonight? This. After Instructor Ye's guidance, Instructor Ma also caught on, utterly astonished. Get me a pen, Instructor Yi called out. What are the instructors up to? Many were confused. The two instructors were whispering to each other over there, not letting them see. After a young private brought a marker, Instructor Yi traced the bullet holes Li Yuan had made on the target paper. Now it was crystal clear. Instructor Yi held up the target for everyone to see. The entire group gasped in unison, then burst into laughter. Of course, Chen Xiaoming's classmates didn't laugh quite so wildly, but Li Yuan's classmates laughed unrestrainedly. SB. Li Yuan is seriously impressive, using bullet holes to insult people. Damn impressive, man. Li Yuan is so cool, even I, a guy, am about to fall for him. Li Yuan's male classmates began harboring improper thoughts about him. You're not the only one. I feel the same way, another male classmate chimed in. This is too much. Not only do we have to compete with women for Li Yuan, but now even men are joining in. How are us girls supposed to survive? Cried the girls who admired Li Yuan. Should they resort to props? You're cursing. What kind of manners are those? Chen Xiaoming pointed at Li Yuan. I didn't insult anyone. I just made a few bullet holes. Who knew they'd line up to spell idiot? And why are you taking it personally? Are you? Li Yuan tried to justify himself. Oof. Chen Xiaoming snorted angrily and stormed off. He feared staying with Li Yuan any longer would make him want to curse in the street. Old Ma, what do you say? Instructor Yi looked at Instructor Ma with a playful glint in his eye. Both hit 100 rings, it's a tie. Instructor Ma naturally refused to concede defeat. Old Ma, that's no fun. Li Yuan only hit 100 rings because that's the maximum score, it's not his limit. Instructor Yi began praising Li Yuan in front of outsiders. Then what is his limit? I'd like to see it for myself. Instructor Ma quickly changed the subject to avoid having to wash Instructor Yi's underwear and socks. Instructor Ma, how do you want to see it? Li Yuan asked. Fixed targets are boring. Enemies won't stand still for you to shoot. If you want to shoot, shoot moving targets. Dare you try? Instructor Ma said. Alright, I'll give it a shot. If I hit it, Instructor Ma better keep his word, Li Yuan emphasized. Absolutely. My word is my bond. If you hit it, I'll take care of your instructor's dirty laundry, Instructor Ma affirmed. Alright, I'll give it a shot. What do I shoot at? Li Yuan asked. I have a frisbee here. I'll toss it out. If you hit it, we lose, Instructor Ma said. Ma, that's too much. That's way too hard, Instructor Yi quickly interjected. The frisbee moved fast and flew farther and farther, making it harder than a regular moving target. I just happened to have this handy. Are we supposed to set up a moving target range just for him? Instructor Ma shrugged. Well. Instructor Yi looked troubled. Requesting a moving target range for just one student was indeed against protocol. Instructor, it's fine. Let me try. Maybe I'm on fire and can hit it with one shot, Li Yuan said. Alright. Li Yuan, I'm about to throw it, Instructor Ma warned. Got it. Instructor Ma flicked his wrist, sending the disc flying at breakneck speed. Without hesitation, Li Yuan raised his hand and fired. The disc plummeted to the ground. You got it. How, that's impressive. The group had been surprised countless times today. Instructor Ma. Li Yuan turned his head to look at the instructor. You win, I'll pay up, Instructor Ma said, sounding defeated. But inwardly, he was thoroughly impressed with Li Yuan. A greenhorn like him possessing such marksmanship? He was practically a sharpshooter. News of Li Yuan's feat began circulating quietly among the troops. The 2 targets he had hit were placed in the exhibition area for the new recruits to see. After finishing today's shooting training, the new recruits were taken back to the school to rest. Tomorrow would be the military training showcase. Once that concluded, boot camp would be over. Skipping military training, moving to the next phase. Anything going on today? Chu Zixuan approached Li Yuan after disembarking the bus. Actually, I do have something. What about you? Li Yuan still needed to meet up with that old codger, Tong Yan. Oh, I want you to take me for a high-speed drive, Chu Zixuan said, her face flushing slightly. A drive? All right. I'll pick you up at your place around 8 p.m. tonight. Li Yuan replied. There wasn't much to talk about with that old man Tong Yan anyway, just the tiger bench and pepper spray. Okay, I'll be waiting for you, Chu Zixuan said coyly. Dress nice, Li Yuan teased with a mischievous grin. Oh my, you're so naughty, Chu Zixuan pouted coyly. The other students getting off the bus saw Chu Zixuan's coy expression and felt their hearts take another blow. Li Yuan, I'll never forgive you. Colorful butterflies flutter. Chapter 106, School in an uproar over public distribution of intimate toys. Just as Li Yuan was about to leave campus to check on Tong Yan, Aben informed him that the little toys had been fully procured and were about to be delivered to the school by express shipping. This instantly made Li Yuan decide to stay behind. Come watch the show with me later, Li Yuan said to Chu Zixuan. What show? Chu Zixuan asked. You'll see soon enough. But we'll keep our distance, don't want to get caught in the crossfire, Li Yuan grinned mischievously. What is it? You're being so mysterious, Chu Zixuan was dying of curiosity. Let me kiss you, and I'll tell you, Li Yuan said. Oh my, there are so many people around, Chu Zixuan said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Forget it then, Li Yuan shrugged. Then hurry up, okay? Chu Zixuan feared Li Yuan would get upset, so she quickly grabbed his arm and whispered. Li Yuan tilted his head and kissed Chu Zixuan's red lips. This only made the already agitated guys with big chests even more furious. If there hadn't been bricks on the ground, one would have been hurled their way in an instant. With so many onlookers, Li Yuan didn't attempt a French kiss, just a quick peck. After releasing Chu Zixuan, Li Yuan quickly led his men away. Seeing the pairs of bloodshot eyes around them, he was afraid of getting beaten up too. Even if they couldn't beat him, a barrage of spit would be more than enough to make him sick. Hiding in a small grove, Chu Zixuan asked Li Yuan what show she was supposed to be watching. You'll see soon enough. Li Yuan still wouldn't say. You're being unfair, Chu Zixuan pouted, stamping her little foot. I kissed you earlier. Worst case, you can kiss me back, Li Yuan grinned mischievously. Oomph, you rascal. Kiss me back then like I'm afraid of you. Chu Zixuan pouted, her cheeks puffed out like little buns. Chu Zixuan cupped Li Yuan's cheeks, slowly drawing closer. Then, closing her eyes, she parted her lips. Lang ago. A ringing phone jolted them awake. Li Yuan pulled out his phone to see it was Aben calling. Chu Zixuan patted her ample bosom to ease the dizziness from lack of oxygen. Her cheeks were flushed red, as if she were drunk. Boss, we're here, Aben's voice came through the phone. All right, distribute the goods. If anyone blocks your path, money will clear the way, Li Yuan declared generously. Understood, Aben replied. Come on, let's go watch the show. Li Yuan pulled Chu Zixuan's hand as they stepped out of the grove. Chu Zixuan watched Li Yuan's small backside ahead of her and couldn't resist giving it a sharp slap. Are you trying to start a war between us? Li Yuan turned around, glaring fiercely at Chu Zixuan. I was just testing the feel, nothing more, Chu Zixuan replied with an innocent smile. Looking at her expression now, one would never guess she had the identity of a little delinquent. You should learn to return favors, you know, Li Yuan said with a wicked grin. Bring it on. Chu Zixuan laughed, showing no fear. The kind without clothes, you know. Li Yuan's smile grew even wider. I knew you were naughty, Chu Zixuan said with a helpless look. Hand in hand, they arrived at the boys' dormitory building. The group Aben had brought was busy unloading the truck, and a loudspeaker blared announcements, creating quite a commotion. Gifts! Gifts! Everyone gets one. Please line up to receive yours, the loudspeaker blared on repeat. 6 tables were set up for distributing gifts, with people lining up in 6 separate queues. The sight drew the attention of the boys, who stopped to watch. Some stepped forward to see what the gifts were. What's inside these? One boy asked. Fleshlights, replied the young man handing out the gifts with a grin. What? The boys gasped. Distributing such items at school was utterly unbecoming. Who sent you to deliver these? The boy asked curiously. Our boss, Mr. Li, the young man replied. Li Yuan? Yep. Damn it, Li Yuan, you're pushing it too far. You've already snagged the 3 most popular girls on campus and now you're handing out masturbators? Are you trying to keep us single forever? But after venting his frustration, the student still turned to the delivery guy and said, give me one. He might curse, but he'd take the gift first. If the quality turns out to be bad back in the dorm, they can curse some more later. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, the gift distributor faced her own interrogation. Once they learned Li Yuan was the sender, they went wild grabbing the presents. Even knowing the contents were intimate items, they couldn't resist it was from their dream guy. The school forum exploded in an instant. The post about Li Yuan giving intimate toys to Anqing University students quickly went viral, complete with pictures as proof. Word gradually spread to nearby universities, with some clever students even impersonating Anqing University students to claim the gifts. Anqing University gained notoriety overnight but not for the right reasons. Openly distributing intimate items to students turned Anqing University into a laughingstock. Students from other universities laughed at the scandal yet secretly envied them. Why didn't a wealthy benefactor send gifts to their schools? This Li Yuan is completely out of control. Where does this leave Anqing University's reputation? President Fu Jinhai slammed his fist on the table in fury. Summon Li Yuan to my office immediately, Fu Jinhai ordered the dean of students. The dean then summoned Li Yuan's academic advisor and gave her a stern dressing down. The counselor then called Li Yuan, instructing him to report to the president's office immediately. Black long straight. Chapter 107, the president was extremely polite. Li Yuan, who had planned to go out to dinner with Chu Zixuan, had no choice but to head to the principal's office after receiving the counselor's call. I heard principal called out Li Yuan and slammed the desk. He's in for it now. Do you think they'll expel him? A well-informed student remarked. Even if Li Yuan doesn't go to college, he'll never worry about food or clothing. Unlike us, who need a degree to land a decent job working 9 to 5, or even 9 to 9, 6 days a week, someone sighed. At least after Li Yuan leaves school, those girls will have fewer chances to hang out with him. That means we still have a shot. Wishful thinking. Even if he gets expelled, his legend will still circulate around campus. Plus, you're still using the little gifts he gave you. Bull. I can't even find a girlfriend myself. You? Find a girlfriend? That'd be like a sow climbing a tree. Who says sows can't climb trees? Look at this picture. Holy crap, sows really can climb trees. But even if sows can climb trees, you still won't find a girlfriend. Damn, you're so mean, cursing me like that. Good thing I have 2 girlfriends. H. Li Yuan arrived at the principal's office and pushed open the door. Fu Jinhai, the 55-year-old president of Anqing University, was nearing retirement in a few years. He doesn't seek to achieve anything remarkable but simply wants to avoid making mistakes. All he wants is to retire peacefully. Little did they expect Li Yuan to cause such a scandal, instantly making Anqing University notorious throughout the entire city. Li Yuan, you've gone too far, Fu Jinhai said sternly, his face set in a frown. Principal, isn't this an opportunity? Li Yuan sat on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water without waiting for a response. What do you mean? Fu Jinhai looked at Li Yuan, puzzled. An opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Think about it, principal. While Anqing University is a top-tier institution, its reputation still pales in comparison to Shuemu or Capital University. With this incident gaining traction, our university's name will inevitably become the talk of the town. Li Yuan said slowly, sipping his tea. But it'll be infamy. What good is that? Fu Jinhai retorted angrily. As the saying goes, even negative attention counts as attention. Isn't notoriety still recognition? First, we raise awareness. Then, we capitalize on the momentum to promote Anqing University's strengths. That's how we boost our reputation. This time, Fu Jinhai didn't explode. Instead, he sat back in his office chair and pondered for a moment. But promotion requires significant resources, and there's no guarantee it'll work. The university doesn't have that kind of budget for marketing, Fu Jinhai frowned. Since I caused this mess, I'll handle the publicity, Li Yuan said calmly. Fu Jinhai suddenly recalled Li Yuan's financial standing. A student driving the world's only limited edition Bugatti supercar must possess considerable influence. Alright, then I'll leave the publicity to you. Fu Jinhai's tone had shifted considerably. Originally planning a quiet retirement, if he could boost Anqing University's reputation in his final years, he'd enter the school's leadership hall of fame. This was indeed an opportunity for him. Principal, I might not be able to attend classes regularly from now on. Could you handle the roll call and failing grades for me? Li Yuan placed a cup of tea in front of Fu Jinhai. No problem. Fu Jinhai lifted the cup and took a sip. The tea was refreshingly light and elegant, with a lingering aftertaste. President, this tea is fine, but it still can't compare to the finest De Hong Pao. I'll get you some sometime, Li Yuan remarked. That top-grade Da Hong Pao is beyond my means. With an annual production of only a few hundred grams and so many people chasing it, the most expensive Da Hong Pao goes for 10.4 million yuan per pound. Even ordinary tycoons wouldn't dare drink it. Fu Jinhai certainly coveted the finest Da Hong Pao, but it truly wasn't something ordinary people could afford. No worries, leave it to me. Li Yuan intended to secure the Da Hong Pao mother trees under his own name. There were 6 Da Hong Pao mother trees in total, each over 360 years old, primarily representing the Keishi, Beidu, and Chidan varieties. These were national cultural treasures, impossible to transfer to private ownership except for Li Yuan, who had a special advantage. He was bypassing the system rather than purchasing them outright. Even if someone later brought this matter up, with all paperwork in order, there was nothing they could do about Li Yuan. Then I'll leave it to you, Fu Jinhai said, visibly delighted. For tea connoisseurs, top-grade Da Hong Pao is the ultimate coveted treasure. Since we're promoting Anqing University, its educational facilities must be upgraded. I plan to donate 2 advanced laboratories, a library, an academic building, and 200 million yuan in R&D funding. With each item Li Yuan listed, Fu Jinhai's pupils widened until finally his almond-shaped eyes were wide as saucers. Are you serious? Fu Jinhai swallowed hard, needing confirmation. Absolutely. Li Yuan nodded. If talent is lacking, then cultivate it starting with his alma mater. This is fantastic, Li Yuan. You're truly a benefactor to this university. Fu Jinhai stood up, overcome with emotion. Principal, I'm counting on you for this. I'll arrange for someone to coordinate the donation with the school, Li Yuan said. All right. Seeing Li Yuan about to leave, Fu Jinhai hurriedly escorted him out, being extremely courteous. Chapter 108, Chu Zixuan's surprise. Did the principal reprimand you? How did it end up? Chu Zixuan hurried over as soon as Li Yuan stepped outside. Why would he criticize me? I'm doing something good for the school. Li Yuan grabbed Chu Zixuan's hand and pulled her outside. You're such a good Samaritan. Who hands out stuff like this to classmates at school? You're so naughty. Chu Zixuan covered her mouth and giggled. Just imagining her classmates using it made Chu Zixuan chuckle. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Want one too? We've got extras anyway, Li Yuan grinned mischievously. Ugh, you jerk. I'll beat you up. Chu Zixuan blushed as she chased after Li Yuan, playfully tapping him. Didn't principal call Li Yuan in for a scolding? How come he's so cheerful now, acting all cozy with Chu Zixuan? It's infuriating. Even without a diploma, he's still awesome. What are you comparing yourself to? You're nothing. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? I'm a 30-star king in honor of kings. What about you? Sorry, but I'm at 37 stars, 7 stars above you. Watch this, 7-star radiant sword. So what if you're good? If Dark Faith hadn't been nerfed, I'd have hit that rank ages ago. Well, too bad. Guess you weren't the one who designed the game. Li Yuan overheard their exchange and chimed in, relax, Dark Faith will get buffed in a couple days. Li Yuan, you may be rich, but you can't influence Timmy Studios. Dark Faith just got nerfed, there's no way they'd buff him so soon. Believe it or not, I say Dark Faith will get buffed, and it will happen. Li Yuan declared with absolute certainty. Let's hope so. That's what all of us Shadow Blade players are hoping for. I play Shadow Messenger too. Just wait for the good news. After parting ways with the 2 classmates, Chu Zixuan remarked, you're just blowing smoke again. How could you possibly influence the game company's decisions? Enhancing Dark Messenger? Like it'll just happen because you say so? Unless you're their boss. How did you know? Li Yuan feigned surprise. What do you mean, how do I know? I'm just saying stop bragging. Wait, from the way you talk, are you the boss of Timmy Studios? Chu Zixuan finally caught on. Yep. Li Yuan nodded. But isn't Timmy part of Tencent? How could you be the boss? Chu Zixuan asked. I'm the boss of Tencent Group too. Li Yuan declared, his words designed to shock. Seriously? Chu Zixuan felt her brain freeze. Why would I lie to you? There's nothing in it for me. Li Yuan replied. But Tencent is such a massive corporation. How could they sell shares to you? I don't mean to underestimate you, I'm just curious. Chu Zixuan transformed into a curious little kid. The secrets I hold are as numerous as the hairs on my body. You'd better count them carefully, Li Yuan chuckled mischievously. Want to start counting now? Chu Zixuan turned the tables. Ah! Sexual harassment! Li Yuan yelled, bolting out the door. Many people turned to look, wondering what was happening. Was Chu Zixuan molesting Li Yuan? Embarrassed by the stares, Chu Zixuan hurried after Li Yuan, muttering under her breath, stinky Li Yuan, naughty Li Yuan, just you wait till I get my hands on you. Got clothes in your dorm? Or should I take you home? Li Yuan asked. Take me home. My clothes there are a bit sexier, Chu Zixuan winked at Li Yuan. You little devil. Chu Zixuan was already beautiful, and with that playful expression, Li Yuan nearly lost control. Hurry up and get in the car, we're about to leave, woo 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 woo, Li Yuan urged. Oh wah. Xu Zixuan climbed into the car. Li Yuan revved the supercar and shot forward like a blur. Damn, having a supercar makes you feel so superior. This isn't just driving fast, it's flying low. Just another day envying the rich. After racing all the way, Li Yuan dropped Xu Zixuan off at her doorstep. To save time, he didn't go inside, instead turning the car around and driving off. 10. It was now 5:30 p.m. He'd meet Tong Yen first, then come back. After Tong Yen was kidnapped, his bodyguards reported it to the police, but they still hadn't found any leads. The entire scene had been meticulously cleaned, leaving no useful clues behind, a hallmark of highly trained professionals. Indeed, the operatives were all ex-military personnel recruited by Zhao Qingyang. Having undergone rigorous training, they rarely made rookie mistakes. After parking his big lizard sports car in a mall parking lot, Li Yuan switched to an ordinary sedan before arriving at an abandoned factory. When Li Yuan entered a workshop inside the factory, Tong Yen was suspended from a rope, looking utterly dejected. Mr. Tong, I hear you're willing to pay for my life? Li Yuan said mockingly. His henchman brought a chair and placed it behind Li Yuan. He sat back, crossed his legs, and looked extremely cocky. You'll die a miserable death. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off the hook. Tong Yen gritted his teeth upon seeing Li Yuan, the murderer of his son. What deep grudge could we possibly have? Isn't Tong Guan alive and well? Li Yuan sighed, feigned helplessness. What? Tong Guan is still alive? Tong Yen perked up at the news. Let me show you what Tong Guan's life is like now. Li Yuan pulled out his phone and opened a video. It showed Tong Guan entertaining clients, busy attending to 3 burly men at once. Damn it! Tong Yen cursed Li Yuan upon seeing his son working so hard. Chapter 109, Acquiring an Assassin Organization. Tong Guan's life is full of color. You should look up to him and set an example for him, Li Yuan said. You, dare you, Tong Yen retorted, fear gripping him. He certainly didn't want to suffer the loss of his reputation in middle age. Then cooperate with us. What's the name of the assassin organization you hired? We could find out, but we're not wasting our time and energy on it, Li Yuan inquired. You want me to tell you? Not a chance. Just wait for the assassins to strike. Live in fear forever. Tong Yen knew he couldn't speak up, otherwise he'd be worthless. Refusing the wine, you'll drink the punishment. I knew you wouldn't talk. But no matter, I relish watching people's shocked expressions. Li Yuan said nonchalantly. Li Yuan waved his hand, and a henchman brought over a high-performance laptop. Li Yuan connected the laptop to a supercomputer. This supercomputer was one he secretly controlled. The world's top hackers typically had access to one. Otherwise, with the computational power of ordinary computers, cracking certain passwords would take far too long. After typing away at the code for a while, Li Yuan traced the flow of Tong Yan's 20 million yuan assassination funds. The money had been transferred into an anonymous account. To access its details, he would need to breach the bank's security measures. This posed a significant challenge for any hacker. But Li Yuan wasn't your average hacker. Using massive computational power from the supercomputer, he quickly identified a vulnerability in the bank's defense system. Once he gained access to the bank's internal systems, the rest would be straightforward. Using the bank's internal data, Li Yuan traced the flow of the 20 million assassination funds. Angel Assassination Group, Li Yuan remarked with a sidelong glance at Tong Yen. Quite an interesting name. Angel Assassination Group? I have no idea what you're talking about, Tong Yen replied, his inner shock palpable though he dared not betray a hint of it outwardly. This Li Yuan was downright terrifying. He'd uncovered everything in such a short time. It's fine, you don't need to admit it. Since I found them, I can't be wrong. Even if I am mistaken, it's their bad luck. Li Yuan declared with authority. I don't know what the Angel Assassination Group does, but judging by the name, they're foreign. Can you really take on an international assassin organization? Tong Yen asked cautiously. You underestimate my power. If I set my mind to it, wiping out the Angel Assassination Group wouldn't be too difficult, Li Yuan replied. Even without the system's power, he could use sheer financial might to wipe them out in no time. If he offered a $500 million bounty on their members, wouldn't any assassin group or mercenary organization salivate? The answer was unequivocally yes. Money talks. The Angel Assassination Group might even turn on each other, such as the power of money. But Li Yuan had a simpler solution, directly annexing the Angel Assassination Group under his name. Then, in addition to David's mercenary legion, he would possess an assassination squad. Li Yuan used his second modification opportunity of the day here, bringing a European assassin group of some renown under his control. Now that Li Yuan was the boss of the Angel Assassination Group, they naturally couldn't attempt to kill him or Wu Meishui anymore. Tong Yan's 20 million assassination fee was pocketed. Mr. Tong, you've been quite the troublemaker. I intended to grant you a swift end, but since you're so ungrateful, I'll simply send you to reunite with Tong Guan. Though you're old, your looks are gone, and your stamina shot, you're still fit for manual labor. Keep communicating with Tong Guan. Li Yuan sneered coldly. Send him secretly to northern Myanmar, Li Yuan instructed a subordinate of the Dragon Soul Hall. Yes, sir. Li Yuan, may you rot in hell. Tong Yen cursed. But then came the screams. How could these underlings tolerate Tong Yen cursing their leader like that? With both Tong Yen and Tong Guan missing, the Tong family's assets were swiftly swallowed up and merged by Haiwa Investment. This significantly reduced pressure on the police, allowing them to close the case hastily. Please support by requesting updates. After returning to the mall's underground parking garage in another vehicle, Li Yuan drove his big lizard sports car straight to Chu Zixuan's residence. I'm here, Li Yuan texted Chu Zixuan. I'll be right out, Chu Zixuan replied. You can't trust a woman when she says right away it might take half an hour, Li Yuan muttered to himself while staring at the message. He then started chatting with other women. Wu Meishui and Xi Mutong both sent him private photos. It had been 2 or 3 days since he'd communicated with them, and he really missed them. But he had plans with Chu Zixuan tonight. Maybe later he could see if he had a chance to visit Xi Mutong. Just as Li Yuan was flirting with Xi Mutong and Wu Meishui, Chu Zixuan emerged, opened the car door herself, and got in. That was quick. Li Yuan had expected her to take half an hour, but Chu Zixuan emerged in under 10 minutes. I didn't want to keep my big brother waiting anxiously, Chu Zixuan said with perfect charm. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Li Yuan asked. Chu Zixuan had already eaten at home, and Li Yuan had snacked on a papaya, so he wasn't hungry either. Let's go to Wolf Mountain. Teach me how to drive fast. Chu Zixuan declared. Wolf Mountain held special meaning as the place where they first met and got to know each other. Alright, let's take a trip to Wolf Mountain. Li Yuan floored the accelerator, and the car sped straight toward Wolf Mountain. Chapter 110, Cut Me Off? Run him over. By now, a crowd had gathered at Wolf Mountain for a street racing competition. Hong's got some serious talent this time, he's already in the lead. Zhonghui still has a chance. It all depends on whether he can overtake him on that curve. If he can't, catching up later will be tough. Li Yuan's lizard-themed sports car pulled up, its flashy design drawing a crowd of onlookers. Damn, that's a sweet ride. What brand is that? Never seen it before. I don't think I've ever seen such a flashy car anywhere in the city. Does anyone know what kind of car this is? I don't even recognize the emblem. I don't recognize it either, but one look tells me it's definitely out of my price range. The door swung open, and Li Yuan stepped out, flicking his hair back with effortless cool. Who'd be driving such a killer ride? Turns out it's Yuan God himself, exclaimed a rich kid who recognized Li Yuan. Hey, God Yuan. Many speed enthusiasts revered Li Yuan as a driving legend and treated him with great respect. Over a dozen rich kids shouted in unison, creating quite a commotion. Others who didn't recognize him dared not cause trouble now. They were outnumbered and outmatched. Did they want to get beaten up? What are you guys doing here? Li Yuan asked. They're racing up Wolf Mountain, someone pointed toward the flashing headlights on the hill. The romantic kind? Li Yuan quipped. Of course not. But if Lord Yuan fancies it, we could arrange that too. He doesn't need that, Chu Zixuan called out as she stepped out of the car. Oh, it's Sister Xian. You came with Yuan Shen today? One who recognized Chu Zixuan raised an eyebrow. What's with the How's the battle going? A pure young maiden like Chu Zixuan couldn't possibly be that relaxed. It takes years of thick-skin training to casually make such remarks. By then, men wouldn't stand a chance. As the saying goes, hang out with young girls and they'll be shy. Hang out with married women and you'll be the one blushing. Shy. Zhonghui is currently in second place. First place is held by an outside reinforcement Hong hired. The group gathered around the monitor to watch the live action, with drones streaming real-time footage. They were about to enter the consecutive turns section, the easiest spot for overtaking. Of course, your driving skills have to be up to par. Wang Zhonghui had been practicing the techniques Li Yuan taught him these past days and had finally made some progress. Especially on this Wolf Mountain road, he'd driven it countless times. Watch this move Li Yuan taught me, Wang Zhonghui declared, his hands and feet working in perfect coordination as he executed a fluid sequence of maneuvers. On the curve, Wang Zhonghui finally made his move. But Zhou, the expert Hong had hired, wasn't about to give Wang Zhonghui that chance. Seeing Wang Zhonghui about to overtake him on the curve, Zhou deliberately swerved toward him. Wang Zhonghui hastily slowed to avoid the collision, falling behind once more. Once Wang Zhonghui regained his composure, he unleashed another signature move, attempting to overtake once more. But Zhou, still disregarding fair play, deliberately cut in front of Wang Zhonghui again. Once is acceptable, but twice is shameless. Wang Zhonghui roared, refusing to slow down this time. He slammed into Zhou's car head-on. Crash! Zhou's car lost control and slammed into the mountainside. At high speeds, a car doesn't stop after a single impact. After slamming into the rock face, Zhou's Ferrari supercar bounced back and careened toward the cliff's edge. Fortunately, Zhou retained enough composure to yank the wheel, bringing the car to a halt at the cliff's edge.
Wang Zhonghui's car sustained some damage, but it was minor. He maneuvered around Zhou Yi's wrecked vehicle and continued his ascent toward the summit of Wolf Mountain. Zhou Yi's Ferrari sustained significant damage, and subsequent vehicles steadily overtook him, infuriating him.
You dare crash into me?
This isn't over, Zhou Yi snarled, kicking a rock dislodged from the collision.
At the base of Wolf Mountain, Ah Hong watched the wrecked Ferrari with seething anger. That was his Ferrari.
With such severe damage, repairs would cost millions.
Wang Zhonghui had to cover this loss.
Wang Zhonghui ultimately claimed first place, driving his slightly damaged car down the mountain. But on the descent, Zhou Yi had already parked the Ferrari sideways across the road.
What? Blocking the way? Want to get hit again?
Wang Zhonghui stopped his car and shouted at Zhou Yi.
Wang Zhonghui, this isn't over. You dare wreck Ah Hong's Ferrari like this? Think you're tough? Zhou Yi yelled. You shouldn't have cut me off.
Serves you right, Wang Zhonghui replied coldly. Wang Zhonghui feared Ah Hong too, but in the heat of the moment, he just rammed into it. Now it was too late for excuses, so he might as well play it tough. Alright, Wang Zhonghui, you're pretty brave, Zhou Yi sneered, giving Wang Zhonghui a thumbs up. Sports cars kept coming down from Wolf Mountain, but they were all stuck on the mountain road.
Zhou Yi, what the hell do you think you're doing? Someone who recognized him shouted accusingly.
Make Wang Zhonghui pay for the car. Otherwise, no one's going down, Zhou Yi declared firmly. He dared not let Wang Zhonghui leave, otherwise Ah Hong would make him pay for the car, and he couldn't afford it. Let's go check it out. Seeing her subordinate Wang Zhonghui being bullied, Chu Zixuan instantly transformed into a tough little girl. With Li Yuan, that guy with insane strength, by her side, she felt completely confident.
Chapter 111, Kicking a Ferrari Away.
As Chu Zixuan and Li Yuan moved, Ah Hong wasted no time and immediately headed up the mountain. Soon both groups converged, completely blocking the mountain path.
Zhonghui, we're here. Don't be scared.
Chu Zixuan was the first to get out of the car, shouting toward Wang Zhonghui.
Sister Xian's here.
Wang Zhonghui's heart leapt with joy at her arrival.
Finally, someone to anchor the situation.
Ah Hong also looked at Chu Zixuan and found her to be a very beautiful woman, instantly feeling a stir of attraction. Usually, when Chu Zixuan attended street racing gatherings, she presented herself as a tough little girl. Few people, aside from those close to her, knew how beautiful she truly was.
Little sister, is Wang Zhonghui yours? Ah Hong asked with a smile.
But there was something unsettling about that smile.
Yes. Wang Zhonghui wrecked my car.
Just the repairs alone will cost millions. Add in depreciation and other damages, and we're looking at tens of millions.
So, how about it? Pay up, or you can entertain your big brother for a while? Ah Hong had clearly set his sights on Chu Zixuan's beauty. He knew Wang Zhonghui's crew were rich kids, but not the super wealthy type. With his years of influence in Anqing, he wasn't the least bit afraid. You want me to entertain you? Chu Zixuan pointed at Ah Hong, then at herself. Yeah, I'm really good at this. I promise you'll be in heaven and back. Ah Hong started getting cocky. Husband, look at him flirting with me. Chu Zixuan resumed her act. Chu Zixuan knew Li Yuan commanded a gang. He de-absorbed the knife society into his ranks.
For Ah Hong to dare flirt with her right in front of Li Yuan, he really didn't know when to quit. She dared not imagine what might happen next.
Sure enough, Chu Zixuan's acting paid off.
Upon hearing this, Li Yuan opened the car door and stepped out.
You're her husband?
Ah Hong saw Li Yuan's handsome appearance and knew he couldn't compete.
But what good was good looks? Could it solve the problem?
That's correct, Li Yuan replied indifferently. Truthfully, he had little interest in disciplining a minor figure like Ah Hong.
Chu Zixuan smiled happily upon hearing Li Yuan's confirmation.
Kid, let's talk this out.
You wanna pay up or,
Ah Hong said, oblivious to the danger.
Damn it, you're in the way.
Li Yuan strode forward and delivered a powerful kick to the wrecked Ferrari.
The sheer force of Li Yuan's kick sent the sports car flying off the cliff. The scene stunned everyone present. Every mouth hung open in disbelief. Is this the kind of strength a human can possess?
Moments later, the thud of a vehicle hitting the ground echoed as the Ferrari crashed onto the cliff below, reduced to a heap of scrap metal.
Don't come any closer.
Ah Hong screamed in terror as Li Yuan approached him. Li Yuan grabbed Ah Hong by the collar and hoisted him up to the cliff's edge like a little chicken.
Brother, spare my life. I'm sorry.
Ah Hong was terrified out of his wits. His worst fear was that Li Yuan would simply let go, sending him plummeting into a rope-free bungee jump. Li Yuan loosened his grip just once, and Ah Hong instantly felt the sensation of free fall, terrifying him so badly he wet himself. Then Li Yuan grabbed Ah Hong's collar again, preventing him from falling. He flung the terrified, urine-soaked Ah Hong aside.
The pungent stench of urine wafted through the mountain breeze, spreading in all directions.
The people nearby recoiled in disgust, backing away a few steps. The stench was too overpowering.
Who would have thought that Ah Hong, usually so tough and domineering, would actually wet his pants? At the same time, they feared Li Yuan even more. Show me what you've got. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, Li Yuan declared with authority.
I know young Master Huang, Ah Hong mumbled, lying on his side on the ground, his voice tinged with unease. He did know young Master Huang, but they were merely drinking buddies. Expecting Huang to bail him out was impossible. Still, that didn't stop him from trying to use the tiger's skin.
Young Master Huang, is it? I wonder how his day is going.
Li Yuan recalled the tire-licking young Master Huang.
Talk about running into the wrong guy at the wrong time. Image theft, please support. Li Yuan pulled out his phone and called Xiongquahai. Has young Master Huang been expelled from the Huang family? Li Yuan asked bluntly.
Young Master Li, he's been disowned by the Huang family and is now wandering the streets. He's got just over 1 million yuan to his name, Xiongquahai replied.
Only a little over 1 million? I told him to go on a trip? If the Huang family can't bring themselves to act, then I'll do it myself. Li Yuan said coldly. Understood, young Master Li. I'll contact the Huang family immediately.
Xiongquahai thought 1 million yuan was pitifully small, probably less than what young Master Huang spent in a single month. Young Master Huang has already fallen to the streets. Give him a call and see if he recognizes someone named Li Yuan, Li Yuan instructed Ah Hong.
Maybe not? Ah Hong chickened out upon hearing Li Yuan mention young Master Huang.
He and young Master Huang had never been close, so he certainly wouldn't dare make that call.
Call him now.
Li Yuan delivered a hard slap across Ah Hong's face, sending him crashing face first into the ground, skin scraped raw. Yes. Ah Hong scrambled for his phone and dialed the number.
Hello?
Young Master Huang's weary voice came through the phone.
Young Master Huang, it's Ah Hong. We hung out together at Dongbu Paradise that day. Do you remember? Ah Hong asked cautiously. Yeah, what do you want?
Huang Daxiao had just been kicked out of the Huang family and was feeling utterly miserable.
Someone asked me if you know a guy named Li Yuan? Ah Hong glanced at Li Yuan as he spoke. What did you say?
Young Master Huang's voice rose sharply.
Chapter 112, Let's Play on the Mountain Top. You said his name is Li Yuan?
Young Master Huang demanded, his voice trembling with fury.
His expulsion from the Huang family was entirely Li Yuan's doing.
He wanted revenge but felt powerless.
Yes, Ah Hong replied.
Get Li Yuan, young Master Li, on the phone, Huang Daxi demanded urgently.
Young Master Li.
Ah Hong sensed trouble brewing. Ah Hong tremblingly handed the phone to Li Yuan, who didn't take it but instead activated the speakerphone. Ah Hong had no choice but to hold the phone steady.
This is Li Yuan. Speak, Li Yuan said indifferently. Young Master Li, it's Ah Hong. I know I messed up. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Just let it go.
No matter how much resentment young Master Huang harbored, he dared not vent it. He'd been expelled from the Huang family. Though he still had some money left, for someone accustomed to extravagance, it was uncertain whether he could last even a month or two. Moreover, the rich second generation he had once bullied were merely watching the situation unfold. If young Master Huang truly couldn't make a comeback, plenty of entertainment options awaited him.
Li Yuan pulled up young Master Huang's attribute panel. Seeing the 80 intimacy rating, he let out a cold laugh.
I hear you still have over 1 million yuan in your hands.
That's hardly the attitude of someone seriously reflecting on their actions.
I've already had Xiongquahai relay this to the Huang family.
That money will be frozen soon.
You'd better hurry up and withdraw it while you still can.
Stop wasting my time.
Upon hearing this, young Master Huang on the other end of the line hurriedly checked his account balance, intending to transfer the funds to WeChat Pay and Alipay. But the screen displayed that the funds had already been frozen. This was too fast. Young Master Huang cursed Li Yuan silently, thinking he was being utterly ruthless. Without money, was he, a young master of his stature, supposed to scavenge through trash? Or take a menial job? Now penniless, young Master Huang couldn't even afford a hotel. He called his former friends, but upon learning his situation, they all hung up. Even the Huang family, whom young Master Huang belonged to, wouldn't dare cross him. How could they possibly contact him now? Young Master Huang called his mother next. Mom, my funds have been frozen by the family. I can't even afford food or a place to sleep. Could you transfer me some money? Young Master Huang pleaded pitifully. His mother, Li Rulan, usually doted on him the most and would definitely secretly transfer money to him. Indeed, that was the case. Li Rulan tried to transfer money to Huang Daxiao's WeChat account, only to discover that all her funds had been frozen as well. Even the money in her WeChat wallet was inaccessible. Damn old man Huang. How dare he freeze my money? I'll tear him apart. Furious, Li Rulan went to confront Huang Daxiao's father, Huang Shiren. Huang Shixian, you've got some nerve freezing my money. Unfreeze it immediately. Li Rulan roared. Facing Li Rulan's fury, Huang Shiren, who usually feared his wife, remained unusually firm. If you're trying to send money to our son, forget it. Your eldest and second brothers have decided to abandon him. They won't let you risk anything for him. If you insist, the next ones kicked out of the Huang family might be you and me, Huang Shiren said.
Then what about our son? He's been spoiled since childhood. When has he ever been short of money? Now he has no funds, no food to eat, no place to live. How is he supposed to survive without money? Li Rulan wailed. There's no other way.
I don't want our son to suffer like this either. But that Li Xiao is incredibly powerful.
Xiong Kuai said he's worth trillions.
Wiping out the entire Huang family would be a piece of cake for him.
Do you want the whole Huang family to be buried with him? Then we'd be the ones left out in the cold. Huang Shiren's words calmed Li Rulan.
She realized that helping young Master Huang wouldn't save him, it would drag the entire Huang family down.
Realizing this, she immediately blocked young Master Huang. Sure. Hurry up and hand over the gift, or I'll stomp on you.
Young Master Li, I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one.
Please be magnanimous and spare me.
Hearing that even young Master Huang had been thoroughly humiliated by Li Yuan, Ahong was utterly terrified.
Why do you all keep saying forgive me? I'm no magnanimous gentleman, I'm a true villain. Anyone who crosses me will learn their lesson. Then young Master Li, whatever punishment you deem fit, I'll accept it. Just please don't be angry. Ahong's attitude was genuinely remorseful. Frog jumped down to the mountain's base. Don't dare get up. Keep jumping the whole way. Li Yuan pointed down the mountain path. Ahong let out a wail of despair.
From here to the mountain's base was at least 8 kilometers. Jumping all the way down would surely ruin his legs.
What? Not willing?
Li Yuan raised his voice a notch.
I'm willing. I'll start jumping right now. Ahong had no other choice. Better to lose 2 legs than lose my life. And you jump too. Li Yuan pointed at Joey.
Yes, young Master Li, Joey replied with a grimace. If Ahong dared not resist, Joey certainly wouldn't. Zhonghui, take men to follow them.
Anyone who dares stand up gets beaten with clubs. Li Yuan ordered. Got it, Boss Yuan.
Wang Zhonghui excitedly rallied his men to trail behind Ahong and Joey.
Who knew the god of Yuan was so formidable?
Wang Zhonghui felt like a big shot now. When they got thirsty or hungry, someone came to bring them food and drink. They took turns watching the two dance.
Everyone's gone.
Let's head up to the mountaintop for some fun, Li Yuan said to Chu Zixuan with a smile. Chapter 113. After playing on the mountaintop, they headed to Xi Mutong's house. Driving the big lizard sports car, Li Yuan and Chu Zixuan arrived at the summit of Wolf Mountain. By then, the moon and stars had risen, providing the necessary light for their business. The night sky looks truly beautiful from the mountaintop, Chu Zixuan marveled, gazing at the star-studded heavens. City lights are too bright, you can't see any stars at all. Yes, every advantage has its downside. All those colorful lights obscure nature's own glow, Li Yuan murmured, his arm around Chu Zixuan's waist.
Do I look pretty in this outfit?
Chu Zixuan stepped out of Li Yuan's embrace and spun around in front of the car's headlights. She wore a black flowing silk dress, its strapless design revealing a generous expanse of snow-white skin. Her naturally tall and slender frame accentuated a deep, captivating cleavage. Under the headlights, it was almost blinding. Her lower half was clad in black stockings with suspenders, and she wore a pair of black high heels.
Come on, update already. This outfit was certainly practical for movement.
Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Li Yuan wasn't just paying her a compliment for the sake of what was about to happen. She genuinely looked stunning.
Glad you like it. Chu Zixuan walked over, burying herself in Li Yuan's embrace, inhaling the pleasant masculine scent on him. It smells so good, Chu Zixuan murmured in his embrace.
Hey, don't get carried away, sweetheart, Li Yuan said, lifting her chin.
What's wrong? Chu Zixuan blinked innocently at him.
We have the military training showcase tomorrow.
Li Yuan was thinking of Chu Zixuan.
If he took her virginity today, she'd definitely be unable to participate tomorrow.
Wouldn't that be a sin? Shouldn't be a problem, right? Didn't they say it only hurts for a few minutes? Chu Zixuan asked, puzzled. A few minutes? Who do you think you're kidding? Li Yuan was utterly speechless. Isn't that true? I saw it online.
Chu Zixuan had no idea about these things. What others experience isn't my concern, but I certainly don't fit that description. When it came to this matter, Li Yuan absolutely refused to be underestimated.
I won't be able to get up tomorrow? Chu Zixuan asked. Absolutely, Li Yuan nodded. Then what should we do? Chu Zixuan asked.
On such a romantic mountaintop, they couldn't just come all this way for nothing.
It doesn't have to be that way.
We can do it differently, Li Yuan said with a mischievous grin.
I don't really get it. Teach me, Chu Zixuan said. Well, I'm a great teacher. You'll have to pay close attention, Li Yuan said, adopting the demeanor of a shrewd businessman. OTZ.
After a long while, Chu Zixuan finally grasped the meaning behind Li Yuan's words. I can't control what others do, but I certainly won't let them do it to me.
Her knees ached. Her hands were sore too. I'll take you home, Li Yuan said, rubbing Chu Zixuan's knees.
Chu Zixuan replied weakly. Li Yuan raced home at breakneck speed, finally arriving just as Chu Zixuan was drifting off to sleep.
Get some rest, Li Yuan said, giving Chu Zixuan a hug. Drive carefully on your way back. Chu Zixuan yawned. Alright, head home now. Li Yuan patted Chu Zixuan's head gently.
After watching Chu Zixuan return home, Li Yuan drove straight to Xi Mutong's place.
Half an hour later, Li Yuan arrived at the underground parking garage of Tianyu residential complex. The Mercedes was still surrounded by Rolls-Royces. Li Yuan sneered coldly. 10 days of parking blockades was the minimum.
If the Mercedes owner still didn't get the message, he'd block him for a month, or even 3 months. He had plenty of money to spare. Arriving at Xi Mutong's apartment, Li Yuan knocked on the door. Moments later, Xi Mutong opened the door wearing a sexy lace semi-transparent nightgown. Li Yuan's eyes lit up and he swiftly darted inside. His movement was so fast it left a blur. You really made the school proud today, Xi Mutong said, her smile stretching wide as she recalled the afternoon's events.
Who gives students that kind of thing? Did the principal give you a hard time?
Xi Mutong had heard that Li Yuan had been called into the principal's office.
No. Nothing can't be solved with money. If it can, then just spend more. Li Yuan declared confidently.
Fine, Xi Mutong replied, speechless.
Did you change into this just for me? Li Yuan asked, eyeing the sexy nightgown Xi Mutong was wearing. Good girl, Li Yuan praised. Wait a moment. I want to show you a painting.
Xi Mutong grabbed Li Yuan's restless hand and led him toward the study.
Upon entering the study, Li Yuan saw a painting in progress.
The painting was already more than half finished. In the painting, Li Yuan carried Xi Mutong on his back along a rugged mountain path, while Xi Mutong pressed her face against his ear with a blissful smile. The scene was warm and sweet. It's truly beautiful, Li Yuan praised. Xi Mutong had poured immense effort into this painting. Not only was it vividly rendered, but the expressions of the figures were remarkably lifelike. I want you to paint too, Xi Mutong said, looking at Li Yuan hopefully. This is a beautiful moment for both of us, and I want us to create it together. How could Li Yuan possibly refuse such a request from Xi Mutong? Alright, Li Yuan said firmly. He picked up his brush, mixed his colors, and instantly immersed himself in the same state of mind he'd felt while watching the sunrise that day. Only then did he begin to sketch on the canvas. Xi Mutong watched from behind him, utterly captivated, her heart completely captured by Li Yuan. It wasn't because of that 100 intimacy points, but because of Li Yuan's talent and the happiness within her heart. Chapter 114, that night. Li Yuan painted with intense focus, pouring his heart and soul into this piece. His painting pace far outstripped Xi Mutong's, and before long, the entire piece was complete. What do you think? Li Yuan turned to look at Xi Mutong behind him. Since Li Yuan was seated and Xi Mutong was standing, she was still wearing her short nightgown. So Li Yuan caught a glimpse of something rather intimate. Blue-black. A color brimming with mystery and sensuality. Xi Mutong caught Li Yuan's gaze. Instead of covering up, she shifted her right leg outward. Tong, you've changed, Li Yuan teased, watching her flushed cheeks. As long as you like it, Xi Mutong replied earnestly. Let's look at the painting, Li Yuan said. There was still most of the night ahead, there was no need to rush. Xi Mutong shifted her gaze to the painting. With Li Yuan's final masterful strokes, the entire work radiated an even warmer, happier glow. Xi Mutong stared until she was lost in thought, as if transported back to that day when she watched the sunrise with Li Yuan. It felt so vividly real. Just then, Li Yuan crouched down before Xi Mutong, just as he had done that day. Come on, I'll carry you to the bedroom, Li Yuan said with a smile. Xi Mutong replied with a sweet smile, settling onto his back. Ha? No bra? Xi Mutong had been wearing a black spaghetti strap top underneath, which Li Yuan hadn't noticed before. Now he felt it for real. This campus ice queen was becoming more and more uninhibited. Li Yuan found this utterly delightful. She was the perfect lady, graceful in public, a passionate wife at home. After carrying Xi Mutong to the bedroom, Li Yuan headed to the bathroom for a quick shower. After all, traces of Chu Zixuan still lingered on his body. By the time Li Yuan emerged from the shower, Xi Mutong had changed into a new outfit. A semi-transparent black lace skirt, barely reaching her thighs. Teasingly revealing glimpses. Her legs were clad in contrasting stockings, one leg in black, the other in white. A striking black and white contrast. Her high heels were also mismatched, one gold, one silver, yet the colors blended harmoniously, creating a strikingly alluring effect. Do you like it? Xi Mutong extended one long leg and lightly teased Li Yuan. Li Yuan remained silent. To put it in an internet-style motivational phrase, don't say a word, just do it. The moon's face shifted silently. By 2 a.m., the neighbors downstairs finally felt the world had grown quiet. By dawn, the sun was already high in the sky. Li Yuan opened his eyes and climbed out of bed. Xi Mutong was still asleep, she had been exhausted yesterday. Li Yuan quietly slipped out of the bedroom and prepared a heartfelt breakfast for Xi Mutong. After finishing, he carried the breakfast into the bedroom and placed it on the nightstand. Time to wake up, Li Yuan said, giving Xi Mutong a gentle pat on her bottom.
Xi Mutong let out a soft whimper, rubbing her sleepy eyes before slowly climbing out of bed. Thanks, honey, Xi Mutong said happily, seeing that Li Yuan had made breakfast again. The military training showcase is today. Will you come watch? Li Yuan asked. Sure, I'll come see you in action, Xi Mutong replied. Alright, I'll take you to school later. Hurry up and eat, Li Yuan said. After finishing breakfast, Li Yuan drove Xi Mutong to school. Arriving at the school, Li Yuan and Xi Mutong got out of the car. Seeing the two of them together, many hearts broke once more. It was the same car, but the beauty in the passenger seat had changed. Li Yuan moved effortlessly among the crowd of beauties, truly the envy of others. But considering Li Yuan had given them gifts yesterday, they'd spare him a few curses in their hearts. Just 2 curses, not a single one less. Compared to cursing thousands of times a day, skipping 2 curses seemed insignificant. Go rest in the dorm first, then head to the field later, Li Yuan told Xi Mutong. Okay. After Xi Mutong left, Li Yuan sent a message to Yu, asking him to boost the dark signal. Having made a promise yesterday, how could he, as a man, go back on his word? Understood, Mr. Li. We'll make adjustments as soon as possible, Yu replied promptly. Arriving at dorm 306, Tian Bogwan was putting on his camouflage uniform. Now I'm the only one left in the dorm every day. Feels a bit lonely. Tian Bogwan remarked. Haven't Du Ming and Gao Bo come back at all? Li Yuan asked. They did come back, but only to pick up some things before leaving again. They've rented places near the school, Tian Bogwan said enviously. Why not buy? Li Yuan asked. Who's as loaded as you? Buying a place costs millions. They might not even stay in this area after graduation. The value won't appreciate much in 4 years. Renting is way more practical, you can switch apartments whenever you want, Tian Bogwan replied, sounding exasperated. Li Yuanguan probably spent millions just on those private little toys. Could the average student afford that? Pour me a drink. Wine doesn't intoxicate people, intoxicate themselves. Chapter 115, Su Huijing harassed and bullied. Did you pick up yesterday's little toy? Li Yuan asked curiously. Got it. Did you use it? I did. How was it? Not bad. Good quality. That's good. Want me to send you a silicone doll? Li Yuan teased. That's not really appropriate. It'd be awkward to keep that thing in the dorm, Tian Bogwang replied, looking somewhat troubled. He definitely wanted the doll, those things weren't cheap. A basic one cost over 1,000, and the fancy ones went for tens of thousands. True. Li Yuan glanced around the dorm room, there really wasn't anywhere to hide it. One of those things was at least 1.6 meters tall and pretty heavy, there was nowhere to hide it. Then I'll give it to you later, Li Yuan chuckled. Are you hoping I never find a girlfriend? Tian Bogwang retorted, speechless. You can still use it even if you have a girlfriend. It'll feel different, Li Yuan persuaded him. You've used one? Tian Bogwang's eyes lit up with curiosity. Nope, I've only experienced the real thing. Never tried a simulation like this, Li Yuan bragged. Damn, Tian Bogwang muttered, speechless. But dolls have one advantage, they can be made to look like any celebrity. Who do you want? Li Yuan asked. I want one modeled after an anime character, Tian Bogwang replied. Who? Li Yuan inquired curiously. Queen Medusa. Oh, her. No problem. Queen Medusa was the dream goddess of many otaku. Because of her, countless passers-by were drawn in, causing the anime's popularity to skyrocket. Queen Medusa. Heh, that'll be a problem, Tian Bogwang said cheerfully. Even if I can't get my hands on it now, being able to use it later is fine too. The military training showcase wasn't particularly noteworthy, but the appearance of several beautiful women transformed it into something special. Around 9 a.m. Wu Meishue and Xi Mutong arrived at the main viewing platform on the field. The appearance of the two top campus beauties drew a large crowd of male spectators, with many even skipping class to catch a glimpse of them. Even knowing the beauties belong to others, the love of beauty is universal. If you can't have them, at least you can look. Besides Xi Mutong and Wu Meishue, Su Huijing also quietly arrived at the scene. Her tailored trench coat gave her an air of bold elegance, while the half-face mask lent her an aura of cool mystery. Her slender legs, encased in black stockings and towering on 15 cm stilettos, made her even more alluring. Song Huilian had intended to attend, but company matters arose, so she returned to the office, asking Su Huijing to take extra photos. Who's that stunning beauty? She's so cool. Many male students were captivated by Su Huijing's graceful presence. No idea, but she's got such a vibe. I'd love to find a girlfriend like that. Hey, what are you doing? In public like this? Can't help myself. Hello, beautiful. I'm a junior at Anqing University. Would you mind adding me on WeChat? A man with a sunny, handsome appearance, dressed in a crisp suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approached Su Huijing with a composed, elegant smile. It's Luo Jingming, the student union president. That guy actually showed up. He's quite the ladies' man too, rivaling Li Yuan in that department.
While the quality might be slightly inferior, the quantity definitely surpasses Li Yuan's.
With Luo Jingming stepping in, I wonder if this uniquely charming beauty will fall for his charms. Many were curious.
Xi Mutong and Wu Meishuo also turned their attention to the commotion near Su Huijing.
Get lost. Su Huijing's expression didn't waver, as if Luo Jingming were no different from a random passerby. Luo Jingming froze, taken aback. With his handsome looks, refined elegance, and distinguished family background, he'd always been unstoppable. But he had hit a wall with both Xi Mutong and Wu Meishuo. As for Chu Zixuan, he hadn't even had a chance to pursue her before Li Yuan swooped in. Hey, beautiful, it's just adding WeChat. Why so angry? Luo Jingming wasn't ready to give up. I said get lost.
Don't blame me if I get rude, Su Huijing snapped impatiently. Except for Li Yuan, she found any other man's closeness repulsive.
If they weren't on campus, Su Huijing would have kicked him already. Hey, this is Ansheng University. Are you a student here? If not, I'll have to ask you to leave.
After being told to get lost twice by Su Huijing, even someone as composed as Luo Jingming was starting to lose his temper.
He decided to invoke his authority as student union president. Su Huijing clearly didn't look like a college student, so Luo Jingming was certain she wasn't from the university.
Su Huijing shot Luo Jingming a cold stare, and the sheer intensity of her glare sent a chill down his spine.
A flicker of fear crossed Luo Jingming's mind. Could this woman be some kind of female demon? If this were anywhere else, he might have backed down.
But then he remembered this was Ansheng University, and he was the student union president.
If he backed down now, where would his dignity be? Miss, Luo Jingming said firmly, as the student union president of Ansheng University, I'm asking you to leave. Otherwise, I'll call security. Chapter 116, The Three Women Meet.
Su Huijing gritted her teeth inwardly. She wanted to kick this pest, Luo Jingming, to death, but considering this was Li Yuan's school, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. If something serious happened, it would inevitably drag Li Yuan into trouble.
Seeing Su Huijing fall silent, Luo Jingming felt a surge of arrogance.
Miss, please leave now. Luo Jingming deliberately made it difficult for her, wanting Su Huijing to submit to him. I'll leave in a moment, Su Huijing said, suppressing her inner rage. If this had been off campus, she would have made sure Luo Jingming knew exactly why flowers are yellow.
That won't do. You're not a student here. I can't let you stay on campus, Luo Jingming refused.
Then he changed his tone. Alright, since you're here for a legitimate reason, I'll make an exception. Register here, and I'll issue you a temporary pass to stay.
How does that sound?
Alright, Su Huijing conceded after a moment's thought. She didn't want to miss Li Yuan's military training performance. This was likely her only chance to see it in her lifetime.
But Luo Jingming was already on her death list.
At best, he'd be severely injured. At worst, he'd lose his life. Luo Jingming hurriedly fetched an information registration form from a student council member and handed it to Su Huijing.
Su Huijing took it and glanced over the form.
It required filling in information such as name, phone number, WeChat ID number, reason for visit, and so on.
No problem, here's a pen,
Luo Jingming said with a smile, handing Su Huijing a pen. Once the form was filled out, adding WeChat would be next, followed by dinner and heading to the hotel. That was Luo Jingming's plan. Su Huijing said nothing, taking the pen and beginning to write. A triumphant smile flashed across Luo Jingming's face. No need to write, a familiar voice sounded beside Su Huijing.
Su Huijing looked up to see Li Yuan smiling warmly at her.
She returned the look with a warm smile.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So this beauty is also acquainted with Li Yuan. Li Yuan is my lifelong rival.
The other students, seeing yet another stunning beauty smile at Li Yuan, felt a pang of envy.
Why did every stunningly beautiful woman seem connected to Li Yuan? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Li Yuan reproached her. I didn't want to disturb you.
I just wanted to watch you from afar, Su Huijing said softly. Her words tugged at Li Yuan's heartstrings.
She never fought for anything, always putting Li Yuan first. How could he not feel tender toward her? Silly girl, Li Yuan said with a smile.
Watching their sweet interaction, Luo Jingming standing nearby was far from pleased. They were treating him like he was invisible. Li Yuan, even though she's someone you know, she's not a student here. She must register, or she'll be expelled from campus.
Luo Jingming adopted a strictly professional demeanor. I said no registration needed, and that's final. Now get out of my way.
Li Yuan shoved Luo Jingming aside and led Su Huijing away from the area, guiding her toward a better viewing spot. Luo Jingming stumbled backward from Li Yuan's shove, nearly falling over, his anger boiling over. If he hadn't known he couldn't beat Li Yuan, he would have attacked him right then and there. But he wasn't about to let it go. He went to call for backup. Other students watched as Li Yuan shoved Luo Jingming aside and walked forward holding Su Huijing's hand, their faces frozen in shock. Oh man, I thought she was just an acquaintance of Li Yuan's. Turns out she's another beauty he's won over.
Li Yuan, how did you pull that off? Li Yuan, still taking apprentices? $50 a head, guaranteed to teach you everything? Sign me up. Li Yuan, it's one thing to be secretly formidable, but why flaunt it in front of us? This is crushing my spiritual resolve. May I ask what realm you've attained, fellow cultivator?
I have cultivated the divine dual combat technique to perfection, attaining the realm of a divine master. Your skill is lacking, fellow cultivator. I've cultivated the left-right combat technique to the great vehicle realm. Under heaven, none can surpass my left and right. Then you must be on the verge of ascending to immortality. Indeed, indeed. Observe my eyes growing dim and limbs weak. I am nearing the moment of ascension.
Impressive, truly impressive. Looks like we have another new sister here, Wu Meishu said, approaching Xi Mutong.
Barring any surprises, that should be the case, Xi Mutong replied indifferently.
Except when facing Li Yuan, Xi Mutong remained rather aloof even toward Wu Meishu, who was also Li Yuan's daughter. Only without the aloofness she showed others. Ah, loving an exceptional man comes with its own troubles. Having to share him with others, Wu Meishu sighed. Then you could just step back, Xi Mutong said indifferently. Why don't you step back? Wu Meishu countered. I don't care, so why should I be troubled? Xi Mutong replied. I didn't expect you to be so magnanimous. I thought a woman as beautiful as you would want to find an outstanding man who's faithful in love, Wu Meishu remarked. Don't overthink things. Just be happy yourself, and naturally, you won't have so many worries, Xi Mutong said. Wu Meishu looked at Xi Mutong, surprised by the breadth of her perspective. She lowered her gaze to herself. Fortunately, she too possessed a broad-minded spirit. Chapter 117, Li Yuan's unrivaled influence on campus. Li Yuan led Su Huijing toward Xi Mutong and Wu Meishu. The two girls had the best viewing spots, and Li Yuan intended to introduce them to each other. That way, when they met outside, they wouldn't be like strangers who had lost touch. Seeing Li Yuan dare to bring Su Huijing to the two campus beauties, many boys cursed him inwardly while secretly admiring his audacity. They were practically ready to kneel before him. This guy was a true god of the sea, utterly unfazed by the risk of trouble brewing at home. This is Su Huijing. Think of her as your big sister. She's 26, a big shot in the underworld. If you can't reach me, contact her. She can handle most things, Li Yuan introduced. Underworld? The two girls were startled. How had Li Yuan gotten involved with the underworld? But seeing Su Huijing's angelic face, they instinctively understood. If you ever need anything outside of school, come find me. I'll make sure it gets taken care of, Su Huijing assured them. This is Xi Mutong, the ice queen of the school. And this is Wu Meishu, a woman who knows how to turn heads. Wu Meishu rolled her eyes dramatically. Who introduces people like that? But that glance was undeniably full of alluring charm, seductive to the bone. You girls chat. I should head down now, Li Yuan said after chatting with them for a while. The formation below had already begun assembling. The military training showcase was about to commence. The principal and other school officials had arrived. But just as Li Yuan turned to leave, Luo Jingming arrived with a group of people. It's her. She's not enrolled here. Get her out immediately, Luo Jingming declared, pointing at Su Huijing to the people behind him. The security guards and student council members behind Luo Jingming immediately moved toward Su Huijing. Seeing this, Li Yuan turned back. Sister Jing is our friend. What's wrong with letting her stay here? Xi Mutong and Wu Meishu stepped in front of Su Huijing. Seeing Xi Mutong and Wu Meishu stand up for Su Huijing, Luo Jingming's jealousy boiled over. Why did all these exceptional women belong to Li Yuan? He refused to accept it. Luo Jingming, are you looking for a beating? Li Yuan said coldly. Li Yuan, I'm just following the rules. You still want to get physical? Luo Jingming started playing by the rules. Though he feared Li Yuan's fists, backing down today would destroy his credibility at school. Picking a fight on purpose, huh? Can outsiders not enter the school? Li Yuan challenged. Outsiders need to register to enter the school. I asked her to register, but she refused to cooperate. Naturally, she had to be escorted out, Luo Jingming declared with righteous indignation. I told you, she's my friend. Li Yuan stared at Luo Jingming, enunciating each word deliberately. Li Yuan's overwhelming pressure terrified Luo Jingming, but to save face and fueled by jealousy, Luo Jingming had no choice but to stand his ground. I said no, Luo Jingming declared stiffly. Fine. I won't resort to violence on campus, Li Yuan conceded. Just as Luo Jingming thought he'd finally gotten the better of Li Yuan waved toward Principal Fu Jinhai. Principal Fu Jinhai had observed the situation earlier but, unsure of the cause, had hesitated to intervene. Now, seeing Li Yuan beckoning him, Fu Jinhai immediately approached with a group of department heads in tow. Good day, Principal. Good day, Directors, Luo Jingming greeted them promptly. MHM. Fu Jinhai gave a slight nod. What's going on? Fu Jinhai inquired. Principal, it happened like this. This woman isn't a student at our school. I was just trying to get her to sign in, but Li Yuan stopped me and even tried to lay hands on me. Principal, you have to stand up for me. Luo Jingming immediately began his tearful complaint. He'd heard that yesterday the principal had slammed his desk in anger over Li Yuan's outrageous behavior at school, and Li Yuan had been summoned to the principal's office. Though he didn't know how the conversation went, he figured the principal must still be angry. Now, presenting him with another complaint about Li Yuan would give the principal the perfect opportunity to take action. Combining the two offenses might even lead to Li Yuan's expulsion. What Luo Jingming didn't know was that Li Yuan and Principal Fu Jinhai had become staunch allies. Li Yuan, is this your friend? Fu Jinhai glanced at Su Huijing. Though not a lecherous old man, Fu Jinhai did possess an appreciation for beauty. Su Huijing was such a stunning beauty that he couldn't help but admire her. To say he wasn't envious of Li Yuan's romantic luck would be a lie. Competing for the top spot. In his youth, he had exploited his position to receive favors from young female students, but now he was eager yet unable to do so. Yes, she's my woman, Li Yuan affirmed. Since you know her, feel free to watch from here, Fu Jinhai said with a smile. Principal, this isn't proper, Luo Jingming immediately interjected. Ha? You say I'm not following protocol? Luo Jingming, you really have no sense of propriety. Go back and reflect on your behavior. Fu Jinhai's expression immediately turned stern. With Li Yuan vouching for her, what are you worried about? That this lady is a bad person? Or do you have ulterior motives? Fu Jinhai delivered another stern rebuke. Principal, I wouldn't dare. I'll leave immediately. Luo Jingming slunk away. The other students were all dumbfounded. When did Li Yuan become so close to the principal? Li Yuan really had connections everywhere in this school. Who would dare cross him now? Those who'd harbored petty schemes immediately abandoned their schemes. Chapter 118, Song Huilian framed. Although Luo Jingming had left, his resentment toward Li Yuan only deepened. Not only had he stolen the girl he was trying to pursue, but he'd also publicly humiliated him. Luo Jingming was determined to find a way to teach Li Yuan a lesson. Li Yuan and Su Huijing weren't about to let Luo Jingming off the hook either. Seeing Luo Jingming's 50 intimacy rating, Li Yuan sneered inwardly. Arranging for the three women to be together didn't weigh heavily on Li Yuan's conscience. All three were quite understanding, especially Su Huijing and Xi Mutong. Even if Wu Meishue had minor mood swings, nothing couldn't be resolved in bed, and if it could, he'd make sure she couldn't get out of bed afterward. Everyone envied Li Yuan's stable home life, not just the men, but the women too. Impressive. After settling the three women, Li Yuan headed to the military training showcase. First came speeches from the leaders, then the formal performances began. Each squadron radiated energy and spirit, secretly competing to claim first place. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each squad shouted at the top of their lungs, their voices booming with fierce determination. Witnessing this spectacle, the school leadership felt deeply gratified. It served as both a face-saving project and genuinely enhanced the students' physical fitness and sense of unity. Whether they would forget it later was beyond their control. The military training showcase was a resounding success, with Li Yuan's team clinching first place. Originally, the top spot wasn't meant for their team, but noticing the seemingly unspoken connection between Li Yuan and Principal Fu Jinhai, the scoring instructor quietly added extra points. Following the military training showcase, the training period came to a close. Now it was time for regular classes to begin. Computer science? Li Yuan didn't need to take that class, he could teach the teachers. As for the other courses, Li Yuan attended them when he felt like it and skipped them when he didn't. That's how bold he was. Yellow card warning. Upon returning to the company, Song Huilian was immediately summoned to Manager Zhang's office. Yesterday, our company lost 1 million yuan, Manager Zhang said with a grave expression. How could 1 million yuan go missing? Song Huilian asked in confusion. As the company's finance officer, she knew that any external money transfers required the authorization passwords held by the finance team. The sudden disappearance of 1 million yuan likely meant some accountant had used their access to transfer it, so Song Huilian thought it was perfectly normal for Manager Zhang to question her. Just a routine inquiry. Don't I have to ask you how it got lost? Manager Zhang said sarcastically. Ask me? Song Huilian sensed things weren't unfolding as she'd imagined. The money was transferred yesterday using your authorization. And here you are playing innocent, Manager Zhang said coldly. Me? But I didn't even come to work yesterday. Song Huilian felt her head spin. How could it have been transferred using her authorization? Could someone have known her transfer password? She suddenly recalled the conflict with Zhou Juanxiong over the past 2 days, which had left her distracted. She hadn't paid attention to her surroundings when making the transfer, and it was highly possible someone had secretly seen her password. Huilian, you've been with the company for 2 or 3 years now. You're practically a veteran. If you come clean voluntarily, we can handle this internally. But if you stubbornly refuse to cooperate, we'll have no choice but to report it to the police. You could end up in jail. Think about it, a beauty like you in prison? Not just men, even women might lose control. Manager Zhang began intimidating Song Huilian, a lecherous glint flashing in his eyes. Song Huilian was genuinely startled for a moment, but she quickly realized she hadn't done it. Reporting it to the police would uncover the truth and clear her name. Manager Zhang, I didn't do this. The innocent will be proven innocent. Call the police, Song Hualian declared firmly.
Hualian, if you call the police about this, your life is over.
Think about it.
If you did it, you'd face prison time. If you didn't, being implicated in something like this would ruin your career in this industry. So reporting it is absolutely not a wise move. Manager Zhang urged gently.
Then what do you suggest we do, Manager Zhang? Song Hualian wanted to hear his opinion first.
You should figure out how to cover this 1 million yuan hole first. Pretend nothing happened, Manager Zhang said.
Manager Zhang, you're treating me like a fool. You expect me to cover a 1 million yuan hole?
Song Hualian felt her intelligence insulted. Today we discovered your account suddenly gained 1 million yuan yesterday morning, while the company lost 1 million yuan.
You call that a coincidence? Manager Zhang countered.
That money came from my boyfriend, not the company. Song Hualian hurriedly explained.
Your boyfriend? Didn't you break up? And now he gives you 1 million?
Manager Zhang frowned.
But didn't they say Song Hualian and her boyfriend broke up? Not that guy. It's my new boyfriend, Song Hualian clarified.
You sure move fast with boyfriends. Seems you've got quite the repertoire and he even transferred you 1 million yuan, Manager Zhang remarked with a hint of bitterness. When Manager Zhang heard Song Hualian and Zhou Juanxiong had broken up, he'd hoped to take advantage of the situation. Little did he expect her to find a new boyfriend so quickly.
Song Hualian's expression darkened.
Manager Zhang's words clearly implied she was promiscuous.
Chapter 119, Song Hualian taken away, Li Yuan's small network. Manager Zhang, my personal affairs are none of your business, Song Hualian said coldly. Fine, I can't control your personal affairs. But you're responsible for the company's 1 million yuan, aren't you? You'd better listen to me and cover that 1 million yuan hole. Otherwise, if the company sues you, your life is over. This is someone framing me.
I won't use my own money to cover that 1 million yuan, Song Hualian asserted firmly.
You claim someone framed you, can you produce evidence? Without proof, yet you happen to have an extra 1 million yuan? That doesn't add up, Manager Zhang countered. After I report this to the police, they'll investigate and clear my name, Song Hualian declared. Wei Lian, you're still too young and naive.
I've seen this kind of thing happen many times before. It always ends up being impossible to explain clearly.
You claim the money came from your boyfriend. Why would he give you 1 million? Could it be you two conspired together? If you insist on reporting this, you might drag him into trouble too. I'm doing this for your own good. I've temporarily suppressed the matter without alerting the police. If you insist on reporting it, that's fine, the company will file a police report.
Manager Zhang stated. Song Hualian knew Li Yuan's wealth. He owned several limited edition supercars and a private underground garage.
1 million yuan was likely nothing to him. Therefore, Li Yuan's money must be his own, and he wouldn't fear an investigation. This way, Song Hualian wouldn't have to worry about implicating Li Yuan.
Seeing Song Hualian's resolute stance, Manager Zhang ultimately notified the company to file a police report.
The police arrived promptly and took Song Hualian away.
Soon, rumors spread throughout the company about Song Hualian embezzling company funds through her position.
Who would have thought someone so outstanding could do something like this? You really can't judge a book by its cover.
Women who had previously envied Song Hualian's looks and figure now began viciously slandering her.
I don't believe Song Hualian would do such a thing, someone defended her.
At this point, people are still sucking up to her.
If she didn't embezzle it, why did her account suddenly have an extra million? Even a suck-up needs some common sense. Song Hualian just broke up with her boyfriend recently.
I heard he hooked up with some rich woman.
Looks like she embezzled to play the big shot and save face. Sister Qian makes a good point. Song Hualian definitely wanted to impress her ex-boyfriend. She probably didn't expect the company to catch her so quickly.
After hearing everyone's opinions, most people gradually came to believe this explanation, and soon no one felt Song Hualian was being unfairly accused.
At the police station, Song Hualian was being questioned. She recounted the events truthfully, and the police recorded her statement.
But she remained a prime suspect.
Young Masterly, Miss Song Hualian has been brought to the police station. She is currently out of danger, reported Song Hualian's bodyguard.
After learning that Tong Yan intended to hire assassins to target him and Wu Meishue, Li Yuan had hired several bodyguards to protect his women. Su Huijing didn't really need them, but having a few bodyguards watching over from a distance was still safer. Xi Mutong possessed decent combat skills, yet lacking real combat experience, she likely couldn't fend off an assassination attempt. The other women possessed even lower combat skills and required protection all the more.
Got it. Which police station is she at now? Li Yuan asked. Anzhu Police Station, the bodyguard reported. Got it. After hanging up, Li Yuan called the chief of the Anyang Municipal Public Security Bureau.
The chief, Ma Dahan, had cultivated a close relationship with the Dragon Soul Hall through their connections.
Ma Dehan was willing to cultivate ties with the Dragon Soul Temple not only because of their generosity but also because he knew certain things about Li Yuan. Within the leadership circle of Anqing City, most were aware of Li Yuan's immense wealth. He was the city's financial god. He was absolutely not to be slighted. What brings you here, young Master Li? Ma Dehan chuckled over the phone, emphasizing their close rapport. A woman of mine has been taken to Anzhu police station. Her name is Song Hualian. Could you pull some strings for her? Li Yuan got straight to the point. Oh? What's the matter? Ma Dehan inquired.
She was framed. They say she embezzled 1 million yuan in public funds.
Isn't that ridiculous? Li Yuan retorted.
That really is ridiculous.
1 million yuan is practically pocket change to you, right?
Alright, I'll definitely take care of this for you, Ma Dehan assured him. If it were a vicious murder case, he wouldn't dare make such a promise, but this blatant frame-up involving money was a piece of cake.
The police cars I donated are arriving today.
Chief Ma, please go sign for them later. Seeing how worn out the police cars in Anqing City were, Li Yuan had decided to donate some. It wasn't a large number, just 1,000 police cars. All were BYD new energy vehicles, the high-performance models priced at 400,000 yuan each. This amounted to a 400 million yuan expenditure, but Li Yuan didn't feel a bit of regret.
Money is once spent, it's gone forever. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 120, Roadside Kiss. Oh my, thank you so much for your generous donation, Mr. Li. You absolutely must attend the donation ceremony, Ma Dehan said cheerfully. With a local businessman willing to donate, how could he not be pleased? Otherwise, he'd need the city to allocate funds for the vehicle, and the approval process was a real hassle. With his officers driving such high-end vehicles, he'd have something to boast about when meeting provincial directors from other cities. It would boost his prestige. All right. I'll pick up the person at Anzhu police station later and bring Song Hualian along to the donation ceremony. Li Yuan was subtly applying a bit of pressure. Ha, looking forward to seeing both of you there, Ma Dehan laughed heartily, not taking it seriously. Ma Dehan then made a call to Anzhu police station. Chief Ma, what can I do for you? Asked Hong Lanhai, the station chief of Anzhu police station, politely. I hear you brought in a woman named Song Hualian? Ma Dehan inquired. Oh, I hadn't heard about that. This Song Hualian? Hong Lanhai was essentially trying to confirm her identity. She's been framed. Her man is Li Yuan. As for the paltry 1 million yuan embezzlement? Get this resolved immediately and find the mastermind behind her frame-up, Ma Dehan instructed. So she's Mr. Li's woman. Got it. Hong Lanhai was one of Ma Dehan's trusted confidants. He had heard Ma Dehan mention Li Yuan, the financial god of Anqing City. He was even planning to donate 1,000 police cars to their precinct. It seemed unlikely that the woman of such a tycoon would embezzle a mere million yuan in public funds. After hanging up, Hong Lanhai immediately inquired about today's cases. Upon learning Song Hualian was in an interrogation room, he rushed over. Ms. Song, your situation is extremely dire. I advise you to come clean and get leniency, said a male officer with a buzz cut and a black mole on his face. Beside him, a police officer with a red nose was taking notes. I've already explained clearly I didn't transfer that money. I wasn't even at work yesterday. To move company funds, you need to use the company computers, which have a separate program, Song Hualian said anxiously. Ms. Song, this requires further investigation. Currently, you are the prime suspect, so you cannot leave for now, the mole-faced officer stated. Just as the mole-faced officer was about to speak again, the door swung open. He started to snap, didn't you see the do not disturb sign? But before the word no could leave his lips, he saw it was Hong Lanhai and immediately stood up, switching to a smile. Chief Hong, the officers greeted him in unison. Machem, Hong Lanhai nodded lightly. When he saw Song Hualian's stunningly beautiful face, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly, truly a woman of exceptional beauty. He couldn't help but envy Li Yuan's good fortune. But he dared not entertain any other thoughts. Miss Song, we know you were wrongfully accused. You're safe now. We will thoroughly investigate who framed you, Hong Lanhai stated. Is that all? Thank you, Director Hong, for upholding justice for me, Song Hualian said, startled at first, then delighted. Just sign here and you can go home soon, Hong Lanhai said kindly. All right. Song Hualian glanced over the statement written by the red-nosed officer. Finding it matched her account, she signed her name. As soon as Song Hualian left, the Dark Moles officer asked Hong Lanhai, Chief Hong, what's going on here? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. A man as wealthy as hers wouldn't care about 1 million yuan. Transfer this case to headquarters immediately. Have them send investigators to uncover the truth and restore justice for the family, Hong Lanhai instructed. All right, Chief Hong. The mole-faced officer and the red-nosed officer were a bit surprised. 1 million yuan wasn't even worth considering? If they were offered 1 million, they'd quit on the spot. Retiring to enjoy life at home sounded far better. Song Hualian stepped out of the police station and spotted Li Yuan leaning against a black sports car at the entrance. Li Yuan was puffing on a Huazi cigarette.
Sunlight bathed him in a youthful, boyish charm, like the handsome guy next door. Yet, the cigarette smoke added a hint of world weariness to his appearance. He was incredibly captivating.
Many women passing by couldn't help glancing back at Li Yuan.
One woman even bumped into a utility pole because she wasn't paying attention to where she was walking.
He really is a show-off. Song Huilian felt her heart swell with happiness. He must have pulled some strings to get me out so quickly. Song Huilian wasn't stupid.
A police station chief treating her with such courtesy and releasing her immediately, who would believe no one had pulled strings behind the scenes. When she saw Li Yuan give her a gentle smile, Song Huilian immediately quickened her pace and threw herself into his arms. "Husband," she called out obediently. Li Yuan leaned in and kissed her. Seeing the couple so intimate, many men and women on the street felt their hearts shatter into pieces. "Such a great guy, and he's already taken," one woman lamented, her heart aching.
"What's there to fear? Just step right in. Isn't 3 great? Add me and make it 4, her best friend declared boldly.
"But that violates Article 301 of the Criminal Code," the woman pointed out.
"I'm talking about men, and you bring up criminal law? You're such a weirdo."
"Did all that studying turn your brain to mush?" her friend retorted, speechless.
Amidst the envious stares of onlookers, Song Huilian slid into the passenger seat of the Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse and drove off with Li Yuan.
"Not only is this car sleek and powerful, but that license plate is seriously badass 5/8.
Envy won't help you. Unless you're born into a wealthy family or go take a nap right now. Ugh, this is so annoying. Whose is this?" Chapter 121, Dragon Soul Temple and the police unloading the vehicle. Driving the Bugatti La Voix de la Nuit, Li Yuan and Song Huilian arrived at the Anqing City Public Security Bureau.
Upon seeing this one-of-a-kind supercar and its impressive license plate 5/8, the guards immediately notified Chief Madahan.
Madahan had already instructed them earlier that a black Bugatti supercar would be arriving at the station, and they were to notify him immediately upon its arrival. After Li Yuan parked the car, Madahan hurried out of his office. Moments later, he appeared at the entrance. "Young Master Li, what an honor to have you here."
"My apologies for not greeting you at the entrance," Madahan said warmly.
"Commissioner Ma, I wouldn't dare trouble you to come down personally."
Though Li Yuan said this, he hadn't moved from where he got out of the car.
"Come on, let's have some tea in my office," Madahan suggested. "Tea can wait.
The car has arrived. Let's go take delivery right away," Li Yuan replied. While he said this, his thoughts were elsewhere. Who wants to drink tea with an old man like you?
I've got several beauties waiting for me.
Ha, young Master Li is quite impatient.
Alright, let's go take delivery then, Madahan chuckled. The two parted ways. Li Yuan took Song Huilian with him, while Madahan led his men to conduct the inventory. "What exactly are you taking delivery of?" Song Huilian asked curiously.
"I donated 1,000 police cars to the Anqing City Police Department."
"We're going to take inventory now," Li Yuan replied as he lit his cigarette.
1,000 police cars?
Song Huilian exclaimed in surprise. "How much would that cost?" "All high-end models, 400,000 yuan each. The vehicles are incredibly powerful absolute road tanks," Li Yuan explained. 400,000 yuan each? That's 400 million yuan for 1,000 vehicles. Good heavens! You're donating that much to the police department? Song Huilian covered her mouth in astonishment. For her, a lifelong ordinary office worker, 400 million yuan was a fortune she couldn't earn in several lifetimes. Just thinking about it normally would have her heart racing, let alone Li Yuan handing over 4 small life goals outright. "Wow, your math skills are impressive. You calculated that so fast," Li Yuan teased. "I am an accountant." Song Huilian shot him a look, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "It's all for the city's safety. Better police cars mean faster response times," Li Yuan explained. Song Huilian stole a glance at Li Yuan, thinking to herself, "Yeah, right. I also donated 1,000-meter aerial ladder fire trucks to the city fire department. They just need to be imported from abroad, so delivery is taking a bit longer," Li Yuan explained. "Those things must be expensive, right?" Song Huilian wasn't very knowledgeable, but 100-meter aerial ladder fire trucks sounded impressive. "Of course they're expensive. Those 1,000-meter aerial ladder fire trucks cost a total of 300 million yuan, all imported from the United States," Li Yuan said. "Another 300 million? How much money do you even have?" Song Huilian suddenly felt like she and Li Yuan were from completely different worlds. Li Yuan casually threw around hundreds of millions, while she felt pain spending even tens or hundreds of yuan. She didn't have Li Yuan's limitless wealth, otherwise she'd be just as generous. Li Yuan and Madahan arrived at the Public Security Bureau's outdoor training base. The vast open space could accommodate 1,000 vehicles. Heavy-duty tractor trailers had already arrived, each carrying 10 BYD new energy vehicles. 100 heavy-duty trailers formed a long line stretching far into the distance, creating a spectacular sight. Even the SWAT officers training in the field were astonished by the sheer scale of the operation. In the past, wealthy citizens had donated police vehicles to the bureau, but the largest donation had only been 20 cars, just 2 trailers. Nothing like this, 100 trailers stretching as far as the eye could see. Zhao Changyang, Lin San, Su Huijing, all the Dragon Soul Temple leaders had arrived, along with a group of their subordinates. If the police had suddenly moved in, the Dragon Soul Temple's leadership would have been wiped out. Police and Dragon Soul Temple members worked together to unload the vehicles, creating a surprisingly harmonious scene. Despite the large crowd, it took until past 3 p.m. to unload and inventory all 1,000 vehicles. Lunch was ordered from a 5-star hotel by Li Yuan and brought here in takeout boxes. The dining environment was a bit lacking, but the food tasted quite good. Ma Dehan signed the handover form, concluding the matter. After exchanging a few polite words, Li Yuan, Su Huijing, and Song Huilian departed together. Li Yuan and Song Huilian rode in one car, while Su Huijing followed in her own vehicle. Let's go to the mall and pick up a few things, Li Yuan suggested to Song Huilian. Shopping? What for? Song Huilian asked. A few outfits, a watch, and most importantly, some stockings and lingerie, Li Yuan replied with a mischievous grin. This outfit looks good, right? Song Huilian's face flushed slightly. Although she was the oldest among all of Li Yuan's women, in terms of experience, she was the worst and the latest. Except for Chu Zixuan, after all, Li Yuan hadn't hit a home run with her yet. Hearing Li Yuan's teasing words and recalling his prowess, Song Huilian's unique constitution ignited. She let out a low, breathy moan, her lovely face flushing crimson. Li Yuan shot Song Huilian a meaningful glance, a flicker of intense heat dancing in his eyes. Chapter 122, Passionate Kiss in the Car. The night boys circled around and arrived at Anqing City's largest luxury mall, Xinban Mall. This was the very mall where Li Yuan and Wu Meishue had bumped into each other last time. It was here that Li Yuan had bought a watch. Though extremely valuable, the watch looked a bit old-fashioned, suited for a seasoned business executive rather than a teenager like him. Today, he intended to order another one. Xinban Mall. Everything here is ridiculously expensive. Song Huilian recognized it instantly upon seeing the uniquely shaped exterior. The entire structure resembled a giant bull. The building's design had been commissioned from a professional international design team at great expense. The owner was also an overseas Chinese. Thus, beyond its name, many aspects of Xinban Mall incorporated foreign elements. But many wealthy people are drawn to this concept. Xinban symbolizes wealth and prestige, while the foreign elements represent fashion and sophistication, attracting numerous affluent shoppers. Of course, the less affluent simply cannot afford to shop here. In my eyes, there's no such thing as too expensive, only whether I want it or not, Li Yuan declared with authority. To the materialistic women, Li Yuan's words were absolutely thrilling. Though Song Huilian wasn't a gold digger, Li Yuan's bold words still made her eyes glaze over. A handsome, wealthy man was undoubtedly a prime catch. If he was also physically fit and considerate, he would be the ultimate man. Li Yuan was undoubtedly that kind of man. You're not planning to challenge me to a duel right here, are you? Li Yuan teased, noticing Song Huilian's gaze. He'd expected her to blush and refuse, but her mind resisted while her body stirred with desire. It was all her body's doing. She yanked her seatbelt loose and lunged toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan caught her with his left arm as she came at him, while his right hand swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt. His lips moved with pinpoint accuracy, locking onto hers like a GPS-guided missile. Their kiss, fierce and frenzied like two mad dogs biting each other, sent Song Huilian spiraling further out of control. Just as Song Huilian felt she had reached the peak, Su Huijing knocked on the window of the knight's voice. Seeing the two hadn't emerged for ages, she feared something was wrong and tapped the window without looking closely. Li Yuan was fine, but Song Huilian jumped in fright, her body trembling. Releasing Song Huilian, Li Yuan rolled down the window and said, "We'll be out in a minute." Seeing Song Huilian's expression, Su Huijing immediately understood and apologized. "I'm so sorry for interrupting." "Don't mention it. Next time, just let her interrupt again," Li Yuan quipped. "I was afraid we were walking into a trap." Su Huijing shot him a look, knowing him well. Li Yuan chuckled and pushed open the door to get out. He couldn't show favoritism, so Li Yuan embraced Su Huijing with a wolfish kiss. The garage security guard and others watched Li Yuan's bold move. While feeling a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment, they also silently cursed under their breath. Unbearable to watch. Unbearable. After Li Yuan and Su Huijing kissed for a while, Song Huilian finally got out of the car. She adjusted her clothes slightly inside the car, but the clinging undergarments still felt uncomfortable. But there was nothing to be done about it. She'd just have to buy a new pair later. Seeing Song Huilian emerge, Li Yuan and Su Huijing finally parted. The two women linked arms with Li Yuan, one on each side, and headed toward the elevator. That's just too much. What a man's dream come true when both are stunning beauties. We'd only dare to secretly keep a mistress, but this guy openly parades around with two mistresses. He's unbeatable. Why would such gorgeous women settle for being his mistresses? Why not choose me, a loyal, wealthy diamond man? Wouldn't that be better? Getting mobbed everywhere is such a hassle. Being handsome is no picnic. Thank goodness I'm not a celebrity, that'd be even worse. Li Yuan sighed. Gao Jingjing was a minor celebrity. If her fans found out she was with Li Yuan, they'd go wild. And if they found out about all his other women? They'd probably hunt him down. They might even throw feces at him. But Li Yuan wasn't afraid. Li Yuan and the two women walked over to the elevator and waited for it to descend. Soon the elevator descended, its doors opened. People inside, holding their purchases, were about to step out when they saw Li Yuan and the two women's stunning beauty. They all froze in place. Li Yuan and the two women exchanged a helpless glance before stepping into the elevator. After they entered the elevator, those who wanted to shop hurried in as well, and soon the elevator was overloaded. The last person to enter glanced back helplessly, then reluctantly stepped away. The elevator doors closed and began ascending. Just then, someone began to reach out with a groping hand, assuming no one would notice in such a crowded space. But Li Yuan, with his intense focus, possessed heightened senses almost akin to the spiritual perception cultivated by cultivators. Though not quite as exaggerated. Just as the groper's hand was about to touch Song Huilian's little butt, Li Yuan acted. A flick of his finger struck the groper's hand, causing it to jerk violently and land on a certain wealthy woman's soft flesh. Ah! Both women screamed simultaneously. Do you like the clothes? Sequel coming soon. Please leave a good review. Don't keep this book on hold, or it'll die. Chapter 123, Elevator Showdown. You filthy pervert! The wealthy woman's rage flared upon seeing the greasy, balding man. If it had been a handsome young hunk like Li Yuan, she might have tolerated it, maybe even been pleased. But this guy was utterly revolting. No way was she letting him get away with it. A resounding slap instantly rang out. The elevator was cramped and crowded, leaving the balding man nowhere to dodge. His hand still stung from Li Yuan's earlier flick, distracting him completely from his surroundings. Smack! A crisp slap echoed. The balding man was slapped so hard he seemed to stick to the elevator wall. He couldn't even peel himself off. Slight exaggeration. People around them turned to look, unsure why the balding man had been struck. Some had seen him grope the rich woman's breast, while others hadn't. Mediterranean was stunned by the blow. His hand had been throbbing like needles piercing it, and he hadn't even realized he'd touched the rich woman. How dare you hit me, the man with the receding hairline shouted, clutching his face. Because you touched me, the rich woman shouted, pointing at him. Me? Touch you? What a joke! You old hag, the man with the receding hairline exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing this, the rich woman's hair stood on end with fury. She was now rather unattractive, having undergone facial surgery in her youth in pursuit of beauty, leaving her face permanently distorted. But just because I'm ugly doesn't mean you can say that. The rich woman lunged forward to scratch him. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd scrambled backward, desperate to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Everyone rushed out, leaving the wealthy woman and the man with the receding hairline locked in a standoff inside. Li Yuan, Su Huijing, and Song Huilian stepped out of the elevator into the first-floor lobby, where expensive jewelry and accessories were primarily sold. Li Yuan had come up from the underground parking garage earlier. There was also an above-ground parking lot. Let's see if there's any nice jewelry. I haven't given you girls anything yet, Li Yuan said. Li Yuan reflected that aside from the gifts he'd given Wu Meishui on her birthday, he hadn't really given anything to the other women. Thinking about it now, he felt pretty like a jerk. That's basically freeloading. Realizing his mistake, Li Yuan decided to give each of them a necklace. He'd give Su Huijing and Song Huilian theirs today, and deal with the rest another time. Seeing this eye-popping trio, one guy and two girls, the saleswoman silently cursed Li Yuan for being such a jerk while secretly envying him. He's so handsome. Sir, ma'am, what would you like to see? Necklaces, diamond rings, earrings, or bracelets, the saleswoman asked politely. Let's look at everything. If we see something we like, we'll buy it, Li Yuan replied. Certainly, the saleswoman replied with a cheerful smile. She never doubted Li Yuan's wealth. A man who could afford to have two stunning beauties by his side must possess not only top-tier looks but also top-tier wealth. That was only logical. See if there's anything you like? Li Yuan asked. These things are useless to me. You'd be better off giving me a knife, Su Huijing said. The saleswoman paused, inwardly thinking, this uniquely elegant beauty wearing a half-mask truly stands apart. She preferred armor over finery. Li Yuan leaned in and whispered something in Su Huijing's ear. Then Su Huijing's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. She nodded gently and whispered, I'll do whatever you say. Song Huilian walked to the counter and took a look. The jewelry was exquisitely designed, but the prices were truly steep. A quick glance revealed that not a single piece was priced below 100,000 yuan. This truly is Anqing City's most prestigious luxury mall. The prices here are outrageous. Song Huilian silently complained to herself. How about this necklace? Song Huilian asked, pointing to a diamond necklace. Li Yuan looked over. The necklace featured a large 3-carat diamond set alongside smaller diamonds. The price tag read 200,000 yuan. Li Yuan examined it. While the necklace was reasonably beautiful, it lacked any distinctive features. It was essentially just a slightly larger diamond than most standard diamond necklaces. I think it's just average.
Pick a nicer one, don't worry about saving money for me, Li Yuan declared confidently. At his words, the saleswoman's eyes lit up. She had indeed encountered a major customer.
Her hunch was correctly. Yuan undoubtedly possessed immense wealth. Sir, we've just received a new cat's eye necklace, extremely rare and exquisite. Might this interest you? The saleswoman pitched. Cat's eye stone opalescent chrysoberyl, also known as cat's eye effect chrysoberyl, is one of the 5 major precious gemstones alongside diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and emeralds. Yet it is far more scarce on the market than the other 4. Of course I'm interested. Bring it out for me to see, Li Yuan replied. Sir, I'm afraid this necklace is too valuable to show you in person. I can only show you a video first. If you decide to purchase it after viewing, I can request permission from the boss to open the safe. The cat's eye necklace was locked in the safe, beyond the reach of an ordinary employee like her. I see. Then let's watch the video first. Li Yuan realized she was right. If it could be taken out casually, the necklace might get lost or swapped out. His Holiness the Pope. Chapter 124, Former Lovers Meet, Sparks Fly. Li Yuan and the 2 women watched the video as the saleswoman provided commentary. This cat's eye stone originated from Trinabula in southwestern Sri Lanka, boasting an extraordinary 9-carat weight. Its cut, color, and overall appearance were exceptionally beautiful. I'll take this cat's eye necklace, Li Yuan declared decisively. The saleswoman nearly beamed with delight at his words, though she maintained her composure to preserve her elegance. Sir, I know you must be quite wealthy, but I should still mention the price of this cat's eye necklace. If you find it suitable, we can proceed. If not, I certainly won't pressure you, the saleswoman said. Just tell me the price, Li Yuan said calmly. The price didn't matter to him. Money was less than mere numbers to him, numbers that stretched endlessly beyond his grasp. This necklace is priced at 50 million, the saleswoman stated, her gaze fixed on Li Yuan's handsome face. She wasn't just admiring the handsome man, she also wanted to see if Li Yuan would show any facial expression. Unfortunately, Li Yuan remained utterly unfazed. A mere 50 million? Petty change. Call your boss over. I'll take it, Li Yuan said with a smile to the saleswoman. Yes, the saleswoman replied, her head spinning. So captivating. Sister man, someone wants to buy that cat's eye necklace. Could you come open the safe? The saleswoman called their boss. Someone wants to buy that necklace? Sister man asked in surprise. Yes, the saleswoman confirmed. Alright, Xiong and I will head over right away, Sister man said excitedly. Selling that cat's eye necklace would net her a hefty profit and help her meet the headquarters sales targets ahead of schedule. The headquarters bonus would be a nice chunk of change too. Sir, please wait a moment. Our boss will be right with you, the saleswoman said. She then poured water for both Li Yuan and Su Huijing. Are there any other jewels in this mall similar to this cat's eye necklace? I'd like to buy another one, Li Yuan asked. Actually, there is one. It's at the jewelry store up ahead. They have an aquamarine necklace, which is also very rare. Aquamarine has long been revered as the stone of courage, symbolizing happiness and eternal youth, the saleswoman explained. Li Yuan thought to himself that aquamarine would be perfect for Su Huijing, a stone for the brave. Beautiful. Alright, take us there later. The store will surely credit you for the sale, so you deserve at least a token of appreciation. Li Yuan appreciated the saleswoman's attitude and decided to help her secure some benefits. Thank you, the saleswoman replied sincerely. Customers who actually considered the salesperson's interests were rare enough, let alone one who was this handsome and well off. Perfect. The saleswoman's heart was melting. My name is Wu Shuriying. What's your name, sir? She mustered the courage to ask. My name is Li Yuan. Just a name. Li Yuan wasn't stingy about sharing it. Soon after, the jewelry store's owner, Sister Man, arrived with a tall, handsome man. Song Huilian, what are you doing here? The tall, handsome man exclaimed in surprise. Song Huilian looked up and recognized her ex-boyfriend, Zhou Juanxiong. I'm here to buy jewelry, Song Huilian replied in a flat tone. The resentment toward Zhou Juanxiong still lingered in her heart. She was now with Li Yuan and should maintain distance from Zhou Juanxiong. So her tone was deliberately distant. So this is your ex-girlfriend? Asked the wealthy woman, Sister Man. She had heard Zhou Juanxiong mention Song Huilian's name before, but never imagined she would be so beautiful with such a great figure. This stirred a pang of jealousy within her. A woman's jealousy could be terrifying. Juanxiong told me you're just an ordinary girl. How could you possibly afford jewelry from our family store? Sister Man, who came in, said with a sneer. Since Li Yuan and Su Huijing were nearby discussing their evening meeting with Li Hua, Song Huilian was browsing jewelry alone at the counter. Thus, Hu Kaiman hadn't connected Song Huilian with Li Yuan. So you're the plain-looking rich woman he mentioned? I thought he was being modest, but it turns out she really is quite ordinary, Song Huilian shot back. Don't be ridiculous. When did I ever say that? Zhou Juanxiong quickly interjected, afraid Hu Kaiman might misunderstand. In truth, Hu Kaiman was merely a bit older, and years of hard work and overburdening had left her face lined with wrinkles. She was still quite attractive. If she were in her younger days, she'd probably score around 89 points. What a sharp-tongued little who came and hissed coldly. Having navigated the cutthroat business world for years, she didn't believe she'd fall for Song Huilian's words and lash out at Joju and Xiong. But she was certainly furious. Any woman would be angry if called ugly. Sis man, you're here. This is the customer who wants to buy the cat's eye necklace. Wu Shiriying rushed back just then. She'd only stepped away to use the restroom when the boss arrived. Don't think she was slacking off. Her? Hu Kaiman and Joju and Xiong stared at Song Huilian in shock. Their expressions were pure disbelief. Chapter 125. Move out within 2 days. Yes. This is the customer. Wu Shiriying nodded in confirmation. Xiaoying, I thought you were more level-headed. Who knew you'd be so foolish? Just because someone's pretty, you assume she's rich? Look at her cheap clothes. How could she possibly afford a cat's eye necklace? Hu Kaiman scolded sternly. So you judge by looks, huh? Your shop really is something. Don't you know the customer is always right? Song Huilian sneered. Well, they have to be our customers. As for you, you're no god. I could send you to meet your maker, though, Hu Kaiman retorted coldly. Song Huilian, you'd better leave now. Don't humiliate yourself further. If you can't afford it, why pretend to be rich? It's just putting on airs, Joju and Xiong chimed in. You guys are really something else. Sending customers to meet their maker? That's some comprehensive service, Li Yuan retorted sarcastically. He saw people approaching Song Huilian's side and released his sixth sense, overhearing Hu Kaiman and Joju and Xiong's words. The audacity to suggest sending Song Huilian to meet her maker shocked Li Yuan to the core and filled him with fury. He immediately walked over. And you are? Hu Kaiman inquired. Seeing Li Yuan's handsome face, Hu Kaiman's heart skipped a beat. How delightful it would be if Li Yuan were to serve her. Joju and Xiong, however, grew secretly wary, fearing Hu Kaiman might fall under Li Yuan's spell and abandon him. He had just begun to savor the life of a wealthy man these past 2 days and didn't want it to end so soon. Sis man, this gentleman is here to buy the cat's eye necklace, Wu Shiriying quickly interjected. The conflict had erupted so suddenly that she'd been completely dumbfounded, unable to get a word in edgewise. Now she finally snapped back to reality. So you're the one who wants to buy the cat's eye necklace? Hu Kaiman exclaimed in surprise. To be so young and already buying a cat's eye necklace worth 50 million yuan, his background must be quite extraordinary. Sir, please don't be upset. We were just joking with this lady earlier. We always make our customers feel right at home, Hu Kaiman said with a smile. So now we're customers again? Just a moment ago, you wanted us to meet our maker. Li Yuan retorted coldly. It was all a misunderstanding. This lady and I used to be in a relationship, so seeing each other again caused some friction, Joju and Xiong stepped forward to explain. He wanted to take some of the blame for Hu Kaiman to increase his standing in her eyes. At the same time, he aimed to discuss Li Yuan, making it clear that Song Huilian was the discarded woman he had rejected. So you're her blind ex-boyfriend? Thanks to your ignorance, I got to snag this beauty, Li Yuan sneered, wrapping his arm around Song Huilian's waist. What are you gloating about? She's nothing but a pretty face, all show and no substance, Joju and Xiong muttered under his breath. Blame yourself for your own inadequacies. I cured her illness, and now our marital life is blissful. Too bad you've never even touched her. Cured? Joju and Xiong was dumbfounded. This script doesn't add up. Mr. Li Yuan, our boss, sister man, is here. Perhaps you'd like to take a look at that cat's eye necklace first? Wu Shiriying, fearing the conflict would escalate, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. No need. You have 2 days to vacate this space. Otherwise, you'll be evicted. Li Yuan had no desire to see this shop remain here. What gives you the right to make us move? Hu Kaiman retorted coldly. If it weren't for his good looks, she would have snapped at him immediately. Because I'm the owner of this mall, Li Yuan replied. Needless to say, Li Yuan had secretly altered it again. You're the owner? Impossible. I had dinner with the mall's owner just days ago. She wouldn't sell this place. Besides, she doesn't have any illegitimate children or anything like that. Hu Kaiman refused to believe it. Just a few days ago, the mall owner had told her over dinner that the mall was doing exceptionally well financially. How could it possibly be sold off in just a few days? You can call her and ask if I'm lying, Li Yuan said calmly. Hu Kaiman immediately pulled out her phone and called the mall's former owner to ask if it was true. Li Yuan also pulled out his phone and called the mall manager, instructing him to come down immediately to handle the situation. The others stood by, staring at Li Yuan in utter shock. Even Su Huijing, who knew Li Yuan inside out, was a bit dumbfounded. She'd never heard him mention owning a large shopping mall, let alone the renowned Xinban Mall in Anqing City. At that moment, Xinban Mall's general manager sat in his office staring at his computer, a pair of noise-canceling headphones worth thousands pressed against his ears. Clear sounds streamed into his ears. Listening to the exquisite sounds through his headphones, General Manager He Miao swiftly moved his embroidery needle, the red cliff scene nearing completion before his eyes. Just then, the phone rang. He Miao was in the thick of things and didn't want to be interrupted, but when he glanced at the caller ID on the desk phone, he immediately jumped. The flames of Chibi were driven back by sheer fright. Why is this new boss calling at a time like this? He Miao grumbled. But he dared not ignore it. The new boss had just taken over, and being young and hot-tempered, if he delayed the boss's business, getting fired would be disastrous. Hello, boss, Miao said, freeing one hand to answer the call. Come to the jewelry section on the first floor, Li Yuan said indifferently before hanging up. Hu Keiman had also confirmed from the previous boss that the new boss was named Li Yuan, a very handsome young man. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. Please choose any piece of jewelry here as a token of my apology. Hu Keiman now had no choice but to lower her proud head. Xinban Mall was a paradise for luxury goods. If you wanted to do the luxury goods business in Anqing, this was the best place. Many wealthy patrons recognized only this establishment. Going elsewhere would make people suspect you were selling counterfeit goods. If apologies worked, what would cops be for? Get ready to move out. A mere piece of jewelry was supposed to change his mind? Dream on. Does he look like a good person? No, he's actually a scoundrel. He Miao soon arrived in a hurry. Boss. He Miao called out. Clear out this jewelry store within 2 days, Li Yuan ordered sternly. He Miao glanced at Hu Keiman. He recognized her. He'd been on good terms with the original owner and used to treat her with courtesy whenever they met. Little did he expect how quickly the tables could turn. Now that the owner had changed, the first task assigned to him was to evict this usually arrogant Hu Keiman. How interesting. Miss Hu, I'm afraid you'll have to pack up and move out immediately, He Miao said flatly, neither sad nor happy, careful not to offend either side. After all, even if Hu Keiman was cleared out, she still held considerable wealth and influence. While he wasn't afraid of her, there was no need to provoke her. Mr. Li, is there absolutely no room for negotiation? Hu Keiman pressed, her voice tinged with urgency. None. Li Yuan declared firmly. Request gifts. Chapter 126, Trying on lingerie. Don't be too arrogant unless you're truly invincible like me, Li Yuan said shamelessly. In that case, let's go down fighting. Mr. Li, you don't want this mall harass day in and day out, do you? Hu Keiman, having exhausted soft approaches, turned to force. What do you mean? Spit it out. Li Yuan was eager to hear how Hu Keiman planned to threaten him. My nephew is one of the 8 golden warriors of the Pear Blossom Society, commanding hundreds of men. If they harass your mall daily, your business will suffer. Hu Keiman threatened. The Pear Blossom Society. Li Yuan was taken aback. What a small world. He was planning to take down the Pear Blossom gang tonight, and now he'd run into a relative of one of their 8 golden warriors. What? Scared now? Hu Keiman smirked triumphantly. Back then, she had been the one to secure her nephew's position among the 8 golden guards. Now that he had made his mark, she was leveraging his reputation to her advantage. What's your nephew's name? Li Yuan asked curiously, wondering if he'd been at the Golden Phoenix Club last time. My nephew is Su Jinhai. You must have heard of him, right? Li Yuan glanced at Su Huijing, feeling amused. Su Huijing also looked at Li Yuan, a smile playing on her lips. I've certainly heard that name. Haven't you been in touch with Su Jinhai for days? Li Yuan wasn't sure what expression to wear now, but he found the whole situation rather amusing. What? If I don't contact him for a few days, he's not my nephew anymore? That's not my concern. I'm just saying he's been hospitalized for days now. Haven't you thought to visit? Li Yuan teased. Hospitalized? How did you find out? From the sound of it, you and Jinhai are quite close. We should sit down and have a proper talk. Hu Keiman seized the chance to negotiate. No need for talks. You should go see your nephew. As for how I found out about his hospitalization, you can ask him at the hospital if he remembers me, the one who beat him up bad enough to land him in the hospital. What? You beat him up so badly he ended up hospitalized? Hu Keiman was utterly shocked. As one of the 8 golden warriors of the Pear Blossom Society, Su Jinhai possessed formidable martial prowess. How could Li Yuan, merely a strikingly handsome young man, possibly be his match? Was it a gang ambush? I won't explain further. Ask him yourself. Remember, move out within 2 days. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't survive anywhere in this world, Li Yuan declared firmly. Only then did Hu Keiman truly feel fear. If even Su Jinhai couldn't intimidate Li Yuan, she had no cards left to play. She needed to verify Li Yuan's threat immediately. Rushing away, she dialed Su Jinhai's number. Zhou Juanxiang hurried after her. He couldn't afford to lose both the watermelon and the bread. Make arrangements, Li Yuan instructed Su Huijing. Understood. Su Huijing and Li Yuan had a strong rapport. She knew he intended to teach Zhou Juanxiang a lesson. Then Li Yuan turned to Wu Shuriying. You don't need to follow her anymore. From now on, you'll be in charge of the entire first-floor jewelry section. Manager He, make the necessary arrangements. Yes, sir, He Miao replied respectfully. Me? Wu Shuriying was instantly overwhelmed by immense surprise, feeling a bit flustered. Yes, you. Of course, if you prove incapable of handling this position, removing you won't be an issue. Li Yuan offered the carrot but naturally followed it with the stick.
A mix of carrot and stick is what makes people submit.
No pun intended.
You two are responsible for purchasing 2 pieces of top-tier jewelry.
Wu Shiying should know the style requirements.
Wu Shiying knew Li Yuan wanted rare, unique pieces of the highest caliber. Fortunately, she had considerable knowledge in this area, and with He Miao's assistance, acquiring them shouldn't be too difficult.
After assigning the task to the two, Li Yuan, Su Huijing, and Song Huilian headed to the lingerie section on the 2nd floor. Song Huilian's pants were still damp, they should have come here first.
This one then Victoria's Secret, Li Yuan said, pointing to a brand-name lingerie store up ahead.
Su Huijing and Song Huilian nodded in agreement.
Hello, welcome, the sales assistant greeted them warmly. Such a handsome man and beautiful woman together, a rare sight indeed.
What a treat for the eyes today.
What might you like to see today? The saleswoman inquired politely. Lingerie, Li Yuan stated confidently, unlike some men who act all shy and awkward when buying underwear. Certainly, this way please. The saleswoman led the trio to the lingerie section. Inside, the shelves were overflowing with lingerie. Some designs were stunningly beautiful, while others looked a bit tacky. But even the tacky ones came with hefty price tags. This section features our newest arrivals' innovative designs crafted from exceptionally comfortable fabrics.
You'll barely feel them on.
Please feel free to touch them, ladies.
You can feel them too, sir.
Li Yuan ran his fingers over the fabric. It felt genuinely luxurious.
The high price tag was justified.
I'll take all the attractive styles, Li Yuan declared generously.
Ah, all of them? The saleswoman covered her mouth in surprised delight.
Yes, everything except these few outdated ones, Li Yuan pointed out. Sir, but these lingerie sets together will cost over 1,000,000 yuan, the saleswoman reminded him. After speaking, she felt a bit uneasy, fearing it might all be for nothing. Swipe the card.
No pin needed.
Li Yuan handed over his bank card directly.
All right then, the saleswoman replied, quickly taking the card.
After swiping her card at the counter and watching the receipt print out, the saleswoman finally breathed a sigh of relief, followed by sheer elation. She was about to strike it rich. Luxury goods commissions were always generous. Sir, your card, the saleswoman said respectfully, presenting it to Li Yuan with both hands.
Li Yuan took it casually. Our store offers complimentary home delivery. Would you like to provide an address so we can arrange for the items to be delivered? The saleswoman inquired. Li Yuan considered it. With so many lingerie items, he'd select some for Su Huijing and Song Huilian, then have the rest delivered to Villa No. 1 at Tianwang Mountain Villa. Otherwise, it would take up too much space. After leaving his address, Li Yuan selected a few lingerie pieces and entered the fitting room with Song Huilian.
The moment Song Huijing locked the door, Li Yuan wrapped his arms around her exquisite hourglass waist, showering her neck with tender kisses.
Song Huilian immediately felt a surge of desire. What do you think of this one? Song Huilian asked Li Yuan, her hands propping up the mirror as she modeled a set of lingerie. It looks great.
You look good in anything with a figure like yours, Li Yuan praised, holding her slender waist.
You're so smooth, Song Huilian murmured softly, biting her lip. Then let me try another set. See if it looks good?
She changed into another set of lingerie, and it was still incredibly flattering.
Naturally, Li Yuan gave her another hearty compliment. Seeking gifts. Chapter 127, Patek Philippe 6002 G001.
Su Huijing and the sales assistant had been waiting outside for quite some time. Su Huijing felt a bit embarrassed under the sales assistant's strange gaze. They had already turned away several groups of customers, of course giving the excuse that all the lingerie in the store had been reserved and there was nothing left to sell. A little while later, Song Huilian emerged, leaning against the wall for support. She told Su Huijing, he wants you to go in and try on the lingerie. Su Huijing glanced at the fitting room and stepped inside. The saleswoman glanced at her watch. Over an hour had passed.
Why was another woman being called in to try on clothes? Why did her boyfriend only last 5 minutes, and that was when he was in top form?
Feeling the saleswoman's strange gaze, Song Huilian immediately shifted her body. She really wanted to find a place to sleep.
So sleepy, so tired. Ma'am, there's a rest area over here. Why don't you take a break? The saleswoman offered kindly. That's wonderful.
Song Huilian steadied herself on the nearby rack and stood up.
The saleswoman gently guided Song Huilian over to the rest area.
Su Huijing was also changing her underwear at that moment. Though her figure wasn't as perfect as Song Huilian's, her stamina was stronger. She tried on 5 more sets of underwear than Song Huilian. Watching your woman change clothes in a mall fitting room is quite thrilling. I should come more often.
Li Yuan thought to himself.
This time, Su Huijing didn't have to steady herself against the wall like Song Huilian had. Instead, Li Yuan carried her out. Seeing Song Huilian sound asleep on the lounge bed, Li Yuan smiled faintly. You've worked hard.
Here's 10,000 yuan, consider it a small token of my appreciation.
Li Yuan produced 10,000 yuan from somewhere and handed it to the saleswoman.
Oh, this is too much, the saleswoman hesitated, reluctant to accept it.
Take it, Li Yuan insisted, pressing the money into her hand.
Compared to the excitement in the fitting room, what was 10,000 yuan? Both women were exhausted now. Shopping was out of the question. Li Yuan planned to pick out a watch for himself, then buy some stockings wholesale before heading home. He made his way alone to the Patek Philippe counter on the 3rd floor. Manager Wu Na was there, assisting a customer. "Mr. Li, you're here." Wu Na smiled warmly as soon as she spotted him. "Yeah, I'm here to look at watches," Li Yuan replied. "Please wait a moment," Wu Na said, then turned back to her customer. "Mr. Zhang, your watch will take a while longer to arrive. We sincerely apologize for the delay," Wu Na told her client, Mr. Zhang. "Why is it taking so long this time?" "It's been over half a year," Mr. Zhang said, sounding a bit frustrated. "The production department is short-staffed, so many watches have been delayed. We recently received a new, quite prestigious model in stock. Why not consider purchasing it directly?" Wu Na suggested. "What model is it?" Mr. Zhang inquired. "The Patek Philippe Super Complication Chronograph Series 6002 G001. This watch features 2 dials displaying a total of 13 complications. The entire case is hand-carved from a single piece of synthetic white gold, adorned with intricate Arabic patterns. The slightest misstep could ruin the entire case. It's hailed as sculpture for the wrist." Wu Na pulled out her phone, opened an image, and explained in detail. 6002 G001. 6002 G001 back. This watch looks pretty youthful and stylish. How much is it? Mr. Zhang inquired. Though he was getting on in years, he had a youthful spirit. Due to its complex craftsmanship, this model is currently priced at 38 million yuan, Wu Na replied. "What? That expensive?" Mr. Zhang exclaimed in surprise. It was a fine watch, but the price was beyond his expectations. "What kind of watch is it?" "Let me see," Li Yuan murmured, intrigued by the words young and stylish. "Mr. Li, take a look," Wu Na said, knowing Li Yuan's financial standing, and quickly showed him the photo. Li Yuan took the phone and examined it. It was indeed impressive. 2 dials, one featuring a star chart that looked incredibly elegant. "I'll take this watch. Bring it out so I can try it on." Li Yuan made the decision immediately. "Certainly." Wu Na was overjoyed and immediately went to fetch the watch. "You're actually wearing that Master Qinin watch?" Mr. Zhang exclaimed in surprise. He had initially dismissed the Mr. Li. Wu Na mentioned with disdain a youngster actually considering buying a 38 million yuan watch. But when Li Yuan reached out to take Wu Na's phone, Mr. Zhang caught sight of the master's melody watch on Li Yuan's wrist. He froze for a moment. He glanced at it several more times before finally confirming it was indeed that watch. "What's wrong?" Li Yuan asked casually. "Young man, you already own such an impressive watch. Why would you buy the 6002 G001? Mr. Zhang asked, puzzled. "That watch looks a bit old-fashioned. I thought I'd try something different." "Ah." Mr. Zhang hadn't expected that reason. In the eyes of watch enthusiasts like them, the Patek Philippe Master Piano was the king of watches. If Mr. Zhang owned one himself, he'd surely flaunt it daily, guaranteed to draw waves of admiration. Yet here was someone considering replacing it simply because the Grande Sonnerie seemed too old-fashioned. "Are you selling this watch?" "I'd pay top dollar for it," Mr. Zhang asked hopefully. "You know how much this watch is worth, right? You don't have that kind of money, do you?" Li Yuan wondered aloud. If Mr. Zhang had money, he wouldn't be fretting over the 6002 G001 priced at 38 million. "I know its value. I can offer 250 million. I can't afford it alone, but we could form a group to buy it," Mr. Zhang said. "A group purchase for this thing?" Li Yuan asked, somewhat speechless. "Rest assured, you won't lose a single penny." Mr. Zhang assumed Li Yuan was worried about their group not raising enough money, so he assured him. "I'm not selling it. I don't need that 300 million. This watch was something Li Yuan had obtained by using his modification attempts, far more valuable than money. Money was infinite to him, but modification attempts were limited to just 2 per day. Mr. Zhang had finally encountered the watchmaster Qinin, the ultimate watch connoisseur. He simply couldn't tear his eyes away. Even after Li Yuan declared the watch unsellable, Mr. Zhang remained silent, watching from the sidelines. Faced with such a watch enthusiast, Li Yuan couldn't really say anything. He couldn't exactly beat him up. Though he had the strength to do so, he wasn't one to act indiscriminately. Soon, Wu Na finally returned, carrying an exquisite gift box. "Mr. Li, this is the 6002 G001. Please open it and take a look," Wu Na said respectfully as she handed the box to Li Yuan. Li Yuan opened the box, took out the watch inside, and examined it from all angles. It was indeed quite impressive. "Swipe the card." Li Yuan handed the card to Wu Na. "Right away." Wu Na happily took the card and headed toward the counter. She never imagined this watch would sell within just 3 days of arriving. This month's sales performance would finally push her to the top spot. She'd been stuck in second place for months. 1. Chapter 128, An Unconventional Purchase of Stockings. After swiping the card, Li Yuan placed the Master Qinin in the gift box. Mr. Zhang beside him was practically drooling. If not for his moral boundaries, he might have resorted to robbery. After swapping the watch, Li Yuan headed to the stockings section. Here, high-end brands like Wolford, the world's most prestigious stocking label, reigned supreme. Far superior to Balenciaga, though the latter gained widespread recognition due to its viral popularity online. Li Yuan hadn't known about this brand initially either, only becoming aware after Xi Mutong and Wu Meishui mentioned it several times. This Austrian company specializes in intimate apparel, and its most revered signature product in the fashion world is its stockings. Thinner than a cicada's wing, they boast the world's thinnest stockings, favored by many A-list celebrities. Today, Li Yuan came to buy a whole lot of stockings. Inside the Wolford store, a dozen or so female customers were browsing. Seeing a man like Li Yuan walk in, they showed no fear. Instead, they boldly held up stockings to their legs, comparing the fit. They kept stealing glances at him while trying them on. When they realized he wasn't staring at them, they secretly got annoyed. Attendant. How can a women's lingerie store let a grown man in? Seeing Li Yuan engrossed in examining the stockings and ignoring them, a wealthy woman loudly scolded the saleswoman, hoping to grab Li Yuan's attention. This was reverse psychology: first grab his attention, then deal with it. A sweet-looking saleswoman hurried over and inquired, "Sir, hello. May I ask if you're here to buy stockings?" "Of course I'm here to buy stockings. Did you think I came to flirt with girls?" Li Yuan turned to look at the saleswoman. She was actually quite cute, making him feel like teasing her a little. "Then where's your girlfriend, sir? Did you come buy stockings all by yourself?" the cute girl asked. "I'm buying stockings to rob a bank. Why would I bring my girlfriend?" Li Yuan teased the cute saleswoman. "Ah!" the cute girl gasped, her little mouth slightly open. Li Yuan caught a glimpse of her tiny tongue. Even cuter. Li Yuan thought to himself. "Sir, you shouldn't say things like that. You might get taken away by the police." The cute girl glanced around and noticed many people staring their way, making her even more flustered. "No need to panic, I was just joking," Li Yuan said with a straight face. "So, what kind of stockings would you like to choose? Want to earn some extra commission?" Li Yuan asked, feigning ignorance. "I wonder." The cute girl nodded in confusion, unsure what Li Yuan was up to. "Just touching these stockings doesn't tell me much. I can't tell if they're any good. If you put them on and let me try them out, whatever kind you wear, I'll buy the whole lot. How about it?" "Well, that doesn't seem right." The cute girl was tempted after all, it was pure commission money. Plus, Li Yuan was so handsome she'd even agree to a hotel room with him, let alone a few touches. But with so many people watching, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. She didn't doubt Li Yuan's wealth. Working in a luxury mall, she had a keen eye for such things. Though he wasn't wearing designer labels, the fabrics he wore were high-end and certainly not cheap. Especially that Patek Philippe watch. She didn't know the model, but the intricate dial alone screamed luxury. "What's wrong? Don't you want to?" Li Yuan pressed. Could we try it on in the fitting room?" The cute girl's face flushed red, her voice barely audible. "Sure." Li Yuan nodded gently. The cute saleswoman then led Li Yuan toward the inner fitting room. Many customers were puzzled. What was going on? Why wasn't she being ushered out, but instead led inside? Once inside the fitting room, the cute girl laid out over a dozen pairs of stockings before her. Some had letters, some had patterns, some had dots, some sparkled, some were fishnet, some had a grainy texture, some were semi-transparent, and so on. "Try them on," Li Yuan assured her. "I'll buy every pair you model. I want every color." "Okay," the cute girl said softly, her face flushing. She sat down on a chair, swiftly removed the stockings from one leg, and then slowly pulled the other pair up her leg. Though her looks and figure couldn't compare to Li Yuan's woman, her legs were still quite nice. This time, she wore a pair of oily gray-black stockings. Under the fitting room lights, they reflected a mesmerizing sheen. Combined with her fairly perfect leg shape, they were quite alluring. "You, go ahead and touch them," the cute girl said, extending her right leg forward and leaning toward Li Yuan. Watching the blushing cutie, Li Yuan slowly reached out his hand. Her face grew increasingly flushed, her mind clearly filled with fantasies. When Li Yuan's hand touched her leg, he distinctly felt it tremble. "You can still back out if you want. I won't force you." Li Yuan paused his movement. It's fine. I'm just a little nervous." The cute girl waved her hand dismissively. "Alright, I'll take this one. Let's move on to the next one." Li Yuan withdrew his hand and said, The cute girl then changed into a pair of semi-transparent stockings. Once she put them on, it was as if she wasn't wearing anything at all. Truly the world's thinnest stockings. Impressive. This texture, this sheer quality. Excellent. Sold. Li Yuan withdrew his hand once more. The cute girl took a couple deep breaths, then slipped off the sheer stockings and put on a pair of white lace-trimmed stockings with lettering. With each change, Li Yuan would genuinely experience the feel of the stockings. He mentally noted the sexy, high-quality ones, while the mediocre ones would still be purchased but later discarded. After trying on over 10 pairs, the cute girl was exhausted, her body feeling completely drained. "I keep my word, I bought all these stockings," Li Yuan said. "All right. The cute salesgirl paused for a moment before standing up. Approaching the counter, the cute girl found the store manager, placed the stockings in front of her, and asked, "Manager, how much inventory do we have left for these dozen or so styles of stockings?" "All colors combined." "What's going on?" the manager asked, puzzled. "This gentleman wants to buy them all," the cute girl pointed at Li Yuan. "Buy them all," the manager repeated in surprise. "Yes." Li Yuan nodded firmly. "Alright, please wait a moment while I check." The manager shot the cute girl a puzzled look before heading to the computer. What on earth had happened in the fitting room while they were in there for so long? The shopkeeper's mind wandered, and as he pondered, his legs suddenly tightened. Silk. Chapter 129, The Azure Dragon Necklace. "Sir, I've checked. We have over 1,500 pairs of these dozen or so styles of stockings in total." "Are you sure you want them all?" the store manager asked. "I'll take them all." "You offer delivery service, right?" "Ship them to Tianwang Villa," Li Yuan replied. "Yes, we do offer delivery. Please provide the exact address," the shopkeeper replied excitedly. Li Yuan provided the address for Tianwang Villa, giving the phone number of the female housekeeper instead of his own, which he rarely shared with others. There were 1,536 pairs in total. While each style had a different price, the average came out to around 800 yuan per pair. The total came to 1,228,800 yuan. Spending $1 million in one go was no big deal for Li Yuan, but it had a huge impact on everyone else. Why would a young guy buy so many pairs of stockings? He's so handsome and rich, he must have plenty of women. Stockings are disposable items, so buying extra makes perfect sense. Disposable stockings. Still, buying this much at once is pretty rare. I thought we were the wealthy class, but it turns out there's always someone richer, and even among the rich, there are those who are richer still. Li Yuan picked out a few pairs of stockings to take with him, while the rest were packed up for delivery. After Li Yuan left, the cute salesgirl immediately grabbed some tissues and headed to the restroom. Li Yuan returned to Victoria's Secret, where Su Huijing and Song Huilian had mostly finished their breaks. He took them to buy some more shoes and clothes before finally heading to the jewelry section on the first floor. Wu Shiying and He Miao had already secured 2 exquisite pieces of jewelry. "What kind of jewelry?" Li Yuan asked. "One is the aquamarine necklace I mentioned to you before," Wu Shiying explained. "The other is a bracelet crafted entirely from emeralds and diamonds. Its most unique feature is its design. It's shaped like a green dragon." "Oh, a green dragon design." Wu Shiying's description instantly piqued the interest of Li Yuan and the two women. The dragon holds totemic significance in Chinese culture, and many people are deeply fascinated by this mystical creature. "Let's see them," Li Yuan said eagerly. "Certainly, please follow me." Wu Shiying led Li Yuan and the others forward, with He Miao trailing behind. They arrived at a jewelry store, an internationally renowned brand. The store manager knew why they were there, though he hadn't expected the person wanting to buy the bracelet to be such a young, handsome guy. This left him somewhat taken aback. After a brief exchange, she opened the safe and retrieved the green dragon necklace. The design of the Qinglong necklace was exceptionally unique. Though the brand was foreign, the designer was from China. "Try it on," Li Yuan said, taking Song Huilian's hand. "But this is far too valuable." Song Huilian hesitated, reluctant to accept it. Though she didn't know the exact price, judging by its unique design, the emerald gemstone, and the numerous diamonds, it certainly couldn't be cheap. It was practically shouting, "This necklace is worth a fortune. Come and take it." As a delicate woman, she felt she couldn't bear such pressure. "What's so precious about a bracelet?" "Put it on so I can see." Li Yuan placed the bracelet in Song Huilian's hand. With no choice, Song Huilian picked up the bracelet and slipped it on. The store manager, overhearing Li Yuan's remark, rolled her eyes inwardly. "A bracelet worth 150 million yuan and you call it not expensive?" If it weren't for the mall's general manager, He Miao, mentioning that the customer was the mall's owner, she would have blurted out her thoughts. On Bai Jie's wrist, a white and green dragon-shaped bracelet looked vividly lifelike. "It's perfect. Very nice. Keep wearing it," Li Yuan declared imperiously. "I'll take this bracelet," Li Yuan told the store manager without even asking the price. "Certainly. The retail price is 150 million yuan. We can offer you a 5% discount, bringing it down to 142.5 million yuan. We'll also round off the decimal place. How does that sound?" The store manager calculated on his phone. "Waive the change?" Li Yuan tilted his head in question. "Yes. So it's 14.25 million then. That's pretty cheap," Li Yuan joked. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. He'd never seen anyone haggle like this. "Ha ha." Li Yuan's group burst into laughter. "Just kidding, let's make it 148,888,888. For good luck," Li Yuan said. All right. The shopkeeper nodded vigorously. He wanted to sell it for 140 million, but the customer insisted on paying more. What a generous customer. He wished he had a dozen more like this. Song Huilian stood nearby, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled to find words. The world of the wealthy was truly beyond her comprehension. After paying, Li Yuan went to look at the aquamarine necklace again. This necklace would suit Su Huijing perfectly. Aquamarine symbolized courage. Su Huijing had fought her way from an ordinary woman to earning the Black Rose title. She'd always been brave. Compared to the Qinglong necklace, this one was relatively affordable at just 48 million yuan, which made Li Yuan feel a bit guilty. I'll get you a better one another day, Li Yuan assured Su Huijing. No need, Su Huijing replied with a blissful smile. I'm already deeply satisfied that you'd give me anything at all. Besides, 48 million is a price beyond most people's reach. She was a wise woman. Had she fixated on the 150 million yuan blue dragon necklace Li Yuan gave Song Huilian, resentment would have festered within her. Why did you give me cheaper jewelry even though we've been together longer? Fortunately, Su Huijing wasn't that kind of person. Otherwise, Li Yuan would have had a headache for at least a second. No worries. Those luxury jewelry pieces are all imported. I'll bring them all to China and set up an exhibition hall. Given the opportunity, I'll even make those brands Chinese. Li Yuan waved his hand grandly, painting a rosy picture. The others listened with a hint of longing. Though they didn't quite catch the part about if there's an opportunity. After finishing their shopping, Li Yuan and the others drove back. Today's indulgences had been thoroughly enjoyed. Now it was time to prepare for tonight's meeting with the Pear Blossom Society. To prevent the Pear Blossom Society from hatching any schemes, Li Yuan tapped the phones of several of its leaders. Upon learning they had prepared numerous firearms, Li Yuan let out a cold laugh. To him, firearms were hot weapons. Beyond 7 paces, the gun was faster. Within 7 paces, the gun was still faster. But defeating Li Yuan with guns was nearly impossible. First, though Li Yuan's speed couldn't match a bullet's flight, evading them posed no problem. Second, the hidden force within him allowed him to catch bullets bare-handed. Theoretically, Gao Jingjing could do the same, but lacking Li Yuan's speed and monstrous strength, any rash attempt would only result in injury. Still, while he could handle guns, others couldn't. He didn't have the ability to transform everyone into human-shaped berserkers. So, report it. Being a traitor would be so much easier. Hey, Director Ma, I've got some major news to report. Li Yuan called Ma Dahan. Young Master Li, what's this major news? Ma Dahan perked up. Anything Li Yuan deemed major was no small matter. I've received intelligence that a pork shop in Nanchang Alley is hiding 30 submachine guns. What? Ma Dahan was stunned. 30 submachine guns? This was serious. Guess who it belongs to? Chapter 130, Seizing 30 Guns. Is this information reliable, young Master Li? Ma Dahan sought further confirmation. Absolutely reliable. I've got the exact location right here, I'll send it to you. Li Yuan's skills as a hacker weren't for show. In this digital age, he could infiltrate virtually anything. Young Master Li, send me the coordinates then. Ma Dahan took this matter very seriously. 30 submachine guns? That's practically a terrorist organization. If they caused trouble in Anqing City, he, as the police chief, would face immense pressure. But if they could seize those 30 guns before any damage was done, it would be a major achievement. Li Yuan sent the coordinates over, relying on police force to deal with these armed militants. It might not follow the rules of the underworld, but in this society, who cares about such rules? Upon receiving the coordinates, Ma Dahan immediately contacted the SWAT team, ordering them to fully arm themselves and rush to South City Alley. The SWAT team took it extremely seriously. 30 submachine guns? That was heavy firepower. They equipped themselves with tear gas grenades, stun grenades, flashbangs, riot shields, and more. Better safe than sorry. To avoid alerting the suspects, they refrained from sounding sirens. If the armed group became prepared, it could cost lives. Allowing even a few to escape would pose immense danger to society. This is the spot, declared Gao Feng, captain of the SWAT task force, staring at the locator in his hand. The SWAT team immediately disembarked and surrounded a butcher shop named I Am the Butcher Shop. Snipers climbed to higher ground, securing advantageous positions. Find someone to disguise themselves and knock on the door, Gao Feng began issuing orders. A man named Le Mingtu applied some makeup, disguised himself as a customer, and knocked on the door. Hello, is anyone there? I'm here to buy some meat, Li Mingtu called out loudly. Inside, the members of the Pear Blossom Society were taken aback. Why would someone come to buy meat at this hour? This aroused their suspicion. After all, over 30 guns were hidden inside the butcher shop. Ah Biao, go check it out, the leader instructed. Got it. Ah Biao replied and headed toward the door. Opening the shop door, he saw a frail-looking man. He wore a floral shirt, baggy shorts, and a pair of glasses. Li Mingtu saw Ah Biao open the door and immediately smiled, asking, Hey boss, I'm here to buy some meat for braised pork belly stew. Ah Biao looked at Li Mingtu and decided he didn't seem like a cop, so he relaxed a bit. But he wasn't exactly in a good mood. Pointing at the sign beside him, he shouted, Can't you see it says closed for business? Hey, I didn't see it. But since you're out here, boss, could you sell me some pork? My family's waiting for dinner. Li Mingtu glanced inside the shop.
Unfortunately, no one was visible at the front of the butcher shop. They were likely hiding in the back.
The glasses Li Mingtu wore weren't ordinary glasses.
They were a pair of imaging glasses that could transmit live footage to the command vehicle behind them. Seeing no one in front of the butcher shop except Biao, Captain Gao Feng planned to subdue him silently first, then make a swift breakthrough inside. On my command, subdue the suspect at the entrance immediately.
Gao Feng issued the order to the SWAT team lying in wait nearby. Move in.
At Gao Feng's command, a SWAT officer slid down from the rooftop.
Working in tandem with Li Mingtu, they knocked Biao unconscious in an instant.
Biao only saw a flash of shadow before his eyes. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he passed out without even a sound.
Charge! Gao Feng bellowed. A wave of SWAT officers, shields raised, surged into the butcher shop.
After pulling back the curtain at the rear, they immediately tossed several flashbang grenades and tear gas canisters inside.
Ah! 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 Several agonized screams echoed, followed by the sound of bodies hitting the floor.
The SWAT team paused briefly before charging in, swiftly subduing the unresisting individuals with a series of takedowns.
After securing them, they immediately began searching. This was crucial.
If they found nothing, it would be a huge blunder.
Fortunately, Li Yuan's intelligence proved accurate. The SWAT team discovered firearms wrapped in plastic bags hidden among the pork.
These individuals had used the meat transport truck to smuggle the firearms in. Seeing the 30 submachine guns stacked in a row, Gao Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, no confrontation had erupted. Otherwise, casualties would have been inevitable after a fierce battle. After photographing the evidence, the firearms were confiscated, a major success. While they celebrated, the Pear Blossom Society was left dumbfounded. How could the 30 guns they'd smuggled in secretly be seized by SWAT so soon after arriving at the butcher shop?
Was there a mole?
But only a few high-ranking members knew the secret, along with those who had been arrested.
Could there be a mole among the higher-ups?
The Pear Blossom Society was suddenly thrown into a state of panic. The evening meeting suddenly became shrouded in uncertainty. Especially when considering Li Yuan's terrifying combat prowess, Li Zhenggang and the other Golden Warriors felt a chill run down their spines. That kind of power should only belong to ancient martial artists. In this era dominated by firearms, those ancient martial artists had long been obsolete. Now, without guns and relying solely on cold weapons against Li Yuan's Dragon Soul sect, they were in a tight spot.
But since they'd already made the appointment with the Dragon Soul Hall, they couldn't back out. Otherwise, they'd lose all credibility in Anqing City.
Through the hackers' surveillance technology, Li Yuan kept a close eye on the unfolding situation. The Pear Blossom Society is about to become history, Li Yuan murmured, lighting a cigarette with the carefree ease of a god. Su Huijing crouched between Li Yuan's legs, looking up at him with eyes brimming with admiration. The way he'd outmaneuvered the Pear Blossom Society in the blink of an eye left her in awe and love. Back at Song Huilian's end, her embezzlement case had been taken over by the Municipal Bureau. By reviewing surveillance footage and computer logs, investigators had narrowed down a group of suspects.
However, after examining their bank records, no trace of the 1 million yuan transfer was found. Reviewing their other financial transactions will surely yield clues, stated the case lead.
The investigation revealed a woman who frequently traded stocks, and recently, one of her holdings had become stuck. The Municipal Bureau then focused their attention on this woman. After investigating the information of those around her, they found the 1 million yuan of public funds in her brother's bank account.
With this crucial lead secured, the Municipal Bureau immediately dispatched personnel to take the woman into custody.
She was another accountant at the company. Her brother was getting married, but the bride's family demanded an exorbitant dowry. With her own funds tied up in the stock, she couldn't come up with the money. One day, she accidentally saw Song Huilian's access password and conceived a bold plan. Taking advantage of an unattended moment in the finance office, she secretly transferred 1 million yuan. Then she acted as if nothing had happened and went to the break room to drink coffee. The coffee tastes a bit bitter. Would you like something added? Support needed. Power boost required. Chapter 131, Bone-Shattering Poem. Good people. At 8 p.m., Li Yuan arrived at an abandoned, half-finished building in northern Anyang City, accompanied by several division heads from the Dragon Soul Hall and 200 underlings. Li Huahui's group was slightly larger. Li Zhenggang arrived with the other 6 golden guards excluding Zhu Gang and Su Zhenhai. Wu Weihe, though his wrist had been pierced by the door Li Yuan hurled, was still able to move and came along for appearances. Another 300-foot soldiers stood behind them, machetes slung at their waists. Li Yuan, I never imagined your Dragon Soul Temple could grow so rapidly in such a short time.
I'm impressed, Li Zhengong said, clasping his fists in a salute. Since you admire it, why not pledge your allegiance to me? Li Yuan pressed his advantage. You insolent brat, don't get too cocky. Before Li Zhenggang could speak, Zhou Mingqiao, one of his 8 golden guards, blurted out the curse. The boss is speaking. How dare you interrupt, you little punk. Your breath stinks. Slap him. Li Yuan's expression darkened as he flicked a thin pebble from his hand. The stone sliced through the air like a blade, striking Zhou Mingqiao directly. Before Zhou Mingqiao could react, the stone pierced his left cheek, exiting through his right, leaving a gaping hole. Blood spurted out instantly, staining his entire body. Woo woo! Zhou Mingqiao groaned in pain. Li Yuan's masterful stone-throwing technique once again stunned the members of the Pear Blossom Society. Li Zhanggang, you've witnessed my power. Surrender now. I wish to avoid further bloodshed. Do you agree or refuse? Li Yuan unleashed his overwhelmingly domineering aura, casting a shadow like a colossal demon over the Pear Blossom Society. The members of the Pear Blossom Society felt an immense sense of oppression. They all harbored doubts. How could someone so young possess such overwhelming power? Meanwhile, the Dragon Soul Hall witnessed their leader's formidable might and gazed upon him with admiration. This was the man they followed, utterly formidable. After unleashing his aura, Li Yuan adjusted Li Zhenggang's loyalty value on the system interface. He maxed it out. Li Zhenggang shuddered, then found himself increasingly drawn to Li Yuan. This was the man he should pledge his loyalty to. I, Li Zhenggang, pledge allegiance to the Dragon Soul Hall. From this day forward, I shall follow its lead in all matters. Li Zhenggang knelt on one knee, his posture unusually stiff. Chairman! The few remaining members of the 8 Golden Warriors who were still intact were utterly shocked to see Li Zhenggang kneel on one knee. After all, Li Zhenggang was a man who had fought his way through blood and blades. How could he submit so readily to Li Yuan's mere aura of authority? It wasn't just the Pear Blossom Society who were shocked. Everyone from the Dragon Soul Hall, except Su Huijing, was astonished. Was it just child's play? Rise, Li Yuan commanded with a sweeping gesture. From this day forward, the Pear Blossom Society is incorporated into the Dragon Soul Temple. You shall serve as a hall master. Yes, sir, Li Zhenggang bowed in response. The members of the Pear Blossom Society were dumbfounded. They'd been swallowed up by the Dragon Soul Hall just like that? Then what had they been carrying those machetes for? Amidst the confusion, an unassuming, short-statured member of the Pear Blossom Society slowly approached Li Zhenggang. He wore a long robe, concealing a set of sleeve darts at his wrists. The sleeve darts were coated with a deadly poison. If blood came into contact with them, the victim would face near certain death within half an hour without treatment. The short man's target was Li Zhenggang standing before him. When the front was clear, the short man suddenly raised his wrist and fired the sleeve darts at Li Zhenggang. The attack was sudden. The members of the Pear Blossom Society never expected an assault on their leader from within their own ranks. By the time they attempted to intervene, the darts had already flown. Li Yuan, facing Li Zhenggang directly, spotted the somewhat sleazy-looking short man. Initially believing the short man had targeted him, Li Yuan instantly grew alert, his fingers tightening around a pebble. When he realized the target was Li Zhenggang instead, anger surged within him. I just used my edit count to turn Li Zhenggang into my loyal subordinate, and you want to kill him? That's a serious lack of respect for me. Enraged, Li Yuan struck immediately, using a sandstorm technique to knock the short man's sleeve dart away. The short man froze. How did he do that? The other members of the Pear Blossom Society, after their initial shock, immediately pounced on the short man, piling on top of him like a human pyramid. Surrender, one brother asked mockingly. Think this is some kind of game? Only then did Li Zhenggang snap back to reality. Staring at the sleeve dart glowing with a sinister black light on the ground, cold sweat poured down his back. Had that dart struck him, getting medical help in such a remote area would take at least half an hour. And the short guy had aimed for his back, meaning the poison would take effect even faster. Half an hour? He'd be dead cold by then. Speak! Who sent you to assassinate me? Li Zhenggang's face darkened with malice as he delivered a heavy blow to the short man's face. Heh, you think I talk? Ridiculous. Far from being afraid, the short man only sneered coldly. As an undercover agent, he had long prepared himself for death. Whose man is he? Li Zhenggang turned to ask. He seems to be one of Su Zhenhai's capable lieutenants. Wu Yihao was fairly familiar with Su Zhenhai and had seen this short man before. Su Zhenhai. Li Zhenggang spat the name through gritted teeth. Let me handle this. My bone-breaking technique has been itching for a chance to shine. I'll use him as practice. Li Yuan stepped closer, his voice cold as he stared at the short man. He'd come today specifically to establish his authority, and this little guy was giving him the perfect opportunity. What a gift! The short man's face paled at the words. Even if he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he'd seen the devastating power of the bone-shattering hand in movies and TV shows. Many who'd vowed to die rather than yield had surrendered after facing this technique, proof of its devastating effect. The mere reputation of the bone-shattering hand was enough to terrify the short man. You don't have poison fangs in your mouth, do you? Li Yuan pinched the short man's jaw and dislocated it. Poison fangs hidden in assassins' mouths were common in movies and TV shows, but reality was more complicated. If handled poorly, eating a big bone could easily prove fatal. Though the probability was low, Li Yuan took precautions. Talk now, and you might get off easy. Wait too long, and TSK you'll lose control of your bowels, Li Yuan threatened the short man.
Hashtag $% happy face amp with his jaw dislocated, the short man could only make incoherent sounds.
I'd rather die than yield.
Fine, then taste the might of my bone-crushing technique.
Li Yuan flexed his fingers. Hashtag at %.
Amp, the short man cried out in agony again.
What's that? Cursing me? Spine of steel. I like a tough nut to crack.
Li Yuan gave the short man a thumbs up. He gathered hidden strength in his hands and began to dislocate the little guy's joints. Hashtag the pitiful cries of the short man sent a chill through everyone present.
Never again would they let Li Yuan use his bone-breaking technique on them.
That was the collective thought echoing in everyone's minds at that moment. And that was precisely Li Yuan's objective, to make an example of him to deter others. It was a pity for the little guy, but who asked him to attempt assassination?
He deserved it. Power Generation. Chapter 132, Midnight Date with Chu Zixuan.
Seeing the little guy truly couldn't take it anymore, Li Yuan finally let him go. Having achieved his goal of establishing authority, it was time to ask some useful questions. You really are stubborn, still won't talk. Li Yuan teased, then nudged Su Huijing.
Su Huijing and Li Yuan shared an unspoken understanding. She knew it was her turn to speak. He probably can't talk. His jaws dropped. Oh, I see. Li Yuan feigned sudden understanding, his acting impeccable. Now, tell us. Who sent you?
Li Yuan reached out and snapped the little guy's jaw back into place. The short man dared not hold back. The pain was unbearable, worse than death itself. It's the crown prince of the Black Wind Gang in the capital, Lian Haicheng. The little guy blurted out a bombshell. The Black Wind Gang of the capital. Everyone gasped in shock. The Black Wind Gang was a powerful criminal organization in the capital, notorious for its extreme cruelty and ruthlessness.
Why would the Black Wind Gang send you to kill me?
Li Zhanggang was now filled with questions.
He had no connection to the Black Wind Gang whatsoever.
Because the Black Wind Gang's crown prince, Lian Haicheng, had a private deal with Su Jinhai. Lian Haicheng handed over a portion of drugs to Su Jinhai.
After Su Jinhai helped him offload them, they split the profits 60-40.
I was sent to monitor and protect Su Jinhai.
What? Su Jinhai actually touched drugs? Damn it!
Li Yuan clenched his fist in anger, crushing the pebble in his hand to dust.
This revelation sent another shockwave through the crowd. Li Yuan was adamantly opposed to the Dragon Soul Temple dealing in drugs. Anyone caught would face severe punishment. Is this because you fear my defection to the Dragon Soul Temple will ruin your drug operations, so you're trying to assassinate me?
Li Zhanggang demanded, glaring at the short man.
Yes.
With you dead, the Pear Blossom Society would be leaderless.
Your few loyal followers aren't entirely devoted. Chaos would ensue.
The short man replied.
Then why didn't you assassinate me? Li Yuan interjected. Your displayed strength is too formidable. I couldn't guarantee success in assassinating you.
Besides, Li Zhanggang rarely ventures out, making it difficult to find an opportunity.
If the Pear Blossom Society merges with the Dragon Soul Temple, assassinating Li Zhanggang afterward would be pointless. You're clever and know how to seize opportunities. Too bad you ran into me. Li Yuan's words were not mockery, but genuine admiration.
Had he not possessed the flying stone technique to deflect that hidden dart, Li Zhanggang would be dead by now. The man is yours, Li Yuan declared to Li Zhanggang.
Understood. And Su Jinhai, I never want to hear that name again.
No drugs are permitted in any establishment under the Pear Blossom Society.
This is a strict rule.
Anyone who dares to defy it will be dealt with by the bone-shattering hand technique, 3 slashes and 6 punctures.
Understood?
The last sentence was directed at everyone present.
Understood.
Having witnessed Li Yuan's bone-breaking technique, no one dared to disobey.
If it were merely about profit, Li Yuan had plenty of money for them to earn.
Li Yuan unified the underworld of Anqing for 2 reasons: to have them handle his affairs, and to give these men legitimate work instead of letting them perpetually threaten society. Take care of yourself. I'll send men to protect you, Li Yuan whispered to Li Zhanggang. Li Zhangang's 8 golden warriors had long since formed their own factions, and it was inevitable that some harbored other intentions.
MHM. Li Zhanggang gave a slight nod.
Let's go, Li Yuan said to the brothers of the Dragon Soul Hall. The Dragon Soul Hall brothers strode off with heads held high, astonished that their leader had subdued the Pear Blossom Society with such effortless ease. From now on, the Dragon Soul sect would be the top gang in Anqing.
How about it? Rested up? Li Yuan asked with a mischievous grin as he walked alone with Su Huijing. Don't you ever get tired?
Su Huijing shrank her neck slightly, looking a bit scared. I'm a bull strong enough to plow the earth to pieces. Li Yuan demonstrated his core strength.
You should find someone else.
Su Huijing said helplessly.
Seriously? Who pushes their own man away? Li Yuan gave Su Huijing a mischievous look. Who told you to be so perverted? I have no choice. Do you think I want this?
Su Huijing insisted she was just as helpless.
Fine. Li Yuan thought about how he still hadn't won over Chu Zixuan. Why not take advantage of tonight's full moon and enjoy the moon together? And maybe get that first blood, adding a touch of crimson to the moonlight. Hey, beauty, what's up? Li Yuan messaged Chu Zixuan. Just sulking, Chu Zixuan replied swiftly. What's wrong? Why sulk? Someone was surrounded by a bunch of beauties today, and I couldn't even get a word in. Of course I'm upset. Chu Zixuan replied while pouting. Can you come out now? I'll take you for a drive. Li Yuan sent a message. Really? Chu Zixuan replied excitedly. Of course. I'll come pick you up. Great.
Although it was nearly 10 p.m., Chu Zixuan felt no hint of sleepiness. Barefoot, she hopped out of bed and went searching for her prettiest clothes. But going out this late would surely worry her parents, so she had to sneak out.
Chu Zixuan slipped into a seductively sheer lace gown and a pair of black pantyhose.
She dared not wear high heels, fearing they would make too much noise.
Instead, she carried them in her hand, planning to put them on once she was outside.
She tiptoed out of her room, her bare feet in stockings slowly making their way downstairs. As if the heavens were on her side, the servants were either asleep or chatting, none of them glancing toward the staircase. As Chu Zixuan reached the front door and pushed it open, a figure suddenly materialized before her, startling her so badly she nearly cried out. Just then, a pair of large hands clamped over her mouth and nose, stifling her scream before it could escape. Terrified, Chu Zixuan thought she was being kidnapped and began struggling desperately. Don't move, a familiar voice whispered in her ear. All her defenses instantly dissolved, and she collapsed into the arms of the person holding her. It was none other than Li Yuan. After parking his Bugatti Veyron Night Edition in the distance, he had walked to Chu Zixuan's house. Using his agile skills, he swiftly scaled the wall and entered. As soon as he reached the doorway and peered inside, he spotted Chu Zixuan sneaking out. A mischievous thought immediately struck him. Thus, the scene above unfolded. You scared the crap out of me just now. I almost peed myself. Chu Zixuan turned around, hugging Li Yuan as she scolded him. Well, peeing now would be a bit premature. Tonight's your chance to shine, Li Yuan grinned mischievously at Chu Zixuan. Stop it, Chu Zixuan pouted, playfully punching his chest. Little fists pounding your chest. Someone's coming. We gotta go. Li Yuan's keen hearing picked up the sound of approaching footsteps. He scooped Chu Zixuan into his arms and launched forward in a swift dash. His toes lightly touched the ground as he moved with the agility of someone practicing lightness skills, vanishing into the distance at incredible speed. In his arms, Chu Zixuan experienced a speed unlike any she'd known. If it weren't forbidden, she would have screamed. They raced a considerable distance before finally reaching the parking spot of the Knight's Voice. Placing Chu Zixuan in the passenger seat, Li Yuan drove off into the distance. Snow was falling. Chapter 133, The Three Insomniac Housekeepers. The Knight's Voice streaked like a black lightning bolt beneath the moonlight. But the deafening roar of its engine drew angry shouts from residents in the nearby neighborhood. Is that my car? Li Yuan brought Chu Zixuan to Villa No. 1 at Tianwan Mountain Villa. Gao Jingjing and Sister Anna had already returned to Beijing. With agency matters settled and her work in Anqing completed, it was time to return for her next show. At the peak of her popularity, numerous TV stations vied for her participation, filling her schedule to capacity. Sister Anna had been promoted to Director of Talent Management, jumping several ranks at once. She understood Li Yuan's meaning. It wasn't yet appropriate to make Gao Jingjing and Li Yuan's relationship public. She would look out for Gao Jingjing within the company. Arriving at Villa No. 1, Li Yuan opened the door. The three female housekeepers had already retired for the night. Hearing the noise, they quietly got up. Each occupied a separate room, now clutching electric batons as they whispered on their phones about when to emerge. Just then, Li Yuan seemed to hear their movements and called out loudly, "It's me." Hearing this, the three maids instantly dropped their stun guns and rushed out the door. Seeing Li Yuan enter with a beautiful young girl, a hint of disappointment flashed across their faces. However, being well trained, they quickly composed themselves. "Good evening, master," the three maids greeted him with a sweet, demure bow. "Do you all remember them? Go rest now." Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, sir." The three maids cast one last lingering glance at Li Yuan before retreating. "Oh, so you're keeping a mistress in a golden house and not just one, but three. Tell me, how many women do you actually have?" Chu Zixuan's voice carried a hint of jealousy. She had always assumed Li Yuan only had romantic entanglements with Xi Mutong and Wu Meishui. This morning she learned of the exceptionally elegant Su Huijing, and now three more stunningly beautiful women appeared at night. Even someone as generous as Chu Zixuan couldn't remain completely unaffected by this situation. "They're just the villa's housekeepers. I haven't touched them, okay?" Li Yuan hugged Chu Zixuan, massaging her shoulders as he explained. "You're pulling my leg. The way they look at you is clearly off," Chu Zixuan countered, fending off his aggressive massage. "Lots of women look at me funny. Does that mean I take them all?" Li Yuan tightened his grip slightly, making Chu Zixuan frown slightly. Chu Zixuan thought about it and realized she was right. Not to mention anything else, just the way the senior female students at school looked at Li Yuan, they practically wanted to devour him alive. Oomph. Chu Zixuan gave a soft snort and dropped the subject. With such a beautiful day upon us, let's make the most of it and practice martial arts, Li Yuan said softly.
What martial arts? Xu Zixuan asked dazedly.
I recently learned a new martial art called the divine art of finding a needle in a haystack.
Isn't that a video game? Xu Zixuan had played that game. Same name, different function. Oh. Xu Zixuan didn't quite grasp it. Let's go. Li Yuan picked Xu Zixuan up and headed upstairs.
Under the lamplight, Li Yuan's hands seemed to reflect light, like sunlight glinting off a lake's surface. Xu Zixuan buried her face in Li Yuan's embrace, her cheeks flushed with coyness. She understood what she would experience today. She felt no regret, even a hint of anticipation.
Li Yuan and Xu Zixuan explored the secrets of human continuity in the second-floor bedroom.
Downstairs, the three female housekeepers hadn't gone to sleep.
Instead, they gathered together. Master is just too powerful.
That young lady has been screaming for an hour. I could hear her voice getting hoarse, Han Ruiying said, her eyes brimming with admiration. They're enjoying themselves, but we're the ones suffering. Listening to those sultry sounds makes it impossible to sleep, Song Fanlei said, her cheeks flushed red with a look of resentment. Since none of them could sleep anyway, they began chatting. Du Huangshu has been causing trouble for the dean again. What should we do?
Song Fanlei frowned, looking worried.
That Du Huangshan is despicable.
Dean Bai raised him like his own son, yet he repaid kindness with betrayal and even injured the dean.
Han Ruiying clenched her fists in anger. She wanted to punch Du Huangshu right then and there. But Du Huangshu has several thugs and ruffians around him.
We can't beat them.
And even if we could, we can't protect the dean 24/7, Zhang Qinshui added, equally troubled.
We're just starting our jobs and don't have much money yet.
Once we save up, let's hire a bodyguard for the dean, Song Fanlei suggested.
Yeah, a bodyguard sounds good.
But it'll probably cost a fortune.
We'll have to work extra hard then.
Han Ruiying and Zhang Qinshui agreed with Song Fanlei's idea.
They were all orphans from Sunshine Orphanage.
As children, they were ugly ducklings, but as adults, they had transformed into stunningly beautiful women.
Du Huangshu was also an orphan from Sunshine Orphanage.
At first, he worked steadily on construction sites, but after being betrayed by a heartless woman, he changed. He dabbled in every vice imaginable: drinking, gambling, prostitution, drugs, and befriended a gang of thugs, descending into a life of crime. Recently, he even set his sights on the orphanage director who raised him. After the director scolded him, he was beaten up. The director suffered a gash on his head that required several stitches at the hospital. The orphanage reported it to the police, and Du Huangshu was arrested.
But he made it clear, once he's out, he'll be back. Why isn't Master done yet? Song Fanlei glanced at the time. It was already past 1 a.m.
That young lady is so pitiful, Han Ruiying yawned, feeling sleepy.
Pitiful? How about I take her place? Zhang Qinshui's words came as a shock. Why should it be you?
I'm the boss, I should go first.
Song Fanlei refused to back down. What are you two even talking about?
That sounds like pure nonsense. I didn't hear a word of it, didn't hear a word. Han Ruiying secretly yearned for it herself, but she had to put her two sisters in their place. Another quarter of an hour passed before the upstairs finally fell silent. The three girls exchanged glances and finally let out relieved sighs of relief. It wasn't that the villa had poor soundproofing, it was that Xu Zixuan's voice was simply too loud.
Xu Zixuan, I didn't mean to, but I just couldn't control myself. Li Yuan took a quick shower in the bathroom before climbing into bed. By then, Xu Zixuan had long since fallen into a deep sleep.
Downstairs, the three female housekeepers had also returned to their respective rooms and lay down in bed. Whether they would dream of Li Yuan that night remained unknown. Perhaps they would.
Chapter 134, System Evolution.
The next day, the sun was high in the sky when Xu Zixuan finally stirred awake. Feeling aches throughout her entire body, she finally understood what Li Yuan had meant when he said she wouldn't be able to get out of bed last time.
It wasn't that she couldn't get up, she genuinely didn't want to.
She was utterly exhausted.
Eat breakfast quickly, Li Yuan said as he brought over a meal upon seeing her awake.
He had prepared it himself, and he'd even made one for Song Fanlei and the others, which touched them deeply.
This is delicious. Did they make it? Xu Zixuan mumbled with her mouth full. I made it. Eat more if you like it. Li Yuan ruffled Xu Zixuan's hair. You made it? I never would have guessed you could cook breakfast. It really is delicious. Hearing it was Li Yuan's handiwork, Xu Zixuan found the breakfast tasted even better. That must be the psychological effect.
After Xu Zixuan finished breakfast, Li Yuan said, "Your dad called earlier."
I took it. Oh. What did you talk about? Xu Zixuan was curious about their conversation.
This morning during breakfast, they noticed you weren't there, so they went to your room to wake you up. But you still weren't there, so your family got a little worried and called you. I told your dad you were here with me, and he hung up relieved.
That's it? My dad just trusted you with me like that? He didn't give you any grief? Xu Zixuan found it hard to believe.
Her dad usually doted on his precious daughter.
How could he not say anything about this secret date with Li Yuan? Why would he criticize me? A man as outstanding as me is hard to find even with a lantern. Your dad was thrilled. If you don't believe me, call him yourself. Li Yuan's confident assurance left Zhu Zixuan completely flustered. She shot him a puzzled look, convinced there must be some under-the-table deal between him and her dad. Otherwise, how could this be? It just didn't add up. Just rest here today. I've taken care of your leave. I have something to attend to, so I'll head out first. Okay. Zhu Zixuan genuinely didn't want to go anywhere, she just wanted to stay in bed and sleep. Li Yuan wasn't making excuses, he genuinely had something to attend to today. Today, the little guy was restless. Their beastly elephant had gone to clean the toilet again and had even joined the chip monopoly scheme of the pretty country. They'd halted photoresist supplies to numerous domestic chip manufacturers. In high-end chip production, lithography machines are a major hurdle, and photoresist is another. Moreover, the technological barriers weren't any less formidable than those for EUV lithography machines, with 80% of the patents held by the little days. China has long relied on foreign sources for 90% of its photoresist needs. At this critical juncture for domestic chip breakthroughs, if progress across the entire chip industry were stifled by photoresist shortages, it would deal a fatal blow to China's chip localization efforts. If you dare to start something, don't blame me for finishing it, Li Yuan sneered coldly, revving up the knight's voice and heading toward the financial company beneath the Dragon's Soul Palace. He intended to unleash a financial crisis upon Xia Rizi. When the tiger doesn't roar, do they think the Chinese are Hello Kitty? Li Yuan had considered modifying the photoresist patents held by Little Days, but such technology represented global high-tech expertise not achievable through a single company's patents alone. Even among Xia Rizi's larger photoresist companies, there were 4 major players, each holding thousands of patents. Then there were smaller firms, plus technologies from the United States and other nations. Just like EUV lithography machines, no single country could master them alone. It required pooling the world's technological resources. However, Li Yuan could bring the company holding the most patents under his control. That way, as long as he refused to grant licensing rights, no other company could produce photoresist either. Bring it on, let them fight amongst themselves. After all, he doesn't need to turn a profit. The company with the most photoresist patent applications is Fuji Electronic Materials. Across categories like exposure applications, light sources, masks, pattern formation, materials, and layer structures, it holds 8,684 published patents. Li Yuan intended to acquire this company. He searched the company's shareholders, intending to change the major shareholder's name to Highway Investment. But just then, the system spoke. I've evolved. From now on, you can directly modify company shares instead of changing shareholder names one by one. Holy crap, you finally evolved. What new features do you have? Li Yuan was instantly thrilled. After watching 50,000 blockbusters, I've finally achieved a state of mind where nothing can faze me. Is this your evolved ability? Li Yuan teased. Don't rush it, hurrying won't get you through the foreplay. First evolution, frequency increased from twice daily to 100 times daily. Pretty sweet, huh? Holy crap, that's insane. Li Yuan's eyes widened instantly. With this alone, everything else became irrelevant. Where would he find enough edits for 100 times a day? Honestly, 100 times was practically infinite. Alright, it falls a bit short, but the system will keep evolving. No rush. So then, with 100 modification attempts at your disposal, what is the first thing you'd like to do? I want to become a woman and experience what it feels like to be a woman. Li Yuan said earnestly. This idea had been brewing in his mind for ages, but he'd always worried he might not be able to change back. Holy crap, that's seriously twisted, I love it. What other upgrades are there? Li Yuan asked curiously. As mentioned earlier, the company offers either a one-time modification or incremental changes like before. It can only push beyond the limits of the human body, but infinite martial power isn't possible yet. If you tried to punch the universe to smithereens, that's not going to happen. So what's the maximum achievable level now? Li Yuan inquired. For defense, taking a missile head-on should be no problem. For offense, a full power punch could flatten a skyscraper. Not bad, right? So that means I'd be invincible in the city? Li Yuan was utterly stunned. As someone who'd completed 9 years of compulsory education, he found this utterly absurd and surreal. But as a seasoned online novel enthusiast, he thought it was too weak. Even cultivators could obliterate a planet with a single punch. Back to cultivation. Tell those companies to hurry up, demands outstripping supply. Who asked you to be so demanding? Even expressions have to be spot on. Otherwise, my companies would have to churn out 100 or 80 films a day. Li Yuan complained to the system. Half-assed work won't cut it. Lacking immersion breaks the immersion. Not only does it fail to broaden my horizons, it might even disgust me. Screw you. Li Yuan flipped the system off. Xiaori's film companies had all been acquired by Li Yuan, working tirelessly to produce movies daily. Output had increased significantly compared to before, but unfortunately, due to limited actors and directors, daily production capacity remained relatively low. This time, Li Yuan planned to raise actor salaries to attract more talent into the industry. Want to be a male or female lead? Apply here. Which one? Chapter 135, The Miserable Little Days. This time, Li Yuan planned to launch a financial assault on the little guys, plunging them into dire straits. This would force many businesses to shut down, creating mass unemployment. With nothing else to do, people would start considering a career in the great arts industry. For those brave enough to contribute, Li Yuan wouldn't be stingy, he'd pay them extra. As for whether the films would sell? Who cares? Just shoot them. As long as it allowed the system to evolve, he couldn't care less about the measly profits. He drove straight to the financial company affiliated with the Dragon Soul Temple. This financial institution, known as Kikai Finance, English name, KK Finance, held considerable standing within Ansheng. Li Yuan had made arrangements beforehand, so his arrival was greeted with a warm welcome. Good morning, everyone. Please disperse immediately. Li Yuan waved his hand, exuding the air of a leader. Ha ha ha. Seeing their boss so approachable, the staff relaxed. Today we're going big, we're storming the financial markets of Little Japan and crashing their currency. Got the confidence? Li Yuan shouted. The crowd fell silent, momentarily dumbfounded. They exchanged bewildered glances. They wondered if their boss had lost his mind. Did he seriously think a single company could crash a nation's currency? Wasn't that just wishful thinking? Only Duan Wanping shouted, yes. Li Yuan looked over to see Duan Wanping gazing at him with deep affection. I'm here for business, not to flirt. How am I supposed to keep my cool with you looking at me like that? Li Yuan silently complained to himself. Ahem. Noticing the strange looks everyone was giving him and Duan Wanping, Li Yuan cleared his throat twice. I know this might come as a surprise, but it's fine. I've prepared 100 trillion. I refuse to believe we can't crush their currency with that. If it's not enough, I'll keep adding more. In the novel, the government won't investigate this, please ignore. Li Yuan drew a 1 on the blackboard behind him, followed by an endless string of zeros. 100 trillion. The crowd nearly bit their tongues. What kind of concept was that? China's annual GDP was roughly that amount. How could their boss personally possess such staggering wealth? Even the hidden families didn't have that much money, let alone these people who couldn't even reach that level. Boss, are you serious? One man licked his lips, struggling to ask. When the little guys are playing dumb with us, do you think I'd joke about this? One word, take them down. Li Yuan brought his hand down in a sweeping gesture, reminiscent of Li Yunlong's signature command, 2nd Battalion Commander, fire. Take them down, the crowd roared in unison, their resolve solidifying instantly. Good. As long as you have patriotic hearts. You'll all work hard this time. After it's done, the bonuses won't be skimpy, starting at 100,000, no upper limit. It depends on your performance. Li Yuan offered the carrot first. Woo! The crowd erupted in excitement. The boss was truly generous. But let me make one thing clear, if anyone dares to act as a traitor, don't blame me for being ruthless. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Li Yuan brandished the big stick once more. Time's up. Get to work. Li Yuan glanced at his watch and bellowed. Everyone returned to their stations, preparing their trading accounts. After Li Yuan dispersed the funds, the team launched a fierce assault on the currency of their little Japanese friends, the yen. Recently, the rapid surge of the dollar had caused other nations' currencies to plummet. Some countries chose to wait and see, while others opted to intervene. Little Japan belonged to the latter group. The Bank of Japan had launched a fierce offensive against speculators. That day, the yen-dole exchange rate hit 151, marking a new low in over 30 years. Note, Y equals central bank. However, the yen suddenly rebounded sharply, surging all the way to 144 before stabilizing. Later, the Bank of Japan intervened again, pushing the rate down to 149. Speculators didn't give up either, pushing the rate back up to around 145. As of now, the rate has settled around 148, with speculators seemingly on the verge of defeat. Without further intervention, the speculators stand to lose significant funds. One speculator exclaimed. John, can we get more money? I didn't expect little days to be so resilient this time. They've intervened 3 times already. George, a burly man with a thick beard, shouted anxiously to John, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm already looking, but securing large sums quickly is impossible. This time, the little guy is dead set on intervening to the end. We underestimated them. John frowned, clearly pessimistic about the situation. Damn it! If we fail this time, we'll be stuck in prison forever. George slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Some of the speculative funds were their own, but most belonged to clients. These were wealth management funds entrusted to the bank by clients, yet the 2 executives had embezzled them without authorization. Just as despair gripped them, mysterious capital suddenly flooded into the foreign exchange market, sending the exchange rate soaring to 144. John, look! Someone's intervening! George exclaimed excitedly. John hurried over and stared intently at the screen on his computer. Damn, the exchange rate's already hit 142. John inwardly gasped at the sheer volatility. I wonder if Xiaori will make another move. Should we cash out now that we've already made a profit? George hesitated. If they sold now, they could pocket a small profit. But if the exchange rate kept soaring, they could retire early and enjoy the good life. Let's wait and see. We can gradually reduce our positions while keeping a portion to follow this mysterious capital, John suggested after a moment's thought. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Let's liquidate part of it first. George began executing the trade. What the hell is going on? Why did such a massive sum suddenly appear? Where the hell did it come from? Jean Chuan, the Y Bank president of Little Days, demanded angrily. This wiped out all their previous efforts, while the exchange rate soared to new heights. This was extremely detrimental to their foreign trade exports. All we know so far is that the funds originated from China. We still don't know which company it's from, the deputy bank president replied, bowing and scraping. Damn it! Jean Chuan Ku-cha delivered a resounding slap across the deputy's face. The man braced for the blow, not daring utter a word. Investigate it. Jean Chuan Kucha commanded. Yes, sir. The deputy bank president nodded vigorously and hurried away. Otherwise, it would become a punching bag again. Meanwhile, numerous financial firms had noticed the abnormal movements in the yen-dollar exchange rate, sensing a business opportunity. Traders from many companies began deploying small capital positions. Even retail investors started jumping in to grab a piece of the action. The battle has begun. Little Days, I hope you can hold out a little longer. That would make things more interesting. Li Yuan stood with his hands behind his back before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, his voice cold as he gazed at the distant sky. Has anyone seen this chapter? Chapter 136, A Chain of Farts Shocks the World. The financial matters could be left to his team of professional traders. Li Yuan was modifying himself. After numerous modification attempts, his attributes were as follows. Name, Li Yuan modifiable. Age, 19 editable. Gender, male modifiable. Height, 185 centimeters modifiable. Weight, 152 gene editable. Appearance, 100 editable. Charm, 100 editable. Combat power, 500 editable. Stamina, 500 adjustable. Endurance, 500 adjustable. Agility, 500 modifiable. Attack speed, 500 modifiable. Strength, 500 adjustable. Speed, 500 adjustable. Possesses skills. Top-tier hacking skills. Top-tier driving skills. Advanced medical skills. Smooth talking skills. Unmatched charm with women. Peach blossoms bloom in abundance. Ha! I forgot about the other authors too. Whatever, it's pretty anyway. As for turning into a woman, we'll talk about that when no one's around. Oh, and this evolution came with another ability, spatial storage. Now I can stash stuff in another dimension like underwear and such. Not yours, mind you. Only pretty ladies' stuff. Preferably fresh. Get lost, you jerk. Li Yuan was thrilled, but that didn't stop him from cursing the system. Ha. I've evolved, and you still dare curse me? Haven't you experienced society's harsh lessons yet? Ha. Wait, system, what are you up to? Li Yuan asked, his voice trembling with fear. Of course I want to take a peek, he. Get lost. Go watch your videos. Li Yuan ignored the system and began studying the rules for spatial storage. This thing actually had restrictions. Each modification opportunity could be exchanged for 1 cubic centimeter of space. Currently, Li Yuan only possessed 1 cubic centimeter, barely enough to store a few buttons. So stingy. I'm not asking for much, just give me 1 billion cubic centimeters. I'd love to store a few countries in there for fun. Li Yuan cursed the system for being so tight-fisted. You really don't think you're being a bit greedy, do you? 100 million cubic meters? Ha! What's the big deal? Is giving me a little gold that hard? Li Yuan retorted. Not at all. Just keep exchanging them slowly. Damn it. I thought 100 modification chances per day would be plenty, but turns out I was short-sighted. Li Yuan sighed, rubbing his forehead. Anyway, you don't really use spatial storage much. Just get a few cubic meters to start with. True. Expanding it bit by bit each day, like a growth game, could actually be kind of fun. With no other option, Li Yuan tried to console himself. Still, watching the space gradually expand gave him a sense of accomplishment. After modifying himself, Li Yuan still had plenty of modification attempts left. He decided to use some on the toilet-obsessed little beast Xiaoban Kuli. Then let him eat. Name, Xiaoban Kuli modifiable. Age, 49 modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Hobbies, cleaning toilets, playing basketball, playing PUBG can be modified. Li Yuan had considered turning Xiaoban Kelly into a woman, but then no one would know he was a beast elephant. Besides, turning him into a woman wouldn't harm him, it's just a gender change. He might even enjoy it more.
To make Xiaoban Kelly do something that would tarnish his image, thereby humiliating him before the world. Li Yuan first altered his hobbies, changing cleaning toilets to obsessed with eating feces, can't live without it. Next, he altered his physical traits to include constant flatulent stinky farts, loud farts, and chain farts. Finally, he altered his personality. Originally reserved and hypocritical, Li Yuan now made him obsessively boastful, especially in front of cameras, unable to resist showing off. After completing the edits, Li Yuan opened his computer and began watching the live stream. At that moment, Xiaoban Kelly and his ministers were touring the restroom, a live broadcast with a 7-second delay. If any unexpected incidents occurred, the TV station could use those 7 seconds to salvage any embarrassing moments. Naturally, Li Yuan's goal was to prevent all of this. Using his hacking skills, he infiltrated the network of Xiaoban Kelly live TV station and lay dormant, waiting for their next move. On the live feed, Xiaoban Kelly was kneeling respectfully. As his forehead touched the ground, the primordial energy within him could no longer be contained. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Xiaoban Kelly let out a resounding fart. The blast hit the face of the cabinet minister behind him, ruffling the minister's receding hairline. What had been 3 neatly parted strands of hair now resembled a tangled mess of noodles. Everyone froze in shock. How could he fart at such a solemn moment? And such a loud one at that. Once Xiaoban Kelly started, he couldn't stop. He let out 10 more farts in quick succession before finally quieting down. He felt relieved, but the minister behind him suffered terribly. Not only was his hair messed up, but his eyebrows were even blown out of shape. Fortunately, Li Yuan hadn't enhanced Xiaoban Kelly's farts with special effects like lightning flashes, otherwise, that minister's face would have been blackened by the stench. Cut the broadcast immediately. The station director, watching the live feed, noticed something was wrong and instantly ordered the control room staff. Unfortunately, Li Yuan had already planted a virus in the station's systems, causing all the machines to malfunction. The staff's commands went unheeded. Even manual commands were useless. Just as the TV station staff were puzzling over the situation, 7 seconds had already passed, and the live broadcast had reached millions of households. Viewers around the world watching the live stream flooded the comments section. This is intense. Can't even watch. Truly a perverted nation, but impressive, leading by example. They're not afraid of embarrassment at all, letting loose a series of farts in such a setting. But as an outsider, I'm thoroughly entertained. Beyond netizens in Korea, viewers from many countries found it highly entertaining. Korean and Chinese netizens were especially overjoyed. But it didn't end there. After standing up, little Ban Kuli spotted his cabinet ministers glaring at him with resentful expressions and instantly flew into a rage. You didn't even bother fixing your appearance, 3 measly hairs, and you're sporting a side part? And you dare give me that look? Spotting the camera pointed directly at him, Xiaoban Kuli instantly got overexcited. Smack! A resounding slap landed on the face. The slap rang out crisp and clear, like a nightingale song. Everyone was stunned. Could this really be something Xiaoban Kelly, that beastly elephant, would do? Publicly striking someone. After slapping the cabinet minister, Xiaoban Kelly saw the camera still pointed at him and immediately flashed a yeah gesture. He looked utterly cocky. The slapped cabinet minister was seething with rage. He'd endured your nonsense before, but striking him in front of so many people? That was unbearable. With a savage charge, the minister lunged at Xiaoban Kelly. The two quickly became entangled in a brawl. This sent global media into a frenzy, with discussions erupting non-stop. Please support, please share, please comment. Chapter 137, the male lead finally undergoes gender reassignment. Chapter content download failed. Chapter 138, Li Yuan experiences the pleasures of being a woman. Li Yuan took a bath, thoroughly cleansing his entire body. He realized that aside from the male thoughts in his mind, everything else was structured like a woman's. After drying off, he climbed onto the large bed and pulled out various snacks from his storage space. He'd bought them earlier at the 24-hour unmanned store. Damn, it really hurts the first time. No wonder they all cry out in pain, Li Yuan muttered under his breath. Fortunately, his constitution was beyond comparison to ordinary people, and he soon immersed himself in the experience. Ah. After the passion, it's always so mundane. Li Yuan lit a cigarette and puffed away contentedly. A cigarette after the deed, bliss like a god. And death comes swiftly. After another shower, Li Yuan reverted to his male form, though a certain spot still throbbed faintly. But this minor discomfort was trivial to Li Yuan. He now possessed maxed out regenerative abilities. Even broken bones could heal completely within a day. To be precise, Li Yuan had transcended the boundaries of humanity, venturing ever deeper down the path of the abnormal. With nothing better to do, Li Yuan decided to check what his cousin Du Ningxuan was up to, whether she was streaming. He hadn't contacted her in days, so he fired up the hotel computer. Upon entering Du Ningxuan's live stream room, he found his cousin indeed broadcasting. She typically streamed during her lunch break, again in the evening, and whenever she had no classes. It was currently her midday break. Ever since Li Yuan modified her gaming talent, Du Ningxuan had become a sensation in the gaming world. Combined with her stunning looks and Shanglong Live's strong promotion, she quickly gained a massive following, becoming a million-follower content creator. Her main game was Honor of Kings, though she occasionally played PUBG Mobile and Genshin Impact.
Currently, she's in a ranked match playing Hua Mulan on the top lane.
Her lane opponent was Yang Jian, a major streamer known as Black Magic Brother with over 5 million followers. Upon seeing Du Ningxuan's in-game nickname I'm Your Baby, Haimogu immediately assumed she was female. For the sake of the stream, hey Imogu chats with Du Ningxuan, hey, sweetheart, call me Big Brother and I'll go easy on you later. Enraged by Yang Jian's taunt, Du Ningxuan retorted, who the hell are you calling Big Bro? Looking for a beating? Du Ningxuan then controlled her Hua Mulan and single-handedly took down Haimo Ge's Yang Jian. I let this girl get one kill. Just wait and see how I'll take her down, Black Mage chuckled awkwardly, quickly explaining to his viewers. Despite his words, Black Mage's skill still fell short compared to Du Ningxuan's. Fueled by her anger, Du Ningxuan played with even sharper precision and ruthlessness, quickly securing another solo kill against Black Magic Brother. Black Mage's pride was now completely shattered. Being solo killed twice by a girl left this 5 million follower streamer with nowhere to hide his face. Guys, the enemy player probably isn't a girl, it's gotta be a crossdresser. How else could they pull off moves like that? Black Mage started shifting the blame. So many comments urged him to ask the enemy team. Alright, I'll ask. Seeing most viewers had followed his lead, Black Mage felt a surge of satisfaction. Yang Jian, hey, Hua Mulan over there, are you a guy or a girl? Du Ningxuan initially didn't want to respond to Black Magic Brother's question, but the viewers' comments urged her to tell the enemy, to let them know that women are just as capable as men. So Du Ningxuan replied to Black Mage Brother. Hua Mulan, female. Black Magic Brother's fans saw the reply and immediately started mocking him again. Black Magic Brother quickly retorted, that's definitely a lie. This bastard is totally a transvestite. Yang Jian, I don't buy it. Your gameplay is clearly that of a guy. Hua Mulan, look down on women, huh? Though Black Magic Brother thought this, he couldn't possibly say it out loud. Yang Jian, dare to duel one-on-one? Loser posts nudes. Mulan, not interested. Yang Jian, scared, huh? Admit you're a guy if you are. Mulan, what business is it of yours whether I'm male or female? Guys, you saw that. She admitted it, she's a guy, Black Mage told the spectators. Just then, Du Ningxuan, lurking in the grass, executed a flawless charge. She first took out the enemy's dual C tanks, then charged her heavy sword to reduce damage while crippling the two frontline fighters. She swiftly switched to her light sword, marking and finishing one target, then dashing in to eliminate the last low-health enemy. 1 versus 4 of flawless quadra kill. Now everyone was convinced the player behind Hua Mulan was a man. Her teammates urged her to turn on her mic, while the enemy team flooded the chat asking if she was really a woman. Ah, my cousin's getting questioned. How amusing. Watching the beautiful Du Ningxuan in the livestream, Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a pig-footed cousin indeed. Li Yuan planned to change his cousin Du Ningxuan's background story, making her the neighbor of her aunt. That way, there wouldn't be so much gossip. Facing the crowd's doubts, Du Ningxuan didn't care much. But to steady the troops, she turned on her in-game mic and said, I'm playing Hua Mulan. Let's play well, everyone. She really is a girl. Doesn't sound like a voice changer. Is she this good at gaming? Some girls are seriously skilled these days, though a lot of them look pretty fierce too. Mulan girl, you're not tough looking too, are you? You're the one who looks fierce. I'm super cute, a total beauty, actually, Du Ningxuan replied. Oh no. Anyone who calls themselves a beauty is definitely at the flower level. You're the one who looks like a flower. Your whole family looks like flowers. I'm gorgeous. Du Ningxuan pouted, clearly displeased. With her jade-like beauty, how could she possibly be ugly? That's just empty talk. How do you prove it? I'm streaming live right now. You can come watch me on Shanglong Live. My username is Cute Little Deer. Du Ningxuan announced her live stream channel. Only after Du Ningxuan said this did her teammates believe her. Those with the Shanglong Live app opened it to search for her, while those without hurriedly downloaded it, unwittingly contributing to Li Yuan's platform. After all, he was the big boss. Black Magic Brothers fans weren't pushovers either, they found Du Ningxuan's stream too. She's a real stunner. Great skills, gorgeous looks, love it. From now on, I'm ditching Black Magic Brother and only watching this lovely lady. Compared to this beauty, Black Magic Brother is nothing. Unfollowing him, I'm following this lady now. Not only did they say these things, they insisted on flooding Black Magic Brother's stream with comments, infuriating him. Their comments piqued the curiosity of many viewers, who started asking where this lovely lady was streaming. After getting the answer, everyone started downloading Shanglong Live. Shanglong Live was still a mid-sized platform, and Li Yuan hadn't invested much effort into developing it. So many viewers from major platforms had already uninstalled it. After all, one major platform was enough to satisfy their viewing needs. But now, many were reinstalling it just to catch a glimpse of the heavenly beauty everyone was raving about. And they weren't disappointed. Du Ningxuan's beauty rivaled that of many big celebrities. Everyone, show your support.
Yep, that was me in the last chapter. Chapter 139, what are you looking at? I'm looking at nothing.
All the feedback from fellow streamers had Black Magic itching to see for himself.
Since he'd lost the game anyway, why not check out the real thing?
So he downloaded the Shanglong Live app on his phone and entered Du Ningxuan's live stream room. When he saw Du Ningxuan, Black Magic Brother was stunned.
Was this stunning beauty the one who'd just been facing off against him?
Without hesitation, Black Magic Brother sent a 20,000 yuan gift, instantly becoming the top spender. Thank you for the gift, Black Magic Brother, Du Ningxuan thanked him. Let's connect our microphones, Black Magic Brother typed. She had to give the top donor some face, though Du Ningxuan still didn't know this was the same person who'd just been dueling her.
Is there something you need, Brother Black Magic? Du Ningxuan asked. You don't look very old, streamer. Still a student, right? Where do you go to school?
I attend school in Licheng, Du Ningxuan replied.
Well, we're not far apart then.
I'm in the capital city, which is quite close to Licheng, Black Magic Brother said.
Du Ningxuan didn't know what Black Magic Brother meant, so she just gave a faint I'm a streamer too. Want to grab dinner sometime? Black Magic Brother invited. No thanks, I have to get back to class. Du Ningxuan declined politely. I could come find you, Black Magic Brother persisted.
No need, Du Ningxuan replied decisively.
She didn't want to go out to eat with a stranger. That's really not giving me any face. I mean, I'm a streamer with 5 million followers, can't you spare me that much?
Black Magic Brother's tone grew slightly displeased.
Why should I give you face?
I'll return the 20,000 yuan you just gifted me shortly. At that moment, Du Ningxuan realized this Black Magic guy was the same person who had teased her during the game earlier. Her dislike for him deepened, and she decided to return the gifts he had sent. After all, she was now a millionaire herself.
Many fans urged her, why return gifts you earned fairly? Black Magic guy isn't a minor. Du Ningxuan explained she simply didn't want any connection with Black Magic Brother.
This statement deeply wounded Black Magic Brother, leaving his heart feeling utterly cold. Many fans began praising Du Ningxuan, calling her a breath of fresh air in the streaming world. Du Ningxuan thought to herself, I'm not as noble as you all make me out to be. I just happen to have millions in my hands and never worry about food or drink.
Li Yuan saw this and sent Du Ningxuan a message. Little Ningxuan, I'm watching your stream. Du Ningxuan saw the message pop up on her phone and immediately replied, why didn't I see your account join?
Du Ningxuan had specifically marked Li Yuan's account as a favorite.
Li Yuan, I didn't log in. I'm watching as a guest. Du Ningxuan, oh, I see.
Why did you decide to watch my stream today?
Li Yuan, I missed you.
Du Ningxuan's face instantly lit up with joy. Viewers in the livestream saw her smiling foolishly at her phone, unsure what she was doing, and flooded the chat with questions.
Has the streamer fallen in love?
Based on my 30 years of single experience, yes.
Where'd you get 30 years of experience being single?
From 5 girls? I may be single, but my keen eye has long seen through all the world's ways.
You mean the kind where they're not wearing any clothes? Oh man, we're on the same page here. Li Yuan saw the message in the live chat on his computer and sent a reminder to Du Ningxuan.
Du Ningxuan gasped in shock upon seeing the message, suddenly realizing she was on camera. She quickly shifted her position to avoid the lens.
Damn it, the streamer's so selfish. I want to see the chat. Could the streamer really be in love? No way. If that's the case, I'm unfollowing her. The comments flooded the screen with heated debates, though Du Ningxuan never saw them. When are you coming to Licheng? I'll treat you to dinner, Du Ningxuan asked playfully.
Her hand gripped the phone tightly, betraying her nervousness.
I'll be there in a couple of days. My cousin is getting married soon, right?
I'll bring you along to his wedding.
Li Yuan replied. Li Yuan's cousin Du Ningxuan's second cousin was getting married in a couple of days.
Growing up, this cousin had often fought Li Yuan's battles, taking beatings for him.
Li Yuan was deeply grateful.
This trip home was the perfect chance to give his cousin a grand gift and, while he was at it, change the backgrounds of his parents and Du Ningxuan. Okay, I'll be waiting for you then, Du Ningxuan replied with a cheerful smile.
After setting the date with Du Ningxuan, the two temporarily ended their chat.
Du Ningxuan resumed her livestream, while Li Yuan left the 5-star hotel and headed straight for Song Huilian's current location. Song Huilian had gone to the company today to process her resignation and hand over her work. Knowing this, Li Yuan planned to take her to buy an apartment.
Song Huilian still lived in an old neighborhood with no property management, let alone security.
As a beautiful woman, it wasn't safe for her to come and go like that. Most importantly, the apartment had poor soundproofing, the slightest noise could be heard by all the neighbors. Buying a new place meant they could discuss matters privately without disturbing others. Of course, they'd buy a villa they could howl at the moon without a care. Driving all the way to the financial company where Song Huilian worked, Li Yuan got out of the car to wait for her while lighting up a cigarette. Some men smoke just to smoke.
Others smoke to tell stories, to drown loneliness, to drown sorrow. Li Yuan smoked simply out of boredom. The windows of Song Huilian's office happened to face their direction. When a female employee approached the window, she spotted Li Yuan smoking. His handsome figure, weathered aura, and melancholy gaze all captured her attention. Xiaowan, what are you doing? You're drooling, teased Xiao Mei, her colleague. I'm watching the light, Xiaowan said, wiping the drool from her mouth. Light? What light? Ultraman? Xiao Mei was utterly baffled. Come here, Xiaowan beckoned secretly to Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei walked over curiously, muttering, what's with all the mumbo-jumbo? When she followed the direction of Xiaowan's finger, her mouth dropped open instantly. So handsome. So cool. I love it. Xiao Mei blurted out instinctively. Hearing this, the other colleagues in the office turned to look at them, wondering what the two were up to. Xiao Mei, Xiaowan, stop goofing off. What are you looking at? An older woman asked. We're watching The View. Xiao Mei and Xiaowan answered in unison. What are you looking at? The others were confused. The more curious ones immediately rushed over and shouted, everyone, come see. There's a handsome guy. Her shout prompted many female colleagues to put down their work and gather at the window. The male colleagues initially paid little attention, but when the women didn't return after a while, their curiosity was piqued. They too wanted to see this so-called handsome guy. When Song Huilian emerged from the finance office, she saw a large crowd gathered at the windows looking out. Instantly curious, she joined them. Office beauty begging online. Chapter 140, is your husband as handsome as him? What's everyone looking at? Song Huilian asked curiously. The window was completely blocked by the crowd, and she didn't want to push her way in, so she simply asked aloud. We're watching a handsome guy, someone replied. Handsome guy? He's definitely not as handsome as my husband. Song Huilian declared confidently. Li Yuan was the most handsome man she'd ever seen. No one else came close, not even male celebrities. Oh, you. You think your new guy is the hottest just because you're smitten. That's what they call love is blind. Right now you're in the honeymoon phase, but once things settle down, you'll start noticing other handsome guys more, remarked an experienced older woman. Song Huilian's new romance sparked quiet resentment among many male colleagues and envy mixed with jealousy among the female ones. Today, Song Huilian completely changed her usual style, wearing nothing but international luxury brands. She had her female colleagues drooling with envy, clothes they only dared to browse online, never dreaming of owning. Had it not been for the official announcement clarifying that another accountant had embezzled the company's 1 million yuan, they would have assumed Song Huilian had pocketed the money. When asked where these luxury items came from, Song Huilian replied they were gifts from her husband. When they learned the total value of these luxury items exceeded 1 million yuan, everyone grew even more envious. Song Huilian wasn't wearing that Qinglong bracelet, it was too precious. It's not like you say my husband really is handsome, Song Huilian declared solemnly. Could he possibly be more handsome than that guy downstairs? I don't buy it. A female colleague who had seen Li Yuan's looks refused to believe it. And that guy downstairs? Not only is he gorgeous, he's loaded too. He drove a sports car here. The way he leaned against it smoking. I was totally mesmerized. The female colleagues started swooning. You've got me curious now. Just how handsome is he that he's got all of you swooning like this? Song Huilian couldn't believe it either. Could anyone be more handsome than Li Yuan? She was determined to see for herself today. Come on, come over and see. The colleagues made room for Song Huilian to approach. Song Huilian walked to the window and looked down. She gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. She never expected Li Yuan to be here. What do you think? Handsome, right? Xiaowan, who had spotted Li Yuan first, spoke with pride, as if he were her personal trophy. Handsome. Song Huilian watched Li Yuan smoke with one hand, cool, commanding, utterly captivating. How does he compare to your husband? Someone teased, trying to dampen Song Huilian's enthusiasm. Hadn't she just claimed her husband was the most handsome? He's just as handsome as my husband, Song Huilian declared, utterly smitten. No way. You're really putting your husband on a pedestal, many scoffed. I'm telling the truth because he is my husband. Song Huilian declared earnestly. What? No way. He looks so young. The implication was clear, Song Huilian was trying to snag a younger guy. Believe it or not, my husband is here to pick me up. I gotta go. Song Huilian had no patience for their nonsense now. Being with Li Yuan was far more interesting. Song Huilian walked away with a click-clack of her high heels, leaving a circle of stunned people behind. Is that really her husband? Someone questioned. No way. Maybe she's just making it up, another dismissed. It's not impossible. These days, many rich second-generation kids lack maternal affection and seek older women. Song Huilian fits the bill perfectly. She's significantly older than him, but she looks young and has a great figure. Damn, I'm so jealous of her. Not only did she land a rich guy, but he's also so handsome. Soon, Song Huilian reached the first floor. Spotting Li Yuan, she broke into a run, though the high heels made it awkward. Descending the stairs, she stumbled and began falling toward the ground. Even in this situation, Li Yuan still had the presence of mind to shake his head and tease Song Huilian before dashing forward like the Flash to catch her just before she hit the ground. You're so clumsy, Li Yuan teased, gently tickling her nose. I was just so excited to see you, Song Huilian pouted playfully. Lying in Li Yuan's warm embrace, she felt a surge of emotion. Come on, let's go buy a love nest for you. Li Yuan picked Song Huilian up and headed toward the sound of darkness. He really is Song Huilian's husband. So envious. Did you see how fast he moved just now? I don't know how Song Huilian managed to handle that. So boyfriend material. He lifted Song Huilian with ease. Why do all the good men belong to others? I refuse to accept this. I'm going to the sky. Regardless of how envious and resentful Song Huilian's colleagues felt, Li Yuan had already driven away. Li Yuan planned to buy a high-end villa near the university, convenient and secure. Within a 20-kilometer radius of Anqing University, there were indeed 2 villa communities. One offered both fully finished homes and unfinished shells. The finished units cost more, but saved the hassle of renovations. The other complex only sold unfinished units, with the model home being the sole example of a fully finished property. Naturally, Li Yuan opted for the fully finished units. If he had time to wait, he could have built his own private estate by now. Arriving at Longan Villa, its environment couldn't match that of Tianwang Villa, but its location held a slight edge. Its main advantage was proximity to the university town. If school location weren't a factor, Tianwang Villa would be every bit as desirable as Longan. When the Bugatti sports car pulled into the sales center, the agents swarmed like sharks sensing blood. When Li Yuan and Song Huilian stepped out of the car, the crowd was even more stunned by their striking looks. Sir, madam, would you like to view a property? I'll be happy to show you around, offered a petite saleswoman with a soft voice. Choose me instead, I have more experience, the others chimed in, each vying for the opportunity. Li Yuan noticed a short, frail man standing quietly in the distance, watching them from the sidelines. A sudden sense of kinship welled up inside him. This man reminded him of his childhood self, shy, introverted, always hiding behind his parents' legs to observe others when encountering strangers. I'll choose him to show us around, Li Yuan declared, pointing toward the distant figure. Everyone followed Li Yuan's finger to see Hu Yile, the invisible guy in their group. A somewhat introverted, reserved newbie who hadn't closed a single deal in 2 months. If he didn't generate some sales soon, he'd be fired by the company. Could it be that he'd met a benefactor today? Feeling overwhelmed by all the attention, Hu Yile was flustered. He was just observing. Why was he being singled out? Fortunately, he was merely shy, not stupid. Since the client specifically requested his service, he scurried over eagerly. Whether he could keep his job at this company depended entirely on Li Yuan's skills. Miss here seeking support. Chapter 141, The Shameless Manager Way. The sales team was naturally displeased that such a prime customer had been handed to Hu Yile for free. They immediately sought out the manager. Good afternoon, sir. What kind of property are you interested in viewing? Hu Yile asked, sounding a bit stiff. Fully furnished villas. Show us around, Li Yuan said in a relaxed tone. That a city's underworld boss and wealthiest man would be so approachable with an ordinary male salesperson, if insiders found out, they'd assume this young man was a big shot too. But that wasn't the case. Hu Yile simply reminded Li Yuan of his childhood. Ah, sure. Hu Yile paused for a moment, then broke into a delighted smile. Fully furnished villas commanded a much higher price than unfinished ones, meaning his commission would be significantly larger. With the keys in hand, Hu Yile led Li Yuan and Song Huilian onto the sightseeing vehicle, also known as the viewing car. The scenery at Longan Villa was somewhat less impressive than Tianwang Villa. The artificial lake was half the size, and each villa was smaller than those at Tianwang Villa. This was mainly because the area was adjacent to the university town, where land was extremely valuable and difficult to acquire, forcing developers to economize on the overall project. This Lotus Villa has a total floor area of 500 square meters, spread across 3 levels, 2 above ground and 1 below. The 2 above-ground floors feature high-end finishes using eco-friendly materials, so you can move in with confidence. The basement level can serve as underground parking or be converted into a recreation room. The outdoor courtyard spans 300 square meters, perfect for planting flowers and plants, Hu Yile explained. With only 500 square meters spread across 3 floors, the overall footprint isn't particularly large. With such limited land, more villas could be built. This villa is called Lotus Villa. Let's go take a look, Li Yuan said to Song Huilian, pointing to the sign outside. Sure, Song Huilian agreed, feeling a sense of serendipity. Inside the villa, the interior decor was nothing special, neither extravagant nor cheap. At least it was livable, a significant upgrade over a typical small apartment. After a quick look around, Li Yuan decided it was acceptable and made the purchase. Alright, this is the one. Ah! Hu Yile gasped in surprise, not expecting this client to make a decision so quickly. Usually, clients would spend ages looking around, discussing endlessly, haggling over the price, and then walk away without buying, leaving him with nothing but false hope. Today, encountering someone so decisive left him feeling a bit unsettled. I said, I'm buying this villa. Li Yuan repeated. Alright, Hu Yile said happily, his face beaming with joy. Selling this villa meant he wouldn't get fired after all, and he'd finally have money to buy gifts for his parents. Hu Yao hurried to fetch the contract but was stopped by the manager. Yao, you have to split the commission from this sale with the rest of the team, said Wei, the sales manager of Longan Villa, in a flat tone. But why, Manager Wei? Hu Yao was definitely not happy about this. There were 10 salespeople in this villa complex. If the commission were split evenly, he would only get 1/10 of it. You weren't the first agent to meet this client. Even though they specifically requested you for the tour, you can't claim all the credit. Everyone's unhappy about this, so your commission will be split, Manager Wei stated matter-of-factly. Even if I wasn't the first to meet them, I should at least split the commission with the salesperson who did. Why split my entire commission? Hu Yao pressed, refusing to give up. This is to appease everyone's feelings. You were in the wrong to begin with. We're letting you keep a portion of the credit out of pity for you. That's final. No more discussion. Hurry up and get the client to sign the contract, or I'll assign it to someone else. Manager Wei finished coldly, ignoring Hu Yao's reaction as he walked away. Back in his office, Manager Wei flashed a lecherous grin at the 4 female sales reps. I've split Hu Yao's sales evenly among us. If I weren't worried about gossip, I'd have given the whole thing to you 4 vixens. Manager Wei gestured suggestively toward the 4 young women. You're the best, Manager. We adore you. The 4 saleswomen collectively planted kisses on Manager Wei's cheek, leaving him utterly delighted. In truth, there was another reason for suppressing Hu Yao. Manager Wei's niece wanted to join his sales team. However, this real estate office only allowed 10 salespeople, so Hu Yao, who was at the bottom of the rankings, naturally became the target of his exclusion. Hu Yao returned to the reception area by the sofa with the contract, opened it, and handed it to Li Yuan and Song Hualian. But the cheerful smile from moments ago had vanished, replaced by a deep frown. Every emotion was written across his face. People who can't hide their feelings like this really aren't cut out for sales. Salespeople need to know how to spin things. What's wrong? You were just getting a contract. Why the long face? Li Yuan asked curiously. The manager just pulled me aside, Hu Yao said, his face twisted in frustration. He said I messed up by taking you guys to see the property. Now he's splitting my commission. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Really? Your manager's got some nerve, acting like he owns the place. But then again, he's the boss and you're just a lowly employee. And if he dares treat you like that, you must not be pulling in much in sales either. Li Yuan's words made Hu Yao's face fall even further. His voice trailed off as he admitted, it's not just that my sales are poor. It's been 2 months and my sales are still 0. I haven't even rented out a single peripheral commercial space. Poor kid. Just like my cousin back then. Li Yuan thought of his cousin Li Rome, who was about to get married. He'd worked in real estate too, achieving nothing, but he hadn't been lucky enough to meet a benefactor. In the end, he was let go. He ended up working as a bolt tightener on construction sites. The job was stable enough, paying over 3,000 yuan a month with 5 insurances, though no housing fund. Where's your manager? I'll talk to him. Since Li Yuan had already helped Hu Yao once, he might as well see it through. Sir, this isn't your problem. You shouldn't get involved. At worst, I'll quit after getting paid. Hu Yao decided to swallow his pride. He had no power, no connections, and no influence. How could he possibly stand up to Manager Wei? Better to back down and save face. It's fine. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just take me there, Li Yuan said imperiously. Faced with Li Yuan's domineering demeanor, Hu Yao dared not refuse. He led Li Yuan toward Manager Wei's office. Pushing open the office door, they were stunned to find Manager Wei engaging intimately with 4 female sales staff. It was broad daylight during work hours. Why didn't you knock? Manager Wei snapped, embarrassed and angry at being caught. Readers want Lu Shun. Lu Shun 2. Chapter 142, just 5 minutes. Manager, you sure know how to have fun. Aren't you afraid of Article 301 of the criminal law? Li Yuan said with a playful tone. We just kissed, we didn't do anything else. How did we break the law? Manager Wei protested. Hu Yao, what do you think you're doing? Manager Wei roared at Hu Yao. He dared not curse Li Yuan, but he dared curse Hu Yao. Hu Yao flinched, a hint of fear visible. No need to shout. I asked him to bring me here. Besides, you won't be manager much longer, so there's no need to act so arrogant. Li Yuan maintained his carefree demeanor, showing Wei manager no respect whatsoever. Manager Wei instantly bristled at the remark. He knew Li Yuan drove a Bugatti and had money, but speaking to him like that was unacceptable. Whether I'm manager or not, do you get to decide? You're not even company leadership, Manager Wei retorted coldly. If you're here to buy a property, pay up and take the keys. If you're here to cause trouble, sorry, this isn't your playground. To take on 4 people in the office like that, this Manager Wei certainly had guts. Li Yuan chuckled at this. The manager had some guts. But courage without substance is just foolishness. Hold on, 5 minutes. Li Yuan said calmly to Manager Wei. He then pulled out his phone and dialed Aben. Find out who the boss of Longan Villa is. Within 5 minutes, have him fire the sales manager here. Otherwise, he'll face the consequences. Li Yuan ordered directly.
Understood, Aben replied nonchalantly. It was a minor matter. Also, I don't want to see this man in Anqing City again. Make sure he leaves town, Li Yuan added.
Understood.
Manager Wei felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Li Yuan's words. He didn't know much about Li Yuan, and seeing how young he was, he'd assumed he was just another rich kid. But now, the tone in his voice sounded like that of a powerful figure at the top.
When Li Yuan's domineering aura surfaced, it wasn't just Manager Wei who felt afraid. The 4 female salespeople were terrified too. If Manager Wei fell, their fates wouldn't be much brighter. Aben tracked down the CEO of Longan Real Estate, the parent company of Longan Villa District, and immediately called him. Hello, this is Aben from Highway Investment. Mr. Bin, it's an honor to receive your call.
I'm truly flattered, replied Wang Haijiang, the CEO of Longan Real Estate, with respectful politeness.
Highway Investment was a household name among Anqing's wealthy elite. They'd spent hundreds of billions just on land acquisitions and invested billions more across various industries.
Such a formidable company, even more powerful than the big enterprises in Beijing or Shanghai.
How could the small businesses in Anqing dare to cross them? The manager of Longan Villa has angered our boss.
He instructed me to relay this message, fire that manager within 3 minutes, or face the consequences.
What?
Wang Haijiang jumped to his feet in shock on the other end of the line.
That damn Longan Villa manager, what kind of trouble had he gotten him into? Handle it immediately.
That's all I have to say, Aben stated flatly.
If Wang Haijiang couldn't handle this, then the Dragon Soul Hall would have to step in.
Understood, Wang Haijiang replied respectfully. He immediately called the general manager of Longan Villa District, ordering him to fire that manager who dared to offend the boss of Highway Investment within 2 minutes. The general manager had never seen the boss so furious and impatient before, immediately realizing the gravity of the situation.
He immediately called Manager Wei. Hello, General Manager. Wei manager felt a bad premonition when he saw the call. You're fired. Get the hell out of here immediately.
Disappear within 1 minute or I'll break your legs, the general manager roared.
Ah!
Manager Wei's head buzzed from the verbal assault. Damn it, get out of here now, the general manager yelled again. The general manager then called the security department at Longan Villa, instructing them to keep an eye on Wei and urge him to leave immediately. Though the security department didn't understand what was happening, they certainly wouldn't dare neglect a direct call from the general manager. So the security chief personally stepped in to escort Manager Wei out. Manager Wei stared blankly at the disconnected phone. His earlier worry had now turned to utter despair. The 4 female sales representatives also wore expressions of utter despair. Manager Wei had truly fallen, and the other party's demand for action within 5 minutes had been met precisely within that time frame. This revealed just how powerful the other party was. Having offended someone like this, who knew if they would be spared? Just then, the security chief arrived with his team. Manager Wei, hurry up and leave. Your limbs are still working fine, don't need us to carry you out, do you? The captain's tone carried a hint of threat. You? This was the same captain who'd bowed and scraped before him. Now that he'd fallen from grace, the captain had instantly changed his tune. Such is the harsh reality of the world. With no other choice, Manager Wei quickly gathered his belongings and left. Sir, we're sorry. We were wrong. Seeing Manager Wei's downfall, the 4 female sales reps quickly stepped forward, desperate to save themselves. If it were just dismissal, that would be manageable. But when they heard Li Yuan say Wei manager should vanish from Anqing, they knew things were serious. That's why they were terrified. Don't beg me. Beg him. After all, he's the one who's suffered unfair treatment, not me. Li Yuan pointed at Hu Yael. The 4 saleswomen immediately approached Hu Yael, pleading for mercy. This left Hu Yael, a recent college graduate who had never interacted closely with women before, feeling somewhat flustered. Enough with the pleas for now. Sell me the villa first, I'm waiting to move in, Li Yuan declared. At Li Yuan's words, the 4 women finally released Hu Yael. Hu Yael was still dazed. He'd never been this close to women in his life except maybe when crammed onto a crowded bus. Alright, snap out of it. Sign the contract already, Li Yuan said, patting the dazed Hu Yael on the shoulder. Oh. Hu Yael finally snapped out of it. Since Manager Wei had been sent away, they might as well sign the contract in his office. Li Yuan skimmed through the contract and was about to sign when the office door swung open. Wang Haijiang, the CEO of Longan Real Estate, had arrived. Mr. Li, I'm truly sorry. It's all my fault for failing to manage my staff properly. Those idiots shouldn't have provoked you. Wang Haijiang immediately adopted a humble tone upon seeing Li Yuan. It's no big deal. You went out of your way to come here, Mr. Wang. That's too much trouble, Li Yuan said indifferently. It's no small matter when my subordinates have offended you, Mr. Li. I absolutely must come and apologize in person. How about this? I'll gift you the villa you had your eye on. Consider it a small token of my apology, Wang Haijiang said respectfully. Doesn't she look like a ghost? Would you dare take her?
Chapter 143, A Headache-Inducing Little Life. Hu Yile was even more shocked. He assumed Li Yuan had simply fired Manager Wei because he was on good terms with their company as chairman. But now Chairman Wang was showing Li Yuan such deference, even gifting him a house for free. But what about his sales targets after giving away the villa? Wouldn't they go down the drain? Mr. Wang, you're too kind. A few tens of millions is peanuts to me, I can still afford it. Li Yuan implied that even tens of millions couldn't buy his favor, no way. I know you're wealthy, Mr. Li. This apartment is merely a token of my appreciation. After all, we've wasted your valuable time. Please accept this small compensation, don't look down on it. Wang Haijiang's demeanor grew even more deferential. This left Hu Yile utterly bewildered. Li Yuan didn't want to owe him a favor, yet Wang Haijiang insisted on giving it, his attitude growing even more humble. What was going on? Li Yuan gave Wang Haijiang a long, thoughtful look. The man certainly knew how to talk. Since that was the case, he might as well accept it. But making him owe a favor? No way. Rumor had it Wang Haijiang started out selling fish. To build such a massive enterprise today, he was certainly sharp. Alright, I'll take it, Li Yuan relented. Thank you, Mr. Li, Wang Haijiang said cheerfully, as if he'd just gotten a villa for free. As for the sales credit for this villa, don't forget to give it to this young man. Li Yuan pointed at Hu Yile. Since he'd already gone this far, he might as well push him all the way over the edge. After that, it wouldn't be his concern anymore. They were all adults now, they could take care of themselves. Hu Yile's face lit up at the news. His sales credit was secured. With Li Yuan, the man Chairman Wang was eager to please, speaking up for him, Chairman Wang wouldn't forget him. Wang Haijiang glanced at the unassuming Hu Yile, wondering what exactly had caught Li Yuan's eye. But he hadn't planned on skimming the commission anyway, especially since Li Yuan had specifically emphasized it. Rest assured, Mr. Li, this young man will be well taken care of. I'll personally oversee this matter. Wang Haijiang was skilled in both words and deeds. Alright, I'll take my leave then. Li Yuan wrapped his arm around Song Huilian's slender waist and hurried straight to Lotus Villa. After Li Yuan left, Wang Haijiang looked at Hu Yile and said warmly, Hu Yile, right? I just reviewed your file. You're still in your probationary period, and your experience is a bit lacking. Even if I gave you the manager position now, you wouldn't handle it well and would just get criticized. Here's the plan, we'll first make your position permanent. You can select 4 people to promote as your team leader. This will allow you to gain experience. Once you've built up the necessary experience and capability, you can then take on the manager role. What do you think? Hu Yile felt as if a huge opportunity had fallen into his lap. He thought securing the sales target was already a great achievement, but now he was being promoted too. Chairman Wang, I'm still new to the workplace and know very little. I'll follow your lead, Hu Yile said politely. Alright, young man. Keep up the good work, you've got a bright future ahead. Wang Haijiang patted Hu Yile on the shoulder with a smile. Inside the cave, a massive purple gold serpent demon beast was locked in fierce combat with hundreds of earthworm demon beasts. The serpent used its massive size to charge wildly, forcing the earthworms to the cave's edges. Fortunately, though lacking in combat prowess, these earthworm beasts possessed remarkable resilience. Any ordinary beast crushed so fiercely by the serpent would have exploded long ago. The earthworms stubbornly coiled around the serpent, refusing to yield even in death. Yet their size was dwarfed by the serpent's bulk, limiting their role to mere harassment. As time wore on, the earthworm beasts gradually began to tire. Under the giant python's relentless assault, some could no longer hold their ground and slowly ceased moving. Just then, a beam of light shone in. The earthworm demon beasts seemed to have consumed a miraculous elixir. Not only did their stamina instantly replenish, but they felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through their bodies. Even their endurance saw a dramatic increase. Thus restored, the earthworm beasts resumed their fierce battle with the giant serpent. This time, the fight was truly deadlocked. Inside Lotus Villa, Li Yuan and Song Huilian were bathing. Warm water cascaded over their bodies, washing away traces of fatigue. Finally, I can let loose completely. Thanks to the 100 editing opportunities. Li Yuan thought happily. What did Li Yuan mean by that? Take a look at Song Huilian's attribute panel. Under the stamina and endurance categories, their respective values were 500 and 500. Now Li Yuan was evenly matched with Song Huilian. He could finally unleash his full strength. You should move here from now on, Li Yuan said, wrapping his arm around Song Huilian's slender waist. It's safer and more convenient. Alright, Song Huilian murmured softly, resting her head against his chest. While the two were lost in their tender moments, the financial sector was in turmoil. The yen-to-dollar exchange rate had plummeted to 110, putting immense pressure on Xi Bank. Jinchuan Kucha was so worried his hair was turning white. The money they poured in created only a ripple before being swallowed back by the ocean. In the short term, the yen's appreciation would increase the cost and relative price of Xi export goods. But in the long run, the yen's appreciation will weaken the competitiveness of Japan's products abroad, making exports difficult. And Japan is extremely dependent on exports. If this continues, many companies will choose to relocate from Xi to other countries, which could deal a fatal blow to Xi. Moreover, foreign investors would cease to invest in Japan. Japanese products, technology, and capital would stagnate, gradually eroding competitiveness. As products become increasingly unsellable, the nation would grow poorer. Of course, in the short term, things might not seem so dire. But if the yen continues to be targeted and Japan's central bank fails to implement effective countermeasures, the entire nation risks being labeled as incompetent. If global confidence in the yen collapses, that would mark the true beginning of Japan's calamity. And Kobayashi was a masterful assist in this, causing many to lose faith in Japan. After Kobayashi was arrested, videos of him farting and hitting people were turned into meme videos by netizens worldwide and spread across various video platforms. Suddenly, Kobayashi became a notorious internet celebrity, known for his bizarre antics. Unfortunately, he's behind bars now, and getting out won't be easy. Suddenly, a leadership vacuum emerged in the little country. Everyone wanted to be the big boss, but no one respected anyone else, creating utter chaos. This further deepened the trust crisis in the Japanese yen, prompting many to dump their holdings. Now, Li Yuan is the biggest rival to Xiaori Ziying. Jinchuan Bitter Tea could only pin its hopes on the Jaha clan stepping in to eliminate the Li Yuan fellow. Support, rewards, and comments appreciated. Chapter 144, The Martial Arts-Obsessed Beauty, Yagyu Mushue. The secluded domain of the Kaketsuru clan. An old man sat meditating beneath a tree, his aura faint and flickering like that of a dying patient. But if anyone dared to truly regard him as a decrepit old man, they would pay with their life. This man had a pale face, no beard, and silver-streaked hair. His eyes remained tightly closed as he engaged in some form of cultivation. At that moment, a woman of slender grace, ethereal beauty, and striking height approached with measured steps. Unlike the petite women of other small nations, she stood at 168 centimeters tall, a long sword hanging at her waist. It was a Chinese-style long sword, not a katana. "Grandfather, visitors have arrived," the ethereal beauty murmured softly, her voice clear as a nightingale's song. The old man beneath the tree slowly opened his eyes. His piercing gaze was as sharp as blades, then gradually softened. "My sword art still lacks that final spark," the old man sighed leisurely. "It still falls short of the white god of China." This elder was named Yagyu Harui, the leader and spiritual pillar of the Kaketsuru clan. Ever since his defeat 5 years prior in battle against the war god Baishan of Huaxia, he had devoted himself to relentless training, yearning for the day he could overcome Baishan. Yet he still felt he fell just short. Had Li Yuan been present to check his attribute panel, he would have seen that his martial prowess had reached 99. Yet to the current Li Yuan, he was nothing more than a minor nuisance. "Grandfather, you're too stubborn. If you could let go of your obsession with victory, you would surely advance further," the beautiful woman said softly. Her name was Yagyu Musetsu, granddaughter of Yagyu Harui. Possessing extraordinary talent in sword cultivation, she had already reached the realm of a half-step master at just 25 years old. Currently, her martial prowess matched that of Yagyu Harui, both stood at 99. She was the most promising candidate in the little days to reach the human master realm, achieving the 100 combat power mark. "The conviction to defeat the white god has driven my growth. Had I slackened even slightly, I might not have achieved what I have today. So, there's no need for further persuasion," Yagyu Harui insisted stubbornly. "The elders are waiting in the reception hall," Yagyu Musetsu replied, ending the discussion on martial arts. She had reminded Yagyu Harui countless times. Since he refused to listen, it was pointless to persist. After all, this sort of thing depended on one's own insight. "What are they here for?" Yagyu Harui inquired. The Kakor clan lived secluded in the mountains, and the state rarely disturbed them unless necessary. After all, this was a society governed by law, and above all, firearms were rampant. No matter how skilled one was in martial arts, they feared kitchen knives, let alone guns. Unless the gunman was a master of human body outlining, anyone below a martial arts rating of 90 stood no chance against firearms. "The nation faces peril," Yagyu Musetsu stated flatly. "They seek the Kakor clan's aid to eliminate a target." She had little interest in such matters, her passion solely devoted to the martial arts. "Do you know who they want eliminated?" asked Yagyu Harui. "I don't know," Yagyu Musetsu shook her head. "Very well. I'll go investigate." Though the Kakor clan lived secluded in the mountains, they would intervene when the nation faced peril, essentially serving as elite enforcers for the shogunate. Yagyu Harui hurried to the reception hall, while Yagyu Musetsu, uninterested in the matter, drew the sword from her waist and began to dance with it. A fierce aura radiated from her, like a sword immortal descended to the mortal realm. Her silky black hair moved without wind, ethereal and untouched by dust. Her sword technique evolved from the Kaketsuru clan's traditional blade arts, yet surpassed its origins, reaching a new realm of mastery. After completing the sequence, Yagyu Musetsu exhaled a breath of frosty air. Like a frigid current, it swept over the trees ahead, coating them in a layer of white frost. "It seems I've hit a bottleneck," she sighed wistfully. "I wonder when I'll break through this barrier and reach the realm of a grandmaster."
She then began brewing tea before her hut, leisurely savoring its fragrance, another form of cultivation. Shortly after, Yagyu Musetsu spotted her grandfather, Yagyu Harui, escorting the visitors from above back to the cottage. Mushue, we plan to send 4 master-level experts to China this time. You will lead the team. The higher-ups have already made arrangements. You'll go to Wanqing under the guise of a field investigation. Someone will meet you there, Yagyu Harui said to Yagyu Musetsu while sipping his tea. Understood. It's been a long time since I've ventured beyond the Jaha clan's territory. I hope this journey will benefit my martial cultivation. Even now, Yagyu Musetsu's thoughts remained fixed on her martial path. What a martial arts fanatic. You know, stop obsessing over martial arts all the time. At your age, it's time to think about marriage and starting a family, Yagyu Harui said with a smile. She was pushing for marriage. No rush. Let it happen naturally, Yagyu Musetsu replied calmly, as if the matter held no significance in her heart. Ah, you stubborn child. Yagyu Harui could only sigh, feeling both relieved and heartbroken. Yagyu Musetsu possessed such extraordinary talent that she had always been utterly devoted to the way of the sword. Matters of romance held little to no significance in her heart. After packing her things, Lu Sheng Mushue headed to the airport with 4 martial arts masters, each boasting combat power ratings above 90. These 4 master-level experts were supremely confident in this mission. After all, it was merely a student from an ordinary Chinese university, a piece of cake. The reason for deploying so many elite fighters was to guard against the possibility that the target might have hired seasoned bodyguards. Special arrangements had been made for this mission. Their visas and flights were already prepared, and the 5 boarded a private jet bound for China. Li Yuan and Song Huilian tidied up briefly before dinner time arrived, a testament to how fiercely they'd been engaged earlier. Several hours had slipped away. Since you've never had Western cuisine, why don't we try one of Anqing's famous Western restaurants tonight? Li Yuan suggested. Sounds great. I've only had authentic Western cuisine a few times, Song Huilian said with a hint of longing. Me neither. Honestly, I still prefer our own cuisine, but hearing everyone talk about it so much has made me curious, Li Yuan admitted. Where should we go? Song Huilian wasn't sure. She'd never had the spare cash for authentic Western cuisine before. Occasionally satisfying a craving meant grabbing a bite at a casual Western-style eatery by the roadside. Let's try French cuisine. I hear it's the most renowned Western culinary tradition. We should go for the most famous one. Li Yuan wasn't particularly knowledgeable either, he'd only heard about it from others. He didn't know that French cuisine was notoriously slow, emphasizing exquisite plating, with dishes served at an average pace of 1 per hour. The next course wouldn't arrive until the previous one was fully digested. There had been 2 shootings where the slow service infuriated the perpetrators, leading them to shoot and kill the waitstaff. One killer remarked, I just ordered a sandwich, 2 slices of bread with a piece of ham, and they still took forever. How could that not make anyone furious? P.S. This is a true story, documented in reports. Dark Style. Chapter 145, The Arrogant Foreign Chef. Thanks to North Shore Twilight for the generous tip and extra chapter. They drove all the way to a fairly well-known French restaurant in Anqing, the Kaiwa Western Restaurant. Seeing the 2 arrive in such a luxurious car, the waitstaff were quite courteous. However, they explained that reservations were required. Without one, dining there was impossible. Having French food is such a hassle, you even need a reservation? Li Yuan grumbled. Yeah, Song Huilian agreed. At that moment, the pair resembled nouveau riche having come into money. They sought out high-end establishments to show off. The waiter smiled politely but inwardly looked down on them. They looked like rich kids with decent manners, but who knew they knew nothing? The waiter began to find his own sense of superiority. While financially destitute, spiritually, he was rich beyond measure. Mr. Yuan, what brings you here? It's such an honor. A young man with yellow-green hair and dressed in designer casual wear greeted Li Yuan respectfully. Young Master Zhou, the male waiter, greeted the youth respectfully. He hadn't expected young Master Zhou to be so courteous to this nouveau riche. Thankfully, he hadn't let his true thoughts show earlier, otherwise, getting fired would have been the least of his worries. A beating would have been inevitable. Young Master Zhou, is that right? Are you the owner of this place? Li Yuan didn't recognize the young man, but he guessed he was one of those rich second-generation kids who loved street racing. Come to think of it, he hadn't raced in days, though he did frequently drive women's cars. Mr. Yuan, just call me Xiao Zhou. I'm not worthy of being called young Master Zhou, the young man replied politely. This French restaurant belongs to my father. Do you have any tables available? We'd like to have a meal, Li Yuan inquired. Of course. Of course. I'll show you in. Young Master Zhou enthusiastically led Li Yuan and Song Huilian inside. The waiter trailed behind, unsure what to say. Zhou Xiao led Li Yuan and the others to a spot near the bandstand, where a piano was set up. They added another table for them there. This slightly stirred the other patrons in the restaurant. Wasn't the place already packed? It was the first time they'd seen tables being added. Those who recognized young Master Zhou were even more astonished. He was the young master of this establishment. Why was he being so courteous to a mere youngster?
What would you like to order, Mr. Yuan?
Zhou Xiao transformed into a waiter, politely inquiring of Li Yuan.
A bottle of red wine, please. What's your most expensive and best-tasting bottle? Li Yuan inquired.
Li Yuan hadn't had much red wine before, but since he was at a Western restaurant today, he definitely wanted to try some.
Our finest red wines are the Romanée-Conti and Lafite.
Both are excellent choices. Zhou Xiao introduced the two labels.
Just give me the one with the longer name, Li Yuan said casually.
He'd only heard of Lafite before, but knew Romanée-Conti from a TV drama it was said to be extremely rare. Its most expensive bottle had fetched a staggering 3.86 million yuan at auction, setting the record for the highest price paid for a single bottle of wine.
Alright, Mr. Yuan. What would you like to order? Zhou Xiao asked. What are your signature dishes here at this French restaurant? Li Yuan had never eaten French cuisine before, so he had to ask.
French cuisine has 10 iconic dishes: beef bourguignon, proven, yal ratatouille, bouillabaisse, confit de canard, quiche Lorraine, onion soup, coq au vin, moles frites, cassoulet, and tripes à la Senoise.
We prepare all of them here. Which ones would you like to try? Zhou Xiao explained.
Though not a server here, he dined frequently and knew the menu inside out.
Then bring us one of each, she said.
Having heard that Western cuisine tends to be more refined, 10 dishes shouldn't be too much.
Since we're here, we might as well try everything. Money's no object anyway. Ah, Mr. Yuan, perhaps you should order fewer dishes.
Zhou Xiao urged, looking somewhat troubled.
What? 10 dishes is too much?
Li Yuan, who had never tried French cuisine before, genuinely didn't understand. 10 dishes is indeed quite a lot. The main issue is that French cuisine is served very slowly. Preparing all 10 dishes would likely take 7 to 8 hours, even with expedited service, Zhou Xiao hurriedly explained.
French cuisine is that slow? Li Yuan and Song Huilian exchanged a surprised glance. If this were Chinese cuisine, anything less than extremely complex dishes would be served quickly. Nothing we can do about it, it's always been this way.
Zhou Xiao spread his hands helplessly. That's just how chefs work.
And chefs are even tougher than the boss. If they're unhappy, they'll just quit on their own, no need for you to fire them. Is it because they're short-staffed? Li Yuan wasn't quite sure.
Sort of. This chef was brought in from France, and he's got quite the personality, Zhou Xiao shrugged.
Meaning the chef wouldn't even listen to him. Li Yuan didn't quite get it. Why not just hire a few more chefs? It'd cost a bit more, but that's all. The mindset of someone with unlimited funds just isn't the same as a businessperson's.
Then you decide how many dishes to serve. And please hurry things along, we're starving.
Li Yuan and Song Huilian had been exercising for hours and were genuinely hungry. Got it.
Zhou Xiao quickly agreed. He then headed to the kitchen and found Chef Robles.
Hey, Robles, we've got a distinguished guest here. He and his friends are a bit hungry. Could you arrange a few dishes for them and prioritize their order? Would that work? Zhou Xiao politely negotiated.
When dealing with this chef, Zhou Xiao didn't dare to pressure him with his boss status.
Distinguished guests? How distinguished? The Queen of England? The King of France? The President of the United States?
If they're not on my list, don't expect me to cook for them, Robles retorted, showing no deference to Zhou Xiao's status. As a Frenchman, he possessed an innate sense of superiority. Coupled with his exceptional French culinary skills, his arrogance knew no bounds.
Robles had a notoriously foul temper, but his dishes were undeniably top-notch. Many patrons chose this establishment not only for its high-end ambience but also because of Robles' culinary mastery. Robles, watch your tone. This guest is extremely important. We can't afford to offend him.
Young Master Zhou, unusually, snapped at Robles.
For ordinary wealthy patrons, given the Zhou family's standing, a slight oversight might be overlooked.
But Li Yuan was different. He was the god of wealth for Anqing City, backed by immense power and influence.
That's your problem.
I'll cook according to my own method, or else let him do it himself. Robles remained unmoved, arms still crossed arrogantly.
Young Master Zhou, is this the chef you hired? Utterly arrogant and full of himself. Does he think we're still in the days of the Eight-Nation Alliance?
Li Yuan and Song Huilian entered the kitchen at that moment, their voices dripping with sarcasm.
Master Li, how did you get in here? I'm afraid you've witnessed an embarrassing spectacle.
Young Master Zhou greeted him awkwardly.
His own chef disobeying orders in front of others, utterly humiliating.
Firing Robles was easy enough, but finding a chef with comparable skills would be difficult. Moreover, many patrons had grown accustomed to Robles' cooking and preferred his distinct flavors.
Robles wasn't worried about finding work either. With his skills, he could easily land a job at any high-end French restaurant.
So you're the esteemed guest he mentioned? A mere whippersnapper who hasn't even grown a full beard yet.
You've got the face of a nouveau riche.
French cuisine is the most noble food in the world. It's not something a clueless oaf like you deserves to enjoy.
I won't cook for you. Robles' temper was no joke.
When Li Yuan mocked him, he didn't hold back, firing right back.
Mecha style, any fans out there? Lots of pics. Chapter 146, Promoting Qin Hao. Robes. Young Master Zhou's face turned ashen as he roared angrily. This Robbers was utterly lawless.
Normally, they tolerated him because of his exceptional culinary skills and ability to attract customers. But today, he had the audacity to openly offend Li Yuan. This was unacceptable. It would plunge the Zhou family into peril.
Oomph. Robbers stubbornly turned his head away. He was so accustomed to arrogance that he never considered others. Is he your only head chef? Li Yuan asked young Master Zhou.
No, but the other's skills simply don't compare to Robbers. With you here, we must serve the finest cuisine possible.
Young Master Zhou quickly backtracked, hoping Li Yuan wouldn't hold it against the Zhou family.
Upon hearing Zhou Xiao praise his culinary skills, Robles lifted his head haughtily, like a proud peacock.
That comparison seemed a bit insulting to peacocks. Find someone else to cook for me, Li Yuan declared flatly.
Arrogant foreigners like Robles weren't uncommon in China. Such behavior was spoiled by indulgence. It was time to change the policy, to rein in their arrogance. While not demanding they be treated as inferiors, they should at least receive the same treatment as Chinese people.
Well, fine.
Seeing Li Yuan insist on a replacement, young Master Zhou wasted no time.
No one but me can make authentic French cuisine, Li Yuan refused to back down, demanding a replacement, which only infuriated Robles further.
With a cold snort, he strode toward the door.
Watching Robles' retreating figure, young Master Zhou frowned deeply.
He intended to fire Robles. This man was a ticking time bomb. If he caused Li Yuan to harbor hostility toward the Zhou family, chopping Robles into mincemeat wouldn't be enough to satisfy his rage. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes.
This Robles really thought he was something special. Li Yuan pulled up his attribute panel and examined his culinary skills.
Rob's culinary skill scored 90 out of 100, nowhere near Li Yuan's perfect 100. But they were dining out. Li Yuan wasn't going to cook himself, and he knew nothing about French cuisine.
You think you're so hot stuff with your cooking skills?
Watch me reset yours to 0, see how hot you still are.
Li Yuan sneered inwardly.
Pretty bold for a noob to give a cheater attitude like that. Just as he finished setting Robles' cooking skill to 0, young Master Zhou summoned a young man over.
Master Yuan, this is our restaurant's most talented chef.
Though young, his culinary skills are quite impressive, Zhou Xiao introduced.
Li Yuan examined the youth named Qin Hao.
With an 80 in cooking skill and dishes bearing 70% of Robles' signature flavor, he qualified as a competent apprentice.
Qin Hao possessed an exceptionally likable appearance, radiating a refreshing charm that instantly put people at ease. Impressed by his name and appearance, Li Yuan decided to give him a chance. Regarding Qin Hao's culinary skill, Li Yuan adjusted it to 100. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Start cooking now, I'll observe and learn.
Xiao Zhou moved the dining table into the kitchen.
I want to eat and learn at the same time.
Both Qin Hao and young Master Zhou were delighted, and each busied themselves with their tasks.
Qin Hao felt today was exceptionally different.
The heat control he'd previously struggled with now felt remarkably intuitive.
The transformations of ingredients now unfolded clearly before his eyes.
As for the amount of seasoning, how much to add, he already had it all figured out. I told you I had high hopes for you, Li Yuan remarked to Qin Hao.
Could this customer have granted me some kind of power? Impossible. This isn't a world of superpowers.
Qin Hao dismissed the thought inwardly. For Li Yuan, a master chef, one glance was enough to master the technique. He could handle it on his own from now on.
Try it. The first dish was ready quickly, and Li Yuan offered it to Song Hualian.
Song Hualian picked up a fork, speared a piece, and slowly placed it in her mouth.
Not bad.
Song Hualian's face lit up with pure enjoyment, drawing a sly grin from Li Yuan.
He recalled how Song Hualian had worn that same look just hours ago.
No, even more blissful than this. Cooking for just one person allowed for a decent serving pace. Though Li Yuan and Song Hualian hadn't reserved the entire restaurant, they enjoyed the treatment of having it all to themselves. The waitstaff, whenever they caught sight of that solitary table in the kitchen, were stunned each and every time.
This was unprecedented.
Even the most distinguished guests had never been given a table in the kitchen before, let alone allowed to watch the chef cook.
This was the first time and likely the only time.
Li Yuan and Song Hualian ate heartily, but gradually found themselves unable to finish.
Xiao Zhou, we're full. You can have the leftovers.
They're barely touched, don't let it go to waste, Li Yuan said to Zhou Xiao, who had been standing by their side the entire time. Understood, Master Li, rest assured, nothing will go to waste, Zhou Xiao assured him.
The waitstaff would handle it. How much is it? Let's settle the bill. Li Yuan instructed Zhou Xiao.
Master Yuan, this meal is on me, Zhou Xiao quickly offered, eager to show his sincerity. I appreciate the gesture, but I'll pay what it's worth.
Li Yuan wasn't exactly short on cash. Master Yuan, I truly can't accept payment from you. Please don't insist. There's no way I can charge you today. Regarding what happened with Robbers earlier, your magnanimity in overlooking it means I won't press the matter. Zhou Xiao pleaded earnestly. Fine. Li Yuan shrugged. Today, someone gifted him a house, and another covered his bill. What a happy dilemma. He wouldn't have to spend a dime. Li Yuan had intended to drive back. It was a short trip, just a few minutes away. But as soon as he stepped out of the restaurant, he spotted a traffic officer standing by the roadside, right next to his car. The officer spotted Li Yuan and hurried over. "Young Master Li, I noticed this car looked familiar. It must be yours. I was just about to confirm when you came out." "Officer, you recognize me?" Li Yuan wondered why so many people seemed to know him today. "Of course I do. You're a prominent figure in Anqing City. You've donated so many vehicles to the police force. It would be heartbreaking if I didn't remember you," the officer replied. "I see," Li Yuan said with a hint of resignation. He thought to himself, "Who wants you to recognize me? With you here, officer, how could I possibly drive drunk? I've been drinking. Are you guys busy? Give me a ride back." Since they knew each other, he might as well hitch a ride. "Not busy at all. Hop in our car then." "What about your night voice? Are you driving it back or leaving it here?" the officer asked. "If it's convenient, I'll drive it back," Li Yuan replied. "Alright, I'll call my colleague over." The officer then radioed his partner, who was issuing tickets at the intersection. Hearing the call, he hurried over. Li Yuan handed over the keys, then he and Song Huilian climbed into the police car Li Yuan had gifted to the station. The two officers argued over who would drive the night voice, both wanting the wheel. In the end, they settled it with rock paper scissors, the fairest game of all. The officer who had spoken to Li Yuan first won the rock paper scissors match. Excitedly, he climbed into the night voice, caressing the steering wheel as if it were his beloved. And so, escorted by the traffic cops, Li Yuan returned to Lotus Villa, embarking on his nocturnal conquest. Chapter 147, Night Raid. Chapter content download failed. Chapter 148, Ryusei Musetsu captured. Damn it! Warriors 1, 2, 3, and 4 cursed in unison. How arrogant! Some might wonder how they understood him because Li Yuan spoke in the language of Little Japan. He had just modified it language mastery. "You're asking for death, daring to insult me." Li Yuan instantly transformed into a blur, charging toward the 4 warriors. Before the 4 warriors could react, Li Yuan struck them down in an instant. Their chests caved in, suffering severe injuries that rendered them combat inactive. "So fast," Yagyu Mushue exclaimed, her pupils widening in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, all 4 lay sprawled on the ground, yet she hadn't even caught a glimpse of Li Yuan's figure. Even a master-level expert couldn't possess such power. What level of power did Li Yuan possess? Are you human or ghost? How can you be so formidable? Yagyu Musetsu struggled to maintain her composure, but a tremor still crept into her voice. "Human or ghost, you'll find out soon enough. Just surrender peacefully. You don't want to see those 4 meet a gruesome end, do you?" Li Yuan tilted his head, asking with a wicked grin. "What do you want?" Yagyu Musetsu's eyebrows shot up in fury. "You trespassed into my home, and you ask what I want? Well, I'll tell you this, I have no interest in men, but I'm quite taken with young women. Why don't you keep me company?" Li Yuan chuckled softly, stepping forward. Yagyu Musetsu took a step back, her voice cold. "As a master-level martial artist, you lack any dignity befitting your rank. Such behavior is shameful for a warrior." "Martial artist? What's that supposed to mean? I'm just a man, nothing else. Will you agree? If not, I'll feed these 4 to the dogs." Li Yuan's voice turned icy. He then plucked a strand of hair, flicked it between his thumb and forefinger, and hurled it with force. It struck Warrior 1's palm, piercing straight through his hand. Martial Artist 1 gritted his teeth and let out a cry, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This hair strand was infused with hidden force. It wasn't just a hair-piercing flesh, the intense agony nearly knocked Warrior 1 unconscious. This flying hair technique left Yagyu Mushue stunned. It was utterly insane. "I'll count to 10. If you don't agree, next time I'll aim for their eyes," Li Yuan threatened. Facing Xiao Zi's goddess-level beauty, Li Yuan craved a thrill. 1, 2, 3. As Li Yuan began counting, Yagyu Musetsu's eyes grew increasingly dim. She couldn't stand by and watch her clan members be slaughtered by Li Yuan, yet she couldn't bear the thought of being defiled by him. So she made a bold decision, fight to the death. If she died, she wouldn't have to witness her kin being slaughtered. "I'll fight you to the death." Yagyu Mushue drew her long sword and charged swiftly toward Li Yuan. Unlike her usual ethereal and detached sword intent, this strike carried a resolute edge, a death-defying resolve. The 4 warriors lying on the ground watched as Yagyu Musetsu unleashed this sword technique, a technique that embraced death without fear of life. Their eyes bulged with fury. They seethed with hatred for their own weakness that had driven their goddess, Yagyu Musetsu, into such a desperate situation. "You're quite the feisty little thing, aren't you? Trying to take me down with you? Too bad the gap between us is too wide." "It won't work," Li Yuan thought to himself, shaking his head. Li Yuan extended 2 fingers, pinching her attacking sword with pinpoint precision. His other hand shot forward, seizing her free wrist and yanking her into his embrace. Yagyu Musetsu was pulled toward Li Yuan by a tremendous force, utterly unable to resist. Yet she proved herself a true master with a combat rating of 99. In this critical moment, she discarded her sword, bent her arm into an elbow strike, and harnessed the momentum of Li Yuan's pull to deliver a swift blow toward his face. Admiration flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. He marveled at Yagyu Musetsu's quick thinking, though he paid little heed to the elbow strike. Could it break his defense? Of course not. Still, Li Yuan had no desire to meet that elbow with his face. Li Yuan stepped forward with the swiftness of a water strider, yet with the grace of Pan Zhoudan's head-shaking technique. He not only evaded Lu Shang Mushua's powerful elbow strike but also closed the distance between them. Then, discarding his sword, Li Yuan swiftly reached out and embraced Yusheng Mushue. Apart from her childhood relatives, this was the first time Yusheng Mushue had been this close to a man, causing her a momentary fluster. Then she realized both her upper and lower body were now firmly held by Li Yuan, a realization that made her blush even more. Lu Shang Mushue immediately attempted to attack Li Yuan with her grappling techniques, but the disparity in their strength was too great. She simply couldn't break free from Li Yuan's grasp. Moreover, as his hands roamed her body, she couldn't help but feel aroused. It was not her choice, merely her body's natural response. Yet Yagyu Musetsu was remarkably tenacious, relentlessly pressing her attacks. What thoughts churned within her mind? Inside the house, Song Huilian, hearing no more commotion outside, grew uneasy about Li Yuan and decided to sneak a peek. If help was needed, she would intervene. She quietly opened the door, revealing a narrow crack. Song Huilian pressed herself against the doorframe and peered out. She saw Li Yuan holding a beautiful woman, smiling faintly while taking liberties with her. He didn't look like he was in any danger at all. Song Huilian gave a soft snort, slowly closed the door, returned to the sofa, picked up the microphone, and continued singing herself. He. Omega, so embarrassing. After some time, Lu Shang Mushue was nearly drained of strength, her movements distorted, yet she kept attacking Li Yuan. Even when she landed blows on Li Yuan, they felt more like tickles. Enough fooling around. Time to get down to business. Li Yuan swept Yagyu Musetsu under his arm with one hand, pinning her immobile. With his other hand, he knocked out the four young martial artists, simultaneously injecting a thread of hidden force into their sleep acupoints. This ensured they'd sleep like dead pigs. Let me go. I'd rather die than give in to you. Yagyu Mushue screamed. That's not up to you. In my presence, even suicide is impossible, Li Yuan declared confidently. Trapped and unable to move, Yagyu Musetsu could only attack with her teeth. Though she normally despised women resorting to scratching, clawing, and biting in a fight, now she had no choice but to use her teeth. She lunged, aiming to sink her teeth into Li Yuan's groin in a desperate attempt to finish him off. If it were any other woman, Li Yuan might have been pleased. But Yagyu Musetsu meant business, and he dared not let her actually bite him. His other hand instantly blocked her cherry-red lips, dislocating her jaw. Upon entering another bedroom, Li Yuan tossed Lu Shang Mushue onto the large bed. Understanding clothes was a skill Li Yuan had mastered through relentless practice. In just 5 seconds, Lu Shang Mushue had become a helpless little lamb. When she tried to fight back, Li Yuan casually pressed a few pressure points, leaving her utterly powerless. This left her feeling utterly hopeless. Li Yuan's top-tier medical skills weren't acquired for nothing. Wait, it was free. Even if it was free, it was no joke. Time to board the plane. Support appreciated. Chapter 149, Subduing Yagyu Mushue, Going to Pick Up My Cousin. If the system hadn't been blocked by Li Yuan, it would definitely be saying, "This is my favorite plot twist." The system is already cursing under its breath. Damn stingy. I wanted to see the live-action version, but you keep blocking me, host. I'm so frustrated. Tears rolled down the corners of Lu Shang Mushue's eyes. Her gaze was vacant. Had her jaw not been dislocated, she likely would have bitten through her own lips. Yagyu Mushue's emotions had cycled from terror to rage, then numbness and emptiness, only to return to sheer terror and fear. How could Li Yuan still be so full of energy? Couldn't he take a break? Seeing the terror in Yagyu Musetsu's eyes, Li Yuan felt a surge of pride. If you surrender now, blink twice, Li Yuan commanded. Though exhausted, Yagyu Musetsu refused to surrender to this man who forced himself upon her. She turned her head away. Good. Spunk and spirit, I like that. The more defiant you are, the more I like it. A faint smile played at the corners of Li Yuan's mouth. After holding out for another quarter of an hour, Yagyu Musetsu finally surrendered. She simply couldn't endure it any longer. It was like a game of endurance, testing who would break first. In this game, Li Yuan had never lost. Li Yuan lifted her chin and asked teasingly, "Do you know what you should call me from now on?" "I know, master." Yagyu Musetsu obediently replied. "Very good," Li Yuan praised with satisfaction. "Serve your master well. If I'm satisfied, I'll grant you the strength of a human grandmaster." Through Ryujin Musetsu's attribute panel, Li Yuan knew she was a martial arts fanatic. This meant he could easily manipulate her. Li Yuan could win a woman's heart by increasing intimacy, but he now enjoyed the process of training her. "Master, is that true?" Yagyu Mushue's eyes lit up as she asked, a hint of delight in her voice. "Of course. As long as you satisfy me, nothing is impossible. You've seen my capabilities guiding you won't be a problem. Li Yuan began to sweet-talk her. Master, I'm too exhausted today. I'll serve you properly another time, Yagyu Musetsu replied obediently. Rest up. I still prefer your initial ethereal and detached demeanor. When we're truly open with each other, that's when you should really shine. Yagyu Musetsu's unique aura held a special appeal for Li Yuan. He found it deeply captivating. Understood. Yagyu Musetsu reverted to her previous state, utterly oblivious to the world around her, focused solely on swordplay. Very good. Li Yuan felt his excitement stir once more, but he managed to restrain himself. Rest well. I'll leave now. As for those 4, I'll let them go back for your sake. Li Yuan certainly couldn't kill those 4 men in front of Lu Shang Mushue. But who knew what the future held? Thank you, master. Li Yuan stepped out of the bedroom and approached the 4 warriors. He intended to inflict hidden ailments upon them, causing them to die suddenly within months. With his top-tier medical skills, this was easily achievable. But just as he was about to act, a thought struck him: wouldn't it be far more perfect to spare these men and send them to wreak havoc within little days? For masters each with combat prowess exceeding 90 points, carrying out assassination operations within little days would not only plunge the organization into chaos but also drive a wedge between the Jiahe clan and Little Day's leadership. Little Days would lose a formidable assassination force, and Li Yuan felt no remorse over their deaths. Killing multiple birds with one stone. No sooner thought than done. Li Yuan maxed out the loyalty of all 4 warriors, then pressed several pressure points to bring them back to consciousness. After a moment of confusion, they respectfully addressed Li Yuan, Master. You may return now, Li Yuan instructed. Remember, carry out covert assassinations within Xiaorizi to keep them perpetually in turmoil. I'll arrange for funds to be provided to you. Yes, sir. The 4 responded respectfully before swiftly departing. Watching their retreating figures, a cold smile touched the corner of Li Yuan's mouth. Little Days, I hope you're all living it up. After the 4 departed, Li Yuan made his way to Song Huilian's room. She was already asleep, though a glimpse of her beauty was visible beneath the covers. Li Yuan shook his head and smiled, walking over to lift the covers and slip inside. Song Huilian sensed something amiss and slowly opened her eyes. Spotting Li Yuan, she offered a sweet smile. Then, after finishing breakfast, Li Yuan set off for Liqing to pick up his cousin, Du Ningxuang. Lu Shang Mushue was still staying at the 5-star hotel for the time being. Anqing and Liqing were neighboring cities. Du Ningxuang hadn't chosen Anqing back then because she feared staying in the same city would make her unable to resist the longing in her heart and go see Li Yuan. Neither of them could predict what might happen then. She chose Liqing because she didn't want to be too far from Li Yuan, so her heart was filled with conflict. But when Li Yuan video called her that day and asked if she was her mother's Li Yuan's aunt biological child, she felt both shocked and secretly delighted. Over the past 2 days, she had carefully compared her appearance, personality, and other traits with those of her parents, discovering many distinct differences. Most notably, her appearance was distinctly different from theirs. She had considered asking outright if she was biologically related, but doing so could easily create conflict, turning their once happy family into something unfamiliar and awkward. So she held back. Besides, even if Li Yuan was telling the truth and she wasn't biologically related, people would still treat them as siblings. In that case, they wouldn't be able to escape the gossip. Thus, Li Yuan's arrival filled her with both delight and inner turmoil. Despite her inner turmoil, she dressed in an elegant outfit, determined to present her most beautiful self to Li Yuan. She wore a light blue, form-fitting dress, nude stockings, and a pair of black lace-up high heels. Her hair was pulled into 2 ponytails, adorned with a gemstone necklace bought from a street vendor and exquisite earrings. At first glance, she looked like a vibrant young girl. Xuan, you're all dressed up today, got plans? Didn't you say you weren't streaming? Asked her roommate Chen Kejiao curiously. There were 4 people in Du Ningxuang's dorm, but 2 of them rarely stayed on campus, constantly out gallivanting with their boyfriends. So usually, only Du Ningxuang and Chen Kejiao were around. If Chen Kejiao weren't built like a tomboy, she'd likely have plenty of suitors. After all, Liqing University was notorious for its male-dominated student body, where female students were practically endangered species. Someone like Du Ningxuang, a campus beauty of her caliber, isn't just a hot commodity, she's a full-course banquet fit for emperors. Someone's taking me back to my hometown today for my cousin's wedding, Du Ningxuang said, unwilling to discuss her relationship with Li Yuan. Oh. Who was it? You look so flushed, could it be your boyfriend? Chen Kejiao might be big and burly, but she had sharp observational skills. Of course not. He's not my boyfriend. Du Ningxuang flushed slightly. Ha, I could tell by your expression. If not your boyfriend, then someone you secretly admire. What's he like? Handsome? Chen Kejiao was instantly intrigued. After all, countless suitors pursued Du Ningxuang, rich second-generation kids, officials' offspring, academically accomplished seniors, handsome civil service exam passers, and of course, the inevitable middle-aged men with receding hairlines. Want to play games together? Chapter 150, Cousin, I'm here. Handsome, Du Ningxuang gushed. Oh dear, you're getting me off track. He's just an older guy I know pretty well, Du Ningxuang realized and quickly composed herself. Brother Chen Kejiao deliberately drew out the syllables, more like lover brother. Ha ha. You gotta admit, Chen Kejiao had a knack for this, ha. Get lost, get lost. Can't you have a single pure thought in your head? Du Ningxuang pushed Chen Kejiao away as she leaned in curiously. Just then, Li Yuan's call came through. Ningxuang, I'm almost there. Which entrance is closest to you? Li Yuan's voice came through the phone. The West Gate. I'll be right down, Du Ningxuang replied. All right. After a brief exchange, the call ended. Du Ningxuang grabbed a small bag and headed out of the dormitory. Chen Kejiao followed curiously behind, determined to see who could possibly make Du Ningxuang dress up like this. Why are you following me? Du Ningxuang turned to look at Chen Kejiao and stamped her foot. I'm not following you. I'm going to the West Gate too to find my West Gate gentleman, Chen Kejiao said with a sly grin. You? Oomph. Follow if you must. Du Ningxuang turned and quickened her pace. Male students at Liqing University stopped in their tracks when they saw Du Ningxuang appear. Today, she was beautiful, adorable, and even a touch sensual, truly captivating. Ningxuang, I like you. Be my girlfriend. A handsome young man with a slightly hooked nose blocked her path, holding a large bouquet of roses. This man was Gao Weifei, a notorious rich kid on campus who often drove a BMW X6 to school and had dated numerous girls. But after seeing Du Ningxuang's beauty, he immediately abandoned all other women and launched a full court press to win her heart. Du Ningxuang had rejected him once, but instead of backing off, he became even more interested in her. Today, he planned to create romance. Besides the large bouquet in his hands, his convertible sports car behind him was piled high with 999 roses. Wow! So romantic, all these roses. If someone gave me this many, I'd definitely say yes, a girl exclaimed, cupping her face. Are you really into the roses, or just the sports car underneath them? A guy who'd once pursued her shot back sarcastically. Aren't they one and the same? The girl paid no heed to the man's mockery. She was a gold digger, proud of it, and she didn't prey on the poor. Do you think Du Ningxuang will accept Gao Weifei's advances? Someone asked. Probably. With such a grand gesture, I'd be touched if it were me, another girl declared, folding her arms across her chest, a gesture that seemed to move even herself. Doubtful. Look at that slightly resistant look on Du Ningxuang's face. I'd say rejection's more likely. Someone analyzed her micro-expressions. Then she's being incredibly ungrateful. Even a rich kid like Gao Weifei is pursuing her like this, and she still refuses? She really thinks she's something special. Some gold diggers grew jealous. Why isn't Gao Weifei chasing after them? Even if he gets dumped after a while, he could at least get some breakup money. Opinions varied. Sorry, I can't accept this. I have things to do. Goodbye, Du Ningxuang said coldly, sidestepping Gao Weifei and heading toward the West Gate. She leaves so decisively. This Du Ningxuang truly is an extraordinary woman, someone remarked admiringly. Now that's the perfect goddess of my dreams, never bending her back for a few bushels of rice. But what good is that? If the rich can't catch her, you certainly can't. Gao Weifei's face darkened. Being rejected in front of so many people was a blow to his pride as a young master. Yet the more unattainable she became, the more he craved her. He was determined to have Du Ningxuang, no matter what it took. It had become an obsession, a fixation that consumed him. While Gao Weifei was delayed, Li Yuan had already reached the West Gate, while Du Ningxuang was still on her way. So Li Yuan drove straight in. The security guard, recognizing the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, didn't dare to stop him and waved him through. Shortly after entering, he spotted Du Ningxuang in a sports car covered in flowers. Li Yuan immediately realized someone had sent flowers to Du Ningxuang. This little minx sure knows how to charm people. Li Yuan shook his head, chuckling to himself. It was time to assert his presence. Du Ningxuang was his childhood sweetheart, no one could take her away. Li Yuan drove his car up in front of Du Ningxuang, blocking her path. Du Ningxuang frowned. Was this another rich guy trying to hit on her just because he had money? Gao Weifei sneered. Did he think money alone could win Du Ningxuang over? How naive. Though the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was pricier than his sports car, if Du Ningxuang were a gold digger, he would have succeeded long ago. Of course, the others didn't want Du Ningxuang swept off her feet either. The guys didn't want their goddess to become someone else's woman. It was best if she stayed single forever. The girls didn't want Du Ningxuang swept off her feet by some rich guy either. They'd rather she marry some short, poor, ugly guy. That way they could feel superior. Du Ningxuang glanced through the car window at the driver's seat and immediately covered her mouth in surprise. It was her cousin, Li Yuan. How could he be driving such a luxurious car? Though Li Yuan had mentioned he'd become wealthy, she hadn't imagined it to this extent. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth nearly 10 million yuan. Get in. Li Yuan rolled down the window, leaned out, and shouted at Du Ningxuang. Who does he think he is? Just because he's got a little money, he thinks he's hot stuff? What gives him the right to tell my goddess to get in the car? A guy muttered indignantly. Wow, that guy is so handsome. I'd be with him even if he had no money, let alone driving a Rolls-Royce. I'd do whatever he asked. Me too, me too. I'm so excited, I can't wait to get back to the dorm. Let's go together, let's go together. Although everyone thought Li Yuan was handsome, they didn't believe Du Ningxuang would agree. After all, she maintained an aloof demeanor on campus, much like Xi Mutong at Anqing University. But Du Ningxuang's next move left them all speechless. Alrighty. Du Ningxuang swung her twin ponytails playfully, skipped around to the passenger side, opened the door herself, and hopped in. She seemed eager to get going. Holy crap, what's going on? Many exclaimed in unison. So this is Ningxuang's beau? He's handsome and rich, just like you'd expect. They're a perfect match, I'm jealous. Chen Kajio said enviously, wiping drool from the corner of her mouth. Gao Yifei's face turned ashen. Having always regarded Du Ningxuang as his exclusive territory, how could he stand by and watch her be swept off her feet by another man? He immediately blocked Li Yuan's car, refusing to let him leave. Get out! Gao Yifei roared, pointing angrily at Li Yuan. Bro, don't listen to him. His family runs a martial arts gym he's trained. Don't get out, Du Ningxuang pleaded, gripping Li Yuan's hand fearfully, dreading he might impulsively exit the car. With a girlfriend like this, would you still cheat? Chapter 151, Cousin, I'm a pretty good fighter. Don't worry, your brother here is pretty tough. Li Yuan patted Du Ningxuang's small hand. After 2 pats, his hand drifted from patting to caressing. Du Ningxuang blushed as she watched his large hand caressers, making no move to pull away. Bro, this isn't the time for nonsense. After her initial embarrassment, Du Ningxuang still worried about Li Yuan. You haven't seen my strength. I could take him down with one hand. Li Yuan flexed his biceps. Bro, you're just bragging again. Du Ningxuang didn't believe a word of it. Back when they were kids, Li Yuan had tricked her countless times. She'd been gradually fooled into a limp by him. This time I'm not bragging. Li Yuan gently rubbed Du Ningxuang's cheek. Outside, Gao Yifei watched Du Ningxuang and Li Yuan's intimate gestures inside the car, his rage boiling over. He kicked the Cullinan's bumper with all his might. Fortunately, the car's build quality held up, it didn't crumple or deform. Damn it! Li Yuan cursed in a classic Chinese expletive. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Worried Li Yuan might be hurt, Du Ningxuang hurriedly followed him out. Stay away from Du Ningxuang from now on, or else. Ugh, ow, ow, ow. Gao Yifei pointed coldly at Li Yuan as he got out of the car. But before he could finish, Li Yuan swiftly grabbed his finger and yanked it upward. With a sudden surge of strength, Li Yuan forced Gao Yifei to his knees, completely immobilizing him. What? Didn't Gao Yifei train at the martial arts gym? He's supposed to be tough. How come he's so weak? Someone scratched their head in confusion. Sing Conqueror, call me boss, Li Yuan said coldly, looking down at Gao Yifei. Impossible, Gao Yifei retorted, sweat beading on his forehead from the pain, yet his voice remained defiant. Good. I like a man with backbone. Li Yuan gave a cold smile. With a sudden twist of his hand, Gao Yifei's finger and palm were wrenched out of alignment. Though not as excruciating as a clean break, the pain was still unbearable. Ah! 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 Gao Yifei screamed in agony, pounding the ground with his free hand to numb the pain. Those around them hadn't expected such a handsome, sunny disposition guy like Li Yuan to act with such ruthless ferocity. They all sucked in their breath in shock. Brother! Du Ningxuang rushed over to warn Li Yuan his actions now constituted intentional assault. Don't worry, it's fine. Li Yuan patted Du Ningxuang reassuringly on the back. Even without using his modification points, Li Yuan's top-tier medical skills could restore Gao Yifei's injured finger to perfect condition, leaving no trace of injury detectable. Without evidence, how could there be intentional injury? Sing or not? Li Yuan asked again. I'll sing. I'll sing. Gao Yifei dared not put up a fight anymore. Better safe than sorry. So easily conquered by you, drinking the poison you hid. The lyrics are a bit dirty. Li Yuan thought to himself. Sing. Li Yuan commanded again after Gao Yifei finished the song. What do you want me to shout? Gao Yifei feigned ignorance. Ha! Li Yuan tightened his grip. Ah! 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 It hurts. It hurts. I get it. I get it. Let go. Let go. Gao Yifei begged again in pain. You're not being honest, kid, Li Yuan said, watching Gao Yifei with a playful glint in his eyes. Li Yuan, usually a sunny and cheerful young man, now radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression, like a godfather. I'm sorry, boss. Please let me go. Gao Yifei felt resentful inside, but his finger couldn't take it anymore. Given the chance, he'd make Li Yuan call him boss. He'd just been careless earlier, failing to dodge, allowing Li Yuan to seize his finger. Then I'll give my son a chance to redeem himself. Li Yuan withdrew his hand and released Gao Yifei. Gao Yifei sprang to his feet. Humiliated in front of so many people, he felt utterly wretched. Now, only Li Yuan's blood could wash away his shame. Go to hell! Gao Yifei lashed out in fury. A devastating right roundhouse kick, packed with immense power, lashed toward Li Yuan's midsection. If an ordinary person had been hit by this kick, they would likely have been incapacitated.
Witnessing this, Du Ningxuang gasped in alarm, fearing Li Yuan would fall victim to the sneak attack.
She shouted, "Get out of the way!" But Li Yuan didn't dodge at all. His left hand formed a claw, gripping Gao Yifei's kicking right leg with deadly force. With a slight exertion of force, Gao Yifei felt as if his bones were about to shatter. Before he could process the pain, Li Yuan's left front kick slammed into his stomach. Arg! Gao Yifei clutched his stomach, yet couldn't kneel to the ground. His right leg was still firmly in Li Yuan's grasp.
The agony left him unable to kneel, yet too weak to stand, forcing him into an awkward, frozen posture.
Smack! Sneak attack! Li Yuan's palm slammed into Gao Yifei's face, instantly leaving a bulging welt. Smack! Showing disrespect to your boss, you ungrateful brat. Another slap followed. Smack! Daring to have designs on Du Ningxuang. Another slap. Smack! No reason, just feel like hitting you. Another slap. Smack! No reason at all.
Du Ningxuang stood by dumbfounded.
When had Li Yuan become so formidable? She remembered him always being the one getting beaten up before.
Li Rong had even fought countless battles to protect him.
Let him go.
A group of people in training uniforms rushed over. They were from the school's Sanda club, close with Gao Yifei. Someone had just called their club president, saying Gao Yifei was in trouble and needed their help. Club president Du Zitang led a group of members who had been training and hurried over.
Seeing Gao Yifei's bizarre and pitiful state, they immediately sensed an opportunity. After all, Gao Yifei was a wealthy second-generation heir. If they could befriend him and get him to arrange a job for them later, wouldn't that be far better than struggling to find work on their own?
In today's fiercely competitive society, without connections or money, relying solely on a college degree to land a good job was as difficult as climbing to the moon. Take the civil service exam, for instance. Even if you pass all the tests, without connections or gifts, they can easily find an excuse to disqualify you.
This is a true story. Now that Gao Yifei was in trouble, how could Du Ziting pass up this chance to show off? Li Yuan shot Du Ziting a cold glance. He looked pretty solidly built, but who knew if he could take a beating? My men are here. If you know what's good for you, let go of me now, kneel down, and beg for my forgiveness. Otherwise, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair and lose the joy of being a man. Gao Yifei gritted his teeth against the pain, flashing a cruel smile as if Li Yuan had already become his prey. You really don't know when to quit, do you? Still clinging to delusions at a time like this. Li Yuan had completely lost interest in Gao Yifei. This was an utterly self-centered, foolish fool. He deserved a harsh lesson. Snap! Li Yuan applied slight pressure with his left hand, crushing Gao Yifei's right calf bone. Blood dripped steadily from the wound. I really like this one. What about you guys? Chapter 152, Changing My Cousin's Background. Gao Yifei howled in agony. The others sucked in sharp breaths. Crushing a leg bone with bare hands, what kind of strength was that? Even Du Ziting, who'd been eager to prove himself, now felt his legs tremble. Li Yuan tossed Gao Yifei toward Du Ziting and the others like a dead dog, then charged forward, plunging into the crowd of the Sanda Club. Like a tiger among sheep, Li Yuan unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, striking with the ferocity of a storm. The Sanda Club members were utterly defenseless. Within 6 seconds, every last one lay beaten to the ground. In martial arts, nothing is unbreakable except for speed. Speed was everything. Bro, did you beat up so many people? Won't the police arrest you? Du Ningxuang asked anxiously after Li Yuan returned. Especially Gao Yifei's crushed leg that was a serious injury. He could end up in jail. No worries, I don't want to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. Your brother here is an unstoppable force. Li Yuan said with a playful tone. This was in China, he didn't want to cause trouble for the country. If he were in a war-torn region, he'd have been slaughtering enemies left and right by now. At a time like this, and you're still joking? Du Ningxuang scolded. Still, her mood lightened slightly at Li Yuan's carefree attitude. I'm not joking, Li Yuan replied with an enigmatic smile. Du Ningxuang was momentarily confused, unsure whether he was serious or not. Hey, within 5 days, I'm going to make the Gao family of Liqing disappear. While Du Ningxuang was still reeling, Li Yuan dialed Su Huijing's number. Also, it's time for the Dragon Soul Hall to move beyond Ancheng. Liqing will be our first stop. Understood, Su Huijing replied in a low voice. Li Yuan then sent Gao Yifei's files to Su Huijing, instructing her to take action. Let's go. Li Yuan patted Du Ningxuang, who was still reeling in shock. Ah, okay. Du Ningxuang snapped out of it and hurriedly followed Li Yuan into the car. The Rolls-Royce sped away under everyone's gaze, leaving behind a dozen wailing individuals recounting the events that had just unfolded. Brother, you've changed so much, Du Ningxuang said earnestly, watching Li Yuan drive. It was as if she didn't recognize him anymore, he was so different from the Li Yuan she remembered. Changed? How can you tell without seeing? Li Yuan teased. Brother, what are you talking about? Du Ningxuang asked, looking utterly confused. Stop pretending to be innocent. I don't buy that you don't know anything. If Li Yuan didn't know Du Ningxuang so well, he might have actually believed her. I really am innocent, okay? Du Ningxuang pouted. The keyboard knows us best. Try this, use the full keyboard layout to type these letters. Let's see how pure you really are. CKN. CSW. GHS. HGG. CNM. Readers can try it to see how pure you really are. Bro, you know a lot. But I told you I'm pure, really pure. See, all the words I typed are totally normal. Du Ningxuang proudly showed Li Yuan the words she typed. Well, that just proves you haven't browsed any explicit websites. But saying that shows you know what you're talking about. Li Yuan dragged out the last syllable of O in a teasing tone. Oh no, you caught me. You're so mean, bro. Du Ningxuang's ears flushed red as she sat up straight, trying to look like a good girl. Right, time to tweak my cousin's background. Li Yuan glanced at Du Ningxuang and thought to himself. Change Du Ningxuang to the aunt's neighbor, an orphan raised by the aunt since childhood, effectively like a half-daughter. No sooner said than done. Don't you think her identity as your cousin is more thrilling? The system chimed in again. System, here I am again, gone again. It's definitely more thrilling. I don't mind, I've got thick skin. But Ningxuang is just a girl. She might not handle the gossip about the six-eyed flying fish. Plus, Auntie and the others would get pointed fingers too. Li Yuan had weighed the options carefully. Without the system, he'd have no choice. But since he could alter the background, he'd rather not give people ammunition for gossip. After the system upgrade, altering backgrounds became as simple as tweaking corporate shareholdings. Speaking of shares, Li Yuan had originally only wanted Fujitsu Electronic Materials stake. But now, with multiple modifications under his belt, he'd altered all 4 of Little Japan's major photoresist companies. They were now all under Li Yuan's ownership. Li Yuan planned to reclaim all licensed patents. He wasn't afraid of breaching contracts, it was just a matter of paying compensation. Without photoresist, what good is a lithography machine? Chips still couldn't be produced. This was merely one of Li Yuan's countermeasures. The subsequent retaliatory steps would be discussed later after he finished his cousin's wedding and lit a cigarette following his intimate moment with the woman. Meanwhile, in the United States. Why did Little Days sell those 4 companies to the Chinese? What are they up to? The CEO of a major chip company, Ruobo, slammed his fist on the table in fury. The little guy's got his hands full right now, Vice President Amy analyzed. The beast elephant position remains vacant, and their currency's under heavy attack. Who's got time to worry about photoresist? Maybe that Chinese guy just sees the opportunity. Damn it, Little Days should have sold the company to us. Instead, he let that Chinese guy buy it. How infuriating. Ruobo still seethed with resentment. In his mind, only the United States deserved to possess such advanced technology. Little Day was merely their stray dog. Robo, don't get worked up. No matter who owns the company, he'll have to dance to our tune. If not, we'll sanction him and keep him in the red. No one can survive that. Amy said with a sinister smile. I know. I'm just frustrated. Contact those 4 companies immediately and tell them to give up some profits. We'll give them more orders in return, Ruobo declared haughtily. Understood. I'll have someone reach out immediately. Amy saw nothing wrong with Ruobo's attitude. Did some Chinese guy think acquiring the photoresist company gave him the right to on us? How naive. On the highway, Li Yuan drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan at breakneck speed, clearly exceeding the limit. Bro, slow down. It's too dangerous, Du Ningxuang cried anxiously as she watched Li Yuan weave between 2 massive trucks. If either truck swerved, they'd be meat patties. Relax, your brother here's got skills, Li Yuan declared confidently. Du Ningxuang's background had been altered, but her close relationship with Li Yuan remained unchanged. The only difference was that she no longer called him cousin but simply brother. My driving skills are top-notch. Lots of people compliment me on them, Li Yuan grinned smugly, his expression slightly lecherous. Du Ningxuang shot him a disapproving look and said no more. Hunting Hour. Chapter 153, Trouble for the Uncle-in-Law? Li Yuan and Du Ningxuang's hometown lay in the countryside, over 200 kilometers from Ancheng. It wasn't exactly far, but it wasn't exactly close either. Counting the time spent on the winding country roads, it took Li Yuan less than 3 hours to reach Du Ningxuang's family home. After altering her background, the system had arranged an apartment for her right next to her aunt's place, though it was a bit run down. It was a typical rural collective housing building with staircases, 5 stories tall, each floor housing 3 families. Du Ningxuang lived in the middle unit? Time to clean up, it's covered in dust, Du Ningxuang said as she set down her luggage. Go tell my aunt and uncle to come help. I'm too lazy to clean this up myself. Li Yuan had no desire to do housework. That might not be appropriate, Du Ningxuang replied. Her memories had been altered by the system. Li Yuan's aunt she'd always called her auntie, but their bond was as close as that of a biological daughter. Asking her to come over just to do housework felt a bit awkward. What's the big deal? She's my aunt, your dear auntie, just like a real mom. We'll treat her to a nice meal later, no problem. Li Yuan persuaded her. Without waiting for Du Ningxuang's response, he went straight to knock on her door. Li Yuan's auntie was named Situ Fanying. She had been a beauty in her youth, and though she was older now, she still possessed a certain charm. When did you get back, you little rascal? Stu Fanying beamed with delight upon opening the door and seeing Li Yuan.
Childless and alone, she treated Li Yuan like her own son.
Just got back. Du Ningxuang came with me, Li Yuan replied. Ning Shuang's back too? Wonderful. Come on in. Situ Fanying hurriedly ushered Li Yuan inside before going to fetch Du Ningxuang. Ningxuang, you come too, she called cheerfully. Auntie, I'm here to get you to clean the house.
Heh, I'm too lazy to do it myself, Li Yuan stated bluntly. You little rascal, Stu Fanying feigned sternness, though she wasn't the least bit upset inside.
How many days will you be staying?
Let Ningxuang stay with me. It's such a hassle for her to cook alone, Stu Fanying asked, taking Du Ningxuang's hand.
We're just here for Brother Li Ron's wedding, then we'll head back.
We took time off from school to come, so we still have classes to attend, Du Ningxuang replied.
So just 2 days then? Leaving early the day after tomorrow? Stu Fanying looked at Li Yuan.
The plan is as follows, Li Yuan nodded.
Alright, then let Ningxuang stay here.
The room's ready, bedding's all set, it's just a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks.
I won't keep you here.
Your mom misses you terribly, she's been talking about you these past few days, saying you'd be back soon, Situ Fanying said with a smile.
No rush.
Let me treat you and my uncle to a big meal first, then I'll head back, Li Yuan said.
His home wasn't far from Situ Fanying's, just 6 kilometers away. Driving fast, it would take only a few minutes. What big meal? Save your money for school.
Get a good job someday so you can take care of your parents properly, Situ Fanying scolded Li Yuan.
Of course, she meant well. Auntie, I've made money. I've even bought a luxury car.
No need to worry about finding a job anymore.
Li Yuan waved the car keys in his hand. You bought a car? A luxury car? Where did you get the money?
Although Stu Fanying didn't recognize the Rolls-Royce brand, the keys clearly looked expensive. Well, I borrowed some money to dabble in cryptocurrency, then played around with stocks. Made a pretty penny, Li Yuan bluffed.
How much did you make?
Stu Fanying didn't quite understand, but she'd heard these things could make money fast and lose it just as quickly.
A few $100 million, I guess. Li Yuan didn't dare exaggerate further, no one would believe him anyway. That much? Fanying was utterly astonished. After all, even the richest person in their village didn't have hundreds of millions. How could Li Yuan be a billionaire at such a young age? It was unbelievable. See how amazing I am? Hurry up and call my uncle over for dinner.
He should quit that crappy job, anything I arrange for him will be better than that,
Li Yuan declared.
Having altered Du Ningxuang's identity and background, he felt guilty that his aunt and uncle now had no children of their own. Her uncle worked as a lumberjack, traveling daily between villages to fell trees and sell them to the timber station. It was hard work, but the pay was decent.
Your uncle must be busy right now.
Who knows which village he's in, said Situ Fanying. She hadn't decided yet whether to let Li Yuan's uncle quit his job to follow him. After all, even though the work was tough, the pay was decent.
Busy? What's he busy with?
I'll go pick him up and treat him to a meal.
How could he refuse? Li Yuan joked.
Oh, you, Fanying laughed, poking Li Yuan playfully before picking up the phone.
Hello? Which village are you in? Situ Fanying asked over the phone. Ugh, don't even ask. Today's been a nightmare. I ran into this elderly woman left behind in the countryside.
She fainted right in front of my car.
The people around here are saying I hit her.
I'm trying to explain myself to them. Anyway, the old lady needs to get to the hospital first.
Let's get her checked out. Li Yuan's uncle-in-law, Du Yanchang, sighed. Which hospital are you planning to go to?
Stu Fanying sensed something serious and grew anxious.
The county hospital. Alright, gotta go now. They've got her in the car. I'm heading out.
Du Yanchang hung up as soon as he finished speaking.
Li Yuan overheard his uncle's words and immediately said to Situ Fanying, let's go to the county hospital too. We should see what's going on. Alright.
Stepping outside the house and seeing Li Yuan's imposing Rolls-Royce parked below, Situ Fanying realized his claim about a luxury car couldn't be cheap.
Yuan, how much did this car cost? Fanying asked.
The total cost, including all fees, is about 10 million yuan, Li Yuan replied.
What? That expensive? Fanying gasped. 10 million for a single car. For her, an older woman from the countryside, it was unimaginable. Alright, when you have money, you should enjoy it. Get in the car quickly. We're heading to the hospital first, Li Yuan urged.
Okay. After Du Ningxuang and Situ Fanying got in, Li Yuan sped straight to the county hospital. The county hospital was 35 miles away, but they arrived in just half an hour. At this moment, my uncle Du Yanchang hadn't arrived yet, but he was on his way. 5 minutes later, Du Yanchang arrived, and the unconscious elderly woman had regained consciousness.
How did I end up here?
The old lady woke up to find herself in an unfamiliar car and immediately asked the person beside her neighbor.
Aunt Lu, you're awake. You fainted and collapsed on the road. Do you remember what happened? Her neighbor asked urgently. All I remember is feeling a sudden rush in my head, then everything went black and I passed out. When I woke up, I was here. Where are we going? I haven't picked up my little nuonuo from school yet. Please take me home quickly, the old lady said anxiously. Her granddaughter hadn't been picked up from school yet. Chapter 154, the Super Agricultural Subsidy Program. Don't worry, Aunt Lou. I'll have my husband pick up Nyo-Nyo and bring her over. She can have dinner at our place today, the neighbor reassured her. You've really gone out of your way, the elderly woman thanked her. We're neighbors. No need for formalities. Where are we going? The old woman asked. You fainted earlier, so we're taking you to the county hospital for a checkup. No need, no need. It's just my old condition, a bit of high blood pressure. I'll be fine after taking my medicine at home, the old woman waved her hands repeatedly. You really should get checked, ma'am. You collapsed right in front of my car today. They're insisting I hit you, so I'm bringing you in for an examination. Du Yanchang spoke up. Oh, that happened? I'm terribly sorry about that. It wasn't him hitting me, I just had a sudden illness and collapsed. The old lady hurried to explain. Since we're already here, you should get checked. I'll cover the cost. Seeing the old lady was reasonable and not trying to take advantage of him, Du Yanchang relaxed his worries. He could certainly afford the cost of an examination. He'd consider it money well spent for good karma. No, that's out of the question. I can't possibly let you pay for this, the old lady refused. It's fine. We're here. Du Yanchang said, spotting Situ Fanying ahead. Why is she here? And so quickly? Du Yanchang wondered aloud. Li Yuan and Du Ningxuang were still by the car, unseen by Du Yanchang. Du Yanchang rolled down the window and called out to Situ Fanying, what brings you here? I heard you were in trouble. I just came to check on you. Situ Fanying hurried over. How did you get here? Du Yanchang asked. He had seen her standing beside a Rolls-Royce earlier, but it never occurred to him that his wife would arrive in one. I rode with Xiao Yuan. At that moment, Li Yuan and Du Ningxuang also walked over from the other side of the car. Uncle Li. Uncle. After exchanging greetings, they stood beside Situ Fanying. Stay away from this car, don't touch it. We can't afford to pay for it, Du Yanchang said, pointing at the Cullinan. Haha, no worries, it's my car, Li Yuan laughed heartily upon hearing this. Your car? Du Yanchang's jaw dropped in disbelief. You're not joking, right? This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Do you know how much that costs? Du Yanchang thought Li Yuan was pulling his leg. All told, about 10 million, Li Yuan said casually. It really is yours? Du Yanchang pressed for confirmation. Look at the license plate, it's from Anqing City. If it's not mine, whose else could it be? Alright, let's not talk about that. What about the unconscious patient? How is he doing? Li Yuan asked with concern. He's awake now and has given a clear account of the incident. I plan to run some tests on the old man just to be on the safe side, Du Yanchang replied. That's good. Get it done quickly. After some persuasion, the elderly woman finally agreed to go to the hospital for a checkup. During the examination, they learned the elderly woman's name, Lu Hongmei, 70 years old. At that age, certain health issues were inevitable. This time, she had become upset over some trivial matters and forgotten to take her medication, leading to a momentary loss of consciousness. The doctor recommended medication and plenty of rest. I don't have time to rest. I still have to go pick peppers this afternoon, Lu Hongmei declared stubbornly. She had no intention of following the doctor's advice. If she did, at her age, she wouldn't be able to do anything and would just have to stay home and retire. Where would the money come from? Ask the kids? They can barely support themselves. Seeing Lu Hongmei was fine, everyone relaxed. Du Yanchang escorted her back home. Li Yuan naturally followed. Seeing the simple, humble house, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Grandma Lu, are you the only one living here? Where are your children? Li Yuan asked with concern. Oh, they've all gone out to work. They usually only come back once a year for the new year. It's just me and my eldest granddaughter here, Lu Hongmei replied. Is this the case throughout the countryside? Have all the young people left to work elsewhere? Li Yuan inquired. Most young people have left. Those who stayed either drift through life aimlessly or run small businesses. There's no other way, farming alone can't support us anymore. Times have changed, living costs are too high now, Lu Hongmei sighed. She longed for her children to return and for a break herself, but who would look after the kids? Hire a nanny? They couldn't afford it. Take the kids with us? Then how could we work? Besides, living costs are even higher outside, and tuition alone is a huge expense. After chatting with Lu Hongmei for a while, Li Yuan and the others left. After this incident, a wild idea suddenly took root in Li Yuan's mind, one that would surely earn him curses as a fool if anyone found out. But it was a genuinely people-friendly idea. He planned to discuss it with his uncle-in-law, Du Yanchang. It was dinner time anyway, so they'd grab a bite at a restaurant and talk over the meal. They arrived at a well-regarded restaurant known for its delicious food. Rural restaurants were typically small bungalows or brick buildings with a few private rooms.
Li Yuan reserved a private room where they dined in quiet.
During the meal, Li Yuan said, "Uncle, I have an idea." "What do you think?"
"I plan to buy up grain from several grain stations, but our price will be different from others. Whatever the market price is, I'll pay 5 times that amount for the grain," Li Yuan said earnestly.
"Are you out of your mind?" the three exclaimed in unison. "Wasn't this pure loss-making? A 5-fold purchase price would never turn a profit."
"Other grain stations barely make a dime or even pennies per pound, relying on volume for profit. If you buy at 5 times the price, they certainly won't sell to you at 5 times the price later."
"Isn't that just a little cute? Honestly, I'm not running this grain station to make money. To put it plainly, it's charity work. But unlike donating to the Red Cross, I'm doing charity by raising the grain purchase price.
This way, farming can support an entire family.
Some people will choose to stay home and farm, giving left-behind children and the elderly someone to rely on. More people also boost rural economic development," Li Yuan said solemnly and sincerely.
"But this is a bottomless pit," Du Yanchang said worriedly. "It requires too much capital."
"It doesn't matter. My wealth grows by the minute and will only increase.
I want to do something tangible for these farmers. The nation owes them far too much."
Li Yuan told a small white lie.
China's grain prices had remained relatively stable, largely due to state intervention. Compared internationally, the rate of increase was on an entirely different level. Over the past decade, grain prices have barely risen, while urea and pesticide costs have skyrocketed, making farming almost unprofitable. Consequently, more and more young people were forced to seek work elsewhere.
Li Yuan wanted to change this situation single-handedly, starting with his hometown. Reflecting. Chapter 155, Returning Home, Giving Parents 100 Million.
"Uncle Li, I want you to take charge of the grain depot. I'll pay you 50,000 yuan monthly, with 14 monthly salaries per year plus a year-end bonus."
"What do you say? Will you take it?" Li Yuan asked.
Upon hearing this, Situ Fangying and Du Yanchang swallowed hard.
"Are you serious?"
Du Yanchang felt as if he were dreaming.
"Of course I am. Would I joke about a job offer?" Li Yuan replied solemnly. "Well, what else can I say? With this offer, it'd be downright rude to refuse. Here, let's toast with tea instead of wine. Bottoms up." Du Yanchang cheerfully lifted his teacup to toast Li Yuan.
The two then began discussing expansion plans and franchise opportunities. With their price advantage, many farmers would surely sell their grain to Du Yanchang.
Managing everything alone would be overwhelming.
This presented an opportunity to establish a franchise chain, allowing owners of existing grain stations to join their super grain station network. The purchase price for these franchise grain stations would be the same 5 times the cost, and they wouldn't even need to deliver to Du Yanchang. After purchasing the grain, they could sell it directly to the state and receive a commission based on the quantity sold. As long as their income matches the profits from a good harvest year, they'll be more than willing to participate. This model guarantees them steady profits, whereas without it, these grain stations would inevitably go out of business. Once the chain grain stations grow large and strong, they could also advertise for businesses and collect advertising fees, thereby reducing losses somewhat. "For startup capital, I'll give you 500 million yuan first, with more to follow later," Li Yuan told Du Yanchang.
Situ Fangying and Du Ningxuang exchanged glances.
A 19-year-old boy casually throwing around hundreds of millions in deals still felt somewhat jarring to them. Du Yanchang felt a bit uneasy too, but with his new position imminent, he was striving to adapt. No one could have imagined that a monumental plan to transform the incomes of all farmers in China was being finalized in an unassuming rural eatery. "I should be heading back now, Auntie." "You should head back too," Li Yuan said to the three of them after finishing their meal.
"Drive safely." "All right."
After getting in the car, Li Yuan drove for about 10 minutes before arriving home. His family wasn't wealthy, but they had a basic brick house. The furniture and appliances had seen many years of use but still held their ground.
"Mom and Dad, I'm home," Li Yuan called out loudly as he got out of the car. Li Yuan's parents were genuine farmers, spending most of the year tending their fields. During his free time, Li Yuan's father, Li Zhenxiang, would take on odd jobs elsewhere, returning only during the busy farming seasons. Seeing a luxury car parked in front of their house, Li Yuan's mother, Situ Fangying, was momentarily bewildered. She thought someone was asking for directions, never expecting it to be her son driving home. She hurried out to greet him. Li Yuan, laden with bags of gifts, said, "Mom, take these inside quickly." "Whose car did you drive here? When did you learn to drive?" Fangying was now filled with questions. "Let's get these things inside first," Li Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. "You're such a mysterious kid," Stu Fangying grumbled, but she still helped carry the gifts inside. Once everything was inside, Stu Fangying called Li Yuan into the room and looked at him sternly. "Now, tell me. Playing with virtual currencies, trading stocks, made a few $100 million, bought a car. That's all." Li Yuan stuck to his usual story. "You made that much money? But I've heard that stuff can make you rich fast and lose it just as fast. You'd better quit while you're ahead," Stu Fangying advised. Yeah, I've stopped playing around with that.
Now I run an investment firm focusing on promising companies, Li Yuan replied.
That's good. Have you eaten yet?
I have.
After that, mother and son chatted about school.
Li Yuan shared some amusing stories from campus, making Su Hongying laugh heartily. Before they knew it, evening had fallen, and Li Yuan's father, Li Zhenxiang, returned home.
You're back.
Li Zhenxiang beamed at Li Yuan. He then explained the car situation once more. That evening, Li Yuan personally took charge of the cooking, preparing a sumptuous dinner for his parents. During the meal, he considered altering his parents' backgrounds, but seeing the smiles on their faces, he dismissed the idea.
Altering their backgrounds would inevitably rewrite their memories too.
The cherished moments they shared might vanish, making it a trade-off not worth the cost.
Besides, he was already invincible.
Simply enhancing his parents' physical health and abilities to keep them strong and well was more than enough.
Xiao Yuan, when did you learn to cook like this? How did you make it taste so good?
Su Hongying took a bite of the dish, her eyes lighting up.
Talent, you know?
Li Yuan said with a smug grin.
You've changed a lot since you came back, kid. I almost didn't recognize you.
Li Zhenxiang chimed in.
Getting more perfect by the day, right?
I'm the dream guy for tons of girls now.
Li Yuan teased, making his parents burst out laughing. With my son's height and good looks, young ladies would practically wear out our doorstep.
Su Hongying declared proudly. You bet, Li Yuan declared, lifting his chin proudly. But mom, don't even think about setting me up on blind dates. Trust me, you won't have to worry about finding a daughter-in-law anytime soon.
Li Yuan quickly preempted any such plans.
It was quite common in the village for people to marry right after graduation.
Some of Li Yuan's classmates had already tied the knot, though they hadn't officially registered yet.
Alright, I know, said Su Hongying cheerfully. After a harmonious meal, Li Yuan transferred 100 million yuan to his parents, leaving them utterly stunned.
Why send us so much money? Your father and I don't need this much. Take it to grow your business.
Su Hongying was both shocked and delighted.
100 million yuan was an astronomical sum for most people. She never imagined it would actually appear in her account one day. It's fine. I have plenty.
You and Dad worked hard your whole lives. Now enjoy your golden years travel, see the beautiful landscapes of our country, Li Yuan said. Wow, I never imagined we'd be able to relax like this in our 40s, Li Zhenxiang sighed. In the countryside, it was common to see people in their 60s and 70s still working hard. As long as their health held up, most kept striving.
Isn't that a good thing?
While you're still healthy, it's the perfect time to go traveling, Li Yuan continued.
Yeah, that sounds great. Now that they had money, Li Yuan's parents were finally willing to travel. They never dared to spend money recklessly before. Let's buy a new house first.
This one's getting pretty run down, Li Yuan remarked, glancing at their old home. This house is comfortable to live in, like a villa. We could renovate it and give it a fresh makeover. Li Zhenxiang thought the rural house was perfectly fine.
Fine, you can stay if you want.
We'll renovate it, fix up the bathroom and shower, and replace any furniture or appliances that need it.
We know that. Don't worry about it. Alright then. While it's being renovated, why don't you two go on a trip? MHM.
The family of three chatted until past 8 p.m. before Li Yuan finally returned to his room.
Everyone, please support us. Chapter 156, Gao Jingjing gets snubbed. Valentine's Day Special, Extra Chapter. At around 8 p.m., a celebrity charity dinner was underway in the capital city. The attendees were all big names in the entertainment industry.
Thanks to Sister Anna's connections, Gao Jingjing had also managed to secure a spot at this charity event. The primary purpose of this charity dinner was to raise funds for children suffering from congenital heart disease. Such celebrity charity dinners were held several times a year.
Charity was secondary. The primary goal was to use these events for publicity. Not just anyone could attend these events.
If you weren't high enough on the celebrity ladder, no invitation would come even if you wanted to show your kindness. As a rookie who had been in the industry for less than a year, Gao Jingjing wouldn't normally be invited. But nothing happens without capital behind it. Money talks, after all. Backed by Li Yuan, Tancheng Entertainment maintained a well-stocked slush fund, though recent corporate restructuring had stalled major initiatives.
Cultivating Gao Jingjing into an international superstar was merely the first step. Having an international superstar submit to him would bring immense psychological satisfaction, especially since he personally cultivated her.
Among the gathered A-listers, Gao Jingjing held the lowest status, yet her popularity was far from the lowest. Her current heat surpassed many of the big names present at this event. After all, Gao Jingjing was at the peak of her popularity.
However, those stars all possess solid fan bases, something Gao Jingjing currently lacks.
Her current fan base consists mainly of young people, otaku, and older perverts, while her appeal to middle-aged fans remains to be seen.
Gao Jingjing walked the red carpet in an exquisite evening gown, drawing cheers from many onlookers.
She looked absolutely stunning. As she walked through, entered the hall, she spotted her idol. Hello, Sister Joeying, Gao Jingjing greeted the actress, who appeared to be around 40, with courtesy.
Zhou Ying was a multi-talented artist with numerous hit works to her name, not quite a diva, yet a formidable figure who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the best of them. And you are? Zhou Ying gave Gao Jingjing a dismissive glance. Zhou Ying knew Gao Jingjing well. Back home, she had complained about how a pure newcomer with hardly any works could be so popular. Now she pretended not to recognize Gao Jingjing, merely wanting to intimidate her. Not everyone knows who you are. Sister Zhou Ying, I'm Gao Jingjing. I'm your fan. I grew up watching your work and adore everything you do, Gao Jingjing replied politely. So you're implying I'm old, huh? Zhou Ying retorted with a hint of sarcasm. No, I didn't mean that. Gao Jingjing sensed Zhou Ying's dislike but remained polite, explaining herself to her former idol. Just then, the photographer from Penguin News, the charity gala's invited media outlet, swung the camera over. Zhou Ying had been watching the lens the whole time. As seasoned entertainers, they were highly sensitive to cameras. Spotting the lens, she instantly switched to a warm smile and said to Gao Jingjing, "Thank you for loving my work. It's truly an honor to have a fan like you." Zhou Ying's 180-degree shift in attitude left the inexperienced Gao Jingjing utterly bewildered. What was going on? This left her looking rather foolish on camera. Why is Gao Jingjing acting so clueless? I think Jingjing is adorable. Her clumsiness is so cute. Of course, die-hard fans see everything as perfect. My Jingjing is just beautiful and adorable, what's wrong with that? Come to think of it, all the other celebrities are seasoned veterans. Only Gao Jingjing is a newcomer. Could it be she slept her way in with the organizers? Watch your mouth. My Jingjing is so popular it's their honor to have her participate. What a bunch of brainless fans, clueless about everything. Why can't more famous newcomers like Gao Jingjing attend? Doesn't that prove the point? So Gao Jingjing's fans and a bunch of haters started slugging it out online. This is perfectly normal, every celebrity has fans and haters. Once the cameras cut away, Zhou Ying slipped back into her cold demeanor, not even bothering to say goodbye before turning and walking away. Watching Zhou Ying's retreating figure, Gao Jingjing felt the duality of the entertainment industry. One person in front of the camera, another behind it. Gao Jingjing felt helpless about it. That's just how the entertainment industry works. The glamorous female stars on screen might be incredibly messy and behave strangely in private. Zhou Ying approached her close-knit clique. As soon as she arrived, she sneered, just ran into Gao Jingjing. How did she even get in here? She's super popular right now. Don't give her the cold shoulder. Even though you're a big star, these brainless fans will criticize anything these days. One of Zhou Ying's friends remarked in a sarcastic tone, clearly disdainful of Gao Jingjing too. Her sudden rise to fame had sparked envy among them. Like I'm stupid? I know how to play to the camera. I acted totally genuine with her, like we were blood sisters. Zhou Ying recounted her interaction with Gao Jingjing. You're so savvy. Those young ones have a lot to learn. They freeze up in front of the camera. Ha, it's hilarious, someone teased. Ladies, what's so amusing? A voice with a slightly magnetic, husky tone drifted over. Everyone turned to see Zhongjing Yuan, the boss of Zhou Ying's entertainment company. He wore a crisp designer suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and a large Rolex watch encrusted with diamonds on his wrist. His square jaw and commanding presence exuded authority. Hello, Mr. Zhong, they greeted him politely, regardless of their status. Zhongjing Yuan was a billionaire tycoon, after all. Hello, everyone. What were you discussing just now? Zhongjing Yuan inquired again. We were discussing that newcomer, Gao Jingjing. Zhou Ying, as one of Zhongjing Yuan's top stars and someone close to him, stepped forward to speak. Gao Jingjing, huh? She's quite the beauty. Even Zhongjing Yuan, a seasoned veteran of the social scene, couldn't help but admire her striking looks. At the time, he had also considered poaching Gao Jingjing to join his own company. Later, when Tancheng Entertainment was acquired by Little Pickle, he decided to wait and see. Unexpectedly, Little Pickle had the same idea as him. Both wanted to secure Gao Jingjing. Yet in the end, for reasons unknown, the Zhang family from the capital intervened and suppressed Tancheng Entertainment. But in the end, the Zhang family didn't acquire Tancheng Entertainment. Instead, it was bought by a company he'd never heard of, which puzzled him greatly. Moreover, Little Pickle had been ambushed, resulting in permanent infertility, and the perpetrator remained at large to this day. Interested, Mr. Zhong? Zhou Ying teased. Given her status as someone close to the diva, she dared to speak so boldly to the big boss. Ha, everyone loves beauty, right? I'll go take a look around. Zhongjing Yuan laughed it off. Mr. Zhong is hoping for a lovely encounter, isn't he? Zhou Ying continued her playful banter. Life is full of surprises. Look, here she comes. Zhongjing Yuan gestured for Zhou Ying to look to her right. Zhou Ying looked over and saw Gao Jingjing had already entered the room. Happy Valentine's Day. Black, long, straight. Chapter 157, Little Tricks Aimed at Gao Jingjing. Gao Jingjing wore a white and blue strapless evening gown, revealing her sensual collarbones and a V-shaped cleavage. True to her D+ cup size, the strapless gown was lifted high. A ruby necklace adorned her neck, not exceptionally valuable but undeniably beautiful. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, crowned with a sapphire-encrusted tiara that accentuated her regal aura, making her resemble a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Zhong Jinyuan's eyes lit up. He'd always thought Gao Jingjing was beautiful on TV, but seeing her in person was overwhelmingly captivating. Those fiery red lips, he longed to experience them. "Excuse me for now," Zhong Jinyuan said to Jiuying and her sisters before making his way toward Gao Jingjing. At that moment, Gao Jingjing was chatting with an industry veteran she'd worked with before. They knew each other well and had things to discuss. Others either viewed Gao Jingjing with hostility or simply weren't familiar with her. "Ladies, you're deep in conversation." Zhong Jinyuan approached, holding a glass of red wine. "Hello, Mr. Zhong," the industry veteran, Yi Qiui, greeted him first. "Jingjing, this is Zhong Jinyuan from Mengshan Entertainment. Mr. Zhong is a well-known heavyweight in the industry. Quick, introduce yourself," Yi Qiui kindly introduced Gao Jingjing. "Hello, Mr. Zhong," Gao Jingjing greeted him politely, neither distant nor overly familiar. "This is Gao Jingjing. I wonder if you've met her before, Mr. Zhong," Yi Qiui introduced. "I've certainly heard of Miss Jingjing's name. You've been all over television lately, and I've long admired your work." Zhong Jinyuan began to display his middle-aged charm. Truth be told, a successful middle-aged man could be quite captivating, especially one who hadn't let himself go physically and still possessed refined features. That mature, weathered aura was quite appealing to some women. But Gao Jingjing felt nothing for Zhong Jinyuan's charm. Li Yuan's appeal far surpassed his. Besides being young, handsome, and capable, Li Yuan was practically perfect except for his wandering eye. "Mr. Zhong, you're too kind," Gao Jingjing replied politely. "Jingjing, would you be interested in joining Dream God Entertainment? Our resources far surpass those of Tianchang Entertainment. Consider it." Zhong Jinyuan began his pitch. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Zhong. I'm quite content at Tianchang Entertainment and have no plans to switch companies." While others might have declined politely, Gao Jingjing chose to refuse outright. Such a blunt refusal left Zhong Jinyuan slightly displeased. Since his net worth surpassed 10 billion, no female celebrity had ever dared to reject him outright. However, maintaining his composure, he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he said kindly, "No problem. Take your time to think about it. After all, people naturally aspire to higher things. Dream God Entertainment is the best fit for you. Tianchang Entertainment is still too small." "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhong, but I still believe Tianchang Entertainment is the best fit for me," Gao Jingjing replied with another direct refusal. This was a rather blatant snub to Zhong Jinyuan. Those in the entertainment industry typically avoided such directness. But Gao Jingjing had sensed his ill will toward her and his deliberate belittling of Tianchang Entertainment, which she deeply disliked. After all, Tianchang Entertainment belonged to her boyfriend, Li Yuan. Wasn't this indirectly implying that Li Yuan wasn't good enough? How could Gao Jingjing possibly be pleased? "Miss Gao, you're being terribly ungrateful." Rejected once more, Zhong Jinyuan's face darkened. After all, he was a billionaire entertainment mogul. To be rebuffed twice by a mere rookie star? If he didn't show some anger now, people would think he was made of clay. "Jingjing." Yi Qiui nudged Gao Jingjing from the side, signaling her to tone it down. "Mr. Zhong, I'm just expressing my honest thoughts. If you don't like hearing them, I couldn't care less," Gao Jingjing declared boldly. Li Yuan had once told her that in the entertainment industry, she could do as she pleased without bowing to anyone. If he ever found out she was holding back, he'd punish her severely. Though she loved that kind of punishment, it was exhausting. She couldn't keep it up. "Fine. Very well. Gao Jingjing, I'll remember you," Zhong Jinyuan snapped, pointing an accusing finger at her. "It's my honor to be remembered by Mr. Zhong," Gao Jingjing replied with a faint, sarcastic smile. Zhong Jinyuan stormed off. Yi Qiui frowned at Gao Jingjing, puzzled. "Why did you refuse to give Mr. Zhong face? He's a big shot in the entertainment industry. Offending him won't do you any favors. Didn't you see earlier? While talking, he secretly slipped a pill into my wine glass. Not splashing wine on him was already giving him plenty of face," Gao Jingjing said calmly. "He did that?" Yi Qiui was shocked. This was a charity gala. How could Zhong Jinyuan be so brazen? He's one of the hosts of this charity dinner. Naturally, there's nothing he wouldn't dare to do, Gao Jingjing said, looking at Yi Qiui. "True," Yi Qiui nodded. "You'd better keep your distance from me. It's better if Zhong Jinyuan doesn't hold a grudge against you," Gao Jingjing advised. "It's fine. My company isn't pushovers either. Besides, at my level now, I'm not afraid of him." Yi Qiui didn't believe Zhong Jinyuan would dare do anything to her just because she was close with Gao Jingjing. She was a top-tier star, after all. After Zhong Jinyuan left, he sought out the host of the charity gala, He Mingliang, a man in his 30s. "Keep an eye on Gao Jingjing later. Make sure she slips up during the live stream, got it? I'll hook you up with more high-profile events afterward." Zhong Jinyuan bribed him. "Is there some conflict between you and Gao Jingjing, Mr. Zhong?" He Mingliang asked curiously. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Just do as I say," Zhong Jinyuan replied with a stern expression.
His face naturally bore a stern expression, and without a smile, it carried an oppressive aura.
He Mingliang dared not say more and quickly agreed. After exchanging a few more words with He Mingliang, Zhong Jinyuan left with a sinister grin.
He Mingliang silently mourned for Gao Jingjing for a second, wondering what she could have done to offend this big shot. At 9 o'clock sharp, the charity dinner commenced. Over a dozen tables were set up, each seating 4 guests, adorned with exquisite pastries. Yet no one reached for the pastries. At Gao Jingjing's table sat 4 people: Gao Jingjing, Zhou Wang Haoyu, and Xuxia. Except for Gao Jingjing, the other 3 had been grinding it out in the entertainment industry for over a decade, raking in fortunes, and were now all signed to Dream God Entertainment. This was rather intriguing.
Zhong Jinyuan watched Gao Jingjing, surrounded by 3 of his company's artists, and let out a cold laugh.
Making Gao Jingjing look foolish at the charity dinner was only the first step.
Many more tactics to suppress her were yet to come. Big Flower Arm. Chapter 158, The Arrogant Gao Jingjing. Gao Jingjing wasn't stupid.
Seeing the 3 people beside her, she realized something was amiss. She immediately sent a message to Sister Anna, seeking help.
Sis Anna, I'm surrounded by Dream Entertainment artists. They seem to be ganging up on me. Sister Anna hadn't come with Gao Jingjing today.
Since becoming the talent director, she had more people to manage and was busier than ever. Still, when it came to Gao Jingjing's matters, she always handled them immediately.
What's going on, Jingjing? Sister Anna was baffled. Didn't Dream God Entertainment and their Tanchang Entertainment usually keep to themselves? After Gao Jingjing recounted today's incident with Zhong Jinyuan, Anna slammed her hand on the table. That Zhong Jinyuan actually had the nerve to target you? That's just outrageous. Don't worry, the company and I will fully support you. Anna declared firmly. They probably arranged those guys just to embarrass you, thinking you're broke. Here's what we'll do: I'll get the company to raise 1 million yuan for you right away.
It's late now, and the finance department's closed. Large sums are tricky to transfer at this hour, Sister Anna sighed.
Alright, transfer me some first to tide me over. 1 million won't hurt. Those celebrities probably won't chip in much either. Gao Jingjing typed back. Alright, hold on. I'll start raising funds right away. Sister Anna opened her contacts, ready to call those artists for an emergency loan.
But as she scrolled, she spotted Li Yuan's number.
Instead of bothering others late at night, why not go straight to Li Yuan?
That rich kid should have money. Besides, Jingjing got bullied, she had to report it to him.
Hello, young Master Li, it's Anna.
The call connected quickly, and Anna's voice was respectful.
What's up, Anna? Li Yuan's voice was surprisingly easygoing. He always showed patience when dealing with women.
Jingjing attended a charity dinner tonight and encountered. Sister Anna explained the situation to Li Yuan.
You mean Zhong Jinyuan tried to drug Jingjing, but she caught him?
Li Yuan's voice turned icy.
Yes. What was the charity theme for this event? Li Yuan inquired. It was about helping children with congenital heart disease. Congenital heart disease. Got it. I'll transfer the funds to Jingjing. Have her donate 1 billion yuan in the company's name.
Prepare the PR plan. Such a large one-time donation would perfectly leverage the charity gala's live broadcast to amplify both the company's and Gao Jingjing's visibility. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, as they say.
10 billion? Young Master Li, isn't that a bit excessive? Sister Anna gasped.
10 billion was no small sum.
Not at all. Charity is charity.
I have a younger brother who suffered from congenital heart disease. Fortunately, thanks to donations from kind-hearted people, his family could afford his surgery. Otherwise, if we'd missed the optimal window for surgery, it might have become a lifelong condition, Li Yuan reflected.
Oh, I see. Sister Anna acknowledged, though she still found 1 billion yuan staggering. After hanging up, Li Yuan transferred 1 billion yuan to Gao Jingjing. Gao Jingjing was waiting for Anna's transfer when a text alert suddenly notified her that her ICBC account had received a new deposit. Gao Jingjing was momentarily stunned.
She hadn't looked closely, but she saw a lot of zeros.
1 million couldn't possibly have that many zeros. She quickly opened the text messages and found the bank notification: 1, 2, 3, 4. Gao Jingjing counted the zeros aloud while mentally tallying the amount. Holy cow, 1 billion.
Gao Jingjing covered her cute little mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief.
This definitely wasn't from Anna. Her first thought was Li Yuan. Just then, Li Yuan messaged her, "Is your little butt itching? Why didn't you tell me first?" "I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. What if you were in the middle of a heated battle with some girl? I didn't want to ruin the mood." Gao Jingjing replied playfully. Lying on his bed, Li Yuan cleared his throat upon seeing Gao Jingjing's message. Was he that kind of person? He wasn't a jerk. He just wanted to give a pretty girl a home. Was that wrong? Even if he was, he wouldn't change. Donate all 10 billion yuan in your name and the company's.
We need to make a huge splash, Li Yuan typed.
Donate that much? Aren't you afraid they'll secretly squander it? Gao Jingjing worried. Relax.
Even if they get their hands on it, they won't live long enough to spend it.
Li Yuan wasn't just rich, he had the power to make people disappear. You're so violent. Gao Jingjing sent a shivering emoji. So do you prefer it gentle or rough? Li Yuan asked suggestively. I like it gentle at first, rough in the middle, then gentle again at the end, Gao Jingjing stated her preference. Well, I have a request too. I want you to be more proactive at the start, louder in the middle, and more seductive at the end. That's not too much to ask, right? Li Yuan replied swiftly. Ugh, you know I've been practicing my splits like crazy lately, Gao Jingjing teased seductively. Heh, your little sister's all better now, huh? Li Yuan sent a mischievous smirk emoji. She's better, and she misses you like crazy. Gao Jingjing sent a defiant emoji. Oh? Getting bold, huh? Once I finish up these busy days, I'll definitely come to the capital and take you down. Li Yuan wasn't about to let Gao Jingjing get so cocky. Come on then, like I'm scared of you. Gao Jingjing had clearly forgotten the sting of her wounds. Haha, let her gloat for a few days. I'm back home right now. Just wait till I'm done with this. Fine, I'll be waiting. Mwah. Finally, the charity gala commenced, and host He Mingliang took the stage. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's celebrity charity gala. First, I'd like to express my gratitude to all of you for your support and generosity toward children with congenital conditions. After a lengthy speech, the event swiftly moved into the donation segment. Before the donations, there was a performance. A famous singer performed a charity song, brimming with positive energy. After the song ended, He Mingliang returned to the podium and began asking each table for their donations. The first table he approached was Gao Jingjing's. Sister Jiuying, how much do you plan to donate today? He Mingliang asked in a resonant voice. To help children with congenital heart disease? Such a meaningful charity, how could I possibly give less? I'm donating 5 million yuan, Jiuying declared as she stood up. Hearing this, the crowd gave her a round of applause. Few celebrities would donate such a large sum. Jiuying was truly generous. When the live stream reached viewers online, many netizens also gave Jiuying a virtual thumbs up. Since Gao Jingjing was seated at the same table as Jiuying, she also appeared in the live stream footage. Gao Jingjing's fans began worrying for her. Having debuted less than a year ago, how could she possibly earn that much? Even if she did, would she really donate it all? Had she not been seated with Jiuying, donating several 100,000 yuan wouldn't have seemed unusual. But comparisons are inevitable, especially when both appear in the same frame. Please support with donations. Chapter 159, I'm donating 1 billion. Sister Jiuying donating 5 million? She's truly a philanthropic superhero, my deepest respect, He Mingliang flattered. Sister Jiuying, please be seated. Now, brother Huang Haoyu, how much do you plan to donate? He Mingliang turned his gaze toward Huang Haoyu. The camera shifted its focus to Huang Haoyu. Since we're at the same table and Sister Jiuying is donating 5 million, I'll match her with 5 million as well, Huang Haoyu declared loudly. Another 5 million. It seems our charity dinner will raise a substantial amount today. Thank you both for your generosity, He Mingliang announced loudly. This left Gao Jingjing's fans feeling anxious. How much is Jingjing planning to donate? What's with these two both donating 5 million? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if Jingjing only donated 200,000? It wouldn't be a big deal normally, but compared to these others, 200,000 would look pitiful. Oh dear, what should we do? This is so stressful. He Mingliang turned his gaze back to Chu Xia and said in a clear voice, Sister Chu Xia, what about you? No need to say it, 5 million. Chu Xia held up 5 fingers high in the air. Another 5 million? Impressive. He Mingliang praised loudly, building the excitement to a fever pitch. The charity dinner instantly reached a mini climax. Both in the venue and in the livestream chat, everyone erupted into lively discussion. The livestream's heat surged as well, with the online audience skyrocketing to 50 million. Each of these three donated 5 million yuan. That's incredibly generous. At past charity dinners, the highest donation was only 280,000. Jiuying, Huang Haoyu, Xia lifelong fans. And Miss Gao Jingjing, how much do you plan to donate? He Mingliang's eyes flickered with a hint of sympathy. He admired this stunning beauty too, but those bigwigs had already set their sights on Gao Jingjing. He dared not entertain any other thoughts. This was a trap set for Gao Jingjing. If she donated too little, Zhongxin Yuan could stir up media hype and definitely smear her reputation. Although Zhongxin Yuan spent 15 million yuan on this, first, not all of these charitable funds actually went to charity, most were split among the organizers and others. Second, he wasn't short on cash. With a fortune in the tens of billions, 15 million was a drop in the bucket for him. Getting his revenge was the real goal. Since this is charity, we should all contribute generously. It's an honor to sit at the same table with the three of you, so I plan to donate a little more than 100 million. Gao Jingjing stood up and smiled warmly at Jiuying, Huang Haoyu, and Chu Xia. Therefore, I intend to donate 1 billion yuan personally and through my company, Tiancheng Entertainment, Gao Jingjing declared boldly. 10 billion? A wave of murmurs swept through the room as disbelief spread. The live stream exploded with reactions. Even seasoned netizens who'd seen it all found this hard to fathom. A charity gala where a celebrity pledged 10 billion? They hadn't even dared dream of such a thing. Ms. Gao Jingjing, are you serious? He Mingliang's mind had frozen for a moment, but as the host, his reaction and composure returned quickly. Of course it's true. I can transfer the money right now. Gao Jingjing's words stunned everyone once more. But how could she possibly have 10 billion? She was just a newcomer to the industry. How could she possibly have that kind of money? Even Tiancheng Entertainment's accounts couldn't possibly hold that much. We're talking about Chinese yuan here, don't try to fool us with Zimbabwean dollars, Zhou Ying blurted out, unable to stay seated any longer. She and the other two, who had been the center of attention moments ago, now felt like clowns. Under Gao Jingjing's moon-like radiance, they paled in comparison. This only fueled Zhou Ying's existing resentment toward Gao Jingjing, pushing her over the edge. Sis Zhou Ying, you're joking. On Chinese soil, of course I'm donating in Chinese currency, Gao Jingjing replied calmly. Her nonchalant attitude seemed to mock Zhou Ying as a provincial bumpkin who'd never seen real money before, unaware that Gao Jingjing had been just as shocked moments earlier. There's definitely something fishy about Gao Jingjing's money. Report her. Have the authorities investigate her, Zhong Yuan fumed at his secretary. Understood, Mr. Zhong, the secretary replied. Once Gao Jingjing's 1 billion yuan donation was announced, everyone else's contributions suddenly paled in comparison, failing to make even a ripple. What would normally have been a stunning million yuan donation now bored the live stream viewers. The announcements went like this: XXX donated 1 million yuan. WWW donated 1.01 million yuan. Gao Jingjing instantly etched herself into everyone's memory with her billionaire persona, while Tiancheng Entertainment also scored major publicity. A company previously known to few suddenly entered the public eye. At its peak, the livestream attracted 60 million concurrent viewers. Through word of mouth, this wave of publicity proved immensely powerful. Zhou Ying, Wang Haoyu, and Chu Xiao were squirming uncomfortably. The camera kept cutting to Gao Jingjing, and they'd end up in the frame too, which made them feel awkward. They'd hoped to show off in front of Gao Jingjing, only to be instantly humiliated. Now they were being shown on the live stream again and again. Was this some kind of public humiliation? Soon, the three of them left the table one after another. Gao Jingjing, seeing she was the only one left, shrugged happily and picked up an exquisite pastry, popping it into her mouth. This is delicious. Since no one else is eating it, I'll gladly take it. Gao Jingjing relaxed and began sweeping the pastries off the table. When the livestream camera panned over, Gao Jingjing's little mouth was already puffed out from eating, looking like a mischievous little cat stealing a treat, utterly adorable. Many viewers found her down-to-earth charm endearing, earning her a wave of new fans. Zhong Yuan watched Gao Jingjing eating pastries in the distance, a hint of lecherousness flashing in his eyes. Sooner or later, I'll make your belly puff out too, Zhong Yuan murmured to himself. He didn't believe Gao Jingjing could avoid detection. Once she got into trouble, he had ways to intervene. Moreover, he had already tipped off several media outlets close to him, preparing articles to explore the origins of Gao Jingjing's 10 billion yuan. It was sure to attract a lot of attention. It would undoubtedly become a hot topic. At 11 p.m., the charity dinner finally concluded. Many celebrities had been starving for hours. To maintain their composure, many had skipped dinner and were now famished. Only Gao Jingjing had eaten her fill, leaving her feeling so full she was starting to doze off. After the event, Gao Jingjing slipped out the back door, leaving the journalists who wanted to interview her empty-handed. Home, Gao Jingjing instructed the driver. As she passed the front entrance and spotted the throng of reporters, Gao Jingjing let out a triumphant laugh. Try catching me now. Sisters outta here. Chapter 160, Wedding Turmoil Part 1. The next day? Today was the joyous occasion of her cousin Li Rong's wedding. Li Yuan arrived with his parents and Du Ningxuang. Du Ningxuang was essentially tagging along for the festivities? Since she was no longer considered a cousin, Li Yuan's parents treated her with great warmth. Having grown up together and knowing each other inside out, the parents hoped the two would eventually be together. Li Yuan assured them it was no problem, and Du Ningxuang shyly nodded her consent. Let's park here and walk the rest of the way, Li Yuan said, pulling the Cullinan over to a spot with little traffic. A Cullinan driving into the village would certainly turn heads. It wouldn't do to steal the spotlight from Li Rong. Another point, the wedding venue would be packed with cars. Turning around there would be inconvenient. What if someone bumped into it? Would you ask them to pay for the damage, or would you pay for theirs? Here he comes. Li Yuan's grown so tall, what a handsome young man. Li Yuan's aunts and uncles, whom he rarely saw, greeted him with polite compliments today. Is this Xiao Yuan's girlfriend? His relatives inquired. Seeing how perfectly Li Yuan and Du Ningxuan complimented each other, many assumed they were a couple. You could say that, Situ Hongying admitted with a smile. Li Yuan's still a freshman in college, and he's already got a girlfriend? Impressive. My son graduated a year ago and still single. It's driving me crazy, sighed Li Yuan's eldest aunt. Why the rush? Children have their own destinies, Stu Hongying reassured her. After all, it wasn't her son, so why should she be anxious? I'm actually arranging a blind date for him soon.
If you happen to know any good girls, please introduce them to him, Li Yuan's aunt said.
Sure, I'll keep my eyes open, Situ Honying agreed. Li Rong was especially happy today he'd finally gotten married. Didn't we all sing that nursery rhyme as kids?
Little boy, sitting on the doorstep, crying and begging for a wife.
Now his childhood wish was finally coming true.
Congratulations, congratulations.
Li Yuan walked over to congratulate Li Rong. Hee, thanks.
You moved fast, kid.
You two were always together as kids, right? Now, huh? Li Rong glanced at Du Ningxuan and winked at Li Yuan.
Not that fast, but rest assured, I'll definitely get her before you have kids.
Li Yuan and Li Rong boldly discussed the matter. This made Du Ningxuan's cheeks flush bright red.
She placed her hands on Li Yuan's waist and began gently rubbing him. Li Yuan, thick-skinned and unflappable, felt nothing. He just looked at Du Ningxuan with an expression of pure enjoyment, making her blush even harder. Seeing Li Yuan publicly showering her with affection, Li Rong wanted to kick him. But since it was his wedding day and he was the one doling out the romance, he let Li Yuan off the hook for now. The auspicious hour has arrived. It's time to set off and fetch the bride. The bride, Xi Mutong, was a girl from the neighboring village. She had a seductive face and looked quite alluring, with a figure that was also quite nice. Many men had designs on her.
Her marriage to Li Rong even made many envy him.
As Xi Mutong waited at home for Li Rong, a long overdue phone call came through. Her expression immediately changed. Using the excuse of needing the restroom, she took the phone and stepped outside. You're wearing a wedding dress, do you need help? Her mother called out. No, thank you, Xi Mutong replied without turning back, hurrying toward the restroom.
Hello? Xi Mutong answered the call once she reached the bathroom. Mei-ting, I regret it. I want to be with you.
Let's get back together, came a voice on the other end, sounding on the verge of tears.
Brother Feng, are you serious?
Xi Mutong asked, her eyes brimming with tears but a faint smile playing on her lips.
Of course it's true. Truer than gold.
Send me your address, and I'll come pick you up right away, Brother Feng affirmed on the other end. I'm back at my hometown right now, Xi Mutong frowned.
Your hometown? You went back? Brother Feng asked in confusion. He'd intended to have some fun with Xi Mutong, but she wasn't even there. Yes, I can get back tomorrow at the earliest.
Xi Mutong quickly mentioned the timeline, afraid Brother Feng might change his mind.
Alright, tomorrow I'll take you shopping and help you spruce up. Brother Feng said. Making you spend money again, Brother Feng.
I feel so bad about it, Xi Mutong said in a sweet-talking tone.
Spending money on you? Brother Feng is more than happy to. It's settled then, Brother Feng declared generously.
Thank you, Brother Feng, Xi Mutong said with a beaming smile. After hanging up, Brother Feng told his friends nearby that girl's back home. She can only make it back tomorrow, so you'll have to wait till then to enjoy her. Fine, tomorrow it is, a young man with narrowed eyes said indifferently, taking a sip of his drink. The reason Brother Feng had called Xi Mutong was because, while entertaining this young man with the narrowed eyes, he'd boasted about his conquests. Among them, the young man had taken a particular interest in Xi Mutong's seductive photo shoot. The young man with narrowed eyes had a particular taste for seductive beauties, and Xi Mutong's alluring, fox-like features were especially appealing to him. So he'd asked Brother Feng if he could have a go with Xi Mutong. Brother Feng readily agreed. In his mind, as long as he acted sincere enough, Xi Mutong would definitely come over. Whether it ended up being 2 or 3 people wouldn't be up to her to decide. Xi Mutong clutched the phone, her expression shifting as she made a decision. She wouldn't be getting married. She and Li Rong hadn't registered their marriage yet because a fortune teller had said they shouldn't register before the wedding. Looking back now, what a half-baked fortune teller that was. If she and Li Rong got their marriage certificate, wouldn't they be married? How could she explain that to Brother Feng? Mom, come here for a moment, Xi Mutong beckoned to her mother with a wave. What is it? Xi Mutong's mother, Chao Vexen, didn't know what her daughter wanted, but she went over anyway. Mom, I don't want to get married. Xi Mutong declared firmly. Why? Give me a reason. Chao Vexen didn't get angry, instead, she asked for an explanation. My ex-boyfriend just contacted me. He wants us to get back together. If I get married now, this golden groom will definitely run away. Xi Mutong revealed her reasoning. A wealthy suitor? How wealthy? Chao Vexen perked up at the mention of money, being quite materialistic herself. His family runs a small appliance manufacturing business. It's not a major brand, but their assets are worth over 1 billion yuan. Just the car he drives is worth more than 3 million. With each detail Xi Mutong shared, Chao Luxin's eyes grew brighter. Are you sure you can land him? Chao Vexen was tempted too. One was a golden groom with a family worth over 1 billion, the other a worker earning just 3,000–4,000 a month. The choice seemed obvious. I agreed to marry Li Rong back then because he scraped together 360,000 yuan for the dowry. Feng was practically crying on the phone earlier, saying he'd come get me right away. I told him to come to my hometown, and that finally dissuaded him. If it weren't for that relentlessly seducing him back then, he never would have broken up with me. This time, I'm determined to hold on to him for good, Xi Mutong declared with a strange confidence.
As long as you're confident. We'll just find an excuse to back out here. Let's demand more dowry on the spot. No way are they taking you unless they pay 880,000. They don't have that kind of money anyway.
Even if they did, we could always come up with another reason.
Ctrl+C started strategizing. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Mom.
Xi Mutong felt reassured seeing her mother had already thought through the excuses.
Time to hit the books. Chapter 161, Wedding Turmoil Part 2.
After the mother and daughter discussed it, Xi Mutong returned to sit on the bed. Chao Vexen explained the situation to Xi Mutong's father. Naturally, he opposed it at first.
This was going back on their word. How could they face the village afterward? But Xi Mutong's father held no sway at home.
After being scolded by Chao Vexen, his head drooped in defeat. If our child does well, who would want to stay in the countryside? We'll go enjoy the good life in the city too, Chao Vexen concluded, offering her father a dose of encouragement before heading to the front gate.
Firecrackers crackled in the distance, signaling Li Rong's arrival.
She rushed out to intercept them. Soon the wedding car pulled up and Li Rong stepped out holding a bouquet of flowers. Just as he strode confidently toward the gate, Ctrl+C intercepted him.
Mom!
Li Rong called out politely. It's too early to change how you address me. We'll see after you're officially married, Chao Vexen replied coolly. This left Li Rong feeling awkward, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, the MC stepped in to smooth things over, easing the tension.
The auspicious hour is approaching. The groom, come out and greet your bride.
Hand out the red envelopes, the MC directed the proceedings from the side. Li Rong quickly pulled out the red envelopes from his pocket and distributed them to the children blocking the doorway. Only $10, one kid opened his envelope right there and said with obvious contempt.
Li Rong's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Wasn't it usually 5 or 10 yuan? It wasn't like he was giving them New Year's money.
Alright, I should be going in now, Li Rong said to the children.
You're not going in yet. Chao Vexen stood firmly in front of Li Rong, blocking his path with an unyielding stance. A question mark formed over Li Rong's head.
He had no idea what Chao Vexen was up to.
Our Tingting has blossomed into such a beauty. Marrying her off for 360,000 yuan is a huge loss for you.
Today, you must offer 880,000 yuan to even qualify to take her home, Chao Vexen declared, hands on her hips, her tone unyielding.
What? 880,000 yuan?
Li Rong felt as if the sky had suddenly gone dark. The others murmured in disbelief, but Chao Vexen couldn't care less. She was the village's local bully type, why would she fear gossip?
Not a chance.
She was already dreaming of driving fancy cars and living in a mansion.
You penniless bum. How dare you think you can marry a wife? My Mei-ting is a lady of noble birth, do you even deserve her?
Chao Vexen sneered venomously. You're going back on your word. I already gave you 360,000 yuan for the dowry. You can't just back out now. I demand an explanation today, or this isn't over. Li Rong snapped, losing his temper. That 360,000 yuan dowry was borrowed from relatives. He couldn't let it go to waste without getting his bride. Without 880,000 yuan in dowry today, you're not taking my Mei-ting anywhere. And don't even think about taking back that 360,000 yuan. If you've got the guts, go ahead and kill me. Ctrl+C pressed her head against Li Rong's chest, shoving him with the demeanor of a shrew. Though furious, Li Rong couldn't possibly lay a hand on her that would turn a civil case into a criminal one. Just you wait, I'm going to sue you. Li Rong took 2 steps back and shouted at Ctrl+C. Go ahead and report us. Even if you take it all the way to the King of Heaven himself, I still don't have any money. Ctrl+C was completely ignorant of the law, unaware that refusing to return the betrothal gifts could lead to detention. Li Yuan, watching from the sidelines, was itching to kick Chao Vexen. He had money, but he'd never let brother Li Rong marry a woman like this. There were plenty of good girls out there. Marrying someone like her would bring a lifetime of regret. Bro, let's go. I'll handle this for you. Li Yuan walked over, grabbed Li Rong's hand, and said. You're still in college. How could you possibly fix this for me? Li Rong dismissed his brother's words as mere consolation, not taking them seriously. I'm not the same person anymore. Just trust me with this, Li Yuan patted Li Rong's shoulder, brimming with confidence. All right. Seeing how confident Li Yuan sounded, Li Rong didn't press the matter further. They came in high spirits but left in disappointment. Not only did he fail to get the person, but he also lost the dowry. Going through legal channels to get it back was uncertain and would be time-consuming and exhausting. Li Yuan glanced at Ctrl+C and pulled up her attribute panel. He skipped the rest and went straight to the health section, changing it to Advanced Aids. Li Yuan sneered coldly. Enjoy yourself. Li Yuan and Li Rong returned home, where they were met with a barrage of complaints and curses. Onlookers gathered to gawk, further infuriating Li Rong. From now on, brother Li Rong will be under my wing. I'll hook him up with a decent job. He can marry anyone he wants. Why insist on marrying someone like that? Seeing Li Rong's frustrated expression, Li Yuan felt sympathy for him.
No one wanted to deal with this mess.
Their wedding day had become a laughingstock in others' eyes. No one felt good about it. If he wants to start a business, I'll lend him the seed money and connect him with resources. He'll make something of himself, Li Yuan continued.
Li Yuan, cut it out. You're just a freshman in college, where would you get the resources and money? Li Rong's father, Li Yuan's second uncle, interjected. Second uncle, I'm not the same person I used to be. I've taken off, Li Yuan said, running a hand through his hair with an air of pride.
Where have you soared to? Up to the ozone layer, his second uncle teased.
Pretty much. Earth just can't hold me anymore, Li Yuan joked back. Jokes aside, I'm serious.
I won't let my brother Rong down.
He fought countless battles for me when we were kids. Now it's my turn to protect him. Li Yuan said sincerely.
Your heart is what matters, Li Rong said, touched, though inwardly he still doubted Li Yuan's capabilities.
Enough talk. Just look at my bank balance.
Li Yuan pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, and handed it to Li Rong. Li Rong stared at the 1 billion yuan balance on the screen, his lips trembling in shock. His parents leaned in to look, equally stunned. They'd never seen so many zeros in a bank app before, except maybe in some influencers' flashy short videos.
Li Yuan, did you rob a bank?
Uncle Li asked, utterly incredulous.
Uncle, you're hilarious. If I robbed a bank, why would I deposit the money back into a bank? Do you think I'm an idiot? Li Yuan rolled his eyes.
Ha, true, Uncle Air chuckled at his own joke. Don't worry about Brother Rong's situation.
I'll get someone to handle it for you.
I'll definitely get all the dowry money back, and I won't let that family off the hook either, Li Yuan assured them. When Li Yuan spoke like this, no one thought of him as a student anymore. Then we're counting on you, Li Rong said sincerely.
Gray hair looks good, right? Chapter 162, Mating's Family from Heaven to Hell.
By afternoon, the Dragon Soul Hall had already dispatched men on horseback at full gallop. Among them were lawyers, enforcers, and propaganda specialists.
Why the publicity team?
Because they intended to broadcast the news that Xi Mutong's family had contracted AIDS, warning everyone to take precautions and avoid infection. After gifting the village chief several cartons of cigarettes and bottles of fine liquor, the village loudspeaker system was commandeered by the Dragon Soul Temple. Xi Mutong and Chao Luxin's family have contracted AIDS. Everyone must take precautions to protect themselves. Xi Mutong, Chao Luxin's family has contracted AIDS.
Everyone must take precautions. The loudspeaker began broadcasting the message on loop.
At first, people thought it was a joke, but after over 10 minutes of the same announcement, they finally took it seriously.
Relatives who had interacted with them today and nearby neighbors were especially terrified. What if they caught it?
There was no cure.
Damn it! Who spread these rumors about me?
I'll tear their mouths apart.
Chao Luxin heard the loudspeaker broadcast and was furious enough to burst. Mom, I'm coming with you. Whoever did this is despicable, I'll scratch them to death. Xi Mutong exclaimed angrily.
She and her mother had been dreaming of a bright future, yet now rumors spread about AIDS in their family.
How could they possibly live in the village after this? What if her beloved Feng heard it and believed it?
That would ruin her bright future. So mother and daughter grabbed their tools and headed toward the village committee office. But halfway there, Chao Luxin felt a chill overtake her body. Cold sweat broke out, weakness drained her strength, and she could barely keep walking.
Mom, what's wrong?
Xi Mutong saw her mother struggling to stand and quickly supported her. I feel weak, like I'm about to get a fever, Chao Luxin said, struggling to breathe. Multiple parts of her body felt uncomfortable, and she felt a bit nauseous. Soon, she experienced chest pain accompanied by coughing, and a red rash appeared on her neck. These were all symptoms of late-stage AIDS. By now, Chao Luxin had barely any strength left and could barely walk.
Xi Mutong couldn't manage her alone. Hey, sir, please help. My mom seems sick, and I can't manage her alone. Xi Mutong spotted someone passing by and urgently asked for assistance.
The passing uncle had intended to help, but upon seeing Chao Vexin's symptoms and recalling the loudspeaker announcement that Chao Vexin and Xi Mutong's family had AIDS, he quickly waved his hands and hurried away.
He vanished in an instant, dreaming back to her youth.
Damn it, you old bastard, running away like that, Xi Mutong cursed. But recalling the loudspeaker's announcement, Xi Mutong still couldn't shake her unease. She pulled out her phone and searched for HIV symptoms. When the results matched Chao Vexin's symptoms exactly, Xi Mutong froze in shock. She immediately took 5 steps back, keeping a safe distance from her mother. Mom, you're screwing your daughter over.
Don't you dare infect me.
Xi Mutong felt like the sky was falling.
If she caught it, how could she ever enjoy a happy life?
You ungrateful brat, Chao Vexin managed to say weakly, struggling to raise a finger and point at Xi Mutong. Mom, it's not that I don't care about you, but this thing has no cure.
All I can do is call an ambulance for you.
Xi Mutong felt that calling an ambulance for Chao Vexin was already the height of kindness. While waiting, Xi Mutong called her father, asking him to come take care of Chao Luxin and get himself checked at the hospital too.
The hospital ambulance arrived quickly and took Chao Vexin away.
Yi Meiting and her father didn't dare ride in the same vehicle as Chao Vexin, so they hailed a taxi to the hospital. The hospital tests delivered devastating news: all three had contracted HIV. Chao Luxin was in the late stages, while Yi Meiting and her father were in the early stages. Yi Meiting collapsed onto the floor. She was only in her 20s. She didn't want to die yet. She still wanted to live the life of a wealthy housewife. But once infected with HIV, whether in the early or late stages, whether in the acute phase, asymptomatic phase, or AIDS phase, there is no cure. Generally, only antiviral therapy can suppress HIV replication and boost the body's immunity. This requires lifelong medication adherence and regular checkups. Frankly, it's a disease of affluence requiring lifelong medication and constant monitoring. Moreover, county hospitals can only perform tests, they can't provide treatment. You have to go to a slightly larger city hospital for care. Dad, I don't want to die yet. Please get me treatment, Yi Meiting pleaded tearfully with her father. If not for the dowry money held by her parents, she would have taken the cash and fled long ago. As for Chao Luxin, she was already in the late stages anyway. What was the point of treatment? Let her die if she must. As for her father? A useless loser. Living was pointless anyway. Seeing his daughter's tearful, pitiful state, her father couldn't abandon treatment. We'll treat her. Everything. Dad, mom's already in the terminal stage. There's no point in treating her. Let's not waste the money, okay? Yi Meiting began to persuade him. They didn't have much money to begin with. If they spent it on Chao Vexin, there'd be less left for her treatment. But she's still your mother, my wife. Yi Meiting's father couldn't let go of the idea. Mom will die no matter what treatment she gets. We should focus on ourselves first. We've just been infected by her and can still live a little longer, Yi Meiting continued to persuade him. Just as Ye's father was wavering, an unfamiliar call came in. He answered and froze in shock. Hello, this is the court. Due to your illegal appropriation of another party's betrothal gifts, we are freezing your bank assets. You must return the gifts in full and obtain a letter of forgiveness from the other party before applying to unfreeze the funds. We are informing you of the situation. P.S. I don't know how things work in real life, but in the novel, they can freeze funds. My bank assets have been frozen? On what grounds? That money includes earnings I worked for myself. Ye's father protested. The opposing lawyer has already applied to freeze your funds. If you disagree, you can sue them. I'd ing sue you right now, Ye's father snapped. Oh, fine. Bring it on. Beep, beep. The call ended abruptly. Dad, what's going on? Your money's frozen? Yi Meiting asked anxiously. How could they afford treatment without money? Hospitals weren't charity institutions. The court ordered us to return the dowry and obtain the other party's forgiveness. Only with a letter of forgiveness can we apply to unfreeze our assets, Ye's father sighed. She hadn't expected Li Rong and his people to move so quickly. And to get a lawyer involved, persuading the court to freeze their funds directly? Not bad at all. Oh no. Then we won't have any money for treatment. Yi Meiting felt utterly hopeless. From heaven to hell in just one afternoon. Cowboys busy. Chapter 163, The Village's Unlucky Girl. Chapter content download failed. Chapter 164, Capture. Isn't that jinxed girl Li Lingshan? Why is she all wet? And letting people carry her? Aren't they afraid she'll bring them bad luck? Passers-by on the bridge shook their heads and sighed. Many even parked their cars far away, watching the spectacle from a distance. Li Lingshan was exceptionally beautiful, and many harbored desires for her. Yet, not everyone dared to tempt fate with her misfortune. Especially after seeing how some had suffered serious injuries or even lost their lives, those with desires could only watch from afar, some even buying binoculars to observe. But they dared not approach. The Li Yuan family was the first group besides Lingshan's parents to dare such close contact with her. Many watched, waiting to see if disaster would strike them too. Of course, nothing happened. Lingshan's fate had been altered, though others remained unaware. Li Lingshan sat in the front passenger seat, while Li Yuan's parents and Du Ningxuang occupied the back seat. Li Yuan honked the horn a few times, signaling to everyone that they were leaving. Sure enough, many of the cars blocking their path sped away, terrified of getting too close to Li Lingshan. Just as those people waited for Li Yuan's car to blow a tire or for the accelerator to malfunction as the brake, causing an accident, Li Yuan drove away smoothly. Ha! Nothing happened, someone muttered in bewilderment, staring at the rear of the Cullinan. Could money really lift a curse? Mom and Dad, her bad luck is gone. You don't have to worry anymore. Seeing his parents looking worried in the back seat, Li Yuan quickly reassured them. Removed? How? Dongfang Hongying asked skeptically. She died once, so she's been reborn. From now on, she'll be a lucky charm for her husband. I can read fortunes, trust me, Li Yuan bluffed. Dongfang Hongying and Li Jinxiang exchanged glances, unsure if their son was telling the truth. But for now, it seemed like nothing was wrong. Don't worry. Now that I'm rich, I value my life too much to joke about something like this. Li Yuan's words made sense to his parents upon reflection.
After dropping Li Lingshan off at her home, Li Yuan said to her, "Since no one's left at your place now, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Come with me to Ancheng." Alright, Li Lingshan agreed readily. The house felt too lonely and empty. Li Yuan was the only one who could bring her warmth, so naturally she would follow him. Go change your clothes and take a hot shower. Don't catch a chill. We'll be leaving soon, Li Yuan said. Okay, drive safely. Mwah. Li Lingshan leaned forward and planted another kiss on Li Yuan's lips. Just wait till I get my hands on you later, Li Yuan said, giving Li Lingshan's little bottom a playful smack. Li Lingshan flushed crimson, her voice defiant. I'm not afraid of you. Come on, then. Li Yuan gave a wicked grin, grabbed a handful of air, then turned and walked away, leaving behind Li Lingshan, whose eyes were brimming with tears. Ouch, that stung a bit. Li Lingshan rubbed the spot, trying to ease the pain mixed with pleasure from Li Yuan's strong grip. Li Yuan returned home, and Du Ningxuang followed him into his room. The moment they entered, Du Ningxuang's lips puckered into a pout, her face clouded with displeasure. What's wrong, Ningxuang? Li Yuan knew exactly why. Du Ningxuang had already shown remarkable restraint by not losing her temper in public and saving him face. He certainly didn't expect her to be like Xi Mutong or Su Huijing, completely indifferent to his philandering ways. Besides those two, Song Huilian handled it best. The rest harbored varying degrees of resentment toward his womanizing ways. But no matter how much resentment there was, as long as it was properly addressed, it would vanish on the spot. Nothing that a good couldn't fix. And if it couldn't, well, he'd make sure she couldn't get up, leaving her utterly incapable of thinking straight. I'm not happy, Du Ningxuang pouted, her lips turned down in displeasure. This is exactly what I wanted. Here we go. Li Yuan leaned down and kissed Du Ningxuang's pouting lips. Soft and plump, with a satisfying bounce. His lips weren't the only ones getting frisky, his hands weren't about to stay idle either. Hands, trying to make me take the fall again? Not a chance. Fine, but you're the protagonist. This was Du Ningxuang's first time being this close to a man, especially one she liked. Her heart raced with excitement. Blood rushed through her veins, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her breathing grew heavy. Taking Du Ningxuang at home wasn't ideal, but with the mood building like this, neither Li Yuan nor Du Ningxuang wanted to wait any longer. She could just stay here tonight. By now, evening was approaching. Dongfang Hongying had prepared dinner and intended to call Li Yuan and Du Ningxuang to eat. But before she even reached the door, she heard Du Ningxuang humming a song. With a knowing shake of her head, she turned back. Dongfang Hongying didn't mention it to Li Jinshan, considering it the children's private matter. She assumed they'd finish soon and come for dinner. But 20 minutes passed, and Dongfang Hongying's WeChat message still went unanswered. Li Jinshan couldn't help asking, "Did you go call them? Why aren't those two here yet? I'll go get them." Wait. Don't go. I'll check on them. Dongfang Hongying quickly stopped Li Jinshan. He didn't understand the situation. What if he disturbed the young couple? Alright, you go then. Li Jinshan was still confused, but he didn't argue. After all, she was different. Dongfang Hongying circled around the courtyard again, heading toward Li Yuan's house. As soon as she drew near, she could still hear Du Ningxuang humming. She froze in place. My son is just too amazing, Dongfang Hongying couldn't help but exclaim. Still, to prevent Li Jinshan from coming over to call people, Dongfang Hongying called out loudly, "Dinner's ready." Li Yuan had sensed Dongfang Hongying's two approaches earlier but hadn't responded. But the moment Du Ningxuang heard her future mother-in-law's voice, her face flushed crimson. Her previously dazed eyes instantly sharpened. Mom's calling us to eat. Let's go. Du Ningxuang seized the moment to urge Li Yuan to stop. She was already exhausted and welcomed this chance to escape. Seeing Du Ningxuang's state, Li Yuan knew she was genuinely exhausted and reluctantly relented. Li Yuan pulled out 2 tissues and handed them to Du Ningxuang before rolling off the bed himself. 5 minutes later, both dressed and ready, they stepped out of the room. Du Ningxuang still needed Li Yuan's support to walk, and a slight grimace tugged at the corner of her mouth with each step. Forget it, you shouldn't go. I'll bring your meal over. Seeing her like this, Li Yuan felt a pang of pity. But that's not right, Du Ningxuang replied. She didn't want to stay either, but if she didn't go, how could she explain it? I'll just say you have a stomachache and need to lie down for a while, Li Yuan suggested an excuse. Fine then, Du Ningxuang reluctantly agreed. But limping over like that only made people more suspicious. Black. Chapter 165, bringing the two beauties back to Ancheng. Why didn't Ning Shuang come over? Li Jinshan asked. She suddenly got a stomachache. I told her to lie down for a bit. I'll get her some medicine and bring her dinner over soon, Li Yuan explained calmly. Why did she suddenly get stomach pain? Is it serious? Li Jinshan inquired again with concern. Should be nothing serious. Probably just caught a chill. Lying down should help her feel better soon, Li Yuan continued calmly. Only Dongfang Hongying sat silently eating, her eyes gleaming with insight as she had long since seen through everything. After finishing their meal, Li Yuan took a stomachache pill and the food to his room. Dongfang Hongying, who should have prepared a room for Du Ningxuan, made no move.
As the man of the house, Li Jinxiang hadn't considered this either.
Thus, Li Yuan and Du Ningxuang ended up sharing a room for the night. Neither of them had given the matter a second thought. "Let's eat," Li Yuan said, setting the food on a table.
Du Ningxuang tried to climb out of bed, but Li Yuan quickly stopped her and carried her to a chair at the table. Du Ningxuang smiled happily and began to eat heartily.
She was truly hungry.
She'd burned through a ton of calories earlier. Li Yuan pulled up Du Ningxuang's attribute panel and boosted her stamina, endurance, and recovery rate to 500 each.
This transformed her into a female superhero.
This allowed her to rapidly heal her injuries and engage in even more intense battles with Li Yuan.
Li Yuan had been cut short earlier, and now he was boiling with desire. "My Ningxuang, are you full? Would you like some fruit for dessert?" Li Yuan asked. "What kind of fruit?" Du Ningxuang asked curiously. "Carrots, cucumbers, bananas, crispy croissants." "Brother, do you have a toothbrush? I want to brush my teeth." Du Ningxuang asked. "There should be a new one. I'll go look for it."
Soon, Li Yuan found a toothbrush. Du Ningxuang brushed her teeth thoroughly before savoring the sweetness of the fruits.
"Bro, I feel like this part is already healed," Du Ningxuang asked, utterly baffled. "This recovery is astonishing. Didn't they say it would hurt for days? Looks like its fate's doing a miracle has been bestowed. What are we waiting for?"
Li Yuan urged. That night, Li Yuan finally extinguished the fire within him, while Du Ningxuang savored the pleasures of womanhood.
The next day,
after bidding farewell to his parents, Li Yuan drove off with Du Ningxuang.
Instead of heading straight to Ancheng, they drove toward Li Lingshan's home.
Li Yuan had already discussed it with Du Ningxuang. He would bring Li Lingshan back with him and arrange a home for her.
Du Ningxuang naturally expressed a hint of jealousy, but after Li Yuan's persistent persuasion, she agreed.
Li Lingshan had already packed her bags and was waiting for Li Yuan to pick her up. Hearing the sound of a car outside, Li Lingshan hurried to the window to look out. Spotting Li Yuan's Cullinan, she smiled happily, grabbed her luggage, and headed for the door.
By the time Li Yuan got out of the car, Li Lingshan had already come out.
She was carrying quite a lot, 3 large bundles and a suitcase.
"Why bring so much stuff? Just take your ID and phone. You don't need anything else. You can buy clothes when you get to Ancheng."
Seeing all the bags, Li Yuan was speechless.
They'd be hard to pack, so why bother bringing them at all? But that's such a waste of money.
Li Lingshan protested frugally.
"If you don't spend, and I don't spend, the stores will go out of business. Just listen to me. We'll buy what we need once we get to Ancheng." Li Yuan forcefully tossed Li Lingshan's belongings back onto the bed. Helpless and outmatched, Li Lingshan had no choice but to comply.
She was afraid of those fists as big as sandbags.
Once in the car, Li Lingshan awkwardly greeted Du Ningxuang.
She felt like a mistress meeting the legitimate wife. Yesterday had been awkward enough, but after narrowly escaping death by jumping into the river, she hadn't had time to dwell on it. Now, returning with Li Yuan today, she couldn't avoid thinking about it. Since Du Ningxuang had already communicated with Li Yuan, she naturally wouldn't give Li Lingshan the cold shoulder to her face. She offered her a friendly smile. Seeing Du Ningxuang smile at her, Li Lingshan finally let out a sigh of relief.
Li Yuan smiled, then drove away from his hometown.
Today, Du Yanchang had already begun acquiring grain stations. The Super Grain Station project was officially launched.
Soon, this chain of super grain stations, named Yuan Shuang Grain Station, would spread across the entire land of China. Farmers will also benefit. After another 3-hour journey, Li Yuan brought Du Ningxuang and Li Lingshan to Ancheng. Li Yuan planned to enroll Du Ningxuang at Ancheng University, leaving the transfer arrangements to President Fu Jinhai. Ancheng University's promotional campaign was now in full swing, with Penguin Group's marketing resources kicking into high gear.
The university's online buzz had already surpassed that of many prestigious 211 and 985 institutions. Fu Jinhai had been grinning from ear to ear these past 2 days. He was growing increasingly fond of Li Yuan, this top 10 student, and was therefore more than happy to facilitate Du Ningxuang's transfer. The more women Li Yuan had at Ancheng University, the more inextricably linked he would become to the institution. This would allow them to keep him firmly tied to the university.
"Let's go buy a house first.
You'll have a place to stay in Ancheng from now on."
Li Yuan's stamina was truly remarkable.
After driving for 3 hours, he showed no signs of fatigue, while Li Lingshan was exhausted from sitting.
Du Ningxuang was fine, she had plenty of stamina too. Why buy a house? How much does a place cost in Ancheng? Li Lingshan was baffled. Buying property right after arriving? It won't cost much. Just trust me.
Where else would you stay?
Li Yuan drove straight toward the Long'an Villa district.
This was the villa district closest to Ancheng University, and it even had fully furnished homes move-in ready, saving time.
The moment Li Yuan entered with his 2 beauties, he instantly drew everyone's attention.
A handsome guy with 2 beauties was already eye-catching, let alone one dragon with 2 phoenixes. This guy's got it made, bringing 2 top-tier beauties without any jealousy. "I'm seriously jealous," the wealthy home viewers murmured admiringly. They glanced at their own female companions.
While they were pretty enough, they paled in comparison to Du Ningxuan and Li Lingshan. Comparisons kill, and goods get discarded. Honey, the high-pitched whines echoed in the tycoon's ears as their companions gently prodded them. Oh, viewing properties. After we see these, I want to see yours. The bosses chuckled wickedly, their eyes gleaming with mischief. Stop it. The high-pitched whine struck again. Hu Yile spotted Li Yuan approaching. Envy flickered in his eyes as he hurried over. Wishing you wealth and prosperity. Chapter 166, Li Lingshan's Downfall. Young Master Li, you're here. Hu Yile was deeply grateful to Li Yuan. If not for him, he'd be out of business and stuck at home right now. Yeah, I'm here to check if there are any fully furnished villas left. I want 2 units. Li Yuan inquired. 2 units. Hu Yile exclaimed in surprise. 2 villas? Du Ningxuan and Li Lingshan exclaimed. They hadn't expected Li Yuan to be buying villas, assuming he was only looking at ordinary apartments. It was their own fault for not reading the sign properly earlier. It clearly stated, Longan Villa Sales Area. Bro, aren't villas too big? They might feel empty to live in, Du Ningxuan whispered in Li Yuan's ear as she leaned close. What she really meant was that villas were too expensive and unnecessary. Li Yuan glanced at Du Ningxuan and Li Lingshan. Both wore worried expressions, fearing he was recklessly spending money he couldn't afford. It's fine. These houses aren't expensive, just a few $100 million. Li Yuan squeezed Du Ningxuan's hand and said casually. Was that even human speech? Just a few $100 million? Did he think this was some surplus male energy he could just burn off? Since Li Yuan had spoken so decisively, Du Ningxuan and Li Lingshan felt it unwise to press further. A man needed to save face in public. Hu Yile happily led Li Yuan and the 2 women to view the properties. These 2 villas weren't far from Song Huilian's Lotus Villa, separated by just a few other villas. But unless one deliberately made a detour, one wouldn't typically come across them. Li Yuan was reasonably satisfied with the properties. After all, they were just temporary accommodations as long as they were spacious, functional, and luxurious enough. Mr. Li, our chairman specifically instructed that we offer you a discount since you're purchasing property, Hu Yile said. No need, Li Yuan declined. Last time your chairman gifted me a villa outright. This time, let him make a profit. I don't want to keep accepting favors. Du Ningxuan and Li Lingshan were still reeling from the shock when Li Yuan's words sent them reeling once more. The developer here was actually giving Li Yuan a free apartment and offering him a discount, yet Li Yuan had refused. What was going on? Was Li Yuan that picky? Especially for Du Ningxuan, the brother she'd grown up with since childhood now seemed strangely unfamiliar. Fortunately, their bond remained strong, which deeply comforted Du Ningxuan. After settling the payment, Li Yuan took Du Ningxuan and Li Lingshan shopping. This shopping trip gave Li Lingshan another taste of what luxury goods meant. A single set of pajamas cost thousands, a quilt tens of thousands. Stockings cost over 1,000 yuan each, and high heels were tens of thousands per pair. Even the lingerie, mostly lace with barely any fabric, cost hundreds or thousands. Li Lingshan was utterly dumbfounded. Having never left her hometown, she'd never encountered luxury goods before. She also avoided browsing such items online, so her knowledge was limited. Du Ningxuan, having attended school regularly, had seen the world. Plus, she possessed assets worth millions. Though she hadn't spent much, she felt confident about it. Many salesgirls already recognized Li Yuan as a major client. Even those who hadn't met him personally had heard about him from their colleagues. Seeing him arrive with 2 stunningly beautiful women this time, they all thought to themselves that Li Yuan was indeed a scumbag, while secretly hoping they could spend a night with him. Naturally, Li Yuan offered no response to these fantasies unless their looks scored above 97. He could alter their looks, but he preferred the real deal. That evening, Li Yuan treated them to a lavish seafood feast. This wasn't your street-side stall fare, but high-end seafood like king crab, lobster, Australian abalone, bluefin tuna, and hairy crab. This lavish seafood feast, complete with wine, cost 1,000,000 yuan, giving the 2 women a taste of what it meant to eat with gold spoons. After dinner, the trio returned to the Longan Villa district. After seeing Du Ningxuan back to her room, Li Yuan and Li Lingshan headed toward another villa together. Du Ningxuan watched Li Yuan's retreating figure. Though a twinge of jealousy flashed through her, she said nothing, knowing he would return shortly. Li Yuan and Li Lingshan entered the villa. The door barely closed before they eagerly kissed. Li Lingshan's lips were slightly fuller than average, plump and satisfying to kiss. Yet they weren't as full as Yunan's or Julie's. They sat somewhere between thin and thick, offering a sensual, fleshy feel. Lingshan was still somewhat inexperienced with kissing, relying entirely on Li Yuan to lead. She responded instinctively, driven by her inner emotions. Gradually, Li Lingshan lost control and initiated physical contact before Li Yuan could. Her 2 delicate hands wandered unconsciously, as if searching for some hidden treasure. Caught off guard, Li Yuan wasn't about to back down. His hands moved like a pianist, playing a wild, passionate melody. Moments later, Li Lingshan shuddered violently, clutching Li Yuan tightly as she gasped for breath. Go take a shower first. Li Yuan brushed his hand lightly against Li Lingshan's clothes. Li Lingshan released him and walked coyly toward the bedroom, grabbing a bath towel before heading into the bathroom. Li Yuan selected a pair of stockings, a pair of high heels, and some lingerie from the new clothes he'd bought today. He laid them out on the bed, preparing to dress Li Lingshan in them later. Li Lingshan had never worn stockings or high heels in her life, so today she would get to experience them properly. After making his selections, Li Yuan also went into the bathroom. He quickly lathered up with some shower gel, rinsed off, and stepped out. Not long after he emerged, Li Lingshan came out too sooner than he'd expected. Pretty quick. Can't wait, huh? Li Yuan teased. Li Lingshan flushed but said nothing, focusing intently on drying herself off. Come sit down. I'll dry your hair for you, Li Yuan said, pointing to the chair by the wall as he pulled out the hairdryer. Li Lingshan obediently sat down. Li Yuan lifted her hair from behind her right shoulder and gently blew it dry. From his elevated position, Li Yuan could clearly see the deep valley. As he blew, his hands began to drift downward. After finally drying her hair, Li Yuan handed her the divine outfit from the bed. Put this set on. I've never worn high heels before. I'm afraid I won't be able to stand in them, Li Lingshan said worriedly. It's fine. You're not wearing them to stand, Li Yuan replied truthfully. Under Li Yuan's guidance, Li Lingshan finally slipped into the attack speed outfit. Perfect. Li Yuan admired his handiwork with satisfaction. Chapter 167, The Great Human Engineering Project. Chapter content download failed. Chapter 168, The Twin Beauties Enter School. After breakfast, Li Yuan drove the two women to the school to complete their enrollment procedures. Li Yuan drove straight to the building housing the principal's office and led the two women directly to the principal's office. Fu Jinhai, seeing Li Yuan arrive with two stunning beauties in tow, couldn't help but feel immense admiration for him. In his many years as principal, he'd seen his share of beautiful female students. But these girls were either from wealthy and influential families or kept by rich second-generation heirs or tycoons. He had seen them but never tasted them. As for Li Yuan's women, Fu Jinhai dared not even think of making a move. Through this promotional campaign for Anqing University, he had glimpsed a fraction of Li Yuan's influence. To secure such extensive promotion from Penguin Group, how much money must that have cost? In truth, Li Yuan hadn't spent a single penny, and Mr. Ma and his crew had effectively become his underlings. The enrollment process was relatively straightforward. Du Ningxuang's records from Liqing University could be retrieved when convenient. If it proved too troublesome, Li Yuan could simply alter them. After all, modifications were commonplace now. Du Ningxuang chose to enter the finance department as that was her original major. Li Lingshan, having received little formal education and possessing limited knowledge, opted for the archaeology department, which had barely any applicants. Truthfully, Li Lingshan was genuinely interested in archaeology. She had often watched related programs before, and choosing the archaeology department was her own decision. After completing the enrollment procedures, Li Yuan led the two girls away. As the trio walked through campus, they quickly drew the attention of a large crowd of students. Damn, Li Yuan, you're my man. How come you always have two gorgeous girls by your side? I'm impressed. I ask for nothing else just to be Li Yuan's right-hand man. No need to explain what that entails, right? Heaven help us, heaven help us. If these two beauties are Li Yuan's sisters, either younger or older, please spare us a drop of soup. Li Yuan, why won't you give me a second glance? I'm pretty too, and I'm plenty sassy. Damn you, Li Yuan. Snatching up all the pretty girls, how are we sisters supposed to have fun now? A lily drifted by. Bro, you're such a sensation at school, look at all these people gathered around. Du Ningxuang glanced at the crowd of onlookers, easily numbering over 100. Of course. Just look at your brother's charm, I'm a big deal at Anqing University. Li Yuan proudly lifted his chin, looking extremely smug. You're so full of yourself. Everyone's just stopping to look because we're so good looking, Du Ningxuang teased Li Yuan playfully. Right, Lingshan? He then turned to ask Li Lingshan. Both of you are involved, Li Lingshan replied, neither siding with one nor the other. You're just taking his side. I'm outta here. Du Ningxuang's destination, the finance department, had arrived. She needed to report to the department chair. Li Lingshan also parted ways with Li Yuan, heading toward the archaeology department. The archaeology department was tucked away in a remote corner of campus. The entire department numbered just over 50 people, with a significant imbalance between male and female students. You're joining the archaeology department? The department head was both delighted and utterly shocked to see the stunningly beautiful Li Lingshan arrive with the president's approval letter in hand. The department had long suffered from a male-dominated environment with few female faces, let alone a stunning beauty. Her arrival would make her a living advertisement for the department. When certain male students enrolled in archaeology courses just to catch a glimpse of her, wouldn't that boost the department's popularity? What a boon! Yes, I'm quite interested in archaeology, Li Lingshan nodded. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Department head Chu Zhiwei clapped his hands in delight, his enthusiasm startling Li Lingshan. Is this department head a little off? Did I choose the wrong department? Li Lingshan wondered inwardly. Let me take you around the class and introduce you to everyone. They're having a lecture today, Zhu Zhouhui offered enthusiastically. Other department heads weren't this welcoming, being a small department had its perks. The archaeology department had only about 50 students, and with a limited number of faculty, they sometimes held large group lectures. When Zhu Zhouhui appeared in the lecture hall with Li Lingshan, the entire class erupted with excitement. Let me introduce a new student, Li Lingshan. She'll be joining our archaeology department from now on. Please give her a warm welcome, Zhu Zhouhui announced briefly. Hello, everyone. I'm Li Lingshan. I look forward to getting to know you all. Li Lingshan greeted them with a touch of nervousness. She hadn't been to school in years, and facing so many classmates made her a bit nervous. Wow, she's a real beauty. The dean brought her in. Could she be related to him? Who cares? All I know is our archaeology department finally has a department beauty. No, wait, with looks like that, she's definitely campus beauty material. Our archaeology department will finally show up in campus forum posts. I'm thrilled. For 3 years, we've been completely invisible. A third-year guy lamented bitterly. Wonder if Li Lingshan has a boyfriend. If she doesn't, I'm going to pursue her. What if she does have a boyfriend? Steal her away. Put. Look at your pimple-covered face and thug-like appearance. Do you even stand a chance? Don't get it? Since ancient times, rogues pair with beauties, and ugly girls cling to handsome guys. But what about ugly guys? He becomes a rogue, that's what. Many of the guys in the archaeology department had designs on Li Lingshan. After all, everyone loves beauty, especially when she's right in their department close to the water, the first to get the moon. Li Lingshan was seated next to a female classmate. Suddenly, all eyes were on her, not intentionally, but it was impossible not to notice her. This left the girl feeling flustered and at a loss. Li Yuan skipped class. Upon learning that Wu Meishua was currently at Tianwan Villa, he couldn't help but smile. Wu Meishua rarely communicated with Li Yuan, unlike Su Huijing and Xi Mutong, who had exchanged messages multiple times. Li Yuan didn't even bother changing cars, charging straight over in his Cullinan. Wu Meishua had come here today to pick out some clothes. She'd brought all the more revealing outfits from home, and with the vast selection here, she had plenty of choices. Learning Li Yuan had returned today, she planned to wear something attractive to tempt him. But just as she'd picked out a satisfying outfit, she heard someone downstairs calling out, "Master! Li Yuan's here," Wu Meishua realized instantly. She tossed the clothes aside and peered out the doorway. She hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. He was already standing at the entrance. The moment she cracked the door open, she saw a figure outside and jumped in surprise. She instinctively took a step back, nearly stumbling. Li Yuan hurriedly pushed the door open and grabbed her wrist. See my rainbow colors. Chapter 169, The Little Schemes of 3 Female Housekeepers. Be careful. Li Yuan pulled Wu Meishua into his arms again. You startled me. How did you get up here so fast? Wu Meishua wrapped her arms around Li Yuan's waist, puzzled. I just couldn't wait, Li Yuan replied with a mischievous grin. Wu Meishua instantly understood, but instead of blushing, she lifted her head and pressed her lips to his. Soon, the two of them were trembling. All these clothes on the bed, what were you planning? After pulling apart, Li Yuan's eyes darted toward the bed. To tempt you, of course. Well then, let's do it right here. Do I even need to seduce you? Haven't you already? Downstairs, Song Fanlei and the other two were fretting over the Sunshine Orphanage again. Du Huangshu had been released and went to cause trouble for the director again. This time, though he didn't injure the director, he still made the director's life unbearable. Song Fanlei and the others couldn't do much to help. Anxious, they considered asking Li Yuan for assistance but didn't know how to broach the subject. Just then, more commotion echoed down from upstairs. The three exchanged glances and shared a wry smile. How about we proactively offer ourselves to the master, suggested Song Fanlei, the eldest. Is that wise? Won't he look down on us? Zhang Qinxue voiced her concern. If my master would honor me with just one night, I'd be content. Why overthink it? Han Ruiying said. Then how should we offer ourselves? Should we just go straight to the master's room? But he doesn't usually stay here, does he? Zhang Qinxue asked. We could dress more seductively and parade around in front of him more often. Maybe he'll take notice, Song Fanlei suggested. Or, what if we just drug him? Han Ruiying blurted out, shocking the others. What? Song Fanlei and Zhang Qinxue both turned to look at the youngest, Han Ruiying. What? Is that not okay? I was just throwing it out there. Han Ruiying felt a bit uneasy under her sister's scrutiny. It could work, but what if the master finds out? Would he get angry? Song Fanlei voiced her concern. Probably. After all, it's not exactly ethical. Zhang Qinxue shared the same concern. Sigh. The three sighed in unison. Should we make them lunch? Han Ruiying glanced up at the upstairs and asked. Maybe we should make a little something. It's been so long, they must be hungry by now. Song Fanlei also glanced up at the upstairs. So the three prepared a nutritious lunch. But by the time the food had grown cold, Li Yuan and Wu Meishue still hadn't come downstairs. Sis, isn't this a bit unusual? Zhang Qinxue glanced at the large clock on the wall, her voice tinged with confusion. How should I know? I don't understand these things, Song Fanlei rolled her eyes. She was just a young, unmarried woman, after all. Out of boredom, the three watched half an hour of soap operas before things finally quieted down upstairs. A while later, Li Yuan emerged. Ladies, prepare some food for us, Li Yuan instructed the three female housekeepers below. Yes, sir. The three women reheated the cold leftovers. So you were making lunch for us, Li Yuan remarked as he descended the stairs, watching the three women bustle about. It was quite a treat. A feast for the eyes. Well, it was ready earlier. I didn't expect you to be so busy, master, that you'd only come down now, Han Ruiying said boldly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ha! Li Yuan laughed heartily, covering his slight awkwardness. The food was quickly reheated, and the three women carried the dishes upstairs. I'll take it in, Li Yuan stopped them at the doorway. The room was a mess, clothes strewn everywhere, and he hadn't had time to tidy up yet. He was fine with them seeing it, but Wu Meishue might be too shy. After taking the food, the three headed back downstairs. Wu Meishue, who had been hiding behind the door, only opened it for Li Yuan after hearing the three descend the stairs. Seeing Wu Meishue in her tattered clothes, Li Yuan couldn't help but smile knowingly. The amount of money Guang spends on clothes every year is beyond calculation. Li Yuan mused inwardly. Placing the food on the bedside table, the two began their sweet meal. Downstairs, Song Fanlei received a call. The dean's been injured again. Song Fanlei exclaimed in shock. Zheng Qinxue and Han Ruiying both turned to look at Song Fanlei, praying nothing serious had happened to the director. Got it. People's Hospital, right? I'll be there immediately, Song Fanlei said firmly. What happened to the director? Zhang Qinxue asked immediately after Song Fanlei hung up. He was beaten up again by people sent by Du Huangshu. It's absolutely despicable, Song Fanlei said angrily. Even the dean is broke, so why won't they let him off? Han Ruiying was equally furious, yet puzzled. Not entirely sure. It might be tied to recent real estate developments. Someone wants to build in that area, and Sunshine Orphanage might be blocking their path to profits, Song Fanlei speculated. Nothing but greedy businessmen. You two stay home and look after the master. I'll go to the hospital to check on the director. We still haven't raised enough for the medical bills. Okay, big sis, drive carefully. Shortly after Song Fanlei left, Li Yuan came downstairs carrying an empty tray. Han Ruiying and Zhang Qinxue hurried to greet him. Just give it to me, master. Where's Song Fanlei? Li Yuan noticed one of the three female housekeepers was missing and asked. She stepped out on some business, Zhang Qinxue replied. Han Ruiying stood nearby, hesitating to speak. Noticing her hesitation, Li Yuan knew something was amiss. What's going on? Do you need help? Zhang Qinxue hesitated, unsure whether to tell Li Yuan that the three of them were truly at a loss. We do. We need the master's help. While Zhang Qinxue hesitated, Han Ruiying spoke up directly. Go ahead, what is it? Han Ruiying recounted the incident involving Du Huangshu and the orphanage director to Li Yuan. Li Yuan listened and grew furious. What a scumbag! To harm the orphanage that raised you from childhood and even injure the director? I'll handle this. Where is Song Fanlei? I'll send someone to help. Li Yuan said in a deep voice. Big sister went to the People's Hospital. Got it. Li Yuan immediately pulled out his phone and called Zhao Changyang, instructing the Dragon Soul Temple to send people to the People's Hospital to find Song Fanlei and follow her to the Sunshine Orphanage to resolve the issue. Roger that. Upon receiving the order, Zhao Changyang immediately dispatched personnel to the People's Hospital. Just then, Song Fanlei, who had just arrived at the People's Hospital, unexpectedly encountered Du Huangshu, the very man who had hospitalized the director. You actually tracked me down to the hospital? Is this ever going to end? Song Fanlei demanded angrily. If you spend the night with me, I might reconsider. True to his reputation as a reader of erotic novels, Du Huangshu wasted no time in making his move. Put. Song Fanlei spat viciously. I need support, hee hee. Chapter 170, Solving Song Fanlei's Troubles. Well, working as a maid for the rich has really given you an attitude, Du Huangshu said with a mocking expression. Watch your mouth, Song Fanlei snapped, her face darkening. This Du Huangshu wasn't just lazy and greedy, now he'd also become a bit of a womanizer. Since he didn't have much money, he often frequented small massage parlors and hair salons. Forgot to brush my teeth today, so I might be a bit dirty. Want to hear something nice? Come on, lick me clean, and I'll tell you plenty of sweet nothings. Du Huangshu's filthy mouth kept running. Song Fanlei's chest heaved with anger, and she desperately wanted to slap Du Huangshu. But she remembered that if she hit him, he'd likely become a persistent nuisance. Beyond financial compensation, she might face endless harassment. So Song Fanlei took a deep breath. She held back. You'll get your comeuppance someday, humph. Song Fanlei snorted coldly and immediately entered the ward to see the director.
The director lay in the hospital bed, his arm broken by that group of men, utterly drained of energy and spirit. Seeing this, Song Fanlei's heart ached. The medical fees hadn't been covered yet, so the director hadn't received a cast. Treatment would only begin once the fees were paid. Song Fanlei didn't have much money to begin with, she hadn't even gotten her paycheck yet. But to cover the hospital fees for the dean, she had no choice but to max out her credit card. Why are you paying that old bastard? If he's still stubborn, next time break both his arms and legs. Du Huangshu leaned in again. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? The director raised you, and this is how you repay him? Song Fanlei demanded angrily. Conscience? How much is that worth per pound? I used to want to be an ordinary person, working hard and honestly, but society never gave me that chance. Why am I the one betrayed? Du Huangshu sneered. It's just some trashy woman. Why not find another? Why take it out on society? Song Fanlei tried to reason with him. Getting back at society is so satisfying. I love it. I feel like my past life was wasted. This is the real me now. Du Huangshan showed no sign of regret, instead reveling in his current state. You're beyond redemption. Song Fanlei turned and walked away. She found being around Du Huangshu utterly repulsive. Just then, her phone rang. Hello? Hello, is this Ms. Song Fanlei? Yes, it's me. We're here to help you, sent by the Dragon King. We're at the entrance of People's Hospital right now. Where are you? Who is the Dragon King? Song Fanlei thought it might be a scam. The Dragon King's name is Li Yuan. Ah. I'll come pick you up. Hold on. Song Fanlei hurried toward the hospital entrance. Du Huangshu watched Song Fanlei rush out in a panic, curiosity piqued, so he hurried after her. At the hospital entrance, over a dozen men in black suits stood on one side of the main gate. The visual impact was quite impressive, drawing the attention of passers-by who turned their heads to watch. The head turning rate was 200%. The nurses and security guards dared not approach to ask questions. Soon, Song Fanlei emerged and saw the dozen or so men in black suits. She looked equally surprised. This is way too gangster-like. I'm Song Fanlei. Hello, Ms. Song. We're here to follow your instructions, said the tall man at the front of the group. Song Fanlei felt immense pressure at that moment. This large group of men in black suits radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. She wasn't the boss's wife, she couldn't just start giving orders. We've heard there's a man named Du Huangshu. Where is he? Demanded the tallest man in black. Du Huangshu, who had been trailing behind Song Fanlei, heard his name called by the tall man in black and realized something was wrong. He turned and tried to flee. That's him, the one running away. Song Fanlei immediately identified him upon seeing Du Huangshu's actions. She had intended to consider the matter further, but the fact that this kid was so guilty he tried to run made her decision clear. Go! The first man in black waved his hand. Several black-suited men instantly emerged from behind him and charged toward Du Huangshu like a pack of wolves unleashed. How could an ordinary guy like Du Huangshan possibly outrun a pack of wolves? He was caught in no time. Sir, why are you grabbing me? Du Huangshu immediately cringed, adopting a pitiful expression. Miss Song, what should we do with this guy? Asked the lead man in the black suit. I don't know. What do you suggest? Song Fanlei sought advice from the man in the suit. I suggest sending him straight to northern Myanmar. Life's good there, he can fly freely, suit guy number 1 replied. Is that so? Then send him there. Though Song Fanlei didn't understand the man's meaning, she had heard of northern Myanmar. Back when they were in training, someone had mentioned that northern Myanmar was terrifying, those who disobeyed would be sent there. Hey! I'm not going. This is illegal, it's kidnapping. Du Huangshu panicked at the mention of it. As a petty criminal, he was well aware of northern Myanmar. A lawless no man's land, a haven for criminals. The first man in the suit frowned. All this commotion was far too noisy. With a wave of his hand, the henchman holding Du Huangshu immediately knocked him unconscious. Take him away. The group of men in suits carried Du Huangshan away in broad daylight. Passers-by who witnessed the scene wanted to call the police but lacked the courage. Adopting the attitude of minding their own business, they chose to ignore it. Miss Song, I hear there's still unresolved business at Sunshine Orphanage. Let's handle that today as well, said the lead man in a suit. Thank you so much, Song Fanlei expressed her deep gratitude. The major thorn in her side, Du Huangshu, had been subdued so effortlessly it finally brought her a sense of relief. It was nothing much. No need to thank us. If you must thank anyone, thank His Majesty the Dragon King. Noticing how beautiful Song Fanlei was, the first man in the suit thought the Dragon King would likely take a liking to her, so he subtly hinted at this. I will, Song Fanlei replied, her closeness to Li Yuan surging significantly. Then let's head to Sunshine Orphanage. Sure. When Song Fanlei and the group of men in suits arrived at Sunshine Orphanage, a large crowd had already gathered there. A demolition vehicle with a steel ball was parked nearby, clearly preparing for forced demolition. But many people were blocking the entrance to the orphanage, preventing the wrecking ball from moving forward.
Forced demolition was one thing, but if someone got killed, it would be a real mess. Damn it. I never thought that even after sending that old director to the hospital, there'd still be so many reckless bastards blocking our way. Ma Dadu, the demolition supervisor, kicked a roadside stone in frustration. The stone flew out and, by sheer coincidence, struck the first man in the suit. Guys, this guy actually attacked me. What's his excuse? Suit guy number 1 raised his hand and shouted. Take him down. Take him down. The men in suits behind him roared with violent intent. Ma Dadu waved his hands frantically in fear. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. All misunderstandings. Easy to say. Let me beat him up first, and I'll say it's a misunderstanding too. The first suit-wearing man grinned, waving his hand toward his henchman. Little bunny, behave. Chapter 171, The Adorable Little Maid. No, 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 no. Ma Dadu backed away in panic. The commotion caught the attention of the construction crew ahead. Seeing their foreman in danger, they rushed over. There were over 20 construction workers, giving them the numerical advantage. Seeing the numbers in his favor, Ma Dadu immediately grew arrogant. I told you it was a misunderstanding. You insisted on fighting, so don't blame me if I have to take them down. Ma Dadu shouted arrogantly. He shouted with gusto, but the construction crew dared not advance. Hesitant and timid, they only managed to take half a step forward after a long pause. Guys, they made the first move. This is self-defense. For our own safety, draw your weapons. The leader in the suit bellowed, and his henchmen behind him pulled batons from their pockets, snapping them out in perfect unison. This move sent Ma Dadu's men scattering even further back, retreating 3 or 4 paces. Defend yourselves. Kill. The suit-wearing man charged forward, shouting a righteous slogan. As elite members of the Dragon Soul Temple, their combat skills were formidable. Within moments, the construction workers were knocked to the ground. Ma Dadu, his face bruised and swollen, was pinned down before the lead man in the suit. Go tell your boss to come to the Dragon Soul Temple before 8 p.m. today to beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, forget about doing business in Ancheng. Got it? Suit guy number 1 slapped Ma Dadu's face and declared arrogantly. His arrogance was well-founded. Dragon Soul Temple. Ma Dadu screamed, feeling all his strength drain away. At that moment, he completely abandoned any impulse for revenge. As the head of forced demolitions, Ma Dadu naturally had some underworld connections. The name Dragon Soul Hall was legendary to him. That was a powerful organization that had unified all the underground forces in Ancheng. What did his boss and he amount to in front of the Dragon Soul Temple? Get lost. The first man in the suit kicked Ma Dadu. Ma Dadu hurriedly signaled his men to leave. Demolition trucks, dump trucks, and every other vehicle vanished without a trace. That's it? It's resolved? Song Fanlei felt a bit surreal. What kind of organization was the Dragon Soul Hall that had Ma Dadu so terrified? It seemed her master was no ordinary person. Miss Song, keep my number handy. If you ever face trouble, just give me a call. The first man in the suit was sharp. With Song Fanlei's looks, it was only a matter of time before she caught the Dragon King's eye. It couldn't hurt to build connections early. Thank you for your help, Song Fanlei said gratefully. You're welcome. Let's get you back home first. All right. After dropping Song Fanlei off at the Tianwan villa, the men in suits were visibly excited upon seeing Li Yuan. To them, Li Yuan was like a god. His formidable combat prowess inspired many to aspire to his level, driving them to train relentlessly. Little did they know that no matter how hard they tried, it was all in vain. Li Yuan relied on an external aid, not sheer effort. But the truth couldn't be revealed to them and would only crush their motivation. Go back and train hard, Li Yuan encouraged them. Sooner or later, you'll become elite champions. The Dragon Soul Temple's ranking system mirrored honor of King's tiers, ranging from bronze to glory. Yes, we'll follow the Dragon King's teachings, the crowd shouted in unison, their voices full of resolve. All right, stop disturbing the public. Let's go. Li Yuan waved his hand impatiently, signaling them to leave. Occasionally, a passerby caught sight of the scene and hurried away in fright. How could such a high-end villa complex like Tianwang Villa have a crime boss moving in? They began wondering if they should move out immediately. What if they accidentally offended these people one day? They'd be dead meat. Thank you, master. After the men in black suits departed, Song Fanlei bowed deeply to Li Yuan. Stand up, no need to be so formal. Li Yuan reached out and placed his hand on Song Fanlei's shoulder. The warmth of his touch sent a shiver through her shoulders. It felt like Li Yuan's hand was a branding iron so hot it made her heart race and her palms sweat. What's wrong? Are you sick? Seeing her state, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel concerned. He reached out and placed his hand on her wrist. He intended to take her pulse. You've been running a bit of a fever lately, Li Yuan said after a moment. Song Fanlei nodded. Because of the Sunshine Orphanage incident, the 3 of them hadn't been sleeping well and were all feeling a bit overheated. Just buy some over-the-counter herbal medicine to clear the heat. No need, master.
You resolved the Sunshine Orphanage issue for us. With our worries gone, we'll be fine in a couple of days, Song Fanlei said gratefully.
It was nothing.
You're my trusted little manager. If I don't help you, who else would I help? It may be a small gesture to you, but to us, it's a tremendous kindness. I must repay you properly, master.
I feel I haven't been attentive enough.
As she spoke, Song Fanlei moved closer to Li Yuan.
Now that was thoughtful.
Li Yuan, I treat you as my steward, yet you're lusting after my body. How could I possibly refuse?
Master, you're so naughty. Song Fanlei flushed crimson, her voice trembling with coyness. So do you like your master's naughtiness? Li Yuan teased.
Yes, I do. No matter what kind of person you are, I love you, Song Fanlei declared firmly.
Have you had feelings for me all along? Li Yuan asked, cupping her chin.
Song Fanlei felt intensely flustered under Li Yuan's piercing gaze, but with her chin held firmly by his hand, she couldn't move her head. She could only lower her eyelids slightly, her eyes darting away.
What? Too embarrassed to admit it? Li Yuan pressed closer. Master, please don't ask.
It's too embarrassing, Song Fanlei murmured, biting her lip until it drew blood, her cheeks flaming red like a monkey's bottom.
Look at this wallflower. If you're too embarrassed to say it, then how could you have the nerve to do it? Li Yuan asked with a wicked grin.
Song Fanlei remained silent, only nodding slightly.
What an adorable little maid. You're burning up. Your master will help you cool down.
Originally, Li Yuan had only intended to tease Song Fanlei a little. He hadn't planned on taking her today, especially since Wu Meishue was still upstairs. But seeing her so bashfully adorable, his desire flared up intensely. Lust is a double-edged sword. If I don't face this hell, who will? For everyone's safety, I'll bear this burden. With his resolve set, Li Yuan scooped Song Fanlei into his arms and dashed toward the second floor.
Oh my, the big sister is actually in the master's arms. How envious.
Really, she beat us to it.
Han Ruiying pouted, her face full of regret. You could knock on the master's door right now and join in.
Zhang Qinxue chimed in with a mischievous suggestion.
No way. Big sis is still here, how embarrassing.
I'll wait until the master is alone and ambush him then. Han Ruiying clenched her little fist tightly, setting this plan as her goal. Though Zhang Qinxue appeared indifferent, she too harbored her own little schemes. She was deeply envious of Song Fanlei's head start. Li Yuan naturally didn't carry Song Fanlei to the room where Wu Meishue was staying. Instead, he chose a relatively distant room. Li Yuan might be a jerk, but he kept his distance.
Let's work out together. Chapter 172, Teaching Yagyu Mushue the Way of the Sword. Master, would you like to take a bath?
Song Fanlei whispered softly in Li Yuan's embrace.
Am I that dirty? I just bathed last night. Then it's not necessary.
All right. And so, Song Fanlei became the fourth of the 10 famous QS the octopus kettle.
Then someone asked, who was the third one? Of course, it was Wu Meishue. She was the inkstone.
This was a privilege few other men could enjoy. Even if they had money, encountering a few exceptional women was already a stroke of incredible luck. Let alone someone like Li Yuan, who aimed to collect all 10.
When Li Yuan emerged again, the sky had grown dim. Song Fanlei had already fallen into a deep sleep. You're out?
I should be heading back, Wu Meishue said with a smile upon seeing Li Yuan emerge. Last time Wu Meishue stayed out all night, her mother grilled her relentlessly upon her return, demanding every detail. The memory still gave her a headache whenever she thought of her mother. Having enjoyed herself this time, she decided to head back promptly to avoid another round of questioning.
Alright, take it easy on the way home. Stay safe. Li Yuan kissed Wu Meishue on the cheek.
You take it easy too, Wu Meishue said to Li Yuan, glancing at Zhang Qinxue and Han Ruiying. The moment she saw these 3 female butlers last time, Wu Meishue knew they'd never escape Li Yuan's clutches. Now that the boss had already fallen, how far behind could the other 2 be?
Haha, got it. Li Yuan gave a nervous chuckle to cover his awkwardness. Alright, I'm off. Wu Meishue waved goodbye and left alone. Li Yuan also intended to leave. Song Fanlei was now incapacitated and needed someone to stay behind and care for her.
Zhang Qinxue and Han Ruiying could wait until Song Fanlei recovered.
Small days. Metropolitan Police Department. What? Another death? Damn it, why are we still without leads? Chief Deo Ishimu of the Metropolitan Police Department roared into the phone.
Multiple murders had occurred over the past 2 days. The victims were all young men who frequented the streets at night.
The killer wasn't after money or sex, it seemed like pure slaughter.
All victims had their throats slit with a single stroke, indicating the killer worked with lightning speed. Commissioner, preliminary analysis suggests the killer is a martial arts expert. Forensic examination confirms all victims had their windpipes severed in an instant, an extremely professional technique.
The officer on the other end of the line reported. I don't want to hear reports. I want to see actual results.
If you don't catch the killer, I'll be under immense pressure. De Xiongimo roared. The senior inspectors nearby all stole a glance at Big Bear 1 Hair 3 before quickly looking away, terrified of being caught and getting chewed out.
Lately, life had been anything but peaceful. The currency attack had caused the exchange rate to skyrocket, leading to a precipitous decline in export business. Many companies were complaining bitterly, and some large enterprises were already preparing to relocate their factories. This had a massive impact on daily life. If those major factories relocated overseas, tax revenues would plummet. Without money, the country would be screwed. Now the serial killings have caused a huge stir, and people in the capital are afraid to go out at night. This has severely impacted nighttime consumption, causing a sharp decline in nightclub spending. These nightclubs have banded together to pressure the police department, putting them in a tough spot. Over at the Y Bank, Yuan was in a real bind. The exchange rate kept climbing, putting him under way more pressure than Nobita ever had. Even if he had men come over every day to help him cool off, the heat still wouldn't subside, leaving his face covered in pimples. Why hasn't the Jia clan reported any good news yet? Could the operation have failed? Chuan Kucha frowned deeply. The intelligence operatives stationed far away in China were also unreachable, leaving the situation unclear. In truth, those agents had been dealt with by Yagyu Muzetsu after she was subdued by Li Yuan. Having sworn allegiance to Li Yuan, she must now prove her worth, ensuring her master remained unencumbered by enemies closing in. Continue sending agents to China. We must uncover the movements of those individuals and the Jia clan. Simultaneously, contact the world's top-ranked assassination organization. We need them to eliminate this Li Yuan. Speaking of Yagyu Mushue, Li Yuan was chatting with her right now. Hey, what's up? Master, I just finished practicing swordsmanship. You're so diligent. Practicing alone won't get you far. Let me teach you instead. Master, really? I'll come find you right away. Yagyu Mushue was utterly thrilled. True to her reputation as a martial arts fanatic, the moment she heard Li Yuan would instruct her, she instantly abandoned her previously serene state of mind. In her eyes, martial arts came first. Her thoughts were pure and simple. She hadn't even considered whether Li Yuan's sword path aligned with her own. Then come here. Li Yuan sent her a location. Yagyu Muzetsu hopped in a car and came over immediately. Master, how do you intend to teach me swordsmanship? Yagyu Muzetsu looked at Li Yuan with a charming expression. Seeing her expression, Li Yuan realized she might have misunderstood his intent. But since he'd already said it, he couldn't very well back out now. Alright then. Watch me demonstrate. How much you grasp depends entirely on your own insight. Li Yuan didn't know how to teach either, so he could only improvise a bit. He'd correct her later. Alright. Li Yuan took the long sword Yagyu Mushue handed him and began demonstrating based on his own understanding. It was essentially just flailing about, but combined with Li Yuan's speed and power, its destructive force could absolutely obliterate a master swordsman in an instant. Yagyu Mushue watched, her brow slightly furrowed. She couldn't quite grasp it. Li Yuan's techniques were all simple, showing no trace of sword intent whatsoever. Yet she could feel the sheer power behind every strike. It could absolutely kill her in a single strike. Could this be returning to simplicity? My knowledge is indeed too limited, my understanding too shallow, Yagyu Muzetsu murmured to herself. After a few more aimless swings, Li Yuan stopped. He exhaled a breath of stale air, adopting the air of a reclusive master. How about it? Did you pick up a trick or two? Li Yuan handed the long sword back to Yagyu Muzetsu. Master, I'm too slow to grasp it yet, Yagyu Muzetsu replied, her voice tinged with shame. It's alright. I have other methods to help you cultivate. A hint of mischief flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Really? Then please help me, master. Yagyu Muzetsu looked at Li Yuan eagerly. This method, well, it requires two people to explore it together in the same room. Li Yuan began to spin his tail. Is it because you're afraid of leaking martial arts secrets? Yagyu Muzetsu asked, looking a bit silly. You could say that. Damn it, forget pretending, I just wanna have my way with you. Come with me now. Li Yuan let his guard down. Yagyu Muzetsu's face flushed crimson. She'd only experienced it once before, and that had been forced upon her by Li Yuan. To be honest, that experience hadn't been pleasant, as she'd been resistant at the time. There's one thing I didn't lie about: effective communication between partners truly benefits the cultivation of the sword path. Li Yuan added, trying to make amends. Whatever you say, master. Please send electricity. Chapter 173, This sword path is no simple matter. Continue training. Seeing Yagyu Mushue so obedient, Li Yuan chuckled. That's the spirit. Come now, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Let's make the most of our time and practice swordsmanship. Li Yuan then led Yagyu Muzetsu upstairs. This time, unlike last time, he didn't force the issue. He had more time to cultivate the mood. This outfit here, it's the costume of Hancock, the anime goddess from your favorite show, Little Days. Li Yuan handed the outfit to Yagyu Muzetsu. The outfit consisted of barely a few scraps of fabric, leaving her chest and back exposed. Isn't this a bit revealing? Yagyu Muzetsu, a pure-hearted goddess, had never worn anything like this before. It's fine. Once you put it on, I'll be able to channel stronger sword energy, which will help you learn better. Li Yuan tried to sweet-talk her again. Though innocent, Yagyu Musetsu wasn't stupid. She didn't believe a word of what Li Yuan was saying. But since Li Yuan insisted so earnestly, she couldn't refuse. So, suppressing her embarrassment, she changed into it. Now, put on these black stockings, these red high heels, and these snake-shaped earrings. Li Yuan handed her several more items. He was slowly pushing past her boundaries. If I could beat you, I'd crush you between my thighs. Yuxing Mushue mentally glared at Li Yuan. Under Li Yuan's eager gaze, she had no choice but to take the stockings and high heels. Devoted her entire life to martial arts, she had never worn stockings or high heels, items utterly commonplace for ordinary girls. How do I put these on? She fiddled with the stockings but couldn't get them up. Let me help you put them on. Li Yuan took the stockings from her hands and rolled up the top part. Stretch your legs straight, Li Yuan instructed her. Yagyu Mushue extended her slender, shapely legs toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan slipped the stockings over her delicate feet, then slowly unrolled the gathered fabric, occasionally pulling it up as he went. His movements were remarkably professional. Remember that? That's how you put on stockings. Got it. Good. Next time, put them on yourself. You know how to put on high heels, right? Wearing them should be fine, but I'm afraid I won't be able to stand. Lu Sheng Mushue slowly slipped her foot into the high-heeled shoe, then steadied herself against Li Yuan as she rose to her feet. At first, it felt unnatural, but as a top-tier martial artist, her balance was exceptional. After adjusting for a minute, she could actually take slow steps in the 15-centimeter heels. Her pace gradually quickened until she walked almost indistinguishably from someone accustomed to high heels. You're a natural. You should wear them more often. So sexy, so beautiful, Li Yuan praised. Yagyu Mushue felt like she'd discovered a whole new world. Wearing high heels was surprisingly fun. The erotic attire was now in place. Next came the exploration of the way of the sword. The lover's sword. The Jade Maiden sword. Dragon Phoenix Union sword. True love sword. Peak-splitting sword. Water-severing sword. Adulterer and adulteress sword. During Yagyu Mushue's sword training, Li Yuan accessed her attribute panel and modified her martial prowess to 100. This finally elevated Yagyu Musetsu to the Grandmaster realm she had long dreamed of. Yet after witnessing Li Yuan's overwhelming power, she might no longer be satisfied with mere mastery. Simultaneously, Li Yuan transformed Yagyu Musetsu into the 5th type Herring Row. Li Yuan now possessed all 6 types of famous Q, leaving only 4 more to collect. Those already transformed included Song Huilian, Duning Shuang, Li Lingshan, Wu Meishua, Song Fanlei, and Yagyu Musetsu. Su Huijing, Xi Mutong, Zhu Zixuan, and Gao Jingjing remain unmodified. Currently, there are exactly 4 left, making a total of 10 types. However, there were still other women yet to be acquired. When that time came, he would either have to repeat the modifications or find other types to transform. That day, Li Yuan was both busy and content, showing no signs of fatigue. Even if he grew tired, he could simply modify the process. So, did you learn anything? Li Yuan asked, feigning ignorance. I feel like I've grasped it, reached the realm of a master. Yagyu Mushue carefully assessed her state and found it profoundly different from before. Though it seemed like a mere difference between 99 and 100, it represented the leap from a half-step master to a full master. A master could hold their own against 3 or 4 half-step masters without being outmatched. Could it really be because of what happened earlier? Yagyu Musetsu found it hard to believe. Could doing something you enjoy really propel you from a master-level practitioner to a true master? Of course it is. Would I lie to you? Li Yuan feigned anger in his questioning tone. I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have doubted you. Yagyu Musetsu hurriedly knelt upright and bowed deeply toward Li Yuan, her beautiful figure catching his eye. Just know your master wouldn't deceive you. From now on, you must trust my words, understand? Li Yuan now resembled the big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Understood. Then, master, I wish to continue improving. Is that permissible? Yagyu Musetsu gazed at Li Yuan with a charming look, her eyes filled with longing. You're not tired anymore, are you? Li Yuan, of course, welcomed the request. I can endure more. Yagyu Musetsu clenched her teeth and declared firmly. Alright, then continue your sword training. A new round of training began. At the same time, in a city far away in Korea, a Chinese female exchange student was brutally murdered. Before her death, she endured inhumane torture, and her body was desecrated afterward, an utterly tragic fate. The incident was exposed by a small media outlet and quickly gained traction, with news spreading all the way back to China. Xiao Pakai's side is just too messed up. Whoever did this must be severely punished. Chinese netizens found the mosaic-covered photos alone horrifying, let alone what lay beneath the blurred sections. Especially since it was their compatriot who was victimized in a foreign land, this made them feel both sympathy and rage. Posts demanding Korea swiftly identify and severely punish the perpetrator flooded online platforms. But the Korean police seemed unconcerned. So what if a Chinese student died? Big deal. People die in Korea every year. The Korean police weren't taking this seriously to begin with, and on top of that, an invisible, mysterious force was obstructing their investigation. Find a Chinese male student to take the fall for this. Otherwise, the public backlash will be too intense, the police chief ordered. Chief, is this really the right thing to do? Young officer Do Min Jaeol found the idea absurd. Do as I say. Don't question the chief's decision, or I'll strip you of your position. The chief, angered by Do Min Jaeol's audacity, immediately slapped him across the face. Fine. Do Min Jaeol had no choice but to comply for now. Damn it, that little brat, the chief muttered as Do Min Jaeol's figure faded into the distance. Is this a cat or a leopard? Chapter 174, The helicopter arrives. By morning, Li Yuan had also heard about this major incident that had taken the internet by storm. This demands an explanation. Otherwise, I'll take matters into my own hands, Li Yuan declared gravely as he studied the photos circulating online. A beautiful young girl brutally murdered, dying in a foreign land. If the truth behind it wasn't uncovered, wouldn't that be utterly tragic? Li Yuan hacked into the police network system of the Kimchi country, monitoring their movements. He couldn't monitor their operations daily, so he assigned the task to several subordinates from the Dragon Soul Hall, instructing them to take turns keeping watch. Any developments were to be reported to him immediately. Dragon King, your reserved helicopter and private jet have arrived, Abi called to Li Yuan. Good. Li Yuan clapped his hands excitedly. Sports cars were thrilling to drive, but nothing compared to the sheer cool factor of a helicopter. The private jet is parked at Anqing Airport. Where should we deliver the helicopter? Aben inquired. Send it to Tianwang Villa. I'm here. Arranging transport immediately. While helicopters cost more than sports cars, not everyone can take off. That requires approval. Highway Investment had already secured the necessary approvals. They could fly freely within Anqing City and coordinate flights to other locations as well, as long as it doesn't interfere with regular flight paths. Shortly after, a helicopter appeared above the sky above Tianwang Villa. Why is that helicopter flying so low? Several wealthy residents of Tianwang Villa were tending to their outdoor plants when they spotted the helicopter passing overhead, taken aback. Could it be that one of the wealthy residents had opened a private helicopter flight route? That would be incredible. After all, in Anqing City, the number of places permitted for helicopter takeoff could be counted on one hand. Driven by immense curiosity, these wealthy residents transformed into eager onlookers, following the helicopter's path to uncover the mystery. The helicopter flew to Villa Number 1 in Tianwang Villa and landed. It's Villa 1. Aren't there usually just 3 maids there? Yeah, occasionally some young folks come by, but we've never seen which big shot actually lives there. Who knew such a low-key big shot would make such a high-profile entrance today, arriving by helicopter? A young guy came out, along with a few stunning beauties. Where's the big shot? A group of wealthy individuals discussed outside. You idiots, that young guy is the big shot himself. He's young Masterly, don't you recognize him? At that moment, a young punk with grey-dyed hair and a slacker demeanor walked over. Young Master Song, what brings you here? The wealthy men greeted him warmly. Don't let the young man's grey hair fool you. His father was one of the wealthiest tycoons in Anqing, so the wealthy crowd treated him with utmost respect. Here to sample the flavor of a young wife, young Master Song murmured, fingering the small mole at the corner of his mouth with a hint of satisfaction. It seemed that young wife possessed extraordinary abilities. The wealthy men felt a sudden tightening in their hearts, wondering whose wife had fallen prey to young Master Song's clutches. They'd better keep a close eye on their own wives to avoid being cuckolded. Young Master Song, do you know this youth? Of course. This big shot is the mastermind behind Highway Investment. Young Masterly, Song Xiao replied respectfully. He's the boss of Highway Investment? The wealthy men exclaimed in surprise. Highway Investment had been making waves in Anqing lately, not only pouring massive funds into the city's development projects. Rumor has it they even targeted the currency of that little country, forcing their central bank to cry for mercy. This has greatly boosted the prestige of the Chinese people. Young Master Song, are you sure? He's so young? Some tycoons still found it hard to believe. Li Yuan looked like nothing more than a student, yet he owned such a formidable company as Highway Investment? It sounded downright fantastical. Would I lie to you? Young Master Song snapped. What's the matter? Don't you believe him? Spotting Li Yuan heading toward the helicopter, young Master Song immediately broke into a jog. Mr. Li, hello. Song Xiao greeted him warmly and enthusiastically. You must be that little scallion guy. Li Yuan had seen news about him online. Rumor had it this kid caused no end of trouble, with his dad cleaning up his messes time and again. His only redeeming quality was his loyalty. His gang of troublemaking buddies had been bailed out by him more times than he could count. So Song Xiao had decent connections, though who knew if those friends would remember their old ties if he ever fell on hard times. It's me. Young Master Li actually knows me? What an honor. Song Xiao acted like a starstruck fan at that moment. I've seen your news stories. Pretty explosive stuff, Li Yuan teased. Song gave an awkward chuckle. His appearances in the news were never for anything good. Whether it was seducing someone's young wife, sleeping with another man's spouse, trashing shops, or beating people up, he was the epitome of a spoiled rich kid. "What do you want with me?" Li Yuan asked. If it wasn't important, he was about to leave. "Nothing serious.
I'm just a huge fan of young Master Li and wanted to meet you," Song Xiao replied politely, shedding his usual playboy demeanor.
"Alright, come find me if you need anything. I'm heading out now." Li Yuan patted Song Xiao on the shoulder. He actually admired Song Xiao. The guy lived life on his own terms. He played with other men's women, then walked away without a trace, like a ghost slipping through the night, leaving no trace behind. "Alright, take care, Mr. Li." Song was genuinely pleased that Mr. Li had been so courteous to him. After all, Li Yuan was his idol. Beyond running a massive conglomerate, he knew of Li Yuan's other identity. The Dragon King of the Dragon Soul Hall, the enforcer of Anqing's underground order. He hadn't shared this with the other tycoons. After all, this role was a bit gray, not something to discuss openly. Upon entering the helicopter, Li Yuan unexpectedly shooed the pilot aside. He intended to fly it himself. "Young Master Li, this." Song watched from outside, his heart skipping a beat. Was Li Yuan losing his mind? Flying a helicopter without years of experience was a recipe for disaster. Li Yuan waved at Song Xiao and took off. His skilled maneuvers left even the pilot standing by, secretly impressed. Too professional. Impossible without years of training. Could this boss have started practicing in his teens? That's the only way he could be this skilled and professional. But then again, it seemed impossible. The driver shook his head, feeling that this boss was a complete mystery. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Yuan piloted the helicopter straight toward Anqing University. There was a provincial competition to attend today, and the PE teacher was urging him to hurry over. He didn't really want to go, but since he'd already agreed, he figured he might as well join the fun. He'd heard a famous TV hostess was coming to MC the event, and according to Yuli Zi, she was a real beauty too. For the sake of the beauty, Li Yuan reluctantly agreed. Play basketball together? Chapter 175, The Flight Journey. Where is Li Yuan? Physical education teacher Yuli Zi paced anxiously, glancing at her watch. The journey from Anqing to the provincial capital was over 300 kilometers, taking several hours by bus. That's why they weren't taking the bus this time. They were taking the high-speed rail instead, which was both faster and more comfortable. But the high-speed train departed at 10:30. It was already 10 o'clock and Li Yuan still hadn't arrived. By the time they got to the station, the train would be about to leave. Just as Yuli Zi was growing frantic, a helicopter appeared in his line of sight. The powerful hum drew the attention of many onlookers. Why would a helicopter come to our school? As the helicopter descended lower and lower, seemingly poised to land on campus, people began to wonder. "Look at the pilot, isn't that Li Yuan?" Someone with sharp eyes pointed at the helicopter and shouted. He had to shout, the helicopter was too loud. Li Yuan? How could? Holy, it really is Li Yuan. Holy crap. Li Yuan can fly a helicopter? I thought driving a Bugatti with one hand was impressive enough. Now he's blown my mind. A rich guy who can't fly a helicopter isn't a real rich guy. So cool. Li Yuan is so cool. If I could spend a night with him in that helicopter, my life would be complete. Li Yuan actually flew in by helicopter? I never saw that coming, Yulizi murmured to herself. Teacher, hop in. We're taking off. Li Yuan called out to Yulizi. Ah. Oh, Yulizi was momentarily caught off guard. Quick, come on, let's go. Once she snapped out of it, Yulizi hurriedly motioned for the others to board the helicopter. The two athletes and the support staff excitedly boarded the aircraft. Typical private helicopters only seat 2-3 people, but Li Yuan's was a custom model capable of carrying up to 10 passengers. I'm so jealous of these guys. Getting to ride in a helicopter. I've already taken photos. I'll post them on Tieba soon. What's so great about driving a sports car? Look at our school's big shot, he flies a helicopter. 9. Shouldn't it be 6? 9 means 6 flipped. 9. Li Yuan had already opened a flight route from Anqing to the provincial capital. This time, he was flying straight there. Cancel the high-speed rail tickets, Li Yuan instructed Yulizi. Okay. Yulizi excitedly urged the logistics teacher to cancel the tickets immediately. All travel and accommodation arrangements were handled by the logistics teacher. The logistics teacher was also thrilled as they opened the app to start the refund process. With a helicopter available, who would choose to take the high-speed rail? The people down there look so tiny, like ants. This is my first time seeing Anqing from above, truly breathtaking. Teacher, look. Someone's skinny dipping at home and it's a woman. Holy crap, how can you tell their gender from that distance? When it comes to this, my eyes have 8 times the magnification of binoculars. Holy crap, that's insane. Li Yuan looked down and saw a woman swimming on her back in the family's outdoor pool completely naked. She was a bit older, looking to be in her 40s. Just then, a young man actually jumped into the pool and swam toward the wealthy woman. Something's up? Li Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Could it be the rich woman having an affair? This was getting interesting.
Hey, Li Yuan, stop staring and focus on flying the plane.
Yu Zi noticed Li Yuan watching intently and immediately grew anxious.
If the plane crashed, it would usually be a total wipeout. Unlike a car accident, where there might be survivors. Relax, multitasking is a piece of cake for me, Li Yuan said in a playful tone. He'd intended to lighten the tense atmosphere, but instead, Yu Zi grew even more anxious. Li Yuan, Li God, Li Ancestor, please just focus on flying.
I'm begging you, my heart can't take this. Yu Zi pleaded. You're a gym teacher with a bad heart? Who are you trying to fool? Since you put it that way, let's do some aerobatics. Everyone hold on tight and fasten your seatbelts. Li Yuan shouted.
His hands began manipulating the controls. A series of maneuvers that would make any helicopter pilot shout impressive were executed flawlessly by Li Yuan. Under Li Yuan's control, the helicopter began a spiral maneuver, flipping completely upside down.
Ah! Thrilling! So cool! Young people love excitement. The two sports students looked thrilled.
Yulizi and the logistics teacher, being older, dared not indulge in such thrills. They gripped the handles nervously, their faces etched with fear.
For heaven's sake, stop this.
We'll give ourselves heart attacks if we keep going, Yulizi managed to say weakly.
Yeah. What kind of PE teacher are you? Totally useless.
Li Yuan muttered sarcastically, but the plane finally stabilized. After about an hour of high-speed flight, Li Yuan and the others finally reached the skies above the provincial capital.
This navigation system is useless, Li Yuan grumbled.
Well, it's designed for cars.
Why did you decide to fly a plane? Of course it's going to tell you you're on the wrong route. Yu Zi laughed. We're almost there anyway. Never mind. Where are we staying tonight? Li Yuan asked. The official competition wasn't until tomorrow, so they planned to rest at a hotel tonight.
The school had already made reservations.
It's called Aishuan Hotel.
Just follow the navigation, it's my first time there too, the support staff member said, glancing at the hotel name on their phone.
Just straight ahead, right? Li Yuan confirmed the direction. Yep. We should be getting close. Li Yuan, slow down a bit. That's it. The logistics teacher pointed to the sign ahead. But we have nowhere to land. We can't just park on the main road, can we? Yu Zi surveyed the surroundings. There's a luxury hotel over there. Let's land on their rooftop. It's pretty flat. Li Yuan scanned the building layout below and had an idea. Transfer ownership of that 5-star hotel to my name. Then we can park however we want. Though he felt a bit bad for the hotel's owner. Simply because Li Yuan had given that 5-star hotel an extra glance among the buildings, the original owner stood to lose billions. Would that 5-star hotel even let us land a helicopter? Yu Zi asked anxiously. It was a 5-star hotel, not a public road. They couldn't just land there on a whim. If I tell him to stop, you think he'd dare not? Break his legs. Li Yuan deliberately spoke with violent intent. Good heavens. I know you're a tough fighter, but don't actually go through with it. If you break someone's legs, we'll both end up in jail. How are we supposed to compete then? Yu Zi knew Li Yuan might be joking, but she pleaded with him anyway. If he really did go through with it, that would be trouble. Relax, nothing will happen. Li Yuan said as he flew the helicopter over. When Li Yuan landed the helicopter on the hotel rooftop, the surveillance cameras had already caught them. Whose helicopter is this? They've got some nerve landing here without even notifying us. The security guard in the monitoring room muttered before rushing to report the incident to the security chief. Sexy leather jacket, here's an extra shot for everyone. Chapter 176, The Beautiful Host Shot Jinxian. Let's go check it out. The security chief immediately summoned his team, instructing them to grab their batons and head to the rooftop. Li Yuan, we got up here, but how do we get down? This door is locked. Yu Zi pressed the handle of the security door, but it wouldn't budge. It was deadbolt and required a key to open. Don't worry. Didn't you notice the surveillance cameras? Someone will be here to open it soon. Li Yuan looked completely confident. Guess we have no choice. Hope they're not here to arrest us. With no other option, Yu Zi returned to the helicopter and sat down to wait. Moments later, the rooftop security door swung open. A group of men in security uniforms, wielding rubber batons, streamed out in single file. Everyone except Li Yuan panicked. Outnumbered and facing armed opponents, they were about to get roasted? Boss. The security captain strode out arrogantly, ready to bark a threat, but upon seeing Li Yuan, he stuttered in shock. What's going on? Li Yuan asked in a teasing tone. We just saw you arrive, boss, and thought we'd put on a little show for you. The security chief improvised quickly. Oh, what kind of show? Li Yuan followed up. We were planning to perform a crutch dance for you, boss. Well then, get on with it. Got it. The security chief gritted his teeth inwardly, planted the rubber baton on the ground, gripped its top with both hands, and swayed his body from side to side. You know what? It actually looked kinda seductive. The security guards were momentarily speechless, having never seen their captain display such a sensual and alluring side. It just goes to show when a man gets flirty, women don't stand a chance. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and dance for the boss. The security chief, noticing the guards behind him stifling giggles, flew into a rage. Here I am putting on a show, and you lot are just laughing at me? That won't do. How am I supposed to show my face around you guys after this? So if we're going to embarrass ourselves, let's do it together. If we're going to be sultry, let's all be sultry. Ah! The guards looked flustered. Hurry up, the captain bellowed, swaying his barrel belly as he shouted. The other guards had no choice but to follow suit, swaying their little waists in sync with the captain's movements. Li Yuan, what's going on? How did you become their boss? Li blurted out. The others transformed into curious little ones, staring at Li Yuan with gossipy expressions. This 5-star hotel is mine, Li Yuan declared with a casual air of superiority. His words were spoken softly, yet carried immense weight. Li and the others froze in place, utterly stunned. You own a 5-star hotel? Holy crap. What's so surprising? You should be immune to me by now. Li Yuan subtly flexed his bragging again. You're absolutely right. We're speechless, Li sighed, covering his forehead in exasperation. Alright, stop jumping around. Arrange a few rooms for my teacher and classmates. We need to rest. Li Yuan quickly halted the security guards. Their antics were just too painful to watch. Got it, boss. The security chief beamed with relief. No more dancing. He couldn't handle the room arrangements himself, but the manager could. He promptly contacted the manager. Upon learning that Li Yuan, the new boss, had arrived, the manager scurried over eagerly. Sir, why didn't you mention you were coming? I could have reserved the presidential suite for you. It's already occupied now, the hotel manager said regretfully. No problem, a regular room will do. Li Yuan wasn't the type who insisted on staying in the presidential suite. Understood. The manager promptly arranged a room. Although the presidential suite was unavailable, there were still many luxurious king-size rooms. Aside from the room size and some fitness facilities, they were no less impressive than the presidential suite. This is way too extravagant. Li exclaimed in genuine awe, surveying the opulent room. She'd never stayed in such a high-end hotel before. Are we really staying in a 5-star hotel? It feels so surreal. The logistics teacher was equally amazed. Should we cancel our reservation at the Aishuan Hotel then? The logistics teacher asked. Of course. Who would stay in a small hotel when we can have a 5-star? Everyone wanted to stay at the 5-star hotel, so the logistics teacher cancelled the reservation at Aishuan Hotel. Sir, it's lunchtime. Would you like to dine in the restaurant? The hotel manager, noticing it was noon, hurriedly inquired. Sure. The group arrived at the hotel restaurant, which was exquisitely decorated, offering an absolutely first-class dining environment. Truly a 5-star hotel, every detail is meticulously thought out. The group began praising it once more. Since it was Li Yuan's hotel anyway, they figured they might as well butter him up. Don't be too arrogant, Li Yuan reminded them. Acting like country bumpkins visiting the city would just make them a laughingstock. Hearing this, the group immediately began putting on airs, chest out, head held high, eyes fixed straight ahead. That's more like it, Li Yuan nodded approvingly. Arriving at the buffet area, they stared at the array of high-end dishes, momentarily unsure what to choose. There was an array of seafood, king crab and lobster, delicacies rarely eaten or too precious to indulge in daily. There was also grilled meat, steak, caviar, foie gras, and more. Of course, Chinese cuisine was well represented, featuring dishes from both northern and southern regions. Eat whatever you want. Help yourselves. Li Yuan gestured. He grabbed a roasted leg of lamb with honey glaze, 10 slices of watermelon, and a honey glaze dipping sauce for himself. Others, who usually couldn't afford Western or Japanese cuisine, naturally indulged today, choosing non-Chinese dishes. They settled at a window table, enjoying the scenic view while savoring the feast. As they were enjoying their meal, the crisp sound of click-clack reached their ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a beautiful, fashionable woman wearing a pair of 10-centimeter crystal high heels, the sound coming from her footsteps on the floor. Wow, that woman is pretty, remarked Athlete A, who was participating in the competition. You don't know her? Athlete B asked in surprise. Who? Athlete A genuinely didn't recognize her. She's the popular host from the provincial satellite TV station. She's hosting our competition this time, Athlete B explained. Oh, she's hosting for us? Li Yuan perked up. He'd only developed a tiny bit of interest after Li mentioned there'd be a beautiful hostess at the event. He'd assumed the beauty Li mentioned was just an ordinary pretty girl, but it turned out to be a stunningly gorgeous woman. See? I didn't lie to you. Li felt a surge of pride wash over him, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Alright, fine. Since you're being so honest, I'll definitely put on a good show. Li Yuan chuckled. You just want to impress the beauty, don't you? Making it sound so noble. Same thing. Don't move. Chapter 177, The Black Suit. Li Yuan pulled up the attribute panel for this beautiful hostess. Name, Xia Qingxian editable. Age, 24 editable. Height, 172 centimeters editable. Weight, 93 gene editable. Appearance, 98 editable. Wealth, 2,506,985 editable. His wealth is actually negative. Li Yuan pondered silently. There must be a story behind this.
Xia Qingxian gracefully walked to the food pickup area to collect her meal when a man in a suit approached and stopped beside her.
Miss Xia, my boss would like to invite you to dinner tonight.
Would that be possible? The man said in a formulaic tone. Xia Qingxian turned her head to glance in the distance, where a middle-aged man was watching them. Noticing her gaze, he smiled faintly and waved a friendly wave. Xia Qingxian recognized him. He was Jiang Zhenhai, the owner of a chemical factory in the provincial capital. With a net worth exceeding 100 billion, he held sway over the city, commanding respect even from government officials. Xia Qingxian returned his greeting. This was someone she couldn't afford to offend. The invitation to dinner carried clear implications. It certainly wouldn't be just a simple meal. Going would inevitably require some form of payment.
Please convey my thanks for your boss's kind invitation, Xia Qingxian declined politely. I have commitments this evening and will have to reschedule.
That's truly unfortunate, the man in the suit remarked indifferently before turning and walking away. Xia Qingxian frowned, sensing hidden meaning in his words, though she couldn't quite decipher it.
The man returned to Jiang Zhenhai's side and whispered a few words.
Jiang Zhenhai paused briefly before waving him aside. He offered a faint smile before resuming his meal. After grabbing a few dishes, Xia Qingxian hurriedly found a spot to eat, wanting to finish quickly and leave.
But just as she finished eating, several men in dark suits entered the hotel restaurant.
They scanned the room, spotted Xia Qingxian, and swiftly approached her.
Realizing their hostile intent, Xia Qingxian didn't even bother wiping her mouth. She immediately stood up, trying to escape.
But the men in black were far quicker than her, swiftly surrounding her.
What do you want? It's broad daylight, in plain sight.
Xia Qingxian was terrified inside, but she forced herself to maintain a calm exterior.
After all, the more afraid you look, the more they'll dare to bully you.
Just come with us quietly, and we won't do anything to you, Miss Xia, said the man in the black suit with a mole on his nose.
This is kidnapping, you know?
You could go to jail for this. Xia Qingxian tried to rein them in with legal threats.
But these men in black suits were cutthroat professionals.
They paid no heed to her words, merely chuckling lightly.
Miss Xia, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't nod, don't blame us for getting rough.
The man with the mole delivered the threat in a matter-of-fact tone.
Did Jiang Zhenhai send you? Xia Qingxian glanced at Jiang Zhenhai, who remained calmly eating his meal. The name of Master Jiang is not something you can casually utter. Slap her.
The man with the black mole on his suit immediately struck Xia Qingxian across the face. Xia Qingxian hadn't expected such ruthless disregard for a woman's dignity. He struck without warning. The hand grew closer and closer. She closed her eyes in despair.
But the blow never landed. Instead, a sharp crack echoed like the snap of breaking bone.
Xia Qingxian opened her eyes to see the man with the black mole in the suit collapsed on the floor, his left hand clutching his right hand. Sweat beaded on his nose as he writhed in agony. His right hand was truly broken. The cracking sound had come from the bones in his wrist. It turned out that when Li Yuan saw the man in the black mole suit about to strike, he had hurled a dinner plate from the table directly at him. The plate struck the man's wrist with such force that it shattered his wrist bones. Now the man in the black suit focused all his attention on Li Yuan.
How could they let Li Yuan off after he dared to interfere with their business and strike one of their men? Go! The black-suited men all charged forward, intent on taking Li Yuan down.
A bunch of shrimp, Li Yuan muttered, yanking the tablecloth from his collar and tossing it onto the table. He kicked the black-suited man charging at the front, sending him flying backward. The men behind tried to steady him, but the sheer force knocked them down too.
In an instant, a pile of black suits lay sprawled on the floor.
Li Yuan sprang up, delivering a karate chop to the neck of another black-suited man, knocking him unconscious instantly. After taking care of one, Li Yuan swiftly advanced, unleashing a devastating assault on the remaining black-suited men. Soon, every black-suited man lay motionless on the ground.
Are you all right, miss? Li Yuan approached Xia Qingxian with grace.
I'm fine, thank you, Xia Qingxian replied gratefully. She hadn't expected her rescuer to be such a handsome man, and her heart began to race.
Then concern for Li Yuan surfaced. These men were sent by Jiang Zhenhai.
Though he'd taken down a group, many more henchmen remained at Zhang's disposal.
Li Yuan couldn't fight 4 men alone.
Even if he was exceptionally skilled, these thugs were no match for him.
Jiang Zhenhai could also use police force to arrest Li Yuan.
If Li Yuan dared resist, it would be assaulting an officer fighting against the state apparatus.
They could deploy pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, even grenades and rocket launchers.
You should leave quickly. You can't afford to offend the people behind them, Xia Qingxian kindly urged Li Yuan to depart.
Who's so powerful I can't afford to offend? The king of heaven himself? Li Yuan couldn't care less.
He's right, young man.
Some people you can't afford to offend. Just then, Jiang Zhenhai arrived with his suit-clad bodyguard. So you're the one who had people cause trouble at the hotel? Li Yuan asked, his tone neutral. Yes, it was me. Young man, I see you're quite skilled. Why not join me? In this provincial capital, I, Jiang Zhenhai, hold some influence. Jiang Zhenhai had taken notice of Li Yuan's skills. Besides his legitimate businesses, he also commanded a black market squad specializing in handling dirty work. Among them were elite operatives like Li Fengtian, Old Ning, and Old Mo men who killed without batting an eye. Jiang Zhenhai wanted Li Yuan to work for him too. What can you offer me? Money? Power? Or women? Li Yuan asked with a hint of disdain. Money, power, women, I can give you all of it. How about 5 million yuan a year? Is that enough? How about a woman this beautiful? Jiang Zhenhai pointed at Sha Qingxian as he asked Li Yuan. 5 million? Li Yuan scoffed. Was he even worthy of her? Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. You might end up overeating. Seeing Li Yuan's mocking expression, Jiang Zhenhai grew visibly angry. In the provincial capital, no one dared give him the cold shoulder. Manager, Mr. Jiang is our honored guest. You mustn't neglect him. The hotel manager rushed over to interject. Good morning, readers. Chapter 178, why don't we talk in my room? Boss? Jiang Zhenhai and Sha Qingxian both exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't this 5-star hotel owned by Old Hu? How did it become this young man's? Old Hu's wrinkled face couldn't possibly have produced a son as handsome as Li Yuan. Yes, I'm the new owner of this hotel. Keep your 5 million to feed the beggars, Li Yuan said dismissively. Young man, are you sure you won't give Uncle Hai some face? Jiang Zhenhai narrowed his eyes, radiating an oppressive aura. What's your favor worth? Believe me, I could make you penniless in an instant. Li Yuan wasn't afraid of him. Uncle Hai is furious. The consequences will be severe. So what if you're the owner of this hotel? In the provincial capital, if I order you to shut down, you shut down immediately. Jiang Zhenhai was thoroughly enraged. It had been years since anyone dared speak to him like this. Threatening me? Who the hell do you think you are? Li Yuan swung his fist, landing a solid punch squarely on Jiang Zhenhai's face. No one expected Li Yuan to strike. Even if they had, no one could have stopped his attack. Jiang Zhenhai was sent flying by the force of the blow, several bloody teeth flying from his mouth. Boss, you've caused a huge problem. Our hotel is finished, and so are you, the hotel manager panicked. He'd heard rumors about Jiang Zhenhai's influence in the provincial capital. Truly, he could cover the sky with one hand. Even provincial leaders treated him with utmost courtesy. Get the hell out of my way. You're the one who let this bunch of thugs in, aren't you? Li Yuan shoved the manager aside. They're Jiang Zhenhai's men. I couldn't stop them. Boss, you don't understand Jiang Zhenhai's power. You're courting death. The manager didn't feel he'd done anything wrong, he was just looking out for the hotel's best interests. Take him out. Jiang Zhenhai rose with the support of his suit-clad bodyguards, his breathy voice commanding them to deal with Li Yuan. The man flexed his wrists, sneering coldly at Li Yuan. Although Li Yuan had just taken down several black-suited thugs, he didn't consider Li Yuan a match for him. He had once been an elite mercenary before transitioning to bodyguard work, boasting formidable combat prowess. Jiang Zhenhai surveyed the scene while pulling out his phone to call the police station. Without a word, the man in the suit stomped his right foot hard against the ground and charged forward. His charge was swift, but his flight backward was even faster. Li Yuan had knocked him out with a single kick. What a piece of trash. Is that all you've got? Li Yuan sneered. If Jiang Zhenhai hadn't weathered countless storms, he might have dropped his phone in shock. He knew the suit guy's strength firsthand. He'd protected him multiple times over the years, and he was his most reliable enforcer. He never imagined the man couldn't withstand a single move from Li Yuan. Call for backup. Li Yuan strode toward Jiang Zhenhai. The cold smile on his face sent a chill through Jiang Zhenhai, a man who hadn't known fear in years. Don't come any closer. Jiang Zhenhai extended a hand in a gesture of refusal, trying to make Li Yuan stop. Now you're scared? Where was that fear earlier? Li Yuan flicked Jiang Zhenhai's outstretched hand away. Then he kicked him hard into a chair. Li Yuan tapped Jiang Zhenhai lightly several times. The contact was barely noticeable, yet the hidden force had already penetrated. Jiang Zhenhai was utterly confused. He didn't hit me? What was that about? The pressure points Li Yuan had tapped weren't chosen randomly, they were all vital points. The hidden force, concealed within these vital points, would steadily corrode Jiang Zhenhai's body. After enduring prolonged torment, he would die in agony. Regardless of the reason, since Li Yuan had stopped attacking him, he quickly sat down. Jiang Zhenhai didn't leave. He was waiting for the bureau chief's arrival. He just called the municipal bureau, and Chief Kai Hemming said he'd come over personally. Are you okay? Sha Qingxian hurried over with quick little steps, supporting Li Yuan's arm as she asked with concern. If not for the subtle gesture in her hand, Li Yuan might have believed her. Sha Qingxuan's small hand gently squeezed Li Yuan's arm. I'm fine. But what's with your hands? Li Yuan teased with a smirk. Hee hee. Sha Qingxian gave a silly grin and let go. Just as the two of them were about to share some private words, sirens blared outside. Oh no! You better run. Jiang Zhenhai must have called the cops. They're all in cahoots, they'll arrest you. Sha Qingxian pushed Li Yuan anxiously. Relax, they're here for Jiang Zhenhai, Li Yuan declared confidently. Arrest Jiang Zhenhai? Sha Qingxian looked skeptical. Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Come for me? I hold the chief's little secret. How dare he disobey me? Soon, police officers led by Kai Hemming arrived at the hotel restaurant. The moment they spotted Jiang Zhenhai, the officers swarmed around him. Why are you surrounding me? I'm the victim here. Look at my face, it's injured. Jiang Zhenhai shouted loudly and angrily. Seeing Jiang Zhenhai flailing his arms, the officers immediately pounced, pinned him to the ground, and cuffed him. Earlier, Li Yuan had altered Jiang Zhenhai's status to extremist terrorist. The officers were being lenient by not shooting him on the spot. Commissioner Kai, what's the meaning of this? Jiang Zhenhai still tried to threaten Kai Hemming. But when dealing with an extreme terrorist, Kai Hemming dared not show any mercy. After all, the state placed immense importance on counter-terrorism. Cracking down on organized crime required evidence, but counter-terrorism only needed a list. Jiang Zhenhai's name was now circulating throughout the entire government apparatus. Even if he wanted to shield him, he wouldn't dare intervene now. He could only wait for a future opportunity to quietly eliminate Jiang Zhenhai. Take him away, Kai Hemming ordered. Jiang Zhenhai was escorted out. Kai Hemming, are you trying to go down with the ship? Jiang Zhenhai realized this was serious business. He hadn't expected Kai Hemming to openly target him like this. Wasn't he afraid of being dragged down with him? Had Kai Hemming given up on his career? Take him away, Kai Hemming barked coldly, his face dark. This time, Kai Hemming had brought only his own trusted confidants. While they couldn't eliminate Jiang Zhenhai midway, they could certainly keep certain secrets. What's going on? Jiang Zhenhai's removal left Sha Qingxian utterly bewildered. Weren't these two in cahoots? Had they turned on each other now? The fact that Jiang Zhenhai was an extreme terrorist was only known at the government level. Ordinary people remained unaware. Then who does? Li Yuan shrugged. Cut the crap. You just said they were here to arrest Jiang Zhenhai, which means you knew all along. Don't try to fool me. Sha Qingxian was now channeling her inner Conan. Such private matters can't be discussed in public. We need a quiet place to talk properly. Li Yuan deliberately left her hanging. Well, how about my room? Sha Qingxian suggested tentatively. That move was a bit odd. Chapter 179, this woman is no ordinary person. Well, that might not be appropriate. Li Yuan countered with a strategic retreat. Hearing this, Sha Qingxian felt somewhat satisfied. It's fine. We're just discussing the issue. Would you be rude to me? Of course not. I'm a man of integrity. I'm very upright. That's good. I like people with integrity. Li Yuan then walked off with the stunning hostess Sha Qingxian, leaving Yu Li Zi and the others gazing after them with envy. Li Yuan is truly a walking heartthrob. Wherever he goes, stunning beauties throw themselves at him. If only I had half of Li Yuan's skills. Easy fix. Li Yuan only hooks girls scoring over 90. Just go for a 45-pointer and you're halfway there. Damn, is that even half? Ha ha. But Li Yuan and Sha Qingxian walked back after a moment and approached the hotel manager. The hotel manager had thought he'd dodged a bullet, but seeing Li Yuan return made his heart sink. Boss. Don't call me boss. I'm not worthy of that title. You'd better find another job. Li Yuan waved his hand, cutting off the hotel manager. I was only thinking of the hotel's best interests. Jiang Zhenhai holds absolute power in the provincial capital. No one dares cross him. I let those men in black suits in precisely to avoid provoking Jiang Zhenhai. I don't believe I did anything wrong. The manager insisted with righteous indignation, unaware of Li Yuan's immense influence that could land Jiang Zhenhai in trouble. In his mind, he hadn't done anything wrong. A 5-star hotel fails to provide its guests with basic security, yet you claim you did nothing wrong? You're quite the talent. Talents like yours belong in the traitor profession. This hotel can't accommodate you. Get out. Li Yuan was nearly laughing in anger. Thinking only of himself, completely disregarding the guests' safety? I'm a veteran of this hotel. Firing me would cost you a fortune in compensation. It's not worth it. You're better off letting me stay. It's just money. I have it. Now get out right this instant. Trying to intimidate Li Yuan with money? How laughable. Oomph. The hotel manager snorted angrily and turned to leave. Did you have a replacement lined up before firing him? Sha Qingxian asked. No, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't care less if the hotel closes. Li Yuan replied indifferently. After all, the hotel was free to begin with. If it went under, so be it. I'm a regular here. I know someone quite talented, though she's in a low position, just a lobby supervisor. A supervisor? Promoting her to hotel manager would be quite an exception. But if she's truly talented, why not? Li Yuan didn't care either way, it was just a matter of whether others would accept it. Most likely, they wouldn't. Skipping several ranks to promote her to hotel manager would inevitably spark gossip. Who wouldn't be jealous? Who is this person? Take me to meet her, Li Yuan said. Right away. Sha Qingxian and Li Yuan made their way to the hotel lobby, where they spotted a woman dressed in a professional suit. She appeared to be around 28 or 29, radiating a commanding presence with an iron-willed aura. Not just any kind of toughness, it felt like she'd seen blood. Most people might not sense it, but Li Yuan was no ordinary man. This is Hu Kelly. She studied hotel management in school but didn't pursue that career after graduation. She only recently started working at the hotel. Otherwise, with her talent, she'd likely be a supervisor or even an assistant manager by now. Sha Qingxian and Hu Kelly must be quite close, given how enthusiastically she recommended her. Li Yuan was intrigued by his own intuition. He sensed Hu Kelly was no ordinary person. Li Yuan immediately pulled up Hu Kelly's attribute panel. The other sections held little interest for him, he was solely curious about her past. Through the profile, Li Yuan learned that Hu Kelly had actually worked as a mercenary, though only briefly, for just 2 years. You attended university abroad, right? Li Yuan asked Hu Kelly. Yes, Hu Kelly nodded. Iron Wolf. Nice name, Li Yuan remarked, seemingly out of nowhere. Sha Qingxian looked puzzled, but Hu Kelly instantly tensed up. Iron Wolf was the name of the mercenary group she had once joined. How could she not be nervous when Li Yuan knew that name? Are you here to arrest me? Hu Kelly's hands clenched unseen, ready to strike at any moment. What are you two talking about? Sha Qingxian was completely baffled by their exchange. I don't have time for this nonsense. From now on, you're the manager of this hotel. If anyone dares to bully you, just mention my name. Iron Wolf won't cut it. If he dares to show his face, I'll make sure he becomes a dead wolf. Li Yuan's domineering words slightly moved Hu Kelly, though she didn't take them entirely seriously. She knew Iron Wolf's capabilities. Remember my words, Iron Wolf doesn't even register on my radar. Li Yuan emphasized once more. This time, Hu Kelly was genuinely taken aback. Li Yuan wouldn't repeat himself like that without reason. Got it, boss. I understand. Hu Kelly nodded solemnly. What are you two talking about? Who's Iron Wolf? Sha Qingxian was completely confused. Let's discuss this in your room. Li Yuan took Sha Qingxian's small hand and led her toward the elevator. So mysterious, Sha Qingxian muttered under her breath. They soon reached the upper floors. Sha Qingxian and Li Yuan lived just one floor apart, and even more coincidentally, their rooms were directly above and below each other. One was 506, the other 606. You think this is fate? Li Yuan asked with a playful expression. If you say so, Sha Qingxian replied lazily, sinking into the sofa. The near-kidnapping incident left her feeling like she'd just escaped a close call. By the way, what would you like to drink? Sha Qingxian sat up straight on the sofa and asked with concern. I'd like some milk. Milk? Plain milk or yogurt? We don't have any here. I'll go buy some right now. That's too much trouble. Don't bother. Then what would you like? Then I'll have some Bartholin's gland fluid. Huh? What's that? Such a technical term left Sha Qingxian a bit confused. Li Yuan leaned close to Sha Qingxian's ear, blew gently, and whispered an explanation. First, Sha Qingxian felt a slight burn from Li Yuan's warm breath, then her face flushed bright red upon hearing his explanation. Didn't you say you were very upright? Sha Qingxian playfully tapped Li Yuan, her tone tinged with petulance. Yeah, I'm very upright, Li Yuan drawled deliberately. Oh my, so that's what you meant. You're so naughty. Sha Qingxian finally understood the implication behind his words. And I can be even worse. Doubting the Milky Way descended from the heavens. Chapter 180, I'm not just anyone. Oh my, I'm not the kind of person who just goes around with anyone. Sha Qingxian braced her hands against Li Yuan's shoulders, preventing him from falling. You make it sound like I'm the promiscuous one. I'm not that kind of person either, Li Yuan declared with an earnest expression. Yeah, right, Sha Qingxian scoffed, her eyes full of disbelief. I'm not easy, I've had my fair share of people when I was easy. Li Yuan chuckled. He casually tapped Sha Qingxian twice, and her arms instantly went limp, unable to support Li Yuan's weight. Li Yuan fell onto her, crashing down on top of her body. His lips descended like a cruise missile, landing precisely on hers. Sha Qingxian's eyes widened instantly, her first kiss. Why did you let go? I didn't do it on purpose. Li Yuan played innocent after getting his way. I don't buy it. My arms suddenly went limp. You did that, didn't you? Sha Qingxian wasn't so easily fooled. Had she just met Li Yuan, she might have believed this sunny, handsome young man. But after witnessing his skills and tricks, she wasn't buying it. I never mess with people, Li Yuan declared solemnly. I only mess with people, pretty ones, at that. Li Yuan silently added in his mind. You stole a kiss from me just now. It wasn't consensual. That's not fair, Sha Qingxian pouted in protest. Oh, then what would be fair? Asking you first and getting your nod? Li Yuan inquired. Sha Qingxian didn't speak. The hand resting on Li Yuan's waist swiftly moved to the back of his head, pressing it toward her. This time, she intended to force a kiss on him. Li Yuan sensed no malice in Sha Qingxian's actions, so he let her have her way. It was a very, very long kiss, so long that Sha Qingxian couldn't even remember when her clothes had disappeared. Ha! Where are my clothes? Only then did Sha Qingxian come to her senses, a testament to how masterful Li Yuan's undressing skills had become. Maybe your clothes thought they were in the way and ran off? Li Yuan blurted out nonsense. You're pulling my leg. Humph, you're obviously an old hand at this. How many girls have you tricked? Tell me. Sha Qingxian quickly covered herself, determined not to let Li Yuan, this seasoned player, get his way. She'd only intended to flirt with Li Yuan, never expecting things to escalate to this point. Sha Qingxian tried to pull away, but Li Yuan wasn't about to let her go so easily. Just as he was about to use his dragon claw technique, Sha Qingxian's phone rang. I need to take this call. Sha Qingxian scrambled to her feet, grabbed the clothes that had fallen under the sofa, threw them on, and walked over to the bedside to retrieve her small purse. She pulled out her phone and saw it was the bank calling, definitely a debt collector. She pressed the power button to silence it, then tossed the phone back into her bag. My phone doesn't make a sound when I press the power button to silence it. I wonder if yours does. Why didn't you answer? Li Yuan sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked. It's the bank calling about a payment. Didn't feel like answering, Sha Qingxian replied, her tone sounding a bit down. You owe the bank money? Li Yuan knew Sha Qingxian had debts, but he couldn't very well say that out loud. It would make him sound like he could see the future. A friend wanted to direct a play recently and asked me to be part of it. She made it sound really great, and since she couldn't secure any funding, I agreed. And it flopped? Li Yuan asked. Yeah, we lost everything. 5 million in investment, plus over 7 million in promotion, but only made a little over $1 million at the box office. And my friend got depressed and killed herself. Sha Qingxian's expression grew even more sorrowful. Suicide? Li Yuan hadn't realized someone had died in the process. Life is so fragile, he sighed. Yes. My life savings were wiped out in one fell swoop, and I still have a huge mortgage to pay off. But I'm not afraid anymore, the bank can't touch me. Sha Qingxian still seemed remarkably composed. The fact that she could still afford 5-star hotels showed her situation wasn't dire. Though she owed a considerable amount, she remained a well-known host with substantial annual income. Things would improve in a few years. Only one person had been troubling her lately. The station director's son had heard about Sha Qingxian's financial difficulties and asked his father to pressure her into becoming his girlfriend. The station director, surprised his son hadn't settled down despite his age, was unusually attentive toward Sha Qingxian and decided to play matchmaker. But Sha Qingxian couldn't care less about the station director's son. The station director wanted to give Sha Qingxian a wake-up call. A minor event like a provincial college running competition didn't require a big-name host like her. But the station chief had insisted on assigning her to this assignment precisely to make her face reality. You may be a top-tier host at the station, but you haven't reached the top spot yet. Sidelining a host is as easy as pie. Assigning her to host this minor event was merely the first step. If she remained uncooperative, she might face genuine benching. At a time when Sha Qingxian desperately needed work to make ends meet, the station director's move was nothing short of cruel. Need any help? Li Yuan asked. He didn't act on his own initiative, mainly because he didn't know Sha Qingxian's personality well. What if she disliked this kind of charity? No need. I can handle it myself. It's only about 2 million yuan. I'll just work a few more years. Sha Qingxian waved him off, looking utterly unconcerned. Good attitude. But life should be enjoyed, don't push yourself too hard. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Li Yuan offered his assurance. Thanks, Sha Qingxian replied sincerely. If Li Yuan hadn't stepped in today, Jiang Zhenhai's men would have taken her away, and a life of humiliation would have awaited her. If Jiang Zhenhai treated her with genuine kindness, her fate might be slightly better. But if he favored some twisted methods, she'd truly be left with nowhere to turn. And if he ever grew tired of her, he might just casually bestow her upon one of his underlings, then her fate would be utterly unpredictable. You're welcome. I should be the one apologizing. Why apologize to me? Sha Qingxian didn't quite understand. Because I'm going to devour you. Li Yuan chuckled wickedly as he approached the bed. Oh my, you. A very, very long time later. I have to host tomorrow, and my body feels like it's falling apart. Will I be okay by then? Sha Qingxian said worriedly. She shot Li Yuan a fierce glare. Did he have to be so impatient? Relax, I know acupressure. I guarantee you'll feel refreshed in no time, ready for another 300 rounds, Li Yuan assured her, patting his chest. Though it felt like he wasn't pounding on his own chest. Sha Qingxian shot Li Yuan another disapproving look. How reliable is that? Sha Qingxian asked, half convinced. What else can you do? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Just give it a shot and see. Li Yuan replied. Dead horse? You're the dead horse. Sha Qingxian gave Li Yuan a light kick. But the placement of that kick felt a bit off. Lie down properly. I'm going to give you a massage. Li Yuan patted Sha Qingxian's butt. Though still skeptical, Sha Qingxian obediently lay face down. Even if it didn't work as miraculously as Li Yuan claimed, a massage felt pretty darn good. Another image stolen from the author. Chapter 181, Traditional Chinese Massage and Acupuncture. Li Yuan placed both hands on Sha Qingxian's back and began acupressure massage. Combined with the application of hidden force, the results were outstanding. You're so good at this, did you study massage professionally? Sha Qingxian asked, her face radiant with pleasure. She'd had spa treatments before, but the therapist's massages paled in comparison to Li Yuan's. I never studied it. I'm just naturally gifted, I pick things up instantly. This wasn't Li Yuan boasting. With the support of his hidden strength, his massage didn't need any fancy techniques. Plus, his mastery of medical knowledge meant he knew the acupoints like the back of his hand. Of course, his technique was different from others. Are you just bragging? Sha Qingxian was clearly skeptical. I don't like bragging. I like shooting the breeze, Li Yuan grinned mischievously. Sha Qingxian hadn't understood at first, but seeing Li Yuan's mischievous grin, she couldn't help but get the hint. You really can't go 3 sentences without making a dirty joke. Sha Qingxian shook her head, then lay back down. How about it? Feeling better? Li Yuan asked. It does feel a lot lighter, Sha Qingxian replied. Hearing this, Li Yuan's thoughts wandered again. He looked at the vulnerable spot behind Sha Qingxian and felt tempted to try something. He'd never taken the dry route before. To achieve his goal, Li Yuan unexpectedly resorted to a rare display of cuteness. Who says a man's charm doesn't work? Seeing Li Yuan's adorable pout, Sha Qingxian's heart instantly melted. He was determined. After much discussion, Li Yuan finally. 6 o'clock in the evening. Sha Qingxian lay on the bed, frowning, looking rather pitiful. I know acupuncture. Let me give you a session, it'll fix you right up. Li Yuan pulled out a box of acupuncture needles from his alternate dimension. Where did you get those needles? Sha Qingxian was stunned to see Li Yuan produce a box of needles out of thin air. Was this haunted? Forgot to mention I'm also a magician. I'm quite skilled at it, Li Yuan explained. A magician? That's amazing. I absolutely love magic. Sha Qingxian had even hosted a show featuring magicians before. She adored magic performances, even though she knew they were fake. She'd even worked as a plant before. But some magic tricks rely purely on sleight of hand and skill. Alright, I'll show you a few tricks sometime. Performing magic came effortlessly to Li Yuan. Others' magic might be fake, but his was absolutely real. When he said disappear, it truly vanished, disappearing from Earth entirely, entering another dimension. We'll see about that. Li Yuan inserted silver needles into Sha Qingxian's body, employing the famed 13 fatal needles technique renowned throughout the medical world. Either life or death. It was that extreme. Even life and death could be treated as a game. Removing some pain was still remarkably effective. It would have been simpler to just modify the number of uses, but after mastering such profound medical skills for so long, not putting them to use would be a waste. Plus, it allowed him to show off in front of a beauty. My body feels warm, like a stream of energy is flowing through me. Wherever it passes, it feels so much better. It's incredible. Sha Qingxian exclaimed in astonishment. This completely surpassed her understanding, making her feel like she was reading a novel about a divine healer. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and vast. This is merely the method of channeling energy through acupuncture, nothing to be overly surprised about, Li Yuan said with a light-hearted air. He was full of himself. The more nonchalant Li Yuan appeared, the more impressive he seemed to Sha Qingxian. The acupuncture qi guiding technique sounded incredibly sophisticated, yet Li Yuan dismissed it so casually, truly extraordinary. Are you from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners? Sha Qingxian asked curiously. Not at all. I'm just naturally gifted at learning anything. Li Yuan's words seemed like bragging, yet they were true. Whatever he wanted to learn, he could master it to the highest level in no time, outshining everyone else. I don't buy it. Will you be changing diapers someday? Sha Qingxian teased with a laugh. Changing diapers? That's no big deal. I could even change your diapers for you. Li Yuan joked. You're so annoying. Your acupuncture is amazing. I feel much less pain now. Of course. This is my renowned acupuncture technique, Li Yuan declared proudly, tilting his head back. And you claim you're not from a traditional Chinese medicine family? Even if you're exceptionally talented, who taught you this technique? You didn't just figure it out on your own, did you? Sha Qingxian seized on Li Yuan's words and began to question him. How did you know? Actually, I did figure it out on my own. I just read some medical texts and got it. Li Yuan gave her a look that seemed to say, how did you know, leaving Sha Qingxian speechless. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, I'm hungry. Let's go grab something to eat. Since Li Yuan wasn't willing to elaborate, Sha Qingxian decided not to dwell on it. Is there anything you're craving? Let's go eat that. Li Yuan asked.
There's a new barbecue place that just opened. I've heard it's amazing and have been wanting to try it, but I just haven't had the time.
It's a bit far from here, though. Why don't we just eat at the hotel? Their food is pretty good too.
Sha Qingxian had initially mentioned her preferred spot, but after some thought, she abandoned the idea.
It was too far, and with rush hour traffic, they'd definitely get stuck in traffic. How far is it? If you really want to go, let's go.
Since Sha Qingxian had brought it up, Li Yuan was all for it. Besides, grilled meat was on his list too. It's at least 40 kilometers from here, and with rush hour traffic, it'll be gridlocked. Who knows what time we'd even get there?
40 kilometers? That's practically diagonal. No problem, we'll be there in 10 minutes. Let's go, you lead the way. Li Yuan pulled Sha Qingxian up. 10 minutes? You're flying.
Sha Qingxian was just teasing, but she'd accidentally hit the nail on the head.
I am flying. You'll see soon enough.
Hurry up and get dressed, Li Yuan urged. He had already started dressing himself.
Fly?
Sha Qingxian felt her mind spinning, but seeing Li Yuan fully dressed, she started getting ready too.
Once fully dressed, Sha Qingxian applied a light layer of makeup. Women always pay attention to their appearance when going out, especially stunning beauties.
After all, she turned heads wherever she went.
Let's go. Sha Qingxian was finally ready.
Her makeup took 10 minutes, no chance of meeting Li Yuan's 10-minute deadline.
Stepping into the elevator, Li Yuan pressed the button for the top floor. We're going to the top floor?
Sha Qingxian was puzzled.
Shouldn't they be heading to the first floor? That's right, the rooftop.
There's a surprise waiting for us up there.
Li Yuan deliberately kept her guessing.
If she hadn't gotten to know Li Yuan better, she'd have feared he might sell her out. Upon reaching the stairwell on the top floor, the security chief was already waiting for him. Earlier, Li Yuan had notified the hotel to open the rooftop door. After opening the door, the security chief stood respectfully to the side.
Come on. Li Yuan stepped over the threshold and said to Sha Qingxian. So mysterious.
Sha Qingxian muttered under her breath, taking Li Yuan's hand and stepping out after him.
A helicopter.
Sha Qingxian gasped upon seeing the chopper on the rooftop platform.
Chapter 182, Let's go eat. Let's go.
We're heading out to eat, Li Yuan extended his hand in invitation.
Is this your helicopter?
Sha Qingxian still found it hard to believe. She'd seen wealthy people with helicopters before, but never someone so young. And he was her man.
Yep. Li Yuan took Sha Qingxian's hand and led her to the helicopter.
He opened the door, helped her inside, then took his seat at the controls, fastening on a professional helmet.
Did you get a pilot's license?
Flying around recklessly could get you shot down, Sha Qingxian wanted to confirm.
Relax. Just trust me, Li Yuan said nonchalantly.
Soon, Li Yuan had the helicopter airborne, lifting smoothly off the ground.
Wow, that was so thrilling.
Sha Qingxian exclaimed, forgetting everything else in her excitement.
Did you just get as excited as I did? Li Yuan asked loudly.
Stop it, Sha Qingxian flushed.
Tell me. Li Yuan pressed relentlessly. Not as thrilling as just now, Sha Qingxian finally answered. Li Yuan grinned mischievously, suddenly accelerating the helicopter.
It jerked upward abruptly, startling Sha Qingxian.
Yikes, you're so mean. Fly properly, or else. Or else what? I won't give it to you anymore.
Oh my, what a terrifying punishment, Li Yuan deliberately squealed, making Sha Qingxian's face flush crimson. Her small hands instinctively wrapped around his waist, twisting counterclockwise.
Hey, I'm flying here. Cut it out, you want to crash the plane and kill us both? Li Yuan didn't feel much pain, but he couldn't let it slide. I'm sorry. Sha Qingxian quickly let go.
Little did she know that this slight discomfort meant absolutely nothing to Li Yuan.
There's a huge traffic jam down ahead.
As they passed a bridge, it was packed with cars moving at a snail's pace.
If they'd chosen to drive, they'd probably be stuck in traffic somewhere right now. Flying is definitely more fun, huh?
Li Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile.
Yeah. Sha Qingxian nodded. Doesn't it feel like flying into the clouds? Li Yuan's smile widened.
Oh, you're driving again, Sha Qingxian complained.
No, I was driving a helicopter. Don't you recognize it? Li Yuan feigned ignorance.
Sha Qingxian gave a proud little snort.
Chatting and laughing, they soon arrived at the barbecue restaurant.
We're here.
Where'd you park the helicopter? Sha Qingxian asked. There didn't seem to be a dedicated helipad nearby. See that big courtyard down there? We parked it there. Li Yuan pointed to a patch of land below. That's someone's factory grounds. Can we really park there? Just watch and see. Li Yuan simply landed the helicopter. Sure enough, the security guard came out shortly after.
The guard didn't know what Li Yuan and his crew were up to, but anyone who could fly a helicopter here wasn't someone he wanted to mess with.
He quickly reported the matter to his supervisor. Soon, the owner appeared. "What brings you here?" the owner inquired politely. "We're just stopping by for a quick meal before continuing on," Li Yuan replied. "We're in the middle of production." Before the boss could finish, Li Yuan pulled out 2 stacks of cash and handed them over. 20,000 yuan for lost wages, Li Yuan stated. "Certainly, feel free to park." "Would you like us to clean your helicopter?" the owner inquired respectfully. "No need. This is a brand new aircraft," Li Yuan replied. "Well, what do you suggest we do? I just can't shake this uneasy feeling about keeping that 20,000. The boss said with a troubled look. "Nothing at all. Just don't knock or bump it and we're good. We're outta here." Alright. Take care. "Did you conjure up this 20,000 yuan like magic?" Xi Mutong asked curiously. "Yeah. Pretty cool, huh?" "Pretty cool poof." 2 stacks of cash just appeared. Xi Mutong mimicked the gesture, her face beaming with interest. "I'll teach you sometime." Sure. "Tonight I'll start with a simple one. I can make things inside my body appear inside yours." "That sounds really hard. How could it be simple?" Xi Mutong was puzzled. "You'll see how simple it is once I teach you tonight." Li Yuan teased her with a hint of mystery. "You're being so mysterious again." Xi Mutong shot Li Yuan a disapproving look. She couldn't shake the feeling that Li Yuan wasn't talking about anything serious, though she couldn't quite put her finger on why. It was just that a woman's intuition told her something wasn't right. The two arrived at the barbecue restaurant. It wasn't crowded yet, with only 3 tables occupied. "What would you like to order?" The waiter approached, occasionally stealing glances at Li Yuan. "Just your classic barbecue platter." "Would you like some drinks?" After speaking to the server, Li Yuan turned to Xi Mutong. "Can you handle it? Aren't you flying later? Would that count as drunk driving?" Xi Mutong asked a good question. Did anyone know? Would it count as drunk driving? The waitress stood nearby, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Li Yuan. "This guy is a pilot? Such a young pilot? No problem, bring some draft beer. I can do magic tricks. You forgot?" Li Yuan gestured. "Magic tricks are fake. How could drinking make the alcohol in your blood disappear?" Xi Mutong wasn't buying it. "Sir, drinking and flying is dangerous. You really shouldn't drink," the waiter interjected. The waiter didn't want such a young, handsome pilot to make a mistake, so he couldn't help but speak up. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have bothered. "Fine, then give me some juice, hawthorn juice." Li Yuan wasn't particularly set on drinking. It just felt incomplete to eat grilled meat without something to wash it down. After taking the order, the waitress left. "They make such a perfect couple, handsome guy, beautiful girl. I'm so jealous of them," the waitstaff whispered as they gathered in a huddle. "That woman looks kinda familiar. What do you think? Now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen her somewhere too. I remember now, isn't she the host on our satellite channel? I've seen her show. It really is her. No wonder she looked so familiar. So she's got a boyfriend now? He's so handsome. Wonder what he does for a living? I heard he flies planes. Might be a captain. A captain that young? Is that even legit? Don't captains need a certain number of flight hours? Maybe he's a co-pilot. Even a co-pilot is pretty young." While the waitstaff were chatting away, an unexpected visitor arrived at the door. It was none other than Zhang Jinpeng, the eldest son of the station director. He'd heard from colleagues that the barbecue here was excellent and conveniently close to the station, so he'd brought his rowdy friends along. "How many guests, sir?" the server approached. 8. "This way, please." "Hey, isn't that Xi Mutong? Why is she having dinner with a guy?" "Brother Zhang, didn't you say you'd hooked up with her? Why isn't she eating with you, but with some other guy instead?" "Damn it." Zhang Jinpeng cursed under his breath and strode toward Xi Mutong, feeling inspired to write a new book. Chapter 183, Trying to Show Off Backfires. "Hey, you two, still eating?" Zhang Jinpeng pulled out a chair and sat down, his expression sour as if Xi Mutong really were his girlfriend and had just cuckolded at him. "Zhang Jinpeng, what are you doing here?" Xi Mutong's expression also shifted. Though she had no real connection to him, she was deeply annoyed that Zhang Jinpeng and his father had pressured her into becoming his girlfriend. "How else would I know you're having dinner with that pretty boy behind my back, you?" Zhang Jinpeng sneered. "What business is it of yours? I can eat with whoever I want." "Don't think you're so important," Xi Mutong retorted coldly. Li Yuan watched with keen interest. Though unaware of their history, he could tell this was a forced pairing. "I have nothing to do with him," Xi Mutong hurriedly explained to Li Yuan, afraid he might misunderstand. "She should never have come here. Who knew she'd run into Zhang Jinpeng, that spoiled rich kid?" "I know," Li Yuan replied, having witnessed the afternoon's events firsthand. The moment Li Yuan spoke, Zhang Jinpeng's attention shifted entirely to him. He couldn't show his violent side yet, not until he'd secured Xi Mutong. But Li Yuan was a different story. Today, the 8 of them were determined to entertain Li Yuan thoroughly. "You pretty boy. Before Zhang Jinpeng could finish his threat, Li Yuan kicked him flying across the room. A free plane ticket sent Zhang Jinpeng flying 4-5 meters, crashing into a table. All the tableware on it tumbled down, smashing onto Zhang Jinpeng's head. The loud commotion drew everyone's attention. Waiters and Zhang Jinpeng's rowdy friends rushed over. "Sir, are you okay? Brother Zhang, are you okay? I'm nearly dead, and you ask if I'm okay?" "Beat him to death for me," Zhang Jinpeng managed to say with great difficulty. That kick was no light blow. Zhang Jinpeng's frail little body nearly shattered. If not for the fact they were fellow descendants of the Yellow Emperor, Li Yuan would have finished him off with that kick. "Sir, you can't fight here," the waiter rushed to intervene. "Are you kidding me? Our guy got beaten up, and you say we can't fight? Besides, does fighting depend on location and time? Guys, take him down." Relying on their numbers, Zhang Jinpeng's gang of thugs swarmed toward Li Yuan. They don't know when to quit. Li Yuan rose, intent on knocking them all down. "Dragon King, leave this to us." 3 men approached Li Yuan, bowing respectfully. These 3 were lean and muscular, their sinewy bodies making them look like they could eat a horse. They were all members of the War Soul Hall within the Dragon Soul Temple, here in the provincial capital on a mission. Little did they expect to encounter their leader, Li Yuan, in a barbecue restaurant. "Don't hold back," Li Yuan instructed before sitting back down. With his men present, he didn't need to lift a finger himself. These lowlifes were too weak to even warrant his attention. 3 elite members of the Dragon Soul Hall tilted their heads, revealing bloodthirsty grins as they strode toward the gang of misfits. "Don't come any closer. Assault is illegal. We're calling the police." Seeing the Dragon Soul Hall elite's bulging muscles, the others instantly cowered, a stark contrast to their earlier attitude toward Li Yuan. Remembering Li Yuan's warning, the trio showed no mercy, beating the men until they howled in agony. The waitstaff watched helplessly, too afraid to intervene. Sha Qingxian stood nearby, recounting her tangled history of love and hate with Zhang Jinpeng to Li Yuan. "His dad's the station chief, right? He won't be for much longer." Li Yuan sneered coldly at Zhang Jinpeng. He rose and approached Zhang Jinpeng, towering over him. "Go tell your father this, he's being arrested because of you. Tell him to cherish you while he still can," Li Yuan said coldly. "My father is the station director. Who do you think you are? Sha Qingxian is finished. She'll be sidelined and lose her job. You'll be exposed by the media and end up in prison." Zhang Jinpeng actually dared to threaten Li Yuan now, infuriating him. "Very well. Have him join Tong Yin in prison," Li Yuan ordered his 3 henchmen. "Yes." Zhang Jinpeng tried to speak again, but the 3 henchmen slapped him back into silence before dragging him away. "What are you doing? Where are you taking him?" The gang of friends dared not intervene physically, offering only verbal support. "None of your business. Get lost," Li Yuan barked. The others dared not say more and slunk away. "Bring the grilled meat." With that settled, Li Yuan instructed the waiter. The waiter, now thoroughly frightened, hurried to urge the kitchen to prepare the grilled meat. "What does Dragon King mean?" Sha Qingxian asked curiously. It sounded a bit unconventional. "Just a title. They're all my employees," Li Yuan replied casually, offering no further explanation. "You just openly took Zhang Jinpeng away. Won't that cause trouble? They might pin kidnapping on you," Sha Qingxian worried. "Don't worry. On this earth, no one can hurt me," Li Yuan declared with authority. "You're just bragging." Sha Qingxian chuckled lightly at his words, not taking them seriously at all. Naturally, Li Yuan wouldn't explain the system either. "Stop worrying about me. I'll handle Zhang Jinpeng and his father's affairs for you. As for the bank debt, I'll cover it for you," Li Yuan said. "No need. I'll earn it back slowly myself. How could I let you spend money on this?" Sha Qingxian refused. She didn't want to owe Li Yuan anything. It would make her feel like their relationship had changed. "You're my woman. What's wrong with me paying off your debts? If you don't want to owe me, just pay me back slowly over time," Li Yuan said. "It's settled then. You'd better perform well tonight," Li Yuan insisted firmly. "Ugh, you're always so inappropriate," Sha Qingxian flushed again. Even though she was a worldly TV host, she was still a virgin who had just lost her virginity. How could she handle Li Yuan's reckless behavior? Given enough time, perhaps Sha Qingxian would be the one driving, with Li Yuan chasing after her. The grilled meat arrived. Honestly, it tasted pretty good. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Sha Qingxian asked, seeking approval. "Not bad, but still a notch below my own cooking." Li Yuan spoke honestly. "You're that good? Want to show me sometime?" Sha Qingxian asked eagerly. "Sure thing. Once you taste my cooking, you won't forget it." "Hey, looks like you've already eaten." Li Yuan's tone turned playful again. "Already eaten? Oh my, you, really?" Sha Qingxian took a big bite of the grilled meat. Seeing this, Li Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Though he had strong defenses, he could empathize all too well. Eat, eat. Too bad there's no time. Chapter 184, Zhang Jinpeng gets brutally taken down.
Li Yuan and Sha Qingxian were eating and chatting cheerfully, their conversation both raunchy and violent. Zhang Jinpeng, however, was not so fortunate, though he did find sexual satisfaction. The three men had taken him to an auto repair shop, where several burly men, all members of the Dragon Soul Temple, were waiting. Their mission was to scout the strength of the provincial capital's underground forces, preparing for their next offensive against the city. The Dragon Soul sect now controlled all of Anqing, half of Liqing, and had begun sporadically expanding into surrounding smaller cities. The provincial capital was their next major target. As the provincial seat, its economic development lagged behind Anqing, but its strategic significance was incomparable. "Area, who's this guy? Why bring him here?" one of the burly men asked. "Get lost. Don't ing call me Area, I'm a badass." The man addressed as Area bristled. "We ran into the Dragon King today. This kid had the nerve to offend him. We just happened to see it happen. The Dragon King told us to take care of him and dump him in northern Myanmar. This puny little punk dared to offend the Dragon King? His skinny frame wouldn't even hold up to a single punch." The other men sneered at Zhang Jinpeng. "Gentlemen, spare my life. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Please let me go. I have money at home, name your price, I'll pay it all." Faced with the imposing figures of the burly men, Zhang Jinpeng was instantly overcome with terror. He wept bitterly as he begged for mercy. "Begging us won't help. The Dragon King is a god in our hearts. You dare to offend him. If not you, then who else should we deal with? Too bad Brother Sanpao isn't here this time. Otherwise, we'd give you a proper lesson. Even without Brother Sanpao, we've got plenty of tools here at the repair shop: batteries, air pumps, pressure washers. We've got all kinds of ways to make things interesting." "Exactly. If women can be played with, why not this kid? Let's get started, brothers." "No. Help. Please, I beg you." Zhang Jinpeng froze in terror as the burly men brought out their array of repair tools. "We're not leaving until we're drunk tonight. Pour some alcohol on this little brother. Bro, this is way too humane. The kid's bleeding from his wounds and we're disinfecting him with alcohol? The taste, though, indescribable. Gag him. Save us the wailing later." Two men grabbed Zhang Jinpeng and shoved a car cleaning rag straight into his mouth. Zhang Jinpeng's face twisted with terror as he braced for the wonderful experience ahead. Under the alcohol's effect, Zhang Jinpeng began showing signs of intoxication, his expression growing dazed. "Bro, this guy can't take it anymore. Then let's get him out of here. Throw him in the shed and send him packing tomorrow 1,000 miles away." "Understood." Li Yuan, having finished his meal, wasn't idle either. When he met Kai Hemming at noon, the system displayed his attribute panel. Though Kai Hemming wasn't a good official, he could still be useful to Li Yuan. Moreover, Li Yuan could modify his character to make him serve the people. As for the Dragon Soul Hall matter, that would be handled with discretion. He maxed out Kai Hemming's loyalty. Then he adjusted the loyalty levels of the provincial leadership elite. From that point on, he held absolute power within the province. Of course, Li Yuan wouldn't commit wrongdoing without cause. He knew his limits. As for Zhang Jinpeng and his station director father, Li Yuan showed no mercy. Anyone who dared to make a move on his woman had better be prepared to face the consequences. "Come back to Anqing with me, or Beijing is fine too. Do you have family here?" Flying in the helicopter, Li Yuan wanted Sha Qingxian to accompany him to Anqing. Beijing had Tiancheng Entertainment, where she could be groomed into a star. Actors, singers, and hosts are all viable options. Money can provide plenty of resources, but whether you become popular or not depends on your personal destiny. "My parents are back home. They don't need to worry too much, but my career here is going reasonably well. If I went back, I wouldn't know what to do," Sha Qingxian expressed her concerns. "If you want to pursue this industry, I have an entertainment company. If you don't want to work, I don't mind supporting you." "You have an entertainment company?" Sha Qingxian was taken aback. How could Li Yuan be so young yet own so many businesses? What's so surprising about owning an entertainment company? Li Yuan didn't think it was anything special. "What's the name of your entertainment company?" Sha Qingxian asked, her curiosity piqued. Being in the entertainment industry herself, she naturally paid close attention to matters within the circle. "Tiancheng Entertainment. Just a small company." "Tiancheng Entertainment is your company? It's been all over the news lately. Just the other day, they donated 1 billion yuan at a charity gala. That's seriously impressive. All the major media outlets are covering Tiancheng Entertainment now. Dao Jingjing has gotten a huge boost in popularity because of it. Her buzz is even surpassing the top male and female superstars right now," Sha Qingxian said enviously. "Who wouldn't want to be a superstar? To be household names that would make a lifetime worthwhile." "Gao Jingjing? She's my woman. That 1 billion yuan? I told her to donate it," Li Yuan said casually. He was brimming with arrogance. "She's your woman? Spill it. Are you super promiscuous? How many girlfriends do you actually have?" Sha Qingxian asked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. If he was with her, why bring up other women? Couldn't he just lie to her?
Having been tempered by the crowd, Li Yuan wasn't so straightforward anymore. Hearing this, he immediately backtracked. What other woman? I was just joking with you. You're my only girlfriend. Really?
Sha Qingxian didn't believe him for a second, but deep down, she was happy. Sometimes, all a woman wants is superficial reassurance.
Of course it's true. As true as it gets, Li Yuan affirmed with certainty.
What he was thinking inside, who knows?
Fine, whatever. Sha Qingxian knew Li Yuan was lying, but she didn't care.
As long as she was the one with Li Yuan right now, that was all that mattered.
The helicopter flew swiftly, soon arriving at the 5-star hotel.
After eating and drinking to their heart's content, thoughts of. Just as Li Yuan and Sha Qingxian were getting carried away, a whistleblower letter arrived at the disciplinary inspection department. The letter accused the director of the provincial television station Zhang Jinpeng's boss, Zhang Dafu. Simultaneously, the disciplinary inspection department received orders from higher-ups to conduct a thorough investigation into Zhang Dafa.
Thus, the disciplinary inspection department dispatched officers overnight to invite Zhang Dafa in.
At the time, Zhang Dafa was playing a friendly game with a TV station anchor. Little did he know that just 1 minute into the match, he'd be whisked away for a chat with the disciplinary inspectors.
What did I do wrong? Why am I being detained in the middle of the night? Zhang Dafa tried to put up a fight.
Take a look for yourself, the disciplinary officer said, tossing the complaint materials onto the table in front of Zhang Dafa.
Zhang Dafu picked up the documents and began reading.
The more he read, the more his heart raced, his hands trembled, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead.
This. Study hard. Chapter 185, Flying a Helicopter to the Competition. Confess honestly, and we might consider it a mitigating factor, the disciplinary officer said.
These allegations are all fabricated. I never did any of these things.
Zhang Dafa tried to wriggle out of it.
He believed his crimes were sufficiently concealed and others wouldn't be able to find concrete evidence.
Since you refuse to come clean, you'll face a storm of consequences. Hope you know what you're doing. Let's go. The agent's abrupt departure left Zhang Dafa bewildered. No questions? Had they obtained evidence, or were they completely in the dark? This uncertainty left him feeling uneasy.
The disciplinary inspection team currently had no evidence, but the last page of the whistleblower letter stated, all evidence would be submitted tomorrow. The disciplinary committee was also waiting for the evidence. All of this was Li Yuan's arrangement.
If we're going to uproot it, we'll pull it out by the roots.
To ruin his reputation, destroy his future prospects, and make him rot in prison, that was far more cruel than simply killing him outright. Early the next morning, Sha Qingxian dabbed her lips with a tissue, wiping away a white liquid. She'd accidentally spilled some milk while drinking earlier.
Why should I explain? Let's grab a bite before heading to the gym.
Another boring run session, those guys are so weak, it's not even worth getting excited about, Li Yuan grumbled. But I'll be there hosting, so just think of it as keeping me company, Sha Qingxian said, pinching Li Yuan's arm.
I'm only here because of you. Otherwise, my teacher wouldn't have a chance of dragging me out of bed.
Though Li Yuan's words might have seemed like flattery, they were also true.
Back then, Yuli Zi had lured Li Yuan over with the temptation of a gorgeous woman. Really? That makes me so happy, I'll reward you.
Sha Qingxian said, leaning in for a kiss.
Get up.
Kiss me after you brush your teeth.
Li Yuan rolled over and jumped out of bed. Like you're not disgusted with yourself.
Sha Qingxian shot Li Yuan a disapproving look before getting up to dress. When they arrived at the dining hall, Yuli Zi and the others were already there, eating. Seeing Li Yuan bring Sha Qingxian into the dining room, Yuli Zi silently gave him a thumbs up.
Li Yuan smiled smugly and led Sha Qingxian over to get breakfast. Man, I'm so jealous of Li Yuan's luck with women.
At school, he's got Xi Mutong, Zhu Zixuan, and occasionally Wu Meishue. Outside of school, we know about Su Huijing, and now there's Sha Qingxian too.
There must be others we just don't know about.
Yuli Zi and the other three began discussing.
Looks like your intel's outdated. Li Yuan just brought back 2 more girls, absolute stunners.
One's in archaeology, the other in finance. Those 2 are probably his girls too.
Seriously?
I did hear about 2 campus-level beauties arriving at school.
Are they connected to Li Yuan too? Insiders say Li Yuan took them to the president's office to handle enrollment procedures. How else could he be so attentive? Li Yuan, you're too much.
Leave us some survivors. Li Yuan has quite the flair reminiscent of my younger days.
Yuli Zi boasted. Teacher, no offense, but you? Ha! I'll make you laugh, my ass. Think you're better than me? I was quite the looker in my youth. Yuli Zi ran his fingers through his thinning hair.
You're still handsome now, teacher, said athletic student A.
Right?
Yuli Zi beamed, tilting his head back.
Handsome as hell, greasy as a pig, sports student B delivered the perfect finishing blow. Go to hell.
Yuli Zi hurled a wad of toilet paper at athlete B. Li Yuan and Sha Qingxian grabbed their food and glanced over at Yuli Zi and the others.
Seeing them chatting and laughing, they found an empty spot and sat down. Aren't you going to eat with your classmates and teachers? Sha Qingxian asked, standing beside Li Yuan. No need.
They're having their own conversation.
We won't go over and rub it in. Li Yuan glanced over that way as he spoke. Come on, sit down. Li Yuan patted Sha Qingxian's stocking-clad thigh.
Sha Qingxian sat down across from Li Yuan, and the two began to eat heartily. I transferred 10 million to your account.
Settle the debt first. Li Yuan said casually while eating. You transferred money to me? Sha Qingxian pulled out her phone. Sure enough, a bank notification had arrived, confirming the 10 million yuan deposit.
She hadn't heard it earlier while rushing to get breakfast.
How did you even get my bank account number?
Sha Qingxian couldn't even remember her own card number. Besides, she hadn't brought her card with her. It couldn't have been Li Yuan secretly checking her bank details while she slept.
None of this is difficult for me. Last night, Zhang Dafa was taken away by the disciplinary inspection department. They'll interrogate him today.
Li Yuan said, looking at Sha Qingxian.
You made your move? Sha Qingxian felt overwhelmed by Li Yuan's immense influence.
Yesterday, he seemed perfectly normal, yet Zhang Dafa, a provincial station director, had been taken away.
You could say that. A minor station director? No need for me to get my hands dirty.
My people handled it, Li Yuan said casually. The more he downplayed it, the more mysterious and unfathomable Li Yuan seemed to Sha Qingxian. This made her feel a hint of apprehension toward him. This was precisely what Li Yuan intended to show her. A woman who knew her place was the perfect one. After breakfast, Li Yuan suggested taking the helicopter to the stadium.
Isn't that a bit too flashy? Li Zi worried. He wanted to take the helicopter too, but wouldn't that be too flashy? What would the students and teachers from other schools, or the sports department officials, think? Who cares what they think? Just enjoy it. Li Yuan couldn't care less. The provincial bigwigs were already under his command. Why would he care what some sports bureau official thought? But, no buts about it.
Anyone who tries to give us a hard time, I'll take them down.
Li Yuan declared firmly. All right. With Li Yuan speaking so decisively, what else could Li Zi say?
Even the principal greeted Li Yuan with a smile. He certainly wouldn't dare cross him. So the group boarded the helicopter and set off.
Destination, Provincial Capital Gymnasium.
The stadium was already bustling with participating students from various schools, gathered at the entrance awaiting the gates to open. This time, we absolutely must achieve a top ranking to represent the provincial team at the National College 100-meter sprint championship.
Does everyone have confidence? The school's physical education teacher began rallying the team.
Yes, the participating athletes shouted in unison. Their commotion made the security guard frown.
What were they shouting about so early in the morning?
It was ruining his chance to watch videos of beautiful young women dancing. The guard glanced at his watch. The gates weren't scheduled to open for another minute.
Fine, he sighed, shaking his head.
I'll open the gate a minute early today. For the sake of the pretty girls, he made an exception, though he was usually quite strict about his principles. He pressed the electric switch and the gates slowly opened. Just then, a helicopter flew overhead, passing above the gate before landing in the sports complex courtyard.
This AI painting is well done. Chapter 186, The Joy of Showing Off.
The old man outside the gate set down the beautiful young lady and hurried over. In all his years working here, he'd never seen a leader make such a grand entrance.
What was going on today?
As the old man approached, he saw Li Yuan and his crew opening the door to disembark. The security guard was a bit confused. He didn't recognize any of these people.
Who are you guys? The old man asked politely. We're here to compete. We're from Anqing University, Li Zi replied, striking up a conversation with the guard. Your Anqing University is so flashy?
Flying in by helicopter for the competition. Got a pilot's license, right? The old man fired off questions in rapid succession.
Of course we did. How else would we have flown here? Li Yuan said as he stepped off the helicopter. You're Sha Qingxian?
You're here too. The old man at the door ignored Li Yuan but lit up when he saw Sha Qingxian. Sha Qingxian was quite popular in the provincial capital, and this old man recognized her. Yes, we came together, Sha Qingxian nodded. Well, with Ms. Sha here, that settles it. It's just a competition, no need to make such a big deal out of it.
The old man lectured her with great authority before walking away.
That old man, Yuli muttered under her breath, though she couldn't really say much more.
What if the old man actually collapsed on the spot?
While the old man outside didn't seem to care, the young people from other schools couldn't just ignore it. They pulled out their phones and started snapping photos. Some even posted them on their social feeds and group chats, sparking a huge reaction. The once quiet group chat suddenly erupted with activity, everyone asking who was so skilled. This gave them something to brag about, and they started typing or recording voice messages on their phones.
Li Yuan and his group walked deeper into the gymnasium.
This place is pretty big, almost as big as my private estate.
Li Yuan exclaimed. Private estate? You have a private estate? Li Zi and the others stopped in their tracks, staring at Li Yuan in shock. What's the big deal? Having a private estate is pretty common, isn't it? Li Yuan said with a touch of arrogance. Common? My ass. That's not something ordinary people can own, Ulysses snapped. Forget ordinary people, even many wealthy tycoons don't have one, Ulysses added. What about the wealthier ones? Li Yuan countered. The really big ones? Maybe some do, Ulysses said uncertainly. Then that's it. China has plenty of super rich people, Li Yuan stated. You make a point, but I still think you're just being pretentious. How big is your private estate anyway? Not that big, just 152 mu, Li Yuan said casually. Put. Good thing I wasn't drinking water, or I'd have sprayed you with soda. Ulysses flared up again. Like she was on her monthly visit. Calm down, teacher. If it weren't bigger, how could I keep tigers, pandas, polar bears, crocodiles, and all that? This place feels too small already. Li Yuan continued his snobby explanation. You're something else. Ulysses was not only speechless but also utterly exasperated. The others remained silent, but their peculiar expressions spoke volumes. Their minds were racing with 1,000 wild thoughts. You could separate your animal kingdom from the private estate, Ulysses suggested. Otherwise, come summer heat, the smells would be unbearable. Teacher, you're absolutely right. I'll buy another plot of land just for the zoo. Li Yuan clapped his hands, convinced it made perfect sense. Fine, you have the money, do as you please. What else could Ulysses say? The world of the wealthy was indeed straightforward and blunt. At that moment, a sleek sports car roared into the stadium entrance, charging straight inside. The thunderous roar drew the attention of many. Two young men stepped out of the car, their faces brimming with arrogance, as if driving a Pagani Huayra was some extraordinary feat. These two were the provincial university's representatives for the 100-meter dash competition. One was Zhang San, the other Li Si. They had deliberately driven Zhang San's father's sports car to show off among the students from various schools. But when they saw the expressions on the crowd's faces, it wasn't what they had imagined. Students and teachers from other schools merely glanced at them briefly before turning their attention elsewhere, resuming their own conversations. What's going on? This isn't quite what we expected. Zhang San said to Li Si. To get his dad's car out, Zhang San had to sweet-talk and trick him, claiming it was all to chase after a girl. After going to such lengths, getting no response would be like lighting a lamp for a blind man. No clue. Why don't we go listen in on what they're talking about? Li Si suggested. Alright, let's sneak over quietly. Zhang San was also curious about their conversation. So the two approached, pretending not to care. What model is this helicopter? How much power does it have? Did you find it? As Zhang San and Li Si drew near, their conversation left them puzzled. Sports cars weren't exciting anymore now they were talking about helicopters. No luck. Seems like a modified version. It's got 10 seats. Civilian helicopters don't usually have that many. Modified too. That's impressive. Zhang San and Li Si grew more and more confused. Modified? 10 seats? Modified rotor blades? This was a sports arena. They'd come for athletic competitions, yet it felt like they'd stumbled into a helicopter science fair. Guys, what are you talking about? Zhang San couldn't help but ask. The group had been deep in discussion, startled out of their thoughts by the sudden voice from behind. Damn, when did we get 2 extra people? One of them couldn't help but mutter. Zhang San and Li Si's faces darkened at the remark. Thankfully, the guy hadn't called them 2 big rats, otherwise, they would have lost it. What are you guys talking about helicopters for? Zhang San asked again. The one right at the entrance. Haven't you seen it? One of them pointed toward the helicopter parked at the main gate of the gymnasium. Zhang San and Li Si followed the direction of the finger and spotted Li Yuan's helicopter. Earlier, they'd been so excited driving in their supercar that they hadn't even noticed the helicopter parked by the main entrance. Which tycoon came to visit us? That helicopter's pretty impressive. Li Si actually voiced his thoughts right in front of Zhang San. Zhang San felt a twinge of discomfort. Even his father didn't own a helicopter, not because he couldn't afford one, but because he wasn't allowed to fly it. It would just sit at home as a toy. What was the point of that? Unlike this one clearly flown here. A helicopter capable of urban flight was the real deal. Otherwise, it's just a pile of scrap metal. It was flown here by students just like us from Anqing University. What? Seriously? Zhang San and Li Si exchanged stunned glances. I've got pictures. Check it out if you don't believe me. One student excitedly pulled out his phone to show off. Even though the helicopter wasn't his, he knew all about it, perfect for bragging rights. This student savored the thrill of showing off. Chapter 187, Zhang San's inner crying. Students from Anqing University are seriously so cool. Zhang San exclaimed. You know who they came with? The show-off buddy asked with a smug, lecherous grin. Who? Some big provincial leader? Zhang San asked curiously. A stunning beauty, you'd definitely recognize her name. Who? Spit it out. Li Si grew impatient at the mention of a beauty. It's Sha Qingxian, the stunning hostess from the provincial TV station. She flew in by helicopter with the Anqing University folks. Something's definitely up. What's going on? Zhang San's expression darkened. What else could it be? Something between a man and a woman. The guy wore a lecherous grin.
It instantly conjured up sordid images.
No! Sha host, you're mine. How could you ride in someone else's car, I mean, helicopter?
Zhang San wailed in anguish. Sha Qingxian was his dream girl. Learning she'd host today's 100-meter dash had Zhang San ecstatic. That's why he'd specially borrowed his dad's supercar to show off in front of the beauty and everyone else, proving to Sha Qingxian that he was a wealthy athlete. I never imagined that before even meeting Sha Qingxian, I'd suffer such a crushing blow. First, the flashy supercar he drove drew pitiful attention. Then he learned Sha Qingxian had arrived in someone else's private helicopter. Though he couldn't confirm she'd been swept off her feet, dark thoughts were already taking root in Zhang San's mind. You want to compete with him? The guy shot Zhang San a dismissive look. Li Yuan, the pilot of that helicopter, was far more handsome than Zhang San. Even he, a man, had feelings for Li Yuan, let alone women. Why look down on me? Zhang San retorted, stung. He was known as the school's ladies' man back in the day, the envy of others. Now he was being looked down upon? It's not that I look down on you, the guy explained. It's just that your opponent is too strong. You don't stand a chance against him. It's just a helicopter. What's so great about that? It's not even as expensive as my Pagani Huayra. Zhang San started belittling it to save face. I'm not talking about wealth. I'm talking about looks. He's incredibly handsome. Handsome? More handsome than me? I'm known as the heartthrob of the provincial capital. Zhang San flicked his hair, exuding pure swagger. Speak of the devil, there he is. That guy who came with Sha Qingxian. Li Yuan passed by them at that moment, his striking good looks blinding everyone's titanium alloy eyes. You mean him? Zhang San swallowed hard. Li Yuan's looks were leagues ahead of his own, and suddenly, Zhang San felt a wave of inferiority wash over him. Usually, he relied on his wealth, influence, and good looks to attract girls' attention, but today he was completely outmatched. Hey! Li Yuan noticed Zhang San and the others staring and gave a friendly wave.
Why,
Zhang San wept inwardly.
He actually said hello? That was pure provocation.
Zhang San wept inwardly, but outwardly he grinned. After Li Yuan walked away, Zhang San and Li Si found their school teacher and waited for the competition to begin. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the competition officially began. Sha Qingxian wore a black and white evening gown, adorned with a diamond necklace around her neck. Microphone in hand, sequined high heels on her feet, she embodied both elegance and allure. The moment Sha Qingxian stepped onto the stage, she captured everyone's attention, especially the energetic sports students, whose eyes went wide. She's absolutely stunning. I'd gladly die for a chance to kiss her, someone began fantasizing aloud. I heard she fell out with the station chief, so they sent her here to host the 100-meter dash. What a treat for our eyes thanks to that anonymous station chief. Your intel's outdated. That station chief got summoned for questioning by the disciplinary commission yesterday and hasn't surfaced yet. Seriously? Arrested? Couldn't be more true. Could it be related to Sha Qingxian flying in by helicopter today? Did someone take down that station chief? Someone ventured. Nothing seemed connected until you mentioned it. Now it does seem a bit fishy. Looks like that handsome guy's got some clout. Whatever. This is the 100-meter dash. Even if he's rich and powerful, how fast can he run? We'll let the results speak for themselves. True. Here, it's all about who runs fastest. Some people pump themselves up, their confidence skyrocketing in an instant. After a brief opening speech by Sha Qingxian and a leader from the sports bureau, the race officially began. Honestly, the race itself wasn't much to write home about. To Li Yuan, it was nothing more than a bunch of amateurs pecking at each other. Winners of each heat excitedly hugged or high-fived those around them, expressing their joy. One guy, after winning his group match, even taunted Li Yuan by pounding his chest, flaunting his superiority. Whoa! The crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps, reveling in the spectacle. Li Yuan, that kid actually dared to provoke you. Better give it your all later, Yu Li Zi said with a mischievous grin. Li Yuan had the skills, but he just couldn't muster enthusiasm for running. Yu Li Zi had been worried he might hold back, but now that someone had provoked him, she finally felt reassured. If I give it my all, I'll scare the crap out of him, Li Yuan said dismissively. Then scare him. Show off your muscles, Yu Li Zi egged him on. Dealing with them is exhausting, gotta spice things up a bit, right? How about teacher you puts on a show for us? Li Yuan teased Yu Li Zi. How about I do a pole dance for you, teacher? The moment Yu Li Zi uttered those words, the entire group from Anqing University stared at him in stunned silence. That explosive? I think we'll pass on that, Li Yuan replied diplomatically. He really didn't want to see this burly guy perform a seductive pole dance. Then how about letting Sha Qingxian pole dance for you tonight? Yu Li Zi said with a wicked grin. Damn it. She's already my woman. Using my woman as a bargaining chip? What kind of nonsense is that? Li Yuan shot Yu Li Zi a withering look. Ah, just kidding.
I don't have much to offer anyway, my singing's awful, you won't watch me dance, and the only thing I'm good at is drinking. Li scratched his head awkwardly. How about we hit the bars tonight then? Li Yuan suggested. But the finals are tomorrow. Is drinking really a good idea? Li hesitated. With me here, what's there to fear? I'll breeze past them with minimal effort. Li Yuan assured him confidently. Alright, since you promise, I'll go all in. Let's hit the bar tonight, no turning back until we're drunk. Li declared boldly. Hey, old you, don't fall back into your old habits. A little is fine, but don't overdo it, the support teacher cautioned. He knew all too well about Li's past drunken escapades. Okay, I won't get drunk, Li promised awkwardly. Little Dragon Man. Chapter 188, Impressive results draw Chip Giant's attention. Li Yuan arrived at the competition venue, where Zhang San and Li Si were in his group. Zhang San and Li Si were intensely jealous of Li Yuan. Since they couldn't match his wealth, they'd compete on skill. This was a 100-meter dash, and they were confident in their running abilities. But they didn't make any bold, reckless boasts. They merely stole a glance at Li Yuan and prepared themselves in secret. But Li Yuan's movements seemed like an insult to the others. He still stood with his legs spread apart, refusing to adopt the crouch start position. Arrogant. That was the collective thought. The starting pistol fired. Everyone except Li Yuan shot forward like lightning, their short legs pumping furiously toward the finish line. Just as Zhang San, the front runner, reached the halfway point, a figure appeared beside him. Then, with blinding speed, it surged past him and continued forward. It's Li Yuan. Zhang San was utterly stunned. Too fast. Wow. Those who had previously doubted Li Yuan now wore completely different expressions. Those who had held even a sliver of hope for Li Yuan now beamed with joy, waving their arms and dancing with delight. Sha Qingxuan's smile grew wider and wider. She truly hadn't expected Li Yuan to be such a fast runner. He claimed first place with an overwhelming lead. When everyone saw the number displayed on the electronic scoreboard, they were stunned once more. 9.88 seconds. A time that even a national-level sprinter couldn't achieve, yet a college student had done it. Not only were the professionals stunned, but even some spectators who knew little about track and field understood what this meant. Li Yuan, you're the best. Li Yuan, you're the strongest. The on-site cheer squad began chanting in support of Li Yuan. The enthusiastic cheerleaders swayed their hips to the rhythm, waved colorful pom-poms, and shouted at the top of their lungs. This left the other athletic competitors green with envy, yet they couldn't help but admire his achievement. 9.88 seconds. A time they could never hope to achieve in their entire lives. The leaders from the sports bureau personally descended from the stands and showered Li Yuan with praise. Li Yuan, of course, didn't take the officials too seriously, responding with neither humility nor arrogance. To the others watching, this was naturally another source of envy. Despite the officials' praise, Li Yuan felt not a shred of excitement. If the leaders had praised them, they would have been so excited they wouldn't have slept a wink all night. Following the decision made by these sports bureau leaders, Li Yuan was exempted from participating in the upcoming competitions. He would advance directly to the National College Sports Games as the top-ranked athlete. He might even receive an invitation from the national team. Li Yuan wasn't particularly interested in the national team, especially the training regimen. If he could skip the training and just compete in the Olympics, he might consider it. Bring glory to the nation, after all. After Li Yuan returned to his seat, Sha Qingxian approached him under the pretext of an interview. May I ask how you managed to run so fast? Sha Qingxian inquired in a very official tone. A faint, inexplicable smile played at the corners of her mouth. Me? I'm just naturally fast, Li Yuan boasted proudly. In that department too? Sha Qingxian pressed boldly. Li Yuan's eyes widened. Was this really an appropriate question during an interview? So scandalous? Haven't you experienced it yourself? Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. Sha Qingxian smiled knowingly. But the photographer was anything but calm. These two had no sense of occasion was such an intimate topic appropriate to discuss in front of an outsider like me? And it was all being recorded by the camera. Even if it wasn't live, the recorded broadcast would be seen by others. After that question, Sha Qingxian asked Li Yuan a few more questions, and he answered each one. After the interview, the cameraman shut off the camera, but Sha Qingxian remained by Li Yuan's side. Let's grab drinks at the bar tonight. Li Yuan whispered in Sha Qingxuan's ear. Many people were staring at Li Yuan's side, men to see Sha Qingxian, women to see Li Yuan and Sha Qingxian together. Seeing their intimate gestures, they stomped their feet in frustration. You sly fox. So heartbroken, my dream lover. No. May they choke on their food, gag on their drinks, step in dog poop when they go out, and trip over their own feet. There are so many people watching. Sha Qingxian glanced around and noticed many pairs of hostile eyes, which made her feel a bit uneasy. Would she get splashed with urine when she went out? Right, I'll watch it myself tonight, the one in the leather outfit. Ugh. As the two continued their playful banter, the murmurs of curses grew louder. I'll draw a circle and curse you. After the match, Li Yuan flew them away from the stadium under the envious gazes of the crowd. Off to the bar. Sky Bar, one of the top bars in the country, boasted branches in major cities nationwide. The decor was luxurious, the bartenders professional, and the female staff handpicked from the best. White shirts, black vests, shiny black stockings, studded combat boots. Each sporting smoky eye makeup. Sexy and sizzling. Male servers are also present, each tall with long legs and smooth talking. Their fingers are slender and long, perfect for playing the piano. With such meticulously selected staff, the cost here is easy to imagine. Outside the sky-high bar, luxury cars were parked in abundance, with security guards directing customers to park. Suddenly, a helicopter flew overhead. At first, people paid it no mind. But as it drew nearer and descended lower, the security guards grew alarmed. Could it be a crash? When Li Yuan flew the helicopter to a height of 10 meters above the ground, he shouted down to the security guard below, "Clear the area, I need to land." "Land? This is a parking lot, there's no helipad here." "Sir, what are you doing here?" the security guard yelled back. If not for Li Yuan's keen hearing, he wouldn't have heard over the helicopter's roaring wind. "We're here to spend money, big money," Li Yuan bellowed back. "Young people these days are so extravagant. Sports cars aren't enough for them anymore, they actually fly helicopters to the bar. It's like a knife in the butt, what a sight." Some middle-aged patrons remarked with a sigh. The security guard was at a loss. Should they actually let the helicopter land? That would take up so much space. "Get me some land fast. 2,000 in tips." Li Yuan's words made the security guards below perk up instantly. "Everyone, follow my directions and come this way." The security guards swiftly began directing the other customers' vehicles. Naturally, those people didn't want to move, but glancing up at the helicopter overhead, they started their engines. You might be able to mess with the security guards, but you sure as hell can't mess with the helicopter owner above. Someone flying a helicopter all over the city like that must be some big shot they couldn't afford to offend. Once a clear landing zone was cleared, Li Yuan piloted the helicopter down. Once it touched down, there was still enough space under the rotor blades to park a few cars. "Let's go." After disembarking, Li Yuan led the group toward the bar. Meanwhile, the chip giants from the US began pressuring Japan's photoresist companies, demanding lower prices. They leveraged connections to have American politicians pressure Japanese politicians, who in turn pressured the 4 photoresist companies. Mecha 1. Mech 2. Mech 3. Mech 4. Chapter 189, Bar, Mind Your Own Business. They actually dared to reject us? Unbelievable. Don't they want to latch on to our coattails? Vice President Ruobo froze upon seeing the message relayed by his subordinate. Even with pressure from the government, those 4 photoresist companies remained stubbornly defiant, completely ignoring the United States. This Chinese guy is so arrogant. He won't last long. Within 2 months, they'll be facing massive losses, Ruobo analyzed. Most businessmen, even wealthy ones, would consider backing down or selling their companies. But Li Yuan was different. He didn't care about losses at all. He was currently transferring the core technologies of those 4 photoresist companies to China. Patent licensing agreements with Chinese firms had also commenced. Even more devastatingly, the 4 photoresist companies have halted patent licensing to the United States. Dare to use their technology, and you'll be sued for infringement. Without photoresist, even with lithography machines, you cannot produce chips. It's a case of mutual harm. "No beam tomorrow, so let's drink our fill tonight," Li Yuan shouted. The bar was too noisy with loud music and dancing, you couldn't hear him without shouting. "Alright, let's drink our fill." Li Z perked up this time. He'd never been to such a high-end bar before, and to be able to drink freely? It felt like pure bliss. "Start us off with a dragon set. Bring more if we run out," Li Yuan told the waiter. "Right away, sir." A dragon set includes 6 black ace of spades drinks in different colors, priced at 88,888. Order this set at any bar, and lights will flash, cheers will erupt, making you the most dazzling presence in the entire venue. But a dragon set only impresses some people. For most patrons here, it's nothing special. Tonight alone, 5 dragon sets have already appeared, along with numerous smaller dragon sets. Those who frequent this bar certainly have deep pockets. "I've never tried ace of spades before, I'm going to savor every sip tonight," Yulizi licked her lips. This liquor was too expensive for his salary. The logistics teacher and those 2 athletes were also itching to show off their drinking prowess. In looks, wealth, and charm, they couldn't hold a candle to Li Yuan, but when it came to drinking, they refused to be outdone. Soon, the waiter brought over the ace of spades. "Here, drink up, Li Yuan. I refuse to believe I can't outdrink you." Yulizi handed Li Yuan a bottle. "Who's afraid of who?" Li Yuan grabbed the bottle and started chugging straight from it. Sports student A, who had been holding a cup for him, froze. Should he hand it over or not? After a few seconds of hesitation, he quietly set the glass down. Li Z swallowed hard. His reputation as the drinking god was in jeopardy.
After downing the entire bottle, Li Yuan held it upside down, not a single drop spilled, then challenged Yuli Z with a smirk.
I'm impressed. I'm totally impressed. Yuli Z was instantly defeated.
The others all gave Li Yuan a thumbs up. His move had earned their respect. No one dared challenge Li Yuan to another drinking contest now. Instead, they cheerfully toasted each other. Just as they finished 4 bottles of Ace of Spades and were about to order more, chaos erupted in the bar. At booth 01, a woman smashed a liquor bottle over a young playboy's head. Liquor splashed over his head, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. The unexpected scene left everyone momentarily stunned before they rushed to check on the young man's injuries. Taking advantage of the chaos, the woman hurriedly fled booth 01. Go get her back, the playboy growled, clutching his head.
How dare this woman disobey him and strike him with a bottle? She must be out of her mind.
Once he caught her, he'd make her suffer worse than death. Wearing heels over 4 inches high, she couldn't run fast. Just as the playboy's friends were about to catch her, she spotted a familiar face. She immediately ran toward her.
Xingxian, save me.
Save me, the woman pleaded pitifully as she threw herself at Sha Qingxuan's feet.
Zhangya, what happened?
Sha Qingxian asked curiously, seeing her disheveled state.
Run? See where you can run.
The young master's men caught up, yanking Zhangya's arm and pulling her to her feet.
Xingxian, save me.
Zhangya screamed in terror.
Smack!
A hard slap landed on Zhangya's face, the intense pain silencing her screams.
Who are they? Do you know them? Li Yuan asked Sha Qingxian. A colleague from the TV station. How well do you know her? Not good. We've never gotten along. Then ignore her. If she's clinging to you, she's trying to drag you down. No need to save someone like that.
Li Yuan saw right through Zhangya's motives. He wasn't fond of scheming women like her, so naturally, he had no intention of helping her. But Li Yuan had no intention of getting involved in other people's business, while these young masters weren't about to let it go. Usually, they bullied others with their family's influence, and now, fueled by alcohol, they were letting loose.
Hey, isn't that Sha Qingxian? What's she doing here?
Looks like another cheap whore out selling herself. The group began spouting nonsense.
3 million yuan to sleep with us all. We won't be losing out.
Before he could finish, Li Yuan's kick sent him flying 5 meters, crashing headfirst under a table. Foaming at the mouth, he lay unconscious. My woman isn't someone you can insult at will, Li Yuan said coldly, grabbing one man by the hair.
Let go. Let go. You're breaking the rules. You're yanking my hair. Let me go. I'll beat you to death in a one-on-one fight. The man, still oblivious to the situation, continued to shout defiantly.
Li Yuan delivered a single karate chop to the wrist, knocking him unconscious.
Witnessing Li Yuan's 2 ruthless strikes, most of the others sobered up instantly. Don't come any closer.
The young masters backed away in terror. Just then, Chu Haik, the young master whose bottle had been smashed, approached. As he approached, he muttered under his breath, "Why is chasing a stinking so damn hard?" Thud! A figure suddenly appeared at Chu Haik's feet. He looked up and recognized it as one of his drinking buddies. He looked up and met Li Yuan's imposing, commanding gaze.
It's him.
Chu Haik's mind exploded on the spot. He had witnessed Li Yuan's formidable presence firsthand and knew exactly how formidable he was.
Yesterday, he'd witnessed Li Yuan brutally beating Jiang Zhenhai and his men, after which Jiang Zhenhai was taken away by the police. Not only did Li Yuan walk away unscathed afterward, but Jiang Zhenhai had actually died. How could that not spark wild speculation? If even Jiang Zhenhai couldn't stand up to Li Yuan, what chance did they have? A bunch of spoiled rich kids like them were no match for him. Chu Haik practically took 3 steps in 2 strides as he rushed to Li Yuan's side. Thud! He knelt before Li Yuan. Master Li, we were wrong. 1. 2. Barbie the Warrior. 4. Chapter 190, The Beautiful Country in a Fix. Chu Haik's sudden kneeling left his playboy buddies utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Mr. Li? Could he be some kind of big shot? What are you standing around for? Apologize to Mr. Li right now. Chu Haik urged impatiently. But, who is he?
The young men exchanged glances with Chu Haik, seeking answers. He took down Jiang Zhenhai yesterday, and today Jiang Zhenhai is dead.
You tell me, how could I not be afraid? Chu Haik conveyed his meaning through their shared, unspoken understanding. Holy crap. The young masters realized they were dealing with someone they couldn't afford to cross. So everyone knelt on the floor.
The bar erupted in commotion.
These young masters were no small celebrities in the establishment.
They'd always been arrogant and domineering at the skyscraper bar, yet today they collectively knelt before a young man.
How could anyone not be shocked?
10 self-inflicted slaps. Then you may take her away, Li Yuan said, pointing at Zhangya.
Master Li, please save me. Zhangya immediately knelt on the floor, pleading desperately. I can't save you, but you may leave now.
They will remain here.
Li Yuan had no intention of helping her.
Since her motives had been impure from the start, he saw no reason to care about her fate. Seeing there was no other option, Zhanya decided it was best to leave first, lest Chu Haik and the others catch her and teach her a lesson.
Fan away, then get the hell out of here. Mu Feng watched Zhanya leave before turning to Chu Haik and the others. Chu Haik gritted his teeth. For the sake of his life, he endured this utter humiliation. So he began fanning first. Smack, 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 smack. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to start slapping themselves. The sound of slaps echoed continuously throughout the room. Other customers and waitstaff wanted to take photos but dared not. These men were wealthy second-generation tycoons with power and influence. If they came after them, getting beaten would be the least of their worries. They might even lose their lives. After finishing their slaps, Chu Haik and the others shouted loudly, "Please forgive us, Master Li." Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Alright, you may go." Chu Haik and his group breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly got up to leave. "Li Yuan, I never imagined you'd be so well connected even in the provincial capital," Yu Li Zi remarked, raising his wine glass in admiration. Li Yuan clinked glasses with him and downed his drink in one gulp. He hadn't expected anyone to recognize his influence. This was practically begging him to show off. "Sir, this is the Divine Dragon set from our manager. Please enjoy it at your leisure. If you can't finish it, you can store it here." Just as Li Yuan and his companions resumed drinking, chatting, and joking, a waiter brought over 6 bottles of Ace of Spades. "Your manager sure is generous. If it were from the owner, he wouldn't bat an eye at 100 sets of Shenlong. But for a bar manager, even with a high salary, 88,888 yuan was no small sum. Sir, I'm glad you're satisfied." The waiter set down the bottles and promptly left. "Wow, Li Yuan, getting dragon sets for free? I'm so jealous. I dream about having a life like yours every night. Seriously, I'm so jealous. Drink up, drink up. Listening to you guys brag, I'm getting a big head." Li Yuan quickly picked up his glass to cut off the compliments. "Drink up. Have sweet dreams tonight." They drank until midnight before dispersing, with everyone except Li Yuan drunk. Li Yuan was drunk too, but he used a modification opportunity to make it seem like he hadn't touched a drop. Carrying one in each arm, he lifted them into the helicopter and flew away. That night, Li Yuan and Sha Qingxian shared a room. It should be noted that Sha Qingxian had already been modified by Li Yuan. 6th type, front droop. Li Yuan had now transformed 7 women and he was about to ascend to heaven. Readers curious about specifics can search online for detailed explanations. The next day, Li Yuan and his group planned to return. As for Sha Qingxuan's work, someone else would take charge. She was accompanying Li Yuan back to Ancheng. Upon arriving back in Ancheng, Li Yuan received news from Aben. The United States and Little Japan were jointly pressuring for photoresist companies, attempting to invalidate the patented technologies they had applied for. Such thuggish tactics, Li Yuan shook his head, somewhat surprised by this turn of events. He had anticipated they might arrest a few executives as leverage, but instead they were going straight for the patents. But while that might work against ordinary companies, it wouldn't work against him. Li Yuan had no desire to waste time on a few small companies. He'd heard the United States had 10 major defense contractors. It seemed the United States needed to focus on its own affairs. Li Yuan restructured all 10 military-industrial conglomerates into leading companies from different nations. Most of these nations were hostile to the US. For instance, the Bear Nation, the Alung Nation, the Silla Nation, and so on. Others were America's allies, like the Eagle Nation and Little Japan. Some might ask, I understand giving the US military-industrial complexes to its adversaries, but why give them to its allies? 2 words, sow discord. Although Li Yuan changed the chairman of the US's top 10 military-industrial conglomerates to companies from other nations, their headquarters remain in the United States. Moreover, all the current employees are from the United States, so obtaining critical core technologies is impossible. The US would never agree to it. But with the company's chairman replaced, if the US obstructs this, it will inevitably provoke dissatisfaction from other nations. Especially those hostile to the US. They'll undoubtedly harass the US relentlessly, piling on the pressure. America's allies won't want to give up such a lucrative opportunity either. They'll certainly seek America's guidance, indirectly pressuring the US government. The US will certainly refuse, but if the rejection is too blunt, its allies will harbor resentment. Whether they'll cooperate smoothly in the future becomes uncertain. This would leave the United States in a real bind. Inside the US government complex, Comrade Old White was furious. These 10 military-industrial conglomerates hold all the nation's advanced military technologies. If any of these advanced technologies leaked abroad, the United States would suffer incalculable losses. If other nations used American technology to attack the United States, wouldn't that be quite the spectacle? Immediately seal off those 10 military-industrial conglomerates. No one is to touch a computer or enter or exit the premises, Old By ordered the Secretary of Defense. This was a critical moment. There could be no slip-ups. Yes, sir. The defense minister immediately mobilized troops to seal off the companies. How did all 10 companies suddenly become foreign-owned? Without national approval, shouldn't they be unable to sell? Old By was utterly perplexed. Not just him, everyone was baffled. But since things had already unfolded this way, they might as well enjoy the spectacle. Especially the Bear Nation, which called directly to demand Martin Company be relocated there. This infuriated Old by so much as gallstones nearly came out. The black and white duo. City beauty. Probably not just one person. Chapter 191, A Bizarre Family. After causing major trouble for the United States, Li Yuan arranged a place for Sha Qingxian to stay. Having not seen Xi Mutong for several days, Li Yuan invited her out. Today, he planned to take her to see the progress on the private estate. Though there wasn't much to see yet. Upon receiving the invitation, Xi Mutong dressed up in her finest and cheerfully made her way off campus. Today, Xi Mutong ditched her usual artsy-fartsy look for a full-on rocker chick outfit. She sported a studded leather jacket, 2 small dreadlocks, dark brown sunglasses, and a gold necklace around her neck. Li Yuan was a bit stunned. This is so rebellious. How do I look? Xi Mutong asked playfully as she approached Li Yuan. It looks great. It's got me all fired up, Li Yuan whispered as he wrapped his arms around her. Oh dear, there are still so many people around. Let's talk about it at home, Xi Mutong said shyly. Let's go home. Li Yuan scooped Xi Mutong up in his arms and carried her straight into the Cullinan. He drove back to the Cullinan. Helicopters were great, but landing them could be a hassle sometimes. The two arrived at the underground parking garage of Tianyu residential complex. You're something else, you haven't even moved it yet. Xi Mutong couldn't help but cover her face in exasperation upon seeing the 3 Rolls-Royces blocking the Mercedes. I plan to block him for a month. It's only been a few days, Li Yuan shrugged indifferently. You're something else. That Mercedes guy just got unlucky. Xi Mutong gave him a thumbs up. Enough about him. Today I'm going to perform a magical spell, Li Yuan said mysteriously. What kind of magic? Xi Mutong was instantly hooked. It's about transforming your body to make you even more captivating, Li Yuan teased, keeping her guessing. Body modification? You're not going to dissect me, are you? Xi Mutong joked. Not dissection, but I'll definitely take you apart piece by piece. Li Yuan grinned mischievously. Xi Mutong shot Li Yuan a disapproving look. Soon the two arrived at Xi Mutong's home. As soon as they stepped inside, they began dancing the tango. After 5 tango dances, Xi Mutong was utterly exhausted. Just as Li Yuan had said, she felt like she was falling apart. Meanwhile, Li Yuan took advantage of the tango dancing to transform Xi Mutong. 7th type, turtle-shaped. I had planned to take you to see my private estate today, but half the day has slipped away, Li Yuan sighed, his arm around Xi Mutong. Then let's go now, Xi Mutong replied, looking at Li Yuan. Let me check the situation over there first, then we'll head over. Li Yuan pulled out his phone and called Avan to inquire about the progress at the private estate. Is there trouble over there? Li Yuan raised his voice. Xi Mutong leaned in, wanting to hear what was happening. Got it, Li Yuan said after a moment, hanging up. What's going on? Xi Mutong listened intently but didn't quite catch everything. A few square dance ladies showed up there recently. They spotted an empty lot and just started dancing there. They only show up after 7 p.m. when the construction workers have finished their shifts, so no one shooed them away. Then an old man showed up. Seeing all the ladies there, he joined in too, and he was really going for it. The old man had heart disease. After dancing for 2 days, he overexerted himself, his heart gave out, and he passed away. Then the old man's family got really upset and insisted on suing us. Sue you? Sue you for what? Xi Mutong was puzzled. They want to sue the owner of this land. They say it was because of this land that the old man went to dance in the square, and if it weren't for that, he wouldn't have died. So they demand 5 million yuan in compensation. Li Yuan shrugged helplessly. The world is full of all kinds of people. Wow, that's a new one. I never knew such reasoning existed. Xi Mutong was speechless too. So are you planning to pay? Xi Mutong knew Li Yuan had money, but he wasn't stupid. Compensation? Absolutely not. That would only encourage this kind of nonsense. Not only will I refuse compensation, but I'll sue them for extortion. They'll pay for the delayed construction schedule and compensate me for emotional distress. Li Yuan declared firmly. Mental distress damages? Xi Mutong asked doubtfully. A death occurred on my private estate. Won't that affect the construction company? Won't it affect me? When you move in someday and recall this incident, won't it make you feel uneasy? Therefore, compensation for emotional distress is absolutely necessary. Upon hearing Li Yuan's explanation, Xi Mutong realized he was right. If she moved in knowing someone had died there, she'd inevitably dwell on it, causing unnecessary disruption to her future life. Then sue them. I'm with you on this, Xi Mutong declared, clenching her small fist in support. I think this kind of support suits you better. Li Yuan gave a mischievous grin and kissed Xi Mutong's lips. In a typical 2-bedroom apartment within a residential complex, over a dozen people were crammed inside. They were all family members of the elderly man, now discussing how to sue Highway Investment Group. That land belonged to Highway Investment. Our father is gone. We can't let him die in vain. We must make them give us an explanation. Exactly. The old man shouldn't die for nothing. He still has so much to offer. Do you think such a big corporation would compromise with us? What's there to fear? They're a huge corporation. They're more worried about their reputation being damaged. They'll definitely pay to settle this quietly. Exactly. Giving us 5 million is better than losing 50 million in reputation damage. I heard they spent billions just to buy this plot of land. Rich folks, 5 million is peanuts to them. They wouldn't hire hitmen or something, would they? What are you thinking? We've already filed a lawsuit with the court. If something happens to us, they'll be the ones covered in scandal. Right. While these people were still daydreaming about how they'd enjoy the good life with 5 million, Li Yuan had already instructed Aben to file a countersuit against them. Highway Investment's legal team was no less formidable than Nanshan's invincible or Gangdong's unbeatable teams. Moreover, Highway Investment wielded immense influence in Ansheng. The lawsuit filed that very day was reviewed and approved by the court that same day. The court scheduled the earliest possible hearing date. Just making this up, don't call me out. What? We're defendants again? Isn't this lawsuit still ongoing? The old man's family was utterly dismayed. Now they were both plaintiffs and defendants. Looks like they're not interested in settling. What should we do? What else can we do? We'll just have to keep fighting. If we drop the case now, all those thousands we spent on lawyers would be wasted. Right, let's fight them to the bitter end. 1. Left hand is fine. Welcome aboard. Sunglasses Series. Chapter 192, Mistaken Identity in the Dark. Li Yuan and Xi Mutong eventually made their way to the construction site of the private estate. The foundation had already been laid, and construction was progressing upward. At the current pace, it would take over 2 more months to complete. This private estate of yours is huge. It stretches as far as the eye can see. Xi Mutong couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of the estate. It's 152 mu. We've also applied for an additional 8 mu for a private zoo, bringing the total to 160 mu. This area will be a water park with pavilions, jet skis, and more. That section will feature ancient architecture showcasing Chinese culture, while over there we'll build a golf course. Li Yuan walked with Xi Mutong, explaining each area as they went. You've really thought of everything. This is practically an urban resort. Amazing. Xi Mutong listened to Li Yuan's plans with admiration. It's a private estate, after all. Of course it should be diverse and vibrant. Everyone has different tastes. I really hope this gets finished soon. I can't wait to see it. Xi Mutong was filled with anticipation. If you want it faster, we already have 3 construction companies working on it. We could hire a few more, Li Yuan suggested. The work has already been assigned to these 3 contractors. Bringing in more companies would upset them, Xi Mutong cautioned. No problem. They won't dare to complain. I'll just have Aben handle it, Li Yuan said nonchalantly. In Ansheng, no matter how dissatisfied you are, you just have to endure it. Besides, Li Yuan wouldn't shortchange them. After touring the private estate, Li Yuan dropped Xi Mutong back at school before heading out again to Su Huijing's residence. He didn't call ahead, wanting to surprise her. Arriving at Su Huijing's place, he found she hadn't returned yet. Li Yuan took a shower and crawled under the covers. Scrolling through his phone, he drifted off without realizing it. Around 10 p.m., Su Huijing returned. Accompanying her was another person, Duan Wanping. Duan Wanping occasionally met up with Su Huijing for dinner and drinks. If it got late, she'd stay the night here. Jing, you go take a shower first. I'm gonna lie down for a bit, I'm so tired. Duan Wanping said, sounding a bit tipsy. They'd both had quite a bit to drink today. Su Huijing was used to drinking regularly, and her stamina was far better than Duan Wanping's, so she was fine. Duan Wanping, however, was a different story. As an ordinary girl who rarely drank, she had definitely had too much today. Alright, I'll go first. Su Huijing tossed her clothes onto the sofa and headed into the bathroom. They were both women, so there was nothing to be shy about. Duan Wanping felt her way toward the bed, holding onto the wall, the doorframe, and the wardrobe for support. If it had just been Duan Wanping and Su Huijing, they would have shared a bed. So Duan Wanping entered Su Huijing's room. When Duan Wanping flopped onto the bed, Li Yuan was startled awake. In the pitch-black darkness, seeing an extra person on the bed, Li Yuan thought Su Huijing had returned. He reached out and pulled Su Huijing into his arms, drawing her close. Li Yuan was already quite familiar with a woman's body. By the position of her shoulders and chest, he could accurately find her lips even in the darkness. Mum. Duan Wanping was dazed as a pair of strong arms lifted her up, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Before her mind could process what was happening, her lips were sealed. Was she being violated? Her alcohol-numb brain began processing, sending a wave of panic through Duan Wanping. Ha? No, these aren't Sister Jing's lips, Li Yuan muttered. The familiar voice made Duan Wanping's scream freeze in her throat. Her terror instantly turned to joy. It was Li Yuan. He was here. He kissed me.
Li Yuan reached for the bedside lamp only to be met with a forceful kiss from Duan Wanping, who was still on top of him. This evened the score. He'd kissed her earlier and now she kissed him back.
Duan Wanping? Li Yuan could already guess who it was.
It's me, Duan Wanping replied indistinctly. Li Yuan pushed her away forcefully, his tone stern.
You won't regret what happens next? I won't. I absolutely won't. Duan Wanping declared firmly.
A moment ago, she thought Li Yuan was rejecting her, but before she could feel hurt, his next words sent her into ecstatic joy.
All right, I understand.
After acknowledging her understanding, Li Yuan began to gently undress her.
With his experienced hands at work, within 3 seconds, Duan Wanping was as bare as a newborn.
Shortly after, Su Huijing turned off the showerhead. As the sound of water ceased, she heard unusual noises coming from the bedroom. As a married woman, she understood exactly what it meant. And she knew it had to be Li Yuan who had arrived, otherwise Duan Wanping wouldn't have offered herself. Duan Wanping had often praised Li Yuan's virtues to her. It was only because she was broad-minded and wholly devoted to Li Yuan that she hadn't drowned Duan Wanping in the river like any other sister-in-law would have done. Su Huijing dried herself off, stepped out of the bathroom, and entered the guest bedroom. She indulged herself while listening to beautiful music.
Li Yuan took this opportunity to adjust Duan Wanping's constitution. 8th type, terraced fields.
After Duan Wanping fell into a deep sleep, Li Yuan quietly slipped out of bed, barefoot, and made his way from the master bedroom toward the guest room.
Sis Jing, I'm here, don't kick me, okay? Li Yuan whispered as soon as he entered the room.
Su Huijing smiled sweetly and switched on the bedside lamp. When Li Yuan saw Su Huijing's outfit, his heart raced and his breathing quickened. Su Huijing wore black and white suspender stockings, paired with leather leggings. Her top was a leather-trimmed crop top. Her feet were adorned with a pair of white high heels often seen in Xi Jing's nightlife.
Sis Jing, you've been waiting for me all along.
You really know me better than anyone, Li Yuan murmured with a smile as he approached.
The rest needn't be elaborated upon.
In any case, Su Huijing had just helped Li Yuan complete his collection of 10 exquisite M-tools. She was the 9th, the octopus. As the first woman to follow Li Yuan, how could he possibly shortchange her? Her combat power was also adjusted to 500, and her stamina and endurance naturally followed suit. The next day, Duan Wanping slowly opened her eyes in the warmth of the sunlight. Seeing the messy bed, she smiled happily. Breakfast is ready, Li Yuan's voice called from the doorway. Okay, Duan Wanping replied cheerfully, getting dressed and climbing out of bed. Just then, Duan Wanping's phone rang. It was her mother calling. Duan Wanping answered the call, but her expression instantly fell after hearing a few words. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 193, wipe them out, not a single one left. After a long while, Duan Wanping emerged from the bedroom looking dejected, her face occasionally crinkling with pain from her wounds. Li Yuan, who was carrying breakfast over, saw her state and said gently, "Wait a moment. I'll put this down and carry you over." Hearing this, Duan Wanping's expression softened slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. After placing the breakfast on the table, Li Yuan turned back, picked Duan Wanping up, and set her gently into a chair. Duan Wanping felt deeply cherished, but the memory of her mother's phone call immediately tugged at her heartstrings. "What's wrong? You seem distracted." Li Yuan noticed her unease. Duan Wanping bit her lip, unsure whether to speak up. She knew Li Yuan had some influence, but this matter was overseas beyond his reach. She feared he might get into trouble. "If something's troubling you, tell me. We can figure it out together." Li Yuan placed both hands on Duan Wanping's shoulders. Duan Wanping looked up into Li Yuan's sincere eyes and instantly teared up. "My brother's been taken hostage by a group of people," she choked out. "They beat him, electrocute him, and starve him. They demand 200,000 yuan for his release. Otherwise, they'll kill him and harvest his organs." It's okay. I'm here," Li Yuan reassured her. With Li Yuan by her side, Duan Wanping felt an overwhelming sense of security. "Do you know who's holding him?" Li Yuan pressed for more clues. "It's probably people from Manhwa. My brother heard about high-paying jobs there recently, got a visa to work there, and just left a couple days ago. Now he's been captured." Duan Wanping provided a crucial lead. "Do you have any photos of your brother?" Li Yuan asked. "I have one on my phone. Let me find it for you." Duan Wanping unlocked her phone and began flipping through her photo album. "This one, my brother's photo," Duan Wanping pointed to a picture and said urgently to Li Yuan. "What's his name?" Li Yuan asked again. "Duan Yukong." "Alright, I got it. Don't worry, I promise I'll definitely get your brother out," Li Yuan assured her. With Li Yuan's assurance, Duan Wanping finally felt a little relieved. Su Huijing walked over to Duan Wanping and began comforting her, telling her not to worry. "System, time to get to work." Li Yuan summoned the system he hadn't seen in ages. "I was enjoying the show. Calling me out now is such a buzzkill. All you ever do is watch. Don't you fear your system will shut down? Find someone first, then you can watch," Li Yuan said.
Who should I find? Yuan Yukong. Based on the photo and name, the system quickly pulled up Yuan Yukong's profile. Name, Yuan Yukong editable. Age, 19 editable. Gender, male editable. Height, 178 centimeters editable. After a quick scan of the documents, he finally located Yuan Yukong's whereabouts. Current location, Tamuk Village, South Yu Kingdom. The location was secured. Now came the rescue operation. Besides Li Yuan himself, the armed forces at his disposal included the Dragon Soul Temple, the Grim Reaper Mercenary Corps, and the Angelic Assassination Squad. Since this was an overseas operation, recruiting the Death God Mercenary Corps and Angel Assassination Squad would suffice. Sending large domestic forces would be too cumbersome and attract unnecessary attention. Li Yuan contacted David through the system's covert channels. "Boss, what are your orders?" David asked respectfully. He knew Li Yuan wouldn't contact him without reason. If he'd reached out through the covert channel, it meant something was afoot. "Does the Grim Reaper Mercenary Corps have operatives in South Vietnam?" Li Yuan asked directly. "Yes. 2 mercenary groups are currently on missions in South Vietnam." "I can contact them," David replied. "Very good. I'm assigning you a mission: rescue a person and eliminate the group controlling him. Leave not a single one alive." "The bounty is 30 million, Li Yuan declared imperiously. "Boss, isn't 30 million a bit excessive?" David tried to dissuade him. That kind of money could pay for assassinating high-level politicians, let alone taking out a bunch of armed thugs in South Vietnam. What David didn't know was that the group was merely a bunch of gangsters. A few handguns and light rifles were all they had, no heavy firepower whatsoever. "What do you think is appropriate?" Li Yuan wasn't particularly familiar with the going rates for such jobs. He was simply wealthy. After all, money makes things happen. 8 million should cover it, David replied. "Alright, let's round it up to 10 million. I'll send the details to your email." Li Yuan added a little extra, knowing it would motivate the mercenaries more. "Got it, boss." After Li Yuan sent over Yuan Yukong's profile and location, David immediately began reviewing it. Takamura Village? Doesn't seem like there's much influence there. David was puzzled after reading the file. Never mind. Completing the boss's mission is the priority. He promptly contacted the responsible officer, assigned the task, and instructed that it be treated as urgent. South Vietnam. The kamikaze mercenary squad consisted of 10 members, all retired military personnel from various nations with combat experience and formidable skills. The leader, a citizen of Eagle Nation nicknamed Griffin, was reviewing a mission briefing. They had just completed their last job and were preparing to return to North Africa when a major assignment unexpectedly arrived. "Guys, wrap up your rest. We've got a big job coming in, 10 million in commission," Griffin announced cheerfully. 10 million? What kind of job? Assassination of a high-ranking official from South Vietnam, asked a member nicknamed Black Panther. Nope. Just a simple rescue mission. Guess where it is? Griffin teased, building anticipation. Boss, cut the suspense. Where is it? Big guy couldn't hold back. It's in Tamu Village, right next to ours, the Griffin said excitedly. Tamuk Village doesn't have any armed groups. Just some petty thugs, con artists, organ traffickers, and a few human traffickers, Black Panther remarked. They knew the area well, having scouted the surrounding villages during previous missions. So this is a sure thing. The Black Fire Squad must have gotten this job too, but they're a bit farther out. We need to move fast, rescue the hostage sooner, collect the bounty sooner, and let the Black Fire Squad drink foot-wash water. After the Griffin spoke, everyone's spirits soared, and they rushed to grab their gear. 3 minutes later, the kamikaze mercenary squad was fully prepared and ready to go. Target, Takamura Village. Advance. Leave not a single one of those bastards alive. Griffin clarified the mission for everyone before leading them toward Takamura Village. 10 men, 2 vehicles, racing toward Takamura Village at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, the con artists in Takamura Village remained oblivious to the approaching Grim Reaper. Luxury cars and beautiful women. Good. The little sister next door. Chapter 194, Rescuing Yuan Yukong. Our informant has relayed the message. Our target is at a pig farm on the western edge of the village. Hummingbird, in charge of intelligence, glanced at the message on his phone and immediately reported to Griffin. Good. Head west to the village. The Griffin floored the accelerator and charged toward the pig farm. As they neared their destination, they slowed down and came to a stop about a kilometer away. Griffin scanned the area through binoculars. Though Tam Village had no armed forces, one must never underestimate the enemy. Overconfidence could lead to disaster. Not a single guard outside. They're really careless, the Griffin shook his head. Small-time thugs were small-time thugs, their vision and thinking were fundamentally different. Green Snake handles long-range sniping. Big Guy takes charge of the assault and suppresses enemy fire. The rest of you attack with me. After observing for a moment, the Griffin began assigning tasks. What kind of firepower do they have? Suppression fire? Ha! Big Guy scoffed, clearly dismissing the opposition.
No matter how weak the enemy, never underestimate them, the Griffin admonished sternly.
Yes, sir. Big Guy still held some fear for the Griffin and obediently lowered his head. With roles assigned, the Griffin gave the order, advance. Mercenaries didn't have the polite habit of knocking. They cleared paths with explosives or grenades, sometimes even RPGs. But this time, they hadn't brought any RPGs. The Big Guy pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it straight in. Boom! The pig farm's gate was blown to smithereens. The Big Guy charged in first, the others close behind, rushing inside. The fraudsters in the first room of the pig farm were stunned by the deafening blast, still reeling from the shock before they could comprehend what was happening. A hail of bullets then struck them. Within moments, they were riddled with bullets. The kamikaze mercenary squad left 2 men to finish off the survivors while the rest advanced toward the second room. The scammers in the other rooms had finally snapped out of their daze. Those with guns grabbed them, while the rest picked up kitchen knives, cleavers, steel rods, and whatever else they could find. Anything in their hands offered a semblance of reassurance. But the disparity in firepower and weaponry between the two sides was simply too great. Faced with submachine guns, the scammers were like lambs. Those attempting to flee were picked off by the green snake snipers positioned on the opposite rooftops. The entire battle lasted less than 10 minutes before drawing to a close. What remained was mopping up the battlefield and searching for survivors. Of course, the primary objective remained locating Yuan and escorting him safely to the border. In an abandoned pigsty, several Chinese nationals who had been deceived into coming here crouched inside. They heard gunfire but had no idea what was happening. They could only crouch low, minimizing their exposed surface area to avoid stray bullets. Yuan Yukong? Falcon, a squad member who spoke Chinese, addressed a figure covered in grime whose features vaguely resembled Yuan Yukong. Yes, it's me, Yuan Yukong replied dazedly. He had no idea what these heavily armed men were doing here, whether they had come to rescue him or to kill him. Either way, he felt it was a waste of resources. All right. We've been hired to rescue you. Come with us. Falcon extended his hand to Yuan Yukong. Yuan Yukong grabbed Falcon's hand, and with a firm tug, Falcon pulled him up. Put on the body armor. Let's go. Falcon took a vest from another squad member and handed it to Yuan Yukong. Got it. Yuan Yukong quickly complied. Yukong, save us. The others in the pigsty cried out to Yuan Yukong, looking utterly pitiful. Yuan Yukong gestured toward the people imprisoned with him. If possible, he hoped these mercenaries could rescue them all, but he dared not say it. He feared that if he did, the mercenaries might despise him and abandon him too. Falcon shook his head, his meaning clear. The more people, the bigger the target, and they were all dead weight, hindering their mission. Those people hadn't paid any commission, they weren't going to do charity out of kindness. They were mercenaries, a profession that licked blood off the blade. Why risk their lives for nothing? We've taken out everyone here. If you want to escape, now's your chance. Before leaving, Falcon kindly offered this parting advice. Life and death are predestined, fortune lies in the heavens. The information had been delivered. The rest was up to their fate. As the kamikaze mercenary squad loaded Yuan Yukong into their vehicle and drove away, armed militants from Takamura village approached the pig farm carrying pistols and light rifles. Boss, should we? Green Snake made a throat-slitting gesture. Avoid unnecessary trouble. Let's withdraw. With the target secured, Griffin sought no further complications. But some people just had to court death. That vehicle looks suspicious. Stop it, a bearded man shouted, pointing at the SUV. At his shout, several henchmen immediately surrounded the vehicle, preparing to inspect it. Heaven offers a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no gates, yet you force your way in. The Griffin quoted a Chinese proverb. Take them out. At the command, the window slid down, revealing the black muzzle of a gun thrust through the opening. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Under the barrage of fire, over half of Takamura village's armed forces fell instantly. As the rest scrambled for cover, grenades were hurled their way. Boom 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 boom. Flames shot skyward, flesh scattered everywhere. Overconfident fools. Let's move. After eliminating most of the defenders, the Griffin ordered a retreat. Passing by the hiding spot of the bearded man from earlier, the Griffin raised his hand and fired a shot. A peanut-sized bullet pierced the man's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. After leaving Tamuk village, the kamikaze mercenary squad didn't return to the neighboring village to rest. Instead, they drove straight toward the border. Delivering Yuan Yukong to the border would fulfill their mission. After 2 hours of relentless travel, they finally reached the border. This is as far as we can take you, Falcon said, pointing to the border marker. This border is just an earthen mound. Climb over it, and you'll be back on Chinese soil. Thank you all for saving me, Yuan Yukong said sincerely. These past 2 days had subjected him to inhuman torment, repeatedly driving him to contemplate suicide. Had he not been rescued, who knows when he might have actually ended his life? Even in death, his body would likely be desecrated, his organs harvested and sold, leaving him without a whole corpse. No need to thank us. We were just doing our job. Now hurry along. Here's a phone. Once you're in China, dial this number. They'll arrange for you to return home.
Falcon handed Duan Yukong a newly activated phone with a SIM card loaded with data and credit.
This is wonderful. With the phone, Duan Yukong felt relieved. He could finally contact the outside world. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 195, Back to School.
Duan Yukong quickly dialed the number Falcon had given him earlier on his phone.
Hello. The phone was answered quickly. Duan Yukong, came the voice on the other end. It's me. Who is this? Duan Yukong asked excitedly.
Consider me your brother-in-law, Li Yuan said, glancing at Duan Wanping.
Brother-in-law? Duan Yukong was bewildered. When had his sister found a boyfriend? And one with such immense power capable of mobilizing mercenaries to rescue him?
But beyond his confusion, he felt mostly joy.
With such an awesome brother-in-law, who would dare bully him now? Right. You're at the border now, aren't you?
I'll send someone to pick you up immediately, Li Yuan said.
With Li Yuan's assurance, Duan Yukong instantly felt relieved.
In this desolate place, if no one came for him, he didn't know if he'd starve to death. In truth, Li Yuan had already arranged for a ride-hailing car to pick Duan Yukong up at the border.
He knew the mercenaries would succeed in rescuing him.
The reason anyone dared accept the ride request was because Li Yuan had added an extra perk, a 50,000 yuan reward for delivering Duan Yukong from the border back to the Black Rose Bar in Anqing City.
Money talks.
Drivers who had initially been reluctant to take the job suddenly scrambled for it, and it was ultimately snatched up by a female driver with lightning-fast reflexes.
Just as Duan Yukong was chatting with his sister on the phone, another call came in. Sis, someone's calling.
I'll take this, Duan Yukong said.
It's probably your ride arriving. Go ahead and answer it, Li Yuan said from the sidelines.
Brother, it's the ride-hailing driver.
Go answer it. Call me back once you're in the car, said Duan Wanping.
Okay, got it. After connecting with the ride-hailing driver, Duan Yukong walked to a spot under a tree to wait for the driver's arrival. Soon, a BYD electric vehicle pulled up. Hello, are you the passenger with the last 3 digits 3695? The female driver asked.
Yes. Duan Yukong opened the passenger door and climbed in. Alright, let's get going then. This place sure is desolate, the female driver remarked.
You're brave to come to such a remote place.
Aren't you afraid of encountering bad people? There aren't even any security cameras here, and the villagers are few and far between. And you're so pretty.
I bet plenty of people have their eyes on you, Duan Yukong remarked.
What can I do?
I'm poor, the female driver sighed. If she had any money at all, a beauty like her wouldn't be driving around the wilderness picking up passengers.
Drug traffickers roam the border like vermin. Who knows if they're ruthless criminals?
How did you end up near the border? The beautiful driver asked curiously. Partly, she was also trying to confirm whether Duan Yukong was a drug trafficker. She thought Duan Yukong was quite handsome and didn't look like a drug dealer. He'd be too conspicuous.
Me?
I was kidnapped by a gang of scammers and just managed to escape, Duan Yukong replied truthfully.
Kidnapped? My goodness, it's so unsafe abroad.
The beautiful driver was startled.
She never expected that answer.
I hear these scammers are ruthless, kidnapping for ransom, extorting families, even trafficking people.
They just won't let you go. How did you get rescued?
The female driver rarely encountered someone who had genuinely been scammed abroad, let alone shared a ride with them. What a coincidence. My brother-in-law sent people to rescue me.
That was one hell of a thrill.
True to his obsession with military films, Duan Yukong had experienced real combat, yet instead of fear, he was exhilarated.
Tell me about it.
Surprisingly, the beautiful driver was also interested in such stories. Seeing she was a beautiful woman, Duan Yukong opened up, launching into tales of the kamikaze mercenary squad.
During their conversation, Duan Yukong also learned the beautiful driver's name, Shenxi.
It's over 2,000 kilometers from the border to Anqing, enough to keep them driving for days.
Anqing.
Thank you, Duan Wanping said gratefully to Li Yuan. Li Yuan had saved her life and rescued her younger brother. He owed her family a tremendous debt. She would remain utterly devoted to him for the rest of her life, never wavering.
It was nothing. Don't worry about it. Just rest at home today, Li Yuan said, running his fingers through Duan Wanping's hair.
Having just lost her virginity and endured her brother's kidnapping, she was understandably emotionally drained.
She should recuperate at home. Duan Wanping nodded. If Su Huijing had no urgent matters today, she could keep Duan Wanping company.
Before leaving, Mu Feng quietly shared some plans with Su Huijing, essentially discussing building influence in Southeast Asia.
Through this incident, Li Yuan realized he must cultivate his own independent force.
The Reaper mercenary group, though formidable, primarily operated in the Middle East and Fazhou, only occasionally venturing into this region. Some claimed northern Myanmar became a haven for illegal activities precisely because it was impoverished and ungoverned. If that was the case, then Li Yuan would transform the region into a military base equipped with heavy artillery, radar systems, missiles, and even a few nuclear warheads, developing it into a state within a state. Then, any individuals or companies threatening China's interests could be dealt with directly. Assassination, overt killing, no means would be off limits. Black Rose had no objection to this plan and would arrange it promptly. After Li Yuan left, he headed to the school. Chu Zixuan, that little minx, had been complaining for ages that Li Yuan hadn't paid her any attention lately, wondering if he'd forgotten about her. Li Yuan realized it had been several days since he'd paid her any attention, no wonder she was grumbling. Today, he'd go to school and flirt with her. The moment Li Yuan, the school celebrity, appeared on campus, he instantly drew everyone's attention. Not just the women, but even the men paid close attention to him, watching as he passed by. After all, Li Yuan had sent them those discreet little gifts. Though these gifts were somewhat embarrassing to show in public, their quality was undeniably high. Some classmates had checked and found them costing hundreds of yuan each. He was the first wealthy student to give gifts to ordinary classmates. Even the wealthiest second-generation rich kids never bought gifts for everyone before, not even a bottle of water. Li Yuan, I love you, a plump female classmate with a face like Feng Jie rushed over. Holy crap! Li Yuan exclaimed. He delivered a flying kick that sent the plump girl flying into the flower bed, where she vanished from sight. Wow, what incredible strength, the surrounding students gasped. Li Yuan hurried away, turning back to tell the students nearby, call an ambulance. I'll cover the cost. All in white. Black long straight hair. Under the lights. Chapter 196, Racing in the Netherworld Valley. Li Yuan had informed Chu Zixuan of his visit on the way over. The moment he entered the classroom, Chu Zixuan came to greet him. She had arrived early. Chu Zixuan gave Li Yuan a big hug. You're being so bold today, aren't you afraid those male classmates will be heartbroken? Li Yuan teased softly in her ear. Who cares about them? I missed you. Chu Zixuan murmured in Li Yuan's ear with an irresistibly seductive tone. Their intimate display left the rest of the class green with envy. Even those with partners felt envious. They could date, hold hands, kiss, or even go to a hotel room, but who dared to openly hug and cuddle like Li Yuan and Chu Zixuan? So, are we still going to class today? Li Yuan whispered. No, Chu Zixuan replied immediately. Hand in hand, they walked out of the classroom. Man, I'm so jealous. They can skip class whenever they want. A group of students, suffering through class for credits, watched with envy so intense their eyes turned purple and red. Where should we go play? Chu Zixuan asked, her arm wrapped around Li Yuan's. Let's hit the racetrack first. I've been craving some speed and excitement these past few days. Li Yuan was actually thinking about getting in the car. Then let's head to Yomi Valley, there's a race there today. Chu Zixuan's eyes lit up the moment she heard about racing. Yuming Valley? Where's that? Li Yuan had never heard of it. It's near the capital city, about 100 kilometers from here. Chu Zixuan knew the racing spots like the back of her hand. Beijing, huh? I'll take you on a tour of the capital city. Gao Jingjing had always wanted Li Yuan to visit the capital city. Zheng Keshuan, the young master Zhang, was also eager for Li Yuan to pursue opportunities in the capital. Since they were heading near the capital anyway, it seemed like the perfect chance to visit. But then we won't make it back today? Chu Zixuan pointed out. She was worried her family would fret. What, afraid I'll sell you off? Li Yuan teased. Not exactly. I'm mainly worried my family will worry. Last time I snuck out, my parents were terrified. Chu Zixuan was referring to the time she and Li Yuan went to Villa No. 1 at Tianwang Mountain Resort, the very place where she underwent her transformation. Then why don't you call your parents now? Li Yuan suggested. All right. Chu Zixuan pulled her phone from her back pocket, opened her contacts, and dialed. Hello, sweetheart? Chu Shipong answered cheerfully. Middle-aged parents just want their kids to call and chat, not to ask for money. Dad, I'm heading to the capital with Li Yuan today. We might be gone for a few days, so I wanted to let you know, Chu Zixuan said, sounding a bit worried. She feared her father would disapprove and lose his temper again. To her surprise, Chu Shipong replied, going out to have fun is fine, but make sure you take safety precautions. You're only a freshman in college, still too young. Chu Zixuan blushed fiercely at his words. How could he talk like that? Dad, Chu Zixuan called out coyly. Enough, enough. Hand the phone to Li Yuan. I need to speak with him, Chu Shipong said with a hearty laugh. Dad, I was the one who asked him to take me out. Don't say anything rash, Chu Zixuan quickly defended herself. Oh, you, Chu Shipong shook his head. His daughter was clearly love-struck, but how could he possibly speak harshly to Li Yuan? The company was now back on track, having dealt with internal dissenters. Everything was going smoothly, all thanks to Li Yuan's financial backing. Uncle Chu, Li Yuan answered the call and greeted him. Li Yuan, I don't mind you two going out, but please be careful, Chu Shipong reminded him. Got it, I understand, Li Yuan replied. After a few more words, Chu Shipong hung up. Li Yuan and Chu Zixuan arrived at the underground garage and selected a venom gas turbine vehicle.
This vehicle was quite fast, with a top speed of 435.31 km/h, though such speeds were rarely necessary and certainly not permitted on China's highways. After getting behind the wheel, Li Yuan set off toward the Nether Valley. He raced along at breakneck speed, hitting 200 miles per hour on regular highways. Next time, we should hit the unrestricted highways in Germany. I hear no matter how fast you go, someone will still pass you, Li Yuan remarked. Yeah, I heard someone was going over 300 miles per hour and still got zoomed past. Not slowly overtaken, but vanished in an instant. Xu Zixuan also felt a strong longing for that unrestricted highway. My Silby Super Lizard sports car tops out at over 500 miles per hour. I dare anyone to try and pass me. No need to race. At 500 plus mph, you'll run out of fuel in minutes. Once you're stranded, anyone can pass you. Then just modify the fuel tank. Supercars have barely any space to begin with. Even if you modify it, you'd only gain an extra minute or two of fuel. What's the point? I have my own way. Li Yuan, being a man with a system, could handle a fuel tank modification with ease. He could even make the supercar run on air instead of fuel. Racing along, they finally reached the Nether Valley. The race hadn't started yet, they'd have to wait another half hour. Wow, it's the Zunshini Venom gas turbine. The car's appearance immediately drew a crowd. With a domestic price tag of 70 million yuan, it certainly made an impression. This must belong to some big shot from the capital, someone speculated. Nope. How do you know? Can't you read the license plate? It's from Ansheng. No Beijing playboy would ever get an Ansheng plate. True. That's just your narrow-mindedness talking. Some Beijing playboys consider Ansheng their second home, especially since Ansheng's Supercar Club is essentially a branch of the Beijing Supercar Club. A young master from the capital spoke with a sense of superiority. Yuming Valley was close to the capital, so during races, some Beijing big shots would drive their supercars over. So this must be one of those Beijing big shots, then. Not necessarily. I haven't heard of anyone in the capital owning a Xianshur Ni Venom gas turbine supercar. Once he gets out, I'll take a look and know for sure, the Beijing playboy replied. At that moment, Li Yuan was passionately kissing Xu Zixuan inside the car, completely lost in the moment, utterly unaware that a single vehicle had sparked a frenzy of discussion outside. Owning one of the world's top-tier supercars, limited to just 10 units globally, was the ultimate dream for car enthusiasts. Who the hell is this show-off? Get out already! Another Beijing playboy grew impatient waiting. Though his supercar wasn't as fancy as the Venom GT, that didn't mean his background was any less impressive than the owner's. His father was a formidable figure in Beijing's business circles. Another 30 seconds passed without the occupants opening the door. Song Jinyuan, the young master from Beijing, couldn't hold back any longer. He walked up to the car window and tapped on the glass. His romantic moment interrupted, Li Yuan was thoroughly annoyed. Seeing Song Jinyuan's sour expression through the window, clearly not here with good intentions, only fueled his anger further. Bang! Li Yuan violently pushed open the car door, slamming it with such force that it sent Song Jinyuan flying 3 meters away. He landed hard on his backside, his legs kicking up high from the momentum, nearly rolling away. Golden Legend. Cowboys busy. Pink Memories. Chapter 197, Young Master Zhang strikes again. Li Yuan planted his left foot firmly on the ground, then spun his body and swiftly exited the sports car. His movements were both stylish and graceful. Who is that guy? The spectators at the race began murmuring among themselves at the sight of Li Yuan's unfamiliar face. No idea, but he's definitely got some serious connections. A guy driving a limited edition supercar who also punched Song Jinyuan. If he wasn't just a hothead, he must have some serious connections. You! Song Jinyuan, lying on the ground, caught his breath before scrambling to his feet and hurling a torrent of curses at Li Yuan. That filthy mouth of yours needs a good scrubbing. Li Yuan grew furious upon hearing Song Jinyuan insult his family. He lunged forward in a single stride, delivering a vicious flying knee strike to Song Jinyuan's midsection. Li Yuan's sheer power sent Song Jinyuan flying over 5 meters. He slid another meter across the ground after landing, his clothes torn from the friction. Li Yuan lunged forward again, unleashing a barrage of punches on the prone Song Jinyuan. The sharp crackling sounds made the others swallow nervously. This was way too brutal, going straight for the kill. Song Jinyuan had some serious connections. His family wouldn't take this kind of bullying lying down. Only when Li Yuan's hands were covered in blood and Song Jinyuan had passed out did he finally stop. Straightening up, Li Yuan fixed his gaze on the group of rich kids. The rich kids immediately took a step back in fright. The front ones even stepped on those behind them. Poof! Li Yuan snorted, walked back to the car, opened the door, and pulled Xu Zixuan's hand out. They walked off to the side, chatting intimately as if the world didn't exist. What a pretty little thing. You dare call her a little girl? Aren't you afraid that guy will beat you up? Me? Afraid? You've got to be kidding. Though she said this aloud, her voice had grown as thin as a mosquito's buzz, afraid Li Yuan might hear. Just then, 2 more supercars pulled up, a Bugatti and a Ferrari. Both vehicles pulled up beside Li Yuan's car. Two men stepped out and gathered around the Xianshi Ni venom gas turbine to inspect it. Nice car, one remarked. No kidding, you don't have to tell me that. As the two men admired the car, Song Jinyuan's whimpering voice drifted over. Wei Gu, save me. Ha? What's that whining? Xia Changwei asked in confusion. He turned his head and looked behind him, spotting Song Jinyuan lying on the ground, his face covered in blood. Oh my, Song, who beat you up like this? Xia Changwei hurried over. Song Jinyuan was one of his underlings. Anyone who dared beat him up like this was clearly disrespecting him. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. With great effort, Song Jinyuan raised a finger and pointed toward Li Yuan. Xia Changwei followed the direction of his finger and spotted a handsome man and a beautiful woman engaged in intimate conversation. Li Yuan seemed to sense the attention and turned his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Was he calling for backup? He wasn't afraid of anyone. The other person who had come with Xia Changwei was an old acquaintance of Li Yuan's Zheng Keshuang. Seeing Xia Changwei glaring at someone, he followed the gaze. When he recognized the person, he flinched in shock. It was young Master Li. Hey, blind man, stop staring. Come on over. Zheng Keshuang quickly called out to Xia Changwei. What's up? Xia Changwei turned to Zheng Keshuang. They had a secret code. Zheng Keshuang calling him Blindy, or him calling Zheng Keshuang or Shuang, always meant an emergency. You wait here. I'll be back to deal with you later, Xia Changwei shouted at Li Yuan. This scared Zheng Keshuang so much he rushed over to Xia Changwei and kicked him right in the butt. Xia Changwei staggered, nearly falling. What are you doing? Xia Changwei snapped angrily. Shut up, Zheng Keshuang quickly covered Xia Changwei's mouth. Then he addressed Li Yuan respectfully. Young Master Li, I apologize. My friend has been disrespectful. Please forgive him. At these words, Xia Changwei stopped struggling, and the others stood speechless. Who was this handsome young man who could command such respect from Zheng, the young master of the capital? Long time no see, young Master Zhang. How have you been? Li Yuan asked with a hint of teasing. Thanks to Mr. Li, everything is going well. Zheng Keshuang's words weren't entirely flattery. The Zheng family had some business dealings with Li Yuan's company, which had greatly benefited them. Mr. Zheng was deeply grateful to Li Yuan. Moreover, Zheng Keshuang had witnessed Li Yuan's ruthless side firsthand. That Huang young master was still wandering the streets, scavenging for scraps. Clothes barely covering his body, food barely filling his stomach, his life was nothing short of miserable. If Xia Changwei hadn't been his childhood friend, he wouldn't have bothered with him. Then handle it. Don't bother me, Li Yuan declared imperiously. Understood. Leave it to me, Zheng Keshuang assured him. You better keep your mouth shut, kid. No more loose talk. Zheng Keshuang gave Xia Changwei a toned-down version of the Black Tiger Heart Punch. Who exactly is this Li young master? As soon as Xia Changwei regained his freedom, he immediately whispered to Zheng Keshuang, his childhood friend. Remember when I told you about that benefactor our family met? That's him. Ah. Xia Changwei felt a wave of dread wash over him. Zheng Keshuang had told him this benefactor possessed immense power and wealth beyond measure. Richer than the world's wealthiest man. Who would have guessed it was this young man standing before them? Who would ever have guessed? After a moment's thought, Xia Changwei wanted to go apologize. But God forbid he caused trouble for his dad. His father would beat him to death if he found out. Hey, don't go over there. Since young Master Li said he didn't want to be disturbed, let him flirt in peace. Zheng Keshuang was genuinely impressed by Li Yuan's romantic luck. Last time it was Gao Jingjing, and now another girl with flawless looks and figure. While others chased quantity, young Master Li pursued quality. Envy. But what if young Master Li holds a grudge against me? Xia Changwei worried. Since young Master Li came here, he must be here to compete. Once the competition ends, we'll invite him to enjoy himself properly. Consider it our apology. Right. I'll arrange for someone to secure a reservation. Xia Changwei hurried off to make the call. Zheng Keshuang, meanwhile, approached Song Jinyuan. Song Jinyuan was terrified at that moment. Seeing even Zhang and Xia so afraid of that Li Yuan, he regretted it bitterly. Why had he provoked that man? But there was no going back now. Break one of your own legs, Zheng Keshuang said coldly to Song Jinyuan. Otherwise, no one can save you. Young Master Zhang, please, give me one chance. Song Jinyuan dared not sever his own leg. Trembling with fear, he pleaded with Zheng Keshuang. Crying to me won't help. Only young Master Li can grant that. But you can't disturb him either. If he gets angry, you won't even keep your life. Then what should I do? Song Jinyuan was sweating profusely with anxiety. Do as I say. Cut off your own leg. Otherwise, you'll suffer worse. After a moment's thought, Song Jinyuan turned to Zheng Keshuang and said, Young Master Zhang, please strike me yourself. I can't bring myself to do it. My apologies, everyone. 2. 3. Chapter 198, the match begins. If you're not ruthless with yourself, you'll never achieve greatness. Zheng Keshuang shot Song Jinyuan a look of contempt. Then he waved his hand toward the crowd and called out, "Someone come over here." The rich second-generation kids who knew young Master Zhang were eager to step forward, all wanting to make connections with him. "I'll go. Let me go." Everyone started shoving each other, none willing to give ground. "You still want to fight me for it?" A greasy-haired, powdered-faced fellow spoke with a sinister sneer. Seeing that Tian Shichang, the young master of Tian Shichang, had spoken up, they dared not continue the fight. Tian Shichang had the most clout among them, and no one wanted to cross him. "What are you all doing? Hurry over here!" Zhang Keshuang bellowed impatiently. "Looks like quite the commotion, come on over." Coming. Tian Shichang scurried over like a sycophant. Compared to Zhang Keshuang, Tian Shichang's connections were far less impressive. "Young Master Zhang, what are your orders?" Tian Shichang asked with a fawning expression. "Break his legs," Zhang Keshuang ordered, pointing at Song Jinyuan. "What?" Tian Shichang froze. This was a job that would completely alienate someone. After all, Song Jinyuan was nearly his equal in strength, if not slightly stronger. If Song Jinyuan couldn't take it out on that Li guy and then took it out on him instead, wouldn't that be a total disaster? "Young Master Zhang, this." "What? Worried about not having the tools? I've got a baseball bat." Without waiting for Tian Shichang's reaction, Zhang Keshuang strode toward his Bugatti supercar. This. "Young Master Song, I was forced into this." Seeing there was no turning back, Tian Shichang could only try to placate Song Jinyuan. He hoped Song wouldn't take it too personally, for a clash between their families would benefit no one. "I know, brother. You had no choice. I understand." What else could Song Jinyuan say? If he made threats now and Tian Shichang retaliated with a vicious attack, leaving him with a crushed fracture, that would be a complete disaster. Zhang Keshuang pulled a metal baseball bat from the car and tossed it directly at Tian Shichang's feet. "Here." Zhang Keshuang gestured with his hand, urging Tian Shichang to hurry up. The match was about to start. Tian Shichang gritted his teeth, picked up the bat from the ground, and weighed it in his hand. It was surprisingly heavy. "Young Master Song, get into a comfortable position." Song Jinyuan lifted his leg and propped it on a car tire. "Go ahead." Song Jinyuan lay on his back, eyes closed, turning his head away, unable to watch. Tian Shichang exhaled, raised the bat, and swung it down hard onto Song Jinyuan's leg. Thud. "Ah!" Song Jinyuan broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, nearly rolling on the ground. "Not enough. His leg isn't broken. Keep going." Just then, Xia Changwei walked over. "Wei Gu." Song Jinyuan hadn't expected Xia Changwei to treat him this way. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" Xia Changwei shouted at Tian Shichang, who was still in a daze. Oh. This time, Tian Shichang put all his strength into it. A loud crack echoed as the bone snapped. The force was so great that the bone fragments pierced through the flesh, protruding outward. The scene looked extremely bloody. Some squeamish rich kids quickly turned their heads away, feeling nauseous and on the verge of vomiting. They'd surely have nightmares tonight. Carry him away. Xia Changwei waved his hand, and two staff members from the competition organization immediately came forward. They carried a stretcher and carried Song Jinyuan away. Li Yuan didn't spare a single glance at the scene. He trusted Zhang Keshuang would deliver satisfactory results, otherwise, they'd be the ones facing dire consequences. 10 minutes until the race begins. Please get ready. The voice announcement echoed through the air, prompting everyone to return to their vehicles and wait. Li Yuan and Chu Zishuan also got into their car. So that's young Master Li's car. I knew someone had to be driving such a beast. Zhang Keshuang muttered with a hint of envy. The engines of numerous sports cars roared to life, their deafening roar filling the air. As the flag in the hands of the beautiful starter dropped, the front row of sports cars shot forward. Li Yuan's car was positioned further back, but he showed no sign of urgency. The Yomi Valley racetrack was notorious for its danger and numerous sharp turns. Every year, several drivers would crash off the track and die at the roadside. Therefore, without solid driving skills, even a large lead could be gradually eroded and lost later on. Li Yuan maintained a steady pace, trailing behind. Impatient drivers behind him overtake him without hesitation. Li Yuan paid it no mind. He knew he'd overtake them again soon. He wanted the front runners to run a bit longer, then time his overtakes to create artificial tension. Otherwise, simply overtaking to take the lead would be utterly pointless. Zhang Keshuang and Xia Changwei were both currently behind Li Yuan's car. Neither dared to overtake him, and out of boredom, the two even started chatting over their walkie-talkies. "Why is young Master Li driving so slow? What a waste of such a great supercar," Xia Changwei remarked. "I've seen young Master Li's skills at the Anqing Supercar Club. He should be pretty good. Why is he holding back today?" Zhang Keshuang replied. "Maybe the car hasn't been properly tuned yet? That shouldn't be it. He's been driving from Anqing to here, it should be broken in by now. Maybe young Master Li hasn't driven on mountain roads like this before, so he's a bit out of his element? That could be it." The two chatted animatedly, offering various theories about why Li Yuan was driving so slowly. Meanwhile, Li Yuan kept timing himself, estimating his pace based on a rough speed. Since he wasn't very familiar with this course, his estimates couldn't be entirely accurate. When he felt the time was right, he immediately decided to pick up the pace. Hold on tight, we're picking up speed now, Li Yuan said to Chu Zixuan. Got it. Chu Zixuan sat up excitedly, waiting for Li Yuan to accelerate. With a stomp on the gas pedal, the car surged forward like a roaring tiger. Whoosh! Li Yuan overtook the first car ahead of him, not gradually, but in a single swift burst. Ha! What the hell? The driver who'd been overtaken was startled, his hand trembling so violently he nearly veered off the road. By the time he steadied the car to look, Li Yuan had already overtaken 3 more vehicles. All he could see now was the distant tail lights. From the silhouette, it kinda looks like that Xian Shini supercar. Damn, that thing's fast. He glanced back through his rearview mirror. The Xuanshire supercar was definitely no longer behind him. He was certain the car that had overtaken him was that Xuanshire. Behind him, Zheng Keshuang and Xia Changwei also began accelerating, trying to keep pace with Li Yuan. After overtaking 5 vehicles, Li Yuan realized there was no room to pass ahead. 2 sports cars were running side by side, leaving no space for overtaking. This wasn't the 2 drivers intentionally blocking traffic behind them. Rather, their cars were similarly powerful and skilled, and neither wanted to concede defeat. They were locked in a battle of wills, resulting in this situation. What should we do? Chu Zixuan asked. Don't worry. There's a big curve up ahead. We'll overtake them there. Ahead lay a sharp, sweeping curve where the side-by-side cars would inevitably slow down. Even if their skills were comparable, one taking the outer lane and the other the inner lane would inevitably create a situation where one was ahead and the other behind. Li Yuan could seize that fleeting moment to overtake both cars. Now! Li Yuan timed it perfectly, accelerating sharply. Using both hands and feet, he executed an extremely sharp angle to overtake from the innermost part of the curve. Then he sped away. Holy crap, that was so cool. Behind him, Zheng Keshuang and Xia Changwei watched Li Yuan's dragon tail-like extreme cornering maneuver, their jaws dropping in astonishment. With skills like Li Xiao's, he could easily go pro. Xia Changwei exclaimed. I've seen professional drivers too, and I think young Master Li is better than them, Zheng Keshuang stated honestly. Let's not get into that now. We need to catch up, Xia Changwei reminded them. Right. 1, 2, 3.